Family, who understands? I, at 15, challenged Whitebeard and ended up kneeling from Rocks Conqueror's hockey. Now he wants me to be his second-in-command. What a steal. With a smug expression, let me tell you, just a second ago I was battling Whitebeard fiercely, and the next moment, family, who understands, a wave of Conqueror's hockey that I couldn't resist just poured down from the sky. And thud, I knelt. It's like being at Honeycomb Island, just got off the raft, and suddenly the whole map is silenced, right? Let me start from the beginning. I was drifting at sea, barely surviving, and finally washed up on a shabby island. As soon as I woke up, good heavens, I found myself tightly bound and stuffed in a sack. The ones who tied me up were three guys, pure rookies. One named Capone, running a nearly bankrupt tavern, always lounging at the counter fiddling with bottle caps, while inside, dead mice were left uncollected. The other two were his buddies, Peter and Green, who found me unconscious on the beach and carried me back. Let me tell you, these three clowns have a ridiculous thought process. They looked at my horns and my build and decided to sell me as a slave to make some money to open a bigger tavern in the city center, fulfilling their life dreams. They knew their boss forbade slave trading, but blinded by greed, they thought about secretly pulling off a big score. What happened next? While they were dreaming of riches, they brought out 3 big barrels of alcohol to celebrate in advance. The scent of that liquor, good heavens, woke up my CPU. I opened my eyes, chuckled. That liquor smelled so good. And then? There was no and then. I smashed everything in sight, completely wrecking that shabby tavern, burying those 3 guys under the rubble, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. I picked up my spike bat, took a swig of liquor, and walked out of the wreckage. The thugs outside were so shocked by my appearance that they froze, each one holding a knife, yelling louder than anyone else, but none dared to step forward. One foolish guy tried to sneak up on me from behind, and I swung my bat, sending him flying into the sky, crashing through a building. I turned to those cowards and sneered. What are you staring at? I'm only 15. The place erupted. They all thought I was some seasoned monster, only to find out I was just a kid. Another defiant captain came up, and I kicked him, making him spit blood and faint on the spot. I scanned the surroundings, and now no one dared to move. Just as I was about to take on their boss, a massive figure crashed down from the sky, shaking the ground beneath me. I looked. Good heavens, that iconic crescent-shaped Whitebeard. Isn't that a younger version of Whitebeard, Newgate? He asked if I was there to cause trouble. I couldn't even be bothered to respond, and told him straight that I was here to beat their boss, Rocks, and that this island would be mine once I won. Whitebeard laughed in anger, calling me arrogant. Arrogant? I went straight into action. We collided, and Conqueror's hockey exploded, causing all the little thugs around us to drop like they'd been unplugged. Whitebeard was astonished. You could have Conqueror's hockey too. Well, of course. Since a heating clash wouldn't work, I decided to play with speed. My afterimages filled the ground, but this old guy's observation hockey was no joke. He could keep up with me, even with his eyes closed. We fought from street to alley, demolishing houses along the way, and it felt exhilarating. I swung my bat. He dodged, and the bat curved back to smash the back of his head. He retaliated with a shockwave that sent me flying. I closed in for close combat, punched him in the chest, and he returned the favor with a backhand that sent me flying. We were both injured, but the excitement only grew. Then, we reached the moment I mentioned at the beginning. Just as we were about to unleash our ultimate moves, a destructive wave of Conqueror's hockey erupted from the giant skull at the center of the island. Both Whitebeard and I ended up kneeling, unable to move. A voice echoed across the island. After fighting for so long, it's time to take a break. Newgate, bring that kid over to me. I was half dragged, half carried by Whitebeard into that giant skull. Let me tell you, that man named Rocks was sitting there amidst a pile of gold and silver, looking at me like I was some little prey, which sent chills down my spine. He pulled out my bounty notice. Good heavens, 111 million, Kaido. Then this guy said something shocking. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Kaido, right? Don't just think of yourself as an ordinary pirate. Come be my right-hand man. I was stunned at first, still trying to process it when he swung a knife at me. The speed was so fast I couldn't react in time. I instinctively blocked with my bat, and my whole body was sent flying, crashing through the wall. When I got up, I was fine, but I knew the gap was too big. However, this only ignited my fighting spirit. I pointed at him and said, "All right, you'll stay here until you're defeated, but my goal will always be to take you down and become the existence that surpasses all beings." Rocks laughed heartily, saying I was just like him in his youth, no, even more arrogant than he was. Then he immediately assigned tasks to me and Whitebeard, saying it was an initiation to join the crew, to steal a sum of money from the celestial dragons. Oh right, those 3 clowns. I casually had Rocks pay for them to open a new tavern since their liquor was indeed quite good. Now, I'm on Whitebeard's ship, ready to pull off a big score. I asked him if the admiral we were going to deal with was tough. Whitebeard said he fought to a standstill with him 3 years ago. Hearing that, I had a rough idea another tough opponent. He said this operation needed an expert and then called out a woman. The woman's name was Stussy, said to be one of Whitebeard's trusted subordinates, also considered his old friend. She looked all right, but was incredibly annoying. She immediately started calling me Kaido little brother and Sister Stussy, family, who understands. I was covered in goosebumps and I told her to get lost. But this woman immediately turned into a drama queen, clinging to Whitebeard's leg and whining that I was bullying her. I tell you, I was rolling my eyes to the heavens. How old are you still playing this? Whitebeard just coaxed her a couple of times, and she instantly changed her attitude, starting to discuss business. Good heavens, her acting skill could earn her an Oscar. The mission was simple: steal the money from the celestial dragons. In short, it was to rob the protection fees the world government collected from various member countries. We quickly arrived at a place called the Sandreach Strait, surrounded by towering cliffs, indeed a great place for thievery. We hid the ship, and then that woman Stussy started acting up again. She pulled out a pink little pistol with a ghost face on it and shot at all of us with a bayou. At that moment, I felt a tickle on my back, and suddenly a pair of big black wings sprouted. Family, who understands, that feeling was more exhilarating than drinking 10 energy drinks. We all flew up, each finding a good position, lying on a mountaintops, waiting for our prey to arrive. Not long after, a Navy ship slowly came in, heavily guarded. A rear admiral came out, named Shiryu, looking quite the part. But then, a rookie Navy soldier asked, "Aren't we the Navy for justice? Why do we have to serve the celestial dragons like dogs?" Let me tell you, what happened next was like the latest abstract art of 2025. That guy named Shiryu, without saying a word, pointed his finger at the rookie, and with a crack, the rookie's leg twisted into a pretzel. Then it was his hand, and, in the end, the whole person was twisted into a meatball by his powers, and with a bang he exploded. A rain of blood filled the sky. At that moment, I thought to myself, this guy is definitely a psychopath. Here, Whitebeard remained calm and said not to rush, to wait until their ship reached the middle of the canyon before taking action. What happened next? Their ship stopped right in the middle. The next second, I looked up and was shocked to see that the sky was suddenly filled with Navy troops, stepping lightly as they surrounded us. We thought we were the hunters, but in reality, we were the prey. They had known we were coming and had set up an ambush for us. In an instant, a battle broke out, with people filling the sky and the clash of swords and knives everywhere. Whitebeard was fierce with one swing of his sword. He displayed overwhelming power, and the Navy troops fell from the sky like dumplings. But that Shiryu on the ship was even more cunning. He held a cup of red tea, stirred it with his finger, and the droplets that flew out were like bullets, spiraling up into the sky and shooting down at us. Many of our brothers were hit, and even Stussy's arm was pierced. I realized this wasn't going to work. What were we doing up in the sky? It was a mess. To catch the thief, you must first capture the leader. I didn't even bother using my wings. I leaped off the cliff in a faith leap and crashed down onto that ship. With a loud bang, I smashed a big hole in the deck. I crawled out of the pit, wielding my wolf fawn club, and pointed it at the still-drinking Shiryu. The Navy around him wanted to come up. I unleashed my conqueror's haki, and the world instantly fell silent. They all foamed at the mouth and collapsed. It was just me and him unknown. This guy was indeed skilled. That steel rod in his hand could turn into a whip, combining softness and hardness, making the fight quite lively. I wasn't paying attention for a moment, and he whipped me up, smashing me through the deck and down into the storage room below. He chased me down, and it was pitch black in the storage room. He thought he had won, found a shadow of me, and used his ability to turn me into meat paste, feeling quite proud as he prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, I swung my club hard from behind him. I was caught off guard. That's right, he took out a substitute. Thanks to Stussy, who gave me a high-tech trick before I set off, called a death substitute. A doll that can perfectly replicate my appearance and aura. At the time, I thought this thing was not manly. But a word from Whitebeard woke me up. This is war, not a duel. Winning is the only truth. The process doesn't matter. That guy realized he had been tricked, completely lost his composure, and went crazy attacking me with all kinds of distorted moves. I took it head on. My left arm was completely wrecked, twisted like a pretzel, blood flowing nonstop. But he didn't know, I still had my right hand. I poured all my strength and haki into this club. The entire cabin was shaking under my momentum. Thunderous 8 trigrams. One swing right to the forehead. That guy's eyes almost popped out. He was launched like a cannonball, crashing through the ceiling and flying into the sky. I retrieved my club and looked at the tiny black dot getting smaller in the sky, thinking to myself, you can only play with your pathetic ability. Your haki is rubbish. With your little skill, you still want to challenge Whitebeard? And guess what? The entire crowd of pirates went wild. howling and celebrating that I took him down in an instant. That Whitebeard guy, usually with a serious face, had his mouth almost grinning to his ears, and he asked the woman next to him how long the effect of that drug would last. Let me tell you, that woman is not an easy one either. Her name is Stussy. She just drained a naval officer and wiped her mouth, saying there's still 10 minutes left. Enough time to grab some cash. Whitebeard nodded slightly, shouted out loud, telling the injured to follow Stussy and retreat first, while the rest of them charged in to seize the gold from the sky. I rolled my eyes at that moment, thinking, can you really let them rob the money first? I jumped straight onto the deck of that naval transport ship. Goodness, there was a pile of stuff at the back of the ship covered with a big black cloth, locked tightly with chains made of sea prism stone. This Shiryu really has confidence, thinking no one can break his stuff. Unfortunately, he encountered me. I placed my right hand on that chain, wrapped it with my conqueror's haki, and with a few cracking sounds, that chain, harder than diamond, shattered like tofu. I pulled off the black cloth, and wow, the golden light nearly blinded me. An entire ship full of gold and silver treasures. Just how much of the people's wealth have these celestial dragons scraped off? Just as I was about to reach out, a groan came from behind me. I turned around, and what the hell? That guy named Shiryu was covered in blood, somehow staggering back to his feet like a zombie from the ruins. Does anyone understand? This guy must have locked his health, right? He was leaning against the wall, panting heavily, and his eyes were fixed on me like a venomous snake. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, hoisting my wolf-tooth club on my shoulder and shouting at him. Ho ho, now that's more like it. Still want to fight? I'm always up for it. But then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, trying to lecture me. You little brat, do you know what you're doing? The gold in the sky is the god of the world, the property of the celestial dragons. Stealing this means you're against the whole world. I feel a headache coming on, holding my forehead with my hand. I let out a long sigh. Buddy, you really are pathetic actually believing those pigs are gods? Shut up. He slammed his fist against the wall, causing the whole ship to shake, roaring like a mad dog. The world ruled by adults is perfect. Obedience is justice. You evil ones will never understand. I really don't want to say a word to him. His brain is already beyond saving, just a pure walking mouthpiece for the world government. After venting his frustration, he surprisingly calmed down and sneered a couple of times. I admit, you're more formidable than I thought. However, justice will not lose. Let's die together. Infinite spiral. As soon as he finished speaking, he conjured a large blue ball in his hand and swiftly threw it out of the ship. The speed was so fast that I couldn't even react in time to stop it. I told you, at that time I thought we were done for. When that light sphere fell into the sea, the entire strait's waters went crazy, instantly forming a super huge whirlpool, with a water column in the middle shooting up like a tornado. Our ship was the closest, and with a snap, it was torn apart. Around us, pirates and navy in the sky were fighting, and one by one, they were sucked in like dumplings, their screams never escaping as they were swallowed up. That Whitebeard guy was fierce too, fighting desperately against the pull, but it was useless. He could only watch as his men fell in one by one. At that moment, I had only one thought. It's over. I'm done for. My dream of dominating the world is about to end before it even begins. My consciousness was starting to blur. But let me tell you, things did not develop like that at all. The above was all an illusion, just when that guy Shiryu was about to launch his attack. In an instant, Whitebeard, Newgate, suddenly appeared in front of Shiryu as if he had teleported. I didn't even see how he moved, with a punch glowing faintly green. He slammed it right into Shiryu's chest. When that punch landed, the air cracked like glass. Shiryu spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging out, and the light sphere in his hand just dispersed. His chest caved in with a huge dent. He staggered back a couple of steps, and then collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. I was stunned at that moment, and it took me a while to react. Furious, I yelled at Whitebeard, "Hey, I finally cornered him, and you come to steal my kill. And you bastard, you definitely hid your strength just now." That guy, Newgate, shrugged and casually said, sorry. I felt something was off when he stood up, so I used observation haki to look at the future. Luckily, I stopped it in time, otherwise we would have both been done for here. Huh? Using observation haki to see the future? Who are you trying to fool? I didn't understand any of that at the time and looked at him with disbelief. He didn't explain further turned around, and shouted to the sky. All Navy, listen up. Shiryu is dead. If you don't want him to die for real, get out of here quickly. As a result, there was a fearless rear admiral in the Navy who shouted, "What are you joking about? We have the numbers. All units, listen to my orders." Before he could finish, a lightning bolt struck from the sky, turning him into a charred piece of meat, screaming as he fell down. Immediately after, a loud and cheerful female voice came from the clouds. Well, 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 it's really lively here. It seems I can collect quite a few interesting souls again. Don't you think so, Zeus? A child's voice replied mischievously, Yeah, Mommy, I can't wait for new friends. I looked up and saw, good heavens. A woman standing on a massive dark cloud, towering frighteningly high, wielding a large sword, and the cloud beneath her feet even had a face. This scene clearly indicated she was a formidable character. As soon as the Navy saw her, they erupted into chaos, as if they had seen a ghost. Whitebeard seemed to recognize her, furrowing his brow and shouting to the sky, Lingling, I promise to let them go. Give me some face. The woman named Lingling licked her lips, grinning greedily. Hee, you're still so naive. How can one just leave their prey unattended? But she was just talking. She still put down her sword and impatiently yelled, Enough. Government lapdogs, listen up, get the hell out of here. Who dares to stay? The Navy personnel, hearing this, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling away in a panic. A few who wanted to carry their comrade down were so frightened upon seeing me and Whitebeard that their legs went weak, and in the end, they even abandoned Shiryu, fleeing without him. Whitebeard shook his head, saying, This is the justice he fought so hard to protect. Quite ironic. I was more direct. Such brainwashed fools deserve to die. As soon as I finished speaking, the woman named Lingling jumped down from the cloud and, as if grabbing a chick, lifted Shiryu off the ground. Just as Whitebeard wanted to intervene, she began to chant, Life or money. Shiryu woke up, and upon seeing a large face, was so startled that he tried to struggle, only to see his sticky mass being pulled out from his body. Lingling seized that thing and yanked it hard. Folks, I was witnessing someone drawing cards live, directly pulling out an SSR limited soul. Shiryu was drained, collapsing to the ground with a smile still on his face, as if murmuring something about a saint, completely lifeless. Whitebeard sighed, a pitiful monster cultivated by the world government. Lingling didn't care about that, holding the soul and slamming it into the deck of our ship. The next second, the bow of the ship actually sprouted a human face, which opened its mouth and spoke. Mom, what is your command? Immediately head back to Hive Island. Yes, Mom. I was so stunned that my eyes went wide. Her ability was just too incredible. The woman, named Charlotte Lingling, looked to be around 25 or 26, quite striking, with bright red lipstick and a commanding presence. It seemed she noticed me stealing glances at her and turned her head to ask, Oh, what's the matter? Surprised that a woman is a pirate? Her loud voice startled me, and I quickly took a few steps back, my face turning red. Hey, don't just appear behind me like that, you nasty woman. Instead of getting angry, she laughed. Don't be so distant. Your left hand looks pretty hurt. Let me help you. Saying that, she walked over, gathered a glowing ball of light in her palm, and pressed it against my arm. In that instant, I felt my bones come alive, clicking back into place. Within seconds, my twisted arm was as good as new, not even a scar. On my hand, it's healed. I was shocked and felt a bit more fond of her. She patted my shoulder and teased. I heard you defeated Sherlock. You're called Kaido, right? Impressive. Just not very good at talking, huh? So how old are you this year? 15. I don't know why, but I couldn't refuse her and said it without thinking. So young. I'm 9 years older than you. She seemed quite surprised and, with her sword in hand, asked, I heard from Rocks that you're a newcomer here for the first time. Before I could answer, she slapped her chest and laughed heartily. That guy is no good. Don't believe him. He'll just make you work for him. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I'm Charlotte Lingling, the woman who will become the Queen of the Seas. Listening to her bold declaration, I was stunned for a moment, and a competitive spirit surged within me. I shouted back at her, Stop boasting. It's me who will become the King of the Seas in the future. Huh, this kid is really interesting. I'm starting to like him more. She laughed and walked over to Whitebeard, saying, I've decided to team up with this kid. Don't try to steal him from me. Whitebeard yawned and replied, "Do as you wish. I'm not good at dealing with kids like this anyway." Just then, our big ship arrived, and Stussy and the others waved at us from the deck. Whitebeard raised his large naginata and shouted, "This battle is ours. All hands, return to Hive Island. All hands, return to Hive Island." Let me tell you, the scene was a cacophony of drums and firecrackers. The brothers were howling in celebration of their victory. But that girl Lingling had her mind completely elsewhere. She turned around and went to recruit those few little cowards who had just surrendered, including that gangster boss named Capona. She squatted down, her face almost touching theirs, smiling so sweetly, but the meaning behind her words could freeze someone solid. "From now on, you are my people. But don't get too happy too soon. You'll have to offer me the best snacks every month or else." Goodness, that smile was like the word kind possessed by a demon, scaring those three guys as if they had seen a ghost, nodding their heads like garlic being pounded, almost bowing down. I was pondering how this girl is truly full of tricks. She suddenly pulled me along, saying she wanted to take me to see something more interesting. And guess what? Her house is alive. A building made of cream and cookies, with the roof dripping cream, and the sweet, cloying smell in the air made me want to vomit. Even more absurdly, the house had a woman's face and spoke, calling Lingling mommy. When the door opened, I was completely stunned. Family, who understands? This is not a home. It's simply a monster kindergarten. The living room was a complete mess, with two kids running around doing parkour over a piece of cake. One with a three-part fan hairstyle was so angry he was about to burst. At the table sat a kid with sharp teeth, eating a plate of donuts like it was a meal. A young man in a top hat was stretching his tongue long, trying to mediate, and in the corner, there were a few little girls like giraffes, quietly drinking milk. Not to mention the several cradles by the wall, with babies crying loudly. I was stunned at that moment, standing at the door, my CPU almost overheating. I couldn't help but ask her, where did all these little ghosts come from? As a result, Lingling put her hands on her hips and proudly waved her hand, as if announcing something important. "Ta-da! Welcome to the Charlotte family. These are all my own. Let's get along well from now on." Oh my God, I felt like thunder was rolling at that moment. I sniffed, and that unpleasant feeling came back again. And I blurted out, "So, what about the children's father?" Lingling leaned over, smiling with ill intent. "Oh, you mean my ex-husbands? They became useless after the kids were born, and now I don't know where they are drinking the northwest wind." Ha ha. I tell you, my hair stood on end at that moment, and I instinctively took several steps back, thinking to myself, "Oh no, this girl isn't trying to make me her next target, is she? My little frame can't handle that." But then she chuckled and said, "What are you thinking? I'm not interested in a kid like you. To me, you're just like my little brother." Thank goodness. But just as I relaxed, I noticed there was a room at the end of the corridor making clinking sounds. I pointed in that direction, and Lingling said, "Oh, good eye. There's also an apprentice crew member in there. I'll take you to meet him." As soon as we opened the door, a strong smell of machine oil hit us. The room was a complete mess with mechanical parts everywhere, and someone was focused on tightening the screws of a robot toy. As soon as Lingling walked in, that person immediately stood up and politely bowed, saying, "Miss Lingling, I apologize for not noticing you." As soon as I looked, wow, this kid seemed to be only about 12 or 13 years old, with a pretty delicate face. But he was wearing a huge silver helmet that covered the upper half of his face tightly. Lingling introduced him to me. His name is Uno, 13 years old, 2 years earlier than you, so he's your senior. He is good at gathering intelligence and mechanical modifications. Oh, and by the way, definitely don't touch his helmet, or you'll be in big trouble. I was just about to playfully say I wanted to give it a try when that kid, Uno, politely extended his hand and said, "You must be Mr. Kaido, right? I've heard a lot about you, and I look forward to working with you. Just look at how well he speaks." Without a hint of arrogance, my mood instantly improved, and I grabbed his hand and shouted, "Oh ho ho ho. Let's make some big noise together from now on." Just then, Lingling had just taken a finished robot from Uno when her phone bug rang. She picked it up and yelled, "Who is it?" "I'm Busa." I don't know what the person on the other end said, but she clicked her tongue, shoved the robot into Uno's hands, and ordered us, "I have to step out for a bit. You two take care of things here. Don't mess it up for me." With that, she slammed the door and left in a hurry. Now it was just me and Uno in the room. I curiously looked around, and that kid, Uno, seemed quite friendly, smiling and explaining to me that Ling Ling was a soul fruit user, capable of pulling people's souls out and stuffing them into things, creating a bunch of living creatures called homies. As soon as I heard that, I instantly understood how that old man Shiryu met his end, and my stomach churned. I was feeling nauseous when I suddenly saw a photo frame on his desk, containing a picture of an old nun smoking a cigarette. I casually asked, "Is that your grandmother?" Uno laughed and said, "My grandmother would be way too old for that." He told me that this was Saint Mary of Carmel, the benefactor of Ling Ling, who entrusted him with her care. She sounded like a great person dedicated to saving children. But then he shifted the conversation and said something particularly profound. However, rumors and facts might be completely different things. This kid definitely had layers to his words. He picked up the delicate robot I had just seen and asked me what I thought of it. I said it was pretty impressive. Then, with a light touch of his finger, the robot suddenly fell apart into a pile of junk, all made from scrap metal he had picked up from the sewers. He looked at my shocked expression and calmly said, "I'm the kind of person who specializes in turning waste into treasure. No one would expect that these shiny robots are actually made of this stuff. The world is the same. Those glamorous countries might be hiding some pretty disgusting things underneath." I was stunned to hear this. This guy definitely has a story. Seeing that I looked a bit confused, he smiled and changed the subject, saying that Ling Ling is not easy to deal with, and I should be careful in the future. That night, Ling Ling indeed went to meet that guy called Chamiambo. Chamiambo mysteriously pulled out a piece of information, saying it was about a country called the Adal Kingdom, which is incredibly rich, and the king is a greedy fat man. The two of them discussed it, and wow, they were planning to go solo. They intended to pull off this heist, and then leave the Rocks Pirates to become their own bandits. What made my heart race even more was that they mentioned me. Chamiambo asked if they should bring me into the fold. Ling Ling, with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth, looked terrifying in the night. If he is willing to work with us, that would be great. If he is not willing, she paused and sinisterly said, "Then we'll use a soul curse to make him my slave for life. After all, I consider him like a little brother. Having him by my side forever would be nice, right?" The next morning, before dawn, I was awakened by a loud knocking on the door. When I opened it, there were Ling Ling, Uno, and that short-statured Chamiambo, all staring at me like I was in a courtroom. Chamiambo explained the plan to me, about how the king was incompetent and the people were suffering, and that we were doing this in the name of justice while also making a profit. Ling Ling's gaze scanned me like an X-ray, clearly testing me. I knew very well that this matter was definitely not that simple. But who cares? As long as I get to fight, I'm in. I directly raised my head and replied, "As long as I can have a good fight, you can do whatever you want." Ling Ling smiled with satisfaction and waved her hand. "Follow me. We need to consult that guy who stays cooped up in the skull all day." When we arrived at Rocks, Ling Ling laid out the plan. Rocks sat on the throne with a serious expression. Let me tell you, that guy has an impressive aura. After listening, he lightly raised his arm, and the piece of information in Ling Ling's hand flew into his hand, as if attracted by a magnet. My eyes widened in surprise, and I quietly asked Uno, "Isn't that power incredible?" Uno shook his head, saying it might be a devil fruit ability, but no one knows exactly what it is. After reading the information, Rocks laughed heartily. "Interesting. Just why I'm short on cash." Approved. Charlotte Ling Ling, I command you to plunder the Adal Kingdom within 7 days. We had just left when Whitebeard came in right after us. He told Rocks that he saw Ling Ling taking her running cake house to the port and suspected she was planning to run away. However, Rocks didn't care at all. He patted Whitebeard's shoulder and laughed heartily, saying, "Let her go. As long as she continues to oppose the world government, we will eventually be comrades." He confidently added that he would definitely return because his dignity was more important than anything else. But in the end, Rocks looked up at the ceiling and said softly, "However, I always have a bad feeling that something unfortunate might happen." Meanwhile, in the resplendent Eater Palace, the corpulent King Pecunia was trembling in front of a figure shrouded in a black cloak. He had spent 1 billion berries to hire this watchdog. The Shadow's voice was as unpleasant as metal scraping, and there was a faint ticking sound coming from it. It arrogantly told the king, "As a professional time hunter, we will take away all the precious time of those pirates without leaving a single one behind." 5 days later, on our ship, I woke up before dawn and practiced my hockey on the deck with my wolf fawn club, with black lightning crackling around. Ling came out holding a plate of cream puffs, eating them while teasing me. Your hockey now is about the same as mine, but it's still far from Whitebeard's. Let alone Rocks. I was so angry that I slammed the iron rod onto the deck and said angrily, "When we finally get rid of that guy." She looked at me and laughed instead, pushing the remaining plate of cream puffs towards me. "Here, your breakfast. You better thank me properly." I initially wanted to say no, but my stomach betrayed me with a growl. I blushed, grabbed one, and stuffed it into my mouth. Wow, it was delicious. While I was munching on the cream puff, Ling's gaze drifted into the distance, and the outline of an island gradually became clear. Her expression turned serious as she murmured, "It feels like things are going a bit too smoothly." She shouted in the house, "Long bread, hurry up and come out. We're almost there." As soon as she finished speaking, Long Bread rolled out of the house, rubbing his eyes, followed by Uno in a dark green bodysuit. I tell you, Kaido was so familiar that he waved at them. Ling cleared her throat, and her aura was, wow, absolutely overwhelming. "All right, everyone is here." Goodness. There were only 4 of us on the deck, but the way she said it sounded like an army was following behind. But it was close enough. Those homies created from fear had combat power that could rival a whole army. She scanned the group, finally stopping at Long Bread. "We'll send a signal, and the inside will create chaos. The plan hasn't changed, right?" Long Bread, with his little stature, puffed out his chest confidently. "Don't worry. With him around, the citizens will turn into our fighting force in no time, and all the weapons are ready. The only trouble is that army commander. Let's hope your people are reliable." Ling lowered the brim of her hat, her voice dropping 8 degrees colder. "Later, I'm going to deal with that guy named Heljorg. You 3, drag that damn king out for me. Dead or alive, it's up to you." Kaido was thrilled to hear this, howling with excitement. But just then Uno, who had been silent, suddenly pointed at the island ahead, his brow furrowed tightly. Long Bread, don't you think it's a bit strange?" He paused before continuing. "Logically speaking, such a member country should have a navy or its own fleet guarding the port to prevent pirates, right? But look over there, not to mention the navy. Even their own ships are just a few small ones. It's as quiet as a ghost town." We followed the direction he pointed, and wow, it really was. The port was so deserted, it was as if they had specially opened the big gates, rolled out a red carpet, and written welcome in big letters, just waiting for us to walk in. The Long Bread was also confused, scratching his nose with a puzzled expression. "No way. My inside man said just yesterday that the port was full of warships, and I absolutely trust him. This situation feels like they are intentionally letting us land." In other words, Ling rested her chin on her knuckles, her gaze suddenly sharp. "This is a trap. They want to wipe us out." That guy Kaido, all muscles in his head, swung his big iron club and was displeased. "What are we afraid of? Those little fish can't turn the tide, can they?" "Not necessarily, Mr. Kaido." Uno shook his head and said slowly, "We might have missed something crucial in our intel. I tell you, just when we felt something was off here, the insider on the island had already started to make moves. This insider is Nozaken, the mayor of the capital." At 6:30 in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, he stood in front of the mirror in a suit, slicking back his hair that looked like a croissant. Today was the day he would give a speech to the whole city. Although he had only been in office for a month, this guy had top-notch speaking skills and was even promoting a tax reduction policy, gaining immense popularity. He was practically the top influencer of the kingdom. But who would have thought? This guy's true identity was the deputy of a Long Bread, a pure traitor. He was internally complaining. Being a good mayor is really exhausting. As soon as he stood on the podium, the crowd below was truly a sea of people, and the cheers were deafening. "Mr. Nozaken, I love you. Oh my, you look so handsome today." He cleared his throat and began his performance into the microphone. "Citizens, silence. I have important news to announce." The crowd instantly fell silent. He scanned the audience, confirming there were no spies from the king's army mixed in, and then he started to unleash. Think about it. The current king, Pecunia, incompetent and tyrannical. He plunders the people's resources. He takes our people to build his palace. How many people are starving, dying on the streets? Is such a person not deserving of everyone's wrath? Wow, his words ignited the fire. The audience, already filled with grievances, exploded. That's right. My husband was taken to build the palace and worked to death. My child is starving and drinking dirty water and is still unconscious. My wife and son can't pay taxes and have been taken as slaves. The cries and curses were overwhelming. Nozaken was overjoyed inside. While pretending to soothe him, everyone calm down. Just cursing is useless. If we alarm the king's army, none of us will have good outcomes. At the mention of the king's army's torture, the crowd shrank back, slowly quieting down. Seeing the timing was right, Nozaken went for the big move. Everyone, if you want to break free from this predicament, there is only one way: armed resistance. I have already contacted powerful reinforcements overseas. With their help, toppling this corrupt dynasty will be a piece of cake. He clenched his fists and shouted hoarsely, "Be angry. Take action. Grab your weapons. Crush tyranny. If we don't fight now, when will we?" I tell you, this guy is all about emotional value, and the audience is completely hyped up, shouting his name, with some even grabbing weapons and rushing towards the palace. Nozaken watched this scene, feeling pleased and scheming. Let them make a fuss, the bigger the better. Once Lord Rocks and the others arrive, I will be the top contributor, and my position as a cadre will be secure. Boom! A loud explosion turned the nearby street into ruins. Nozaken's sweet dream was instantly shattered. His smile froze, and just as he was about to check the situation, a cold, emotionless voice floated from behind him. "Don't worry, it's just a road that's been blown up, no casualties." He turned around abruptly and saw a person as thin as a bamboo pole, floating beside him like a ghost, with a large sack slung over his shoulder, which seemed to contain something alive writhing inside. The person exuded a strange aura, and Nozaken immediately felt weak, cold sweat dripping down as he retreated while forcing a smile. "Who are you, sir? I don't think I've seen you before. Before I tell you my name, let me show you something." The person opened the sack, and 3 bruised and battered individuals rolled out, tied up like zongzi, mumbling, "Sorry, we failed." Upon seeing this, Nozaken's heart sank. Weren't these the agents he had planted in the crowd to stir things up? But he had to maintain his facade. "Are you sent by the king? It's too late. My reinforcements are on their way. You are courting death." "Oh, so there really is a big fish on the hook. The timing is just right." The person pulled out 2 silver needles of different lengths from behind and stepped closer. "And you are mistaken. I am not a subordinate of the king. I'm just here for the money. You understand this principle, right? Don't look down on people." Nozaken threw down a microphone, jumped back, and with a flick of his hands, 3 hazelnut bombs shot out in 3 directions. And guess what? The person stood there like a machine stuck, not moving at all. Just as the bombs were about to hit him, he smirked, a flash of silver, and the 3 bombs instantly turned to dust. Nozaken was stunned. Just as he was about to pull out another bomb, the person's figure appeared ghost-like to his left, calmly saying 2 words, "General." As soon as the words fell, the long needle in his right hand lightly tapped Nozaken's forehead. What happened next? Who understands? It was like a sci-fi movie. Nozaken's once handsome face aged at a visible speed. His hair turned white, his skin became wrinkled, and his eyeballs sank in. The whole person aged 50 years in an instant, collapsing like a pile of mud on the ground. The person put away his weapon, picked up the microphone from the ground, walked to the front of the stage, and announced to the crowd that was already stunned, "Everyone, don't panic. The instigator Nozaken has been subdued by me. He colluded with pirates, attempting to betray the country. The pirates are about to land. Please evacuate immediately." His voice wasn't loud, but it had a strange power that calmed everyone down. Some were unconvinced and asked him for evidence. He pointed at the 3 agents on the ground. "Ask them. In short, run fast. I have more important things to do." After saying that, whoosh, he vanished, leaving the audience looking at each other in confusion. Once they realized what happened, they all ran home in a panic, and the large square was instantly empty. Meanwhile, the now elderly Nozaken, with his frail hand, shakily took out a transponder snail, desperately dialing the number. Brew, brew, brew. On the ship, Longbread was anxiously pacing, and when the transponder snail rang, he quickly answered. "Is this Mr. Longbread? I'm Nozaken. Cough, cough. I messed up here. Cough, cough. You must be careful. There are strong people on the island. Cough, cough." An elderly voice that seemed close to death came through, and Longbread couldn't believe this was his subordinate in his 30s, shouting in panic. Who? Who did this to you? Tan. Pause. After uttering this last word, the transponder snail went completely silent. I have to tell you, as soon as that name came up, Lingling and Chang Mianbo's faces turned pale in an instant, their expressions more hideous than seeing a ghost. It was the first time Kaido saw Lingling like this, and he foolishly asked, "Why are you two so scared? Who is this Tampa? Is he stronger than Rocks?" Lingling rolled her eyes so hard it almost got stuck. "You still hang around the sea? You haven't even heard of Time Devourer. I can't be bothered to remember these things. I'm done with you." Lingling sighed and had to educate him, saying that besides the Navy, bounty hunters are also our mortal enemies. This Tampaz is the ceiling among bounty hunters, claiming to be the strongest in the world. The number of pirates who have died at his hands is countless. It's rumored that his ability can devour time. Everyone who has fought him has had their time stripped away. Only then did Kaido begin to understand. Oh, a devil fruit user. Could that kid have made a mistake? Impossible. Chang Mianbo's face turned ashen, and he was about to crush the snail phone in his hand, saying, "My subordinate is only 35, but the voice on the phone sounded at least 50 years older. Definitely deprived of time." Without saying a word, Lingling drew her sword and pointed to the cabin. "The kids aren't awake, are they?" The eyes on the ship blinked. "Don't worry, Mom. They have Mr. Uno's soundproofing in their rooms. They're sleeping soundly." "Good." Lingling knocked on the deck with the back of her knife and ordered, "Noah, find a secluded place to dock. Anyone who approaches, kill without mercy." "Yes, ma'am." A loud voice echoed from beneath our feet, and the whole ship suddenly accelerated. Clearly, this ship was also a homie. Well, at this point, we can only charge in. Although Lingling smiled, the battle intent in her eyes had already ignited. All crew members, prepare for attack. "Oha, ho, ho, ho." Just waiting for you to say that. Kaido licked his kanabo, already overly excited. Uno reminded him from the side. "Calm down, be careful of traps." Kaido didn't listen, pointing his thumb at himself. "Who cares about schemes? I'll smash him to pieces with one blow. You really are an eye-catching guy." Uno couldn't help but retort, picking up the binoculars to look ahead, and in an instant his pupils constricted, and he shouted like he had seen a ghost. 8 o'clock direction. A figure is approaching at high speed. We quickly looked back and saw a small black duck in the clouds, getting bigger and closer. Good heavens, it was a person flying in the sky with wings, moving as fast as a missile. "Damn, coming in so quickly." Lingling shouted, yelling at the deck, "Noah, shake him off. Head towards the coast." "Yes, Mom." The ship made a sharp turn and sped across the surface of the sea like an arrow. But that guy in the sky was just like he had cheat codes, making a turn to continue the chase, moving even faster, and it seemed he was about to catch up with us. TSK, so persistent. As that person dove down, about to land on the deck, Lingling was just about to draw her sword when a shadow shot out beside her. It was Kaido. He swung his kanabo and smashed it toward the person in the sky. Clang! Damn! That collision sent purple-black lightning exploding everywhere, and the surrounding sea was churning like crazy. Our ship was rocking as if it was about to fall apart. That idiot! Messing around! Zeus! Lingling waved her hand, and the cloud on her shoulder came to life. "Mom, what's the matter? Go bring that horned idiot back for me." "Got it." Zeus turned and flew out. In midair, Kaido was hit and blocked, and he was falling down. Just as he was about to drop into the sea, the ground beneath him softened, and Zeus caught him steadily. Just in time, Kaido was still grinning. "Cut the crap, let's go." The person in the sky, that is to say Tempest, shook his slightly numb arm and muttered to himself. "That little brat is something, actually using hockey on his weapon, pretty impressive." As he spoke, the metallic wings on his back flapped, making a ticking sound, and he chased after them with even more terrifying speed. Bang! With a loud crash, our ship directly collided with the dock, and the entire port shook 3 times. We jumped off the ship in a daze, and looking around, there wasn't a single shadow on the street. It was terrifyingly quiet. Lingling kicked a stone away in frustration and said, "Sure enough, they evacuated everyone in advance." Just then, Zeus landed with Kaido. Long Mianbao quickly asked, "Did that guy chase after us?" Kaido shook his head. Didn't he see him? "Strange." Uno suggested, "Stop dawdling. We must reach the capital before the pursuers arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice echoed in the air. How dare you speak of time in front of us? It's simply laughable. All of us stood on end. And when we looked up, that figure had silently appeared 10 meters in front of us, blocking our way. Now I could see clearly. This guy was tall and thin. His face was pale, with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, and he had a couple of small mustaches. The gray long robe he wore was covered with numbers from 1 to 12, giving off an aura of strangeness. Ling Ling was furious. You bastard. How did you get in front of us? As it turned out, when this guy opened his mouth, wow, he was quite the chatterbox. He completely ignored Ling Ling and started his monologue. I am called Tampa, an unremarkable bounty hunter, nicknamed Time Devourer. I was commissioned by the king to deal with you. I must state in advance that I have been rushing day and night for this job, and even waited an extra 6 days. During those 6 days, I could have taken on hundreds of other commissions. So, how do you think we should calculate the compensation for this loss? We were all dumbfounded. How much can this guy talk? Longbread's veins bulged as he thought of his deceased subordinate, roaring, Hey, what have you done to my subordinate, Nursaken? Only then did Tampaz stop his rambling, returning to his deadpan expression. Oh, that mayor indeed took quite a bit of my time. I estimate he can live for at most another month. Longbread completely exploded, drawing his knife and charging forward. Ling Ling wanted to stop him, but was too late. So, she had to let Zeus go support him. As a result, Tampaz kicked Longbread, sending him tumbling, then swiftly jabbed Zeus in the face with a short needle. Zeus immediately began to shrink like a deflated balloon, screaming in fear. Mom, save me. In a flash, no one expected that the usually gentle Uno would suddenly dart out. He feinted an attack, dodged Tampaz's strike, kicked Tampaz's wrist, forcing him to move the needle away, and effortlessly caught the falling Zeus, flipping back to Ling Ling's side in a few backflips. This series of moves was so fluid that even Kaido was stunned, probably thinking, Damn, this kid is so fierce. Ling Ling took the now shrunken Zeus, huffed in anger, and put him away. Tampaz shook his pained hand, looked down, and noticed that one of his boots had somehow turned into a piece of bread, which he had stepped on and crushed. He even dipped his finger in some jam and tasted it, his eyes lighting up. Tastes good, what a waste. Longbread smiled bitterly. Too bad it didn't hit his clothes, or he would have had a hard time. The warm-up was over. Tampaz adjusted his collar, pointed the needle at us 4 one by one, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Now that you've survived this long, have you ever wondered how much time you've wasted? Ling Ling scoffed. I don't know. I don't want to know. No matter how strong you are. Dreaming of dealing with all 4 of us alone. It seems you've mistaken something? Tampaz slowly spread his arms, a chilling smile appearing on his face. The moment we appeared, you were already trapped in a cage called time. After saying that, he raised both needles above his head in an X shape. In an instant, the sky turned dark. A long, dull chime echoed throughout the city. The sound was like a death knell, sending chills down my spine. My head buzzing as if it were about to explode. Enjoy the feeling of time being slowly taken away, Tampaz remarked nonchalantly as the needles traced a semicircle. An enormous antique pendulum clock appeared out of thin air in front of him. The pendulum swung wildly, and the hands spun so fast they were indistinguishable. A tremendous pulling force emanated from the clock, dragging us in, step by step, against our will. Damn it, I can't move. Ling Ling struggled desperately, unable to even use her domineering aura. Just when it seemed we were about to be sucked in, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she shouted with all her might, Uno, that thing is reliable, right? Uno instantly understood and shouted back with all his strength. Mr. Noah, activate the shield I installed on you. Oh, it's on me. A reliable voice came from afar, and a green protective shield instantly expanded around the ship docked at the harbor. At the same time, the 4 of us felt our feet leave the ground and were spun into that strange clock. As the light faded and the clock chime stopped, the sky returned to normal. Tampaz put away his weapons, looking smugly at the enormous pendulum clock. Enjoy your remaining lives here, pirates. My prison of time has yet to be broken. He walked to the dock and shot a beam of light at our ship, which was perfectly rebounded by the shield, creating a large crater where he had stood. Oh, it can defend and rebound attacks. That little brat named Uno is quite interesting. Tampaz crossed his arms and resumed his rambling, lamenting that he couldn't capture anyone alive, or he could make more money. Speaking of which, Charlotte Lingling had 815 million, Longbread had 427 million, and that Longhorn kid, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. What was his name again? Just as he was deep in thought, the snail phone rang. It was the king. Tampa, how did it go? Everything went smoothly. I have captured all 4 of them. Oh, great. Bring them over quickly. Tampaz replied expressionlessly. Sorry. Once my prison of time is activated, I can't move or destroy it. It will automatically lift after a day. But by then, there will be nothing but ashes. Is that so? What a pity. Then you should return to the palace first. I will hold a celebration banquet for you. Well, since you say so, remember to include the costs for this time. All right, it's all up to you. After hanging up, Tampaz looked towards the direction of the royal capital, a disdainful smirk appearing on his lips. Foolish king, pitiful kingdom. But then again, someone like me who only cares about money has no right to speak ill of others. I tell you, as soon as Tampa spoke, the person vanished in an instant, leaving only a broken clock behind. The next second, I felt like the whole world was rolling in a washing machine. When I opened my eyes again, good grief, I was already locked up in a dark, ghostly place with Kaido and the others. Under my feet was an enormous clock face, ticking endlessly, surrounded by invisible walls. That reckless Kaido didn't he believe in evil and rushed over to try to jump out, but bang, it was like hitting a wall, and he was bounced back, rolling several times. Lingling and the others were there too, and each of them had tried it. This place was as hard as anything. Lingling even said her fists hurt, and that broken clock didn't he even have a scratch on it. At this moment, the little guy Uno, wearing a helmet, stood up. His devil fruit ability is decomposition. I tell you, he claims he can break anything down to dust. So he pressed his hand against the clock face, and a web-like green light flashed for a moment. Then, nothing happened. It was useless. But he was a techie, and immediately figured out the problem. He said the exit must be on this clock face. But brute force definitely wouldn't work. What's the scariest part? I tell you, this broken clock steals time. Uno pointed at the jumping numbers above and speculated that for every minute that passes, a year of our own time would be taken away. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone hurried to look down at themselves. Kaido was the first to shout. His arm, good grief, instantly thickened a whole circle and was covered in hair. His voice changed to that of a middle-aged uncle. Just as he wanted to complain, he turned around and saw Lingling, laughing like crazy, rolling on the ground, pointing at Lingling and saying, You look like an old lady now. Family. Who understands? Lingling took out a mirror to look at herself and instantly turned to stone. The face in the mirror was lined with wrinkles. Her figure had changed. Looking like a ball. 1 second she was the queen of the sea. The next she turned into a retired square dance leader. Who could stand that? She smashed the mirror with a bang, furious, swearing to crush that bastard Tampa to ashes once she got out. At this point, Uno had also transformed from a boy into a young man with a beard, clapping his hands in realization. I got it. If this goes on, we'll quickly grow old and die here. The long-faced one next to him had already turned into a white-haired old man, slumped on the ground, unable to speak clearly. Despair, I tell you, the atmosphere was something else. Kaido was tapping the ground with his mace, feeling like he was burning out, experiencing for the first time what it meant to be powerless. Just as he was about to give up, a voice that he didn't know where it came from scolded him awake, telling him to hold on. He narrowed his eyes, gripped the mace tightly again, his whole body exuding dominance, with purple energy swirling around the weapon, making crackling sounds, ready to fight this broken clock. Uno quickly shouted, It's useless. You can't break it this way. Kaido's eyes turned red. I know, but even if I die, I want to die standing. Just as he was about to smash down, I tell you, the real trouble came. A sharp and eerie gurgle from his stomach sounded. He was hungry and demanded, Give me the cream puff. I turned around and wow, Lingling's condition was completely off. Her eyes were shining, her mouth wide open, and she was coming towards us like an uncontrollable giant beast. Uno's face turned pale, and he shouted in panic, Not good. Miss Lingling's food addiction has flared up. When this illness strikes, all she thinks about is eating, completely disregarding everyone around her, focusing on indiscriminate attacks. Uno grabbed the nearly breathless Longbread and turned to run, yelling at Kaido, Run. Otherwise, she'll kill you. Kaido was also stunned, looking at Lingling, who was completely different from usual, and without a second thought, he took off running. As he ran, he asked Uno what was going on. Uno explained that the long bread was a user of the food fruit, capable of creating food, and usually, he was the one calming Lingling down. But now that the long bread was nearly out of commission, no one could stop the rampaging Lingling. Moreover, in this state, Lingling's body was like a steel balloon, impervious to blades and bullets. Confronting her head-on was a death wish. Just as he finished speaking, Lingling roared, "Hand over the cream puff now!" Boom! A violent surge of red lightning, the Conqueror's Haki. It swept across the entire area, and I felt like my breath had stopped. In the next second, Lingling appeared above Kaido as if teleporting, bringing down her blade. Kaido reacted quickly, raising his kanabo to take the hit. With a loud bang, both of them were pushed back several steps, and Kaido's arm shook like a leaf. Let me tell you, crazy Lingling is simply not human. She raised her right hand, summoning a large fireball named Prometheus, and opened her mouth to breathe fire at Kaido. Kaido swung his kanabo like a windmill, blocking all the flames, but Lingling circled behind him and slashed at the back of his head. Kaido executed a limit-breaking move, using the horn on his head to block the attack, then performed a backflip and hit a home run, sending Lingling flying like a baseball. But he couldn't hurt her at all. Lingling got back up, her left fist hardened with haki, and when Kaido kicked her in the face, sending her flying into the air, not even a scratch appeared on her body. Just as Kaido was about to attack again, suddenly, a golden lightning bolt shot from behind, piercing through his right shoulder. It was Zeus. That thundercloud must have been released by Lingling for a sneak attack. Kaido knelt on the spot, and Lingling rode Prometheus into the air, holding her knife with both hands, and unleashed her ultimate move, Elbaf Spear, King of Nations. Oh my goodness, that scene. A world-destroying shockwave, moving so fast it was invisible, rushed directly towards Kaido. The ground instantly exploded, forming a massive ball of light that swallowed everything. At that moment of the explosion, Uno, who had been observing the battlefield, suddenly had a flash of insight as his CPU nearly burned out. He saw it. The instant Lingling's sword energy touched the ground, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. A tiny crack appeared on the seemingly indestructible surface of the clock. Moreover, the chaotic numbers on the clock also fell into a normal sequence at that moment. Although the crack healed in a second, Uno understood. He understood everything. On the other side, Kaido barely deflected the attack with a shockwave at the last moment, but he was also thrown away by the blast. His right arm incapacitated and in a sorry state. Lingling descended from the sky, her sword tip pointed at his head, her pupils swirling as she activated her ultimate technique. The soul spell, life or puff, choose one. As long as there was a hint of fear in his heart, his lifespan would be instantly drained. But who was Kaido? He stood firm, glaring at Lingling with cold eyes, showing no fear on his face, and replied stiffly, "I thought you were going to do something. But it turns out to be such a boring trick. You really disappoint me." Lingling was stunned. She had never missed with this move before. At that critical moment, a weak voice came from the corner. It was the Longbread. That old man had woken up at some point, using his last bit of strength to transform his cloak into a mountain of cream puffs and pulled out a whole bag of secret powdered sugar to sprinkle on top. The aroma was incredible. Uno shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, there are super delicious cream puffs here. If you don't come now, we'll finish them all." Upon hearing the word puff, Lingling's eyes lit up. She didn't care about Kaido anymore and rushed over like a whirlwind, clearing the table in a second. After eating, she burped and looked at us, bewildered by the way. "Why are you all looking at me? Kaido, what happened to you? Who hurt you so badly?" Kaido and Uno exchanged glances, both with expressions of despair. Uno quickly stepped forward and explained everything that had just happened in his discovery. "So you mean at the moment the clock hits the normal numbers, if we combine our powers for the strongest strike, we can break out of here?" Lingling frowned after hearing this. "That's right, it's the only way. Uno affirmed." Lingling said that the giant clan's combined technique, the dominance of the nation, might work, but her sovereignty was a solo technique, which was much weaker. At this time, Kaido's right arm was healed by Lingling, and he confidently grinned while holding his kanabo. "Are you looking down on me? That kind of trivial technique. I learned it after just one look." Lingling looked at him doubtfully, and carrying her sword, walked to the center of the clock, impatiently shouting, "Then hurry up. Stop dawdling." "You don't need to tell me." Kaido quickly walked to her side, raised his kanabo high, and infused all his haki into it, as black lightning crackled. The two stood side by side, focusing intently on the rapidly jumping numbers on the clock. Dominance of the nation. Just as he shouted, "Let me tell you," the scene was incredible. Kaido, not knowing if he was anxious or what, actually swung his kanabo a second early. Goodness. The overwhelming shockwave and the sword energy from Big Mom, one after the other, boomed, boom, boom, creating two giant mushroom clouds on that broken clock. The shockwave was like a typhoon passing through. Uno was blown away like a kite with a broken string, crashing against a wall and bouncing back. And the result? The clock, like a bug, as soon as the crack spread, zoomed back to its original state, perfectly intact. The number started jumping chaotically again. Great. This was a wasted effort. Big Mom exploded on the spot. Her voice was so loud it made my ears buzz. "What are you doing, you fool? I don't have time to mess around with you." I've never seen her so angry. Kaido also immediately shrank back, his arrogance instantly deflated, and he hurriedly apologized. "Big sister, I was wrong. I was too impatient and ruined everything. Give me another chance." Seeing his attitude of admitting fault, Big Mom's expression softened a bit, and she turned to ask Uno, who had just gotten up, how long until the next time. Uno shook his still dizzy head and made a four-finger gesture. "About 4 minutes. For years?" Big Mom muttered, then waved her hand. "Forget it, I'm already 69. A few more years don't matter." But she raised her haki-infused sword. "If you dare mess up again, I will definitely chop you up." Now, it was quiet in the prison, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the ticking of the clock sounding like a death knell. Time passed second by second, and wrinkles began to appear on Kaido's face. White strands mixed in his hair, but he stood there as if he felt nothing, his expression more serious than ever. Family, who understands? If they messed up again, they would really become the Sunset Red Travel Group. Their haki would leak, so the next strike was a life-and-death situation. He slowly closed his eyes, starting to sense Big Mom's haki flow. It had to be perfectly synchronized, not a second faster or slower. 1 minute left on the countdown. Uno was so nervous that sweat was dripping down his forehead into his beard. Half a minute. That guy long bread next to him was almost out of breath, but still held on, staring intently. 10 seconds. Big Mom raised her sword high, her arm probably numb, but she remained completely still. Now, at the moment the numbers on the clock stopped at the correct order again, the two shouted in unison and swung their weapons simultaneously. But honestly, 20 minutes before they were about to unleash their power on the other side, the scene was outrageously bizarre. In a resplendent banquet hall, a group of so-called nobles was having a party. Let me tell you, these people were discussing some outrageous things. A woman was bragging, "Oh, my skin uses the rarest pearl powder from the North Sea. I sent several slaves to collect it, but only one came back, and he was barely alive. I saw he was useless. I dragged him off to feed the dogs." Another clapped and cheered. "As expected of you, I'll try it next time. If the tool breaks, just replace it." I was so furious at the time that my fists were clenched. Tools? You look more like a worthless, defective product. At that moment, the fruit of Tampa was lying on the table, with a face full of despair, mumbling, "This country is really boring. They don't do anything serious." Just then, the fat and greasy King Pecunia swaggered over, drunkenly wanting to toast him. Tampa's disdainful gaze was almost overflowing from the screen as he coldly said, "I don't drink." The king didn't care, plopped down, and slurred, "Brother, you helped me deal with those rebels, so you'll definitely get your reward. I'll be counting on you in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, a muscular man in spiked armor, Hell George, strode in, saluting, "Your Majesty. The port is completely sealed off, and that bell is also blocked. No one can get close." This guy was pure rage incarnate, easily set off. During his report, he even mentioned that his men tried to smash a ship and ended up getting injured, causing him to stomp his feet in anger, his hair lifting his helmet. What kind of soldier doesn't follow orders? Tampa couldn't bear it any longer and reminded him, "Dude, watch your surroundings." The angry guy finally realized, coughed awkwardly a couple of times, sat down, and began to wolf down food. As for Tampa, he stared blankly at the clock on the wall, probably thinking, by now, Kaido and the others should be too old to move, right? At that moment, an exciting show began at the port. The moment the ship's protective shield vanished, Katakuri immediately ordered, "Fire!" A series of shells rained down, and the soldiers on the shore were instantly stunned by the explosions. Taking advantage of the chaos, there were several more rounds of shelling, but they all precisely avoided that large clock. The soldiers on the opposite side reacted quickly. The commanding officer shouted, and countless chain spears shot out, accurately inserting themselves into the ship's gun ports, instantly locking the ship down. Daifuku exclaimed, "Not good. It's a trap. Damn it. Move." Owen was so angry he was stomping his feet. Katakuri stopped him. "It's useless. The artillery is wrecked." He glanced back at the shore with a bitter smile and added, "Some people won't give us a chance." Sure enough, those soldiers rushed onto the ship, shouting, "These are Charlotte Lean's children. Capturing them will fetch a good price." Katakuri's expression darkened. He kicked off the ground, dodging a thrust, and countered with a kick that sent the opponent's chin flying, effortlessly grabbing the fallen spear and piercing through the soldier, leaving him cold. The remaining soldiers, seeing a 4-year-old boy so fierce, were frightened and began to retreat. But an old soldier shouted, "What are you afraid of? Just 4 little kids, attacked together." These guys charged in like mad dogs. The physical capabilities of the Charlotte kids were indeed impressive. Ordinary soldiers were no match for them. But there were too many of them. One soldier, unable to win head-on, tried a sneak attack from behind the house. Perispero had just trapped 2 people with candy when he caught sight of this and shouted, "Someone's sneaking in." Hearing the shout, Katakuri kicked the nearby enemy away, dashed like the wind to the person's back, and stabbed in with a trident. But this completely enraged the soldiers, who began to act recklessly and swarmed toward the house, clearly intending to take hostages. Perispero, Daifuku, and Owen trying to protect the house. Couldn't cover both ends and were soon knocked down and pinned to the ground. Big Brother, hearing that his brothers were in trouble, Katakuri hurriedly turned back, exposing a huge opening on his back. A soldier's machete came down heavily. Damn, it struck directly on his back, and blood immediately spurted out. Katakuri. His 3 brothers cried out in agony. Katakuri staggered, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his back a bloody mess, but he gritted his teeth, holding his body up, and his eyes widened fiercely. Boom! A burst of red-black lightning exploded from his body, and the surrounding soldiers instantly fell, foaming at the mouth. Conqueror's Haki. I am Charlotte Lean's second son, Charlotte Katakuri, a man destined to resonate across the seas. He staggered to the front of the house, the trident planted on the ground, his cold gaze sweeping over the encirclement. "If you want to touch my brothers and sisters, you'll have to step over my corpse first. My back will never touch the ground in battle. Bring it on." The sunlight shone on his blood-soaked face, making it look tragic. The soldiers were intimidated by his aura, but the leading captain was still shouting, "He's the only one left. Kill him. Damn it." Katakuri prepared for his final resistance. Just then, a piercing bell rang out across the battlefield. Everyone instinctively covered their ears and turned to look. The large clock at the port was shaking violently, emitting dazzling light. In the next second, an unviewable white light erupted. That indestructible pendulum clock instantly exploded into cosmic dust. A terrifying shockwave swept everything away, devouring all the buildings along the way, carving out a massive trench 100 meters wide on the island, crashing into the sea and raising towering waves. The nobles in the palace were still dancing when suddenly everything went white, and in the next second, the wall was gone, and people vanished. Tampa reacted quickly, grabbing the king and the angry guy and jumping aside, narrowly avoiding disaster. At the port, as the smoke cleared, 4 figures emerged: Big Mom, Kaido, Uno, and Longbread, all returning to their original forms. "Mama, mama, mama. Finally out. You actually came through for once. Oomph. I'm going to find that time bastard to settle the score." Kaido and Big Mom looked at the devastation they had caused with their attack and were a bit dazed. Kaido gasped and said, "This power is completely different from the first time." Big Mom wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled. "The effect is even stronger than the legendary Conquer the Nation, right? How about we call our move Conquer the Sea?" Kaido grinned. "Oh ho ho. A sea that is countless times larger than a country?" You got some serious ambition. How can you stand in the sea without a bit of ambition? The two exchanged knowing smiles, then turned simultaneously, their eyes falling on the pirate ship locked by chains. The soldiers on the ship were dumbfounded, while Katakuri and the others rushed to the front of the ship and shouted, "Mama! Mama, Mama! No doubt they are my children." Big Mom waved at them with a smile, but in the next second, her expression darkened as she looked at the soldiers. Her smile turning cold. "You hurt my children like this. You know how to increase the stakes for yourselves. Katakuri, you guys go back inside." She signaled to Uno, who immediately tore off a cloth, handing it to Longbread and himself to plug their ears. Big Mom took a deep breath and let out a deafening roar. Life or slave. Choose one. The captivating voice spread out, and the soldiers on the ship and dock instantly convulsed, streams of liquid-like souls flying out of their bodies and gathering in Big Mom's hands. She casually tossed them, and the bricks and rubble on the ground suddenly sprouted limbs and stood up, shouting, "Mama, what are your orders?" "Immediately attack the palace. Kill without mercy." "Yes, Mama." A swarm of bricks and debris bounced toward the palace. Kaido crossed his arms, acting as if nothing was happening. Big Mom's soul spell had no effect on him. Big Mom's heart sank. This kid can actually ignore my abilities? The last ones who could do that were Rocks, Whitebeard, and Roger S. monsters. Could it be? This kid really has the potential to be a king? Bah, I am the king. She shook off her distractions and pointed her long knife at the chasm. Longbread, look at the ship. The rest of you, come with me to fetch the king's head. Oh ho ho, I can't wait any longer. Kaido laughed wildly and was the first to charge out. On the other side, in the ruins of the palace, King Pecunia was so scared that his legs went weak. Tampa was analyzing the terrifying destructive power when a phone bug rang, and a terrified survivor from the port reported, "It's bad. They've broken out of the clock and are heading towards the palace." A scream came from the phone bug, and then it cut off. The king's face turned pale as he grabbed Tampa's clothes and shouted, "Quick, use your ability to lock them up again." Tampa's replied expressionlessly, "Sorry, my time prison can only be used once within 7 days. What should we do?" The irritable Helgjord picked up his meteor hammer. "Leave it to me. I'll smash them one by one." Tampa's drew the twin needle from his back, a smirk on his lips. "Perfect, I also want to settle things with those guys. Mr. Helgjord, I'll accompany you." He paused and added double the reward. As soon as he finished speaking, the two vanished in an instant. At this moment, on the road to the palace, the Homai's army was rampaging wildly. Kaido kicked aside a corpse with disdain, snorting, "A bunch of paper tigers." Uno analyzed. The urgent matter is to capture the king and force Tampa to cancel the contract. This was indeed the best way. Bounty hunters have regulations that if the employer is dead or cancels the contract, the mission must be terminated. But who is Kaido? After hearing this, he rolled his eyes and said arrogantly, "Impossible." Huh. Uno's jaw nearly dropped in shock. That Tampaz has kept us trapped for so long. I can't even think straight without giving him a good beating. Moreover, just thinking about his strongest throne makes my hands itch. I just want to pull it down. Lingling laughed at this, licking her lips and saying, "That's right. This is the style of our Rocks Pirates. Who cares about Tampaz or the king? I want to turn them all into Homais and just crush them straight through." I'll tell you, just as we were about to leave, the ground beneath us started vibrating like it had 800 motors installed, and then it exploded with a buzz. Good heavens, spikes of rebar shot up from the ground, thicker than my arms, wildly scattering everywhere. Lingling reacted incredibly fast, directly summoning Zeus, grabbing me, and Uno, and whoosh, we flew up into the sky. Just as we left, that spot turned into a forest of spikes. Then we saw a muscular guy covered in nails jump out from the ground, shouting that he had intended to ambush us, but didn't he hit a single one, which made him furious. His partner, wearing a white robe and sporting a pair of metal wings on his back, floated expressionlessly in the clouds, looking like an AI judge. Lingling sneered and said it was perfect, saving us the trouble of looking for them. She raised her hand and unleashed a big fireball, Prometheus, and shouted as she smashed it down. Boom! 100-meter-high pillar of fire shot into the sky, instantly melting that forest of spikes into molten iron. That white-robed Tampaz floated over the fire pillar like a ghost. Lingling, riding Zeus, confronted him, and aimed to slash his face with a knife. But folks, what no one understood was that Lingling-S strategy was a feint. She circled around him, and I took off directly from Zeus' back. I swung my club straight at his kidneys. That guy reacted quickly, realizing my power and not daring to take it head-on, turning around to block with 2 needles. But at the moment our weapons collided, his expression changed because he realized the force behind my swing was off. Unfortunately, it was too late. Uno emerged from behind me like a ghost, taking a hit from him, but also grabbing onto those broken wings. There were a few cracking sounds, and those metal wings shattered into 8 pieces. Seeing he was about to fall, this guy was really something. He threw a short needle to the ground, and the ruins instantly transformed back into skyscrapers. He did a flip off the wall and landed steadily. Tampa looked at the 3 of us and even smiled, saying he hadn't expected the Rocks Pirates teamwork to be so good, which made him lose air superiority, admitting we were the most troublesome enemies he had ever encountered. I thought about responding, "Can you be a bit more generous, like handing over your head?" He was still pretending to hesitate, and the spiky-headed muscular man held George couldn't take it anymore, swinging his meteor hammer and shouting that Mr. Tampa should stop talking nonsense. These bastards ruined his breakfast and must be killed. Lingling took a couple of steps forward, looking at this one, then that one, then turned back and smiled at me, her teeth white, saying, "Logically, it would be best for me to deal with that time-wasting bastard and you to handle that angry face guy, but if I arrange it, you definitely won't be happy, right?" Hee. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "You really understand me." As soon as I finished speaking, both Lingling and I moved at the same time, leaving 2 afterimages on the spot as we charged forward. Bang! Boom! With 2 loud crashes, my bat clashed with Tampa's needle, and Lingling's knife collided with Helga's meteor hammer. While pressing the opponent, Lingling shouted to Uno, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the palace." Uno replied and instantly disappeared. I am confronting Tampa, and he actually has the time to dust off his robe and sigh, saying, "Why do you always come at me so fiercely? Do you really want my life that badly?" I hoist the spike club onto my shoulder and reply, "Aren't you the same? Besides, I need you to know who the most valuable person in our group is." After hearing this, he stared at me for a while, and suddenly, as if he had figured something out, he began to ramble. "Oh, I remember now. You're that new Kaido from Rocks, right? With a bounty of only 110 million, you're among the lowest of my hunting targets." I was so angry that my veins were popping out. If it weren't for the fact that I was wary of his abilities, I would have smashed his skull with a single blow. He was still laughing, saying, "Is it really true that you're strong? Now is the time to prove it, give it your all." On the other side, that kid Uno was also running like crazy, but he didn't get far before he was blocked by a group of the king's royal guards. Those lackeys even mocked him, saying he looked handsome enough to be the king's new male pet. Wow, now they really stirred up a hornet's nest. Uno directly took off his gloves, grinning in a chilling way, and said, "Fine, I won't pretend to be a gentle person anymore." With that, he charged straight at those lackeys. I went all out against Tampa. He came down with a cross shockwave, and I dodged it. Then he turned into a high-speed spinning top and drilled into me. So I spun around and clashed with him head-on. In the end, he still seized the opportunity and kicked me in the face, which knocked me out cold. I smashed through a building like a cannonball. I just crawled out of the rubble, shook my head, and he charged at me like an arrow. I rolled on the ground to dodge, grabbed his spike club, and swung it up to hit him in the waist. He blocked it with a short needle, while his right hand's long needle came straight for my wrist. I quickly maximized my conqueror's haki, forcing his needle off course. In the split second he was stunned, I landed a solid blow on his waist, sending him flying. He crawled out of the rubble, surprisingly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, praised my skills, and said I was the first to push him this far. I thought to myself, "You really talk too much." But then he changed his tone, saying it was about to get serious. In the next moment, he vanished. I'm telling you, it was just a split second, and shadows surrounded me from all directions, making it impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. I quickly closed my eyes and used observation haki to sense. Just as I caught his aura, I turned and swung my club, but it was still too slow. He was faster, appearing directly behind me, and 2 streaks of blue light slammed into my back. Ling felt the explosion on my side. Just as she got distracted, that Helgjorg launched a sneak attack on her. However, That hedgehog-headed guy was out of luck. Ling Ling was a steel balloon. When he swung down, she didn't even flinch. Instead, she grabbed his iron chain and swung him around like a wrecking ball, smashing down an entire building. That guy still wasn't discouraged and emerged from the ground with countless sharp spikes. Ling Ling, riding Zeus, dodged while charging up her power and unleashed a devastating strike, creating a massive pit in the ground. But that guy popped up from the side, turning into a big spike ball that crashed into Ling Ling's back. Ling Ling got up from the ground, laughing instead of getting angry, saying she originally thought he was just a lackey, but found him quite capable. The hedgehog-headed guy looked at the dozens of spikes broken off his armor. His face turned green. He knew he couldn't hurt Ling Ling and could only stall. I took a hit from Tampa's attack and felt like my whole body was about to fall apart, relying solely on my armament hockey to stay alive. Seeing me like this, Tampa asked if I could still fight. I just laughed and said, "Not only can I fight, but I've also found the flaw in your ability." He looked at me in disbelief. I charged at him recklessly, creating an afterimage to trick him. I took off my jacket and threw it as bait. Sure enough, the moment his needle touched my clothes, my jacket instantly turned into something like ancient animal hide. I realized right then, let me tell you, his ability has a bug. He can't use it on two targets at the same time. He can either accelerate himself or age objects, one or the other. Your weakness is that you can't apply your ability in two places at once. I shouted, pouring all my hockey into my Wolf Fawn club, and unleashed a thunderous 8 trigrams attack. Just when I thought I had it under control, that guy actually aligned the tips of 2 needles together. Buzz. The whole world went silent. Family. Time stopped. I felt like I had hit the pause button, watching him swipe at my chest. By the time I could move again, I'd already been thrown out with a huge gash on my stomach, blood spraying everywhere. Tampa himself was exhausted, leaning on his needle and gasping for breath, saying it was the first time he used that time stop ability, and it took a huge toll on him, aging him several years. Seeing that I was badly hurt, he said we were both about done, so let's settle this. I cursed him in my heart, thinking he was deceiving me. I could sense with my observation hockey that his aura was weakened, but he was still much stronger than me. Even another fight with Ling Ling would be enough. Fortunately, I hadn't swung my stick yet, and I still had plenty of momentum left. All right, let's take a gamble. I pretended to be exhausted, tore a piece of cloth to casually bandage my wound, grabbed my stick, and charged forward again. On the other side, Ling Ling was also going all out, relentlessly attacking the Hellchorg. That guy with the hedgehog head was quite cunning, using all sorts of tricks, tying chains to his blade, even self-destructing with a meteor hammer. But it was all just a distraction. The spikes he had previously unleashed were all a setup. He clasped his hands together, and all the needles that had fallen on the ground suddenly shot out, binding Ling Ling tightly, even gagging her. Zeus wanted to save her, but ended up wrapped up like a spiky ball too. That guy was quite the talker. He stood in front of the immobilized Ling Ling and began reminiscing about his hardships. He said he was once the strongest in this country, but when he challenged Tampas, he got hit by a needle right on his forehead and turned back into a baby. Since then, Tampas became his life mentor, the person he respected the most. I'm telling you, this guy is simply the #1 fan of Tampa, babbling endlessly about how you pirates don't know anything, and that you can't even imagine the power of Mr. Tampa. After saying that, he turned around casually without looking back, telling my Ling Ling to watch how that Kaido kid gets taken down. Just as he finished speaking, out of nowhere, a pillar of fire shot up from the ground. It burned all his junk to ashes. In the flames, Ling Ling walked out as if nothing had happened. Her hat was burned to shreds, her pink waves were exposed, and her clothes were a bit torn, but you can't deny it, she still looked pretty cool. Next to her floated a little son, Prometheus, with an expression as if to say, "Who just said my mom wasn't capable?" The guy was dumbfounded, stuttering, when Ling Ling was so nonchalant, flipping her hair, smirking, saying, "While you were busy turning into a hedgehog ball and trying to shove me into the ground, I had Prometheus dig underground to wait for you. Your little smoke and ash just happened to provide cover for us. To put it simply, I just wanted to hear what else you could come up with. I was just playing along with you. Who understands this plot twist is simply textbook level face slapping." That guy lost it right there, howling and turning back into that hedgehog ball rolling over. Ling Ling had Prometheus shoot a fireball at him, and he drifted to dodge it, then slammed into Lingling with all his might. He probably wanted to use the same trick to pin Lingling down, but before he could finish his sentence, Lingling grabbed him with one hand and spun him around like a top for a dozen circles, then flung him away in a flash. That guy was flying up there, just regaining some sense of direction, when suddenly there was a thunderclap. Next, my big son Zeus, fully charged. He transformed into a thundercloud storm, covering half the sky. Lingling shouted 2 words, thunder, crack. A dazzling golden lightning bolt struck down, hitting the bullseye. The guy let out a scream as his armor shattered like glass piece by piece. As the lightning faded, he was left with a cactus hairstyle, rolling his eyes, and smoke billowing from his body as he fell down. Just as his consciousness was fading, flashes of past conversations with Tampa started running through his mind. Like wanting to be his disciple, wanting to change this lousy country, and even naively hoping Tampa would take him around the world. Sigh, who understands? Before the dream even started, the person was gone. Tears streamed down his face as he fainted. Over here, the battle was over, and Zeus and Prometheus were still bickering. Lingling took a glance at the guy on the ground, muttered something quite naive, and decided not to collect his soul just yet. She turned around and heard a commotion in the distance. That Kaido kid was actually still holding on. Wow, he has got some guts. So Lingling hopped on Prometheus and flew over to watch the fun. Let me tell you, back then Kaido was in a terrible situation. Being chased and poked by Tampa's 2 needles, he could only retreat desperately, not daring to touch the club. One hit and he would be done for. He was holding back a big move, gathering all his haki to prepare for a big strike. But Tampa directly disregarded him, unleashing a big move called Reign of Time. A giant eyeball appeared out of nowhere in the sky, with a clock as its pupil. Then Bayubibu like a laser rain. It swept across the entire map with no dead angles. The scene was like carpet bombing, every hit creating a big crater on the ground. But this little brat Kaido was truly cunning. He noticed that when Tampa unleashed his big move, his feet were planted on the ground, not moving an inch. He immediately understood, executing a serpentine movement, charging towards Tampa's face while dragging the rain of lasers. He wanted Tampa to hit himself with his own skill. The old fox Tampa smiled, thinking, little brat, I've predicted your prediction. He jumped up, ready to counterkill from the air. Result: Kaido had also predicted that he would predict his prediction. Kaido instantly disappeared, reappearing above Tampa's forehead, with his club wrapped in purple lightning, smashing down with a move called Falling 3 Worlds. It looked like he was about to land a headshot. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by, swatting Kaido away as if he were a chick, tossing him aside. Kaido was furious, lying on the clouds cursing, "Old hag, what are you doing? I was about to win." Lingling slapped him on the head, "You fool. Look at what's under his feet." Kaido focused and was dumbfounded. Within 3 meters of Tampa, the air was distorted, and the speed of falling pebbles was as slow as a PowerPoint presentation. Tampa leisurely explained that his move was called Wheel of Time, and anything that stepped into his domain would slow down immensely. Moreover, as long as he moved, he could double the attack back. The reason he hadn't moved before was simply because he hated the feeling of being immobile. Kaido's face turned green. How could he fight like this? This was simply a monster. Just when Kaido and Lingling were about to combine for a big move, Tampa suddenly raised both hands. "I give up. I surrender." Huh. We were both stunned on the spot. Tampa calmly said he had long known he couldn't beat our combined technique, and he originally wanted that guy to hold one of us back. Since the plan failed and it turned into a 2-on-1, there was no point in fighting anymore. Wow, this guy is so straightforward. Kaido didn't believe it and asked him if he was serious. Tampaz directly took out the Din Mushi and in front of us, resigned to the king. "Hello, your majesty Pecunia? I'm done with this job. Refund your money, and please find someone else." The king on the other end was almost going crazy, and before hanging up, he added, "Also, people like you who can only rely on others are really foolish and have terrible character." After saying that, he hung up. Damn, this is simply the pinnacle of reverse PUA in the workplace. After hanging up the phone, he even asked us what we plan to do with this country and what the ultimate goal is. Kaido, who is also single, answered directly, to rule the world. Tampa's face went blank after hearing this, and after a long pause, he actually laughed. The goal is simple and straightforward. I like it. If it were you guys, you might really succeed." After saying that, this guy instantaneously moved over and picked up his unconscious little brother, and specifically turned back to Kaido and said, "Kaido, little brother, looking forward to fighting you next time. Make sure to get stronger." This gave Kaido goosebumps all over. Then he left with a remark of "see you next time," and vanished in an instant. Only Kaido and Lingling were left staring at each other. Kaido immediately lay down on the ground in exhaustion, but his eyes were full of excitement, shouting that next time he must take down Tampa one-on-one. Lingling sneered beside him, saying that men are so single-minded, with nothing in their heads other than fighting and honor. And then for some reason, she thought of Uno and started daydreaming. Just as they finished and were about to leave, 100 meters underground in the palace, the Fat Pig King was commanding his subordinates to move the treasury onto a large cart, preparing to flee. He had built a secret passage directly to the backdoor port, and the ship was all ready. He was dreaming of making a comeback in the East Sea when he suddenly heard his subordinate scream. He turned around and saw a pile of corpses lying all over the secret passage, severed hands and feet, blood flowing like a river. In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. It was Uno. He was wearing a tight suit, covered in blood, with no expression on his face, completely different from his usual gentle self. He even smiled and said, "Oh, it seems I may have overdone it a bit, but the target is indeed here." A loud bang echoed from afar, and the entire treasury shook. Uno smiled and said, "Ah, the bomb at the port has successfully detonated." The king was terrified and ordered the soldiers to attack together. Those soldiers were trembling, and none dared to move. Uno flashed into the crowd, and the next moment, a blood mist filled the air, and they all fell down. Now, only the king was left. He fell to his knees in front of Uno, offering money, status, even the country itself. Uno completely ignored him, reached up to remove his helmet, revealing a head of purple hair, and coldly asked, "Does my appearance not seem familiar, Pecunia?" When the king saw his face, he was so scared that he lost his mind, frantically bowing his head, saying he only leaked information and that it was someone else who destroyed the village. Uno's gaze was icy, as if looking at a pile of garbage. After a long time, he grabbed the king's right hand and said in a voice as cold as ice, "Choose the name of that person or your life." "I tell you," the king shouted out loud. His arm felt like it was clamped in a hydraulic press, his bones almost shattered, and he was sweating profusely while shouting, I said, that person is called." Once he spat out the name, Uno finally let go, his face devoid of any expression, coldly asking, "You're not lying to me, are you?" "Absolutely true. Absolutely true." The king, while rubbing his purple wrist, forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "I tell you, that person came to me a year ago, and I even gave him a lot of gold just to get familiar in the Holy Land. I send him things every year, but recently I heard he has the tea come down for a long time, and I can't contact him." Uno nodded. "Got it. Thanks." "Oh, not at all. Feel free to command me if you need anything." The king hadn't finished his sentence when Uno gently placed a hand on his face. The next second, with a bang, the king was blown to bits, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The sky was filled with red and white, splattering all over Uno, who didn't even blink, looking at the pile of mosaic on the ground with a tone that was utterly cold. "People like you should die sooner." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone bug on him rang. Once he picked up, I tell you, his face changed like a mask, smiling gently. "It's me, Miss Lingling." On the other end of the line, a lion's roar came. "Where the hell have you been? I called several times, and no one answered." "Oh, I was afraid of delaying things. Didn't dare to answer. Please bear with me." Uno was all smiles. "I just found the king of Pecunia in the underground vault, but he has already been taken down by his subordinates, probably over the treasure dispute. There are corpses everywhere." "Really? Good job. Bring back all the gold. We're done here too. Just report your location, and I'll have Zeus come pick you up." "Okay, I'm currently at." After hanging up, Uno's lips curled into a faint smile. He was clear in his heart. Judging by the noise, Tampa had been defeated by Kaido and the others. That newcomer named Kaido had some skills. Just right. For my purpose, let me make good use of you. He put on the silver helmet again, walked to the mountain of golden carts, and muttered to himself, "If you had given up these things earlier, you might have escaped. But greed until death really fits your character." He pushed the ridiculously heavy cart as if it were a toy, not even breaking a sweat. When he reached the dark door, he stopped and casually pressed on the inner wall of the vault. Boom! The entire underground space began to shake violently. The walls cracked like spider webs, and chunks of the ceiling came crashing down. Goodbye, decayed kingdom built on greed. Uno didn't look back, pushing the cart into the darkness. Behind him was a completely buried ruin. 10 days later, on Hive Island. I tell you, the Loki port was like a market, bustling with people, each face filled with excitement and nervousness, whispering to each other. Is this really the territory of the world's strongest pirate crew? It's even more impressive than I imagined. That rocks. Can he really take us in? Don't tell me it's a trap to take us all down. Nonsense. Sister Lingling is the hero who liberated our country. Can her words be false? But didn't Mr. Tampa say they were here to rob? The city was destroyed by them. Tampa himself ran away. And you still believe him? He.S. just a money-driven lackey. Below, it was a complete mess. Whitebeard Newgate was directing his subordinates, his head throbbing. I saw him holding his forehead, thinking wildly. Lingling brought me so many people in one breath. How many houses do we need to build to accommodate them all? He looked up at the giant skull building in the center of the island and vaguely saw Rocks with his spiky hair laughing wildly from the window. Unable to help but sigh. That guy was like he was on steroids again. No wonder Kaido had achieved great merit again. But that woman Lingling came back with everyone intact. I thought she would take the opportunity to run away. What is she plotting? At that moment, in the Skull Throne Hall, Rocks lounged on the throne, looking down at Lingling and the 4 Kaido, laughing maniacally. I've seen the newspaper. You didn't disappoint me. It's even a day earlier than I expected. Well. Lingling crossed her arms and grinned widely. Although it took some effort, the civilians are grateful to us. Most are willing to go to sea with us as pirates. Rocks nodded in satisfaction, suddenly recalling something, his smile fading as he asked seriously, Did you encounter the Time Devourer, Tampa? No doubt about it. Kaido is still feeling it, complaining about how he has never fought such a frustrating battle in his life. That guy is 1,000 times more troublesome than Shiryu. No, I'm just curious how you managed to survive under him. Rock stroked his chin. Some of my subordinates, with strength similar to yours, when they encountered him, without exception, all had their time taken away and turned into mummies. The long bread beside him trembled in fear, thinking he almost became one of them. But Kaido burst into laughter. Doesn't that just mean we're stronger than them now? As soon as these words came out, Rocks was taken aback for a moment before bursting into even more exaggerated laughter. Ha! You kid, your thought process is truly unique. But you're right. Strength is built through battles. Who knows, the next time you encounter Tampa, you might be able to take him down by yourself. Let's not talk about Tampa. Lingling interrupted them about the reward. This time, you should give me a hefty reward, right? You're the first contributor, so naturally, I want to shortchange you. Rocks snapped his fingers. A man reeking of alcohol, with messy hair and a scruffy beard, stumbled in holding a bottle. What do you need me for, Mr. Rocks? Captain John, how will the treasure be distributed according to contributions? The man called Captain John took out a list from his pocket and read it slowly. We robbed a total of 50 billion berries. 60 goes to the crew, leaving 20 billion for you all. Commander Lingling gets the most, 10 billion. Uno came up with a method to break the bell at a critical moment and found the gold, so he gets 5 billion. Long bread. Although he almost caused the crew to be wiped out, but provided information and stopped Lingling-esque gluttony, so he gets 4 billion. The remaining brothers from the Charlotte family get 1 billion. Kaido, who hadn't heard his name after a long time, got anxious. Hey, did you forget someone? Captain John looked at the list and shook his head. Sorry, our rule is that you can only share after being in the crew for a month. You've only been here for 20 days. Kaido exploded on the spot, pointing at Rock's nose and cursing. You damn hedgehog. You set me up. Rocks picked his nose. Looking indifferent. You didn't ask. I couldn't be bothered to say. There will be plenty of money to share in the future. Kaido was so furious he couldn't even speak. Uno held back his laughter and leaned close to his ear, whispering, Don't worry, my money won't run out. I'll give you half. Hearing this, Kaido's anger immediately subsided by more than half, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, I see. Thank you. His fondness for Uno surged in his heart. Getting back to business, Rock's gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp. The Eater Kingdom is the government's sweetheart. If we move against it, we will definitely be targeted. It's still too early to go to war with the government. For now, keep a low profile, conserve our energy. Once the storm passes, we will strike them by surprise, and then we will rally all the non-member countries to take down the world government together. In a small town in the West District, a tavern called Crazy Bar had just opened. Kaido was sitting with his legs crossed, drinking from a gourd that was larger than his head. Ha ha ha. The liquor here is really good. 3 little brothers beside him nodded and bowed. Boss Kaido, this is our best sweet heaven wine. Please give it a try. It's definitely the best wine I've ever had, Kaido said with a satisfied expression, looking around. The whole tavern was packed, and he praised Capona. Your business is getting bigger and bigger. Isn't that all thanks to Boss Kaido? Capona laughed. They all knew that they had accidentally kidnapped Kaido, but ended up with the right person. Now Kaido was a favored man in Rock's eyes, second only to Whitebeard. Following him, their future was limitless. Speaking of which, that guy Rocks is really a madman, wanting to go against the world government. Kaido wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth. But only someone like him is worthy to be my opponent. Capona and the others turned pale. Boss, you've had too much to drink. Nonsense. I'm very sober. Kaido picked up another jug of wine. I just got here, and I've already encountered so many strong opponents. I want to get stronger than yesterday. One day, I will trample all those so-called strongest underfoot. At night, Lingling and Longbread were sitting on a rooftop. Choo-choo. I say, Lingling, we could have taken the opportunity to leave Rocks. Why did we come back? And brought so many burdens? What? Do you have an opinion? Who would dare? Choo-choo. I'm just curious. Well. There's no special reason. Lingling looked up at the starry sky, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. If I had to say, I just want to witness that kid's future with my own eyes. Choo-choo. Which kid? Longbread asked, looking confused, just putting a piece of roof tile, turned beef dipped in cream into his mouth. Lingling's eyes instantly widened, drool dripping down. By the way, I haven't eaten enough today. Hand over the beef. Wait, Lingling. In the next moment, Longbread's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the night sky. At the same time, Uno was squatting alone by the sea, throwing stones into the water. He looked at his palm. Tears suddenly fell, dripping into the sand, his voice low, almost as if talking to himself. Don't worry. Even if I'm in hell, I will never spare them. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, a roar echoed from Sengoku's office. Such a big matter. You only tell me now? I'm very sorry, Admiral Sengoku. Someone mimicked the voice of King Pecunia, saying everything is fine, that's why we. Enough. I don't want to hear explanations. Sengoku slammed the table. Immediately send a large army and take back the Eater Kingdom. Yes. Just as the colonel was about to leave, the transponder snail rang. Sengoku answered, and an old man with a birthmark on his forehead appeared. Sengoku, have you seen the situation in the Eater Kingdom? Yes. My subordinate was just about to send troops. I order you to immediately halt the operation. Sengoku was stunned. What do you mean? The voice on the other end was terrifyingly low. We value Eater because of its gold. Now that the king is dead and the gold has been stolen, that country has no value. There's no need to provoke Rocks over it. But what about the civilians there? We can't just ignore them. Where's the government's authority? Stop talking. There are as many member countries as needed. No action allowed. I don't want to say it a third time. After the call ended, Sengoku's face turned ashen, and with a chop of his hand, he split the desk in half. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. Those high and mighty old fools only see their own interests. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, the Rocks Pirates were unusually low-key, almost disappearing from sight. Until this day, a small wooden boat swayed as it approached Hakinosu Island. A sharp laughter came from the ship. Yo, we've finally arrived at the most vicious pirate island. In the dead of night, Kaido suddenly woke up from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. In the dream, a figure named Kubota had its face suddenly meld away, turning into a hideous skull that lunged at him. Damn it, it's been so long. He wiped his sweat and put on clothes that were already a bit small for him. Now he was 18 years old. His physique had grown significantly since 3 years ago. He grabbed his kanabo and headed out. It was his turn to patrol today. After walking a few steps, he bumped into Uno. Yo, Mr. Kaido, good morning. I was just about to look for you. Uno was still in his usual outfit, a green tank top and wearing a helmet. Oh, it's you, Uno. Kaido's tone softened a bit. Is that guy Lingling going hunting again? No, Uno shook his head. Miss Lingling was called away an hour ago. I heard a guest has arrived on the island, saying there's a big deal to offer to Mr. Rocks. All the cadres went to the castle. Kaido scratched his head. What does that have to do with our trainee crew? Anyway, there's no rule saying trainees can't go. Uno revealed a meaningful smile. Maybe it's another chance to show off your skills. You've been on this island for 3 years. You must be tired of it. At this moment, in the Skull Castle, Rock's maniacal laughter shook the whole street. The pirate crew making a deal with the government? I've never heard of something so ridiculous in my life. In the lower part of the main hall stood an old woman with a wrinkled face and a hooked nose. She said with a sneer, Mr. Rocks, everything I say is from personal experience. A group of pirates raided my town. I hid and heard them say they would sell the captured people as slaves to Mary Geos. More importantly, I saw several devil fruits in their baskets. As soon as she said this, the entire place was in an uproar. Rock's eyes lit up. The conditions are indeed tempting. Do you know the transaction location? Yo. I heard it clearly. The old woman said proudly. It's on White Heron Island in the first half of the Grand Line. And it's in 17 days. We have time. What is the name of that pirate crew? They are the fleet under the Flying Sky Pirates. Hearing the name Flying Sky Pirates, everyone was taken aback. That was the most active force at sea in recent years, led by Admiral Don Quixote da Flamingo, with a bounty of 3 billion, a ruthless person who could float islands in the sky. Rocks pondered for a moment and calmly said, I see. You can leave now. As soon as the old woman left, Whitebeard immediately asked, Rocks, what do you plan to do? Well. Do I even need to ask? Lingling said greedily, of course. We'll rob all the valuable things. I agree. Captain John echoed. Don't think it's that simple. A blonde beauty cadre named Stussy frowned. The enemy is Don Quixote. You're right. Newgate as soon as the words were spoken. Another white-haired beauty with a snake wrapped around her waist, Gloriosa, stepped out, pointing at Stussy with a look of contempt. You should think about how not to hold us back. Vase. Alala. ISNT this Gloriosa? Stussy said with a mocking smile. I haven't forgotten how you peed your pants from being scared by the Sea Kings last time. And it was Wang Ji who saved you. You're not much better. You got blown to the rooftop after a failed experiment, looking like a toppled rat. I tell you, these two women are all about exposing each other's shortcomings, and they started arguing in front of all the officers, calling each other traitors for smuggling and blood-sucking bats for plastic surgery, and the insults were truly unpleasant. Everyone quiet. Rock's calm voice wasn't loud, but it made the two of them instantly shut up. He turned to Whitebeard. Newgate, have you investigated that old hag's background? Yes, her name is Odin Kazuki, and she is from Wano country. The island she lives on was indeed attacked, and the newspapers deliberately concealed the name of the pirate crew. I'm afraid Shiki is really colluding with the government, a country that is closed off. I understand now. Rocks suddenly stood up from the throne, flicked his cloak, and declared dominantly, At this point, let me go personally. Upon hearing this, the whole room was shocked, and Captain John's bottle of wine fell in fright. Do you know what you're saying? Whitebeard panicked. You must keep your abilities hidden before going to war with the government. I'm leading this mission. The enemy fleet is massive. One unit alone isn't enough. Rocks walked up to him, patted his chest, and wore an expression of absolute confidence. With me here, things will be much simpler. They aren't even qualified to make me use my abilities. Seeing his determination, Whitebeard had no choice but to compromise. Do as you wish. However, as your responsible person, I must go with you. Ha. With you around, it won't be a problem at all. Stussy immediately jumped on a Whitebeard, acting cute. Yang Newgate, I want to go too. Goral D. Roger rolled his eyes. They're going on a mission, not playing house with you. I have a new invention that needs to be put to use, Stussy sneered. Unlike you, who probably has no other skills besides that pretty face, right? I tell you, GOLD. Roger turned green at that time. Those two women were like firecrackers. They ignited with just a spark. Huh? Do you want to be the first test subjects of my masterpieces? Stussy is also merciless with her words. Just as it seemed like a fight was about to break out, it was Whitebeard. Oh no, back then he was still called Newgate, who came out to mediate. He said to our Captain Rocks, Captain, bring them along. One knows inventions, the other has ideas, they're useful. That guy Rocks laughed heartily and said, all right, since you two have some use, it's approved. Well, those two women instantly changed their expressions, their eyes sparkling like they had hit the jackpot. Then Rocks started calling out names, asking who else wanted to go. Guess what? Ling Ling, who later became Big Mom, touched her big belly and said, I'm about to give birth, I'm not going. And the longbread said, I have to take care of her, choo choo choo. Captain John was even more ridiculous, holding a bottle of alcohol and saying, isn't drinking more enjoyable? Why go? Wang Ji and his group were even more straightforward, saying, I don't want to fight that madman. The Golden Lion. At that moment, I thought to myself, wow, this team's cohesion really allows for freedom. Rocks wasn't angry at all. He gave a charming smile and said, you guys are going to miss out on a big opportunity. Then he waved his hand and declared this operation, the commander, AM bringing Whitebeard, Stussy, and Garoliosa. Before he could finish, the door slammed open, and two young guys walked in. One was wearing a helmet, and the other had horns, none other than Uno and Kaido. They immediately said, Boss, we heard everything from a meeting just now. Count us in. Ling Ling wasn't pleased at all and shouted, hey, who gave you the right to make decisions? Get back. But that Kaido was quite clever. With a grin, he said, don't get too worked up. Be careful not to lose your temper. When we come back, we'll give you 60% of the loot. Upon hearing this, Ling Ling's expression changed faster than flipping a page. Well, that's more like it. Whitebeard sighed and added a few kind words, saying these two kids, although they were interns, had great combat power. Who knew Rocks, with his hands in his pockets, walked up to them with a look in his eyes as if he was examining two toys, and suddenly smiled. From the very beginning, I never intended to leave you two behind. Kaido was stunned. His face was like, huh? I looked at Uno beside him, calm as ever, with a smile on his face, as if he already knew the script. This kid is really hiding his talents. So it was decided. Kaido and Uno were temporarily transferred from Ling Ling's team to Whitebeard's. Ling Ling didn't care as long as she got the money. Whitebeard looked at Kaido with a headache and said, just don't cause trouble for me. 10 days ago, you were almost eaten as a snack by Sea King. Kaido blushed, holding his breath, and promised to behave this time. The others had no objections. Stussy even threw a flirtatious glance at Kaido, saying, Kaido, my little brother. Long time no see, while Garoliosa was more direct, eyeing Kaido up and down, blushing and saying, he looks pretty strong, just my type. I was really speechless. What time is it? And they're still fighting over men. Finally, Rocks drew his sword, pointed to the sky, and shouted, everyone gather, including Kaido and Uno. 3 days from now, we set sail for White Heron Island and bring back all their goods. While we were holding the mobilization meeting, on the other side, on the streets of Hive Island, a mysterious old lady was walking with a broken stick. Let me tell you, that old lady had a sinister smile, and I could hear her calculating from 800 miles away. She said something about how easy it was to fool Rocks and mentioned that she had just seen Kaido, thinking he could be useful later, and was even pondering about saving someone and reviving the Korizumi family. Just as she was thinking, she bumped into a burly man. The pirate was about to curse at her, but the old lady quickly apologized and helped him up, inadvertently brushing her hand across his face. Once that pirate left, guess what? The old lady rubbed her right hand on her face, and suddenly, her face morphed into that of the pirate. It was like a real-life AI face swap. Then she swaggered off toward the port, humming a little tune, saying she was going to Shiki's place. I was instantly alarmed. Wow, this is a spy. The scene shifted to the vast sea, where a fleet was sailing. In the lowest deck of one ship, it was a tragic human scene. A huge iron cage was filled with men, women, and children, all of whom would be sold as slaves. The guards were making sarcastic comments, saying, you can run, but outside are sea beasts. If you escape, you'll just be fish food. The people in the cage were in despair, crying out for their parents. A young girl was so scared she screamed, saying she had seen how miserable slaves were and would rather die than become one. For a time, the entire dungeon was filled with crying sounds, and the atmosphere was so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. Just then, a huge gurgling sound drowned out all the cries. A weak voice came from the corner. Ugh, I'm so hungry. Is there anyone who can give me something to eat? Family who understands. At such a time, there's still a cold-hearted eater. 17 days passed in the blink of an eye, and our ship, the Rocks, flying the burning skull flag, was cutting through the stormy seas. Captain Rocks stood at the bow like a statue, asking Stussy, "Have you tested all those little gadgets of yours?" Stussy, with her legs crossed, looked quite pleased. "Of course. The new armor-piercing shells I developed have 5 times the power of the original. They can even penetrate sea prism stone. I brought over 100 rounds this time, and I'll sink those broken ships of the Golden Lion. It's a piece of cake." When Rocks heard this, he laughed heartily. "That's great. After the job is done, I'll give you half the treasure." But then Goroliosa chimed in, sneering, "You have a thick skin. Have you forgotten how many times you've failed?" Stussy immediately got riled up. "Are you jealous? If you have the skill, throw your snake out as a cannonball." Goroliosa refused to back down. "Those broken gadgets of yours. Who knows if they will work in real combat? If something goes wrong, we all have to go down with you. At least I'm better than you, you vase. I've had enough of you." As soon as those words fell, the two of them started fighting. Goroliosa grabbed her snake, wrapping it around her like a club. Stussy was fiercer. Wings sprouted from her back, and her teeth turned sharp. The two went back and forth, sparks flying on the deck, and poisonous needles flying everywhere. In the end, it was Whitebeard who couldn't take it anymore. He stood in the middle with his great sword and shouted, "Stop it! We're about to go to war. What are you two making a fuss about?" The aura he exuded instantly silenced them. Stussy's wings disappeared in fright. Goroliosa also shrank back, but she still argued, saying, "I'm just worried her invention isn't reliable. What if the Golden Lion has a backup plan?" Whitebeard listened, his expression softened a bit, and said, "Rocks will consider these matters." Then he earnestly advised them both, "You two are very important to us. Can you please get along?" Rocks, from beginning to end, seemed to not have heard anything, staring out at the sea. Once they calmed down, he turned to Whitebeard and said, "I brought them along precisely because they don't get along. If this power is used correctly, it can yield unexpected results. Isn't that what you and I are like?" Whitebeard was taken aback, recalling some past events, and smiled. Rocks then asked, "By the way, why is Kaido so quiet today?" Whitebeard glanced towards the cabin. "I heard today is a very important day for him." Rocks looked up at the sky and said softly, "Today happens to be the day the kingdom of Wokai was wiped out." In the cabin, Kaido was sitting alone in a daze, holding an old silver coin. Uno walked over and asked him, "You do this every year on this day?" Kaido gave a bitter smile and said, "This coin was left by someone like my father, but that person sold him to the world government in collaboration with the king. I escaped back, only to find the entire country gone, with corpses everywhere. I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find his body." Kaido slammed the silver coin hard on the ground. "I really want to ask him face to face, why did he betray me?" Uno, like a philosopher, picked up the coin and said, "Sometimes betrayal doesn't need a reason. I advise you not to think too highly of people, even if they are family." Kaido fell silent, putting the coin away, and said, "You're right, so I'm also thinking hopefully I never see him again." Just then, someone came to notify them, "We're about to arrive at White Heron Island. All personnel to the deck." Kaido suddenly stood up, shaking off the previous emo mood, and laughed heartily. "Who cares about golden lions or silver lions? I've got a belly full of anger today, and I'm going to smash them all." We all rushed to the deck and saw the White Island in the distance. Stussy looked through the binoculars and frowned. "Something's not right. Is this really the fleet of the Golden Lion with just these 15 ships? Who do they think they're looking down on?" Rocks also sensed something was off. That Shiki guy has always been flamboyant. This setup is too small. There must be a conspiracy. Goroliosa wanted to say they were overthinking it, but suddenly, Newgate looked up at the sky and his face turned pale. We followed his gaze, and let me tell you, everyone there, including Kaido, had their jaws on the ground. In the sky, who understands, family? Thick dark clouds in the sky were packed with warships. One after another, they emerged just floating up there, like something out of sci-fi movie. Whitebeard gasped. It's Shiki's float fruit. Turns out the rumors were true. GOLD. Roger sat down on the ground, stunned. We've been played from the very beginning. How are we supposed to fight now? It's over. This time it's completely over. The enemy has air superiority. We're just sitting ducks down here. Uno had a serious expression. Our ship's shield is great, but once activated, it can't move and can't hit anything in the sky. We can only passively take hits. Just when we thought we were done for, Rock spoke up, his tone calm, as if he were just commenting on the nice weather. Relying on the shield is useless. He said word for word. The officers and the two kids should take the speedboat to the island and stop the transaction. This thing in the sky, I'll handle it alone. Whitebeard immediately got anxious. No way. How can you deal with an entire fleet by yourself? Rocks waved his hand, his face radiating confidence and dominance. Don't worry, old buddy. So far, no one has seen my true strength. To deal with them, I won't even bother using my fruit abilities. Damn, this guy is really showing off. I give him full marks. Without hesitation, a speedboat was lowered. The few of us officers jumped in one after another. GOLD. Roger almost fell into the sea, but was caught by Kaido, which made her blush. We had just boarded the speedboat when the battleships in the sky spotted us. In an instant, a torrential downpour of shells rained down on us. The brothers left on the boat were dumbfounded. I saw Rocks standing at the bow, unfazed, drawing his double-headed knife and suddenly twisting it towards the sky. The knife spun like a helicopter rotor, creating a terrifying shockwave that formed a huge transparent dome over the boat. Countless shells struck the dome, bang, 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 all shattering into pieces. Not a single one harmed our boat. The scene was simply like a humanoid Gundam. Taking advantage of this moment, Stussy floored the accelerator, and the speedboat shot forward like an arrow, leaving a white streak on the sea as it defied the naval gunfire, racing towards White Heron Island. Rock's maniacal laughter echoed from behind. Ha! That's the spirit, boys. Let me tell you, just after Rock shouted, the camera shifts, and we have to talk about the big opponent he's going to face. Goodness, that is shining white island, with a mirror-like snow mountain poking up in the middle. At the foot of the mountain, there's a gigantic pirate ship parked, with a golden lion head statue at the bow that looks intimidating. Who is this? The flying pirate crew, Admiral Gold, Lion Shiki. I saw a strong man running over to report. Admiral, the ships are hidden in the sky, just like you said. Whoever passes by will be taken out. Sitting cross-legged on the statue at the bow of the ship was an old guy with long golden hair that looked like a lion's mane, holding a pipe, laughing arrogantly. Ha ha, with my abilities, flying into the earth is no problem. This King is indeed the golden lion himself. He turned to ask the guy next to him, wearing a white coat with an explosive hairstyle. Indigo, how are those old guys doing lately? The one called Indigo, clearly a sycophant, pushed up his sunglasses and flattered. Report, Admiral. Roger and his crew are still searching for that broken stone in the West Sea. Even if they know about our business here, it would take them half a month to get here. The Golden Lion scoffed. I'm naive. That thing isn't worth much. He then asked, what about the others? The Red Count is still wandering around the New World, not interested in our affairs. As for the other one, Indigo's expression suddenly became serious. Our main force set off from Hive Island half a month ago, most likely heading our way. Oh, the Golden Lion took down his pipe, blew a smoke ring, and his mouth almost grinned to the sky. That group of bees won't miss this opportunity. Rocks is also coming? He is. Intelligence says that this time Rocks is personally leading the team. Hey. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion stood up excitedly, licking his lips. That's great. I've been wanting to meet that guy, and now the opportunity has come. Just then, a scruffy pirate ran over shouting, Admiral, the government people are here to make contact. They'll arrive at the back of the island in 5 minutes. Finally, they're here. The Golden Lion jumped down from the statue and shouted to his subordinates. No one rest. Our guests are arriving. Go prepare to welcome them. As soon as the pirates heard this, they ran off like they were on adrenaline, immediately moving boxes. But at that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the Golden Lion's ear. What makes you so happy? Damn! The Golden Lion and Indigo's hair stood on end as they turned around abruptly. Guess what? There stood a person on the mountainside, seemingly floating. Not standing, but sticking to the smooth rock face like a suction cup, arms crossed, looking down at them. It was too far away to see the face. Indigo immediately pulled out a bubbling chemical flask, warily shouting, Who are you? State your name, or don't blame us for being rude. The person chuckled lightly. Oh dear, are pirates this oblivious? Can't even recognize your most important guest? Just as the words fell, he pushed off the mountain wall with his foot, performed a front flip, and landed steadily. At this moment, I could see clearly that this guy was dressed in a white uniform and wearing a pure white mask with no patterns, making people feel uneasy. He glanced at the pirates who had surrounded him and pulled out a medal from his pocket. No need to be so angry. I said I am a liaison for this meeting. Now you understand, right? Upon seeing the world government's emblem on the medal, the pirates immediately put down their weapons. The Golden Lion was also puzzled. This person appeared and disappeared mysteriously, but he had to keep a facade. This isn't what was agreed upon, Mr. CP9. I didn't permit you to come ashore casually. Spare me. The masked man shrugged his shoulders, looking particularly helpless. The higher-ups don't trust you pirates, fearing you might play tricks. So they sent me to check the goods first. Oh, by the way, let me correct you. I am CP0. CP0. Everyone was shocked. As soon as this term came out, the place exploded. That's the highest intelligence agency directly under the Celestial Dragons, the legendary strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons. Whenever they move, it's definitely not good news. Now I understood this deal was definitely high stakes. The Golden Lion's heart sank, but his face remained calm. What's the difference between 0 and 9? They're both sneaky. Hey, Das, bring out the goods. Yes. Soon, a hidden door at the bottom of the ship opened, and a pirate dragged out a long chain, followed by a group of shackled, dazed slaves. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? The pirate shouted at an old man who couldn't walk, beating him mercilessly. I was wrong. I won't do it again. The old man cried, holding his head. How are you going to sell at a good price like this? The pirate whipped him again, and it looked like he was about to burst his head. At that critical moment, a flash of white light appeared, and the whip suddenly broke into several pieces in midair. The pirate who attacked felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if he had been hit by a hammer, and he shouted in panic, "Who? Get out here!" But no one answered him. All right, it was me." The CP0 member leisurely lowered his hand, saying that if he killed him, it would mean one less payment, so he should show some mercy. The pirate could only swallow his anger. However, the Golden Lion saw clearly that CP0 hadn't moved at all. In that instant, it was so fast he didn't even see who made the move. His heart raced with alarm. There's a third-party expert on this island. CP0 didn't care about this, calmly stating, "My ship will arrive in 3 minutes, and the weapons and gold you all will not be short by a single cent." The Golden Lion smiled darkly. It better be that way. Now, bring out your most important goods. The masked man said seriously, I need to verify the goods. Suspiciously, the Golden Lion muttered something and ordered his subordinates. 2 strong men brought over a heavy iron box, slamming it onto the ground with a thud. Unlock it, and inside was a wooden box. Opening it revealed a small treasure chest. The responsible pirate took out the key and with a click, opened it. Inside the treasure chest lay 3 devil fruits with spiral patterns, quietly resting. The labels clearly read, barrier fruit, ink fruit, and a mythical Zoan type, Yamada no Orochi form. Each of them was worth over 500 million. However, everyone at the scene was staring intently at the treasure chest. Their faces pale, and a deathly silence fell. What happened? The pirate who opened the box trembled in voice. Does anyone understand? Next to those 3 fruits, there was another label that read, animal type, dog fruit, mythical Zoan type, great mouth, true god form. But now that spot was completely empty. The fruit had vanished. It was like a real-life version of the disappearing one. CP0 stared at the empty space for a long time before coldly saying, "Mr. Shiki, please give me an explanation." The Golden Lion's face darkened, grabbing the pirate by the collar. "Didn't I tell you to take good care of it? How could it be missing?" The pirate was nearly scared to death. I swear it's not my fault. It was fine during the morning inspection. The only key is right here with me. Useless. The Golden Lion threw him to the ground, feeling both shocked and angry. A man named Dast heard this and quietly suggested, "Admiral, why not sell him the fruits at the price of 3? The Golden Lion had to harden his resolve and shouted to CP0, "There has been a little accident. How about you take the remaining ones for now?" CP0 shook his head. That's difficult. The higher-ups specifically requested those 2 rare mythical Zoan types, and now one is missing. How am I supposed to explain that? What do you want? The Golden Lion's anger flared up. Very simple. Hand over the fruits immediately, the masked man said indifferently. Otherwise, the government will consider you in breach of contract and will launch a full hunt against the Flying Sky Pirates. Damn it, trying to force me to act. The Golden Lion drew his twin blades in a flash. and his men instantly surrounded CP0. CP0 remained calm. You can kill me here without a problem. But once I die, my companions will see it as a signal to start a war, and the result will be the same. You little. The Golden Lion's face twitched in anger. He wasn't prepared to go to war with the government. Just then, a shout came from the ship. Admiral, we spotted Rock's ship. Should we attack? The Golden Lion, already irritated, roared. Do I still need to be asked about this? Do as you see fit. Upon hearing the name Rocks, CP0 seemed interested. The news leaked? That a group of tough bones. No matter how tough, they'll all be no match in front of my fleet. The Golden Lion pointed his sword at him. So, are you accepting this deal or not? Asking me is useless. Hand over the fruits, and we can talk about everything else. Then there's nothing to discuss. The Golden Lion raised his hand, about to give the order. Just as it seemed a fight was about to break out, suddenly, boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Immediately after, a loud, resonant laugh echoed across the entire island. Oh ho ho ho! I'll be taking your head, Golden Lion. This voice was incredibly penetrating. Everyone was stunned and turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see thick smoke and flames rising from the coast. Indigo's panicked voice came again. Admiral, a speedboat from the Rocks Pirates is charging in. They've already landed. TSK, these guys are really something. The Golden Lion laughed instead of getting angry. This was just what he needed. I was thinking the same. CP0 surprisingly nodded, realizing that fighting among themselves wouldn't be beneficial. It would be better to join forces to repel the enemy and then discuss their matters. The Golden Lion grinned, pointing his thumb at himself. Since the other side has specifically named me, I should at least give a response. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, lifting his sword and shouting, Kaiha, what are you all waiting for? Go hunt new prey. Saying that, he shot out like an arrow. The pirates followed suit, shouting loudly. CP0 sighed helplessly. What a bunch of hotheads. By the way, that laugh just now was really nostalgic. After saying this, he stepped in the air several times, creating explosive sounds, and also turned into an afterimage to chase after them. All that was left on the scene were a group of slaves and a few guards. On the other side, at the coast. Ouch! Stussy rubbed her head as she stood up, looking at the burnt speedboat, feeling dazed. She had driven the boat too recklessly, crashing it onto the shore. Just as she steadied herself, she heard Kaido's signature wild laughter, making her so angry she nearly fainted. She punched him in the back of the head. Idiot! By shouting like that, you just exposed our position. Whitebeard Newgate remained calm, carrying his Naginata forward. No worries, it saves us from having to find them. Stussy immediately changed her tone, clinging to Newgate's arm and acting cute. The old hag Garoliosa nearby couldn't stand it anymore and started their usual banter. Enough! Everyone be quiet. Newgate interrupted them. A man named Uno calmly analyzed. There are two paths ahead. The left is flat, but likely to encounter the main force. The right is rugged, but has cover. Kaido hefted his kanabo, licking his lips. Then I'll take the main road with Newgate and block their main force. I can't wait to have a fight with the Golden Lion. Kaiahaha. It's been a while since I've met such a wild kid. Just as he finished speaking, a figure fell from the sky, crashing into the ground with a clang, causing the ground to crack. Golden hair, kimono, pipe, unruly demeanor. The Golden Lion had arrived. He scanned the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Kaido. Was it you who was shouting just now? Quite the bravado. In an instant, a terrifying conqueror's haki exploded from him. Stussy and the others struggled to stand. Only Whitebeard remained unmoved. Kaido wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling even more excited. Now, this is interesting. He pushed off the ground hard, shooting out like a cannonball, his kanabo wrapped in haki, smashing down towards the Golden Lion. Over the past 3 years, Kaido hadn't been idle. He was confident this strike could shatter a city wall. However, clang! Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. The Golden Lion wielded his sword with one hand, effortlessly blocking Kaido's powerful strike. What? Everyone was stunned. Interesting, the Golden Lion grinned, swinging his sword in a reverse grip with his left hand. Then why don't you try taking a hit from me? Slash wave. A massive golden sword energy instantly took shape and shot out with a roar. The ground was cleaved, creating a bottomless chasm that extended out to the sea, forcefully splitting the ocean in half, with water gushing in and unable to close for a long time. Kaido barely managed to dodge in the nick of time, leaning against the rock wall and gasping for breath, completely shocked. The Golden Lion glanced at Stussy and the others who were sneaking away, paid them no mind, and instead asked Kaido with great interest, "Kid, what is your position on the Rocks ship?" Kaido paused and replied, "Apprentice crew member. Is that for real?" The Golden Lion's jaw nearly dropped. "With your strength, I thought you'd at least be a third in command, but you aren't even a senior member?" What was Rocks thinking? Who knows? Kaido raised his kanabo again. "Maybe you can't even beat a nameless rookie like me." The Golden Lion was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You're quite amusing, kid. Too bad I'm in a hurry to meet your governor, so I'll have to apologize." He crossed his swords, golden haki swirling around. "Don't worry, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell within 5 seconds. Ha ha ha." With that, he transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, charging fiercely towards Kaido with a ferocious grin. Meanwhile, on the Rocks ship, the battle had escalated. "Counterattack! Take them all down." With a command from Rocks, new type shells were fired into the sky as if they were free, instantly taking down several flying warships. "Bring out those mortars from Uno's batch." But those are still prototypes. Enough with the nonsense. Bring them here. 10 mortars blasted away at the sky, intercepting the enemy's artillery and creating a sea of flames. Following that, Rocks executed a massive slash that soared into the sky from the explosions, slicing over 20 warships in half. "Ha ha ha. A bunch of useless fools who can't fight without their captain." Rocks laughed proudly, just as his voice fell. The Golden Lion's slash that had cleaved the sea came flying from a distance, and the tremendous shockwave nearly capsized Rocks' ship. Looking at the terrifying scar on the sea surface, Rocks' expression turned serious for a moment, but he quickly erupted into an even louder laugh. "Ha! Interesting. I'm starting to like this guy." He turned back and shouted at the dizzy crew members. "The officers have already engaged. You all better step it up. Otherwise, we'll lose all our treasures. Let me tell you, when the cadres start fighting, it's truly earth-shattering. That old guy, Golden Lion Shiki, comes in with a thunderous strike, cutting through the air with a bang. And that kid Kaido is also ruthless, doing a backflip on the spot, a 360-degree Thomas spin, landing steadily behind Shiki, swinging his kanabo towards his kidneys. And guess what happened? Shiki didn't even look back. He countered with a knife and deflected the kanabo. Goodness. Kaido was stunned. In that moment of distraction, Shiki delivered a powerful kick right to his chin, knocking stars into his eyes. But that's not all. The old lioness left-hand knife suddenly burst with golden light. I tell you, that momentum was like it was free, sweeping towards Kaido. A golden shockwave. It was like a map cannon, booming. A huge mountain in front was instantly gone, evaporated. The ground shook for 5 kilometers like an earthquake. Shiki stood in front of that 500-meter wide pit, hands on his hips, laughing maniacally. "Ha! This is how strong I am." He thought Kaido must have been defeated. But when the smoke cleared, guess what I saw? Kaido was still standing there, arms crossed over his chest, emanating purple-black haki, not a hair out of place. He lowered his hands, hoisted the kanabo, and extended 5 fingers towards Shiki, grinning arrogantly. "Sorry, old man. 5 seconds is long gone." Shiki was stunned for a moment, but then he laughed even crazier. "Ha ha, interesting. Now this is fun. Let me tell you, while the battle was causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack over there, Whitebeard was actually watching from a big rock nearby. He was a bit surprised as he saw Kaido take that hit head-on, probably thinking to himself that this kid has really grown. Just then, a sinister voice emerged from behind him. "Hey, Edward Newgate, aren't you going to help your brother who's getting beaten up over there?" Whitebeard turned around sharply, and lo and behold, there was someone on the mountain behind him that he hadn't noticed before, wearing a mask, with no expression at all, exuding an eerie vibe. Whitebeard's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't sensed it at all, but he maintained his composure and coldly said, "Do I need you to teach me how to do things? With that outfit of yours, you're a government lackey, aren't you?" The masked man sighed, feigning innocence. "Don't say such harsh words. I'm just someone who follows orders. To be honest, I really don't want to deal with you criminals." Whitebeard tightened his grip on his big sword, his gaze sharp, since I'm just sitting around doing nothing, how about I come down and have some fun? Can you guess what the masked man said? He simply plopped down on the edge of the cliff and leisurely said, "Spare me. I want to live a few more years. Why don't we just watch the show together and guess who will win and who will lose? It could be quite entertaining, right?" Good grief. While people were fighting for their lives, he was just trying to play the role of a companion. Huh? Whitebeard snorted and decided to ignore him. On the other side, Kaido and Shiki were at it again. Bang, bang, bang. The kanabo and dual swords clashed, sparks flying everywhere. And the ground beneath them was cracking like a spiderweb. Shiki was truly insane, laughing maniacally as he brought down a sword from the sky. And Kaido took the hit head-on, getting pushed back several steps. Just as another strike was coming down, Kaido quickly backflipped to create some distance, then raised the kanabo above his head, channeling all his strength into it. Thunderous 8 trigrams. I tell you, Kaido was as fast as a black lightning bolt, charging straight to Shiki's face. But Shiki, that old fox, reacted quickly too. He stabbed his dual blades into the ground, and with a rumble, a dirt wall rose up in front of him, 3 fierce lion heads appearing on its surface. Kaido didn't care about anything else and smashed his club down. With a crack, the entire dirt wall shattered on the spot. In that instant, Shiki had already jumped onto Kaido's head, delivering a series of flying kicks to his face, and finally finishing with a spinning kick that sent Kaido flying like a sandbag, crashing into a pile of boulders. Kaido crawled out of the rubble, just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, ready to continue fighting, but when he looked up, he was stunned. All around him were Shiki's shadows. Surrounding him tightly, Kaido was shocked and quickly activated his observation haki to sense, finally locking onto Shiki's real body in the front left and swung his club down, but ended up hitting nothing. Shiki's maniacal laughter came from all directions. "Ha! You really are the strongest young man I've ever seen." Without saying a word, Kaido turned and swung again, still missing. Shiki's voice echoed all around like surround sound. "But you rely too much on haki, in pursuit of power. Your speed can't keep up. Your blue bar must be running low now, right? Do you feel like your body is being drained?" "Ha ha!" Kaido was irritated by his laughter, roaring, "Stop talking nonsense." Just as he was about to swing again, his legs suddenly went weak and he dropped to one knee, gasping heavily. Who understands? His haki was overexerted, and he was directly exhausted. Flaws everywhere. Shiki's voice rang out. The ground shook violently, and 4 huge dirt pillars shot up from the ground, transforming into 4 white male lions that pounced at him. Kaido couldn't dodge at all, and in an instant his limbs were tightly bitten by the lions. Then with a loud bang, he was pressed into the ground, leaving only his head and upper body exposed. All the residual shadows converged into Shiki's real body, who walked up to Kaido with his sword, looking down at him. "In front of my float fruit, you're just a little bug." Kaido struggled desperately, but couldn't move at all, only gritting his teeth and glaring at him. Shiki raised his sword, wrapped in golden haki, aimed at Kaido's neck, and sighed, "Kid, I haven't even asked your name yet, but I remember your face." After saying that, he swung down with his sword. Just at that critical moment, a flash of white light. A figure appeared in front of Kaido, clanging as he blocked Shiki's lethal strike with his weapon. The person was none other than Whitebeard. Shiki was so angry he jumped up. "Hey, are you kidding? What kind of skill is it to interfere in someone else's duel?" Kaido, being stubborn, even when close to death, shouted at Whitebeard, "What are you doing here? I don't need help. Get lost." Whitebeard ignored him, just turned his head, a smirk on his face. "Gururara, don't misunderstand. Kid, it's time for me to take over." After saying that, he waved his naginata with one hand, and the 4 dirt pillars that bound Kaido instantly shattered. Kaido got up, moving his limbs, looking displeased and wanting to argue, but Whitebeard threw a gourd of wine over his shoulder without looking back. "You asked me to keep this earlier. Drink it all at once. I don't want to be your babysitter." Kaido caught it, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in one go, wiping his mouth afterward, shouting, "Good wine." I tell you, as soon as that sip of wine went down, his aura instantly surged back up. He picked up his kanabo and swung it casually, the air buzzing with sound, fully recharged. Shiki's eyes nearly popped out. "What the hell? Drinking wine to recover? There's such a trick?" Whitebeard replied nonchalantly, "Who told this kid to be the biggest drinker in the hive? It turned out this wine was a special medicinal brew made by Stussy, specifically prepared for Kaido's unique constitution. As long as he took a sip, no matter how much he had consumed, he would instantly be revived to full state. Of course, this thing only worked for him. Don't get in the way. Shiki is mine. Kaido, fully revived, lifted his club and was about to charge again, but was stopped by Whitebeard. Did you not hear me say it's time to take over? Whitebeard pointed helplessly at the distant cliff. After fighting for so long, didn't you notice there's someone new over there? Kaido looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a masked man in white, waving at him. Kaido was bewildered. When did that guy arrive? I was also startled at first. Whitebeard explained, that's the government's CP0. They can mask their presence. So your observation Haki couldn't detect him. I'll handle Shiki. You take care of that one. Don't worry, although that guy is quite strong. He's still a bit weaker than Shiki. You can handle it. Kaido smiled bitterly. Why do I feel so uncomfortable with what you just said? Ha ha ha. I don't care how you divide it. Shiki raised his dual blades, looking disdainful. I just want to fight rocks. I don't have time to play with you underlings. Whitebeard's expression turned cold. Underlings? You'll regret saying that. As soon as his voice fell, the two clashed violently. The shockwave, I tell you, nearly shook the whole island apart. Kaido was knocked back repeatedly, also admiring in his heart. These two monsters were truly strong. Just then, the CP0 had jumped down from the cliff at some point, leisurely walking towards him. You still have a long way to go, he said. That's what you're thinking right now, isn't it? Kaido immediately became alert. Is it finally time to fight? CP0 waved his hand, sounding particularly aggrieved. What? No way. I accidentally fell down because I was scared of them. Don't worry, I didn't plan to fight you. But of course, if you want to fight, I'm up for it. As Kaido listened to his hoarse voice, it sounded increasingly familiar, and he couldn't help but ask, who exactly are you? The man touched his mask, chuckling lightly. Maybe it's just the voice that sounds familiar. Want to confirm? Then it depends on whether you have the ability. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido charged at him instantly, smashing his club towards his face. But that CP0's upper body twisted like a noodle, evading the attack, then countering with a palm that sent Kaido flying. 6 styles, paper drawing. CP0 explained faintly. What a flashy trick. Kaido got up, swinging his kanabo and charging again, executing a descending attack from the sky. But that CP0 vanished with a shave, and Kaido struck air, creating a large pit in the ground. Immediately after, CP0 appeared behind him, kicking out a massive wind blade, Stormfoot. The wind blade was incredibly fast, directly splitting a mountain in the distance in half. Kaido rolled aside just in time to avoid it, his heart startled. This guy was tough to deal with. He swung his kanabo frantically, but that CP0's movement, I tell you, even AI couldn't predict where he would dodge next. Not even brushing against his clothes. What are you doing? I'm about to yawn. CP0 taunted while dodging. Kaido was enraged, gathering all his strength to sweep his club across. This time, CP0 surprisingly didn't T-dodge, taking the hit with his body. With a clang, it was like hitting iron, numbing Kaido's hands. Iron block. CP0 remained unscathed, then landed a punch on Kaido's chest, spinning around a flash behind him, and with a lightning-fast finger, jabbed into his back. Finger gun. A single finger created a bloody hole in Kaido's back. Blood sprayed out. Kaido's face twisted in pain, staggering and nearly falling. CP0 shook the blood off his hands, shaking his head in disappointment. I thought you could let me play a little longer. Is this all you've got? Kaido gritted his teeth, struggling to keep himself steady. The more he fought, the more he felt this person was like someone he knew, someone who had long been dead. This thought made him flustered, preventing him from unleashing his full power. He took a deep breath, brushed aside distracting thoughts, and focused back on his opponent. That's more like it. As soon as the words left that person's mouth, he used shave to move at high speed. This time, Kaido closed his eyes and exerted all his strength to sense. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and swung his club to the left. Sure enough, CP0 was there, but his body instantly became as flat as paper, dodging the attack. Just as he returned to his original form and prepared to jab Kaido in the neck with his fingers, Kaido's club unexpectedly turned mid-air, spinning and smashing toward the right side. This move completely caught CP0 off guard, and he could only hurriedly block with both arms. With a loud bang, CP0 was directly blasted away by this immense force. Kaido finally vented his anger, taunting, "When I get serious, you're just this pathetic." The blasted CP0 landed steadily, remaining silent. Then, with a crack, a fissure appeared in the middle of his mask, and the crack instantly spread like a spider web across the entire mask. With a clatter, the mask shattered into countless pieces, falling to the ground. At that moment, Kaido froze, his expression more terrified than seeing a ghost. The club in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, and he staggered back several steps, his voice trembling. I didn't expect. It really is. You must be curious whose face this is, right? Come, let me tell you a story about this kid when he was young. It was in a ruined city pouring with rain, where a middle-aged man named Kubota walked along the muddy streets with a group of soldiers. He was the commander of the Rocks Kingdom's army, here to hunt down a vicious pirate named Kintamaru and take his treasure to pay the nation's debts. As they walked, they saw corpses everywhere, the smell of blood making people want to vomit. The soldiers were terrified, saying that Kintamaru had a bounty of 250 million, with a mouth that could crush steel, a monster. Eventually, when they reached near the pirate's lair, they were stunned by the sight before them. The entire ghost pirate crew, over 1,000 people, was dead, with corpses piled everywhere. And in the center of the sea of blood and corpses, the giant who looked like a small mountain, Kintamaru himself, lay dead, his head caved in, unable to be more dead. An 8 or 9-year-old boy with horns on his head sat quietly on Kintamaru's corpse, holding a bloodied club in his hand. A flash of lightning illuminated his youthful yet fierce face. He turned around, and with a glare, an invisible aura erupted, causing all the soldiers except Commander Kubota to roll their eyes and faint on the spot. Conqueror's Haki. Kubota picked up an umbrella, watching the little boy with great interest. "Can you tell me what happened here?" The little boy, who was YoungKaido, immediately cursed. "I have no obligation to tell you. Get lost." Kubota wasn't angry, smiling as he said, "You knocked out my men, you have to give an explanation, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, little Kaido jumped down from the corpse, swinging his club and charging forward. However, Kubota instantly appeared behind Kaido, gently pressing the tip of his umbrella against his back. "It's settled then," Kubota said with a smile. Little Kaido knew he had lost, retracting his arrogance, pouting. "I heard that guy Kintamaru claimed no one could defeat him. So I came to try, but I didn't expect him to be so easy to beat." "Oh, why'd you do that?" Kubota asked. Little Kaido's gaze was incredibly firm as he uttered 2 words, "the strongest." "Only by becoming the strongest can I protect those weaklings and change this unreasonable world." Upon hearing this, Kubota seemed moved. He looked at the bloodied little boy in front of him, a slight smile forming on his lips. "Just a little brat. Yet you have such unrealistic thoughts." But let me tell you, the old brother shifted the conversation, and it took a turn for the better, saying what? He said, "The more outlandish the dream, the more it might lead to something remarkable." In the next moment, he extended his hand towards me, smiling in a way that was profound and inscrutable, saying, "Kid, come with me, the answer might be over there." I was covered in blood at the time, and looking at him like that, I really couldn't feel any malice. After hesitating for just a second, I shook his hand and said in a tough tone, "If you dare to mess with me, I definitely won't let you off." He smiled and agreed, and then he remembered to ask my name. I remained silent for a long time and told him that I had no name, that I had always been alone. After listening, he sighed, bent down, and patted my shoulder, saying, "My name is Cubation, so from now on, you will be called Kaido." Kaido. I pondered for a moment, and that name, let me tell you, it was simply too domineering. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just like that, Kaido officially debuted. I joined the army of a place called the Rocks Kingdom. Those days were incredible. In just 6 months, I became the strongest in the entire army. And even Cubation personally handed over his title of strongest soldier to me. No one dared to say a word against it. Together, we took Rocks Kingdom to new heights, becoming a dominant force among the allied countries. In those years, following Cubation, it felt like something had warmed my heart, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. But who would understand my family? Who could have imagined that years later, when I saw him again, he had actually become CP0. When the mask shattered, revealing his face, his hair had turned a bit white, but that gaze, I would recognize it even in ashes. Cubation. I squeezed those 3 words through my teeth. He looked at me with a forced smile and, pointing to the medal on his chest, told me slowly and deliberately that cubation was dead, and the person standing in front of me was now called Vitalui. In that moment, my mind buzzed, and all my memories exploded forth. I remember when I just joined the army, everyone threw a celebration for me at the tavern. Paul, that loudmouth fat guy, was drinking, and his face was all red, pulling me close and bragging about how amazing General Kubota was. He even said that he was actually an outsider who drifted here during a storm 13 years ago. I thought it was a bit strange that an outsider could become a general. That kid Albert, while eating barbecue, explained that our king was crazily expanding the army for money, and that it didn't matter who you were, as long as you could fight. You had a chance to rise up. He even patted me on the shoulder and said that once Kubota stepped down, the next general would definitely be him. At that time, we all regarded him as the most respected big brother and the best comrade. But I just couldn't understand how Kubota, who had called me brother the day before, sold me out the very next day. That day, he tricked me into thinking there was something urgent. And as soon as I entered the palace, dozens of sea stone chains clanked and tied me up tightly. The navy, the king, all of them were there. That king was as cowardly as a grandson, saying he would hand me over to the world government just to exchange for a chance to attend the world conference. I exploded at that moment and yelled at Kubota, who was standing to the side. "Are you in cahoots with him to sell me out?" Guess what he said? He actually laughed. He laughed so brilliantly and said, "For the country, someone has to make a sacrifice. And you, as an outsider, aren't you the most suitable one?" Damn. I was so angry that my eyes turned red, and I almost wanted to swallow him whole. Just then, Paul, that usually carefree fat guy, stepped up. He drew his knife, pointed it at those sailors, and shouted for them to get lost. The king was so scared he wet himself and shouted for Kubota to help. I watched in shock as Kubota, the man I respected the most, suddenly pierced Paul from behind without any warning. Paul's eyes were wide open in disbelief until the very end. He never expected it to turn out like this. Warm blood splattered across my face. Kubota leisurely wiped the blood off his hands and said, "Sorry, brother, I was just fulfilling my duty." At that moment, the entire palace echoed with my heart-wrenching roar. "So, you were with CP0 from the very beginning." I struggled out of my memories, staring at him intensely. "Of course." He smiled even more joyfully. "I've been lurking for so many years just to turn the whole kingdom into the world government S-Dog." My anger completely engulfed me in that instant. I swung my spike club and unleashed a thunderbawa. A dark purple shock wave surged forward, but what happened? He dodged it effortlessly like a ghost, merely tilting his head. "Your skills, I taught you," he said with a smile. "I know your tricks even with my eyes closed." I charged at him like a madman, swinging my mace with electricity, wanting to crush him to bits. But he didn't confront me head-on at all. He slipped his body, turned upside down, and kicked me directly in the chest, knocking me to the ground. It was like a dimensionality reduction attack. This guy's strength was completely different from before. When acting, of course, it has to be realistic. It seemed like he saw through my thoughts. How could I possibly use my real skills in front of you? I just remembered that his set of skills, called you Shanbawa Zhang, was actually just playing around when he fought me to a draw back then. There were several times he could have easily defeated me with a single palm strike, but he deliberately left openings for me to get through. Now, he finally stopped pretending. He took off his white suit, got into position, and his entire aura changed in an instant. "When I finish this set of you, Shanbawa Zhang, it will be your end." As soon as he finished speaking, he was right in front of me. His speed was absurdly fast. He struck out with a palm, and I quickly dodged, but he turned around and followed up with 2 more strikes. I blocked with my wolf fawn club and with 2 loud bangs. I felt like I was hit by 2 mountains. My palms almost cracked, and there were even cracks appearing on the wolf fawn club. "Just 3 strikes, little demon," he shouted, while his hands moved as fast as a storm, raining down dozens of strikes on me. I could only clumsily dodge, the gust from his palm strikes stinging my face, and gradually I couldn't keep up anymore. I was anxious and directly threw the wolf-tooth club as a hidden weapon, sacrificing my weapon and channeling all my power into my right fist, planning to catch him off guard for a mutual destruction. But what happened? He sneered coldly, lightly deflected my fist with his left palm, and then with a swift turn, he firmly slapped my right shoulder. I flew out like a cannonball, and the right side of my body went numb in an instant, and I couldn't move my whole arm. Do you want to continue? He looked at me like I was a rat, saying that the acupoint on my right shoulder had been pressed and my energy couldn't flow, making me no different from a useless person. I crawled out of the pit, gritting my teeth as I walked towards him, shouting, "Stop fucking around. Even if I only have one tooth left, I'll still bite your throat out." He pretended to sigh dramatically. "Fine, then let's completely shatter your ridiculous fantasy. 6 dials? 128 moving 8 trigrams palm." I only heard him recite the name of the move, and in the next second, I felt myself being violently struck by countless invisible walls. He transformed into a blur, darting around me, delivering over 100 strikes, each one landing flesh on flesh. Finally, with one palm, he sent me flying into the air, and then like a spinning top, he chased after me, slamming both palms hard against my stomach. With a loud wow, I spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if my internal organs were shattered. I feel like a meteorite passing through one mountain after another, and finally crashing directly into the ground, completely losing consciousness. I don't know how long it has been, but suddenly my head buzzed, and as I regained some awareness, I saw a ghostly shadow. I tell you, that thing zipped right between the two mountains so fast that I couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. Breath? Hey, not a trace left. It was like I was hallucinating. But my eyesight is sharp. I saw it. It was in a white robe. Plus, with that walking posture in the sky, good gracious, it's CP0. Definitely the one who made a deal with the Golden Lion. I saw the direction it was heading. It was towards Kaido. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. These people were the strongest lackeys of the government, each one an expert in assassination and capable of concealing their presence. If they got involved, the situation on the battlefield could turn dire. I quickly pulled out my phone bug. I had to notify old Whitebeard and the others. But what happened? After pressing for a long time, the phone bug was as dead as a doornail, its eyes tightly shut. It was over. This island must have been equipped with a jammer, and we had been set up by the other side. Stussy beside me asked what was wrong. Could I say? Of course not. With her and Giroli's love-struck brains. If they heard that Whitebeard was in danger, they would probably turn around immediately to rush back. No, I mean to save him from miles away. I could only awkwardly smile and say it was nothing at all, and that we should continue. After all, old Whitebeard and the others weren't pushovers. For now, it was more important to seize the enemy's devil fruits and slaves. We turned countless bends along the narrow mountain road, and suddenly, the view opened up. The three of us, like thieves, pressed against the wall and peeked out. Goodness, at the foot of the opposite mountain, there was a huge ship parked, and the ground was crowded with people, all in handcuffs and shackles, their faces displaying the expression of hopelessness. Next to them were a dozen or so pirates standing guard, all yawning, looking as if they hadn't woken up. Stussy was immediately angry and said in a hushed voice, "Is this all the people there are? Who do they think they're looking down on?" I quickly reminded her, "Be careful, there might be an ambush." As a result, the old lady, Girolio, Sana, snorted coldly and said she had confirmed it long ago, and there was nothing at all. Just as I was about to say I didn't trust her word, Stussy's eyes suddenly went wide. Following her gaze, I saw that not far from that group of pirates, there was a glowing white stone with a shiny golden treasure chest sitting on it. It even had a big lock on it, as if to make sure everyone knew there was treasure inside. Stussy activated her observation haki and returned, almost shouting in excitement, only to be covered by Girolio Sana's hand over her mouth. "We found it. 3 devil fruits." But I felt something was off at that moment. Who understands family? This trap was way too obvious. It was like having "come steal me" written on your forehead. That old fox, Gold Lion. Would he really throw something so important by the roadside? It was just too convenient, and we hadn't encountered a single ghost along the way, which made me feel uneasy. The more I thought about it, the more something felt off. Just as I was about to gesture for them to retreat, a sharp, high-pitched laugh suddenly echoed from the sky. "Kale, Kale. Welcome, idiots of rocks. The world's #1 genius, Indigo, has prepared a luxurious gift for you." As soon as the words fell, the treasure chest opened with a crack. What was inside wasn't a devil fruit. It was 3 bombs with painted faces. red, yellow, and blue all ready to go. The blue one on the far right instantly inflated to the size of a ship, just like blowing up a balloon, and then with a pop it exploded. A thick blue-purple mist instantly flooded the entire valley. The pirates, slaves, and large ships in front of us all vanished in an instant. All just illusions. Not good. Stussy realized it, but it was too late. She had inhaled several puffs of that stuff and couldn't stop coughing. I looked over, and to my surprise, the three of us, clothes and all, had been dyed blue like a blue demon, and it wouldn't wash off. The lunatic in the sky started laughing again. Kale. Scared, huh? This is a dye bomb invented by this genius, and it's permanent. I really can't believe it. This person definitely has some issues. Gululiosa was so angry that she directly started cursing, telling him to come out for a one-on-one. Then the voice sounded again. Despicable scoundrel? That's a compliment to me. The dyed bomb is just an appetizer. It is the prerequisite for launching the solidification bomb. After he finished speaking, the yellow bomb exploded. A light yellow liquid flowed everywhere. And let me tell you, that stuff solidified immediately upon touching the blue-dyed ground. My scalp felt like it was about to explode without a second thought. I smashed the rock walls on both sides, blocked the exit with stones, and pulled the two of them back to run. But that liquid was like a living thing, seeping out from the cracks in the stones, chasing us from behind, getting faster and faster. It was about to catch up, so I aimed for a protruding rock on the left, kicked off the ground, and jumped up. Stussy also spread her wings and flew up. As for Gululiosa, the snake around her waist probably got scared silly and accidentally slipped, directly tripping her. At that moment, I thought it was over. I was about to be turned into amber. Just as I was preparing to jump in to save someone, a shadow moved faster than I did. Stussy. She actually dove down and pulled Gululiosa up. The moment they left, that place instantly transformed into a milky yellow concrete road. Gululiosa was dumbfounded, slumped on the ground and asked, "Why did you save me? Wouldn't it be in your interest if I died?" Stussy crossed her arms and looked disdainful. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's so boring if my competitor dies without any flair. You can't die until I convince you." Folks, I was really shipping this. What a love-hate divine CP. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, that annoying laughter came back. Crack, crack, crack. To reward your efforts, please enjoy my final performance, Sticky Fireball. The last red bomb exploded, spewing flames like glue, and in the blink of an eye, the entire valley turned into a colorful flame oven, trapping us firmly on this small platform, with even the top sealed off. Once the fire stuck, it wouldn't go out. Stussy's cape caught fire, and she quickly took it off and threw it, but it kept burning on the ground. Now we were truly in a bind, with no way out above or below. Just when we were about to be roasted alive, guess what? On the enemy's ship, there was actually a hidden line. A little girl named Chloe, a captured slave, was watching all of this from the ship's window. This little girl was also unfortunate. She had lost her parents and barely survived only to be captured. Beside her was a man who had given up hope and a beautiful sister of unknown origin. The sister seemed to have eaten some fruit in the morning, now feeling weak, but kept muttering about not giving up. She asked Chloe to use the iron wire necklace left by her father to help her pry open the handcuffs. A nearly desperate little girl, a completely hopeless uncle, and a weak but never giving up mysterious woman began a small self-rescue in the enemy's lair. Of course, distant water can't quench nearby fire. We were the ones in urgent danger. That lunatic named Indigo was still shouting through a loudspeaker, giving us 3 minutes to surrender, or we would be turned into kebabs. Gululiosa was so angry that she punched the rock wall and cracked it, while Stussy was anxiously pacing, trying various methods to put out the fire. Just as these two women were about to start arguing, I, who had been staring at the firewall, suddenly spoke up. "There's a way to get out." I told them that I had a method with a success rate of maybe less than 1%, but should we do it or not? If we do, there is a chance to survive. If we don't, we can only wait here to sing roasted gluten. The two rivals exchanged glances and surprisingly said in unison, "Let us do it." "All right, then let's get started. The plan is simple, 3 steps. First, Gululiosa, use your snake to accurately locate where that big smart guy is right now. Second, Stussy, take out your secret weapon. Do you have a potion for instant explosion? Third, and this is the most crucial part, leave it to me. Count down 1 minute. That fool is still shouting over there. Stussy ignored him and downed a bottle of pink potion in one go. I tell you, she instantly erupted with a pink glow, and the ground beneath her cracked. She asked Guruliosa, "Snake Charmer, did you find him?" Guruliosa stroked her snake and smiled wickedly. "Northeast direction, on the mountaintop. That guy is watching us dance around. It's time to make him stop laughing." I thought the same. Stussy grabbed the backs of me and Guruliosa, holding on tight. I raised my right hand, aimed at the impenetrable fire wall above my head, and took a deep breath. Success or failure, it all comes down to this. On the mountaintop, Indigo saw that we weren't moving and thought we had all passed out. He was quite pleased with himself. It seemed that the Rocks Pirates were not so impressive after all. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. I saw a white line suddenly appear in the middle of that massive firewall, and then this line rapidly extended towards both ends. In the next second, the entire firewall was forcefully split in half by me. The violent shockwave sent stones flying everywhere, just as the firewall cracked open. Stussy unleashed all his power after taking drugs, and with a powerful flap of his wings behind him, he transformed into a shadow and rushed out through the gap with me. As soon as we got out, the firewall slammed shut with a whoosh, taking no more than 3 seconds. Damn, that was close. Guruliosa turned back to take a look and was dumbfounded. I told you. Just now I was trying my luck by using my decomposition ability to poke at the firewall, and I didn't expect it to actually break through. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, it was enough. I found you, Snake Charmer. Stussy drew a sonic boom in the air, charging straight towards the still-dazed Indigo at the mountaintop. That guy finally reacted, frantically throwing a bunch of colorful fireballs at us. Stussy maneuvered wildly, and Guruliosa and I were right behind him. She used her domineering iron fist while I used my decomposition ability to blow up those fireballs one by one. Just as we were about to reach his face, he panicked and combined all the fireballs into one massive ghost-faced meteor coming down. Supersized chemical juggling ball. With a loud bang, a huge mushroom cloud rose up, engulfing all of us. Indigo looked at the explosion, about to burst into laughter, but suddenly, the smile on his face froze. As the smoke cleared, I, unharmed, had already teleported to his face. I placed my hand on his chest and smiled at him. Surface decomposition. Let me tell you, the effect was explosive. With a bang, that guy named Indigo from head to toe, even his underwear, instantly turned into a dandelion and was blown away. He shot out like a cannonball, smashing through a large chunk of rock, buried in the rubble, rolling his eyes back and fainting. I laughed at that moment, walked over and kicked him, saying, "Hey buddy, still think you're genius? Look, I've taken you down as a nobody." At that time, Stussy and Guruliosa also descended from the sky, completely unscathed. Who understands family? Just now, there was an explosion and chemical smoke, and those two were totally fine. Later I found out that Guruliosa's snake, good grief, just treated the toxic smoke like a buffet and finished it off with a satisfied burp. It was like a walking air purifier. The two girls came over to watch the fun and saw Indigo lying there naked, with a stone conveniently covering his key parts. Stussy burst out laughing and said, "Oh, is this your new act? Much more interesting than before." Guruliosa cursed and had her snake tie Indigo up tightly, saying she had never been this embarrassed in her life. We are quite busy here, and the little minions of the flying sky pirate crew below have also heard the commotion, peeking their heads out one by one. I thought, shouldn't we give them a bit of psychological pressure? So I picked up the microphone that Indigo dropped on the ground, cleared my throat, and shouted, "Listen up down there. Your boss Indigo has been captured by us. If you want him to live, surrender quickly. Of course, if you want to fight, we don't mind stretching our muscles a bit." The crowd below instantly erupted in chaos, looking at each other in confusion. What's going on? How did they get out? Mr. Indigo has been captured? What are we even fighting for? What are we afraid of? We still have Admiral Skeet, but the Admiral is also held up by that white-bearded guy. As soon as I heard there was a chance, I quickly added, "Don't panic. Our Rocks Pirate crew welcomes everyone. As long as you come over, we guarantee you'll eat well and drink heartily. The name of Captain Rocks is the guarantee." No sooner had I spoken than a sinister voice suddenly emerged from the side. "Oh, you Rocks, do you accept anyone?" My heart skipped a beat. I turned my head and saw a group of people in black suits rushing over from the eastern coast, all armed with guns, instantly surrounding us. The leader was a man in a white suit wearing a mask. He looked like a tough character and coldly said, "Surrender. I don't want to waste time." The group of pirates below, seeing reinforcements arrive, instantly perked up. They had just been downcast, but now they were raising their knives and shouting again. "Ha ha ha! Weren't you all so arrogant just now? It's you who should surrender. Family, who understands?" These flip-floppers changed their tune so quickly. Stussy glanced at the masked man and whispered to me, "CP troops, they move pretty fast. The one in the lead is from CP0. At that moment, I felt it was a bit tricky. We had to confront each other head-on. Whether we could win was one thing, but it was certain we would be hurt in the process. Just as tensions were high and a great battle was about to break out, I tell you, something outrageous happened. Suddenly, a chilling wave, one that could freeze even the soul, spread up from the foot of the mountain. Wherever it went, everything instantly froze. Those pirates and CP agents who had just been shouting couldn't even react. One by one, they turned into lifelike ice sculptures, maintaining all sorts of bizarre poses. This freezing air continued to rise, suppressing even the raging fire in the valley. We were all dumbfounded, standing at the mountaintop, staring at each other in confusion. What was going on? A divine soldier descending from the heavens? The eyes behind that CP0 mask were probably as wide as copper bells. Then, with a loud bang, the main ship of the flying sky pirates at the foot of the mountain had its frozen door kicked open from the inside. A thick white mist surged out, and a tall figure slowly walked out of the fog, muttering to himself. So refreshing. I don't know what's going on, but I feel full of power. Whatever. First, I'll knock all these annoying guys away. Switching scenes, I tell you, on the other side of the island, it was truly tragic. A heavy rain poured down, and in a massive pit, Kaido lay there like a rag doll, with not a single good piece of flesh on him, blood flowing like a small stream, his eyes dull, and he seemed on the verge of meeting the king of hell. How could he be so fierce? This goes back to his childhood. At that time, he was only 9 years old, practicing with a middle-aged man named Kubo using wooden sticks. The result? He was beaten every day. This kid Kaido had brute strength, but no skill whatsoever. That day, he was hit on the head by Kubo's stick and kicked away, completely losing his composure. He threw down the wooden stick and sat on the ground, sulking. "I'm not fighting anymore. It's pointless since I can't beat you." Kubo's face darkened immediately. Without a word, he grabbed Kaido and threw him out like trash, slamming him against a bamboo. Kaido grimaced in pain, just about to curse when he looked up and saw Kubo's face, which was as cold as ice, scaring him into swallowing his words. Kubo coldly tossed out a line. "Then get lost and die at the hands of your enemies you'll never defeat." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Kaido panicked, got up, and chased after him. "Hey, don't go. I was just joking." But Kubo ignored him. In a fit of anger, Kaido picked up the wooden stick from the ground and threw it at Kubo's back. Guess what happened? Kubo didn't even turn his head. He reached back, caught the wooden stick, and with a flick, it flew back with a whoosh, grazing Kaido's cheek and embedding itself into a nearby bamboo pole. Only then did Kubo stop, turned back to look at him, and said word by word, "To me, you are just an insignificant enemy. But you can't even get past this hurdle and want to give up? You willingly want to be trampled underfoot? Listen, kid, the only thing that can make you give up is yourself. Before you surpass me, don't show me that pathetic face." I tell you, these words have been engraved deep into Kaido's bones. So now, as he lies in this pit, feeling excruciating pain and his consciousness fading, he struggles to open his eyes and sees that unforgettable figure, the one and only Kubota, also known as CP0, Veterwi. In that moment, all the pain pales in comparison to the humiliation of having his dignity trampled. Suddenly, a surge of energy wells up within him, and Kaido manages to stand up unsteadily. "Hey, you ponytail bastard. You dare turn your back on me without confirming your opponent is dead? As a teacher, you really fail at your job." Veterwi turns back at the sound, his face filled with disbelief. "All the pressure points in your body are sealed, and you can still stand?" Then he scoffs. "But look at you, in this broken body, without a weapon. What can you do? Isn't that obvious?" Kaido grins, bloodied, rips off his tattered clothes, and steps forward determined to completely crush you. Veterui is taken aback, then starts laughing wildly. You really haven't changed at all. You're even more reckless than before. He leaps down from the platform, adopting a fighting stance. I'll shatter your arrogance. Not necessarily hic. Suddenly, Kaido burps, his body swaying. His face is red as a baboon's backside, his gaze hazy, mumbling Stussy's wine. How can it hit so hard? Good grief. He actually got drunk at a time like this? Veterui is also stunned. How can he still be drunk at a time like this? Kaido points at him, his mood suddenly dropping, sounding like a scorned woman. To be honest, hic, when I heard you were CP0, my heart shattered. Former good friends. Actually turning swords against each other. Hic. Veterui is puzzled. What is this guy rambling about? But he doesn't dare to be careless, instantly disappearing from his spot, striking towards Kaido. Who would have thought that Kaido would dodge like a jellyfish, leaning away and grabbing Veterui's arm, spinning him around and throwing him out. Veterui stabilizes himself in midair and charges again, aiming a palm strike at Kaido's head. Kaido simply lies back to dodge, kicking up with both feet, hitting Veterui square in the chest and sending him flying. By the time Veterui lands, he senses with observation haki and his face changes dramatically. Just from those few exchanges, all the pressure points in Kaido's body that were sealed have actually been opened. This guy, can he really get stronger from drinking? Is it all about emotional freedom? Kaido performs a graceful leap and stands up, suddenly clutching his stomach and laughing wildly. Oh ho ho ho. You can also make that face, Kubota. Not all like you. Veterui's face darkens. Without a word, he sends several wind blades kicking towards Kaido. Kaido sways left and right, dodging them like dancing. Veterui takes the opportunity to appear behind him, striking at the back of his head. Kaido doesn't even look back, countering with a punch that deflects Veterui's attack. Then his right hand, a wolf fawn club. Oh no, not yet a club. His right fist smashes hard into Veterui's chest. Although Veterui blocks it with an iron block, he is still sent reeling. His heart is already in turmoil. This guy's conqueror's haki is on a completely different level than before. It must be the side effect of drinking that allowed him to unintentionally grasp the advanced use of armament haki. I admit, I underestimated you. Veterui pulls at his collar, sneering. Then let me show you what real power is. Hic, really? What's that? Can it be paired with wine? Kaido continues to babble drunkenly. Veterui is speechless. This guy is also getting better at being infuriating. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion are clashing fiercely, conquerors haki colliding. Black lightning flashing everywhere, and massive waves crashing over the sea. The Golden Lion subordinates are dumbfounded. It's the first time they've seen their captain being evenly matched. Wave slash. The Golden Lion descends from the sky, two enormous golden sword auras cleaving downwards. Whitebeard looks up and praises not bad, then gathers a white light sphere on his naginata and swings it towards the sky. With a crack, the air splits open and the Golden Lion's sword aura shatters instantly. Is that the power of the tremor fruit? Not bad. The Golden Lion lands on the mountaintop, cigar in mouth. I'm interested in you, but make sure I have some fun. Whitebeard glances at the direction of Kaido's battle and laughs. That kid got back up again. The Golden Lion also glances over, disdainfully saying, if he loses at this level, I would feel nauseous just thinking about fighting him. Gulalala, looks like you care about him quite a bit. Whitebeard tightens his grip on an naginata. I need to step up my game too, or I'll be the one laughed at by that guy. Jihahaha. Assuming he can survive long enough. The Golden Lion laughs wildly, diving down again. Back to Kaido's side. Veterui has realized that Kaido's drunken punches, seemingly chaotic, actually pack tremendous power and incredible speed. He strikes Kaido's back, thinking he can settle the fight directly, but Kaido falls to the ground, gets up rubbing his back, and starts wailing. Wah, it hurts so much. Do you know how painful this is? Veterui is completely bewildered. What kind of tactic is this? He never cried after being hit before, so why is he crying now? First disappointed, then laughing, and now crying? The more he thinks about it, the more shocked he becomes, deciding to end this quickly. But as soon as he makes a move, Kaido grabs his wrist while crying out, Wah? Gotcha. Kaido, still sobbing, spins him around several times and throws him away. When Veterui stabilizes himself, Kaido's crying stops, replaced by a furious expression, his eyes red. How could I have trusted you so much? You actually dared to betray me. Today, if I don't beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you, my hatred won't be relieved. Saying that, he angrily runs over to a massive rock, smashing it into pieces with a punch, then picks up a large chunk and shapes it into a wolf fawn club with his bare hands. At that moment, I thought, wow, he's handcrafting his equipment on site. Kaido, holding a freshly made kanabo, roared at Vidruai. Don't act all high and mighty in front of me. He swung his weapon, and a shock wave surged forward. Vidruai dodged to the side and shot a palm strike at Kaido from a distance. Kaido didn't flinch or avoid it. His entire body instantly turned pitch black, bracing for the hit. Armament haki hardened. Vidruai appeared in front of him, attempting to slice his wrist, but Kaido knocked him back with a punch. Immediately after, the rough kanabo struck his chest with a whoosh. With a loud bang, even if Vidruai had been wearing iron, his bones rattled from the impact, and he nearly knelt down. He understood completely in his heart. This guy had indeed learned the advanced application of armament haki. Although it might only work when he was drunk, it was already deadly enough. Vidruai took a deep breath, his feet cracking the ground as he assumed an extremely complex stance and shouted, 6 styles, 256, moving 8 trigrams palm. He transformed into a phantom, spinning rapidly around Kaido, with palm shadows overlapping. Meanwhile, Kaido simply leaned in, resting the rocky kanabo on his right shoulder. Ashura, Dragon's great army. I tell you, these two are simply going crazy. That spiked bat is swinging like a fan, whooshing with the wind, and that old bastard Vidruai isn't holding back either. His palms dancing like a tornado. The two are clashing hard, shaking the surrounding mountains, making sounds like firecrackers during the new year. After a few hundred moves, Vidruai is clearly getting anxious, feeling that if this keeps up, his old arms and legs are going to fall apart. He quickly thinks of a trick, feigning a weakness, and suddenly flashes behind Kaido, delivering a knife hand strike aimed at the back of his neck. My heart was in my throat at that moment. But it turns out Kaido is really ruthless. His swing was a feint. He grabs Vidruai's arm with one hand, and with the other, the spiked bat curves like a black lightning bolt, smashing solidly into Vidruai's chest. Good heavens, that old man was blasted like a cannonball directly into a mountain, creating a human-shaped hole. Vidruai, embedded in the mountain, spits out a mouthful of old blood, estimating that half of his ribs are broken, looking utterly miserable. Just as he tries to struggle out, Kaido, with bloodshot eyes, charges up to his face, raising the bat to smash his skull, shouting for him to die. Just as it seems his brains are about to splatter, guess what happens? The most unexpected move comes. Kaido's bat, raised halfway, suddenly slows down. The murderous intent on his face disappears, replaced by a look of confusion, as if asking, who am I? Where am I? What was I about to do? Vidruai sees this situation and immediately understands, smiling sinisterly. The alcohol has worn off. Anyone who gets it knows what a critical moment to mess up. Could Vidruai let this opportunity slip? He instantly springs out from the mountain, rushing right up to Kaido's chest, both palms striking out, executing the Six Kings spear. And a shockwave bursts out from Kaido's back. Kaido lets out a cry, like a kite with a broken string, and is smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Vidruai brushes off the dust, looking at Kaido in the pit, feeling quite pleased. Kid, it's common to fall short in battle. Remember, oh wait, you won't have it next time. As soon as he finishes speaking, he hears a whoosh behind him, and his face changes. Turning around, a spike bat is already smashing down. He quickly raises both palms to block, and with a loud bang, both are pushed back 8 feet. Vidruai looks back into the pit, and good heavens, the figure in the pit seems to have activated a transparency effect, slowly vanishing. It turns out what he hit just now was an afterimage, although he doesn't know what he did earlier. The real Kaido wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, knocking on his chest, ringing like a bell, but that hit you just did really hurt. Vidruai is genuinely a bit impressed now, clapping his hands and saying, all right, your awareness now is much better than that drunken fool from before. I'll allow you to live a few more minutes. After saying that, he strikes a pose that feels both melancholic and pretentious, thinking that after this battle, your shadow will probably remain in my heart forever. Kaido directly retorts, stop talking nonsense. You government lapdog. He also strikes a pose, preparing to fight to the death. The two stand off like this, and suddenly, a scene from half a year ago flashes through Kaido's mind, when Whitebeard taught him how to fight. Back then, he was so inexperienced that he was beaten around by Whitebeard with the back of a knife, who told him that mastering observation haki to the extreme allows one to see the future. This thought flashes by, and Kaido instantly focuses all his attention, staring hard at Vajraway. He is still complaining in his heart, saying it sounds easy, but doing it is not that simple. But strangely, he seems to really sense vaguely where the opponent is coming from. Just then, the sky rumbles with thunder, and both move at the same time. Vajraway's movement technique is extraordinary, circling around Kaido with bagua steps, so fast that only a blur remains, trying to dizzy Kaido and then launch a sneak attack. As for Kaido, he swings the spike bat like a fortress, protecting his whole body, countering every move. The two exchange blows, sparks flying everywhere. Seeing that close combat isn't working, Vajraway gets anxious and does a backflip, stepping on air, using moonwalk and shave, flying chaotically in the air, moving so fast that the naked eye can't catch him. What's even more amazing is that he can completely hide his presence. Let me tell you, this old man specializes in silent assassination. He's the only one in CP0 who knows this unique skill, and those who have died under this move could line up to France. Kaido, realizing he can't see or hear him anymore, simply closes his eyes. The whole world instantly quiets down, and he quietly feels in that darkness. Suddenly, a small movie plays in his mind, showing what will happen 5 seconds later. He clearly sees Vajraway appearing behind him, delivering 6 palm strikes. So that's how it is. The moment of attack reveals the presence, right? Perfect. Kaido suddenly opens his eyes, without saying a word, swings the spike bat hard against the empty space behind him. With a loud thud, the bat collects a few torn pieces of cloth and a smear of blood, accompanied by heavy breathing nearby. Vajraway leans against the rock wall, a large wound on his chest, his face pale. The massive energy expenditure from hiding his presence almost shattered his insides. But he is still smiling. Are the first and last person to see the essence of my bagua palm. I will mercilessly annihilate you. Kaido sneers. That is my line. You mindless puppet. Obediently roll into the grave of the old era. This seems to hit a nerve with Vajraway. His expression changes slightly. Then he strikes a pose for his ultimate move. 6 styles, bagua palm ultimate, dancing dragon in chaos. In an instant, he is enveloped by a wave of energy, transforming into a gigantic azure dragon, spiraling upwards with great majesty. Kaido sees this, and, instead of being surprised, laughs. Quite a show, I'll practice one of these someday. Before his words are finished, the blue dragon dives down, a claw aimed at Kaido. Kaido dodges, but the dragon's claw turns mid-air, crashing down on his spiked bat, the tremendous force sending him flying. Kaido kicks off the mountain wall in mid-air, charging back like an arrow, the spiked bat spinning rapidly, crackling with purple lightning, smashing down at the blue dragon's head, descending 3 realms, invoking the abyss. The purple lightning dragon collides violently with the azure giant dragon, distorting the sky. Kaido's left shoulder is grazed by the dragon's claw, and his entire arm goes numb. Losing sensation. He feels a sinking feeling. This guy, after transforming into a dragon, has attacks that not only control, but also possess strength and speed of an entirely different level. But he doesn't know, Vajraway is actually worse off. Though he hurt Kaido, he was also shaken by the aftermath of Kaido's move, his chest in severe pain. He can't understand why this kid, clearly sober now, still has such strong haki. What he doesn't know is that Kaido's unique physique allows the haki enhanced by alcohol to slowly meld into his body, permanently making him stronger. Kaido takes a deep breath, forcefully using haki to open the sealed acupoints, restoring movement to his left arm. His gaze is incredibly determined. With this move, let S decide the victor. Vajraway, transformed into a blue dragon, also ascends high into the sky, coldly looking down at him. From the very beginning, it was destined that your fangs would never touch me. As he speaks, he transforms into a blue storm, charging down with a massive open mouth. But at this crucial moment, The old wound on his chest that Kaido inflicted suddenly acts up, causing him to pause for the slightest moment. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat hinge on this instant. Kaido seizes the opportunity, swinging the spiked bat fiercely. Sounding arrow, a dazzling purple beam shoots up into the sky, striking directly at the blue dragon. A beam of light bursts directly from his back, creating a large hole in the dark clouds above. Blood began to rain down from the sky. The blue dragon transformed back into human form and fell from the sky like a rag. Kaido looked at the figure, his eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of relief. The man he could never catch up to, today, he had finally surpassed. Vidarui lay on the ground, a large blood hole in his chest, and it was clear he was about to die. He began to lose consciousness. Let me tell you, his life was tragic. He was an orphan from a young age, captured to be a tool for assassins, without a name or emotions. Day after day, throwing punches, killing was his KPI. Later he joined CP0, codenamed Vidarui, becoming a dog for the Celestial Dragons, and failure in a mission meant being silenced. He had long become numb, feeling like an emotionless machine, until he was sent to a country called Woka as a military leader and met that boy, Kaido. He discovered Kaido's extraordinary talent and his conqueror's haki, which made him think of grooming a successor. Perhaps deep within his mechanical heart, he felt a flicker of emotion for this boy who also had no past, something he himself was unaware of. In the heavy rain, Vidarui looked at Kaido, who walked up to him and said with a bitter smile, "You won. You killed your enemy with your own hands. It must feel great, right?" Kaido raised his kanabo and coldly replied, "That's right. You trampled on my personality. Now, I just want to smash your head." As he said this, he brought the club down hard, but it smashed into the stone beside Vidarui, shattering it. Vidarui was stunned. "What do you mean? With your injuries? If you leave it be, you're done for." Kaido threw the club aside and sat down beside him, not having the right to choose your life, being deprived of dreams and freedom. "If it were me, I would have gone mad long ago." Vidarui smiled bitterly. "Who told you to pry into my heart without permission? In our line of work, we were born to be puppets, and when we're no longer useful, we're discarded." "Just your self-satisfying excuse," Kaido muttered. Vidarui did not respond, his breathing growing weaker. "The goods Shiki sold to the government were taken by your companions, right? We were utterly defeated. This transaction has failed, and the collusion between the government and pirates has been exposed. Those people won't let it go easily." "Who are those people?" Kaido pressed. I have my principles too. You'll understand in the future." Vidarui's voice grew fainter. "The year spent with you seemed not bad. I wonder if I'll have the chance to apologize to Paul after death." Kaido smiled bitterly. With Paul's temper, he would probably beat you up first. "Ha! Typical of his style." Vidarui trembled as he raised his hand towards the sky, his eyes nearly closing. "To be honest, I envy you pirates. Free and easy. In the next life, if life could start over, I wonder if I could catch that cloud called dreams." Before he could finish, his hand fell, and he closed his eyes forever. Kaido looked at the body of this man who was both a teacher and an enemy, feeling a mix of emotions. He reached out to wipe the rain from Vidarui's face and softly said, "It is precisely because the world is so filthy that there are pitiful guys like you." His gaze became incredibly firm. "This repetitive tragedy will be ended by me. Watch closely in the underworld, Kubota." After saying this, Kaido felt a wave of weakness and fell back, lying beside Vidarui, falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the golden lion Shiki leaped down from the sky, his twin blades dancing wildly. Lion's thousand cuts. I'm telling you, when that old guy Golden Lion unleashed this move, the whole scene just exploded. The surrounding mountains looked like they were made of paper and shattered with a crack, filling the sky with dust that made it impossible to open your eyes. What's even more outrageous, his little brothers down below were screaming, "Boss, don't aim the map cannon at us, Commander, I..." But Golden Lion up in the sky boldly retorted, "Idiots, who told you to stand so close? Get the hell away." Man, this boss really knows how to throw down when it matters. Just at that critical moment, Whitebeard moved. Let me tell you, he just firmly planted his stance, crossed his fists over his chest, and shouted one word, "Scatter." Holy crap, just that one word. The entire sky instantly looked like glass, filled with web-like cracks, and then with a loud bang, it completely exploded. Golden Lion's storm of golden sword energy didn't even make a sound. It just turned to dust, completely wiped out by that spatial magic. Seeing his big move thwarted, Golden Lion got furious and teleported behind Old Man, aiming his dual blades at his neck, laughing maniacally. Haha, gotcha. But Old Man acted like he had full map hacks. Without even turning his head, he swung his naginata down fiercely. Too slow. Bang. With a deafening roar, their weapons collided violently, unleashing a circle of black lightning. The shockwave sent both of them flying back, each landing several dozen meters away, ready to face off again. At this moment, Golden Lion suddenly stopped fighting, pointed in one direction, and grinned. Hey, Newgate, did you notice? That masked bastard's aura suddenly vanished. I understood what he meant. It was that mysterious person who had messed up his deal, and it seemed like someone had taken care of him. Normally, he should be angry about his business falling through, right? But guess what? This guy was laughing heartily with a cigar in his mouth. Haha, perfect. Saves me the trouble. Although the deal fell apart, this old man was in a great mood now. Old Man was completely thrown off by him. The signature crescent mustache at the corner of his mouth even perked up. It's rare to see a pirate with such a mindset. Enough chatter. Golden Lion turned his blade, pointing directly at Old Man, saying, compared to that nonsense, I want to have a good fight. Come on, Newgate. Let us get serious. Take you down. And then it's Rox's turn. I thought to myself, this guy is truly a pure combat fanatic. My Old Man was also infected by his enthusiasm, swinging the naginata and laughing heartily. Gulalala, it's been a long time since I've encountered a rival like you. I also want to stretch my bones. As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Lion suddenly vanished. Let me tell you, that speed was simply outrageous. The whole arena was filled with his afterimages, as if he had activated a clone bug, instantly surrounding my Old Man in the center. But who was my Old Man? He stood there like an immovable anchor, not even blinking. He understood too well that the more anxious one gets in such a situation, the easier it is to be drawn into the opponent's rhythm. He just stood there quietly, then suddenly raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards the sky. Crash! Another round of shattering glass sounds echoed. The entire space shook, with cracks spreading like a spider web from my Old Man's hand, and wherever they reached, the Golden Lion's afterimages dissipated like smoke. Only one true body was forcibly shaken out of high-speed movement, awkwardly stopping midair, using a wide-range shockwave to crush all my clones at once. You've got some skills. Newgate. The Golden Lion was not angry at all. Instead, he was even more excited, trembling with exhilaration, like a child who just saw their favorite toy. How long has it been since I've felt this passionate? He must have been thinking to show you the true power of the float fruit. He spread his arms, and the shattered mountains around began to reassemble, twisting and deforming. Does anyone understand? Those rocks came to life. They transformed into lifelike rock lions, with fur clearly visible and fierce glints in their eyes, surrounding my Old Man in droves. This is the awakening of the fruit? My Old Man's expression became serious. Kekakekaha, you have some knowledge. The Golden Lion sneered in the air, pointing his blade in an instant. I'll send you on a trip to hell. Lion's might, earth roll, with a command. Hundreds of rock lions let out a thunderous roar and charged towards my Old Man like a tsunami. They instantly engulfed my Old Man's figure, then crazily squeezed inward, forming a massive rock sphere that stood on the ground like a mountain. I thought it would finally be over, but the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the stone sphere, and blinding white light shot out from within. Boom! The entire stone sphere was directly blown to smithereens by the power from within. Dad stood majestically in the radiant light, and let me tell you, not a speck of dust clung to his cloak. Then he stomped his feet on the ground, and his whole body shot up like a white lightning bolt, stepping on the flying debris, charging straight toward the Golden Lion. Impressive, but still not enough. The Golden Lion became even more excited, snapping his fingers. The dark clouds above began to gather, transforming into gigantic lion heads, each 500 meters tall, casting a shadow over the entire island. The lion's might dominating the realm. All the cloud lion heads opened their massive mouths and lunged toward Dad with overwhelming force. The scene was like the apocalypse. But Dad, surprisingly, wore an unprecedented bright smile. He perfectly fused the three powers of armament haki, conqueror's haki, and his devil fruit ability into the Naginata's cloud-cutting technique, with a circle of white light surrounding the blade, and black lightning dancing wildly. Then, he made a horizontal slash. In that instant, all the roars of the lions came to an abrupt halt. The surging cloud lion horde was split in half. The violent shock wave pushed outward, forming two tornadoes that twisted the surrounding space. Dad's momentum did not decrease. He continued to soar upward like a shot arrow. This is interesting. Let's see who wins with this move. The golden lion had completely lost his mind, raising his renowned blade high, drawing down the thunder and lightning from the sky to gather on his sword. Golden Lion King slash. He transformed into a golden lion, diving down, with his two blades extending into giant light blades over 10 meters long, crashing down with the force of thunder. Here it comes. Dad roared, and the white light on the Naginata intensified. This was the strongest strike he had ever made since becoming a pirate. The golden and white flowing lights were about to collide in the blink of an eye. At that critical moment, a boisterous and hearty laughter suddenly echoed throughout the venue. Ah, let me join in too. In an instant, a pitch-black figure, fast as a shooting star, directly inserted itself between the two of them, with both hands waving outward, pulling crimson currents of electricity. He didn't even touch their weapons, just blocking them from a distance. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The next second, boom, an invisible, incredibly violent shockwave erupted from their center. The entire island shook violently, the ground filled with spiderweb-like cracks, and the waves rose hundreds of meters high. Most absurdly, the thick clouds above were torn open, creating a bottomless rift. The sky had cracked. The torrential rain that had just poured down stopped instantly. Everyone engaged in battle. The pirates, the slaves, the agents, all halted their actions, dumbfoundedly looking up at the bizarre phenomenon in the sky, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an apple inside. And of course, the ones who felt it most intensely were Dad and the Golden Lion. They both felt an irresistible immense force surging from their chests. Their weapons could no longer advance even an inch, and they uncontrollably fell downward, rolling several times on the ground before barely stabilizing themselves. This time, they didn't look at each other, but instead fixed their gazes firmly on the man who had landed steadily in front of them. That man, with hair standing up like a porcupine's quills and a sinister smile on his face, was our captain, Rocks. For the first time in his life, the Golden Lion felt what it meant to be afraid. That guy, his fist didn't even touch me, yet I couldn't withstand it? Is this kind of dominance something a human can possess? Before he could think it through, Dad had already spoken first, complaining, "Why do you always like to intervene in others' battles without warning, Rocks? Ha ha ha. Do you expect me to wait until you both are mutually destroyed before I build graves for you?" Rocks said with no regard. "I finished my business over there and came over to see the situation, only to find you two fighting like this." "Finished your business?" The Golden Lion's heart sank. He noticed. Rocks waved his hand to point behind him, saying casually, but it took a bit of time, "I destroyed every single ship from that fleet you brought, without leaving a single one." He said it so lightly, but when the Golden Lion heard it, his mind buzzed, and he froze on the spot. That was the huge fleet he had spent 10 years building. After a brief silence, the Golden Lion's face tightened, and he made a move that took everyone by surprise. He casually tossed aside his two renowned blades, sat cross-legged on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "I lost completely. Take my head quickly. This is the glory you deserve as the victor." Rocks looked at him with interest for a moment and suddenly burst out laughing. The Golden Lion was furious. "What are you laughing at? Do you look down on me?" With such strength, yet such a slow reaction. Beside him, Dad crossed his arms, looking like he was enjoying the show. "Sure enough," Rocks said in a hearty voice, "it would be a pity for you to die so easily with your abilities. Why not lend me a hand, and together we can turn this world upside down?" "Huh?" The Golden Lion's cigar fell to the ground, and he roared, "Are you serious? I only know how to command others. How could I live this kind of dependent life?" Rocks immediately changed his expression, looking disgusted. "Is that your answer? Truly disappointing. The famous Golden Lion is only at this level?" You might as well change the name of your crew to the Sick Cat Pirates. After saying that, he turned to leave. I'm off. Newgate. There's no need to waste time on such trash. This provocation directly broke the Golden Lion's defenses. He jumped up on the spot, brandishing his dual blades to block the way, cursing, "What? You dare to look down on me? When I was beating the Navy to the ground, you were still hiding on Hive Island playing house. Porcupine bastard." Rock stopped and grinned, revealing his white teeth. The choice before you is whether to be a temporary hero deemed a thorn in the government's side, or to lay low and wait for a chance to rise again. The Golden Lion glared at him, gritting his teeth, his joints cracking. After a long while, his anger slowly faded, and he sighed. Forget it. The loser has no right to bargain. Living under your command would be like hitting the jackpot. His face fell again, and with the blade pointed at Rocks, he coldly said, I will join you with the flying pirate crew. However, if you fail to let me fully enjoy the thrill of battle, even if I lose an arm or a leg, I will not hesitate to tear you to shreds. Ha ha ha. I love a straightforward man like you. Rocks took out a double-headed blade from behind and lightly tapped it against the tip of the Golden Lion's sword, declaring as captain, let us wreak havoc on the seas as we please. Ha ha ha. One day, I will personally defeat you. Dad, who had been mostly quiet, spread his hands and couldn't help but comment. Since just now, it seems like I haven't had much presence. In a daze, Kaido woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, wow, his CPU was directly burning out. 2 huge pirate ships were docked at the shore. Just a moment ago, the fierce battle between the Golden Lion and us was intense, but now he was sitting cross-legged with our captain, Rocks, happily drinking from a bowl and chatting like old friends. Oh, you're awake, a gentle voice came. Kaido turned to see Uno. He propped himself up and asked, what happened while I was out? Uno swung his legs and grinned. It's all over. The Golden Lion and his crew are now ours. As for those unfortunate trade targets, look, following his gaze, Kaido saw a large area nearby covered in thick ice, where government agents were frozen in all sorts of bizarre poses, resembling lifelike ice sculptures, looking particularly comical. Wow, who did this? Kaido stammered in shock. I was just about to tell you, Uno replied with a wry smile. At that moment, a noisy argument broke out in the distance. Hey, little girl, those are already our things. Exactly. We don't deal in slave trading. That's not acceptable. I won't believe a pirate's sweet talk for a second. Not even the temptation of food can sway me. I accidentally said it. Upon hearing this, Kaido immediately recognized 2 of the voices as Stussy and Joel D. Roger, but the third voice was unfamiliar, bright, and pleasant, with a hint of carefree spirit. He and Uno quickly ran over checkout, only to see Stussy and Jold. Roger fiercely confronting a girl. The girl was about 17 or 18, wearing a white kimono with a dark red leather jacket over it, and she had 3 samurai swords at her waist. Her long, silky white hair gradually transformed into a beautiful blue-green at the tips. I tell you, she was stunningly beautiful like a model, making Stussy and the others look dull in comparison. Kaido was momentarily mesmerized. So, you really want tea back down? Stussy asked with a light laugh. Absolutely not. The girl shook her head and declared, I promised them that I would restore their freedom. Keeping my word is my principle. Just as Stussy and the others were about to take action, they saw Kaido rushing over. The girl looked over as well, her eyes flashing with surprise. Is that the helmeted pretty boy and a gorilla with horns? Gorilla? Kaido's mouth twitched. I'm Kaido. Kaido. I know now. The girl nodded earnestly. Kaido was speechless and took a moment before asking, who exactly are you? Are those frozen agents you're doing? Before he could finish, the girl patted her chest, her light red pupils sparkling brightly, and confidently introduced herself. My name is Seize, a wandering samurai from Wano, aiming to restore the long-fallen Kurizumi family. As soon as I heard it, I felt something was off. Wano country? Isn't that place closed off? Not even a fly can get out. How did a samurai manage to escape? Besides the surname Kurizumi. Wow, it hit me like a bolt. That old woman who claimed to be working with Captain Rocks just a few days ago. Didn't she call herself Kurizumi Hiyori? These 2 must be connected. I was just about to tease her a bit, but then I thought better of it and decided not to alert the snake by beating the grass. So I changed my question and pretended to care. Hey, among those who were caught. Do you know any of them? To my surprise, she replied honestly without batting an eye. Nope, I'm a lone wolf. But everyone is really nice to me. As soon as I heard that, the stone in my heart dropped by half. It seemed she wasn't in cahoots with that old woman. But Uno, who had been silent beside us, was quite perceptive. He cut straight to the chase. That's not right. I see your skills are decent, so how could you be easily captured? Moreover, Shiki's people treated you like an ordinary tourist and didn't even realize you were a warrior. So, you were deliberately captured, weren't you, Miss Saizuki? As soon as he said this, Stussy and Gloriosa immediately became alert, all staring at her in unison. What do our family members understand? We were all on guard, thinking it was some kind of major conspiracy, but the next second, this girl suddenly squatted down, hugging her knees, and with a pitiful expression said, because I ran out of money. The four of us were stunned on the spot, our brains completely shut down. She saw we weren't reacting and continued to pour out her troubles, which was truly heartbreaking for the listeners. I've spent all my money. I'm so hungry my eyes are turning green. I can't even afford a meatball. Just when I was finally taken in by a kind person, before I could even get a bite of food, it was all taken away by pirates. In the end, I didn't even get a sip of water. As she spoke, tears were almost welling up in her eyes. I really wanted to laugh at that moment. The aura of a master was instantly shattered. Turns out she was just a poor, silly foodie. Before we could finish feeling sorry for her, she suddenly stood up with a smile, tears still hanging on her eyelashes, and cheerfully said, "But it's okay. I took advantage of their inattention this morning and ate a weird-looking fruit. Although it tasted like my defense, at least it filled my stomach, and for some reason, I can still blow out cold air. Look," as she raised her little hand. A gust of white cold air floated out. Wow, it was freezing. The four of us instantly started shivering. I quickly shouted, all right, lady, we got it. If you keep blowing, we'll all catch a cold." "Aha, sorry." She was quite polite and smiled as she pulled the cold air back in. At that moment, I realized that the treasure fruit used for trading by the Golden Lion was being flaunted as emergency rations by you. Fine. I guess it's a lucky mistake that helped us by some time. Uno then asked her what her plans were next. This girl put her hands on her hips, full of bravado. Of course. First, I'll send everyone home. Then I'll continue to travel the world. Once I become invincible, I'll return to Wano and clear our family's name, and become a great general. Her loud voice caught the attention of the pirates sweeping nearby. A guy named Duster stopped in his tracks, his eyes shining as he stared over, with a smile that looked like he'd just won 5 million. Gloriosa immediately poured cold water on her. Dream on. This deal has fallen through. Do you think the world government will let it go? Even if we send these people back, the Navy will catch them again in no time for colluding with pirates. Can you protect them? The girl was caught off guard by the question. Her face flushed as she played with her fingers. I hadn't thought about that. I'm impressed with you. Gloriosa held her forehead and started giving her a lesson, saying they might as well let them join the Rocks Pirates directly. Those willing to be pirates can come to Hive Island, and those who don't want can go back, but they must fly our captain's flag on the island, with our people protecting them. Stussy chimed in sarcastically. Wow, Snake Woman, you're quite sharp this time. Shut up, you blood-sucking woman. Mind your image. Little sister is watching just as it looked like these two were about to clash again. Jean thought for a moment and turned to the civilians who had just been rescued, saying, although what they said makes sense in life, you have to choose for yourself to be happy. At first, everyone hesitated, but then a little girl was the first to stand up. Me. I want to go with you, to help more suffering people. Wow, that ignited the whole crowd. Exactly. Rather than being slaughtered like pigs, let us fight. Yes. Anyway, my luck has always been good. We trust you, warrior girl. The crowd was excited, and Jean was also very moved, turning back with open arms, excitedly shouting, then I want to be on your ship too. I want to experience the life of a pirate. Gloriosa rolled her eyes. Humph, sound nice. But it's just that she doesn't trust this group of people. I didn't say a word, just walked over and grabbed her wrist. This girl probably hadn't been this close to a guy before, and her face instantly turned red. She stammered, what do you want, Kaido? What else? I'm taking you to meet your new colleagues, future leader. I pulled her along without looking back, correcting her. And by the way, my name is Kaido. I'm not ready yet. I'm going to be nervous. She complained behind me like a little girl. I smirked, regardless of whether they were ready or not. I would take the person first. Uno sighed behind me. Cadre, you really dare to think, huh? Stussy also laughed. So cunning, starting the already. Then the two women began to bicker again, and before long, they started revealing their secret crush histories. One said she fell for Newgate at first sight and got lovesick, while the other said she had admired him since childhood. It was a full-on competition for attention, a real battlefield. Just then, a deafening laugh echoed across the island. "Ah, little ones, welcome new partners. Let us start the feast." It was Captain Rocks. As soon as I heard that voice, I instinctively stopped, but Saizuki, who was following me, couldn't stop in time and crashed into my back, and we tumbled together like rolling gourds. That feast, let me tell you, was unprecedented. Just a moment ago, two factions were fighting to the death, and the next moment, they were hugging and chugging from barrels of alcohol. Golden Lion Shiki, that imperious overlord, actually started doing a yonga dance on stage, and his bald subordinate Indigo joined in the madness, turning the whole venue into a frenzy. Of course, the most impressive was our warrior sister. That wasn't called eating. That was called stocking up. She swept through the food so fast that the plates on the table were almost swallowed whole. I watched in shock as she single-handedly demolished a mountain of food and over 30 barrels of alcohol, my jaw nearly dropping. I thought to myself, did this girl have an interdimensional space in her stomach? When she finally stopped, let out a satisfied burp, and licked her lips, she still seemed a bit unsatisfied, shouting at the pirate serving the food. "Could you please bring me 10 more bowls?" The pirate was dumbfounded. "Miss, it's really all gone. The rest needs to be saved for the governor." You guess what she said? She patted her round belly, looking quite disappointed. "Oh, is that so? Well, I can accept being only half full." Everyone around collapsed in shock. "Half full? Sister, you've redefined what being half full means." In a corner of the feast, the group of captured CP agents looked like wilted eggplants. The boss was taken down by me, the second was instantly dispatched by Saizuki, and now they faced two choices: die or join us. You know what happened next. In the face of absolute strength, the will to survive is the strongest. In the end, they decided not to be the celestial dragon's dogs anymore and switched to becoming pirates. The feast ended, and it was getting dark. I ran alone to the seaside, took a big swig of alcohol in front of a makeshift stone cross. That was the grave I made for Kubota. Although he was an undercover agent, sigh. I poured the last bottle of Kubota sake all over the grave, turned around, and walked away, never looking back. On the other side, aboard the Golden Lion's ship, two clueless pirates tried to steal the remaining devil fruits amid the chaos, only to be caught red-handed by the comical Dr. Indigo. Indigo chased them away, opened the box, and looked at the fruits inside with an incredibly greedy expression. Late at night, Saizuki sat alone by the sea, drunkenly talking to herself. "I had such a great time drinking today, met so many friends. When I become a general, I will definitely treat everyone to a feast." Just then, a sinister voice came from behind her. "Nyo, nyo, nyo. Let me help you realize that dream." Saizuki turned around to see the cleaning pirate duster from earlier. Still a bit dazed, she greeted him. "Oh, I remember. Your name is Duster." It was Duster. The pirate walked up to her, dropped a large burlap sack, and smiled in a very strange way. He wiped his face, and oh my god, it was the face of a wrinkled old woman. It was like a live-action version of Painted Skin in 2025. Kurazumi Nika. That was the old woman's true name? Saizuki instantly sobered up, both surprised and delighted. "Kurazumi Nika? Then, we are the same clan?" "That's right." The old woman grabbed her. "I am your elder. You are a descendant of the Kurazumi branch." The silly girl immediately started crying, hugging the old woman and refusing to let go, saying she had finally found family after so many years of wandering. Kurazumi Nika pushed her away, her expression serious, and said word by word, "We can reminisce later. I must take you back to Wano to become the new general." Saizuki was stunned, and after a long pause, she blushed and said, I really want to be a general, but this is too sudden." "Nyo nyo. Don't rush." Kurazumi Nika lowered her voice, her eyes cold before that. "I must tell you everything that happened to your grandfather." "My grandfather?" Saizuki frowned. "I only know he committed a crime, committed seppuku, and implicated the whole family." "Not at all." The old woman suddenly shouted excitedly. He merely lost to the Kazuki clan in a power struggle. What crime is there? As long as you stand at the top, any crime can be turned into innocence. She saw that Saizuki was frightened and took a breath, beginning to recount that dusty, dark history. The previous generation of Kazuki generals had no heirs, and your grandfather had long recognized the opportunity. He used poison to eliminate other rival lords one by one, disguising their deaths as internal strife. The general was so angered he fell ill, and just when he was about to take the general's position. Hearing this, I saw Saizuki's eyes change, reflecting unmasked disgust and disdain for her grandfather's actions. And guess how the old lady responded? Let me tell you, this old woman had an outrageous flair for the dramatic. She seemed oblivious to Saizuki's expression and continued her performance, waving a broken stick, her voice nearly cracking, saying how great their family was back then, just a step away from the throne. And what happened? Out of nowhere, a Chung Yao Jin appeared, and the general had a son. His name was Kazuki Shiaki. Goodness. As she spoke, she burst into tears, crying as if the whole world owed her 8 million. She lamented how their Kurizumi family's plan was exposed, how your grandfather was forced to commit seppuku, how the title and territory were confiscated, and how the entire family ended up on the streets, while she herself was forced to live overseas, leading a miserable life. I could almost roll my eyes listening to this. Isn't this just a typical case of workplace pie-in-the-sky failing and getting laid off? And she's over here playing the victim, trying to manipulate Saizuki with some PUA tactics. Little girl, think about it. The enemies who make you go hungry and cold are now living in luxury. Do you hate them? Do you want to turn them into meat paste? After she said that, she stared intensely at her Saizuki, her gaze like she was waiting for the lottery results, probably already calculating in her mind that as soon as the girl nodded, she would turn her into her tool of revenge. But how did our Saizuki respond? 2 words, no way. I tell you, in that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The old lady's jaw almost dropped in shock, her eyes wide open, probably thinking she was hearing things. She asked in confusion, "What did you say? You don't want revenge?" Sasaki shook her head, her voice as clear as a spring. "Although I may be foolish, I know that revenge will never end. Besides, it was clearly my grandfather who acted unjustly. Even if he became a general through such despicable means, no one would respect him." The old lady became anxious upon hearing this, pointing her finger at Sasaki's nose and scolding, "You don't understand anything. As long as you sit in that position, even if you're a pile of dung, people will still say you're fragrant. Have you been overseas for too long and forgotten the deep blood feud of the family?" Guess what? Sasaki was not swayed by her at all. She placed her little hand on her chest and spoke with righteous indignation. "I am determined to become stronger to wash away the family's disgrace. I want to return to my country and become a general in a dignified manner so that everyone recognizes me and eliminates the prejudice against black charcoal. This is the dream I want to pursue, and I will fulfill it even if it costs me my last breath." The momentum was incredible. It left the old lady speechless, frozen in place like a wooden statue. After a while, the old lady finally regained her composure and said with a forced smile, "Oh dear, little girl, being too naive is not a good thing." Then she pretended to sigh and said, "I understand. That's your choice. I won't interfere." Before turning to leave, before she left, she specifically cautioned her not to speak about their meeting tonight, fearing that pirates would come after her. Our silly and naive sightsee really believed it, patting his chest and assuring, "Don't worry. Although I don't like you, you're my family after all. I won't let you be killed." The old lady left without looking back, and Sightsee still waved goodbye foolishly. After the figure disappeared, he sat down with a thud and gulped down more than 50 cups of alcohol, eventually lying flat on his back, passed out. So what happened? That old lady was not a good person at all. She turned around and hid behind a rock, panting and cursing Sightsee for being stupid. What did she take out from that ragged bag? Besides the stolen 100,000 berries, there were actually 3 devil fruits. Who understands family matters? She muttered something about unreliable little devils for dividing the family, and that she should go back home to find a good seedling, then took out a phone bug, and with a swipe across her face. Oh my goodness. Can you guess who she turned into? The gold lion Shiki. It turns out this old lady was a mimic fruit user. She disguised herself as the Gold Lion, tricking Shiki's crew into thinking she wanted to go to Wano to get sea prisms, but in reality, she wanted to deceive this group of people to Wano and eliminate them all. The scene shifts, and 3 days later, news of Rocks recruiting the Gold Lion exploded, and the whole world was discussing it. In Mariehua, the 5 elders held an emergency meeting, all looking worried, saying that Rocks was too capable of causing trouble, recruiting the Gold Lion and exposing government scandals, and now his reputation was skyrocketing. They had to suppress him. They mentioned that there was AD in Rock's name, even brought up Roger, and began planning a triennial hunting event, preparing to find an opportunity to set a trap for Rocks. A few more days passed, and on Hive Island, the real Gold Lion Shiki was furious. The 3 devil fruits he had worked so hard to obtain had all turned into rotten fruit. He grabbed his subordinate by the collar and roared. The subordinate, scared out of his wits, said they were taken by someone named Indigo, who said it was for Lord Rocks to see. Just as he was getting angry, Rocks called him, laughing heartily, and in just a few words, he calmed the Gold Lion down, saying that it didn't matter who ate the fruits, they would snatch more and share the profits. Finally, he added meaningfully, besides, that fruit of yours that originally disappeared, hasn't it now become part of us? As he spoke, Shiki's gaze drifted far away. Then, our sightsee officially joined the crew. Can you guess who the first high-ranking officer he met was? Charlotte Limlin. This girl was also a social butterfly, not scared at all, walked up and introduced herself, saying her goal was to become a general, and even whispered to Kaido that she had never seen such a tall beauty in her life. This made Big Mom laugh, and she directly decided to make her an apprentice crew member. Sightsee was overjoyed, went up to Kaido with one hand on him and another on a guy named Uno, and announced, from today on, we are friends. Big Mom looked at the lively kids and felt good, rubbing her round belly, wondering if she could give birth to a giant this time. Before leaving, she told Kaido that Rocks had something to reward him with. Later, Uno took Sightsee and Kaido out for a stroll. Hive Island was simply a pirate paradise, bustling with activity. Sightsee was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Everything was fresh to her. Suddenly, she reacted, pointing at the two and shouting, "You guys haven't done anything bad, right? I boarded a pirate ship." Uno quickly explained that they only targeted the world government and didn't bully the common people, which made the silly girl relax. Kaido also got a new weapon, a stunning wolf-tooth club, a trophy seized by Rocks, which he gave to him. Kaido loved it and immediately gave it a cool and domineering name, 8 Precepts. Then the 3 of them swept through the snack street like starving ghosts. Sightsee was gobbling down food and almost choked herself. It was Kaido who poured her a mouthful of alcohol to help her recover. After eating and drinking enough, they went to watch street performances and an outdoor movie. I tell you, while watching the movie, when the protagonist was jumping around dodging bullets, she was so nervous she almost synchronized her breathing. When the protagonist successfully counterattacked, she got so excited that she leaned weakly against Kaido, only to be pushed away by him with a slap. It was ridiculous. When night fell, the 3 of them walked back after shopping, Sightsee holding an ice cream in her left hand and a plush dog at her right, with a satisfied expression, sighing that she had so much fun today. But Kaido's face darkened, muttering beside her, "How can you still say that? All my money went to you grabbing toys." Let me tell you, this girl is really bad at grabbing toys. After more than 10 tries, she didn't grab a single one, and in the end, emptied both mine and Kaido's pockets just to barely get one. In the end, it was Uno who couldn't stand it anymore and took out his own money to buy each of us an ice cream, emphasizing companionship. Uno is really good-natured, still smiling as he said, "It's okay. Miss Sightsee just arrived. It's only right to take her out to have some fun." As a result, when Sightsee heard this, her eyes lit up, and she leaned in to say she wanted to come again next time. Kaido, standing nearby, scoffed and coldly replied, "I refuse." Just then, Sightsee suddenly fell silent, frowning with a look of unprecedented contemplation. Kaido and I were both curious, wondering what this girl had realized. The next second, she completely broke down, tears streaming down her face, starting to recount the plot of the movie, saying how cool Pirate Adam was, robbing the rich to help the poor and resisting authority, and how only by understanding people's hearts can one guide the world to a stage called happiness. Who understands family matters? One second she was foolishly laughing, and the next she was directly getting into values. This emotional switch was faster than my boss's mood swings. While wiping her tears, she said she also wanted to be the kind of person wanting to make the world better, so she had to keep getting stronger. Kaido was stunned, asking her why she suddenly said this. The next second, she changed her tone, turned to Kaido with a mischievous smile, and said, "Kaido, let's train." Good heavens. Here it comes. We directly transitioned to a dedicated training ground in the northeast of Hive Island. This place generally doesn't allow ordinary people in. It requires approval from high-ranking officers. Let me tell you, Kaido was actually taken aback at that moment, probably thinking this girl was talking nonsense after drinking too much. But when he saw Sightsee's determined eyes, he immediately understood she was serious. To be honest, Kaido used to be quite chauvinistic, thinking women should stay at home. That going to the battlefield was just sending food until he got on Rock's ship and saw the likes of Stussy and Charlotte Linlin, realizing that there were plenty of capable women on the sea. So now, no matter who he faced, he would definitely give his all. He had already heard from Uno that Sightsee had wiped out a team of agents by herself on White Heron Island, and he had been itching to test her. Now that she was voluntarily challenging him, it was just what he wanted. Let me tell you, these two are about to fight. And it's not just me and Uno watching. Aunt Lingling directly floated over on her cloud, sitting cross-legged in the sky, chewing on chocolate, looking like she's right at the front line to watch the show. She even told Uno that there's no doubt Kaido will win. But that white-haired girl seems to have some skills too, so she might just have a chance. When Uno asked her what she meant, she pretended to be profound and said to wait and see. You see, this is the true face of capitalist, right? She just wants to figure out the backgrounds of these two future employees. On the field, Kaido was quite the gentleman, saying that the duel was proposed by him, so the rules should be set by him. Saikajin thought for a moment and said that whoever falls out of the ring first loses. But as long as their feet don't touch the ground, being out of the ring doesn't count as losing. Kaido laughed and said that was a good rule, perfect for guerrilla fighting. However, Saikajin responded, "I just don't like being restricted." Kaido roared, "What a coincidence, I feel the same way." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido took down the kanabo from his back, with dark, imposing energy crackling around it, as if it were electrified. On the other side, Saikajin unsheathed two swords from her waist with a clang, the moonlight shining on the blades, reflecting a cold gleam, and her fluid, dominating aura instantly enveloped the sword bodies, distorting the air around them. I tell you, that referee is like a falling leaf. As soon as it touches the ground, boom, the two people vanished on the spot. The next second, they collided in the middle of the arena. That's not the sound of knives and sticks clashing. It's like two missiles colliding, black and red lightning. I tell you, crackling and exploding outward, the surrounding trees instantly looked like they were struck, snapping all at once. I quickly jumped back to avoid the blast. Good heavens, the clash of Conqueror-S Haki. Both of them have Conqueror-S Haki. Kaido launched a powerful attack right away. Thunderbawa. That stick hit like a black lightning bolt right in the face. But Sei's Jean's footwork was so graceful, she arced through the air and dodged it, then slashed back toward Kaido's shoulder. Kaido reacted quickly, dodging to the side, and countered with a punch to her stomach. Sei's Jean used her left hand to block, deflecting the punch, but unexpectedly, Kaido's move was a feint. His right-hand kanabo came crashing down from above. In a split second, Sei's Jean spun like a top, using her dual blades to absorb the force and flipping back to the ground. Kaido's blow hit the ground with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater. Sei's Jean shook her numb hand and complained, saying she almost got turned into a meat pie by this demon child. Kaido, holding his kanabo, laughed heartily, saying she should show her true skills quickly, or she would really die. Sei's Jean, unwilling to back down, retorted that his previous moves were just warm-ups. As she spoke, she switched both swords to her left hand and slowly drew a third sword from her waist. This sword had a guard shaped like petals, looking incredibly beautiful. She said this sword is called Sh May Run, her treasured weapon that she wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary. But against him, she felt no psychological burden. Then, the high-energy moment arrived. She began to transform. Fine white fur sprouted all over her body. Her size increased. Her fingers turned into claws, her mouth protruded with fangs. Her ears elongated and sharpened, and a fluffy tail like fire sprouted from behind. Good heavens, she transformed into a giant, stunning white wolf. The legendary mythical Zoan. The great white wolf form. The most outrageous part, you know? She wrapped her tail around the third sword. I was stunned. What kind of cyberpunk swordsmanship is this? Three-sword style can be played like this? Kaido was also dumbfounded, saying he had never seen a swordsman like this. Sei's Jean struck a stance, her aura fully unleashed, saying that one day, her self-created moves would echo throughout the world. Sei's Jin's three-sword style? Cloud dance. She leaped gracefully into the air, looking like she was dancing. But the next second, a sword fell from the sky, seemingly gentle, yet accompanied by a deafening sound that tore through the air. Kaido quickly raised his kanabo to block, his arm numbing from the impact. Immediately after, her left-hand sword slashed horizontally, and the sword from her tail stabbed directly at his abdomen. In that moment, I saw Kaido's pupils contract. He probably saw a vision of himself being disemboweled. At a critical moment, Kaido finally regained his senses, grabbing her tail and stopping the blade less than a centimeter from his belly. Just as he intended to throw Sei's Jean away, she opened her mouth, and a white energy ball gathered within. No sword ice fong. A dazzling white beam erupted, swallowing Kaido entirely. With a boom, the ground was blasted into a deep pit, and a bone-chilling cold instantly spread, turning the entire training ground into an ice age. Frost covered the trees, and even Zeus, the cloud above, was sneezing from the cold. Shrinking in size, Sei's Jean landed on the ice, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratching her head and saying it seemed like she went too far. Just as she worried whether Kaido was frozen in the ice, a sharp wind rushed from behind. She turned around quickly, her dual blades clashing against the incoming kanabo. Kaido emerged unscathed from behind her, laughing, saying this was just a return gift. It turned out that at the moment the freezing light shot out, he used a high-speed movement technique similar to Soru, flashing into the woods and creating the illusion that he had been hit head-on. "Let me enjoy this properly," Kaido shouted, his figure disappearing again. What followed was a battle of gods. Sei's Jean dodged Kaido's sweeping attack in midair, rolling over his head and slashed back at his back. Kaido turned to block, and the sword on her tail jabbed at him again. Kaido blocked again, then kicked at her back. The two exchanged blows, the light of blades and shadows of the stick moving so fast that the eyes couldn't keep up. Suddenly, Kaido stomped the ground, launching himself into the air, swinging his kanabo like a windmill, executing the move Shri Inaraku, descending from the sky with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. Boom! Another massive crater appeared on the ground, but Kaido felt he hadn't hit anyone. Looking up, he saw Sei's Jean had already flashed into the distant woods. Kaido laughed wildly and chased after her. Then I saw a giant white wolf swiftly darting through the forest, with Kaido closely pursuing, crashing through tree after tree like a cannonball. The scene was a small physical shock for the forest. The white wolf turned back and unleashed another no sword ice fong, while Kaido transformed himself into a tornado, deflecting the freezing beam and charging back at the white wolf. One man and one wolf, one chasing and the other fleeing, burst out of the woods and back onto the open ground. Kaido descended from the sky, swinging down his stick. Just then, the white wolf instantly transformed back into her beast-human form in midair, three swords poised for attack. Sei's Jin's three-sword style? Group dance. The next second, countless afterimages of her filled the sky, attacking Kaido from all directions simultaneously. Clones? Watch me crush you all. Kaido was enraged, executing the move Gump, Zaigun, swinging his kanabo in a dense pattern, ultimately unleashing a 360-degree Conqueror as Haki shockwave that swept away all the afterimages. After this exchange, both of them began to breathe heavily, clearly exhausted. Kaido's gaze sharpened, seemingly preparing to bet everything on his final move, the purple light on his kanabo shining brilliantly. At that moment, Sei's Jean suddenly withdrew, reverting to her original form, sheathing her sword, and cheerfully said, "Let us leave it at this for now. You're much stronger than I thought, Gorilla." Kaido was taken aback, saying, "Why do I have another nickname now?" He asked why she wanted to fight him. Sei's Jean replied that she heard about his prowess on White Heron Island, that he had never lost. So she wanted to spar with this expert to make a name for herself. After hearing this, Kaido chuckled bitterly, saying, "We're basically the same kind of person." Sei's Jean then jumped up, shaking Kaido's shoulders, shouting that she wanted to get even stronger. Stronger. Kaido was shaken to the point of nausea. Just then, Lingling descended from the sky riding her fireball pet Prometheus, which exhaled hot air, melting all the ice on the ground. Lingling, unusually cheerful, said, "Since you two are fighting so hard, I'll treat you to drinks." Upon hearing there was alcohol, Sei's Jean immediately perked up, saying, "That's great." Uno also jumped down from a tree, laughing and saying, "Oh, don't forget to count me in." Lingling laughed, saying, "Of course, you're one of the organizers." Uno shrugged, pointing at Kaido, who was being tossed around by Sei's Jean like a noodle, saying, "I'm just afraid he won tea last until we get to the tavern." I tell you, at that time we were just laughing and joking over there. And guess what? In the distance, on the cliff, there was a guy standing there with a hedgehog hairstyle, hugging his arm, giving a sinister smile, and mumbling something about the winds of the era. Wow, he was striking a classic pose for a middle schooler villain. Anyway, we ended up having a great time drinking, and after we finished, Lingling said she wanted to take us to a secret base to enjoy ourselves. When we got there, wow, it was a natural outdoor rock hot spring. Soaking in the hot water was incredibly comfortable. Kaido, this big guy, leaned back into the water, stretched, and let out a satisfied shout. "Oh, ha!" Drinking and then soaking in the hot spring. This life is unbeatable. Uno was sitting next to him, with a towel on my helmet, couldn't help but comment, "Come on, mainly your alcohol breath can finally dissipate." Let me tell you, soaking in a hot bath is really comfortable. But if you soak for too long, your whole body becomes soft and you can't exert any strength. Kaido turned his head to glance at the bamboo wall separating the women's bath and said, "I wonder if that guy is sobered up yet." His drinking capacity and strength are even scarier than Lingling. This remark really annoyed Prometheus, who was floating in the air. It was afraid of water and yelled from a distance, "Bullshit. Mom is the strongest. What is that little girl worth?" Zeus, next to him, slurping on juice, added fuel to the fire. "Oh, ever since Mom praised Saizuki, you've been acting strange. Aren't you worried about losing her favor?" Prometheus's face turned red with anger as he stammered, Who said that? Mom is supreme." Just then, a fat man floated over on the water, his belly floating on the surface, holding a bowl of mung bean soup. It was our head chef, Long Mianbao. "Everyone, quiet down." He took a big sip of soup, smacked his lips, and said, This water temperature is just right, perfect for making desserts." I was shocked at the time, Mr. Longbread. "I almost forgot you were here too." He wasn't happy. Hey. I specifically pushed my work aside to hang out with you all. After all, I am your esteemed head chef. Very familiar, right? Then a guy in a corner with a weakly said, "Actually, I should be the one with no presence." Who understands family? This guy is all about companionship, just a pure background character. He is Longbread's little brother, a king of some sort, here to pay tribute, but no one remembers him at all. Kaido thought for a long time and slapped his thigh. "Oh right, Pirate A, help me grab a towel." That guy was almost crying. "My name is no Zaken." While Kaido was tossing him the towel, he started chatting with me again, looking like he was enjoying the show. "Have you heard? Shiki's 3 fruits were swapped. I really can't understand who would be interested in that stuff. You can't even swim after eating it." I smiled and explained to this iron-headed guy. "You don't understand, do you? Devil fruits, once eaten, you can't swim, but they grant superpowers. Even if you don't eat it yourself, you can sell it on the black market for at least 100 million. It's no different from finding treasure." Kaido was taken aback. "You really know a lot. But what if the ability is really useless? Wouldn't that be a huge loss?" "Not necessarily." I shook my head, water from the towel on my head splashing everywhere. Abilities can be developed, and with hockey, even weak abilities can become strong. Saying this, I reached out and gently pressed my hand against the nearby rock wall. With just that one touch, my palm covered a round piece of rock, which instantly shattered into powder, dissolving in the water, while the surrounding rock wall remained unaffected. See, my decomposition ability was uncontrollable when I first got it, but now I can hit exactly where I aim. To be honest, I'm quite satisfied with this ability. Kaido's eyes widened. filled with envy and jealousy. Now you've got me wanting to be an ability user too. I'll continue to teach him. Dream on. A devil fruit, nicknamed the treasure of the sea, is not that easy to find. And remember, a person can only eat one in their lifetime. Eating a second one will cause them to explode on the spot, leaving no remains. Kaido smacked his lips. Then I have to choose wisely. If I eat one, it must be a Logia or a mythical Zoan. The rarer, the more deserving of me. Long bread floated over, sipping soup. Exactly. Just eat one that suits you. Look at me, with the fruit in my cooking skills. I'll never know what it's like to go hungry in this life. But Kaido is very stubborn. Grinning, why decide one tea change? After fighting with Seize, I realized that the combination of powerful abilities and hockey is the strongest path. Oh ho ho ho. Huh? Are you talking about me? A crisp, slightly boyish voice suddenly rang out. We collectively froze and looked in the direction of the sound. Good heavens. My eyes nearly popped out. Seize stood there completely naked in our men's bath. Her long hair, a white-blue gradient, was wet and draped behind her, and that figure. Those curves. The steam was particularly considerate, swirling around her key areas. It was simply too much. Everyone present was petrified, breathless. And that guy called Nozakin had nosebleeds flowing like rivers. She innocently stretched, causing splashes of water that made people's hearts race. I was so bored over there with Aaron that I ran over here. Speaking of which, soaking the bath feels really nice. She tilted her head, looking at us oddly. Why are you all staring at me? As a samurai, my lifestyle should align with that of men. The scene fell silent for 3 seconds. Then with a bang, it exploded. The water in the entire bath nearly splashed out. Samurai, you big-headed ghost. Hurry up and wrap yourself in a towel and get back next door. Ah, Seize-chan. I seem to have seen heaven. Oh ho ho. What an interesting woman. Lien in the women's bath next door probably heard it too and impatiently cursed. These guys are really troublesome. But while we were having a party in the bath, on the other side, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, cutting directly to a horror film set. In some unknown corner of a country, lightning flashed and thunder roared, torrential rain poured down. In the wilderness, there was a broken temple surrounded by graves. Inside the temple sat 2 people, a blind old man and a disheveled old woman. The old woman shouted as if possessed. Yo yo yo. Quickly, use the gestures I taught you and try the power you just received. The blind old man complained about the difficulty for this old blind man. But his hands moved quickly, and with the cross of his fingers, a green circular barrier instantly enveloped them both. The old woman became even more excited. Did you see that? With this ability, we want fear even if the sky falls. The old man withdrew his power and said coldly, You old thing, after years of wandering, suddenly coming back and stuffing me with a fruit that tastes terrible. What do you want? Don't say it so harshly, Kurizumi Semimaru. The old woman pointed at him with her stick, her voice sharp and piercing. You are the genius of the Kurizumi family, and what now? You are living like a beggar. Who has to blame for this? Blamed the Kazuki clan. The old man fell silent, his fingers plucking the pipa. The sound was desolate. The old woman pressed on. As long as we bring down the current shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki, our Kurizumi clan can see the light of day again. The old man's voice was venomous. You're right. If it weren't for those troublesome commoners, how would have ended up like this? Yo yo yo. As long as you can understand. The old woman pulled out 2 oddly shaped fruits from her bosom. I also have 2 demon fruits. Now we just need 2 helpers from the same clan. Who to find? Don't worry, I've done my homework. The old woman raised 2 fingers. One is from our family, bullied since childhood, hiding everywhere, although not very capable, but with pure blood. It's only right to support him as shogun. The other. Do you remember a month ago when a theater troupe was wiped out by Ronin? I know. Only one survivor? That's right. It's the only son of the troupe leader. Now he is hiding his name and working in an art studio. I saw him yesterday. His eyes were hauntingly hollow, just a shell that can only imitate others. This cowardly little brat is the perfect tool. This pen fruit is just right for him. The old woman poked one of the fruits, laughing like a wicked ghost. Anyway, it's a tool if it's not useful. It can be replaced at any time. Just then, a wailing voice came from outside the temple. Ugh, I'm so miserable. just because my last name is Kurizumi. I'm being hunted. If only I were born into a wealthy family. The old woman's eyes lit up. Yo, 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 speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Saves us the trouble of looking. The blind old man also laughed. Hee hee, is this a coincidence of fate? The old woman touched another snakehead-shaped fruit. Her mouth stretched from ear to ear. For the wealth of our Kurizumi clan. The revenge drama begins. A terrifying conspiracy that would overturn the country quietly began on this stormy night. On the other side, after the bath, Kaido and I sent Seize back to her room. As soon as the door opened, the room was clean and beautiful, and it smelled nice. Seize excitedly jumped onto the bed, hugging the pillow and rubbing against it. Wow, a warm bed. I've dreamed of this. So soft and comfortable. Kaido looked speechless. What kind of life have you lived before? Sei sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her feet, and said a bit sadly, in the past, I focused solely on getting stronger to revive my family. I couldn't even fill my belly. Now that I think about it, I might have long been trapped by this bloodline curse. I quickly waved my hand. That's not true. You can do whatever you want. Kaido leaned against the wall, staring at her, and said, forcing yourself to do something you don't like. No one would feel good about that. Seojin suddenly smiled, tears shimmering in her eyes. That's why I'm so glad I met you all. I have always been alone, thinking I was used to loneliness. But sometimes I still cry in secret. It wasn't until recently that I learned what a friend is. I'm really happy to be with you today. Tears streamed down her face. Kaido rolled his eyes, looking impatient. Calling yourself a warrior and crying over such a small thing. If you want something, just say it out loud. How would anyone know if you keep it hidden? I adjusted my helmet and gently said, if you encounter any trouble, feel free to let us know, and we will definitely help you. Thank you. Seizetsu wiped away her tears and returned to her sunny self. When I become the general of Wano country, I will definitely take you to enjoy the beautiful scenery of my hometown. Hey, you better keep your promise. It's a deal. The three of us pressed our palms together. The next second, the girl jumped up from the bed, hands on her hips, to strengthen our friendship. Why don't you two stay over at my place tonight? I want to share my experiences from the past few years with you. I echoed with Kaido. I must refuse. Why? We agreed to be friends. You're being too heartless. Then there was a flurry of chaos, and in the end, Lingling and the Longbread were also called over. But none of us knew that after this night, a battle that would determine the fate of Hive Island had quietly begun. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. New world, Fairn Island. This place hasn't joined the world government, and no one manages it. It was originally a deserted island, but after discovering iron ore, it suddenly became incredibly wealthy, turning into a paradise for many. However, while everything here is good, it lacks one thing, military power. As a result, this most fatal weakness became a target for others. Haha, take everything valuable. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. A group of guys dressed in Navy uniforms charged into the town like mad dogs, burning, killing, and looting, committing all kinds of atrocities. A middle-aged man couldn't stand it and questioned them. Why? Aren't you Navy supposed to protect the people? Before he could finish speaking, he was cut down to the ground with a knife. A rough voice sounded, and a giant of a man, as big as a small mountain, walked over. He wore a justice cloak, but his face was full of muscles, and there were 2 fangs at the corners of his mouth, making him look quite ferocious. I tell you, this guy came over and was just so arrogant. Without saying a word, he kicked the corpse on the ground, which was lying there with its eyes wide open, sending it tumbling several times. He was cursing, saying something about how they weren't a member of the world government and still wanted human rights. Dream on. Goodness, this attitude was too overwhelming. If you didn't know any better, you'd think some pirate captain was here for a team-building exercise. A little Navy soldier ran over, saluting, reporting that the back street had been cleared, all the resistance had been wiped out, and the rest had been taken to the port. This big man, Colonel Tusk, proudly lit a cigar, blew out a smoke ring, and specifically instructed that this batch of goods must be delivered intact to the Celestial Dragons. I realized then that they were here to capture slaves. Then this guy turned around and set his sights on a pair of little siblings huddled together in the corner. Trembling. The little boy was probably only 7, but he was quite brave, protecting his sister and shouting at Tusk. You can't come over. I'll knock you down with one punch. Family members, who understands? I give him full marks for courage, but in terms of combat power, sigh. Tusk didn't care at all. With a hand the size of a fan, he lifted the two kids as if they were little chicks. The little boy, quite tough. Bit down on Tusk's hand. Tusk shuddered in pain and flung the boy away, causing him to crash and lose consciousness on the spot, looking like he wouldn't make it. This really pissed Tusk off. He looked at the bloody bite mark on his hand, grinned savagely, and pulled out a gun, pressing it against the little girl's forehead. Let me tell you, this move was the epitome of cruelty. He actually planned to kill the sister in front of the brother and then send the brother down to reunite with her. The little Navy soldiers nearby couldn't bear to watch, but they didn't dare to say a word. Just when it was a critical moment, Tusk's finger was about to pull the trigger. I thought, surely the villain dying due to excessive talking is a solid rule, right? Sure enough, his expression suddenly froze, as if he had seen a ghost. He looked down and realized that the gun in his hand had somehow turned into a pile of parts, clattering to the ground. Who? Get out here. Tusk's face was shaking with rage. As soon as he finished speaking, his mountain-like body was knocked away as if hit by a high-speed train, crashing through a building and getting buried alive. Tusk's subordinates were left dumbfounded. At that moment, a shadow flashed by and caught the little girl who was about to fall. A gentle voice came. It's okay. You're safe now. From the ruins, Tusk crawled out, coughing up blood, his eyes red, staring hard at the shadow. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my duties? The shadow was a cloaked youth who gently set the little girl down, turned around, and sarcastically said, Oh, when did the Navy's duties become about burning, killing, and looting? Is your admiral also a pirate king? Tusk couldn't take this insult. He whistled, and a swarm of Navy soldiers rushed in from all directions, their black muzzles aimed directly at the youth. Guess what happened next? The youth remained calm, raising his hands in a surrender gesture. All right, I'll go with you. Tusk thought he had found an easy target and started threatening to send him to a high-security prison. The youth sighed, looked up, and grinned at him, saying word by word, Buddy, you don't really believe that, do you? It's best not to trust a single word from pirate. What? Before Tusk could react, the youth snapped his fingers. The next second, a white-haired girl in a kimono descended from the sky, her sword flashing as she rushed into the crowd, moving so fast that she left only an afterimage. Everywhere she passed, the Navy soldiers instantly had frostbite wounds and fell in groups. Tusk was stunned and shouted for the remaining soldiers to open fire. But the youth moved like a ghost, weaving through the crowd, and when he stopped, all the guns in the soldiers' hands had once again turned into a pile of parts. Now the Navy was in complete chaos. The white-haired girl did a backflip and returned to the youth's side, pouting. I've been wanting to beat them up for a long time. Hearing the name, I thought, Saiz Jean? Goodness, isn't that the bounty of 380 million for the Demon Princess? And this next to her. The youth pulled back his hood, revealing a handsome face with a very conspicuous silver helmet on his head. Tusk screamed on the spot. The Disassemberuno, with a bounty of 510 million. Holy crap, an officer from the Rocks Pirates. As soon as this news broke, the remaining Navy soldiers completely lost their composure, abandoning all military dignity and orders, running faster than rabbits. All about extreme survival. Tusk watched his men flee, his legs shaking in fear. He glanced over at the siblings not far away, thinking that while Uno and the others weren't paying attention, he could grab them as hostages for a slim chance of survival. Just as he was about to pounce, a cold voice whispered in his ear, Nice thought. Tusk turned around, and before he could see who it was, a wolf-toothed club with black lightning expanded infinitely before his eyes. With a loud bang, his entire face was crushed inward, flying out like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings, and finally plopping into the sea. I focused my gaze, and, good heavens, a muscular man with horns on his head and a spike club in hand stood there, exuding an aura that screamed you are weak, and I am a god. The surrounding Navy soldiers, upon recognizing the newcomer, were so terrified that their souls seemed to fly away, shouting that it was the monster newcomer Kaido, and then they ran even faster. Kaido completely ignored the group of weaklings. He raised his spike club and let out a furious roar that resonated throughout the island. Listen up. From today on, this Farron Island is the territory of the Rock Pirates. The next day, at Navy headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Admiral Steelbone Kong was on stage reporting the situation, stating that Farron Island had been occupied by the Rocks Pirates. Vice Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Sengoku were analyzing the situation, saying that Rocks and his crew had been getting too bold lately, expanding their influence without boundaries. With each subordinate being a monster, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shiki the Golden Lion, and now with Kaido and Uno. These fierce characters were going to turn the world upside down if not managed properly. As the meeting progressed, arguments broke out internally. A purple-haired muscular man named Zephyr pointed at a man with a slick-back hairstyle, cursing him for allowing his subordinates to run amok, claiming it was a disgrace to the Navy. The slick-back man, named Rubail, was also a troublemaker, casually replying, "Are non-member nations even human? Why protect them?" The two were about to come to blows when Vice Admiral Tsuru intervened. Steelbone Kong was exasperated, wishing everyone could learn from Carp's focused demeanor during meetings. But when everyone turned to look, the most prominent figure in the room was deep in sleep, drooling, with a bubble forming on his nose. The entire room fell silent, followed by the deafening sound of snoring. Steelbone Kong, with thick skin, continued the meeting, stating that although Rocks and his crew were strong, they all harbored ulterior motives, which could be exploited to incite infighting among them. Sengoku suggested using treasure as bait, but Vice Admiral Tsuru objected, stating they had a common goal, overthrowing the celestial dragons. Just then, Steelbone Kong shifted the topic, saying that aside from Rocks, they also needed to keep an eye on another group, the Roger Pirates. Roger. Those two syllables acted like a switch, popping the bubble on Carp's nose, who suddenly jumped up, clenching his fists and looking around. "Where's Roger? Come out and let's battle for 300 rounds." The entire meeting room couldn't hold back any longer, and Steelbone Kong, both amused and helpless, assigned him a task. During the operation, keep a close watch on Roger and don't let him cause trouble. Upon hearing he could fight Roger, Carp immediately got energized, swinging his fists in excitement. Just as the meeting was about to continue, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a messenger rushed in, saying, "Admiral, the Gorosei urgently summon you to the Holy Land." Meanwhile, on the other side at the pirate stronghold, Hive Island, Rocks was sitting on his throne with his legs crossed, and the excited voice of a subordinate came through the den mushy, announcing they had obtained a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Rocks was instantly overjoyed and ordered his subordinate to bring it back quickly. Just as he hung up the phone, it rang again. Rocks impatiently picked up. "What now?" A booming, hearty laughter came from the other end. "Ha! You must be Rocks. I'm Roger. I want to meet you." Rocks was completely stunned, leaning back in his throne, his brow furrowed, his mind filled with the conversation he just had with Roger. The guy had actually told him over the phone, "Bro, don't rush to clash with the world government yet. They're slandering you everywhere, and if you make a move, the allied nations will definitely stab you in the back. I recently found 2 pieces of the poneglyph. I know you're looking for them too. Why don't we join forces to uncover the truth of the world first, and then we can overthrow those celestial dragons together. How about it?" Rocks pondered for a long time before finally replying, "All right, I'll trust you this once. Where's the location?" The guy hadn't specified where, but he assured Rocks, "This will work." Rocks, not one to hesitate, immediately called Whitebeard. "Newgate, gather everyone. Bring all the idle officers, even those little brats. We have big news." On the other side, Kaido and his crew had just disembarked at Rocky Port, where the old man Longbread was already waiting like a host. Let me tell you, the scene was like a top-tier star returning home. The streets of Hive Island were lined with people, and when they saw Kaido, cheers erupted like it was New Year's. A bunch of young pirates looked at him with starry eyes, filled with admiration, practically wanting to pledge brotherhood on the spot. It's no wonder. Kaido was only 15 years old, and his bounty had already skyrocketed to 830 million. Who understands at 15? I was still playing in the mud at that age, while he had already taken down a nation single-handedly, earning the nickname Monster Newcomer, striding through the New World. In a place like Hive Island, strength was everything, and Kaido's name was nearly synonymous with invincibility. Of course, almost invincible, because true invincibility belonged only to that man on the mountaintop, Rocks. In the crowd, a girl named Shizuki, usually loud and boisterous, became shy under so many gazes. looking like a frightened little rabbit as she hugged Kaido's arm, which was thicker than my thigh, as if it were her personal power bank. Behind them, Uno watched this scene and smiled, saying nothing. This guy was all about high emotional intelligence. After pushing through the sea of people, they finally arrived at the iconic giant skull headquarters. Kaido stood there looking at it, probably feeling nostalgic for the past 6 years. How back then he was captured by a few little underlings and ended up meeting Whitebeard, only to be noticed by Rocks. Just as he was lost in thought, Shizuki yelled from behind, "Hey, Kaido, if you don't hurry, we're leaving without you." Great, she got his name wrong again. Kaido smirked, probably thinking about what that old man was up to this time. In the meeting room, most people had gathered. Rocks cleared his throat and directly dropped a bombshell. "This morning, that kid Roger contacted me, wanting to collaborate, and I've agreed. With a bang, I tell you." Shiki the Golden Lion exploded first, punching the wall and cracking it, roaring like thunder. "What kind of joke is this? You didn't even discuss such a big matter with us?" Stussy also panicked. "It's too dangerous." "That's Roger. What if it's a trap?" Garloriosa coldly snorted. "What trust is there between pirates?" But guess who was the most excited? Big Mom. She licked her lips, her eyes filled with greed. "This is perfect. We can take them all out and claim all the treasure for ourselves." "Everyone be quiet." Rock's voice silenced the entire room. He turned to Whitebeard. "Newgate, you knew Roger before. What do you think?" Whitebeard grinned widely, his teeth gleaming white. "With him, I've fought more battles than with you. That kid doesn't play by the rules. But one thing is for sure, he never lies. Even if the sky falls, if he says he LL duel me, he will definitely show up." Rocks laughed heartily. "All right. With your words, I have no more doubts." Stussy, this woman, I tell you, changed her stance faster than flipping a book, immediately raising her hand. "Since Newgate has said so, I support it too." Garloriosa next to her directly rolled her eyes at her, probably cursing her for being a fence-sitter. Shiki, angry, crossed his arms and turned away. "Do whatever you want. Don't blame me if something goes wrong." At this moment, Uno, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up. This guy was truly clear-headed. "Even if Roger is fine, we still have to guard against the Navy. I suggest we carefully arrange who goes and who stays and prepare thoroughly." This remark struck a chord with Rocks. He nodded. "Makes sense. Whitebeard, you definitely have to come with me. Stussy, Garloriosa, you two come along as well." Stussy twirled her lipstick flirtatiously. "Of course, my skills are perfect for handling emergencies." Garloriosa also stroked her snake. "My Hiroti can scout for enemies." "Well, count me in." Lingling tossed her hair. "I'm very interested in Roger's treasure." The long bread next to her looked utterly disillusioned, knowing he would have to follow this lady around. "TCH, that kid Roger, I also want to compete with him." The Golden Lion was still putting on a tough front, but everyone could see he was clearly uneasy. Rocks chuckled, not calling him out, and finally turned his gaze to Kaido. "You kid, haven't spoken for a while. What are you thinking?" Kaido lazily lifted his eyelids, slammed his kanabo on the ground with a thud, and the aura was intense. "I have no objections. I'm not interested in what we're discussing." He said word by word, "I just want to confirm one thing. Does that guy named Roger deserve his reputation?" "Ha ha ha. Now that's more like you." Rocks laughed heartily, then turned to Saiz, laughing in a peculiar way. "Kaido is going. You little tail must follow too, right?" As a result, the girl frowned, resting her chin on her hand, and seriously asked, were we discussing which pirate to find?" The entire room fell silent. I thought to myself, this girl hasn't been paying attention at all. Uno quickly coughed a couple of times to break the awkwardness and volunteered. "Mr. Rocks, since everyone is going, let me stay behind." Kaido also poked Saiz's cheek. "Let her stay too. With this girl around, there won't be any trouble on Hive Island." "Why?" Saiz was instantly puffed up with anger. "I want to be with you, Kitaro." "Ha ha ha. It's settled then." Rocks made a decisive statement. "You'll stay behind. As long as it's not a Marine Admiral personally coming. It's fine." "Not happy." Saiz pouted at Kaido, her little eyes filled with complex emotions. "Let us go." Rocks leaped from the throne, waving his hand. Destination, Grassland Island in the New World. But what they didn't know was that almost at the same time, in Mariehua, a Din Mushi was also connected. Is the information true? Yes. Rocks agreed. They will meet at Grassland Island in 3 days. A cold voice came from the other end. "Good. continue to lurk. Your 3-year mission is for this moment. The rest will be left to those people. It's time for them to move. On the sea, Rocks' ship cut through the waves. Kaido stood alone at the bow, feeling a bit empty inside as the sea breeze blew. It was really a bit unusual without those two noisy guys around. I heard you had quite a bit of dealings with Roger before. Kaido jumped down from the bow and walked over to Whitebeard. Newgate looked up at him and slowly spoke. That guy, there's not much to say, just a pirate, a relationship built on fighting. However, he shifted his tone. From him, I became more eager for what I truly want. Kaido perked up. Oh, it's not treasure, is it? It's family. As these two words came out, Kaido was instantly stunned. He leaned in with a mischievous grin and said, Family? Don't you have a chance with Stussy and the others? What are you thinking? Newgate shot him a glance, his face showing a very complex expression. I've been an orphan since I was little, growing up in a country where everyone was living in fear, never experiencing what family is. Until I met Roger, I realized there really are fools in this world. To protect his companions, he could unleash 120 of his power and fight us head-on. And somehow he always managed to keep everyone alive. That kind of relationship where you can trust each other's backs, regardless of status, relying on each other. I think that is probably what family is. I tell you, these words made Kaido's heart surge with excitement. He, too, was someone who grew up without parents and had always been a lone wolf. But now, thinking back, there was that woman who called herself his sister and always wanted to protect him, those noisy little brats, and these two guys next to him who could get along. A hint of a gentle smile unexpectedly appeared on Kaido's fierce face. On the other side, in the tavern on Hive Island, the left-behind Sei's Jean transformed her sorrow and anger into appetite, finishing off a mountain of grilled meat and dozens of barrels of alcohol by herself. The tavern owner, Peter, and a few of his subordinates wore expressions more painful than crying, almost begging her to stop eating, fearing the tavern would go bankrupt. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Sei's Jean leaned on the table, a bit tipsy, and complained, Drinking alone is so boring, I should have gone with them. The people in the tavern comforted her while gossiping. A kid named Green suddenly said, Boss Peter, I heard that Lord Silveraxe brought back a mythical beast fruit this time. There was such a rumor, but who had seen it? Peter casually replied, It's a pity Kaido isn't here. That fruit would be perfect for him. Just then, Green's snail phone rang, and he blushed, saying it was his girlfriend calling, then dashed out to answer it. The remaining people looked on with envy and decided to drink a few more glasses with Sei's Jean to celebrate Kaido and the other's imminent return. The tavern was instantly filled with laughter and joy again. At this moment, Rock's ship finally arrived at its destination. Finally, we can see that island, shouted Stussy from the lookout. Rocks picked up the telescope, and a vast grassland came into view. Suddenly, his snail phone rang, and upon answering, Roger's hearty laughter came through. Haha, sorry, Rocks. There was a little accident, and we are already waiting for you on the island. See you at that place surrounded by strange rocks. If all goes well, we can topple the world government. On the grassland island, wild beasts roamed. But when Rocks and his crew landed, let me tell you, there was no need to unleash their conqueror's haki. Just the aura of killing intent made all the beasts instantly turn into obedient little kittens, automatically clearing a path. Lingling marveled at the environment, while the long-bread looked at the beasts that had begun to drool. Kaido tightened his kanabo, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, murmuring, Roger, I really want to see him right away. Whitebeard shook his head. This kid had been muttering all the way. His ears were almost calloused. He closed his eyes, calmed his heart, and instantly released his immense observation haki, covering the entire island, carefully probing every breath of air flowing around. Hey, guess what? In the center of the island, there really are people, not just one or two, but a handful moving around over there. I told you. Whitebeard furrowed his brows at that moment, mumbling that something fell off, having a bad premonition. The old lady Nyo next to him joked that he was overthinking, but then sighed herself, saying it was indeed unusual not to have that guy around. Kaido was straightforward, glancing back at the ship. Captain Rocks had left Stussy and Captain John to watch over it, so there wasn't much of a problem there. As for the arrogant freak, Golden Lion Shiki, he pretended not to want to play with us, but with observation haki, he was actually sitting on a cloud above us, eavesdropping. This move was simply the 2025 version of leaving someone on read, but still stalking. Captain Rocks just said 2 words, "Let's go." Then he fell silent. His aura so relaxed, as if we were just going downstairs to buy a bottle of water. We all understood. Following the captain was about trust. Talking too much was useless. Just get it done. Besides, with Rocks around, what dragon's lair or tiger's den was not just a backyard. Who had ever seen him struggle in a fight? It was simply unimaginable. We crossed the grass and arrived at an open space surrounded by huge stone pillars. As soon as we entered, someone on the opposite side stood up and waved, excitedly shouting, "Is that Rocks? We've been waiting for you for so long." Rocks focused his gaze and laughed. "Haha, Roger, you old bastard are still the same." Saying this, he started to walk forward. Granny New was still shouting from behind, "Hey, Rocks, that's the enemy. Keep your distance." But Rocks didn't even look back, waving his hand as if to say, "Don't worry. Even if he wants to cause trouble, he can't beat me." Whitebeard glanced over at the opposite side, and there were Rayleigh and Jabba sitting still. He sat cross-legged and said we might as well wait here and see what happens. Sister Lingling was not happy about this. She directly summoned Zeus to sit on it, mumbling that she hated waiting. Kaido was even more imposing, having put down his kanabo, and his expression was one that almost carved the words "I want to fight" on his face. At this critical moment, our cook, Longbread, whose nose resembled a dog's, suddenly changed his expression, pausing his fork near his mouth, and said, "Wait, something's not right." Lingling asked him what was wrong. He said, "The smell. My nose could detect the scent of any living being, but I can't smell those people over there. They have no scent at all. Who understands, right?" As soon as he said this, Whitebeard instantly exploded, rushing forward with his knife, shouting, "Rocks, come back. It's a trap." Rocks was also taken aback, and in that moment of distraction, the Roger, who was only a step away from him, suddenly had a very eerie smile on his face, like a failed AI drawing. Then, all of a sudden, his entire body erupted with countless pink crystals, instantly transforming into a wave of crystals that swallowed Rocks. Those crystals enveloped Rocks, and in the blink of an eye, formed a huge crystal ball. At the same time, the crew members sitting across also transformed into crystal threads, shooting into that ball, and finally, with a loud bang, they transformed into a towering giant crystal pillar. 1 second they were calling each other brothers, and the next second they were packed up as a crystal delivery. This twist left me completely dumbfounded. Whitebeard was the first to rush up, slashing down with his conqueror's haki, and with a loud sound, the crystal pillar cracked open with numerous fissures. But then something ridiculous happened. The cracks visibly healed before our eyes, and within seconds, it was as good as new. Whitebeard, not believing in evil, struck again, and good heavens. This time there wasn't even a mark left. It was even harder. We were all confused here, just as we realized we needed to go up and help. A loud, arrogant laugh came from the sky. "Ha ha ha. The crystal doll I made has too many flaws, but luckily old man Satan helped me modify it. Not only does it look exactly the same, but he also added something like Hylu stone inside. Keeping him locked up for a day and night is no problem." As soon as he finished speaking, a man with a flashy pink and white striped suit and windproof glasses, sporting a red slick-back hairstyle, appeared before us. Lingling gritted her teeth and asked who he was. The man adjusted his glasses and smiled widely. "Let me introduce myself, Navy Rubail. You've heard of the nickname Scarlet Crystal, right?" Girolio gasped. "Isn't he the Navy admiral from the same era as Sengoku?" Kaido's mind worked quickly, and he sneered, "The Navy is here. Which means this meeting is a scam from start to finish, right?" Rubail scratched his head with a troubled expression. "Ah, my theoretical grades are the worst. I can't explain it well. Let them speak." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more people appeared on either side. On the left was a man with an afro and glasses, Sengoku, who leisurely said, "Among pirates, there is only betrayal. Even a 3-year-old understands this, right?" On the right was a cool-looking woman with a long ponytail, Admiral Tsuru. She glanced at us and sighed. "A group of mischievous kids, really hard to deal with. Goodness. With this lineup, are they here for a championship match?" Whitebeard jumped down from the crystal pillar, pointing his blade at them. "Are you saying that Roger collaborated with the Navy? At least make up a decent lie." Sengoku completely ignored him, clapped his hands together, and suddenly transformed into a towering golden Buddha, his voice booming like thunder. "Villains of the world, be annihilated in the name of justice. As he spoke, a beam of golden light shot from his palm into the sky, then descended like a lid, instantly sealing off the entire island. Longbread took out a din mushi to test it, but there was no signal. Now we were truly trapped. Whitebeard immediately took on the role of second in command, slamming the hilt of his sword down and shouting, "Listen up, take down these Navy guys and rescue Admiral Rocks." I didn't need to be told. I knew that already. Kaido was the first to launch himself forward, his kanabo crackling with lightning as it swung toward Rubeil. However, Rubeil didn't even move. A crystal wall suddenly sprang up in front of him. Kaido's powerful swing crashed against it with a loud bang, and the wall remained unscathed while Kaido's hands were left trembling and bleeding. Rubeil remained calm and collected. Not bad strength, but unfortunately, it's insignificant in the face of my absolute defense. Instead of backing down, Kaido became even more excited, a devilish grin spreading across his face. A Navy Admiral? Awesome. If you don't have the ability, how can you deserve to be crushed by me? He charged forward again. Meanwhile, Whitebeard looked at the golden Buddha, unfazed, and smirked. "Gurura, I'm not interested in treasure, but you might get a good price for all that gold you're wearing." Sengoku remained expressionless, his imposing demeanor akin to looking at ants. On Big Mom's side, Admiral Tsuru began playing psychological warfare, asking if they had thought about repenting for their past crimes. Lingling burst out laughing. Ma, your preaching doesn't work on me. Being a pirate without freedom isn't any fun." Longbread chimed in beside her. Old Lady Nu also took a stance, and the three prepared to gang up on Tsuru. But Admiral Tsuru merely smiled faintly, pulled out a gun, and fired a shot into the sky. Suddenly, a stone pillar behind her opened a door, and I tell you, a surge of elite Navy troops poured out, quickly surrounding the three of them. A square-headed muscular man stepped out of the crowd. He was from CP9 and had the door fruit. Faced with this situation, Lingling only laughed more happily, raising her left hand as Prometheus appeared. Ma. As a Navy strategist, you've made a fatal mistake. You'll regret bringing so many people here. In the sky, the Golden Lion was furiously attacking the Golden Dome, swinging two famous swords that sparked with every hit, but the dome was as resilient as cotton candy, rippling but unbroken. He was cursing angrily when suddenly, a massive crescent-shaped slash came slicing through the air. The Golden Lion reacted quickly, countering with two slashes that collided with a loud bang, sending shockwaves that scattered the clouds. As the smoke cleared, a middle-aged man in a purple suit appeared, stepping lightly. The Golden Lion grinned. "Ha! Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, candidate for Admiral, Blackarm Zephyr? The world government is really investing heavily." Zephyr's expression was cold. A lion that doesn't enter the cage is not a good lion. Meanwhile, on our ship, Captain John and Stussy also sensed something was off. On the sea, one huge Navy warship after another surrounded us. The scene was densely packed. Stussy decisively ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Just as we were fighting fiercely, no one expected that back home on Hive Island, a major incident was occurring. Acting Boss Uno was buried under a mountain of documents, overwhelmed, when suddenly the entire island shook violently. Just as he steadied himself, the din mushi rang urgently. He picked it up and heard a panicked voice. "Lord Uno, it's bad. We're under attack. It's the Roger Pirates." That's right, the Navy pulled a big one, using a fake Roger to lure our main forces out and then sending the real Roger Pirates to raid our home. The scene shifted back to the sea. Countless cannonballs rained down like heavy rain. Stussy calmly directed the ships to evade at maximum capacity, with cannonballs grazing the ship's hull and splashing into the sea, creating towering water columns. On one Navy warship, a colonel was reporting to the Rear Admiral. "Report, Rear Admiral Black King. Everything is as you expected. The enemy ship has been successfully lured away from Grassland Island, and they cannot communicate with the pirate leader on the island." On the bow of the warship stood that Rear Admiral, and let me tell you, this guy named Black King had quite the distinctive look. He had dark skin, a neck full of wrinkles, a beak-like mouth protruding forward, and a half-circle iron hat tightly fitted on his head, inscribed with the word black. As if he was afraid no one would know his name. This guy's expression was deadpan, his voice as cold as ice. "Keep firing." blast them to pieces, drive them into an encirclement, and wipe them out. He specifically warned that the woman named Stussy was not to be trifled with, telling everyone to stay alert. Let me tell you, while he said this, his expression was grave, clearly worried about the monsters on the island, especially that newcomer named Kaido, who was likely giving him a headache. The scene shifted back to the island, where Kaido was going wild. His kanabo was swinging with ferocious force, crackling with wind and thunder as it slammed toward a guy named Rubeal. But guess what? The guy on the other side had his hands stuffed in his pockets the whole time, as if he were shopping, while countless crystal shields sprang up beneath his feet, completely blocking Kaido's attacks. Sparks flew, and the noise was deafening. Everyone, you have to understand, Kaido's face turned green, no matter how fierce he was. The crystal shields didn't even have a crack, and instead, he was left with tingling arms from the shock. Rubeal was laughing heartily, saying, "Kaido, your strength doesn't quite match up with the tough talk you just made." After saying that, he flicked his right hand, and 3 crystals shot out in an instant. Kaido quickly tilted his head to dodge, but the crystals grazed past his ear and pierced through a large stone pillar behind him, causing it to collapse with a loud crash. I tell you, that thing's power is way stronger than a bullet. Kaido had a cut on his ear and was shocked. When he realized that brute force wouldn't work, he immediately split into countless clones, surrounding Rubeal and pummeling him. But Rubeal wasn't even fazed. He summoned countless crystals to encase himself in an impenetrable sphere. Kaido struck with sparks flying everywhere, but couldn't leave a mark. Rubeal was still inside taunting. "Oh dear, flashy attacks won't work on me." Oh, before he could finish, Kaido got enraged and jumped into the air, his club wrapped in lightning, unleashing his ultimate move, descending 3 worlds. Indra's Fall. He smashed down on that crystal sphere. Just as it looked like he would hit, the sphere shattered into countless crimson petals, and the person was gone. Kaido's club hit the ground, creating a massive pit. He was still in shock when those crystal petals quickly gathered nearby to form a giant crystal snake, which opened its massive mouth and lunged at him. Kaido was caught off guard by this and collided violently with the snake, ultimately being blasted away like a cannonball, barely managing to stabilize himself on the ground. His expression was full of disbelief. Rubeal transformed back into human form, leisurely dusting off his clothes, grinning as he said, "Oh, don't think natural types are easy to bully. I've secretly trained in hockey, and even Sengoku doesn't know about this, so keep it a secret for me." Goodness, is this guy putting on a spy movie? Kaido gritted his teeth in anger, but could only stare at him, pondering where this guy's weakness lay. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Loki Port on Honeycomb Island, it was a complete disaster. I tell you, it was like hell on earth. Bodies were everywhere, fires raging all around, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. A few clueless little pirates tried to block the way, but a flash of red light passed, and they were gone. The guy making the moves killed like he was stepping on ants, not even blinking as he made his way to the center of the island. 2 kids were hiding in an alley, too scared to even breathe. Upon closer inspection, good grief, isn't that Roger? Wearing a straw hat and red clothes, just like on the wanted poster. The kid named Perispero, who usually feared nothing, was completely stunned upon seeing the real Roger. His legs went weak, and his brain felt fried. Does anyone understand? This is the pressure of a top-tier powerhouse. His sister, Compet, was stomping her feet in anger, calling Roger a fraud. Perispero quickly told her to be quiet and pulled out a din-din mushy to call for help. But guess what? The signal was blocked. This was definitely a trap. Just as he told his sister to run down the small path, a cold voice came from behind. "Just in time. I'm looking for Uno too. Can you show me the way?" I went as soon as these 2 kids turned around. Roger was standing at the alley's entrance, looking like a ghost. Perispero still wanted to act tough and asked him what he wanted. Roger didn't waste any words, and with a flash of red light, Perispero was sent flying. His sister, Comte, ran over and was knocked out with a kick. This was too ruthless, treating kids like this. Roger grabbed Perispero by the neck and lifted him up, asking where Rock's treasure was. Perispero, being a tough guy, turned purple from the strain, but stubbornly said he didn't know. Seeing he wasn't going to get any answers, Roger casually remarked that it was truly unfortunate and threw him into a nearby blazing fire. Just as he was about to be roasted, in the blink of an eye, a white light flashed, and Perispero vanished into thin air. Roger squinted and saw a girl in a kimono nearby, gently placing Perispero down. Wow, another expert had arrived. Roger asked if she was the one known as the Heavenly Demon Princess. Without saying a word, she drew her sword. Her gaze so cold it felt like it could freeze someone. Then she spoke, her voice resolute. I don't care who you are, and I'm not interested in your motives. But you hurt my friend, and that is absolutely unforgivable. Perispero was saved, tears welling in his eyes, calling out for his sister Seikitsune. The girl didn't look back and told him to quickly carry his sister and run as fast as he could, saying she would catch up soon. Roger was still mocking her, saying she was bragging, but the girl replied directly, this isn't about whether it's possible or not. It's a promise that must be fulfilled with all my strength. I will stake my life to block you here. As soon as she finished speaking, white fur sprouted all over her body. Her hands turned into claws. Her legs became reverse-jointed, and a flame-like tail erupted from her back, with a third sword coiled around it. Wow, a mythical Zoan user. This form was both beautiful and fierce. Roger's expression changed as he said, a mythical Zoan that manipulates cold air? Impressive. The girl, named Seikitsune, knew very well she couldn't win, and her only chance was to strike first. Without hesitation, she stomped the ground, leaped into the air, and unleashed a blast of icy coldness, called No Samurai Ice Fong. The scene was like the Ice Age had arrived, instantly extinguishing the surrounding flames. But Roger was even more monstrous. He stood still and casually swung his sword, effortlessly cleaving the cold wave in half with a crescent-shaped sword energy. However, the girl didn't flinch. She transformed into a white shadow and started a speed battle. She zipped around Roger, her blades flashing, making it impossible to see her. At first, Roger was somewhat amused, but soon realized this girl was indeed skilled. In the midst of dodging, her tail, coiling around a blade, managed to slice a cut into Roger's shirt. At this point, Roger couldn't maintain his composure. His expression darkened, and he stopped holding back, wrapping his sword in black-red Conqueror's hockey lightning, clearly ready to get serious. The two exchanged blows, battling fiercely, and the entire street was left in ruins. Roger's strikes became increasingly ferocious, but Seikitsune's attacks carried a chilling aura, forcing him to divert some of his haki to resist the cold, resulting in a stalemate. Just as Roger was gathering his haki to unleash a powerful attack, he suddenly felt something binding his feet, rendering him immobile. He looked down and saw that his calves had been frozen by the ice that had crept up from the ground. It turned out that the intersecting ice trails left by Seikitsune's high-speed movements were all traps. This move was a high-end hunter's tactic, often appearing in the form of prey. Roger was stunned, gritting his teeth and saying, "You're just waiting for this moment, huh?" Seikitsune smiled and gave him a V sign. Hee. Relying solely on brute force won't make you a qualified warrior. As soon as she finished speaking, the ice surged rapidly up his legs, instantly freezing Roger from head to toe into a massive ice sculpture, the ice pillar nearly reaching the clouds. But the girl knew this wouldn't hold him for long, so she didn't dare slack off, gathering white mist and energy on all three swords, preparing to deliver the final blow. Her ultimate move announced loudly, Seikitsune three-sword style, drum dance. Let me tell you, when this move was unleashed, the scene was absolutely incredible. Three knives struck with a loud bang, like beating a drum, directly shattering the ice pillar thicker than a building into a spider web. Cracks spread out in all directions with a series of sharp sounds, and in the next second, with a thunderous boom, the entire ice pillar exploded into a hail of ice, smashing countless houses below to pieces. The black lightning was unleashed, darting around like a mad dog. The girl was clever too. The moment the ice pillar shattered, she jumped back, perfectly avoiding all damage. She sheathed her knife and transformed back into her human form. But her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for air, sweating profusely. She looked pale at the ground covered in ice shards, forced to smile, and murmured to herself, "Phew, finally took him down." But wait, let me tell you the result. Just as she turned to leave, a ghostly voice came from behind. Could you explain? Who did you say was defeated?" Oh my God, does anyone understand this? The moment the voice sounded, the girl's hair stood on end. In her mind, there were probably just 3 words: impossible. Without a second thought, she instantly transformed back in her half-human, half-beast form, her hand barely touching the hilt of her knife, when a flash of blade light, too quick to see, appeared before her. With a puff, a large gash was opened from her chest to her waist, blood gushing out like a fountain. She managed to utter a word before she lost her balance, clutching her belly and staggering back, blood pouring down. Looking opposite her, standing there was none other than Roger. He was spotless, not a scratch on him, looking completely different from the pitiful state he was in earlier when frozen. He flicked the knife in his hand, shaking off the blood, and the surrounding ice fragments were suddenly covered with a layer of black liquid. And then, whoosh, they all vanished. Even the ice marks on the ground disappeared completely, as if it were magic. Roger approached her, as if strolling through his own backyard, looking down at her with arrogance. True and false, false and true. The farce should end now. It's time for the real performance. Meanwhile, let me tell you, the entire Hive Island was in complete chaos. Shells were raining down like they were free. Everywhere was fire. Everywhere was thick smoke. And pirates were screaming and running in all directions. A few stubborn ones attempted to rush out and retaliate, but as soon as they showed their heads, they were shot dead or beheaded in an instant, a complete one-sided massacre. The scene shifted to another side, where a guy named Capona was dragging his fat partner Peter, desperately sprinting through an alley. The two were in a terrible state, their faces covered in scratches, as if they had just run a marathon, their legs almost not feeling like their own. But he couldn't afford to stop, because not long ago, the scene was nothing short of hell. They had just been upstairs in the tavern drinking, celebrating that they finally sent off that big eater girl. Suddenly, gunfire and screams erupted from downstairs, and the smell of blood surged up. The 3 of them quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed downstairs, but as soon as they reached the staircase, they collided head-on with a group of pirates wearing red bandanas. Capona reacted quickly, grabbing a table and throwing it, knocking several down. Then he quickly sought cover and exchanged fire with the group. His partners Peter and Green followed suit, and the 3 of them, relying on the terrain, managed to hold off a wave. But they couldn't withstand the sheer number of enemies, who charged at them with large cleavers in a human sea tactic. Capona and Green reacted quickly, rolling to avoid the attack, but Peter was too fat to dodge in time, and with a crunch, one of his legs was severed. Just as Peter was about to be finished off, Capona shot the enemy, then grabbed Peter and jumped out of the second-floor window. Glass shattered everywhere, and the 2 rolled several times before stopping. When they looked back, they saw their little brother Green standing at the broken window, firing a few shots into the room, then waving at them with a grim smile on his face. In the next second, 2 burly men jumped up behind him, bringing down their large knives directly. Puff! Let me tell you, Capona and Peter were almost wide-eyed, watching their brother just like that vanish. It wasn't until the crazy laughter from upstairs echoed down that they snapped back to reality. There was no time for sorrow. They ran desperately towards the skull. Their hard-earned tavern was reduced to ashes in the great fire. They absolutely could not let Green's death be in vain. Capona kept muttering this phrase as they dodged around corners, finally shaking off their pursuers and hiding in an abandoned warehouse. This place was their former secret base, filled with quite a few good things. Just as they caught their breath, a cold wind blew in through the window, making them shiver. Peter sneezed, and snot landed on Capona. Capona didn't have the heart to scold him. He looked at the white mist drifting in outside, his pupils contracting as he thought of someone. This cold air. Could it be Sister Saiz G? Has she run into trouble? Peter panicked. Are you stupid? We can't even save ourselves. Why worry about others? But after scolding, he forced a bitter smile. How ironic. I'm such a fool, too. Clearly, we should be escaping, but our bodies just won't listen. Capona looked at him, his eyes filled with emotion. The boss is risking herself for us, and we're just going to slip away? That's just too shameful. Exactly. Even if we're scum, we can't just watch our benefactor die. Peter propped himself up against the wall, adding if the boss is okay, then we could use a strong ally. Upon hearing this, Capona burst out laughing. I thought you had changed. Turns out you were calculating this all along. Without hesitation, the 2 decided to act. Capona scanned the warehouse, and his gaze fell on a bottle. If we need a strategy, we can only use that. The scene cut back to the battlefield. Saiz pressed her hand against her wound, using her freezing ability to temporarily stop the bleeding. But she had lost too much blood, and her vision was starting to blur. She staggered to her feet, her eyes unusually resolute. Even if I shatter into pieces, I will never lose. With a fierce shout, she transformed into a sharp arrow and charged out again, bringing a chilling breeze as she swung her blade down on Roger's shoulder. The blow struck solidly, the cold air exploding forth, freezing Roger into an ice sculpture once more. But the next moment, something strange happened. The ice sculpture was enveloped by a black liquid and then vanished into thin air. Saiz hadn't reacted yet when a sharp pain pierced her chest, a pitch-black knife stabbing through her back and emerging from her front. Roger had appeared behind her like a ghost, completely unharmed. He declared, pulling out the knife, blood spraying everywhere. "Weakness is your greatest sin." How could this be? Saiz managed to utter those words before transforming back into her human form and collapsing to the ground, 3 knives clattering beside her. "To test your strength, I accidentally played too long." Roger raised his knife, aiming for her nape. "The only valuable thing about you is your rare phantom beast ability. Hold on." Just as the knife was about to descend, 2 loud voices rang out. Roger squinted to see Capona and Peter. These 2 guys, one tall and thin, the other with a broken leg, were covered in blood and looked utterly disheveled. But there was no trace of fear on their faces. Instead, they began to mock Roger wildly. "We're talking about you. You straw hat bastard. Always looking so serious. Trying to be a wooden sculpture? You think you're worth 6 billion? I bet even 26 million is too much. With your kind, I could take on 50. As soon as they appeared, these 2 were all about buying time with their lives. Roger had initially been too lazy to deal with such small fries, but for some reason, perhaps finding it amusing, he actually stopped and slowly walked over. It's rare to meet fools who don't even have self-awareness. On the ground, Saiz recognized the newcomers and was almost in tears. "Capona, Peter, what are you doing here? Run." But Capona shook his finger at her, casually pulling out a whiskey bottle and taking a sip. "Don't worry, boss. I just found the tavern too noisy and came here to drink. Green is still busy at the bar, so he won't be coming." He lied. Peter joined in on the act. "Yeah, I ran into an unreasonable customer who even cut my leg, so I had to come out to avoid the storm." Saiz looked at the 2 of them, scratching the ground in frustration until her nails drew blood. "What are you saying? I can't even beat him. How could you possibly? Fighting isn't just about strength." Capona interrupted her, drinking nonchalantly. "We have our own ways of fighting." With that, he pulled out a pill from his pocket, threw it accurately to land near Saiz's mouth. "Take this. It's a pain-free pill. It will make you feel no pain for 10 minutes and regain your strength. Listen carefully. No matter what happens next, don't hesitate. Run immediately towards the skull. But no buts." Capona shouted sternly. "It's better to live than to die here. We need to avenge ourselves." Saiz was stunned, staring at the 2 men, and finally nodded heavily. She swallowed the pill and instantly felt her strength returning. The pain in her wound subsided. The next second, her body rapidly transformed. A giant wolf with pure white fur appeared in place. "Then, I'll take my leave first." In her wolf form, she glanced back at the 2, her voice choked. "If in the next life, I really want to have a good drink with you again." With that, she powered her 4 legs, turning into a white flash, and bolted away into the distance without looking back. "Sorry, boss, for being so fierce just now." Capona watched her disappearing figure, lit a cigarette, then glanced sideways at Roger. "To be honest, my heart was almost about to leap out just now. I thought you would intervene. Dying a few minutes earlier or later makes no difference." Roger raised his knife. "1 minute is up. I'll send you on your way." "Who says the method of death should be decided by you?" Capona showed a cunning smile, flicked his fingers, and the lit cigarette fell to the ground, which he stamped out with his foot. Peter also tossed aside the empty whiskey bottle. "It's such a pity I couldn't go to sea with you, Captain Kaido." Capona's last thought flashed through his mind. Not good. Roger instantly sensed something and swung his knife down rapidly. But it was too late. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions went off almost simultaneously, and massive fireballs instantly engulfed everything. The shockwave knocked Sai's G off balance. She didn't look back, but tears had already smeared her entire wolf face. In her mind, scenes from a few days ago at the tavern replayed. Peter bragging about his past glories while she listened like a little fan. Capona helplessly complaining. They bickered and agreed to become Kaido's right and left arms in the future. Capona, Peter, I will never forget your heroic figures. She held back her grief and quickened her pace. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Roger's tall figure slowly walked out, brushing off the dust from his clothes, completely unscathed. He looked at the charred ground. A hint of disdain on his face. It's because of pathetic insects like you that there are so many meaningless sacrifices. Just as he sheathed his sword, his transponder snail rang. Didn't I say not to call unless it's urgent? Roger's tone was icy. A charming voice with a laugh came from the other end. Huh? Don't be so serious, Captain. I found the thing you've been longing for. Roger raised an eyebrow. Where? In the North District, at the Silver Axe's mansion. I had to beat him half to death to get it out of him. The superhuman type, meatball fruit, is now in my hands. It's somewhat useful. Roger said casually, Did you find out anything else, Rayleigh? Well, he said he also got his hands on a mythical Zoan fruit that can transform into a Qinglong. And he handed it over to the Skullhead S internal team not long ago, kept by a kid named Uno. The voice paused. I've already called Jabba over. He is the closest and more than capable of dealing with that little brat. Although the kid is young, he is reliable when it comes to work. I trust him to handle it. Just because of this kid, let me tell you, there is a fierce beast hiding in his bones. And only on the battlefield can he really let loose. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire Hive Island exploded in an instant. The sounds of battle, screams, and cannonballs flew everywhere, all aimed at the giant skull head in the center of the island. I was inside the skull, watching Chloe desperately grip Uno's arm, almost crying. Are you crazy? With that commotion outside, going out is just asking for death. And guess what Uno said? He gently shook the girl's hand off. And his expression, let me tell you, I'd never seen such seriousness before. He said, Sorry, Miss Chloe, but I really can't listen to you on this matter. Outside is the Roger Pirates, and with our small number, a head-on confrontation is like eggs hitting a rock. I have to go personally to minimize the losses. Chloe was dumbfounded. What's the difference from sending yourself to death? We can activate the defense system and hold out until the captain and the others return. It was too late. Uno doused her with cold water in one sentence, saying the defense system had malfunctioned just a few minutes ago. What? I suspected there was a mole. Uno's eyes turned cold, and his mind raced. Think about it. The enemy didn't come early or late, but chose this moment to attack, and was asking around about the devil fruit. There must be someone leaking information to them. Damn, it can't be that guy Wang Ji, right? When he said that, my heart sank. Uno continued to analyze. He's in charge of infrastructure. He knows where every screw is on the island. Besides me, he's the only one who knows where the defense system switch is. Chloe's eyes widened. No way. Lord Wang Ji is still one of us in the Rocks Pirates. Huh, my friends, who understands? It's precisely because they're one of us that they stab the hardest. Uno sighed and said with a bitter smile, He sees me, a newcomer, in charge of this island, and he's been feeling off balance about it. This is just a ready-made opportunity for him to use Roger's hand to kick me off the stage. Chloe shook her head in disbelief, probably trying to understand how these pirates were always scheming against each other. Forget it. No need to think about it. Uno looked down at the fruit in his hand, covered in blue scales, which shone like a gem under the light. Although there were still some details he hadn't figured out, he had no choice but to push forward. The urgent task was to get this fruit to Miss Caroline on East District Street. I figured the enemy was mainly after this. Then I'll go with you. Chloe said firmly, I don't trust you to go alone. Uno stared at her for a long time, seeing her serious expression. And finally the corners of his mouth curled up. All right, but you have to protect yourself. Chloe patted her chest. Don't worry. The 3 years I've trained with Sister Seizitsu were not for nothing. We ran down a long, seemingly endless staircase, with our footsteps echoing through the corridor. Uno was explaining to us as we ran. This staircase connects to a secret passage that leads quickly to the East District. It's an emergency exit. And no matter how much that old bastard Wang Ji wants to protect himself, he wouldn't tell the enemy about such a confidential place. So, does that mean the enemy can't find this place for now? Chloe felt a bit relieved. It's hard to say. Be prepared for the worst at any moment. Uno replied with a forced smile that looked worse than crying. This is the life of a pirate, after all. We didn't know how long we had been running. But finally, we saw level ground ahead, the entrance to the passage. We charged in with renewed energy. The passage was damp and dark, lit only by a few broken lights. And the air was filled with heavy breathing. But to be honest, this little bit of exhaustion was nothing compared to the mess we were about to face. It wasn't even a warm-up. Just as we were nearing the end, we could hear noise coming from above. Chloe had just let out a sigh of relief when Uno suddenly stopped in front of me. "Get behind me," he said in a chillingly calm voice. Chloe was about to ask what was wrong, but when she followed his gaze, she instantly became alert. Guess what? From the dark ahead, a figure strolled out leisurely, as if it were in its own backyard. The person had long black hair, wore round sunglasses, and held a large axe in each hand, with a harmless smile on their face. But both Chloe and I felt a chill run down our spines. It felt like being targeted by a top predator, and our hair stood on end. "Spark Jabba from the Roger Pirates. I've seen you in the newspaper." Uno remained calm and casually tucked the fruit into his pocket. I wanted to ask him how he found this damn place. "Oh, little brother, you know me?" The man named Jabba grinned, his teeth unnaturally white. "I have a special ability. I can sense the flow of blood in living creatures. In other words, you two led me here." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung one of the axes at us with a whoosh. The axe spun through the air at high speed, like a deadly weapon. We quickly dodged to the sides. But the axe made a sharp turn in midair and headed straight for the back of Chloe's neck. In the blink of an eye, Chloe executed a beautiful spinning kick, her toes precisely striking the axe's blade, instantly dissipating its force. She grabbed the axe handle and threw it away while shouting, "Uno understood immediately." Reaching out to catch the axe, he pressed his left hand against the blade, and with a crackle, black lightning erupted, instantly shattering the steel axe into scrap metal. Their coordination was incredible. Even Jabba on the opposite side was impressed. "Not bad. I was originally planning to take that girl's head in one swing." "Sorry, I couldn't fulfill your wish," Chloe said cheerfully, bowing to him. Jabba licked his lips, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Very good. It's this kind of attitude that makes me enjoy killing you even more. What I love to see the most is that look of fear and despair in the last moments of life." No sooner had he finished speaking than another axe flew towards us. Let me tell you, the speed and power this time were on a whole different level. Uno could tell immediately that Chloe wouldn't be able to catch it, so he jumped up, his right fist enveloped in a black wave, and smashed it down. With a loud bang, the axe exploded, sending countless metal shards and with splinters flying in all directions, and the wall was smashed to bits. But at the same time, Uno let out a groan and stumbled as he landed. His face turned pale, his left hand pressed tightly against his right shoulder, and his entire right arm hung limply, blood dripping from his fingertips. "Uno, your hand!" Chloe exclaimed in horror, wanting to rush over, but Uno managed a faint smile. "It's fine. Just a scratch from the metal shards. A small injury." "Small injury?" I clearly saw that at the moment the axe exploded. A small nail hidden inside shot out at incredible speed. Uno barely dodged, but still hit him with a soft thud, driving deep into his right shoulder, all the way to the bone. The sharp pain was secondary. The key was that Uno's entire body started to weaken. He could hardly stand, let alone pull out the nail. He looked up at the slowly approaching Jabba and asked, "Your target is that fruit, right?" "That's right," Jabba replied, hands in his pockets, looking extremely relaxed. "A few days ago, someone tipped us off that Rocks had acquired a batch of good stuff and wanted to use this as a token to join us. We confirmed the information was true, and Captain Roger devised this plan. The so-called Grassland Island meeting was just a tactic to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair, luring your main forces out. We even sold Rocks movements to the Navy, so they probably won't be back anytime soon." "What?" Chloe was instantly petrified. This news was like a bolt from the blue for her. After hearing this, Uno instead became calm and scoffed, so it really was a trap all along. "The one who gave you the information was Wang Ji, right?" "Who knows?" Jabba shrugged, his gaze falling on Uno's injured shoulder, a smug smile on his face. "By the way, you're something else. You got hit by a sea prism stone nail and still have the strength to talk so much. Come on, some things don't need to be said so clearly," Uno said with a bitter smile. He had long since tried to use his ability, but couldn't manage it at all. I've already investigated what fruit you ate. You fell for it, coming in here like a fool. Ha ha. Jabba laughed loudly, the sound echoing painfully in the passage. Great. It has developed into the worst-case scenario. Uno completely ignored his mockery, muttering to himself. Enough of this nonsense. Jabba laughed enough, walked up to Uno, and without saying a word, punched him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Then he stepped on his back and coldly asked, "Hand over the mythical Zoan fruit, and I might consider giving you a quick death." "You bastard." Chloe was furious and was about to charge at him. "Don't move, Miss Chloe." Uno struggled to lift his head, blood on his lips. "We can't escape. Just give him the fruit, as he says." Chloe was dumbfounded. "Uno, are you crazy? That's a treasure entrusted to us by the Admiral. At this point, I can't withstand the torture anymore." Uno trembled and pointed to his coat pocket with his left hand. "Take it. The fruit is right here." TSK, so boring. Jabba looked disappointed as he moved his foot away, roughly tearing open Uno's coat. With a thud, a fruit rolled out. He picked it up, examined it, and nodded in satisfaction. "Just like an encyclopedia, it's the real deal." "So, what about the quick death you promised us?" Uno asked weakly. "When did I say that?" Jabba's face instantly darkened as he pulled out a gun from his waist and aimed it at Uno's arm, sneering. "What I enjoy the most is torturing creatures like you. I won't break your limbs and hear you scream for an hour before I decapitate you. I won't be able to sleep at night. Is that so? Your hobby is quite twisted." Uno sighed, but suddenly a victorious smile appeared on his face. "Then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." As soon as the words fell, the fruit in Jabba's hand suddenly buzzed. The surface color rapidly faded, revealing a metal shell inside. The lid popped open with a snap, and a dazzling beam of light shot out, instantly transforming into a net of light, enveloping Jabba before he could react. "What on earth is this?" Jabba struggled desperately, but the light net tightened even more, making a sizzling sound where it touched his skin. "Let me tell you, that kid Udo is all about predicting your predictions." 20 minutes earlier, Chloe looked at the two identical fruits on the table, her jaw nearly dropping in shock. Uno explained that he made a replica using a special metal, with his newly invented optical captor inside, which would automatically trigger as long as it wasn't in his hands. His plan was, if they encountered a powerful enemy they couldn't defeat, he would throw out the fake fruit to trap the opponent. And then, "Miss Chloe, listen carefully." Uno handed her the real fruit at that moment. "It would be up to you to eat this fish fruit." He wanted Chloe to eat the green dragon fruit and transform into a dragon to turn the tide of battle. "Right now, Miss Chloe." In reality, Uno shouted with all his remaining strength. Chloe immediately understood, pulling the real fruit from her pocket, and without any hesitation, opened her mouth to take a bite. As long as she ate it, everything would be saved. Thud! A muffled sound. I was completely stunned at that moment. Chloe's thoughts were interrupted as she incredulously lowered her head and saw a hand piercing through her chest from behind, blood gushing down. The fruit in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. Uno turned around sharply and saw this scene, his pupils instantly shrinking to pinpricks, his mind going blank. Behind Chloe, a burly figure emerged from the darkness, licking the blood off his hand, a cruel smile on his face. It was another Jabba. At the same time, the Jabba, covered by the light, net collapsed, turning into a puddle of blood. Good grief, is this a game of escaping like a cicada, shedding its shell? This twist just burned my CPU. Ha! What an incredible trap. Luckily my blood puppet came in handy. The real Jabba said as he slowly picked up the fruit from the ground. This time it couldn't be fake, right? Chloe. Uno's roar was heart-wrenching, echoing throughout the tunnel. He didn't care about the wounds on his body, struggling to crawl towards the girl lying in a pool of blood, but the moment he moved, it pulled at his wounds, and he fell to the ground again. Just relying on willpower, one-to-do, kid. Jabba pushed up his sunglasses, looking at him with disdain. As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his left fist, and in an instant, the blood from Chloe's wound erupted like a fountain, forming a pillar of blood in the air, all absorbed by Jabba? So painful. "Help me." Chloe's voice was so weak it was almost inaudible, her face instantly turning pale. "Stop! Stop it!" Uno shouted like mad, clawing at the ground with one hand, desperately crawling forward. Scenes from the past flashed before his eyes. He didn't want to see important people die in front of him anymore. And he didn't want to helplessly watch the enemy act arrogantly. I'm sorry. Chloe turned her head with great difficulty, her vision already blurry, looking at Uno with tears in her eyes, trembling as she reached out her hand. Uno, I don't want to die. Just those words made Uno completely break down. Chloe's face overlapped with the most important figure in his memory. Then, Chloe's hand fell down, and she became silent. Uno stood frozen in place, watching helplessly a sharp pain in his chest. And he spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood! In that instant, a lightning bolt struck through his mind. He suddenly understood everything. So it was you. Uno gritted his teeth, glaring at Jabba, his eyes bloodshot, a surge of strength coming from nowhere. He suddenly pushed himself up from the ground and charged at him like a madman, roaring, "Give me back the lives of the villagers, Rachel's life and Chloe's life. All of them." Jabba just smiled mockingly, raising his left hand soaked in blood. The next second, a huge blood arrow shot out from his palm, and Uno had no time to dodge. Instantly pierced through the abdomen, his whole body nailed to the wall at the end of the tunnel like a cannonball. Boom! A violent explosion caused the entire tunnel to start collapsing. Who remembers the names of ants when stepping on them? Jabba said disdainfully, his body melting into the pool of blood on the ground, disappearing along with the fruit. Countless stones fell, burying everything in darkness. Meanwhile, inside the skull, Saori was running for her life. The painkillers she had taken before were wearing off, and exhaustion and pain surged through her body. She had to find Uno and the others before she collapsed. She burst through a door and rushed into a room, only to find it empty, not a single shadow. Where's everyone? Just as she was stunned, the effects of the drug completely faded. Intense pain instantly swept through her body, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood spilling everywhere. I must contact them. She struggled to reach out her hand, and then everything went black, and she knew nothing. Outside the door, 8 burly men with knives approached her, grinning. Meanwhile, far away in another sea area, the battle on Grassland Island had reached a fever pitch. Sengoku unleashed a shockwave toward Whitebeard, who swung his naginata to withstand it, causing the entire island to shake violently. What do you think? I'm just going to surrender easily. Whitebeard was knocked back a long way, unable to help but comment. Dealing with a man like you requires being serious or can lead to big losses. I tell you, that old guy from the Warring States has transformed into a golden, shining Buddha. He shook off his arm, which had just been numbed by the shockwave, and was still pretending to be a big shot. Whitebeard, hurry up and go all out. Otherwise, all your little brothers will be called out one by one because of your scraping. Well, Whitebeard didn't even bother to respond to him, and quietly closed his eyes. Of course, I know that once the Tremor fruit is activated, this island could be torn apart and sunk into the sea. But the problem is, my brothers are also on this island. I'm not a lunatic like the Golden Lion who can drag the battlefield to the sky. Otherwise, I would have already performed a tectonic shift for you. But unless we smash this golden, shiny, unbreakable toy in front of us, none of us can leave. In these 3 years, ever since I saw Captain Rock's move, I haven't been idle. I've been practicing my conqueror's hockey fiercely, and recently I've just touched upon some insights. It's just right to test it on you. Before we start, let me correct 2 misconceptions. Newgate suddenly opened his eyes, gripping his naginata, and wow. Even the wind began to reverse. The black hockey instantly covered the blade like ink, with black and red lightning crackling around it. The grass around him withered instantly, drooping and dying on the spot. First, they are not my subordinates. They're my family. They're my brothers. They are partners in achieving the same goal. Second, Newgate's mouth curled into a grin, revealing his bright white teeth. Not a single one of them is weak, so I don't need to worry. That confidence was simply extraordinary, as if he could use the sky as a blanket if it were to fall. Sengoku was so angry he laughed. All right, I see it clearly now. You pirates are living in a dream. Today, I will personally shatter your dream into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, both palms shot out. Wow, that golden light was like it was free, simply creating a sun in the palm of his hand. Before it even reached me, that earth-shattering momentum was already pressing down. But Whitebeard didn't move at all. He held his sword high above his head, dragging the lightning that resembled a black dragon, and swung it fiercely down towards that golden giant palm, letting out his iconic wild laughter. The one who laughs last will definitely be us. Boom! I told you. That noise was so loud that my ears are still buzzing. The whole island shook like it was on springs, and the ground beneath our feet cracked open like tofu. If it weren't for the cover outside, several unfortunate Navy guys would have been tossed into the sea by the shockwave to feed the fish. On the other side, Admiral Crane stood steady, on a piece of ground that had lifted up, watching the gods fight over there, frowning slightly. She knew very well that if Whitebeard had any concern for his brothers, he wouldn't have unleashed the full power of the Tremor fruit, as long as Whitebeard was restrained. Sengoku's victory was only a matter of time. After all, the battle on her side was nearing its end as well. No way, no way. How is this possible? Longbread, that chef of Big Mom, was holding his head and screaming, "Mama, mama, mama." What's the panic? A strong person must always maintain elegance. Big Mom said this, but her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Although she wanted to say it, the collective betrayal of the homies. Who could remain calm in this situation? In front of her, the homies made from the soil of her soul were all approaching her with noodle-like bodies, muttering to themselves, doing bad things. My conscience hurts. In my next life, I will definitely be a good person. Mama, surrender. Justice is invincible. Goodness. These homies were all about listening to advice. They collectively awakened. It was useless for Big Mom to shout until her throat was hoarse. What's even worse was that her two most powerful soul weapons, the sun Prometheus and the thundercloud Zeus, guess what? They were cleaned up, literally cleaned up, and then hung on a giant drying rack, their bodies flattened and still dripping water. Prometheus weakly said, "My passion has been extinguished. I just want to be a quiet firewood." Zeus was even more dramatic. "Mama, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Quickly follow the beautiful and kind Miss Crane and purify your sinful soul. I'll purify your two empty-headed brains first." Big Mom cursed angrily. All of this was done by that woman named Crane. Just before, Big Mom had just created a bunch of homies, and Admiral Crane had pointed her finger, shooting out a bunch of bubbles. As soon as the bubbles touched the homies, they immediately cried and repented, then turned around to attack their master. Even Prometheus and Zeus were shot through by two bubbles, nailed to the drying rack and instantly cleansed. Big Mom was stunned. What kind of ability is this? It can even change minds? No, it directly washed away the evil. She gritted her teeth and stared hard at Crane above. As long as the instigator is dealt with, everything can return to normal, right? Longbread, these traitors are up to you. Longbread looked at the dark mass of homies, his face turning green. It looked worse than crying. On the other side, a Navy admiral named Rubail was chewing gum and watching the show, looking quite arrogant. He watched the battlefield in the distance, looking relaxed. TSK, 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 Sengoku, Admiral Crane, and my old rival Zifa are all here. It's a pity that Carp isn't here. Otherwise, this game would be a sure win. He slowly turned his head, blew a bubble, and looked ahead with contempt. I almost forgot. You probably can't hear anything right now, right? In front of him, Kaido was encased in a massive crimson crystal, still in the pose of swinging his kanabo. His expression frozen in shock, like a figurine. "All right, I'm done playing with you." Rubail walked up to the crystal, his hand wrapped in haki, palm transforming into a blade. Smiling happily, "Time to say goodbye, dear Kaido. I'll slice you into pieces later and take one as a souvenir. I tell you, this guy is a typical villain who dies from talking too much." He didn't even notice that on Kaido's frozen face inside the crystal, the corners of his mouth were subtly curling into a smile. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Golden Lion Shiki and Zephyr were fighting with a thunderous clash, both of them evenly matched and even somewhat admiring each other. On the ground, Euroliosa was also locked in a fierce battle with a CP9 agent. The agent confidently said, "Stop struggling in front of Mr. Rubail's absolute defense. Your monstrous rookie has no chance at all." Euroliosa only sneered. "That kid is best at creating miracles." She was right. Did you think Kaido's ceiling was a mistake? Wrong. It was all an act. He deliberately left a flaw, allowing the crystal to swallow him. At the moment of being sealed, he used his haki to protect every cell in his body, keeping his consciousness awake. just waiting for the arrogant Rubeil to come to him. Right now, just as Rubeil's handblade was about to come down, the crystal cracked with a snap. Covered in fractures from the inside, Rubeil was stunned and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! The crystal exploded into countless fragments. A dark shadow shot out from the debris, instantly appearing in front of Rubeil, wielding a spiked bat, crackling with black-purple lightning, and smashed it down toward his forehead. With a loud bang, as the dust settled, Kaido stood there with the spiked bat, looking like a god of war. In front of him, although Rubeil had timely protected himself with the crystal, his forehead was still scraped and bleeding, and his expression was no longer arrogant. "Huh," Kaido laughed, "I was right. Your so-called absolute defense has two fatal weaknesses. First, your crystal forms 20 centimeters away from your body, which means that small area right against your face is a vacuum zone. As long as I'm fast enough to rush in before you activate the shield, I can knock you away." After hearing this, Rubeil was not afraid at all. Instead, he clapped his hands excitedly. "Interesting. So interesting. What is the second weakness?" "Don't worry, you'll see it very soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido vanished in place. Rubeil's eyes narrowed, quickly using observation haki to search, but could only catch a glimpse of an afterimage. He sneered, wrapping himself in dense crystals to form a perfect sphere, with all around no dead-angle defense. He thought to himself, "If you dare to crash into me, the recoil will turn you into meat paste." But at that moment, the whole island suddenly shook violently. A loud roar echoed through the sky. Diamond arrow! Kaido didn't even attack the crystal ball. Instead, he slammed his bat hard into the ground. The earth was instantly blasted out into a giant hole leading to the sea. A massive current surged like a dragon from the hole into the sky. Rubeil inside the crystal ball was still puzzled. "What is going on? Trying to take us both down? Who told you my target is you?" Below, Kaido coldly stated, "You hide in your shell, losing your visibility, relying only on observation haki to sense living beings. Let me ask you, is a creature sealed in crystal considered a living being?" Rubeil froze. Being sealed in crystal is definitely considered dead. What does that have to do with our fight? He was halfway through his sentence when his face suddenly turned pale, and he quickly turned his head. In the distance, that giant crimson crystal sealing rocks, as big as a mountain, was just being drenched by the surging seawater. As soon as the seawater touched the crystal, it sizzled like ice meeting a hot iron, emitting red smoke, rapidly corroding. "Huh, your second weakness is that while you're hiding in your shell, you can't judge the position of dead things." Amidst Kaido's hearty laughter, the gigantic crystal mountain exploded. Countless fragments shot out, and, as the smoke cleared, a figure quietly hovered in midair, arms crossed, coldly surveying everything below. Hey, this isn't how it works." Rubeil looked up at the figure in the sky, his pupils suddenly constricting. A drop of cold sweat the size of a yellow bean emerged from his temple, sliding down his cheek to his neck, slightly twitching his mouth. Murmuring, "I had already anticipated they would take countermeasures, so I specifically sought help from old man Satan. Those special crystals 1T corrode, even if washed by seawater in a short time. How did that kid do it?" He never expected that although rocks sealed in the crystal could not move, he still retained a trace of weak consciousness. With the Conqueror's haki released from his whole body continuously impacting the inner walls, the crystal inside did not possess the self-repairing function like the outside, gradually developing slight cracks that spread outward. When the crystal was engulfed by the surging seawater, the surface hardness significantly diminished, as if it became fragile. And under the internal and external bombardment of two violent haki, the entire crystal instantly exploded, turning into countless tiny fragments that scattered everywhere. Ha! That went smoothly. Looking at the star-like fragments falling like snowflakes, Kaido gasped, lying flat on his back on the ground. That last strike consumed a lot of his haki, and the spiked bat in his hand fell to the ground with a heavy sound. His rugged face was full of fatigue, but he still wore a faint smile of relief. "If I don't put on a good show, I definitely 1T let you off." At this moment, both sides engaged in battle on the entire battlefield paused their actions due to the deafening explosion, all looking up in shock and confusion towards the direction of the sound. "What the hell? Sengoku gritted his teeth, a previously unseen heaviness appearing on his face. What the hell is Rubeal doing? He stole the credit first. Whitebeard sighed, his crescent-shaped mustache slightly curling up as the corners of his mouth lifted, although I don't have any dissatisfaction. Things are getting complicated. Because the place where he landed was shattered by the surging sword energy, Admiral Tsuru, who jumped to another raised platform, raised her eyes to look at the sky, her gentle gaze gradually becoming more serious. She knew very well that Rubeal's special crystal was a crucial card for them. Once this card had a problem, the outcome of the battle would develop in an unexpected direction. The only thing to do now is to minimize the losses. After all, what they were about to face was that monster who had never tasted defeat. When I wasn't here, it felt like the world turned upside down. As that hoarse yet commanding voice rang out, Rock's slender figure slowly descended from the sky, looking down at the crowd below. His long, blade-like eyes were deep and bottomless, radiating endless intimidation and pressure, like a king ruling the world, as if nothing was worth mentioning to him, and no one could enter his sight. Let us not mention the sudden appearance of so many buzzing little bugs, this thing that looks very valuable. Muttering to himself, Rocks slightly raised his head, gazing at the enormous diamond shield that enveloped the entire grass island, frowning slightly. If someone were beside him at that moment, they would notice the complex emotions of anger and hatred intertwined in his eyes. In an instant, shadows curled in the corners, shackled and battered, were whipped until they were bruised all over, then hung in the interrogation room, starving for 3 days and nights. Thousands of corpses were carelessly piled in the sewers, ignored by anyone. A series of unbearable images from the past flashed like flowing clouds in Rock's mind, making him clench his fists, producing a sound like frying beans. His voice lowered a few degrees. It seemed a bit restrained. As soon as he finished speaking, Rock stomped hard on the air. His whole body shot up like an arrow, piercing through layers of clouds, rushing towards the top of the diamond dome with lightning speed. Then he threw a punch. In the next moment, a thick, black lightning exploded on his fist, swirling through the air like vines, causing the entire grassland island to tremble incessantly. Centered on the point of contact of his fist, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the dome, quickly extending to every inch of the dome. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass echoing through the sky, the once indestructible giant diamond dome instantly shattered into pieces, fragments flying everywhere, disappearing into the air in the blink of an eye. That guy, how could it be? Sengoku's pupils suddenly constricted, his face displaying an unprecedented shock. The diamond dome, created by the power of the human fruit, mythical beast type, Buddha form, was difficult to damage by any attack, and it could absorb external energy for its own use, making the dome even stronger than before. Therefore, Sengoku had full confidence in the strategy of trapping the Rocks Pirates within the diamond dome. However, with just one blow, this diamond dome, which he regarded as his trump card, was completely shattered, leaving not even a fragment. What astonishing dominance! Just as he sighed inwardly, a fierce wind rushed from behind, making Sengoku's heart tighten. He turned and slapped out a palm. There was a thunderous bang, and a strong airflow swept outwards, lifting the thick dust on the ground several meters high, spreading like a sandstorm. Ugh! Sengoku gritted his teeth, pouring all the conqueror's haki in his body into his right palm, countering the surging impact. To his surprise, the Naginata coming at him did not directly touch his palm, as if there were an invisible wall in between, with countless thick black lightning bolts shooting out, crackling incessantly, and the surrounding air seemed to twist and deform under the pressure of two great forces. Following a massive roaring sound, both sides retreated a distance. Sengoku extended his palm, looking at his concave palm, his face becoming even more grim, raising his eyes to look down at the tall figure standing not far away. He said in a deep voice, "You've even mastered the Conqueror's haki? Damn you, Whitebeard. Gururara, don't you have Conqueror's haki too?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, pointing his blade at the giant Buddha in front, teasingly asking, "Want to learn? I can teach you. No need for your kindness." With a roar, Sengoku raised his right foot high, like Mount Tai pressing down, and stomped violently towards Whitebeard. The air shook, the ground quaked, and a massive pit instantly appeared on the ground, countless cracks spreading out from around the pit. At the same time, Whitebeard's original position was already empty. Did you think I didn't notice? Sengoku quickly turned around, slapping out his right palm. A massive golden shockwave burst forth from his palm, surging towards Whitebeard's suddenly appeared figure. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, countless stones exploded out, the airflow surged around, and the already pockmarked ground was blasted into a long ravine extending to the edge of the island. Gururara, that may not be the case. Amidst a hearty laugh, Whitebeard's figure suddenly burst out from the rising smoke, leaping high into the air, surrounded by a circle of light green spheres, black and red conqueror's haki erupting, striking down at the astonished Sengoku with lightning speed. Faced with this sudden attack, Sengoku quickly came to his senses without any hesitation. His palms extended in front of his chest, swiftly drawing a circular arc, forming a semicircular golden barrier in front of him, enveloping his entire being. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, the Naginata struck fiercely against the barrier, sending sparks flying, and countless dense cracks quickly spread outward from the center of the barrier, while the ground beneath Sengoku's feet collapsed with a bang, sinking more than 3 meters and kicking up a large cloud of dust. Damn! Sengoku growled under his breath, veins bulging on his forehead, concentrating all his strength on the barrier. Centered on the two of them, a massive light sphere gradually formed, rapidly expanding outward, the surrounding space seeming to twist slightly. Boom! When the light sphere expanded to a certain extent, it suddenly exploded. Dazzling white light rapidly spreading in all directions, instantly engulfing both Whitebeard and Sengoku's figures. Gahaha! Isn't this much more pleasing to the eye? Gazing at the war-torn sea in the distance, Rocks felt an indescribable joy in his heart, a trademark grin spreading across his face. Next, speaking, he slowly swept his gaze across the island, finally landing on a man with a pink pompadour wearing a pair of windproof goggles, his expression suddenly darkening. It was time to let the world remember what kind of price would be paid for deceiving him. As soon as the words fell, Rocks adjusted his posture, diving down from air headfirst, transforming into a black streak of light, leaving behind circles of sonic boom clouds as he shot towards his target on the ground. The immense wind pressure he created crashing down like a raging tide, causing the surrounding wild grass to sway uncontrollably. Do you see me as your #1 target for revenge? Looking up at the rapidly approaching figure, Rubeal changed his previously frivolous tone, his expression becoming serious for the first time in a while. He stretched out his hands, and in an instant, like cherry blossoms flying in the sky, crystals rapidly spun around him, gradually gathering into a towering crystal fortress, its surface covered with dense spikes, shimmering with a dazzling crimson glow under the light. Although he didn't know if it could withstand it, wouldn't he be unable to foresee the result if he didn't try first? Rubeal extended his tongue to lightly lick his dry lips, his eyes revealing a mix of tension and excitement. Deep within him, there had always been a strong desire. He desperately wanted to know the gap between himself and the world's strongest. This desire was like a blazing flame, constantly urging him to climb to the highest peak. Thus, the moment he received the order from the Gorosei, Rubeal felt somewhat bored. Rather than setting traps to capture Rocks, he preferred to engage in a thrilling showdown with that monster. Even if it meant losing his life, he wouldn't feel regret for it. The essence of the crystal fruit mainly focused on defense, and if the defensive power of the crystal was maximized, its sturdiness could even far surpass the giant diamond dome created by Sengoku, with the resulting recoil reaching a terrifying level of millions of tons. For anything that has not yet happened, people always pursue the outcome out of curiosity, even if that result is not what they desire. Since you've chosen to confront me head-on, I admire your reckless courage. Witnessing the entire process of the crystal fortress being built from one crystal to another, Rocks narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. His entire form shot forward like lightning, and in an instant, he broke into the fortress. Black and red lightning surged and gathered on his right fist, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Then, his pitch-black fist slammed straight into the crystal fortress. To be precise, It was the invisible domineering aura wrapped around his fist that was released all at once through the air, crashing into the crystal fortress. At that moment, the incredibly violent conqueror's haki twisted around him like octopus tentacles and swept out in all directions with lightning speed, causing the entire island to shake even more violently than before. Cracks on the ground increased continuously, and the grass covering the surface was pressed down and tilted forward. The surrounding seawater also began to churn wildly, with several warships being capsized in the waves. And the screams and wails of the Navy could be heard intermittently in the air. The raging wind slowly came to a stop. A figure landed steadily on the ground, standing firmly on the earth, quietly gazing at the scene before him. In the next moment, the previously solid and impregnable giant crystal fortress began to tremble violently, with cracks emerging from its surface and rapidly spreading outward. Suddenly, the web-like cracks stopped spreading after reaching a certain extent, and after a brief pause, they visibly dissipated. And in the blink of an eye, the entire crystal fortress returned to its original state, showing no signs of damage. Oh, watching this phenomenon, Rocks couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a slightly surprised expression appearing on his face. In the past, he had never encountered someone who could take a punch from him and remain unscathed. Just as he tightened his fist, ready to throw another punch, the huge crystal fortress suddenly shattered into countless tiny shards, scattering like stardust in the air, gradually revealing Rubeal's rather ugly face. The reason it was described as ugly was that his entire face had turned a paper-like yellow, beads of sweat like raindrops soaked his forehead, and fresh blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. His right hand clutched his chest tightly, his whole body swaying as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. I have never been so embarrassed as I am today. Rubeal gasped as he spoke, feeling a sweet metallic taste rising in his throat every time he opened his mouth, but he desperately restrained the urge to vomit. Gritting his teeth and saying, "Indeed, I was overconfident. I wouldn't dare to take such a big risk next time." Rocks silently observed Rubeal's rather distressed appearance, and after a while, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, a hint of an elusive smile appearing on his otherwise lifeless face, making it hard to discern his current thoughts. "You've got some skills, considering you blocked my intent to kill with that punch. I won't hold you accountable for deceiving me with Roger this time." His voice remained low, but his tone was somewhat softened compared to before. Rubeal stared blankly at him for a moment, then spread his hands with a helpless wry smile. "It seems I've been lucky to survive. Being praised by you really makes me feel a bit unbalanced. Cough. It's as if I've eaten the wrong fruit. Fool, if you don't put more effort into your haki, what's the use of eating the strongest devil fruit?" Rocks said coldly, as if lecturing a student. He slowly turned around and walked step by step forward. After taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something and stopped, turning half his face to glare at the man who was forcing himself to stand. "Do your best to become stronger. Next time we meet, I won't hold back." After leaving this remark, Rocks turned and walked forward with steady steps, never looking back again. I thought he was as hard to deal with as the rumors said, but unexpectedly, he has some sense of reason. Watching the man's figure gradually fade away, Rubeal let out a long sigh, collapsing to the ground in relief. Looking up at the clear blue sky made so by the fierce battle, unable to help but exclaim. For some reason, he felt much more relaxed. Perhaps this is the sense of relief that comes from understanding the target is still far out of reach. Now let me take a little break. I believe Sengoku won't blame me for anything. Things that stand at the pinnacle of the world often attract countless people to pursue them recklessly, even at the cost of their lives. Witnessing Rocks shatter the diamond shield covering the entire grassy island with just one punch and effortlessly deal with Rubeal, who had almost left him helpless, Kaido's eyes widened, and he felt an unparalleled shock and astonishment inside. In the past, during the battle on White Heron Island, Kaido had fallen into a coma due to early exhaustion, so he had no idea about the strength Rocks displayed on the island afterward. Only now did he witness the astonishing power that Rocks exhibited, feeling as if the entire world had been turned upside down. The man's strength was something Kaido couldn't even begin to describe with words. Even without showcasing the abilities of a devil fruit, he had instantly reversed a battle that had already been somewhat disadvantageous, purely through haki. The ability to attack the opponent without physical contact was a technique of hockey application he had never seen before, or rather, a realm he had not yet approached. How far am I from that dreamt of throne? Am I really getting stronger? In an instant, a complex emotion surged within Kaido, and the muscles in his face twitched slightly, unable to calm down for a long time. No matter how hard he tried to run, the distance between him and that man showed no signs of closing. Instead, it seemed to stretch longer. It was as if that man was an unreachable star, while he was just a wild wolf racing across the wilderness, chasing after the stars, but never able to touch a single one. Hey, how long do you plan to lie there? Just as Kaido was lost in thought, a low, hoarse voice rang in his ear, still carrying the usual arrogance. Without needing to look up, he knew who it was still staring at the sky. He complained somewhat reluctantly. Who can fight with that level of guy and come out unscathed like you? The footsteps stopped abruptly as Rocks walked in front of him, arms crossed over his chest. After staring at the exhausted boy for about 5 seconds, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and kicked him in the waist with just the right amount of force. Ha ha ha. This shows that your hockey still needs more training. It's still too early to deal with those little guys known as admirals. Bastard. That hurts. Kaido shivered all over, unable to help but swear, raising his head to glare at the man with the hedgehog hairstyle. The mocking expression on his face ignited an unnamed fury in Kaido's heart. And your words always make people furious. Clearly, it was his own fault that he dragged others down and made them clean up the mess. Damn cactus bastard. In the face of the youth's almost unreasonable outburst, Rocks showed no sign of anger. He stared at him intently and said, word for word, in a very calm tone, the loser doesn't need to find excuses. Just surviving is your greatest luck. Think about what you should do next. At this point, he paused, slowly turned around as if he didn't want the other party to see his expression, and spoke in a lowered voice. Although I don't really want to say this. If it weren't for you, it would have taken me quite a while to destroy that crystal, and during that time, who knows what unfortunate events might have occurred. Thank you. His last sentence was barely audible, like the sound of a breeze rustling through leaves. But Kaido heard it clearly, and he was momentarily stunned, suddenly bursting into laughter, teasingly saying, when we get back, I must tell those guys about this as drinking talk. Upon hearing this, Rocks silently grabbed the youth's right leg and unceremoniously dragged him forward in large strides. Kaido wanted to struggle, but couldn't muster any strength, so he could only shout, Hey, I was just joking. No need to get so angry, right? By the way, where are you taking me? Don't tell me you're going to throw me into the sea. Rocks didn't even look at him, his pace unwavering, and spoke flatly, back to Hive Island. Where else could we go? Even if I had to deal with so many Navy officers at once, it would be a bit exhausting. Huh? Kaido thought he misheard and, confused, asked, Even you can't deal with them? What kind of joke is this? Rocks snorted but said nothing. The earlier 2 uses of Conqueror's Haki were indeed very domineering, but had nearly drained all his stamina. In his current state, he might not be able to defeat the remaining Navy officers, who were no less formidable than Rubeil. More importantly, something completely unexpected must be happening back at Hive Island. He looked up at the 2 figures intersecting in the sky, a peculiar color flashing in his eyes, and whispered, The golden-haired kid who refuses to admit defeat is about to bring some unexpected surprises. Boom! The sound of Shiki's dual blades, swirling with golden waves, colliding with Zephyr's heavy fist, wrapped in pitch-black haki, echoed across the entire grassland island, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Accompanied by the sudden explosion of lightning interwoven with gold and black, a massive shockwave erupted, sending both parties flying apart, quickly stabilizing themselves in midair and standing off at a distance. At this moment, both of their nerves were taut to the extreme, staring at each other, neither willing to shift their gaze from their opponent. For a moment, the tense atmosphere spread through the air. Even the sound of their breathing became distinctly audible. After a while, Shiki slowly extended his left hand, gripping his beloved blade, Mokuku, pointing it diagonally downwards, and shouted at the purple-haired man whose strength was nearly equal to his. Hey, did you notice? I don't know when, but that damn barrier is gone. I know without you reminding me. Zephyr snorted coldly, his expression still calm and unhurried, I won't use such a boring excuse to avoid this battle. Hearing the other party's concise response, Shiki was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit surprised by Zephyr's seemingly indifferent attitude. After a moment, a wild smile crept onto his lips. Ha ha ha, I'm starting to appreciate a man like you more and more. I must have another good fight with you when the opportunity arises. Opportunity? Zephyr momentarily didn't understand the implication in his words and sternly retorted, I don't remember giving you one. You don't get to decide that. Before his voice fell, Shiki's right-hand sword suddenly slashed through the air, forming an incomparably massive golden crescent moon, like a hanging Milky Way, rushing straight towards the man with the sharp sound of breaking air. How fast? Zephyr's expression grew serious. And faced with that sword energy that seemed capable of cutting everything in half, he dared not confront it head-on and quickly jumped to the side. The fierce golden sword energy flew past him, cutting the clouds neatly in its wake and eventually disappearing into the distant sky. Now, Shiki, wearing an almost ferocious smile, unhesitatingly pointed both blades forward. In an instant, the flowing clouds he had sliced began to swirl rapidly, gathering into massive lion heads, as if they could block out the sun, surging towards Zephyr like a tidal wave. Wah! Zephyr was caught off guard, and before he could react, he was engulfed by the tsunami of lion heads rushing towards him. Shiki watched as those lion heads twisted and morphed, eventually condensing into a gigantic cloud cocoon. Unable to suppress the triumphant smile on his face, feeling quite satisfied with the hastily conceived plan. Slowly feed the cotton to me inside, you self-righteous navy. Damn Shiki, how dare you pull such a despicable trick? Zephyr's furious curses were vaguely heard from within, and the massive cloud cocoon swayed slightly with his voice. But the surface showed no signs of breaking. It was as if Shiki hadn't heard, as he sheathed his dual blades behind his back, looking down at the now ruined island with a twitching smile. Before that damn gorilla comes out, let those fools owe me a favor. As he spoke, Shiki clenched his right hand into a fist, placing it in front of his chest. Accompanied by earth-shattering sounds, the entire grassland island began to shake violently, and the surrounding sea surged, splashing up columns of water dozens of meters high. What was happening? Who did this? Gazing at the fleeing birds and beasts in the distance, Kaido, being dragged by rocks, had a bewildered expression on his face, muttering. Before he could figure out what was going on, the ground they were standing on suddenly detached from the island, as if losing gravity, rapidly shooting upwards into the sky. The ethereal clouds rushed past them, soon leaving them below. In the blink of an eye, the vast blue sky unfolded before him. How did that kid fly up? Lingling, who had missed her strike and was preparing to adjust her move, turned her head to look at the floating rocks in the air, mumbling in surprise. At that moment, the ground beneath her, measuring several cubic meters, began to rise, shooting straight into the sky. In a similar situation were the long baguette being tugged at by several soil blocks, and the two soul weapons still hanging on the clothesline. Given this momentum, it was likely the work of the Golden Lion, right? Vice Admiral Crane looked up at the rising rocks, still maintaining an unhurried expression, sighing slightly. Just letting them retreat like this feels a bit embarrassing. TCH, that guy Shiki just loves to meddle. Newgate frowned, feeling quite dissatisfied with Shiki's rash decision, his body continuously rising with the floating ground. He scratched his wavy long hair and turned to his opponent, saying, "You must think the same, right? Damn Newgate, trying to escape at a crucial moment." Sengoku gritted his teeth, looking up at the floating Newgate, his right hand pressed against his heaving chest. A trickle of crimson blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Despite looking quite disheveled, his face still bore an expression of defiance as he shouted, "If you have the guts, come down and settle this. I want you to know what underestimating justice will lead to. You really don't look good in this frantic state." Newgate gazed at Sengoku, who had taken 6 hits from his conqueror's haki, yet still had the strength to stand, a hint of surprise crossing his face. He felt a bit of admiration for the stubborn, yet exceptionally strong man. He raised his naginata, pointing the blade at the massive Buddha statue below, and said word by word, "This battle that must be interrupted. Let us wait until next time to determine the victor. Goodbye. Wait for me." Sengoku raised both hands. Just as he was about to unleash a shockwave, his body suddenly convulsed, and he involuntarily knelt on the shattered ground, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans seeped from his forehead, falling down his cheeks like pearls from a broken string, creating a mottled pattern on the ground. The puddles of sweat clearly reflected his astonished face. Damn it, is my body reaching its limit? How can I just give up like this? Oh, it seems I hit the nail on the head. Guruliosa sat on the floating ground, resting her chin on her hands, leisurely watching the even more shattered island. A hint of a meaningful smile on her lips, believing that Kid wouldn't make a mistake, and she needed to reward him when she got back. How about rewarding him with a spot in Impel Down? A voice devoid of any emotion rang in her ears, causing Guruliosa's heart to shudder. She quickly turned her head to see a circular door suddenly appear in the air, and a member of CP9 who had just fought with her swiftly leaped out, pouncing like a large bird, moving as fast as lightning. Haven't had enough yet? Let me come. Lion's might. Before she could finish her sentence, an even louder voice boomed in the sky like thunder. Before the CP9 member could react, a massive lion with bared fangs and claws suddenly rose from the ground, swiftly biting him tightly in its mouth, rendering all his struggles futile. At the same time, the ground of Grassland Island rose high, with stone pillars twisting and transforming into vivid lion heads, releasing a deafening roar before swallowing the navy on the island in overwhelming force, including Sengoku, Tsuru, and the collapsed Rubail. Oh ho ho! The so-called Justice Army is nothing much. Looking at the densely packed, towering rock formations across the island, Kaido, suspended in the air, couldn't help but feel elated. Just as he was about to mock them, someone coldly spoke from behind him. Idiot, if you leave them be, those monsters will soon come back to cause trouble. The voice was powerful yet crisp, and Kaido had lost count of how many times he had heard it. Turning around, he saw a graceful woman had somehow arrived nearby, holding a broad-bladed sword on her back, her beautiful eyes staring at him as if she wanted to devour him. Who else could it be but Charlotte Linlin? So what do you want to do? Kaido casually asked, picking his nose. I'm really fed up with you. Linlin sighed, supporting her forehead, stepping forward to poke Kaido's forehead with her right index finger, scolding, You already forgot the trick used by the Kingdom of Betrayal so quickly. Upon hearing this, Kaido's mind cleared up, and an embarrassed smile reappeared on his face. I remember now. It's that of the giant race, right? Linlin looked at him with a very complex expression and said in a deep voice, If you haven't forgotten, hurry up. Don't act like you're about to die. Nearby, Rocks sat cross-legged on the ground, coldly observing everything, unable to help but laugh at the starkly different attitudes displayed by the two. Ha ha ha, are you two flirting? This is none of your business. The two stood on the same front at that moment, simultaneously scolding. Rocks felt embarrassed and obediently covered his mouth with his hands. In any case, we don't have much time left, so let us deal with them quickly. Linlin faced the island that had become a shadow of its former self due to the massive battle, raising her long sword high, pouring her dark haki into the blade, with slender lightning arcing along its length. For those who deceived me, it's unacceptable to leave without a trace. It's rare for us to be on the same page. Kaido pushed himself up from the ground, as if they had a tacit understanding, pulling out the kanabo from his back, stepping forward in unison with Linlin, raising their weapons high, surrounded by dark purple waves, declaring to the world to remember well the fate of those who dare to oppose them. Overwhelming sea. Almost simultaneously, the two shouted and swung their weapons with great force. Damn pirates! What have you done? A Navy colonel shouted angrily on the deck, facing the sea, his forehead bulging with veins, yet he could do nothing at that moment. The reason for this predicament was that he was covered in a very thick light yellow gel, firmly stuck in place, unable to even move a finger. Not just him, but all his colleagues on the ship were suffering the same fate. With most of the warships unable to escape, each ship covered in a large puddle of thick gel-like liquid, almost immobile on the surging sea, shaking incessantly with each wave's impact, as if they could capsize and sink at any moment. The Navy personnel were stuck in all sorts of bizarre positions on the warship. The sensation of being glued was quite uncomfortable for them, forced to watch as the almost intact pirate ship sailed freely across the sea, unable to stop it. Their inner anger and fear were unimaginable. The culprit behind their predicament was that detestable woman. How is it going? Stupid Navy. Isnt the taste of the special gel bomb quite nice. Stussy laughed unusually heartily, leaning against the ship's rail and giving the immobile Navy a middle finger. The long-suppressed feeling of being unable to fight back against the enemy ship finally erupted at that moment, making her feel much more relieved. Phew, phew. Thank goodness Stussy is here to hold the fort, or I really wouldn't know what to do. The helmsman gasped for breath, a relieved smile on his face, his hands never leaving the massive helm, recalling how he had charged directly into the enemy's encirclement just moments ago, risking the ship and lives. And he still felt a thrill of fear. Fortunately, just as the enemy ships aimed their cannons directly at the center of the pirate ship, preparing to annihilate them in one fell swoop, Stussy sent missiles along the route into the sea, which exploded simultaneously, creating a large mist of water. At the same time, thick, sticky liquid gushed from the surface of the sea, enveloping a large number of enemy ships before they could react. As Stussy's ace invention, the specially made gel bombs had a bonding strength with other liquids as high as 99, so even if those gels soaked in seawater for days and nights, there would be no signs of falling off. Of course, it also had a very obvious weakness. It would melt rapidly when exposed to high temperatures. But the enemies, in their panic, would not quickly notice this point. Even if they did, firing on their allies seemed to offer them no advantage. Burp. Not bad. It can definitely be called a bold attempt. Captain John, reeking of alcohol, swayed unsteadily at the bow of the ship, looking like he might fall into the sea at any moment. Yet his drunken face still wore a nonchalant attitude as he raised the bottle high and took a big swig, wiping the leftover alcohol from the corner of his mouth and saying, "There's still a few fish that slipped through the net. Let me take care of that girl, Estet." Just as his words fell, Captain John took a deep breath, tilted his head back at an odd angle, and then quickly leaned forward, spraying the alcohol in his mouth outwards. The liquid transformed into thousands of water droplets, covering them with a dark armed color, shooting towards the main ship that had not yet been affected like a rain of arrows. Oh no, it's Captain John's best move, the alcohol bomb. What are you waiting for? Hurry and load the cannon to fight back. No, there's no time. The screams and gasps of the Navy rang out, as the impending wave of alcohol rain was about to engulf the entire main ship. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the crowd, transforming into a high-speed, rotating black tornado, cutting through the air with bursts of sound, drawing a series of dazzling arcs above, and with incredible speed and strength, deflecting the incoming rain of bullets. Those originally dense and aggressive alcohol bombs lost control, scattering everywhere, either plummeting straight into the sea or splattering onto nearby warships. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the shadow performed a flip and landed steadily on the bow of the main ship. There stood a figure with arms crossed over his chest, a justice cloak billowing in the wind, every muscle covered in a layer of dark power, without a scratch on him, staring ahead with cold eyes, as if the previous attack was completely insignificant to him. Oh wow, it's Vice Admiral Black King. We are saved. Let's defeat those pirates without leaving a single one behind. The cheers of his subordinates echoed in his ears. Even the usually composed Black King felt a bit elated, a faint smile appearing on his wolf-like face. In the realm of the 6 forms of body technique, Black King believed he was not inferior to the agents of the intelligence agency. At least, he could maintain an iron block state while still being able to move freely, and no one in the entire world government could match this skill. Moreover, after years of hard study, his iron block had nearly reached perfection. Even when subjected to concentrated bombardment from multiple cannonballs, his body would sustain no damage. Since his rise to fame, no one had ever made him shed a drop of blood, which is why Steelbone Kong could confidently let him lead the fleet to deal with the monsters on Hive Island, despite his immense confidence in his defense. He had not let his guard down. The sudden turbulence that had not stopped for 5 minutes and the giant dome that had enveloped Grassland Island suddenly disappearing made him realize that another battlefield was experiencing an unforeseen change. Not only did he need to find a way to navigate through the current predicament, but he also had to be wary of enemies that could attack from the island at any time. Black King suddenly felt the burden on his back become extraordinarily heavy, nearly suffocating him. But even so, he gritted his teeth and resolved to fulfill his responsibilities. This was something a righteous navy must do. Oh, a formidable character has finally appeared. Seeing his signature technique dismissed so lightly, Captain John's dazed eyes brightened slightly, realizing that the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own, so he gathered all his spirit, raising the bottle high in the air, pouring the liquid continuously in his mouth, and said, "I didn't expect that a man like me would also have to take things seriously at times. Hey, this is not the time to compete with him. The top priority is to meet up with Rocks and the others." Stussy, noticing the changes on Grassland Island, couldn't help but remind him from the side, but Captain John seemed not to hear, pouring the alcohol into his mouth, his skin visibly turning a bright red. Sensing the anomaly in the other party, Black King rolled up his sleeves, fists crossed over his chest. His expression suddenly darkened, and he shouted in a powerful voice, "Very well. I accept your challenge and will completely crush everything you have." A sudden roar interrupted his words, and in an instant, the sea began to surge violently, causing all the ships to shake violently. Black King's face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly turned to look at the sky, only to see a blinding white light coming towards him, reflected in his trembling pupils. Everything happened too quickly. Before he could react, the enormous white wave swallowed countless warships, and a hooked metallic tip split in the air, turning to dust and disappearing. "What is that?" Stussy and Captain John stared wide-eyed at this earth-shattering scene. At that moment, seemingly losing all ability to think, their minds going blank. Just as that terrifying wave was about to engulf their ship, at the critical moment, the huge pirate ship seemed to be pulled by an irresistible force, accompanied by splashing waves, shooting into the sky at lightning speed, vanishing without a trace on the surface of the sea. The massive white shock wave swept away everything in front of it, surging towards the distance. In just an instant, Grassland Island, standing on the surface of the sea, was engulfed by this roaring giant light sphere, with turbulent waters creating monstrous waves continuously surging, and the air being stirred into a violent wind, spreading in all directions. "It hurts. Where's this?" Stussy sat on the deck with her legs spread apart, rubbing her aching back, looking around. The azure sky was vast and boundless, with large fluffy white clouds floating amidst it, and the brilliant sunlight spilled over the clouds, dyeing the entire expanse of white with a golden glow. Could it be that I have arrived in the legendary paradise? Stussy stared blankly at the scene, completely different from before, and involuntarily pinched her thigh. A sharp pain immediately surged, confirming that she was not dreaming. "Burp. Since you can see a scoundrel like me, it means this is indeed reality." "Burp." Captain John stumbled and fell from the bow of the ship with a dull thud. He stood up slowly, his skin tone returning to normal, the old wine bottle still tightly gripped in his hand. "For the first time in my life, I experienced the sensation of being in the air." "Hick!" The pirates, disoriented from the fall, gradually got up, looking around with confusion, almost entirely ignorant of what had just happened. A few pirates, out of curiosity, leaned over the ship's railing to look down, nearly scaring themselves to death. They saw the massive pirate ship floating in the sky, moving forward at a gentle pace, showing no signs of descending. It must be Shiki, right? That usually solitary man is surprisingly reliable at critical moments. Stussy slowly got up, her eyes shimmering, a faint smile forming on her lips, but then a hint of confusion crossed her beautiful face. But what was that shockwave about? Besides Whitebeard, who else could do something of this scale? "Hey, you little cutie who asked dragging your feet. I was still thinking about how to save people, so you be grateful to me for life. And I didn't expect you to come up already." A hearty laugh echoed from above Stussy, making her instinctively look up. For stone platforms floated in the air, each varying in size, slowly moving forward. The familiar white-haired woman stood on one of the stone platforms, waving at her with a teasing glint in her eyes. Only someone who understood her well would know whether her intentions were good or malicious. Apart from that woman, the remaining 3 platforms vaguely revealed several figures, and it was easy to guess their identities. Stussy stared for a moment, then suddenly chuckled, biting her lip with a mischievous smile as she teased. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Girliosa." The battle with the admirals didn't scare you, did it? Don't worry, that's absolutely impossible. Amidst the laughter, Gyurlioza jumped down and landed steadily on the deck, looking at the blonde woman in front of her, extending her right thumb proudly toward herself, saying, "Because I'm 100 times stronger than you." The long snake coiled around her waist raised its head high, continuously flicking its tongue, seemingly proud of its master. Is that so? Unfortunately, you're about to beg for mercy from someone 100 times weaker than you. Stussy stepped forward boldly, poking Gyurlioza's forehead with her slender finger, smiling slyly as she said, "Let us settle this once and for all while we have the chance." Gyurlioza defiantly mimicked the same action. "I couldn't ask for more. Let us stick to the old rules. Whoever loses must unconditionally obey the other for a month. Then you'd better be careful. I have countless things I want you to do." The bickering between the two reached the higher skies, making Rocks, who had been watching quietly, let out a sigh and shrug his shoulders, exclaiming, "Those two girls are still so full of energy. I really admire them." At this point, his gaze shifted to the two figures lying on the ground nearby. "You think so too, right?" Who? You ask me. I don't know either." Kaido lay sprawled on the grass. Having completely exhausted his haki, speaking was extremely difficult at this point. "All I want is a good sleep." By the end, his voice gradually faded, accompanied by heavy snoring as he truly fell asleep. Compared to this, we still have very important things to do, right? Lin lay flat on the ground, her head slowly turning towards the man who had asked the question. Her eyelids half closed as she struggled to squeeze out a few words, like settling accounts with the bad guys. Bad guys. Rocks lifted his head to gaze at the boundless sky, a beam of golden sunlight shining on his face, revealing a serious expression, looking troubled. Why has Roger, who has always opposed the government, teamed up with them? Is he trying to use the Navy's power to eliminate his greatest threat? No, that would be too risky for him. Hive Island has been unreachable since just now. Could it really be, as Kaido said, that some abnormal situation has occurred? Roger, at this very moment, where are you and your subordinates? Holding on to these mysteries, the ship flying the flag of the Rocks Pirates unknowingly crossed the sea of clouds, surrounded by several stone platforms, moving steadily toward its destination, Hive Island. The thick white light gradually receded like a tide, slowly revealing the previously concealed scene. The entire sea became tumultuous, a path forcibly opened in the middle. The fierce wind whipped up waves dozens of meters high, forming layers of giant waves that continuously surged and roared, never calming down. Patches of bright red blood spread through the seawater, with scattered corpses floating everywhere. From their tattered clothing, one could vaguely discern their naval identities. The waves crashed against the broken remnants of ships, and anyone with a shred of conscience witnessing this scene would be unable to bear describing their current appearance. On the restless sea surface, a massive dome made of countless densely packed hexagonal crystals stood tall, shimmering with a crimson light under the sun. The surface of the dome was covered with long, tree branch-like cracks that rapidly spread outward. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it would shatter. In the next moment, the dense cracks suddenly stopped expanding, visibly retracting at a noticeable speed. In a brief moment, the massive crystal dome returned to its original state, as if the previous damage had never existed. What a fright that gave me, accompanied by a slightly tired and relieved voice. The impenetrable crystal dome transformed into countless fluttering petals, revealing the island hidden within. The island was rugged with strange rocks, uneven with weeds, and covered in spider web-like cracks. With not a single spot intact, a man with a pink pompadour lay back on the uneven ground, his arms that had been stretched towards the sky for a long time slowly drooping down, gently resting on his sweaty forehead, exhaling a long sigh of relief. I almost thought I wouldn't be able to hold on. That group of pirates had such a powerful trump card hidden away. Couldn't they give a warning in advance? Was that the combined technique of Charlotte Lin and the new monster? It seems like they went a bit overboard. Cough, cough. Those damn pirates. Did they take the opportunity to escape? As the words fell, two tightly fitting rock masses suddenly exploded, and from within emerged the restored figures of Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Although the rock-esque contraction and compression had no effect on them, the expressions on their faces were far worse than if they had been seriously injured. I can't think of a more tragic word to describe all of this. Vice Admiral Tsuru, with her arms crossed, scanned the surroundings, faintly catching sight of the distant sea covered in thick smoke. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, as if the horrific scenes were still vivid in her mind. After a moment, she opened her eyes again, her face revealing no expression, but her voice had turned serious. There was still some lingering presence of the children, but it seemed the pirate ship had successfully retreated. As for Rear Admiral Black, although he still had a faint breath, if he wasn't rescued in time, he might. Sengoku knew that observation haki was this old comrade's strong suit, and he had no doubt about her judgment. His gaze grew heavy, and he said, "I'll go take a look first." At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed from the sky. A massive cloud cocoon floating above was instantly shattered, sending violent shockwaves radiating outward. A purple streak shot out from within, darting toward the sea like an arrow, resembling a shooting star across the horizon. That kid beat us to it. Sengoku quickly recognized Zephyr, who had fought alongside him many times. A sense of relief washed over him as he sat cross-legged on the ground, a wry smile on his face. Both strength and speed had exceeded his normal levels, and the pent-up anger within was evident. Admiral Tsuru sighed, agreeing with him. We should be thankful that the Rocks Pirates are no longer here. Otherwise, he would definitely be the first to rush in and fight them. Hey, can't I come over and care about my good comrades? After all, I saved your lives. A man's voice, reminiscent of a whale, reached their ears. Just as Sengoku was about to say something, Admiral Tsuru had already stepped forward to the man lying on the ground, seemingly on the verge of death. Her delicate brows revealed a hint of indifference as she coldly said, "You really owe me a favor this time. If you hadn't chosen to play dead to conserve your strength, we would most likely have ended up as the sea beast dinner by now. Haha, as a return favor, too. Shouldn't you accompany me for a..." Ouch. Rubeil's unwholesome words were cut short as Tsuru kicked him in the face. Looking at this scene, Sengoku couldn't help but support his forehead with a sigh, addressing his most worrisome colleague. No matter what, I feel somewhat reluctant to let the Rocks crew escape. But we have achieved our goal. Ha ha ha. So whether we win or lose, we haven't lost out. Rubeil, with a swollen cheek, wore a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, wondering what expressions they would have when they returned to Hive Island. It was a pity that CP9 member was taken away by them. Admiral Tsuru looked up at the vast sky, her delicate brows furrowing as she murmured, "I hope he can withstand the pirates' interrogation. Such matters are beyond our control." Sengoku slowly propped himself up, crossing his arms over his chest. His expression regained its usual calm authority as he fixed his gaze on the surging sea, saying word by word, "We just need to observe the changes and wait for those two forces to clash. No matter who the victor is, the one who laughs last will inevitably be justice." Vortex Island in the New World, as its name suggests, is surrounded by various whirlpools of different sizes, each with a radius reaching dozens of meters, spinning at high speed. If any ship inadvertently approaches, it will be instantly swept into the turbulent currents and silently disappear into the depths of the ocean. The centers of all whirlpools form massive currents that rotate incessantly, wreaking havoc across the sky like tornadoes, with a tremendous suction force capable of devouring any creature passing overhead. Therefore, anyone who values their life, even a little, would never approach this treacherous death zone. However, on this once desolate island, a large crowd was gathered, dressed casually, each carrying a weapon, and many wore red bandanas adorned with a skull emblem in the center. Undoubtedly, these are a group of pirates who accidentally stumbled into this place. One man with short golden hair and round glasses leaned against a boulder, hands behind his head, lazily yawning as he asked his companions, "Let's see. We've been stuck in this hellhole for almost 2 days, right? Don't ask me that. You know I have no sense of time." A middle-aged man in a red coat slowly got up from the ground, taking a swig from a beer bottle and wiping the alcohol from the corner of his mouth. He had sparse stubble on his lips, his cheeks flushed from drinking too much, and his messy black short hair gave him the appearance of a common street drunkard. But anyone who met his gaze would easily feel an indescribable, irresistible allure, compelling them to approach and learn what kind of person he was. "I'm really impressed with you. What would we do without our gang of brothers?" The golden-haired man sighed lightly, glancing at the massive pirate ship docked on the shore. A relieved smile spreading across his face. In any case, our luck isn't too bad. The O.L. Jackson only suffered minor surface damage, and the brothers are all fine. Haha. All thanks to Mr. Tom for building our ship. Another man with a long black ponytail and sunglasses laughed heartily while munching on a piece of roasted meat. His laughter always carried a sense of friendliness, making it feel pleasant to hear. Being overly modest isn't good, Jabba. Without your superb steering skills, we wouldn't have made it here safely, said a handsome man with a ponytail, leaning against the rock wall with his arms crossed, always wearing a relaxed expression. Food is still plentiful. We can last another month without issue. But what will we do when the food runs out? What are you afraid of? With the captain here, we can definitely get through this. After all we've been through, what's a mere vortex island? Looking at the cheering crowd around him, the golden-haired man revealed a gratified smile. It was precisely because everyone maintained a positive and optimistic attitude in the face of crises that they had come this far. He cleared his throat a couple of times, seemingly holding a significant position within the pirate crew, as the others fell silent, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. Once all eyes were on him, the golden-haired man finally spoke. I can understand everyone's feelings, but there are more important matters waiting for us to address. Are you referring to the meeting with Rocks? Jabba's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. The golden-haired man nodded, dusted off his clothes, slowly propping himself up, while he said, Today is the day we agreed to meet them, but given the current situation, we definitely won't make it to Grassland Island. Indeed, even if we hurry there now, it would still take 3 days. A rugged-looking, burly merman spoke in a deep voice, his expression very serious. From my long observations, these whirlpools are slowly moving in a clockwise direction around the island, each at different speeds. In about 10 days, a passage for a single ship to enter and exit will open up between two whirlpools at a 45 angle to the northwest of the island. This is our only means of leaving this island. Truly, it's St. Bell. A short uncle clad in Viking-style armor gave a thumbs up to this reliable companion. The key point is not here, okay? A burly man beside him, who was holding a cigar, couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. The most troublesome part is that the magnetic field of Whirlpool Island is extremely chaotic, capable of blocking signals for hundreds of miles around. And communication devices like phone bugs can't be used at all. Saying this, the blonde man took out a phone bug from his pocket, pressed some buttons on the top of the shell, but got no response. This result seemed to be something he had long anticipated. He casually tossed the phone bug aside and calmly said, Therefore, we can only wait for 10 days to receive news from the outside world. After hearing his explanation, everyone looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. After a while, the man in red, who had been silent, broke the silence. In summary, this negotiation is likely hopeless, and I currently cannot ascertain whether the situation will develop in a more serious direction. At this point, his gaze quickly shifted to the crowd, his eyes locking onto a particular individual as he spoke word by word. So, can you explain the reason for leading us to take this route, Harold? As he uttered that name, everyone froze, and their gazes instinctively turned to a man in a clean suit with a mask over his left eye. The man was secretly shocked, but maintained a calm demeanor as he quickly stepped out of the crowd, stopping in front of the man in red, bowing deeply, and humbly saying, I am very sorry for this, Captain Roger. It was my misjudgment that led everyone into danger. The man named Roger placed his right hand on his shoulder, slowly helping him up, and seemingly casually said, No need to be so formal. You've been my brother for 3 years now. Just speak your mind. Harold felt an invisible force lifting him up, and he couldn't resist it at all. So he sighed and obediently agreed to his request. I understand. As for why I chose this route, I mistakenly thought that taking the shortcut would allow us to reach Grassland Island quickly. As a navigator, I truly failed in my duty. At this point, he wiped the damp corner of his eye, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Roger silently watched the man, seemingly enjoying a captivating performance. After a moment, he took out a completely black sea snail from his pocket, pressed the button on its surface, and several intermittent voices emerged from within. Roger, 3 days later. Contact Rocks, be sure. Admiral. Intentionally, Roger leads into an unknown, in human territory, to create enmity with them. Copy Roger. The voice reaches 5 adults, ready to record. Deceive Rocks. Remember. Observe. Roger. Movements. The government's victory. The voice from the sea snail abruptly stopped. Despite the low, hoarse tones, people recognized one of the voices as their companion heralds, causing them to change color in shock and quickly surround Herald tightly. This is a sound snail I got from Pirate in my youth. It is said to be a product of Sky Island and can record and play sound, though it might be a bit old, so the effect isn't very good. Roger casually explained to the stunned man, "Sorry, I noticed you sneaking into the cave last night, so I accidentally infringed on your privacy." Harold was stunned for a moment, cursing himself for not realizing he was being followed, but forced a laugh and said, "What are you doing, Captain Roger? Could it be that this sound snail recorded a voice very similar to mine, leading to such a misunderstanding? Stop making excuses. I specifically chose this time to expose you in public." Roger bluntly interrupted him, pressing the hilt of his knife. The long blade slowly drawn out, glinting coldly. Without saying another word, he extended the long knife, its gleaming edge aimed at the man standing in front of him, and said word by word, "Although I don't know what kind of person you are, I still hope you can explain everything clearly. I don't want to see a drop of blood unless absolutely necessary. Damn it, this is not how things should have developed." The extremely frightened Arcady thought to himself. 3 years ago, he approached the Roger Pirates as an adventurer traveling the world, fully utilizing his exceptional nautical knowledge to smoothly become one of them, repeatedly helping them navigate through numerous perilous waters filled with danger. With just these skills, coupled with his extensive experience and eloquence, he easily gained people's trust and blended in with the crew. No one cared about his past, nor did anyone doubt the authenticity of his identity. For the Roger Pirates, Navigator Harold had already become an indispensable companion. As a senior agent of the World Government Intelligence Agency, CP0, Arcady naturally did not forget the secret infiltration mission assigned to him by his superiors. Now, Roger S. Group, which was collecting historical texts across various places, had become a significant threat to the government, so it was necessary to send in a spy to monitor the pirates' every move. Given his rich education and nautical knowledge from a young age, Arcady naturally became the best candidate. Whenever he ensured no one was paying attention to him, Arcady would employ the breath-masking technique taught to him by former Agent Vedru, secretly entering the lowest level of the ship's cabin to report all the information he obtained to the government's upper echelons. As for those pirates who laughed and drank with him on deck, Arcady never felt the slightest affection for them. To him, they were merely rebellious traitors. 3 days ago, when Roger announced to everyone that he planned to meet with Rocks, Arcady immediately sensed something was wrong, knowing that if these two notorious pirates came into contact, it would bring unpredictable repercussions for the government. That night, he reported this news to the 5 elders. The instructions he ultimately received were to lead the Roger Pirates to this deserted island, preventing them from communicating with the outside world for a time. Everything progressed very smoothly. Even a monster like Roger was helpless in the face of natural disasters. All that was left was to wait for 10 days to leave from here. As for other matters, he believed those adults would handle them flawlessly. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Arcady's suspicious signs were exposed on the spot, and the evidence was impeccable. Large beads of sweat continuously dripped from Arcady's forehead, and his once handsome face turned as pale as paper. His fists were tightly clenched and trembling uncontrollably, and his heart was racing to the extreme. "Damn, Roger, you must have discovered my secret conversation with the 5 elders long ago, and now you're exposing it to eliminate me under the guise of legitimacy? You despicable old fox. In this situation, I have no way to deny it. That group of fools only obeys their captain in major matters. Calm down. There must be a way. There absolutely must be. I am a gifted individual who has been favored since childhood." He rapidly thought of ways to escape from Roger, but no matter how he pondered, he couldn't come up with a suitable plan. "Have you thought about what to say?" Seeing the other person's face grow increasingly grim, Roger pushed the knife a bit closer, his voice colder than before. "As long as you explain everything clearly to everyone, considering our 3 years together, I want to make things difficult for you. You can go back for where you came. The blonde man and Jabba drew their weapons, glaring angrily at the man they once trusted deeply. As soon as he made any unusual move, they would rush forward and subdue him. Looking at the knife tip just 5 centimeters from his chest, Arcadie's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He slowly raised his hands into the air, forcing a strained smile on his face. Don't be so impulsive. Let us talk this out. I'll explain. Hearing his tone was quite sincere, Roger's expression softened slightly, and he lowered his long knife, but still kept a close watch on him to prevent any tricks, speaking each word clearly. After all, we are companions. I hope you won't betray my trust in you. Upon hearing this, Arcadie felt as if he had received a reprieve and breathed a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves gradually relaxing. After a brief silence, he suddenly reached out his right hand to cover his mask and let out a few cold laughs. The word naive really suits you. Just as you guessed, my true identity is that of CP0 under the government, and stealing your intelligence to report to the higher-ups is my job. Arcadie's candid response surprised everyone a bit. They didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Before Roger could speak, the masked man continued leisurely. If you were to meet with the Rocks Pirates, the government would have quite a headache, so you'll just have to suffer here on this broken island for a while. So, everything you said up to now has been a lie? The blonde man said in a deep voice, pressing the handle of his knife tighter. Subconsciously still not wanting to kill this companion he had once been with day and night. To deal with a villain, one must use a villain's methods. I'm sure you understand this, Vice Captain Rayleigh. Arcadie glanced at him smugly, his eyes full of mockery. Oh, by the way, it seems that Hive Island has probably been attacked by some force, and if the main forces of Rocks aren't there, it will soon fall. But don't worry. In those people's eyes, the attackers are the traitorous Roger Pirates. In other words, that group will temporarily borrow your name. You bastard. Jabba could no longer hold back, swinging his axe towards him, but was stopped by a hand. You're not one to act rashly, Jabba. Roger succinctly told his old comrade who had fought alongside him for many years, his sharp gaze moving to Arcadie, his voice still calm. As an agent, you've revealed so much intelligence, which means you're already prepared, right? Indeed, from the moment my identity was exposed, I never intended to return alive. Arcadie showed a sinister smile, quickly tearing his clothes open to reveal a solid body and a large round bomb embedded in his chest. With 8 long tentacles extending into the flesh, writhing rhythmically, and a red light flashing in the center, accompanied by a ticking sound that filled the air with a strange atmosphere. The special concentrated bomb Earth Spider has enough power to flatten a small island. Once it reaches a consensus with my brainwaves, it will activate immediately. I don't want to use this trump card unless absolutely necessary. Arcadie pointed at the round bomb, his breathing becoming labored, veins protruding on his forehead, and saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, gradually forming a puddle on the ground. It doesn't look good, Roger said, maintaining a calm demeanor, while subconsciously tightening his grip on the knife handle. Let us die together, members of the Roger Pirates. As the sound from the bomb grew more urgent, Arcadie lunged forward, his pale face filled with distortion and madness, laughing hysterically. Long live the 5 elders. Long live the world government. Roger, watch out. That guy wants to self-destruct. Rayleigh couldn't help but shout. Just as he was about to step forward to stop him, he heard his old partner's reassuring voice. Don't worry. This is nothing to worry about. As he saw the figure charging towards him, Roger stood his ground without dodging, a dramatic smile curling up on his lips. His right hand clutching the long knife, pulling back slightly, an invisible wave surrounding the blade. Divine escape. As the words left his mouth, Roger swung the long knife violently from right to left. In an instant, countless black and red lightning bolts intertwined and erupted, spreading out like wildly dancing vines in all directions. Even the surrounding air began to distort slightly. Arcadie let out a muffled groan. The eye patch on his left eye shattered at that moment. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he felt an indescribable pain surging from his abdomen, his whole body being violently pushed back like a cannonball flying into the air. Roger, you're making me die without accomplishing anything. I will never let you go, Amidst a piercing scream, An enormous and dazzling light erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire dark sky as if it were daytime, instantly clearing away the surrounding clouds, and a violent shockwave swept in all directions like a tidal wave. The sea surged violently, creating towering waves reaching dozens of meters high. The deafening explosion made everyone on the island instinctively cover their ears. Phew, that was close. Feeling the vibrations beneath his feet gradually subside until they completely disappeared, Jabba finally let out a long sigh, gazing at the empty sky, sincerely lamenting that if an explosion had really occurred on the island, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I say, Roger, you should have warned everyone beforehand. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, pointing at some crew members who had fainted on the ground and were foaming at the mouth, unable to help but complain. Quite a few newcomers have been affected by your conqueror's haki. Haha, sorry Rayleigh, I'll definitely pay attention next time. Roger scratched the back of his head a bit awkwardly, looking just like a child being scolded by a parent. He looked down at the blood-soaked blade, drops of blood continuously falling from the tip of the knife. He couldn't help but sigh, his expression gradually becoming serious as he murmured to himself. A lifetime bound by fate, forcefully infused with the thought of dying for someone. Even the manner of death is beyond choice. Is this how the government cultivates its supporters through such a crude and simple method? If only my abilities were stronger. Even if I couldn't change the world, I could at least prevent more tragedies like this from happening. If Harold is right, then Rocks is very likely ambushed on Grassland Island. With his skills, he shouldn't be trapped, but if he returns to Hive Island. I understand now. Is the world government plotting this? Thinking of this, Roger no longer hesitated. Shouldering his long knife, he looked up at his beloved companions and shouted passionately, "Everyone, once we get out of here, there may be an unprecedented great war awaiting us. I ask for your support." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, and after a brief silence, an endless cheer erupted. Ha ha ha, you don't even need to say it. We'll help you, whether it's Rocks or the Navy. It's a piece of cake for us. After holding this in for so many days, I was just looking for a chance to let it all out. What has happened has happened. We can only face the future with all our might, right, Roger? Don't be so direct. Rayleigh, we could never not know your little thoughts. And you too, Jabba. In an instant, laughter and cheers echoed throughout the entire Whirlpool Island, lingering for a long time. A day later. I shouldn't have come to the wrong place, right? Rocks stood frozen, as if his feet were nailed to the ground, staring blankly at the scene before him. His shock beyond description. The people following him were the same, each expression one of utter disbelief, standing in place for a while without making a sound. They should indeed be surprised. What lay before them was a town that had been utterly destroyed, with ruins everywhere, thick smoke mingled with flames rising up. The smell of gunpowder and blood permeating the air, extremely pungent and unpleasant. Looking out, the dilapidated streets were scattered with corpses and severed limbs. Blood continuously flowing from the wounds, dyeing the ground a shocking red. Each corpse was mangled and bloodied, countless flies buzzing around them, making one feel nauseous at a glance. Most striking was the giant skull standing in the center of the island. Originally a symbol of the island's majesty, the structure now appeared battered and scarred, with the stone walls covered in countless chaotic dents, wisps of black smoke rising from within, as if it had recently suffered a fierce bombardment. The top of the skull had been sheared off, revealing a smooth, flat cross-section, giving an extremely discordant impression. Undoubtedly, this was the base of the Rocks Pirates, Hive Island, a paradise for thousands of pirates, now reduced to a state of ruin, with not a single place intact. The culprit behind all this had long since vanished without a trace. Time rewinds slightly to an hour earlier. The setting sun gradually descended like a burning flame, painting the sky a golden hue. A massive ship, its bow sculpted like a skull, soared above the sea of clouds. Its sails bearing the emblem of the Rocks Pirates fluttering in the wind, making a rustling sound. Thanks to Shiki's float fruit ability, the entire pirate ship was free from the constraints of gravity, flying freely in the air, reducing the 3-day return journey to just 1 day, and making it less susceptible to harassment from the Navy, a perfect scenario. Roger's pirate crew and the world government working together. Rock stood on the broad deck, arms crossed, his face covered in a thick layer of cold ice, asking in a deep voice, "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? I have no time for jokes. Think whatever you want. I'm just stating the facts as I know them." In front of him stood a strangely shaped rock, with a circular hole carved into its side, revealing a bearded face. Even though his body was stuck in the rock and unable to move, his expression remained indifferent, as if he didn't care about his own safety, slowly uttering a few words. In short, you've been played by Roger from start to finish. The so-called secret meeting on Grassland Island was just bait to lure you in. The real goal was to attack the now defenseless Hive Island, and the spoils would be split evenly between the government and them. Hearing this, Newgate could no longer hold back, stepping forward in a flash, grabbing the man's cheek with his giant hand, and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Roger is not the kind of untrustworthy scoundrel." Stussy also echoed her partner's sentiment, pointing at the rock and reprimanding. There should be limits to jokes, right? How could a pirate possibly be in cahoots with the government? At this point, something suddenly struck her mind, and she immediately covered her mouth, glancing at Shiki beside her, and stopped speaking, her expression showing a hint of apology. "I almost forgot. He did make a deal with the government back then." The blond man seemed unaware of this, focusing entirely on the captive bound by the rock, slightly raising his right arm, and slowly said, "I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. If you can't provide a satisfactory answer, I'll merge you completely with this rock and sell you as a rare treasure in the black market, which should earn quite a sum." His voice was very calm, sounding like normal conversation, yet his eyes shot out endless murderous intent, like a lion choosing its prey. The cigar in his mouth remained still as his lips moved, as if welded to his teeth, his right hand's fingers slowly closing. The CP9 agent couldn't help but furrow his brows. Not only was his cheek being squeezed painfully by an extraordinary force, but he could also feel the stone binding him slowly compressing, his bones creaking. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, hissing, "Even if you kill me, I will still stand by this claim." Seeing him still putting on a brave front despite the torment, Rocks couldn't help but admire his toughness. He waved his hand to signal Newgate and Shiki, though somewhat reluctant, stopped their actions and stepped back. "So what you mean is before Roger contacted me, he secretly conspired with your government against the Rocks Pirates. Am I correct?" Rocks said, striding up to the rock, looking down at the man whose face was marked with red imprints, his attitude consistently condescending. "Huff, huff." The agent slightly gasped for breath, steadied himself, and finally returned to his previous calm expression, coldly saying, "Just like your reason for occupying Hive Island for decades. Roger also has ambitions to become king of the sea. To him, you, who claim to be the king of the world, are the most annoying nail in his way. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Using the power of the government to weaken you is his true purpose. I also advise you not to harbor any illusions about him. As long as one is in this treacherous pirate world, betraying others is as easy as pie, with no cost to pay. To be honest, if life had a second chance, I would also like to experience that sense of freedom." After a long period of confinement and torture, the agent's voice had weakened considerably, yet it still clearly reached Kaido's ears, making him shudder. The words of that Navy general with the explosive hairstyle echoed in his mind once again. There is no cooperation among pirates, only betrayal. Although they are enemies, they are not entirely unreasonable. If Roger really intends to launch a large-scale attack, while Hive Island's defenses are weak, then the personnel left on the island. Crash! A crisp sound of shattering interrupted Kaido's thoughts. The rocks encasing the CP9 member fell away from him, scattering into stone dust on the deck. The agent with horns slightly moved his numb body, revealing a hint of surprise on his face as he stared blankly at the man who had freed him from his bonds, asking in confusion, "Are you really willing to let go of your most hated enemy? Perhaps this will be a decision you will regret. If one regrets easily, it can easily crush a person. I was already down and out before I found my footing on Hive Island." Rocks retracted his right hand, which was crackling with black lightning, and curiously examined the man before him who showed no fear. "But you, who leaked this information, probably cannot save yourself now, right? If this is my fate, then I can accept it," CP9 replied indifferently, his angular face showing no emotion. "Rather than worry about my ending, It's better to think about what to do when I return to the island. Ah, thank you for your kind intentions. Amidst the laughter, black light flickered, and two severed legs, accompanied by splattering blood, flew into the air, tracing an arc before heavily landing on the deck with a dull thud. You bastard, CP9 said with difficulty, the calm expression on his face long gone, replaced by a furious glare at the enemy who had chopped off his legs, his eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. Don't believe what pirates say. Isn't that what you wanted to express before? Rocks seemed oblivious to his expression, laughing loudly with pride, licking the blood off his hand, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Almost forgot, you just said you desired a second chance at life, right? Hearing the seriousness in his tone, CP9's already pale face turned even paler, and his voice began to tremble. I meant, hypothetically. Just as a comparison, not that I really want to. Many who claim to fear nothing become afraid when faced with death. Standing in the ship's cabin, Girolioza crossed her arms, witnessing everything as a gentle breeze brushed through her hair, adding a touch of grace, and she murmured softly to herself, thinking how ironic it all is. Don't you think so, Shiryu hiss? The long snake circling around her raised its head high, constantly flicking its scarlet tongue, as if responding to its master's words. In that case, I will fulfill your wish. Rocks roughly grabbed his collar and strode to the edge of the ship, letting out a sinister laugh. Go to that world and become a remarkable pirate with all your might, you dog of the world government. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his grip on the collar, and amidst a heart-wrenching scream, CP9's body plummeted like a kite with its string cut, the cries fading away into the sky. Looking at the smoke rising and the devastated island, Rocks walked slowly towards the eastern district street with a blank expression. In retrospect, the current situation of Hive Island was no different from what that CP9 had described. An indescribable sense of defeat gnawed at his heart. Except for Shiki, who remained at Rocky Port to repair the ship, the other cadres followed him in silence, each with a very heavy expression. No day was worse than today. Especially Kaido, who followed behind Lingling. His heart was in utter chaos at this moment, his eyes casually scanning the corpses on both sides of the street. Each time his gaze shifted from one body, the tension in his heart eased a little. Fortunately, he did not see those two familiar faces. Huff. Is that Admiral Rocks? They had not walked far when a man wearing a round hat and a suit rushed towards them, stopping in front of Rocks, supporting his aching knees with both hands, covered in blood, and gasping for breath. He said, I am honored to see you safe. Huff. While you were away, a few petty criminals attacked this island. Huff. We were caught off guard. If they were just petty criminals, how could the island end up like this? Rocks snorted, grabbing the man's collar and lifting him up, loudly demanding, his thunderous voice seemingly shaking the very earth. Speak quickly. Who turned Hive Island into this state? Wang Ji. Wang Ji had never seen him this angry. Instantly frightened out of his wits, nodding vigorously like a garlic pounder, trembling as he said, it was Roger's pirate crew. With our forces, we're no match for them. Brothers dead, more than half injured. At that moment, Rocks had no doubts left, throwing him heavily to the ground. In an instant, anger, sadness, ferocity, and hatred flashed through his eyes. He could no longer suppress his emotions, stamping his feet heavily on the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface, and like an arrow released from a bow, he shot out, with a whooshing sound, racing towards the devastated skull. Hey, Rocks! Newgate was about to call his name, but it was too late, and he could only watch as that black meteor flew towards the right eye of the skull. Forget it. Let him be quiet for a while. Lingling gently patted Newgate's shoulder with her right hand, softly saying to the stunned man, at this time, no matter what anyone says, he won't be able to hear it. Kaido had been feeling restless since he got off the ship. He walked forward silently, took out the spiked club from his back, and aimed it at the man sitting on the ground, trembling all over. He asked word by word, Uno, where is he? Wang Ji was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect him to ask this right away, just as he hesitated on whether to reveal the truth. Kaido shouted the same question again. Uno, where's he? His voice sounded like thunder, causing Wang Ji's eardrums to ache. He realized that this seemingly fierce young man was even more terrifying when enraged. Stammering, he told him, Mr. Uno, on his way to support, seems to have been attacked by the enemy. His whereabouts are currently unknown. His life or death is uncertain. The sudden bad news struck Kaido like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in place, and the spiked club slipped from his hand, hitting the ground with a loud clatter. Longbread and Stussy seemed to have been hit in the chest by a heavy blow, their pupils trembling violently, and they were momentarily speechless. Do you know what you're saying? Ling Ling dashed over to Wang Ji, stomped heavily on his back, and roared like a tidal wave. Before I left, I emphasized repeatedly for you to assist Uno, and now you dare to show your face in front of me without knowing whether he is dead or alive. Did you betray him out of personal vendetta? Speak. As she spoke, she increased the pressure of her foot, causing Wang Ji to grimace in pain, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, and his spine cracking, as if it would break at any moment. He desperately endured the pain and managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I wasn't fond of that brat, but I would never betray my own people on matters of great importance. I was already doing my utmost to defend Hive Island. Sister Ling Ling. Gloriosa looked at his miserable state and felt quite sympathetic. Gathering her courage, she said to the enraged Ling Ling, given the situation, it would be meaningless to kill him now. It's better to take this time to reorganize Hive Island. There might be other forces coming to take advantage of the chaos. As for little brother Uno, since he hasn't been found yet, he might still be alive. Perhaps he is hiding from the enemy due to serious injuries. Or maybe he has fallen into enemy hands. Upon hearing this, Ling Ling's expression softened slightly. She kicked Wang Ji, sending him tumbling, and sternly warned, if I find out that you have concealed any information, you can just live as a homeyes from now on. Don't worry. I promise to tell you everything you want to know. Wang Ji groaned, slowly getting up while rubbing his painful back, forcing a smile on his face and patting his chest with confidence, feeling a heavy stone lift from his heart. It seems that pretending to be humble is indeed effective. I managed to get through this. If they find out that I was the one who shut down the defense system, I probably wouldn't last more than 3 seconds here. Hee, little brother Uno. Although I don't know your situation, please remain hidden for the sake of my bright future. At this moment, Kaido had gradually regained his composure. He bent down to pick up the spiked club, his face seemingly shrouded in gloom. I have another question for you. As he spoke, he gripped the spiked club tightly, raising it high above his head, glaring at the black-clad man who was close to him, his eyes filled with a chilling glare, and shouted word by word. Saiz. Where is she now? Wang Ji, who had just escaped a calamity and was feeling lucky, couldn't help but shiver under Kaido's fierce gaze. He stepped back a few paces and trembled as he replied, I'm not very clear about her situation. I only heard that she was seriously injured by Roger and ran toward the Skull Island direction. After that, I have no idea what happened. Listening quietly to his words, Kaido took a deep breath, his expression darkening like ink, veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted, if you can't provide a satisfactory answer, then die. Before his words fell, Kaido swung his arms violently, and dark energy surged up the surface of the spiked club, dragging long, dark, purple lightning, and smashed down towards Wang Ji. Just a mere rookie, and you still dare to show your face. Seeing that conflict was unavoidable, Wang Ji steeled his resolve, quickly drew a gray-black 3-section staff from his waist, creating a fierce gust of wind, and swung it towards the incoming spiked club with lightning speed. Hey, this is bad. What are you doing? Stop it. At this moment, Ling Ling, not thinking twice, quickly drew her saber from her back, stomped the ground, and shot towards the two like an arrow, shouting, that troublesome idiot. In a critical moment, a tender and urgent voice suddenly rang out from the side. Wait, I know where Sister Saiz is. The spiked club and the 3-section staff halted just before they collided, the resulting shockwave blowing debris into the air. Kaido and Wang Ji were both taken aback, turning their gaze towards the source of the voice, where 5 children were running quickly from the distant street. The oldest boy appeared to be the leader, wearing a pointed hat, holding a short staff shaped like a lollipop. His mouth was moving rapidly, and an exaggeratedly long tongue flailed around with his vigorous movements, indicating that the voice had come from him. Ling Ling, who was preparing to separate the two fighters, caught sight of those children and immediately recognized them as her own. Her expression changed slightly, and without hesitation, she swung her saber down heavily onto the ground. With sparks flying everywhere, the powerful recoil propelled her upwards, soaring over the heads of the two men and flipping several times in the air before landing steadily on the ground. Seeing you guys safe puts my mind at ease. Ling Ling sheathed her saber and slightly turned her body, noticing that her children had run up to her, panting heavily, covered in dirt, but showing no signs of blood or injury. She let out a long sigh of relief, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes as she looked at the boy with the long tongue. By your tone, you seem to know a lot about that girl's whereabouts, Perispero. Since Roger's group left, we've been wandering the streets waiting for your return, Mom. So we rushed over as soon as we heard your voices. Perispero wiped the sweat from his brow. Since losing contact with Ling Ling, he had been constantly worried about her safety, living in fear every day. Only by seeing her safe and sound did his heart begin to calm. But recalling the seriousness of the situation, he couldn't feel happy at all. He cleared his throat and said, "It's quite complicated to explain. In short, we went through quite a bit of trouble, but we managed to find Sister Sai's in the end." Although Perispero's voice was not very loud, Kaido heard it clearly. His face showed a mixture of surprise and joy as he trembled, retracting his spiked club to his back. He walked straight past Wang Ji without a glance, suddenly stopping in front of Perispero, half squatting down, and excitedly asked while pressing his right hand on Perispero's shoulder, "Is what you said true? Take me to see her." Perispero winced in pain from the force, his bones creaking, and couldn't help but shout, "It hurts. Let go of me first, and I'll tell you." Is that so? I'm sorry." Only then did Kaido realize he was using too much strength and awkwardly withdrew his right hand. After rubbing his swollen shoulder for a while, Perispero gradually caught his breath, looking at the young man, known for his unpredictable moods. Thinking about his relationship with Shizitsu, he felt an indescribable tension, fearing that he might cause trouble for his brothers if he couldn't accept the reality. So he hesitantly said, My sister and I were saved by Sister Shizitsu, and we ran back, home to get reinforcements." Who would have thought the enemy's numbers were far beyond our expectations? Standing by, Katakuri sighed lightly, unable to resist interrupting his older brother's lengthy explanation. To prevent leaks, we deliberately concealed Sister Shizitsu's whereabouts. She is currently resting in her bedroom, and I've instructed others not to disturb her. Kaido, who had always trusted this young boy who was small in age but extremely reliable, felt his mood lighten as he gradually relaxed, whispering a barely audible "thank you." Previously, in order to evade the pirates' pursuit, Miss Korenlora had changed locations, and we specifically rushed over to explain this. The short-haired and weary Defuku said, breathing a bit heavily, clearly worn out from a long journey. Currently, we are staying in the only undamaged area, South District Street, not too far from here. In short, prepare yourself mentally. Owen, who is always inseparable from Defuku, said coldly, his heavy expression unchanged since he arrived. Sister Shizitsu's condition is not good. Given her current state, anything could happen, so don't say I didn't warn you. As the door slowly opened, the moment Kaido's gaze fell upon the face he had been longing for, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, as if all the blood in his body had frozen. The girl lay motionless on the white sheets, her once delicate face now pale as paper, and her usually smooth long hair was disheveled on both sides of her cheeks. Her eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes resting on her eyelids, and her dry lips devoid of color. Fine beads of sweat continuously seeped from her forehead, soaking the pillow beneath her head. The area below her neck was almost wrapped in bandages, her chest rising and falling erratically. Through the bandages, two horrifying wounds could be faintly seen above her right chest and abdomen, and even though the bandages were tightly bound, blood gradually seeped through them, filling the room with a bloody odor. Several basins of blood and blood-stained towels were placed under the bed, and a plump girl, sitting on a small stool beside the bed with a plate of fruit, was methodically removing the blood-soaked bandages and replacing them with clean ones. Her face was already covered in visible beads of sweat, and her heavy breathing echoed, clearly indicating that this set of actions had been going on for quite some time. Witnessing this tragic scene, Kaido felt a buzzing in his head, and in the next moment, everything went blank. He staggered to the bedside, standing motionless like a wooden puppet, staring blankly at the unconscious girl, unable to utter a word for a long time. "Sister Comfort, has her condition changed at all while we were away?" As he spoke, Katakuri stepped in from outside, quickly moving to the girl's side, his tone urgent and his expression anxious. The eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, Comfort, who was busy caring for the patient, suddenly heard that calm and reliable voice, and a heavy stone in her heart fell. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and slowly turned to look at her brother, speaking with a very serious tone. "Still the same, her injuries have not improved. The amount of bleeding is too great to control. I've used many methods, but only managed to slow down the spread of the wounds a little. But this is not a long-term solution." Katakuri patiently listened to his sister's description, nodded, and his originally sharp gaze softened at that moment. "I understand. You've done very well. Sister, please go back and rest. I'll leave it to you afterward." After watching Comfort's retreating figure, Katakuri turned his head to focus on Kaido, who was still standing helplessly by the bed, his eyes revealing a hint of regret as he spoke to him in a serious tone about the events. "We ran all the way to Mr. Uno's office to find Sister Shiozitsu. At that time, she was lying in a pool of blood, barely alive, with many enemies surrounding her, closing in. After a fierce battle, we successfully drove them back and took quite a detour to bring Sister Shiozitsu back." Remembering the harrowing situation of that day, Katakuri still felt a lingering fear. If the enemies hadn't chosen to retreat from Hive Island after achieving their goal, they all might have perished under the blades. Kaido only responded with a grunt, not saying anything further, his gaze still fixed firmly on the girl. "You two ran so fast. It seems the situation isn't good." As a gentle yet graceful voice rang out, Stussy entered the room with light steps, holding a small square iron box. Upon seeing the scene she had anticipated, a bitter smile appeared on her lips. "I just made a trip back to the residence, so I arrived a bit late. Is it just you?" Kaido asked hoarsely without turning his head, forcing out a few dry words. Newgate went to find Rocks because he was worried about his situation, and Captain John went to the treasury to check for any missing money. As Stussy spoke, she placed the iron box on the round table, took a key from her pocket, and opened the box, revealing rows of vials filled with brown liquid, with bubbles visibly moving inside. She carefully picked up one of the vials with her slender fingers and gently shook it. As for Lingling and Snake Woman, they went with Wang Ji to count the casualties. After all, if we don't quickly regroup, there might be other enemies trying to take advantage of the situation. Anyone who dares to harm my beloved brothers and sisters, I will annihilate them all without exception," Katakuri declared with resolute determination in his eyes, his gaze fierce and unwavering. "With you around, I feel a lot more at ease." Stussy chuckled lightly, walking slowly to the bedside, carefully observing the battered girl from head to toe. She reached out to feel under the girl's nose, and after sensing a faint airflow, she sighed in relief, slightly furrowing her brows as she sat down slowly on the edge of the bed, murmuring to herself, "The right lung has a hole pierced through it, and the abdominal incision is quite deep. If a giant were injured like this, they would likely die on the spot. I didn't expect her to hold on this long. Could it be the vitality of a phantom beast that helped her? Regardless of the reason, in her current state, it would be a miracle if she lived for another 10 hours. Fortunately, I brought this just in case." As she spoke, Stussy twisted the cap off a bottle, and a pungent medicinal smell immediately filled the air. Katakuri next to her frowned and covered his nose, but Stussy, as if accustomed to the smell, casually reached out with her left hand, gently pinching the girl's cheeks, and poured the liquid from the bottle into her slightly parted lips, letting it flow down her throat bit by bit. This was a cell activator that could repair and regenerate already dead cells, further enhancing physical functions while healing injuries. It was originally intended as a supply for warfare. Seeing Shiozitsu swallow the medicine without leaving a drop, her previously pained expression gradually eased. Only then did Stussy put the empty bottle in her coat pocket and briefly introduced her 3-year invention. If she takes one each day, she'll be able to get out of bed in 3 days and fully recover in 2 weeks. Although there are some side effects, I don't think they will have a significant impact. As she assessed the girl's perfectly curved body, Stussy couldn't help but sigh. By the way, even if there are scars, they can heal quickly in a short time. Although Shizutsu is a bit different from ordinary girls, she must care about her appearance to some extent, right? Kaido, who had been absent-minded, mechanically turned around, staring blankly at the elusive blonde woman. His hoarse voice gradually echoed in the room. Why do you go to such lengths to help her? The sudden question caught Stussy off guard for a moment. In the next instant, she flicked her hair off her forehead, and a peculiar smile gradually appeared on her enchanting face. It's just to verify my experimental results. And I need a suitable little white mouse. If I had to say a deeper reason. She slowly stood up and winked at the perplexed young man. I've developed a trivial interest in her future. Scientists always have inexplicable obsessions in certain areas. Stussy's tone remained as nonchalant as usual, even to the point of being dismissive. Yet to Kaido, it was rather comforting. Gradually, he began to recover from his earlier days, sighing. Is it your wicked hobby, then? A person's life and death are to be decided by your whim. He said this verbally, but there was no hint of resentment in his tone. The woman who had repeatedly helped him escape countless predicaments was someone he could never truly dislike. After all, I was born a piece of trash. Stussy yawned a few times while looking at the ceiling, her gaze inadvertently flashing with a meaningful color as she glanced at Kaido. But it can't be said like that. Whatever kind of world it is will breed whatever kind of people. One must understand the timing to survive, although you wouldn't understand this principle right now. Katakuri, who had remained silent for a long time, secretly activated his observation haki. Sensing that Kaido's aura had stabilized significantly compared to before, he felt relieved and spoke up. Mr. Kaido, there is something I think is necessary to tell you. Go ahead. Sister Shizutsu has been in a state of deep coma all day, and no one can wake her up. As her wounds have worsened, her condition has become increasingly dire, and I don't know how many times she has coughed up blood. Katakuri paused slightly here, gazing at Kaido's increasingly complicated expression, and continued word by word. Every once in a while, her lips will slightly part and close again, and it has happened no less than 300 times. Though her voice is very faint, and each utterance is different, there is no doubt that she is calling her name. When those last words left the boy's mouth, it was as if a thunderclap had struck in Kaido's mind. His eyes widened, and for a moment, he forgot what he was supposed to say. Seems like that girl considers you the most important existence in her life. Stussy suppressed a smile, teasing in a joking tone, when she fully recovers. Don't miss this opportunity. Kaido, who had undergone a significant transformation compared to the past, naturally understood the implication in her words. Just as he was about to retort, a faint groan suddenly came from the bed, as if forced from the depths of the throat. Ugh! Is it, Goro? When that familiar voice, which had caused him countless headaches, rang in his ears, Kaido's body jolted, and he slowly turned towards the source of the sound. With each movement, his heartbeat quickened, as if the entire world was beginning to overturn. Without mentioning Katakuri, who immediately turned around, the playful expression on Stussy's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by seriousness and gravity. Her gaze gradually moved to the bed, where a white-haired girl, awakened by the continuous noise beside her, was struggling to open her eyes. Her beautiful light red pupils seemed dim due to just regaining consciousness, and her pale face showed no signs of vitality. Her drug-soaked lips slowly parted, weakly squeezing out a few words. Where am I? I remember being. Seeing her attempt to move her body to survey her surroundings, Kaido quickly snapped back from his daze and hurried to support the ailing girl, instinctively raising his voice. Don't move. Do you want her wounds to reopen? Suddenly hearing that rude, yet somewhat caring shout, Shizutsu was taken aback for a moment. She slightly turned her head to the side, struggling to lift her heavy eyelids, and vaguely saw a tall young man anxiously staring at her. The pair of tower-like horns on his head swayed back and forth in front of her, and these obvious features quickly helped her recognize his identity. A faint smile barely broke through her sweat-drenched face. It's you. Kaido, I'm really glad to see you safe. By the way, Miss Lingling and the others didn't come with you? As the girl spoke, her breathing was still somewhat uncoordinated, causing Kaido to break into a cold sweat. worried that her injuries would worsen. He couldn't help but raise his voice. Now's not the time to discuss this, just don't worry. Since you can speak now, it means your condition is starting to improve. His words were only halfway through when Stussy beside him forcefully interrupted. The woman looked down at the blood that had stopped spreading from her wound. Her calm and beautiful eyes seemed to convey that all of this had long been anticipated by her. She casually answered the girl's question, saying that although there were some setbacks on this trip, fortunately, everyone returned safely. However, others had matters to attend to and couldn't come over for the time being. So it wasn't good to let the kids who were clamoring to see you rush into the room all at once. Hence, it was just the three of us here. Katakuri glanced at her with a hint of displeasure. It seems you didn't mention Sister Compert. Stussy lazily replied. Even if I don't say anything, she'll find out soon enough. Their back-and-forth conversation was clearly heard by Seijitsu, who trembled as she placed her right hand on her still slightly cold forehead, letting out a long sigh of relief as if she had come to terms with it. That's great. Everyone is fine. Watching her innocent smile like a child, Kaido also felt a bit relieved. He gently pinched the blood-stained bandages on her body, slowly peeling them off and tossing them into the basin at his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a clean white bandage from the nearby tray, carefully wrapped it around her wound, and tightened it, performing the actions in one fluid motion without any pause. Stussy, who had never seen him so focused, was momentarily taken aback, then smiled with her cherry lips. Oh my, our little brother Kaido also has a caring side, seeing that Seijitsu's condition had stabilized. Katakuri let out a light grunt, revealing a set of sharp teeth as he turned to walk out the door, casually throwing back a comment. I can't rest easy knowing my little brothers and sisters are unattended. I'm leaving first. Listening to the fading footsteps, Stussy's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. What a perceptive child. No wonder Lingling could leave them to watch over the house with confidence. Her gaze returned to Kaido, her hands clasped behind her back as she bent her slender waist and smiled gently at him. I'll head back to tidy up the lab. Remember to find me later to pay for the medicine. Lastly, I leave the lovely Miss Seijitsu to you, seeing that Kaido remained silent and continued his work without acknowledging her. Stussy no longer sought attention, pouting as she stepped towards the door. As the door slammed shut, only Kaido and Seijitsu remained in the large room. The atmosphere was unusually quiet, with the sounds of their breathing becoming distinctly audible. Their gazes were directed at different spots, maintaining silence without any exchange, and the atmosphere in the room gradually became heavy, almost as if the air was about to come to a standstill. Especially Seijitsu, whose eyes had lost their usual vitality, wore a weary expression, deliberately avoiding Kaido's gaze as she stared blankly at the ceiling, filled with an indescribable sense of confusion and loss. Kaido seemed unaware of her unusual state, still focused on changing the dirty bandages, gently wiping the blood sticking to her skin with a damp cloth and concentrating on the horrific scar. His expression as calm as a still autumn lake, with no ripples, leaving his inner thoughts completely inscrutable, whether out of indifference or composure. Time passed second by second, as if a century had gone by. Finally, after countless internal struggles, Seijitsu took a deep breath, gradually shifting her gaze to the young man who was bandaging her wound. Her lips slightly moved, biting her lower lip, and with a voice that was as low as she could manage, slightly hoarse, she said, I have countless things I want to say to you. You wouldn't find me annoying, would you? As if anticipating her words, Kaido replied with a nonchalant without lifting his head, and did not say anything more, continuing his actions without pause. Although his response was as brief as if he was just brushing her off, it was already very satisfying for Seijitsu, so she mustered her strength to continue in a voice that he could hear. Yesterday, the enemy launched a large-scale attack. I thought I could help with something. But in front of that pirate named Roger, I had no power to resist. I was easily defeated. I couldn't even injure him. No, it can't even be called a battle. Kaido silently listened to her complaints, his expression unchanged, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions that even a master of observation hockey would find hard to detect. Not only that, Kapataro, Peter, to save the useless me, chose to perish with the enemy, and Green Saburo was also killed by them. As she spoke, Seijitsu's voice gradually choked up, even Uno and Chloe. I couldn't save them. I couldn't feel their presence at all, although she had already prepared herself for this. Hearing her say these words struck Kaido like a lightning bolt, leaving him frozen in place, feeling his mind go blank. In the end, I couldn't protect anyone. I couldn't do anything. My dignity was also trampled upon. Recalling Roger's cold mockery on that day and the comrades who had sacrificed one after another, Shiryu could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears flowed freely from her eyes like a bursting dam, cascading down her pale cheeks. Her throat rolled as she began to sob intermittently, appearing particularly helpless and desperate. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's all my weakness that couldn't save everyone. Yet I alone have survived to this day. I no longer have the right to be a warrior. Shiyajitsu's heart-wrenching cries brought Kaido back from his daze caused by the sudden bad news. He rubbed his chest, trying to calm himself, and slowly shifted his gaze to the girl's tear-soaked face. His sharp features showed no expression, and he still didn't say a word, allowing her to continuously vent her pain. Even someone like him, whose mind was filled with fighting, understood very well that girls are the most disturbed at such times. After a long while, as her cries gradually subsided, Kaido gently cleared his throat a couple of times and slowly spoke, his tone unusually calm. Like the calm before a storm, this self-destructive appearance is not what I know of you. Perhaps it's the true face hidden deep in my heart. Shiyajitsu blinked her red, swollen eyes and wore a dejected expression, weakly muttering, "Isn't it said that everyone has two sides to themselves? Don't use that kind of excuse to escape your failures." A sudden roar startled the girl, and before she could react, the young man's booming voice continued to resonate in her ears. "If you don't want to be weak, then strive to become stronger. If you don't want more people to sacrifice, then use that newfound strength to defeat the enemy. Think carefully about why those who are desperately trying to keep you alive are doing so. Do they want you to live the rest of your life like a lost dog?" Kaido's merciless admonition deeply imprinted on Shioji's confused heart. The young man's expression twisted with anger, looking particularly frightening, but she had no time to focus on that. Peter's words echoed in her mind again. In short, it was about giving everything to live and avenging us. In an instant, through her tear-blurred vision, the familiar faces of Capona and Peter seemed to appear, smiling warmly at her, their eyes filled with encouragement and care, as if telling her not to easily give up hope. However, when she tried to reach out to touch them, she found their forms gradually becoming blurry and eventually disappearing. Staring at her smooth palm like white jade, Shioji bit her lip, seemingly deep in thought. It is precisely through everyone's relentless efforts that I can return here safely. Since that's the case, I shouldn't betray their trust in me. How could I give up lightly because of a small setback? I cannot become a general of Wano. With that thought, Shioji no longer felt any confusion. Her previously dim eyes gradually regained their former determination. Slowly, she propped herself up, her palm clenched into a fist against her chest. And with a voice as bright and crisp as ever, she said, "The thoughts you wanted to convey have reached my heart. Thank you, Shiki." Seeing her regain her spirit, a hint of relief returned to Kaido's stern face as he tightened the last bandage. Hey. The Shioji I know is not someone who can be easily knocked down by failure. Suddenly, his triumphant laughter came to an abrupt halt as Kaido noticed something, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Not only did he get the name wrong this time, but he completely mistook the person. Ha, I mixed them up again. Who told you all to look so alike? Shioji scratched her head awkwardly, and the next moment, her stomach embarrassingly growled. The girl covered her belly with a face full of embarrassment, looking pitifully at Kaido, who seemed to be in a bad mood. She hadn't eaten all day, and her stomach was growling. Could she ask Kitaro to help her get some food? I'll only go when you call the right name. But I'm really not good at remembering names. I'm seriously fed up with you. You wait here. I'll go to the fridge and get you some. Great. I'll never forget your kindness. Then you can give me all your treasure. No way. I still need to keep some for traveling expenses. The sunset gradually sank below the horizon, leaving behind a dimming sky, as if signaling that night was about to fall. Rocky Port, as a most frequently visited port on Hive Island, was now in ruins due to the enemy ship's bombardment. The flagship representing the Rocks Pirates quietly docked amidst the rubble. A figure sat cross-legged at the tip of the mast, his golden hair standing out, a cigar seemingly glued to his mouth, and his continuous muttering drifted down to the crowd below, making it sound like he was talking to himself. "I need some high-quality wood over here. Can you deliver it within a week?" grumbled Shiki, a high-ranking officer of the Rocks Pirates, staring intently at the snail phone in his hand. "Kaka, leave it to this genius." An unpleasant and sharp laughter came from the snail phone, and Indigo's signature explosive hairstyle and clown-like makeup appeared on the screen. "Using the floating speedboat developed through your abilities, I guarantee it will arrive at the destination within 3 days. Ha ha ha, that's what I'm talking about." After a customary self-praise, Shiki continued in a blunt tone, "Also, bring the little ones along." "Huh?" The voice on the other end showed a puzzled expression and said without thinking, "That's possible, but might get a bit crowded." "That's fine. What about food supplies and weapons? They also need to be delivered within 3 days." "Huh? You don't want my life, do you? Then you need to prepare an extra large ship." A near wailing scream echoed in Shiki's ear. "By the way, what do you need all this for? Are you planning a mutiny on Hive Island? What are you thinking? I have no such plans for the time being." Shiki couldn't help but retort, looking at the snail phone, with a face was sweating profusely from fear. A wild smile spread across his face as he slowly uttered, "Don't you want to witness the battle between the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates firsthand?" As night deepened, dark clouds loomed over the night sky, hanging low as if they were about to crush everything. A gust of wind swept across from the horizon, turning the previously calm sea into a tumultuous wave. A massive wooden pirate ship bobbed along the choppy waters, with a red sail featuring a mustachioed skull fluttering in the strong wind. At the bow, a tall man in a red robe stood with his arms crossed, gazing coldly at the surging sea. His expressionless face showed no sign of disturbance, as if he were indifferent to everything around him. The ship rocked back and forth under the pounding waves, but his feet seemed firmly anchored to the deck. Unmoving despite the violent swaying, his body standing straight like a gun. "Hey, with such strong winds and waves, aren't you afraid of catching a cold standing there?" A deep and magnetic voice came from the deck as a long-robed blonde man strolled over with his hands in his pockets, a somewhat teasing expression on his face as he looked at the rock-like figure. "Or are you brooding over letting the prey slip away from right under your nose?" The man said nothing, his gaze still fixed ahead, his body not moving an inch. If it weren't for his hair blowing in the sea breeze, he would likely be mistaken for a lifelike statue. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly parted his tightly closed lips, and deep, murky words emerged. "Do not interfere in matters that do not concern you." "Isn't that a bit irresponsible of you to say?" The blonde man spread his hands, adopting a posture that seemed to convey a sense of grievance. "If you had just told me where that injured puppy had escaped to, I would have rushed over and taken care of her, and I could have successfully retrieved that fruit." As he spoke, he paused just inches away from the other man, tilting his head to reveal a malicious expression. "It wouldn't be good to have such an oversight happen again. Why not let someone else have your seat?" "I don't mind at all, Captain Roger." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the red robe suddenly turned his right cheek, his dead gray eyes piercing like a blade straight into the blonde man's heart, as if they could penetrate his very soul. He spoke each word slowly. "You have 3 seconds to correct your wording." Under that sharp gaze, the blonde man couldn't help but shudder, his arrogance subdued. He slowly raised his hands and took a few steps back, awkwardly twitching his lips. "TCH, can't even make a joke. It's still too early to challenge you. Let us just get along as superior and subordinate for now." The red-robed man's expression returned to its usual emotionless state in an instant, his gaze drifting back to the undulating sea, his face betraying no hint of emotion, making it impossible for anyone to guess his true thoughts. Thus, being his subordinate was not an easy task. No one knew when they might suffer a disastrous fate from inadvertently offending this man with their words. However, it was precisely because of his impeccable strength that those with ulterior motives had no choice but to abandon their ambitions and submit at his feet. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and casually said, "The fruit can be retrieved at any time. It's just a matter of early or late." His tone was very cold, yet his voice carried an undeniable authority. He continued to gaze into the distance, not sparing another glance at the blonde man, as if speaking to himself. "What you desire is already in hand. Clinging to a worthless past is meaningless. Focus on the present. Seemingly surprised that his usually taciturn superior had spoken so much, the blond man adjusted his glasses, pausing for a moment before a glimmer of expectation appeared in his eyes. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This conference should attract plenty of attention, right? The location and time have been set. A month later, at the Valley of the Gods in the West Sea. Let us go now. The red-robed man casually mentioned a few key details without any unnecessary chatter. His hands still pressed against his chest, not moving his head at all. Rumor has it that the resources there are quite abundant, and it's a rather remote island. Whatever happens there won't be noticed by the outside world, making it the perfect place for the conference. The blond man immediately guessed the other's thoughts without hesitation and sneered. The rules are still the same as last time, right? Unchanged. So, once I win the championship at this conference, I can apply to challenge you. You're not qualified. The red-robed man mercilessly shot down the ambitious subordinate, suddenly remembering something. He turned to ask him, is the signal jamming work done? The unexpected question caught the blond man off guard for a moment, but he quickly pulled out a spiky phone bug from his coat pocket. A meaningful smile bloomed on his otherwise suave face. You can rest assured about this. As long as we have this special horned phone bug, no signals can be transmitted within a 10-kilometer radius. You don't have to worry about anyone leaking information. That has some value. When those two groups are busy fighting each other, it will be the day we swallow them whole. The red-robed man stated his thoughts expressionlessly, his tone lacking any praise. He slowly turned around, raising his gaze to the massive red pirate flag, and coldly remarked in a very disdainful tone, the symbol representing thieves is truly unpleasant to see too often. It's time for the filthy things to disappear from sight. As he spoke, without any visible gesture, a strange black flame erupted from the tip of the mast, spreading down the sails and gradually enveloping the entire ship in the blink of an eye. Strangely, every structure of the O.L. Jackson did not burn upon contact with the flames, nor did it emit any heat. Instead, it visibly began to change rapidly, revealing a brand new structure. Anyone witnessing this scene would either flee into the sea in fright or at least show a panicked expression. After all, a perfectly good ship suddenly transforming into another form is an unfathomable phenomenon. However, the two men witnessing this moment displayed no surprise on their faces. They didn't even blink, as if this was already a common occurrence for them. The black flames spread up from beneath their feet, quickly enveloping their bodies. At that moment, their physical forms twisted and writhed like two masses of black mud, gradually transforming into completely different appearances from before. Meanwhile, the old red color on the sails gradually faded to a clean white under the influence of the black flames, and the skull pattern with curled mustaches slowly dissipated, replaced by a cross-shaped symbol, with a circle at the top and center, and below it, a row of prominent letters, World Government. Huff, huff. In the very bottom of the cabin, a chaotic pile of wooden boxes sat, covered in thick dust, emitting a musty odor that filled the air, clearly having been left there for a long time, seemingly waiting to be transported somewhere for processing. Inside one of the most inconspicuous boxes, however, lay a nearly lifeless boy. His face was pale to the point of transparency, and his clothes were stained with blood. A fist-sized hole in his abdomen continuously oozed blood, staining the ship's floor behind him a deep red, a sight that was particularly shocking. The only indication that he still had some life left were the weak breaths escaping his lips. The boy wore a gray iron helmet, which appeared to have suffered a severe impact, showing fine cracks on its surface. The mechanical arms that should have been able to move freely on either side of the helmet hung limply on the ground, as if they had stopped functioning. The wooden box was not very securely assembled, so there was a slight gap at the opening, allowing a trickle of air to flow in, enabling the boy to barely satisfy his instinct to breathe, greedily inhaling a few breaths, which slightly awakened his consciousness. The wound has opened again, but fortunately, I haven't been discovered yet. He struggled to lift his eyes, slowly scanning the pitch-black environment around him. After confirming that he didn't see any figures besides himself and didn't hear any footsteps approaching, he felt a sense of luck in his heart. Trembling, he slowly moved his right hand toward the bleeding wound on his abdomen, feeling the pain diffuse. In the next moment, the flow of blood gradually slowed, and the pain, sensed by his nerves, was somewhat alleviated. He propped himself up slightly, exerting just enough strength to tear off a large section of his sleeve, wrapping it around the wound in circles to bandage it. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief, as his already exhausted body finally gave in, collapsing limply onto the ground. He panted a few times, his somewhat dazed eyes slowly glancing at his right shoulder, stained with blood. The events of that day seemed as vivid as ever in his memory, as Uno was propelled away by the fierce blood arrow. The sea stone nail that had been firmly embedded in his right shoulder was dislodged due to the force, hitting the ground with a sound that was conveniently masked by the whoosh of the blood arrow. Seizing this rare opportunity, he activated his ability to shatter the blood arrow into pieces without a second thought. But the massive momentum of the arrow caused a violent explosion at the moment of shattering, sending him flying deep into the tunnel. When the boy woke up again, the incessant noise from above filled his ears, accompanied by the sound of cargo boxes scraping against the ground. Although he couldn't hear it clearly, Uno could still deduce that it was a sign of the enemy preparing to retreat. Uno initially wanted to take advantage of their distraction to return to Skull Island and regroup, but the mere thought of the man who could manipulate blood sent a sharp pain through his heart, and a wave of resentment seemed ready to burst forth. Now he was almost certain that the enemy had used some means to masquerade as the Roger Pirates, clearly intending to incite a war between Rocks and Roger. After all, how could Skypa Jabba, Roger's right-hand man for many years and a pirate renowned in the New World, possibly be a celestial dragon living in Mariewa? Damn it! The signal on the island was completely cut off, and there was no way to inform Mr. Rocks of this intelligence. But there was no more time for me to think. I must find that man and kill him at all costs. With this thought in mind, Uno bit his lip, quickly made up his mind, and reached behind his helmet to gently press a button that was not easily detectable. His whole body gradually became transparent, eventually disappearing without a trace. To be cautious, he had equipped a device called transparent camouflage on his helmet. Although it only allowed him to become invisible, it perfectly masked his presence, making it impossible for even a master of observation hockey to sense him. The infiltration plan is proceeding smoothly. Once I recover, I can find a way to approach that guy. Then I can. At this thought, Chloe's lively and adorable smile seemed to float back into his mind, and Uno couldn't help but feel moisture welling up in his eyes, which soon shot forth with a color of hatred. Just hold on a little longer. I will personally send him to hell, and then I will go to that world to meet you. Suddenly, a large amount of blood surged into his head, and a strong wave of dizziness hit Uno. His vision gradually blurred, and his eyes uncontrollably closed slowly, ultimately plunging him into darkness. In the spacious and dimly lit hall, Rocks stood straight on the cracked floor, his body motionless like a stone statue. Fixated on the chair that should have represented the pirate lord's status, now riddled with wounds, its hollow eyes devoid of any life. If it were any other pirate discovering that their stronghold had been destroyed, they would either be enraged and shout or storm off to find the bastard responsible. But since Rocks saw this tragic sight, he had not uttered a single word or moved an inch, as if his heart had died at that moment. "Hey, I say, Rocks." Not far behind him, Whitebeard strode over. Though he too felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart, his voice remained very calm. "I roughly calculated that you have been standing here for 17 days now. Everyone is quite concerned about your condition. Why not eat something?" Rocks seemed not to hear him, remaining silent, his slightly gaunt face appearing like a piece of charred wood under the darkness. After a while, his lips parted slightly, and he squeezed out a hoarse voice from his dry throat. "How is the reconstruction work on the island going?" Whitebeard saw that he was answering a different question and realized that he still had no intention of leaving this place. So he sighed helplessly and said, "That kid Wong Ji seems to want to atone for his sins, working day and night with the brothers to rebuild the damaged buildings from the attack. Although it cannot restore the former prosperity, it could be considered somewhat decent overall. However," as he spoke halfway, he turned his head, glancing at the two pirates who had collapsed in front of the door, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed gently. "The whole room is filled with the Conqueror's hockey you unintentionally released, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to come in and repair things. That's their lack of training. It has nothing to do with me, Rocks said without turning his head, his voice as chilling as eternal ice. Have you found out the whereabouts of the Roger Pirates? Seeing that he was still the same as in previous days, every time he tried to talk to him, it would revolve around Roger. Whitebeard let out a helpless sigh, but felt it was inconvenient to conceal the truth, so he honestly replied. 3 days ago, we learned that they had taken refuge in the Dressrosa Kingdom, but not long after, there were reports of the Navy going to encircle them. Some people claim to have seen them heading towards Fishman Island, but their exact location is still unknown. So they know I will definitely cause trouble for them and plan to sneak off to Paradise to hide? Rock's voice was almost inaudible, but his tone was even colder than before. And the crimson lightning radiating from him became more ferocious, striking the walls like arrows and creating one crack after another. The already shaky throne was directly shattered into pieces, falling to the ground and raising a cloud of dust, his deep voice rising a few notches. Want to hit someone and then run? There is no such easy logic in this world. Whitebeard had been with Rocks for at least 10 years, but it was the first time he had seen him this furious. His heart involuntarily tightened as the overwhelming conqueror's haki surged through him, making his breathing much heavier. Even so, he still maintained a calm expression and voiced his thoughts to the unpredictable man. Don't you find this matter strange? Although Roger has always been at odds with us, he at least shares similar goals. It is impossible for him to ally with his #1 enemy, as it would tarnish his reputation in the pirate world. To be at odds with both the Navy and the Rocks Pirates, it doesn't seem very. Have you said enough? Rocks suddenly turned around, his thunderous roar drowning out Whitebeard's words, a sharp and vicious light flashing in his eyes. Whether friend or foe, anyone who dares to betray me will only meet destruction. The deafening shout made the entire Skull Island tremble, and numerous cracks spread across the ceiling. Small stone debris falling from the fissures and landing on Whitebeard's almost stunned face, his facial muscles twitching slightly, clearly shocked by Rock's fierce response. I didn't expect this incident to have such a big impact on Rocks. He can't even hear my words. Does he have a similar past? Never mind. Even if it risks being shot by him on the spot, I have to keep talking. I can't let that guy's momentary impulse put the entire team in danger. After all, those who are eyeing this island are everywhere. With this in mind, Newgate no longer hesitated, his gaze firmly fixed on Rox's twisted face filled with anger. Just as he was about to say something, a short sound from the transponder snail abruptly rang from his pocket. TSK. What a coincidence to have this happen at such a moment. Newgate couldn't help but complain, reluctantly taking out the transponder snail. When his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the unknown number on the shell, he couldn't help but be taken aback, his finger halting just a centimeter away from the microphone. During this period, due to Rox's reclusiveness, most of the island's affairs have been primarily handled by Newgate, including communications with the outside world. But at this critical time, looking at the unfamiliar number, Newgate immediately became alert, fearing it might be a trap set by an enemy. Just as he hesitated, Rocks violently snatched the transponder snail from his hand, pointed it at the microphone, and said in a deep voice, "State your identity and purpose immediately, or we have nothing to discuss." After a brief silence, the transponder snail revealed the face of a young child, and a vague voice that was hard to distinguish as male or female came through. Who I am is not important. What matters is that if you don't hurry and seize the opportunity, the devil fruit that could have been easily obtained will be snatched away by someone else. Pirates. Mr. Kaido, everything has been built according to your instructions. Please take care. I'll stay here for a while. You all go back first. With Kaido's indifferent response, the pirate responsible for the island's construction bowed respectfully before him, just as he was about to say something else. He caught a glimpse of the young man's blank face and swallowed back the words he was about to say, signaling his subordinates to pass by Kaido one after another. Walking in unison down the gentle slope, as if afraid to touch his reverse scales, no one dared to look back at him, their figures gradually becoming black dots, quickly disappearing without a trace. Not far in front of Kaido, on a wide square stone platform, 5 pitch-black tombstones stood in a row, surrounded by various lengths of weapons stuck into the ground, and the gray sky added a touch of desolation to the scene. As his hollow gaze swept over the names carved into the tombstones, Kaido felt as though he were being crushed by countless heavy lead blocks, the heaviness almost suffocating him. In that instant, anger, sorrow, regret, and resentment. All the negative emotions in the world seemed to converge upon him, engulfing him entirely. Pearl-like droplets fell one by one beside the young man's feet, leaving patches of moisture on the ground. And it was hard to tell whether they were raindrops falling from the sky or tears from his eyes. But how hard it is to find me, coming to this almost deserted place so early in the morning. Hearing that voice he had known for 6 years, Kaido turned his head little by little and saw Ling walking towards him with one hand on her hip. Zeus, who had just returned from his washed state 3 days ago, floated slowly behind her, his soft body piled high with snacks, resembling a precarious tower from a distance, and despite the pitiful expression on his face, he was still carefully maintaining his balance to avoid dropping the food. "Did you deliberately choose this time to come?" Kaido asked in his usual cold tone. It seemed a bit forced, yet every time he spoke, the muscles in his face twitched slightly, his heart stormy and restless. Ling seemed to deliberately ignore this, choosing a flat, open ground to sit down, staring at Kaido's face, which was even more hollow and numb than his gaze. She casually grabbed 2 pieces of cream cake from the cloud that had carried her food, unceremoniously swallowed 1 piece, and lightly offered the other piece of cake to the young man, casually asking, "Want some?" The cake looked golden, and the milky aroma gradually wafted through the air, enticing even those who usually didn't like sweets. However, Kaido didn't even reach out to take it, nor did he even glance at it, as if the cake had never existed. TSK, how unpleasant. Ling shot him an unhappy glance, unapologetically swallowed the piece of cake, and while chewing, her gaze swept over the recently erected tombstones. A feeling that couldn't be expressed in words surged within her, seemingly a tribute to the deceased. She took another bottle of beer from Zeus, gulped it down, and sincerely exclaimed, "I was still thinking about having a good meal at their tavern after coming back. But they left first? How irresponsible." Saying this, a hint of sadness inadvertently surfaced in her eyes as she recalled her promise to accept Capone and the others as formal subordinates. A promise that could never be fulfilled now. And that kid who always locked himself in the studio. Ling's gaze fell on the 5th tombstone from the left to the right, and a bittersweet smile slowly appeared on her face. "To be honest, I was quite happy when I heard you became an officer, thinking back on the care you've given me over the years. Consider this meal as a farewell gift from me to you." After placing half of the snacks she brought on the tombstone, Ling wiped the sweat from her forehead and inadvertently glanced at Kaido, who stood still like a puppet. Feeling a surge of anger, she coldly said, "You seem unwell today." Kaido didn't respond, only lifting his vacant eyes to gaze at the sky. Seeing him still in this indifferent state, Ling felt an unnamed rage surge within her, and suddenly stood up, unceremoniously grabbing his collar, gritting her teeth as she stared at the despondent man, shouting, "People who die cannot come back to life. How long are you going to keep this sour face? Where did that determination you had when teaching that little girl go?" Ling's nearly deafening voice startled Zeus, making him tremble and causing the food on his back to sway violently, almost dropping it. But Kaido showed no sign of being affected, slowly shifting his deadpan gaze to the woman's face, staring at her distorted visage twisted in anger, as if he were looking at a stranger with no relation to him. The wild wind swept over the desolate hillside, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet it could never blow away the loneliness hidden deep within his heart. It was unclear how much time passed before he managed to squeeze out a few words between his teeth. "If that guy notices my true feelings, I suppose my injuries will worsen rapidly, right? Since you think so, you should cheer up. Have you forgotten something?" A sudden remark from the young man left Ling feeling somewhat confused. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, Kaido's mechanical voice echoed in her ears once again. The fool who suggested she stay on the island that day, naively believing that Honeycomb Island could live in peace, was none other than me, who just happened to be outside and narrowly escaped a disaster. As soon as those words left his mouth, Ling's expression darkened, and her gaze towards him became much more complicated. Kaido seemed oblivious to her change in demeanor and continued to mutter to himself, "If only I'd brought her and Uno along. No, if I'd stayed to guard Honeycomb Island, perhaps I could have prevented those tragedies from happening." and Uno and the others would. With a loud bang, before he could finish his sentence, his face was suddenly struck by a heavy blow, and he spun around, crashing to the ground. "Mom, what are you doing?" Zeus, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, and just as he was about to step forward to say something, he saw Lingling's frost-covered face and was so frightened that he swallowed back the words he had prepared. Although they had been together for 6 years, it was only now that Kaido truly experienced Lingling's innate superhuman strength. Fueled by anger, her power could reach even greater heights. And at this moment, Kaido's swollen right cheek, red like a tomato, was the best evidence of the pain he was enduring. "You really take yourself seriously. Don't make me laugh. You should at least consider your own weight." Lingling retracted her fist, looking down at the young man groaning on the ground from a height, her cold gaze piercing him like 2 sharp swords. Her words came out strong and clear. "Do you think you're the only one who feels bad? We who left the island feel the same way. No one can accept the reality before us. That guy Rocks has been standing inside the skull since that day, without moving. Longbread has been quietly hiding in his room, crying his heart out, even getting sick because of it, which is why you haven't seen him lately." Her almost hoarse shout struck Kaido's mind like a heavy hammer, causing his pupils to suddenly constrict and his face to show disbelief as he processed the information. Compared to his ignorance of Rox's past, Longbread's situation was easier for Kaido to empathize with. To that man who had drifted at sea for many years, Chloe, who was equally skilled in cooking and understanding, felt like a daughter to him. Now that he learned she had fallen victim to the enemy's poison, and that her body could not even be found, the pain in that man's heart was naturally easy to imagine. We can only learn some superficial details about that day on the island from the survivors. But since the enemy could easily defeat that girl, it means they are not opponents you can handle right now. Even if you stayed on the island, you would just be another corpse. Lingling slightly bent down, staring intently at his wavering eyes, and spoke slowly, instead of coming here to wallow in regret. "It would be better to help us find the whereabouts of that group and crush them all without leaving a single one behind." So, at this point, she grabbed another piece of cake from Zeus and thrust it forward, almost pressing it against Kaido's mouth, commanding in a tone, "If you are ready to fight the enemy to the death, then hurry up and swallow this cake without leaving a crumb. I've never been this kind-hearted before." Lingling's words awakened Kaido as if he had been struck by enlightenment. Thinking of Atsu, who was currently bedridden and unable to move, he quickly realized the responsibility he should bear, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipating and his fists clenched tightly. How embarrassing. I actually fell down because of that. If that guy knew about what just happened, I would probably be too ashamed to face anyone. A fragrant aroma pulled Kaido back from his brief contemplation, and it was only then that he noticed a piece of cake so close to him that Lingling had unconsciously squeezed it into a somewhat misshapen form while talking. However, for Kaido, who hadn't eaten all day and was starving, he couldn't care less about that. He swallowed hard, slowly opening his mouth to take a bite of the cake. "Bring." The sudden ringing of the phone bug startled Kaido, causing him to lean forward and crash into the cake. In an instant, cream splattered everywhere, and the 2 large figures fell to the ground with a crash, accompanied by 2 screams. "Damn it, why are you suddenly making a fuss?" Lingling cursed as she pushed the young man off her sensitive area, disregarding the large amount of cream on her skirt. She quickly pulled out the phone bug from her coat, filled with anger and ready to vent into the microphone. Just as she connected the call, the boisterous laughter from the other end stunned both Lingling and Kaido. "Ha ha ha. It seems I didn't choose the right time. Forget it. Anyway, listen carefully. Gather in the hall immediately. I have something extremely important to discuss with all of you leaders." In an inconspicuous small tavern located on the West District Street, Culpa was alone, leaning on a shabby wooden table, boredly tapping the edge of the table and staring blankly at the empty surroundings. Even when a buzzing fly flew back and forth in front of him, his drooping eyelids did not blink once. With the increasing fame of the Rocks Pirates in recent years and the gradual expansion of their influence, countless young people eager to make their mark rushed to join, and Culpa was naturally one of them. Born into a wealthy family, he disregarded his family's strong objections, took all his savings, and impulsively stole a speedboat to set off for the island he had always dreamed of. He thought that with his prominent family background, he could easily stand out. But since arriving at Honeycomb Island, he had repeatedly hit walls, not to mention going out to sea with the main force. He couldn't even establish a foothold on the island, managing to barely open a small tavern by using up most of his remaining funds and continuously borrowing money from other pirates. Even so, Culpa's life was still tough. Due to the tavern's old renovation materials, combined with mediocre food and a remote location, very few customers frequented the tavern, and he couldn't even afford to hire help, leaving him only with some rats and flies for company. If things continued like this, he would soon face the end of closing down, while also having to deal with creditors knocking on his door for money. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Additionally, more than half a month ago, Honeycomb Island suffered an unprecedented attack, leaving most towns devastated. As if heaven had shown him mercy, Culpa's small tavern miraculously escaped a disaster. But his usual lack of security quickly turned into a strong sense of crisis, and he spent every day and night on edge. It's really terrifying. There's blood everywhere. It's the first time in my life I've seen so many people killed. Is it going to be my turn soon? Remembering the day he witnessed the mountain of corpses in the town, Culpa couldn't help but shiver. With his right hand soaked in sweat, he picked up a barrel of wine from the table and desperately gulped down a few mouthfuls, trying to ease the fear in his heart. The wine wasn't particularly bad. It could even be described as cool and sweet, but Culpa found the taste so bitter that it made him want to cry. His already dull face turned almost completely pale, and the pressure that had built up inside him didn't ease, but grew heavier instead. If I had known, I would have just taken a cushy job back in my hometown instead of becoming a pirate. Now I've fallen into this miserable situation, and this can't go on like this. Right? Why not take advantage of their inattention and sneak away in a small boat? Surely I can find a place to stay somewhere else. Culpa was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice the tavern door slowly opening, only to be quickly slammed shut with a bang. A figure entered, accompanied by heavy, unhurried footsteps. "Boss, bring me a jug of sweet wine." A calm voice, without any inflection, came from the person. Normally, it would be a good thing for a tavern with sparse business to have a customer, but Culpa remained listless, showing no interest in who the newcomer was. Moreover, the fact that the person walked into such a shabby place and suddenly ordered the most expensive wine made him suspect that this guy was looking for trouble, and he felt a bit annoyed. What a bad luck. I'll just brush him off. With this thought, Culpa fiddled with the empty wine barrel in his hand and said without looking up, his tone very cold, "I'm sorry, but we don't have the wine you're looking for. Please look elsewhere." As soon as he said this, he began to regret it, cursing his recklessness in his heart. After all, Hivetown is a haven for pirates, and if the newcomer was a notorious thug, hearing this would likely lead him to regret it. At this thought, large beads of cold sweat began to drip down his forehead. Fortunately, the man seemed not to have paid attention to what Culpa had said, and simply sat down casually across from him, looking at a bottle of unopened beer on the table. He squeezed out a few words with a barely noticeable smile. "Isn't this already available?" Although it wasn't what he wanted, it wouldn't hurt to make do for now. Without waiting for Culpa's response, he reached out and grabbed the bottle, popped the cap, and gulped it down. The liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, a warm sensation slowly spreading from his stomach to his limbs, making him feel indescribably comfortable, prompting him to exclaim, "Oh ho ho." At first it seems ordinary, but upon careful tasting, it has its own unique flavor. The man's unreserved evaluation didn't make Culpa feel any dissatisfaction. Instead, it piqued his curiosity, and he couldn't help but lift his head, which had been resting on the table, to carefully examine the unexpected guest. The man in front of him was very burly, sitting there like a small mountain. He had layers of cloth tied around his head, perfectly covering the area above his forehead, making him look rather comical, but his rugged and fierce face made it impossible for Culpa to smile. Additionally, after nearly a minute of observation, Culpa felt as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where. Speaking of which, boss. After heavily placing the empty bottle on the table, the man casually wiped away the wine residue at the corner of his mouth, looking around the environment with a slightly drunken face, murmuring, "Your shop seems unexpectedly quiet. The walls are even covered in mold, reminding me of a few old friends." Did you only notice this now? Culpa felt speechless at his dull reaction and couldn't help but want to make a sarcastic comment. However, When he accidentally caught a glimpse of the man's nostalgic and melancholic eyes, he swallowed the words back down. For some reason, he gradually became interested in this newcomer. Perhaps it was the long solitude that made him especially eager to engage in an uninterrupted conversation with someone willing to talk. After a brief silence, Culpa took a deep breath, ensuring he wouldn't tremble from nervousness, opened his mouth, and tried to keep his voice calm as he asked word by word. Sir, with better options available, why did you choose to visit my humble tavern? The man seemed caught off guard by Culpa's sudden question, momentarily stunned. After a while, he shifted his gaze to the tavern's owner, the young man with two mosquito coil-like mustaches on his lips, observing him as if he had discovered a rare treasure, before finally smiling and answering, "Do you need a reason to go have a drink? If I had to give one, it would probably be on a whim." The man's carefree and somewhat dismissive response made Culpa feel both amused and exasperated. If he didn't suspect the man had some background, he would have said a few words to him. But in the next moment, the turbaned man's words surprised Culpa. "For me, wine is more important than the source of life. If I could just take a sip, no, just a drop would be enough to unleash extraordinary power in battle. Even against opponents far stronger than myself, I can hold my own for a short time. In terms of human behavior, it would be to achieve what one desires most, unknowingly unleashing all their potential without reserve. That's why I'm willing to interact with beings like humans." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, gesturing wildly, clearly a bit drunk, and the saliva mixed with his words splattered onto Culpa's face. But Culpa had no time to notice this. He sat there like a statue, lost in thought, filtering out the somewhat bizarre parts of the man's speech. Suddenly, a series of voices echoed in his mind. Why did I become a pirate? To stand out? No. I had other options. For money? Not really. Coming from a wealthy family, I never prioritized that. What? What is it for? Perhaps the alcohol had dulled his brain. Culpa's emotions became turbulent like the waves of the sea, uncontrollable, and he slammed the table, almost shouting, "The truth is not what you say. The so-called desires are merely products imposed on us by our elders. Whatever they want, we have to act according to their will, with no freedom or ideals at all. Those who strive for such ephemeral things are merely fools who spend their lives like puppets on strings." His voice grew louder with his rising emotions, startling even the two mice hiding under the bar, who quickly scurried back to their hole. The man with the headscarf quietly listened to his rant, his expression as calm as a still autumn lake, with not a tremor in his muscles. When the pitiful tavern owner, having yelled himself hoarse, was gasping for breath, the drunkard finally spoke coldly, shouting so loudly, "Do you want the whole world to know about your trivial matters? Or is it?" He leaned closer to the table, staring intently at the disheveled youth, and spoke each word deliberately. "Do you long to change your manipulated life?" The drunkard's words struck Culpa like a thunderbolt, hitting his heart, which was plagued by loneliness and unease, and slowly brought him back to clarity, sparking new thoughts in his mind. "That's right. Everything is to gain everyone's recognition, to let them know I am not just a useless leech living off my parents. I want those two to know I am a man they can be proud of, to have the name Culpa resonate throughout the world. That has been my dream since childhood." With this thought, he no longer felt any confusion, and the fatigue that had accompanied him for years vanished without a trace, leaving him feeling incredibly refreshed. No matter how bumpy the road ahead, no matter how many times he was denied along the way, he would carry his beliefs through to the end. Culpa raised his head again, gratitude evident in his eyes, and extended his right hand to the guest he had only just met, saying, "Although I don't know your name, I must sincerely thank you. I have made my decision. Starting tomorrow, this tavern will officially close, and I will live my life at my own pace." Hearing his words, the man was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard, but when he saw Culpa's serious face, he knew this man with the curly mustache was serious. So he extended his right hand as well, shaking the youth's hand firmly, with a slight smile of regret on his face. "Oh ho ho. Looks like I won't be able to drink that kind of liquor anymore. What's so hard about that? I secretly have several boxes at home. Of course, the premise is that you pay me a hefty fee first. I didn't expect you to be such a greedy bastard. Aren't all merchants like this?" While the two were joking, a loud crash echoed as the tavern door was pushed open forcefully, causing both the drunkard and culpa to turn their gazes toward the pirate wearing a cowboy hat at the entrance. Who? Who? I've been looking for you for ages, and you ended up here drinking. The man leaned against the doorframe, trying to straighten his back to avoid collapsing from fatigue. His gaunt face filled with excitement, as if he had suddenly found 100 million berries on the ground. After catching his breath, he shouted, "Kaido, the results of the executive meeting are in. Big news. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. We're going to God Valley." Kaido? Culpa was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing something, and quickly turned to look, only to see the drunkard unraveling the cloth wrapped around his head, revealing a pair of towering horns and a mess of black hair hanging down over his forehead, giving him an awkward smile. "Oh ho ho, I can't drink peacefully without hiding my identity first. Good lad, so this is your plan?" Culpa's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. He was utterly speechless. "Well then, let us part ways here. If you return safely, I'll come to your place for a drink." After saying this, Kaido stood up and strode toward the door, chatting with the pirate at the entrance, then followed him, quickly walking down the narrow street without looking back. Watching the two retreating figures, Culpa felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy, his mind still mulling over the last words the youth had said. Return safely. What on earth is that guy thinking? What is this big news about? Could it be another expedition? Oh no, that bastard wants to dine and dash. Realizing this, Culpa felt a sense of foreboding and immediately rushed toward the door to chase after them. However, just as he had taken a few steps, he inadvertently caught sight of a gleaming golden statue on the chair that Kaido had occupied, shining brightly in the darkness. That is, the tavern owner halted, turning back to stare at the golden statue in a daze. The surface of the statue radiated a resplendent golden glow, clearly made of genuine gold. The characteristic horns and the spike club slung over its shoulder closely resembled Kaido's appearance. It must have been left by that guy. What a nuisance. Culpa muttered to himself, yet a faint, barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. He walked forward, cradling the statue in his hands, gazing at the ferocious face that was identical to the real one, and murmured, "I can't keep owing this favor. It would be embarrassing." A cold, biting wind swept in from outside, scattering the dust and debris on the ground, yet could not stir the firm resolve that was deeply rooted in his heart. The sky seemed completely shrouded by an endless gray cloth, heavy clouds pressing down on the horizon, and the surging waves roared in with the howling wind, adding a deeper hue to the entire Hive Island, as if foretelling that a significant event was about to unfold. The town, which had slowly regained a bit of its former hustle and bustle, once again fell silent, as all the pirates who could move were forcibly gathered in the square in front of the skull, lined up in neat rows from left to right, each with an executive standing at the front, dressed in a long black robe adorned with a pattern of a blazing skull, representing the fearsome symbol of the Rocks Pirates. These individuals were all exceptional pirates from the New World, each possessing the ability to stand alone even outside their crews, all proud and unruly. Thus, aside from their discord with one another, they had no notable flaws. "Hey, where have you been? Why are you only just arriving?" Lingling turned half her face, reproaching Kaido, who had just pushed through the crowd to stand behind her, her voice intentionally kept low to avoid drawing everyone's attention. Kaido, panting, rubbed the back of his head with an embarrassed smile, as if he were matching her lowered tone. "Who? I just wandered around a bit while there was nothing to do. Speaking of which, I heard Rock's plans to go to God Valley. What could possibly be there in such a remote place?" Since the pirate in charge of relaying the message was not well informed about the results of the cadre meeting, Kaido only learned from him that Rocks had called all combat personnel to prepare for an expedition, which was not very informative. The only thing he understood was that the usually reserved man was making such a big fuss because he had made a firm decision after careful consideration. A resolution that no words could shake. Who knows? Let's just listen to that guy explain it. Lin coldly uttered a few words and then fell silent, directing her gaze towards the skull's mouth ahead. It wouldn't be long before the most troublesome guy would make an appearance at that spot. Seeing this, Kaido wisely retreated to Lin's group with a pirate who brought him, finding 2 empty spots to stand in. At this moment, all the elites of Pirate Island gathered here, like well-trained officers ready for battle, each maintaining a solemn expression, quietly waiting for their leader to arrive. Have you thought about how to speak to them? What? You don't trust me? As long as I say one, no one dares to say two. With the voices of two men rising in discussion, Rocks and the equally cloaked Whitebeard strode down the stairs together to prepare for the upcoming speech. The supreme ruler of Hive Island had deliberately changed into a clean black coat that showed no dust, and his spiky hedgehog hairstyle was even more upright than before. The lifeless expression on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a sinister smile that remained at the corner of his mouth. Watching Rocks seemingly regain his former rebellious demeanor, Whitebeard couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he, as the Grand Admiral, were to make a mistake at a critical moment, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to their already not-so-united pirate crew. But for some reason, as long as he kept observing that man's expression, he would notice a layer of gloom hanging over his brows. It wasn't easy to detect on the surface, but through careful observation, that gloom would become more intense, as if it wanted to swallow both heaven and earth. Just making eye contact with him would be suffocating, causing Whitebeard's previously relaxed nerves to tighten once more. Have you really stepped out of the shadow of betrayal, Rocks? No. It's better to think about such questions after confirming the facts at the destination. Unbeknownst to them, the two had already arrived at the edge of the platform. Overlooking the dense crowd below, Rocks suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Just thinking about how their pirate crew, which had once consisted of only a handful of people, had gradually developed into such a large scale, and that the fruits of his years of preparation were about to bear fruit. An uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up in his heart, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily, making a cracking sound in the cold wind, his eyes shimmering with a fervent yet fierce light. Just wait, no matter who you are, those who dare to hinder me will fully enjoy the celebration I have prepared for you, called despair. I will wipe you all out without exception. With that thought, Rocks hesitated no longer, cleared his throat, and with a vigorous wave of his hand, issued a resounding command to the crowd before him. Everyone present, listen up. One by one, solemn faces turned to follow the direction of his sleeve, and even Kaido, who usually disliked lengthy speeches, instinctively fell into a state of attention, clearly hearing the pounding of his own heart. It had been more than half a month since Hive Island was attacked. Although the Rocks Pirates had suffered great losses at one point, they had gradually returned to their former glory during this period of rest. This also meant that the absolute position of Pirate Island in the New World was unshakable. At this point, Rocks paused slightly, then continued in a louder voice. The only downside being that the treasures we had worked hard to obtain were snatched away, and until yesterday, there's still no trace of them. The most crucial being the Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast, azure dragon form. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar, except for a few insiders and the embarrassed Silver Axe, who wished he could dig a hole to hide in. The other pirates, including Kaido, were completely unaware of this matter. To be precise, the news of Rocks obtaining the mythical beast type had already spread in secret, so most of them were not surprised by the matter itself, but rather focused their attention on the name of the fruit, Azure Dragon, that is reputed to be the strongest level of devil fruit, almost on par with Lord Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. No wonder the enemy would go to such lengths to steal it. Over the past few days, someone must have already obtained that power, right? Why did Admiral Rocks deliberately hide that name? Could it be that he wanted someone to eat that fruit, fearing that someone would snatch it? As if guessing the thoughts in everyone's minds, Rocks coughed twice and raised his voice to drown out the chaotic discussions in the square. This morning, I received a mysterious phone call. The name and origin of the caller remain a mystery to me, but the information they provided has been confirmed to be true. The stolen treasure is now located in the non-joined Nation God Valley in the West Sea, where the celestial dragons, who shamelessly call themselves creators, are gathering on that island. Lin and the other cadres had already known about this matter in the meeting, so there was no change in their emotions. However, for ordinary pirates, it was undoubtedly an unimaginable shock, and the previously quiet noise erupted once more. Celestial dragons? Did I hear that right? How could the nobility of the world government casually go to such a remote place? Wasn't it the Roger Pirates who stole the fruit? How did it end up in the hands of the government? What do those people want with the devil fruit? They say they're just a bunch of useless fools who rely on the Navy. The non-joined nations have always been at odds with the government. Why would they allow the celestial dragons to stay there? What on earth is happening? Seeing the news caused the square to boil over as expected. And realizing it was about to hinder the speech, Whitebeard, standing beside Rocks, took a deep breath and said word by word to the crowd below, "Let Rocks finish speaking first. He will naturally answer your doubts." His tone was very calm, neither loud nor soft, yet it contained an irresistible sense of power, like a gentle breeze drifting to every corner of the square, making the tumultuous crowd involuntarily drawn to his voice, gradually calming down. "Haha, calling you here was indeed the right choice." Rock smiled at the now stabilized crowd, thanks to Whitebeard. His gaze once again focusing on the densely packed people below, his expression slowly taking on a heavier tone. "An hour ago, I sent informants to investigate, and I learned that more than 16 days ago, the Navy headquarters dispatched a sizable fleet towards the West Sea, following the government ships. The admiral leading them is none other than the Navy Admiral Rubail, whom we encountered on Grassland Island." When he spoke that name, Kaido, who was standing in the crowd, couldn't help but have his heart skip a beat. His eyes widened in disbelief. That bastard from the Wind Mirror. Has he recovered from such an attack so quickly? Fortunately, I know the guy is also in God Valley. Otherwise, we would have been caught off guard. But even with that knowledge, it still seems unlikely for me to completely defeat him with my current strength. He's not an opponent that can be defeated just by targeting weaknesses. Damn it. If only I could learn Rock's techniques. He was too focused on his thoughts, causing him to completely miss the next words from Rocks. Their purpose was not clear on the surface, but it made sense when compared with the information given by that person. It's important to note that the troublesome opponents are not just Rubail. A mysterious person told me that a special unit among the celestial dragons arrived on that island 3 days ago. Interestingly, it takes exactly 2 weeks to get from here to God Valley at the fastest speed. Upon hearing this, the square fell into a deep silence. It wasn't that they didn't want to express their thoughts, but rather they were shocked beyond measure by the information conveyed in Rock's words. 17 days ago was precisely the day the Roger Pirates launched a surprise attack on Hive Island, right? Could there be a connection between the two? Perhaps everything is a conspiracy set up by the world government, but we witnessed the Roger Pirates causing widespread destruction to the towns. All these phenomena do not completely clear Roger of suspicion. There's also the possibility of them eating each other black. Moreover, for some unknown reason, I cannot directly contact Roger right now. Rocks scanned the audience, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, and said, "I must go personally, not only to confirm the truth about Roger, but also to reclaim every single treasure stored as prizes, and then kill all the damned celestial dragons and their lackeys, to intimidate the whole world." As he spoke, he swiftly drew a small knife from Yugate's waist and, in front of all the pirates, brutally pierced his left palm. "Ah, Captain, what are you doing?" Many were startled by this sudden scene, calling out in surprise. As Rocks quickly pulled out the knife, blood gushed from the back of his hand, flowing down the edge of the platform to the foot of the giant rock. He extended his blood-soaked right hand, gripping the blade tightly, blood seeping through his fingers, maintaining a defiant smile on his face as he stated in a louder voice, "I swear on my blood. This war can only be won, not lost." The pirates in the square gazed up at Rocks in awe, as if struck by his resolve, and no one echoed his vow. The audience fell silent once more. Seeing this, Newgate immediately raised his naginata and shouted, "Whoever retrieves the stolen treasures first will claim those fruits for themselves. May the Rocks Pirates be unstoppable." The pirates, seeing the second in command of Hive Island making a statement, thought they might be able to eat the strongest azure dragon fruit, and their hearts soared with joy. Raising their right hands and calling out one after another, "May the Rocks Pirates be unstoppable. May the Rocks Pirates be unstoppable. May the Rocks Pirates be unstoppable." In an instant, powerful shouts echoed throughout the square, spreading outwards, and soon everyone on Hive Island could hear it clearly. Looking at his subordinates, who were becoming increasingly passionate, a faint smile appeared on Rock's face. To truly ignite their fighting spirit, he would need to use the greatest benefits as bait. In his mind, the only one worthy of inheriting that ability was. Rocks glanced at the only silent youth in the crowd, subtly raising the corner of his mouth. Then his gaze sharpened, and countless dark red lightning bolts erupted from his body, intertwining and rapidly spreading upwards as if the sky had been pierced, creating a huge hole in the thick clouds. The sounds of explosions echoed from the sky, mixed with Rock's nearly thunderous roar, except for non-combat personnel and those still injured. The rest will follow me to the destination immediately. They must remember well what kind of price they will pay for offending the world's strongest pirate crew. The sun rose slowly above the horizon, hanging high in the blue sky. Sunlight poured down through the clouds, dyeing the ripples on the sea a shining gold. Under the illumination, an island composed of two giant peaks became clearer on the surface of the sea. The two towering peaks stood opposite each other, separated by a gap over 20 zhang wide and several miles long. The surfaces of the stone walls were smooth and flat, and from a distance, there was not a single crack to be found, as if they had been artificially carved. God Valley, a country not governed by any power, has existed on this vast ocean for hundreds of years, thanks to the abundant gold mines on the island and the fertile soil for growing crops. The residents can completely achieve self-sufficiency in their lives without relying on external aid and trade. It is said that long ago, this island suffered attacks from pirates, and the local residents did not have the strength to resist outsiders. They either fell into slavery or were brutally killed, with scenes that were once unbearable to witness. Just as it was about to fall into lawlessness, a warrior from afar stepped onto this land engulfed in smoke and fire, easily driving away those pirates and leading the survivors to rebuild the city, digging up the rich resources hidden deep in the mountains, bringing endless wealth to this island. No one knows where he went afterward, nor does anyone know his name. The only known characteristics are his entirely white body and that seemingly never-ending laughter. To commemorate the benefactor who liberated them from their suffering, the people likened him to a deity and thus named the island, hence the name God Valley. Due to the island's relatively remote geographical location and the lack of magnetic recording, few outsiders have ventured here for a long time, and it has never sparked any wars. The people have long been accustomed to a peaceful and prosperous life. However, the heavens are unpredictable, and at this moment, this long-maintained peace was ruthlessly shattered by a group of uninvited guests. Dozens of large warships were firmly anchored in the sea surrounding God Valley, surrounding the entire island like an airtight iron barrel. Not even a seagull flying overhead could pass without being shot to pieces. Under such strict guard, no one could leave the island. Fireworks shot into the sky, blooming into colorful flowers. Amid the continuous sounds of explosions, countless cheers filled the air. Oh, the 3-year massacre tournament. I don't know how many slaves I've killed to pass the time waiting for this day. What a bummer. That slave of mine can't even carry 5 tons of rice. Just in time to get rid of him. Waha, that fool who calls himself king is finally dead. Serves him right. Let the other lowly people understand well what will happen if they dare to shamelessly call this place the Valley of the Gods. Did you hear that? That guy Grinku's starting score has been dropped to negative 10,000. This means my chances of winning the championship have greatly increased. Hey, are you kidding me? That SA super elite from the Fagaland family. Champion of the last 2 competitions. How could we possibly compete with that kind of monster? In the center of the island, in a square with a diameter of several hundred meters in front of the palace, a dense crowd has gathered. Each person holds a weapon in their hands and wears a thick white coat. Their bizarre appearances make one wonder what kind of material the heavens used to create them. The most striking feature is the bubble helmets on their heads, which only those in the know understand are measures to prevent them from breathing the same air as ordinary people. In the cleared space, a young man draped in a cloak and wearing soft armor silently sheathed his long sword at his waist. Unlike others, he did not wear a similar helmet, nor did he sport an upward hairdo. Instead, he had long light-colored hair that bent forward, with the top gathered into a spike, and his handsome face occasionally drew screams from the women. However, he remained oblivious to it all, his cold gaze fixed on the shadow crawling on the ground ahead. That shadow was a plump middle-aged man, wearing a crooked crown embedded with jewels, dressed in luxurious yet extravagant clothing, his face a mix of fear and surprise. Looking quite awkward. Beside him lay a gradually cooling corpse, warm blood flowing from the wound in its throat, staining the ground and spreading further away. The corpse's bulging eyes remained wide open, clearly unable to close in death. A black coat, though somewhat plain in craftsmanship, lay nearby, but the crown that had rolled aside was enough to signify the unique identity of this body. Well done. This is how you crush such ungrateful fools. The fat man's voice trembled uncontrollably, tinged with a hint of excitement he himself hardly noticed. His head, which took up a third of his body, remained bowed without lifting an inch, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground and forming large puddles. The man was the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Valley of the Gods, a position second only to the king in this country. He was supposed to assist the king dutifully, but he was unwilling to live under someone else's roof for a lifetime, determined to climb to the highest position he coveted. Even so, the command of the entire country's military had always been in the king's hands, a rule that had never changed throughout history. For a man who was plotting to usurp the throne, this was undoubtedly an insurmountable obstacle. To seek a life of ease, humans could sell their souls to demons. To fulfill his ever-expanding ambition, this Minister of Internal Affairs could also unhesitatingly reveal all of his country's intelligence to the world government. Thus, the fleet sent by the government found this remote island without any effort, easily defeating the army stationed on the island and occupying the entire palace. Witnessing the greatest obstacle before him have its throat cut and fall, and thinking about how he had to bow to him for years, the fat man could not help but feel ecstatic, releasing the pent-up resentment in his chest as he quickly stood up and kicked the corpse with force, his voice rising with excitement. Ha ha ha! This miserable appearance matches your foolish face perfectly. Did you dare to insult these supreme lords? Are you tired of living? Trash! Idiot! A parasite harming the nation and its people. I don't recall giving you permission to stand up. A cold voice like a gust of wind entered his ears, causing the fat man to shiver instinctively, his triumphant laughter coming to an abrupt halt. Without thinking, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in fear, shouting to the young man who just spoke, "Yes, yes, I deserve to die. I realize my mistake. Please forgive my earlier arrogance, Honorable Lord Grinku." After saying this, he did not forget to raise his thick palm and slap himself several times. The young man referred to as Grinku did not speak, still coldly staring at the trembling fat man, as if he were a pile of discarded trash. After a long time, Grinku's lips moved, slowly and powerfully uttering a few words. "In light of the effort you have put in for us, I will grant you the right to witness my appearance. Now, raise your head, don't be nervous, use your most relaxed form." Though his voice was not loud, it carried an irresistible power, making the former Minister of Internal Affairs feel as if he had been granted amnesty. He slowly raised his head, looking up at the cold-faced young man, swallowing hard to keep his voice calm, even the flesh on his face trembling slightly as he spoke. "Your generosity fills me with gratitude. Without the descendants of the Creator, we would not exist as we do now. In fact, we lowly people owe our very lives to your protection." Due to his previous bowing with too much force, blood flowed from the fat man's forehead, and his already very plump cheeks swelled even more, making him look like a complete pig's head. However, he seemed to feel no pain, a fawning smile appearing on his face, though the upward curve of his mouth made it seem somewhat unnatural. Of course, the man was very aware of the seriousness of the current situation. If those so-called celestial dragons, the world nobility, felt even the slightest dissatisfaction, he would quickly follow in the footsteps of the king beside him. Therefore, he would rather completely abandon the dignity of being a human than risk his own life, so he could logically make demands of them. Thinking of this, the fat man mustered what little courage he had left and stammered to the young man who was examining him. I have a very bold request. According to the agreement, may I be allowed to become king of this country after joining the world government?" After saying this, he seemed to realize he had been a bit too bold and quickly added, I will ensure that after taking over this country, I will pay tribute to Mary Geos 3 times more than other member states each year. I humbly request that you gentlemen agree to this trivial request of mine. Besides this, I will also... are you trying to say you want to replace that old guy's position?" Grinku's nonchalant voice interrupted the fat man's speech again. He yawned and raised an eyebrow with interest, feeling that in this regard, we are kindred spirits. At that time, I did indeed use making you the king of the member state as a bargaining chip. Agreeing to it is not out of the question. Hearing the other party's tone seem to agree with his request, the fat man was immediately overjoyed, laughing loudly. Really? Thank you for the great grace of Saint Grenku. In an instant, a flash of red light appeared, and before the fat man could finish his sentence, a plump head flew off and landed directly at the feet of a nearby celestial dragon. The celestial dragon screamed in disgust and kicked the head far away. As blood gushed from the neck of the body that fell backward with a thud, Grenku casually shook off the bloodstains remaining on the tip of his blade, sheathed his sword, and a trace of contemptuous smile appeared on his stern face. The prerequisite is that you must have some self-awareness, stupid pig. Wahaha! Saint Grenku, you are too hasty. After beheading the king, you have now also taken the life of the Minister of Internal Affairs, starting the score at negative 15,000 points. A slightly disappointed broadcast came down from the high platform, making the celestial dragons preparing to participate in the conference feel that victory was at hand, and their emotions became even more excited and unable to extricate themselves, all raising their weapons and jumping with joy. Enjoy this hard-won illusion, you monkeys trying to fish out the full moon. Grenku remained unmoved by the continuous ridicule surrounding him, only sneering coldly, and no longer paid attention to the noblewoman who was too scared to speak after witnessing the murder of 2 people in front of her. He turned and strode towards the contestant waiting room built 3 days ago in the palace. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Valley of the Gods. Hey, what is going on? We finally caught that little brat, and he suddenly disappeared without a trace. We've searched the entire island and can't find anyone, not to mention the 9 slaves in his group. Moreover, 2 little brats are also missing. One of them has a big face that I will never forget. Bastards. That's a descendant of the Bacchania tribe, the hair that everyone is paying attention to in this conference. What are you guys doing? You couldn't keep track of such a big guy. Yes, sir. We will intensify the search right away. A group of black-clad agents saluted their superior and quickly dashed off in different directions. The white-clad agent, who was in a fit of anger, looked at his subordinates' retreating figures and muttered, "Really, if we don't find the person within the specified time, the 2 lords will definitely fly into a rage, and none of us will escape, either spending our lives in impelled down or being eliminated by other assassins. Those in this line of work certainly have a lot of grievances, but who can they confide in?" He sighed to himself, lowered his hat to cover his eyes, and vanished in a flash. Although that agent was a master skilled in observation hockey, he completely failed to notice that just behind where he had been standing, in a vast area surrounded by mountains, a person was sitting cross-legged against a rock wall, holding a disc the size of a soybean, which was continuously flickering with blue light. It's worth the effort I put in these days to complete Zero. Although its functionality is not very perfect, at least it can eliminate the presence of everything within a radius of 1 kilometer for 3 hours. Even if an army passes by, whatever happens here will not attract their attention. The only thing left to do is, hee-ha, hey little brother who came with us, hurry up. There's a brawl happening over there. It looks like the Bacchania tribe is getting beaten up. Who knows what will happen if it goes on. We need to stop them quickly. If we don't hurry, we want to wait for you. 2 childish voices pulled him back from his thoughts. The man raised his head and saw 2 children waving vigorously at him from a grassy slope not far away. Seeing this scene, a bitter smile appeared on his face, and he responded in the same high-pitched voice, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm coming over now." The man stuffed the disc into his pocket, then sprang up with a carp flip, the handcuffs making a crisp sound due to the sudden movement, but he paid no attention to it, quickening his pace to follow the 2 children toward the source of the commotion ahead. On the turbulent sea, a giant warship was sailing forward at full speed, splashing large waves along its path. Report to Vice Admiral Carp. We will reach the Valley of the Gods in 1 hour. All soldiers are ready for battle. Very good. As soon as you find that guy's whereabouts, report to me immediately. Yes. The naval officer saluted and then retreated. A tall, sturdy man stood at the bow of the ship, craning his neck to constantly look out at the horizon, his eyes filled with urgency, as if waiting for something to appear. At first, Karp found it particularly baffling that his big brother suddenly arranged for him to go on vacation. Although the long vacation life made him feel very happy, not being able to find his old opponent, Roger, still left him feeling somewhat disappointed. The only news he had received during this time was that Roger's pirate crew had secretly allied with the world government to attack Honeycomb Island. After achieving their goal, Roger had tried to monopolize the spoils but was chased away by the government's army, ultimately ending up empty-handed. Karp merely chuckled at this information. He knew all too well what kind of person Roger was, having dealt with him countless times. A man from the D family who loved collecting historical texts and always adhered to his principle of saying what he means would never collude with the higher-ups of the world government, let alone betray his hard-won allies. Therefore, it was likely that those old geezers and the higher-ups had secretly plotted something to frame Roger, causing the two strongest pirate crews of the era to clash violently, and fearing that they might leak the information. His colleagues naturally wouldn't let him participate in any actions. Even if that was the case, Karp did not intend to make his suspicions public. After all, they were pirates, enemies on opposing sides. No matter what trouble those people encountered, he had no obligation to stand up for them. But this morning, that normally serious big brother suddenly contacted Karp in a pleading tone, and he quickly learned that most of the celestial dragons, who usually resided in Mariehua, were currently undergoing collective training in a country called the Valley of the Gods. Although he clearly concealed a lot of information in his words, one thing was undeniable. The Roger Pirates and the Rocks Pirates, both of which could turn the world upside down, were now nearby the island. Fortunately, the vacation spot where Karp was located was not far from the Valley of the Gods. So after learning this confidential information, this Navy officer, whose mind was filled with fighting, gathered his troops without hesitation and rushed to the destination in a hurry. Although I don't know what the truth is, if I can't figure it out, I'll just beat those guys up first. Hold on as long as you can, Roger. This time, I must make you admit defeat willingly. As he was about to face an unprecedented fierce battle in a few hours, Karp instinctively clenched his fists, beads of sweat sliding down from the back of his neck, soon soaking through his coat, and even the justice cloak fluttering in the wind. Mr. Karp, are you feeling unwell? Should I find a military doctor to take a look at you? Behind him, a man in a suit stood on the deck, looking quite concerned as he asked, "It's the season when malaria can easily break out. Even the strongest person can't avoid it." "That's not true, Bogart." Cap turned half his face, revealing a confident and cheerful smile. "I'm just trembling from excitement." Looks like I worried for nothing." A rare smile appeared on Bogart's stern face as he placed his right hand on the hilt of his knife. "If you need someone to clear the path for you, don't forget to count me in. Wow, with you around, I can relax." Ouch, ouch, ouch. I twisted my waist from too much excitement. Maybe I should find a military doctor first. As Gringu passed through a long corridor, a heavy and ornate door gradually came into view, adorned with two opposing bipedal dragons that looked lifelike from afar. A faint light leaked through a slight crack in the door, making the originally pitch-black corridor a bit brighter. From inside, there were occasional creaking sounds that became clearer as footsteps approached. The corner of Gringu's mouth lifted slightly as he gently pushed the door open and swaggered inside. The spacious and luxurious living room was filled with various golden furnishings, and a stunning crystal chandelier hung in the center of the ceiling. The light filtered through the glass cover and illuminated the floor, creating a dazzling array of colors, making it hard to believe this was the resting place for competitors. However, Gringa showed no interest in the room's decor, focusing instead on the source of the earlier sounds. On a dark golden bee-skin sofa sat a petite girl. From behind, her exact appearance was unclear, but her long, deep purple hair cascaded down her back, with a high, swaying tuft on her head. She was completely engrossed in assembling a small doll, oblivious to anyone entering the room. With the competition starting in just over an hour, don't you think you're being a bit too relaxed playing with that boring toy? Suddenly hearing that familiar and annoyingly distinctive voice, the girl froze for a moment, then dropped her work, bouncing off the sofa and rushing towards the door. She slightly bent at the waist towards the tall young man standing there, hands behind her back, her sweet smile blooming like a flower. "Ah, it's the much-anticipated Mr. Gringu. Were you just asking me about the competition? Don't worry. As long as I don't get a negative 15,000 points, I have plenty of ways to achieve a good score like Gringu. The girl also wore a large cloak, along with a black tight-fitting armor miniskirt that just barely revealed her navel and abdominal lines. Her long gloves and knee-high boots were a uniform light purple, and her long legs were clad in skin-colored stockings that accentuated her thigh curves. The two slender purple lines extending from below her eyes to her chin didn't make her face look strange. Rather, they added a touch of alluring beauty. When she smiled, her eyes turned into charming crescent shapes, and her laughter was melodious and captivating, making it hard not to feel fond of her. However, Gringu, who had known her for a long time, quickly detected the sarcasm in her tone. Despite this, he didn't get angry. He simply glanced around and calmly asked, "Why are you the only one here, Sally?" Upon hearing the affectionate nickname used for her within the team, the girl's cute face lit up even more. The others went ahead to check if their slaves are healthy. Although to me, it doesn't matter if they're alive or dead at this point, she suddenly seemed to remember something, hands on her hips, pouting adorably, her tuft swaying like an antenna as her emotions rose. "By the way, you guys are so unfair sneaking off to Hive Island to rob without telling me, leaving me with nothing." Gringu, seemingly used to her unchanging childish temper, helplessly closed his eyes and sighed. "With your ostentatious abilities, it wouldn't be hard for that group to spot your flaws. Fine, I'll just share half of the prize money with you." Anyone else would have reacted defensively to such teasing words, but Sally only smiled, gently stroking the exquisitely crafted doll in her hands, which was missing a right leg, and softly said, "If that's the case, maybe my dislike for you will lessen, just a little. But as for who will be the victor, it should still be someone like me, right? Don't you think so, little Sykes?" The doll, with its adorable boyish face and lively expression, seemed to respond, its square mouth opening and closing to produce a gentle yet somewhat mechanical voice. "Of course, Lady Sally is the most beautiful and perfect goddess of the sea. There's nothing she can't do. Winning the championship is a piece of cake." Such flattery made Sally feel quite pleased, and she couldn't help but rub the doll's head against her face, her smile sweeter than before. "Yay, so good. This is my lovable little Sykes. As a reward, I'll make you into my greatest masterpiece." Oh, Lady Sally's flawless praise has left me utterly flabbergasted, watching their perfectly synchronized banter as if it had been rehearsed. Gringa sighed, feeling at a loss for how to deal with such a self-absorbed girl. Moreover, whenever she met him, she always displayed a confrontational hostility, even while asking him questions with a beaming smile. 9 out of 10 of her remarks were anything but pleasant. The reasons for this were unavoidable. As long as her ambition for the team leader's position remained unchanged, her extreme support for that man naturally wouldn't allow her to feel positively towards him. "I can't wait to see the expression on your face when you watch the man you admire the most get taken down right in front of you." Silently reciting this in his mind, a barely perceptible cold smile appeared at the corner of Gringu's mouth as he strode past her. Sitting upright on the sofa with a proper posture, picking up a mechanical part from the table and slowly turning it in his hand, every movement careful and deliberate, as if he were a noble well-versed in etiquette. Suppose the grand prize ultimately ends up in the hands of you ability users. What do you plan to do with it? Gringu asked slowly without looking up, his hand still playing with the gear that was edged with tiny teeth. "What to do?" "Huh, are you kidding me?" Sally laughed, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world, doubling over with laughter until tears streamed from her eyes. "Do we even need to think about that? Of course, we'll feed it to the slaves we keep at home and parade them around enjoying the miserable lives of those lowly creatures is definitely a form of pleasure. It matches your usual working style, but I don't actually dislike it." Green's indifference to her mockery, while still focused on his task, never diverted his gaze from the parts. "Those prizes are extremely rare varieties of devil fruits. Isn't it a bit wasteful to feed them to those slaves? It would be better to let other family members enjoy them." "That's right, Lady Sally." The doll known as Little Sykes agreed with his thoughts, saying those fruits were obtained with considerable effort by the commander, and if he found out you did this, he would surely be furious. As soon as it said this, it felt a sense of foreboding. In an instant, the temperature around dropped several degrees, and a chilling aura filled the air. Then a sweet laugh, like the sound of silver bells, echoed from above the doll. "What did you just say?" "Sorry, I didn't quite hear you. Could you please repeat that? Sykes couldn't help but shiver, clearly feeling the grip on him turning into a squeeze. Slowly, he raised his head to look up and soon met Lisa's charming face, which had a smile that seemed to hide something sinister. Her dark pupils sparkled with a chilling light as she stared at him intently. I'm so sorry, Lady Sally. I absolutely did not mean to offend you. Upon seeing her expression, Sykes panicked, beads of liquid, whether sweat or oil, trickling down his forehead as he desperately shook his wooden arm in a trembling explanation. I meant, since those fruits are prizes for the competition, their importance is extraordinary and cannot be compared to ordinary devil fruits. His tone began to carry a strong sobbing sound towards the end. A wonderful drama is about to unfold. As if foreseeing what would happen next, Green chuckled to himself and stopped speaking. Lisa looked at the pitiful face in her hand, then suddenly shook her head, her hair swaying in the same direction, and sighed in a disappointed tone, still unaware of where you went wrong. It seems your skills are quite lacking. Another problem has arisen. Let's handle it as usual. The girl's tone was very flat, as if she were discussing something trivial. But Sykes was already terrified, his mouth opening and closing rapidly. Master, please forgive my rudeness. I will definitely be a loyal servant from now on. Swoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, his entire left leg was violently torn off. Blood sprayed from the severed stump, thick and crimson. It hurts. I'm dying. Sykes cried in agony, the severe damage to his body causing his speech to become unbalanced. Though he was just a doll, some of his body structures were no different from humans. All of this was closely related to Lisa's special abilities. If you really were obedient, you should know what to say and what not to say. Lisa casually tossed the bloody short leg aside. A radiant smile like the sun reappeared on her pale cheeks. But beneath that seemingly innocent smile lurked an unmeasurable cruelty. The commander is not someone of your caliber to evaluate. This is your final farewell. And no, please don't. Sykes shrieked, his voice more chaotic than before. Right hand. Swoosh. Left hand. Swoosh. Please. Head. Swoosh. The room fell silent once again, the strong smell of blood permeating the air, filling Green's nostrils and making him frown as he had been toying with the parts. He reproachfully said, "It stinks. Hurry up and clean this mess. Before taking it out on your toys, you should consider others' feelings." Haven't we long been accustomed to this smell? Sally, hands behind her back, leisurely walked toward the side of the room, casually stepping on the head that was still slightly moving, shattering it. Blood splattered alongside the flying parts, with a few drops hitting her face. Yet, she didn't mind at all, slowly saying in a tone that implied it was only natural besides. How dare this garbage say the commander would get angry? It's disgusting enough to make one vomit. That great person would never reject someone else's opinion. Is that really so? Your narcissistic temper hasn't changed at all. The response did not come from Green, but from a pool of blood splattered on the ground from the doll's wound. To be precise, amidst the churning surface of blood, a thin, tall figure suddenly emerged with a splash. It was a young man with his upper body exposed, soaked in blood, with long red hair that wriggled like octopus tentacles, as if alive with self-awareness. A terrifying grin was tattooed on his solid chest, the crimson color making it even more striking. He wore tight, reddish-brown pants adorned with rows of studs, and a wide belt with tiny sharp spikes on the metal buckle. The young man wore a cheeky smile, making anyone who met his gaze feel extremely uncomfortable, with 3 iron rings pierced through his nostrils and the lower lip. The large cloak draped over his back indicated that his status was no less than the 2 in the room. Most eye-catching was the crescent-shaped large scythe on his back, its blade of vivid red, with a prominent barb at the tip that shimmered with a faint metallic luster under the light. Hey, Lilia, you should at least give a heads up when you come over. You almost scared me to death. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sally complained, her hair swaying like a windmill. Who told you not to kill before the competition? There is nothing to do on the island, so I came over to hang out. The young man casually replied, glancing around before swaggering over to the sofa opposite Green, sitting down with his legs crossed. Besides, you all know my abilities. A portion of the escapees suddenly vanished. Have you found any traces of them after wandering around the island for so long? Yazler? Green finally put down the parts in his hand, looking up at the seemingly carefree young man. Oh, You notice the situation outside. Your observation haki is quite stable, the young man named Yasler remarked enviously, then returned to the topic at hand, his tone revealing his disappointment at not achieving his goal. Aside from the two you took out, there are only those fools who tried to escape the island and were killed. The few escapees you mentioned seem to have disappeared without a trace. In short, compared to this, he shifted his gaze to the pile of dull remnants scattered in the pool of blood, suppressing the laughter that threatened to burst forth at any moment. He raised his eyes to the girl who was stamping her feet on the floor in a fit of rage. An hour ago, you were so eager to show us your latest masterpiece, and I was filled with anticipation if this pile of junk is what you consider your achievement. Then it can indeed be called a remarkable work. Sally-chan, as he said this, he clapped his hands, the arm rings on his wrists clinking together, producing a metallic sound. Sally, who quickly caught the teasing tone in his voice, not only did not get angry, but instead squeezed out a naive and cheerful smile. That was made specifically because I know little AIA has a fondness for scrap metal, but if you want a complete doll, that's not impossible. How about I send little Savin to you another day? You can treat it however you like. What's the point of destroying lifeless dolls? Yasler jumped up from the sofa, looking at his blood-stained hands, his eyes flashing with an unusual excitement and cruel color. What I pursue is the blood that flows from humans. Only by personally taking the life of a living being can I enjoy the ultimate pleasure. Seeing the sudden display of predatory intent from him, Lisa, who had a full understanding of his nature, was not afraid. Instead, it seemed as if a certain keyword had triggered her, and she blinked her dark red eyes, saying slowly, "No life characteristics? Don't forget, my dolls are made from human materials. If your next answer doesn't satisfy me, I will consider little AIA's earlier words as a provocation against me." Hearing her voice turn a bit low, Gringer slightly turned his head, noticing that Sally, who usually had a carefree expression, was rarely showing a serious demeanor. He clearly understood that this colleague was particularly obsessed with creating perfect dolls indistinguishable from ordinary people. Once any issue with her dolls was pointed out, it would be far more serious than insulting her idol to her face. And Yasler, who had only joined the Knights of God 3 years ago and had not interacted much with Sally, was naturally not very aware of her triggers. Sure enough, Yasler did not notice any flaws in his words. On the contrary, without any thought, he drew the huge scythe from his back, pointing the blade at the girl radiating a cold aura, and sneered, "I warn you, it's best not to anger me, or I don't know what I might do." Just what I want. Sally spread her arms, her fingers forming a grasping gesture, each fingertip glowing faintly with a purple light, a lively smile curving at the corners of her lips. She decided to take this opportunity to eliminate their competition ahead of time, witnessing the impending clash between the two. Gringer not only did not advise against it, but instead waited with glee for the battle to erupt. In terms of strength, neither of them could match even half of me. But in this competition that merely tests killing efficiency, those two little brats are undoubtedly the most troublesome opponents. Please, feel free to fight it out. No matter who the victor is, the one who laughs last will definitely be. Just as this thought sprouted in his mind, a loud announcement echoed from the phone bug in the corner of the room, making everyone's ears buzz. Lord Satan of the Five Elders, along with Lord Hellred Edmund, the organizer of this competition, is about to make a significant address before the match begins. All participants, please gather in the square as soon as possible. The Human Hunting Conference, as the name suggests, is a slaughter competition targeting humans of any race. Every 3 years, the Five Elders, representing the highest authority of the world government, randomly select a non-member country as the venue through a lottery and send government agents to investigate. If valuable resources are found on the island, it will unconditionally belong to the world government after the conference ends. As for the specific targets of the hunt, they are nothing more than the local natives and slaves deemed to have lost any usefulness. If there are rare races among these people, they will be regarded as high-level prey in this conference and become priority targets for hunting. In addition, after communicating with the high-ranking Navy in advance to ensure that the news does not leak, all celestial dragons are forcibly summoned to participate, led by one of the Five Elders and outstanding representatives carefully selected from various families, the Knights of God. Of course, the word forcibly brings no burden to most celestial dragons. On the contrary, they are extremely eager for the excitement and fun that only appears in competitive events. Facing slaves who have no power to resist and only know how to escape desperately can more effectively stimulate the violent desires hidden deep within their hearts. This is a game where the powerful can wield life and death over the weak according to their own preferences. We hope all participants will remain calm. Now, let us welcome Lord Satan and Lord Hellred Edmund to address this conference. As the host's enthusiastic voice spread through every corner of the square from the phone bug, the celestial dragons, who had just been engaged in heated discussions about how to make the fleeing prey die faster, gradually quieted down, turning to focus their gaze on the high platform above the palace. Thud, thud, thud. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of footsteps of varying weights followed one after another, along with the heavy sound of a cane striking the ground, perfectly synchronized as if rehearsed hundreds of times. As these sounds drew closer, two tall figures slowly emerged from the dark corridor, walking along a straight path to stand side by side in front of the ornate railing. The person on the left leaned on a long wooden cane with both hands, a black noble flat cap covering his head full of gray curls. From the wrinkles covering his face and his fluffy white beard, it was easy to see that he was advanced in years. But his straight posture and bright eyes showed that he possessed physical qualities that were no less than those of the young. A deep and long scar marked his left cheek, seemingly a remnant from a fierce battle in the past. The other person's stature was even more robust, with sleek black hair parted in the middle, the tips slightly curled up, and a strand of light gray hair hanging over his broad forehead, making his facial features more distinct. He appeared to be around 40, sporting a short beard on his chin, and his bronze face showed no discernible expression. His left eye was covered by a wide brown eye patch, emblazoned with the symbol of the celestial dragon's supreme authority. While only his deep sea-like right eye was able to see, the evenly distributed wrinkles on his face did not make him appear aged, but rather added a touch of steadiness and seriousness. He was clad in heavy black armor with a metallic sheen, emanating a chilling glow, and the cape behind him billowed in the rising wind, giving him an air of an untouchable superior, as if standing atop the clouds like a god, surveying the multitude below with an imposing presence. The scientific defense god of the five elders, Jagor Lucius Satan, and the commander of the Knights of God, Nerona Hellred Edmund. These two prominent figures, who usually do not easily show themselves and reign at the pinnacle of the world, are currently gracing this geographically remote island. At the moment they appeared in view, most of the celestial dragons in the audience widened their eyes and involuntarily held their breath, their usual arrogant demeanor completely replaced by an indescribable sense of surprise and reverence. Sally, standing in the front row, gazed at her immediate superior with sparkling eyes, her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, and the tuft of hair on her head swaying as if blown by a strong wind. This year's number of participants is several times more than before. Gazing down at the vast sea of white below, Satan squinted slightly, his thick beard wriggling with the movement of his mouth. This is all thanks to the mouth-watering prizes and the Hive Island raid plan proposed and implemented by you and your knights. As he spoke, his gaze slowly shifted to the face of the man beside him, seemingly very curious about how the other would react next. If it were an ordinary celestial dragon lacking self-awareness, they would hardly recognize the prickly undertone in his words, and even if they did sense it, they would have no choice but to adopt a submissive posture. However, Heller Edmund not only understood it immediately, but also showed no change in his stern expression, calmly gazing at the cloudless blue sky in the distance, as if a voice devoid of any human presence had echoed in Satan's ears after half a century of silence. If it's just boring pleasantries, then spare me. I'm not one to boast about such insignificant achievements. His speaking style shows no mercy at all, unfazed by Heller Edmund's arrogant and indifferent response. Satan curiously asked if it was because he couldn't see the main event. No comment. I see. As a warrior, I can understand that feeling. Satan stared at the right eye that revealed a hint of regret, tugging at one corner of his mouth, suggesting that the participants shouldn't be kept waiting too long. Just like in previous years, it would be best if you said a few words yourself. What a troublesome guy. after leaving a slightly dissatisfied remark. Heller Edmund's gaze swept over the crowd below, from the fully armed knights of God to the celestial dragons dressed in white robes with hoods, and finally landing on the people locked in iron cages at the edge of the square. These individuals all wore handcuffs and had a conspicuous target pattern painted on the back of their clothes. Among them were the old and the young, men and women, and even a baby trembling in its mother's arms. Undoubtedly, they were the slaves referred to as escaped rabbits in a hunting tournament, each face filled with a despair that words could hardly describe, seemingly resigned to the impending and irreversible tragic reality. Heller Edmund merely glanced at them casually, as if he had completely lost interest, and then shifted his gaze back to the center of the square. Clearing his throat, he slowly opened his arms to the sides, his originally cold voice turning into an impassioned tone. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens belonging to the privileged class of the world government, there is an undeniable fact that you must firmly remember before the competition begins. The moment each person is born, they are destined to be unequal. Some are born to receive the admiration of countless people, living a life of luxury, while others face endless scorn and abuse, struggling to survive in the shadows. Is this the injustice created by the world? No, it is not. Everything can be blamed on those humans who exist as mistakes. Whether they are special races that have committed heinous crimes in the past or non-member countries that are not recognized by the world. Among the outlaws active at sea today, you can find traces of these people. To showcase their so-called uniqueness, they are willing to bring countless disasters to the world. Backwardness, ignorance, arrogance, greed, all the characteristics that represent the inherent flaws of humanity can be found in those people. They do not deserve to enjoy the most basic human rights. At this point, Heller Edmund's emotions soared even higher, veins bulging on his forehead, his right hand clenched into a fist making cracking sounds. As citizens sharing the same blood as the Creator, we must hold this significant conference to eliminate all factors that hinder human progress. This will be the first step toward creating a new world without conflict, where everyone is equal. Just as his words fell, an earth-shattering cheer erupted from the crowd. The celestial dragons raised their weapons high, loudly shouting the name of the current head of the Nerona family. Only Gringer looked on disdainfully, glancing at the excited Sally spinning like a top beside him, inadvertently tugging at the corner of his mouth. A new world? Boredom has its limits. Is there really a need for some so-called reason to clean up trash? Fortunately, the man he regarded as a thorn in his side was directing his gaze toward the fearful slaves, unaware of his contradictory behavior. Oh, sinners who are particularly fated to this hunting tournament, you need not fear nor lament. Fighting against each other and betraying one another is the deepest essence of humanity. But only through struggle can the world continue to evolve, gradually moving toward an unknown future. Heller Edmund raised his right hand, clad in dark golden armor, extending it forward, his powerful voice directly drowning out the jubilant sounds in the arena. In this trial to cleanse your sins, struggle with all your might, then desperately fight to survive. Those who ultimately survive will have the fortune to become part of the new world. This is the most generous mercy I grant you. His words seemed to carry some kind of magic, clearly reaching the ears of every slave. After a brief shock, a filthy middle-aged man trembled as tears streamed from his eyes. Did you all hear that? He said, as long as we survive, we'll be spared. Other slaves seemed to be moved by his emotions, bursting into tears one after another. Dad, this is great. Our family of 3 is saved. I can't believe there could be such good news. No matter what means I use, I will survive to the end. That way I can regain my freedom. Maybe I can even become part of the new world. Oh, finally, I can escape the days of being a slave. Looking at the sinners who were moved to tears, Yazler couldn't help but chuckle, a mocking smile forming on his face. The commander truly has a wicked mind, knowing from the start that he never intended to let them live. As he spoke, he made sure to sneak a glance at the nearby Sally, fearing that the troublesome girl might once again argue with him over some word that triggered her. Fortunately, she was gazing at the middle-aged man on stage with admiration, her delicate face flushed with excitement, and drool dripping from the corner of her mouth, clearly deeply entranced by her idol's lengthy speech. Mr. Heller is really kind-hearted. His voice is so pleasant. I've never seen a man, even a fraction as perfect as him. Yasler couldn't help but chuckle at her infatuated expression. He gently poked the waist of the nearby Galinko with his right hand and whispered, "Hey, look at Sally's foolish." His words were abruptly cut off as he noticed Galinko's gaze fixed intently on the high platform, his expression unusually serious. To Yasler's surprise, Galinko was not staring at Heller Edmund, whom he wanted to bring down, but rather at Satan, who had remained silent for a long time beside him. More precisely, it was the beard that trembled on his mouth and his increasingly tense expression. Upon closer inspection, one could also see beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Following Galinko's gaze, Yasler quickly realized something was wrong. That look! Is he talking to someone? But there's no one besides the commander. And I don't see any communication devices in his hands. Could it be the legendary telepathy? Unlikely. How could such a thing exist in this world? But it seems like some trouble has arisen. He pondered, still baffled, and decided not to take it seriously, feeling much more at ease. Meanwhile, Heller Edmund's speech had reached its conclusion. What I wanted to express is just this. The rest will be explained by the host. Of course, the customary polite remarks are still necessary. Heller Edmund took a deep breath, and in the next moment, a shout that echoed through the skies spread across the entire island. Even a navy stationed outside the island could hear it clearly. We hereby announce, the Valley of the Gods hunting tournament is officially open at this very moment. I hope everyone can obtain their desired prizes. In a certain unknown corner of the Valley of the Gods. Hey, listen carefully. The noise outside suddenly got louder. With a sharp shout, the slaves sitting in a circle on the grass immediately ceased their whispering and, in unison, turned their gazes to the boy leaning against the foot of the mountain. The boy, with a purple afro and tattered clothes, felt the astonished looks focused on him and pressed his ear against the rock wall again. Through the mountain stones, he could clearly hear the cries and screams from the outside world. His originally cheerful face darkened at this moment. It sounded like those guys couldn't wait to start, which was really infuriating. By the way, how's the eavesdropping going on your end, Ginny? He turned his exaggeratedly large head to look at the little girl squatting alone on the grass not far away. Just wait a bit longer, little Ivan. The girl with short pink hair mumbled with some dissatisfaction before focusing her attention on the communication device in her right hand. Despite being covered in dirt, it did not detract from her petite cuteness. Her big, round eyes were bright and lively as she seriously stared at the two communication devices placed on a wooden stump in front of her. Everyone knew that this girl named Ginny was an expert in information eavesdropping, so no one disturbed her during this process. After a long while, Ginny's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had discovered treasure. She pushed up her glasses that were about to slip off her cheeks and waved her small hand at everyone, her voice brimming with excitement. I got it. I got it. Several famous pirates have received the information I sent and are rushing towards the Valley of the Gods. They might arrive here in half an hour. Due to a missing tooth, her speech had a slight lisp, but it was still clear enough for the silent slaves to hear. Most of them trembled with excitement, as if they had seen hope and released the emotions they had long suppressed, cheering loudly. Really? It feels like a dream. So the time to say goodbye to this hell is coming? I thought this day would never come. Hey, don't be too happy too soon. They're pirates. Even if we escape from the celestial dragon's grasp, falling into their hands would still mean death. Whoever comes will be beneficial to us, right? As long as we steal those two fruits, as little Ivan and Ginny said, we could get a chance to escape. The noise at the scene suddenly erupted, with some people crying tears and snot from excitement, while others, slightly calmer, tried to persuade their companions. The tallest and most conspicuous boy in the crowd also revealed a reassuring smile. Only a man sitting on a rock remained silent, staring intently at the iron shackles locked around his wrists. When the clamor of voices gradually diminished until it completely stopped, he slowly raised his head, the entire motion mechanical and stiff, and a hoarse voice squeezed out from his throat. I sincerely thank you for your generous help, Miss Ginny. If you have already investigated, could you please tell me the names of those pirate crews? The man, who had not said a word since their arrival, suddenly posed such a question. causing all the slaves to pause slightly and involuntarily look at him. He was wrapped in blood-stained bandages, revealing only his eyes and mouth, his gaunt body trembling, appearing weak and powerless. Above his forehead, the bandages were tightly wrapped into a large ball, leaving no gap, making one curious about what was hidden beneath that heap of bandages. However, no one in the crowd entertained such thoughts, nor did anyone find his appearance out of place. After all, among the gathered slaves, there were many who were injured. Some even had sharp weapons sticking out of their backs, blood flowing profusely from their wounds. Everything was merely due to the whims of those in power, so the presence of a severely injured person covered in blood was not surprising. Some even felt a secret sympathy for the torment he had endured. Ginny, however, recognized him as a partner from the same group as herself and Ivan, usually quiet and giving the impression of being hard to approach. It was only thanks to the lively little Ivan that he managed to strike up a conversation with him. And the only name he managed to extract from him was Nova. He knew nothing else, such as which country he came from or how he was captured in the Valley of the Gods. But this unknown man was the first to unhesitatingly agree to little Ivan's request to stop those who were beating their companions. This made Ginny develop some goodwill toward him because, apart from her longtime friend little Ivan, the vast majority of slaves typically avoided such conflicts rather than stepping up. Moreover, she still hadn't forgotten the scene that had occurred not long ago. Just as the burly man let out a terrifying scream and raised a spiked iron rod to smash down on the boy lying unconscious on the ground, a sudden sharp wind blew past his ears. The next moment, he stood frozen in place, as if electrocuted, the iron rod slipping from his hand and clattering onto the grass. Although Ginny couldn't see it with her own eyes, her keen observational skills quickly led her to notice that the wind was blowing from their direction. Through the phone bug monitoring her, she confirmed that no one was following behind them, and even the agile Ivan might not be able to disarm someone from a distance. The only one left was that sickly-looking man. Why would such a powerful guy end up in the slave line? Holding on to this strange thought, Ginny patted her small chest and decisively revealed the answer the man wanted to know. No problem. I've investigated everything clearly. Among them are the Red Scorpion Pirates, the Celtic Pirates, the Bliska Pirates, the Obsidian Pirates. After listing off a series of names that left everyone baffled, Ginny's tone suddenly became serious. And the two most feared names of the current era, the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. Most of the slaves gathered here were commoners from all over the seas, having only a vague understanding of these two names. But the man named Nova trembled, propping himself up unsteadily, his vacant gaze seemingly bursting with color at that moment as he murmured, "They have come? Finally, they have come? Thank you, Miss Ginny. I won't be happy just because you praise me like that." Suddenly flattered by a stranger. Even a little girl like Ginny couldn't help but feel proud, scratching the back of her head and grinning, her eyes crescent-shaped. Ahem, back to the point. The young man named Ivankov cleared his throat twice, leaped in front of everyone, spread his arms, and said loudly, "In any case, let's stick to our plan. Those without combat abilities should hide here for now. Once those pirates create chaos on the island, Big Bear and I will take the opportunity to sneak into the center of the venue and steal those two fruits. If all goes well, leaving here won't be difficult." I will do my best." The largest boy, named Big Bear, nodded seriously. "Count me in too." Little Ivankov, a tall man with a peculiar skin tone and sharp teeth, raised his right hand, saying, "I've learned a bit of self-defense. Protecting you guys over there shouldn't be a problem." No, Ivankov shook his head, repeatedly denying the man's suggestion, clearly opposed to the idea of too many people going, as it would make them too conspicuous. "What you need to do is to protect these defenseless people. Fishman boy." The seemingly casual remark from the boy struck a nerve with the crowd, causing them to stir. "Defenseless? Don't underestimate us. Those bastards have played us for so long. We can't let them get away with it. Celestial dragons or marines? Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my companions will have to answer to my steel rod first." "Exactly. Little Ginny has helped us so much. We absolutely won't let her be killed. Big Bear has suffered so much at the hands of these hopeless guys and still repays us with kindness. We have to do something for him." Watching the excited slaves cracking their knuckles, a stark contrast to their despondent appearance just moments ago, A smile crept onto Ivankov's lips. He turned back and made a victory gesture to his little companions, who immediately understood and extended their right hands, mimicking the same gesture. Through Ivankov's righteous analysis just now, the slaves gradually realized that they wouldn't survive the hunting competition no matter what. The so-called restoration of freedom was just a lie they concocted for the sake of thrill. Moreover, having brutally beaten a 9-year-old child to unconsciousness to save their own lives had instilled some guilt in their hearts. With 3 children striving for freedom as adults, they naturally didn't want to lag behind. Ivankov, who understood human nature well, had deliberately chosen the right moment to use a provoking strategy, and it turned out to be as successful as he had anticipated. However, this was also a natural development for him. If someone had only relied on the charity of others and even discarded their most basic survival instincts, how could one talk about freedom or miracles? Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, where did that bandaged little guy go?" Everyone was startled by his exclamation and looked in the direction of his gaze, only to find that the man who had been standing on the boulder had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pair of handcuffs casually placed on the rock, shattered into pieces. The crowd exchanged glances, and the scene fell silent in an instant. The shark fisherman's shock was even more profound, as beads of sweat slid down his spine, visibly staining his clothes. It was known that even his proud biting power had taken considerable effort to break the handcuffs made of pure iron, and his teeth still ached. Yet that seemingly frail guy had managed to escape and even disappear without anyone noticing. This made him feel as if his worldview had been completely overturned. After a long moment, a disheveled, middle-aged man asked suspiciously, "That little guy came with you too, right? Are you familiar with him? Could he have gone to report us?" A series of questions left Ivankov, who was still in a daze, even more bewildered. Although he wanted to trust a man named Nova, he couldn't come up with a convincing reason in such a short time. He anxiously scratched his huge afro and was about to say something when Ginny quickly chimed in. "Don't worry, Nova would never be that kind of person. In fact, the reason we can speak freely here is thanks to him. Then what evidence do you have to prove he won't suddenly change his mind?" Another bearded man coldly asked, his tone filled with distrust, a bloody hole in his shoulder. If he weren't strong enough, he might have already collapsed. Instinct. Ginny stood up and answered without hesitation. If we can't trust our companions who share hardships with us, then what can we talk about when it comes to working together? The seriousness written all over the young girl's innocent face even surprised Ivankov, who didn't expect this usually carefree companion to say such words. He couldn't help but feel moved, bending his head at a 45-degree angle to the ground, raising his hands and shouting loudly. "That's right. Trust is the driving force behind our cooperation. Since that super amazing little guy has started to take action, we must also give it our all and not waste the opportunity he has fought for us." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, realizing that besides encouraging them, Ivankov was also subtly hinting that if Nova truly was a government spy sent to monitor them, then with the power he had displayed, he could eliminate everyone present at any time. So they stopped overthinking and followed the boy's rhythm, responding in unison. Seeing Ivankov successfully calm everyone's emotions, Ginny let out a sigh of relief, but suddenly furrowed her brows when no one was paying attention. In fact, there was another reason she couldn't voice. On the day they were called to form groups, when that brutish celestial dragon roughly explained the rules to them, Ginny felt a bit impatient and couldn't help but glance around. And she saw a pair of eyes that were decorated with messy bandages, radiating a blend of resentment and anger. It was as if 2 blades emitted a chilling aura, revealing an unmistakable killing intent. Just recalling those eyes made Ginny shiver uncontrollably, clutching her head. If, as Ivankov said, the driving force behind their actions was trust, then the force behind that person's actions was an abyss-like hatred. Oh no! Yasler's bloodthirsty and brutal nature was fully unleashed in this match. In the blink of an eye, the score reached the terrifying number of 90-0-0-0, just a step away from Green Gook's 100-0-0-0. Killing is truly exhilarating. Only the feeling of taking lives can give me such a thrill. Help! It feels like I'm burning all over. Blood is flowing out rapidly. TSK, that crazy little brat. Sally Neal also didn't fall behind, effortlessly scoring 89,000 points. Almost the entire eastern region was under her dominance. I told you to call her Little Sally. How can she be compared to Little Yas? How can I surpass that moon-headed bastard like this? What the hell is wrong with you? I'm Tony. Wait, don't come over. Ah, it hurts. Don't bite my neck. You are. Ugh, my hand is turned to wood. And my feet, my stomach too. My body is completely out of control. My consciousness is. Whether it's a god or a devil, is there anyone to save us? Truly the legendary Knights of God. The score far surpasses that of other competitors. Everyone, you need to step it up. Bastard, did you hear me tell you to stop? How can I hit you if you keep running around? Ha ha, look over there. That filthy fur tribe was killed on the spot by me. Still a SR rabbit. Run. Shout. What is the point of cleaning up the trembling trash? The cheers of the hunters mixed with the screams of the prey, the sounds of gunfire. Swords clashing and bodies falling echoed continuously, like a symphony symbolizing cruelty and death, resounding throughout the Goddess Valley, the competition venue. Anyone with a shred of conscience would find it unbearable to describe the scene on the island at this moment. However, the old man observing the event through the palace window remained as expressionless as a stone, not even blinking once. To describe his current state with an apt metaphor, it was like a bystander quietly enjoying a competitive game. Regardless of what happened on the field, it had little to do with him. He was solely focused on the final victor. As for those suffering misfortunes, in his eyes, they were no different from the ants seen everywhere. As long as the crushed ants were replaced with new ones, it was fine. The half-dead ants could barely serve as experimental subjects to extract their meager value. This was the belief held by this cold-hearted old man, and it was also a deeply rooted belief shared by all the 5 elders, including him. How could a ruler who sits at the highest point and gazes at the sky pay attention to the commoners crawling on the ground? Report to Lord Satan. The person you sent is outside seeking an audience. A man in white suddenly appeared behind him, half kneeling on the ground, quietly reporting. Let him in, Satan said without turning back, his voice as indifferent as ever. It was nothing unusual for a subordinate to report to a superior. Yes, the man respectfully nodded in response, seemingly afraid of offending this immensely high-ranking lord, and vanished without a sound like a ghost. In a moment, the door was slowly pushed open with a creak, and a figure walked in with a peculiar gait. The reason for calling it peculiar was that he walked very, very slowly. After stepping out with his left foot, his right foot followed suit, as if his entire right leg was completely stiff and numb. This posture resembled a mindless zombie, appearing weak, yet could pounce at any moment, leaving nothing but bones behind. As if drawn by that unique gait, Satan, the god of science and defense among the 5 elders, turned around and saw a slender man standing rigidly 2 meters away from him, not moving at all. The room, arranged in pitch black according to Satan's own preferences, made it impossible to see the man's specific features, but his eyes stood out in the dark, shining like 2 brilliant pearls sleeping deep in the sea. Satan's fingers were tightly clasped around the top of his cane as he calmly asked, "Is there any progress in the infiltration? With your abilities? It shouldn't be easy for them to see through you, right?" The man first deeply bowed, keeping his head parallel to the ground, then quietly said, "Everything is going very smoothly, but after revealing a bit, those people completely trust me, even revealing their escape plans in detail." The man's tone sounded like a cat clawing at the floor, producing an unusually harsh noise. But Satan had long been accustomed to this sound and nodded expressionlessly. As an agent, if you can't handle such a small matter, you should understand what the consequences will be. My subordinate will not follow the mistakes of the predecessors. Although his tone was very humble, the man's eyes did not show a hint of fear. Satan looked up at the ceiling and continued in an authoritative tone. "If those disobedient insects make any strange moves, you know what to do next, right? I've already dealt with them all." Oh, hearing this sudden news from him, Satan's eyes widened slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed his expressionless face as he asked word by word, "Including that Bacchania tribe?" "Yes," the man answered succinctly. Satan knew that this person never lied, and since he said so, there was no need to confer it further. After pondering for a moment, he muttered a few dissatisfied words. You should have reported to me before taking that kid out. Now the plan to torture him half to death and use him as an experimental subject has been ruined by you. The man immediately straightened his posture, bowed to his somewhat angry superior, and loudly said, although the Bacchania tribe possesses strength comparable to the giant race, they are also a group that committed great sins in the past. If they are not eliminated soon, they will pose future troubles. I made this decision after weighing the pros and cons. If my decision goes against your will, please feel free to kill me on the spot. He spoke more and more passionately, like a flood breaching a dam, ultimately collapsing to the ground as if waiting for the other party's judgment. Satan focused his gaze on him for a while, let out a faint sigh, and lightly tapped his cane on the floor twice. All right, for the sake of your loyalty, I will overlook this mistake this time. Of course, it is limited to once. At this point, his gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp, like a knife staring at the agent. Satan's generosity is greatly appreciated by his subordinates. Seeing him maintain a subservient attitude, Satan slowly turned around, his gaze returning to the window, his tone much more gentle than before. You may leave for now. I will notify you if an emergency arises. Be sure not to disappoint me. Agent codenamed Nova. Yes. The moment this word was spoken, as the door was pulled open, the person's figure vanished in an instant. The old man quietly watched the scene outside the window, his body as immovable as a rock, only the complex colors in his eyes reflecting the turmoil within. After a long time, he murmured to himself, even if one wants to gain their trust, isn't it a bit too exaggerated in appearance? Who would wrap their head like that? Forget it, it's not an important matter. What needs to be vigilant now is those guys. An unprecedented massive storm is about to descend upon them. In the long, dark corridor, the sickly green light flickered intermittently from above, making the atmosphere around particularly eerie. This was the only way to the underground treasury of the royal palace, and after all valuable items have been looted by invaders, this passage naturally became a wasteland. Normally, no one would seek trouble by approaching such a stinking place. Of course, that was limited to normal circumstances. Nova walked slowly in the empty corridor, fists tightly clenched, feeling very satisfied with the arrangements he had made so far. The image of that CP-8 disguised as a slave, frantically pouncing on him after his identity was exposed, was still vivid in his mind. Unfortunately, the strength and momentum he displayed seemed mismatched, and in the blink of an eye, he was kicked to the ground, fully confessing the information about the island before turning to dust under the green light. Fortunately, he had blocked signals within a 5-meter radius in advance, and given that the body had vanished without a trace, the other patrolling agents did not notice what had happened here. Using the new identity obtained from the eradication, the man spent a long but unremarkable 16 days in peace. The only thing he remembered was that the girl with pink hair had tampered with the phone bug to ensure the signal could smoothly reach the new world. As for falsely reporting the situation of those slaves, it was not out of goodwill to let Satan lower his guard, but merely to further achieve his goal by leveraging their plan. An emergency? It sounds like he has noticed Mr. Rock's movements. Isn't this just perfect? The more you fight, the easier it will be for me to approach that target. But after receiving so much care from them, it seems unreasonable not to do something. Thinking of this, he lifted his right hand and gently touched his cheek as the bandages fell away in fragments, revealing a large, oval helmet gradually. It was a boy, an exceptionally beautiful boy who would surely attract the attention of girls if he walked down the street. However, that handsome face was now terrifyingly pale, as if covered by a layer of bone-chilling frost. His eyes, predominantly white with little black, seemed to contain infinite anger and hatred, making them look particularly eerie under the dim light. Enjoy the gift I have prepared for you in 5 minutes. You scum were not worth dying 100,000 times. The corners of the boy's mouth curled into a cruel and resentful smile, his fists clenched tighter, his nails digging into the tender flesh of his palms, small streams of blood seeping out. Yet he didn't care at all, quickening his pace towards the end of the corridor. Bored with the competition, so you came here? Satan sat casually on the sofa, fingers interlaced under his chin, watching the figure sitting opposite him with great interest. After seeing so much one-sided slaughter, it naturally became utterly boring. A middle-aged man in exquisite patterned black armor leaned back on the sofa with his arms crossed, blending into the darkness of the room, only a pair of deep, dark eyes flickering with a chilling light. His voice was much colder than his gaze, like the grim reaper from the depths of hell. Rather than this, I want to know why you, who received the intelligence in advance, did not say it at the first opportunity. The man's stern questioning seemed to have been anticipated by Satan, who merely blinked and slowly explained. If the news of pirates are about to attack God Valley is made public during the competition, it won't affect you Knights of God, but it would undoubtedly cause great panic among ordinary celestial dragons, rendering this long-planned conference meaningless. As he spoke, he picked up the hot tea on the table and took a sip. More importantly, once the pirates realize we are on guard, the strong will take more targeted measures, while the weak will flee with their tails between their legs. It will become very troublesome to catch them all. Satan's nonchalant words made the commander of the Knights of God, Hell Edmund, grow increasingly gloomy. To use the celestial dragons and the prize as bait to lure them in. So that was your intention. The thought flashed through his mind, and Hell Edmund did not hesitate for a moment, his gaze piercing like an arrow as he stared at him, sternly shouting, "Do not do anything unnecessary. J. Gorlucia, mind your tone, Lord Hell Edmund." Satan responded in the same cold tone, striking his cane heavily on the floor, immediately creating a small dark pit in the granite floor. "If it weren't for the sake of that esteemed person, I wouldn't have to be so polite to you." In the moment of their standoff, a tense atmosphere filled the air, as if the very air had stopped at that moment. Finally, Satan placed the cane across his knee and broke the silence first. "I can roughly understand your feelings. If something were to happen to the celestial dragons, the credibility of the world government would be utterly destroyed, right? In order to stabilize the internal factions of the celestial dragons, this high-ranking elder, who usually spoke condescendingly, ultimately chose to compromise. If such a situation arose, public opinion would need to be utilized for damage control. Hell Edmund reigned in the cold light in his eyes. And besides, even if they came in greater numbers, it would not affect the battle situation in the slightest, as long as it is there. At this point, the commander intentionally or unintentionally touched the eye patch over his left eye, a rare smile appearing on his stern face. "Is it the one used on Pirate Island? Only you could come up with such a strategy." Satan suddenly remembered something and pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you planning to use against Rocks?" "Who knows? However, I also have the intention to settle this once and for all with him." Heller Edmund's gaze was like lightning as he spoke, word by word, saying it was necessary to give him a good lesson. One conqueror of the world is enough. Just as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly swept in from outside the door, filling every corner of the room and enveloping the two figures in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion instantly interrupted the hunting of the celestial dragons in the square, causing them to turn in unison towards the site of the incident, their faces showing astonishment. The originally magnificent palace had turned into ruins, with raging flames shooting into the sky. Among the rubble, a few corpses, burned beyond recognition, could still be seen, and the acrid smell mixed with the scent of blood wafted through the air, making one feel nauseous. What happened? A girl, who was very dissatisfied with being called Saint Sarniel, kept moving her fingers while putting on an innocent expression as she looked at the scene before her. The tuft of hair on her forehead suddenly curled inward, taking the shape of a question mark. Yasler's eyes widened. Hey, is this for real? Where are Commander and Lord Satan? A bomb? Who is messing around inside? Glenn Gummin keenly sensed that something was off and instinctively gripped the hilt of his knife. Just as he was about to step forward to investigate, a sharp and fearful broadcast sounded in his ears. "This is bad," led by the Rocks Pirates. Many infamous pirate crews have appeared in the waters near God's Valley and are currently engaged in a fierce battle with a brave and skilled navy. The competition is temporarily suspended. All contestants are advised to prioritize their own safety. Boom! Boom boom! With each loud bang, dense cannonballs trailing long tails streaked across the sky, some falling into the sea and splashing up giant columns of water, while most landed on warships, causing earth-shattering explosions. No, the enemy's firepower is too dense. Requesting reinforcements. A Navy colonel shouted into the den mushy, his voice filled with urgency and fear. As he saw his subordinates either screaming as they fell into the sea or being engulfed in flames along with the entire warship, he couldn't help but feel frantic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I've never heard of pirates attacking God's Valley like this. Anyway, we just need to hold on until reinforcements arrive. Just then, a cannonball came screaming down from the sky, blowing the entire warship into pieces, and at that moment, the colonel's thoughts came to a complete halt. Advance! Charge! Eliminate every last one of those detestable government lackeys. Accompanied by a loud, distant laugh, a colossal ship came speeding in from the sea, like a giant beast rampaging through the water, creating waves. A massive sail was fixed high on either side of the mast, depicting a flaming skull that looked particularly menacing under the glow of the fire. Behind the grand ship followed dozens of vessels of varying sizes, each with a flag hanging from its mast. The different patterns on the flags and the occasional shouts between the ships indicated that these people not only came from different factions, but also had a rather discordant relationship. That is, a Navy soldier stationed on the largest warship at the coast, responsible for reconnaissance, raised his telescope to focus on the pattern on the sail, and his initially uncertain voice suddenly turned into an endless scream. It was the Rocks Pirates. The world's strongest pirate crew has appeared. The Navy soldiers stationed on the warship suddenly heard that person's exclamation. Their expressions changed drastically, and the deck was thrown into chaos. Not just them. Many infamous pirates have come. What are we afraid of? Just sink their ships. No, we can't hit the target. Damn it. We clearly did a good job of keeping things secret on the island. How did they find out? Even these elite Navy personnel from headquarters, who had seen many storms in their lives, were at a loss in the face of this sudden situation, only able to watch helplessly as another warship was sunk in the sea. Isn't it obvious? The answer is that someone leaked the information. Hearing that deep and lazy voice, the previously panicked Navy soldiers were all taken aback, involuntarily turning to see their superior yawning, leisurely walking out of the cabin, his crimson pompadour a bit messy, looking as if he had just woken up. But when he lifted his head to look ahead, his deep gray eyes emitted two sharp beams of light like hawks, giving off a suffocating sense of pressure. Mr. Rubail. The Navy soldiers immediately straightened up and saluted him, not daring to show any signs of slackness. One officer, looking relatively mature, swallowed hard and mustered the courage to ask, "By the way, how did you find out the news was leaked? The communication signals between God's Valley and the outside world should have been cut off by us." I say, my friend, jumping to conclusions carelessly can lead to trouble. Rubail casually stretched, walked over to the somewhat bewildered officer, patted him on the shoulder, and said softly, "Beneath the seemingly calm lake surface, there often lurks a turbulent undercurrent. To give an example, those missing slaves have not truly disappeared, but are hiding somewhere unknown, scheming something. If we were to speculate further, it suggests there might be communication experts among them." The officer was taken aback. In an instant, he seemed to understand something, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Yes, I'll take care of it immediately." As soon as he said this, he put on a serious expression, turned around, and shouted to his subordinates in a commanding voice, "Those skilled in moonwalk, come back to the island with me for a thorough search. If any suspicious slaves are found, capture them immediately and interrogate them rigorously. The rest, set up a defensive net in the name of justice. We must not let evil set foot here." "Yes, sir." After the soldiers dispersed, Rubail leapt onto the bow of the ship, hands in the pockets of his coat, his justice cape billowing in the wind created by the cannon fire, his gaze fixed on the giant pirate ship approaching, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Isn't it just wonderful how fate has brought us together?" The pirate island's lady, without stopping his laughter, he slowly and stiffly raised his right hand, pointing it straight ahead, accompanied by the sound of his entire arm crackling like frying beans. "Ha ha ha! Resist all you want. Before the Rocks Pirates, you are nothing but insignificant insects." Standing alone at the bow, shaped like a skull, Rocks gazed at the blazing sea and the wreckage floating on it. An indescribable thrill surged within him, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly at the sky, sending waves crashing. Suddenly, it seemed like the entire ocean echoed with his laughter. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh. Cannonballs, accompanied by a piercing roar, arced through the air towards the giant ship, their speed so fast it was like lightning and thunder. Rocks let out a cold laugh, remaining motionless with his arms crossed. Boom, boom. The countless shells seemed to crash into an invisible wall, exploding in a series of blasts before they could reach the massive ship. Even the fiery flames that erupted were blocked by that barrier, with debris from the explosions raining down like a curtain, leaving many pirate ships unable to dodge in time. Their hulls were quickly pierced with holes, and the raging flames spread rapidly across the deck, accompanied by screams and wails. Hey, Rocks, you bastard! Can't you consider your fellow travelers? A group of pirates, their heads scorched, crowded by the dilapidated side of their ship, shouted angrily at the only intact giant vessel. If it weren't for their fear, they would have already opened fire recklessly, as was their usual style. These little bugs have been chirping nonstop since earlier. Rocks muttered with a displeased expression, and without any visible motion, a dark red lightning bolt suddenly coalesced from his left side and shot towards the complaining pirates. Before the pirates even had time to react, they and their already damaged ship vanished in a massive explosion. TSK, isn't that a bit excessive? Our primary enemies are the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. Newgate, standing at the front of the deck with a naginata in hand, couldn't help but remind him. Even though most of those persistent pirates were merely a rabble seeking profit, their relentless harassment could cause considerable trouble for the Navy station nearby as they attempted to land on God Valley. Therefore, Newgate didn't want to create more enemies before the upcoming battle. Exactly, Newgate always has a point. A melodious yet slightly impatient voice came from Newgate's side, contrasting sharply with the surrounding atmosphere of slaughter. Stussy, dressed as always in a flamboyant manner, clung to Newgate's shoulder, her slender arms wrapped around his neck like a gecko, irritating the white-haired woman nearby who had been focused on her since they set off. Rocks didn't turn around and casually said, looking ahead at the incoming warships, "Anyone who dares to play any tricks, I'll be the first to take them down." His voice was low, barely audible unless one was very close, but to Newgate, it felt unbearably oppressive, and his expression turned extremely serious. Rocks, that man's heart is like a long-dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Anyone standing in his way, even allies, will be burned to ashes. I hope my worries are unfounded. The cannons on the ship wouldn't stop operating due to Newgate's thoughts. Countless shells instantly transformed into a dense hail in the air, covering the remaining warships with a cloud of destruction. We're done for. The cries of the naval soldiers, tinged with panic, filled the air as tens of thousands of crystalline projectiles danced across the sea, quickly forming a grand and spectacular crystal wall. With a sharp sound of something piercing the air, all the shells that hit the wall seemed to encounter a powerful repulsive force, reflecting back at speeds several times faster than they came, striking several distant pirate ships and obliterating the pirates on the deck who were shouting recklessly. What the? Kaido, standing among the crowd, saw this scene from afar, clenching his fists in anger. That crystal bastard from Grassland Island. Looking at the wall that coiled around the island like a giant dragon, glowing with a crimson hue under the sunlight, Rocks raised an eyebrow with interest, revealing his signature wicked smile. Oh, just as lively as the intel suggested. But this time, I have no mood to play house with you. He turned his face towards Newgate and shouted, his voice vibrating the air. Stussy, is that thing reliable? Don't shout so loudly. You might scare someone to death before they even get to the battlefield. Stussy protested, landing lightly on the ship's side, pulling out a small cannon the size of an arm, its surface adorned with a mischievous little devil sticking out its tongue. Being able to create crystals at will and possessing impenetrable defense. If I hadn't managed to find out its weakness from Kaido's underlings, I wouldn't have known what to do. Stussy murmured to herself, taking a silver mini cannonball from her pocket and loading it into the cannon. Corrosive Star, a new weapon formed from seawater with an 80% concentration of sea salt and dozens of different corrosive liquids. Although its ability to suppress powers might not match that of high-purity sea prism stone, but Stussy confidently hoisted the cannon onto her shoulder, aiming it at the target ahead, her face breaking into a confident smile. Against such brittle junk that melts upon contact with salt, it might just unleash 120 of its effectiveness. As soon as the words left her mouth, the previously silver-glowing cannonball erupted from the cannon, whistling through the air straight towards the tightly encased crystal barrier surrounding the island. At that moment, Rock's irresistible command echoed again. Ling Ling, what are you still hesitating for? Faster, Rocks. What did I allow you to give me orders? The proud Ling Ling's fur bristled with anger, but faced with a larger situation, she could only suppress her fury, reluctantly sending a bubble of energy towards the ground while shouting, "Charge towards God Valley at full speed. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be smashed to smithereens." Yes, Mom. The continuous explosions of cannonballs around her filled Rubail with satisfaction. Seeing the crimson crystal wall blocking their view remain unyielding despite the bombardment, he casually changed his posture, sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship, humming a pleased little tune. No matter what you do, it's all in vain. To deal with any unexpected situations, the crystal material I created this time is the same as the one that trapped Rocks that day. Rubail picked his nose and flicked the booger into the sea with a splash, sticking out his tongue to lick his lower lip with a sinister smile. Even if he personally came to the scene, it would take some time to thoroughly destroy this fortress, right? As long as that guy focuses his haki on the crystal, the defenses on the ship will naturally relax. His smile suddenly froze on his face as he instinctively stood up, staring in shock at the wisps of red smoke beginning to rise from the crystal wall, murmuring to himself, Hey, how can this happen? In an instant, from the part in contact with something, the crystalline structure of the wall rapidly dissolved under the rising red smoke, transforming into streams of thick, red liquid flowing down and visibly spreading to the surrounding crystals. Before long, the supposedly indestructible crystal fortress was breached, creating a wide opening through which the scene on the sea was fully visible. The first thing that caught the eye was a gigantic pirate ship racing towards them, leaving behind 2 rows of waves that soared dozens of meters high, not to mention the black flag fluttering in the wind. What was most surprising was the skull decoration at the bow of the ship, which had now grown eyeballs from its sockets and was grinning widely, as if it were a living creature, laughing maniacally at them. Is this a joke? The crystal I painstakingly spent a fortune to have old Satan help me create, is it shattered like a piece of tofu? The massive sound generated by the pirate ship speeding across the sea quickly snapped Rubail out of his shock. He adjusted his goggles slightly and raised his right hand, summoning a gigantic dragon made of crystal that he hurled towards the approaching ship, laughing heartily. I may not be able to destroy your ship, but sealing your movements should be doable, right? The 80-meter-long dragon reflected a dazzling crimson sheen in the sunlight, roaring as it flew with claws bared. In the face of such a colossal creature, the pirate ship, which was originally much larger than a warship, suddenly seemed insignificant. Just as the dragon opened its mouth wide enough to swallow 5 mountains whole, a magnificent golden light pierced through the air, crashing through the dragon's mouth and all the way to its tail, continuing unabated and enveloping the warship where Rubail stood, crashing into a mountain on the outer side of the island with a thunderous explosion. TSK. Seems like there's a troublesome guy around. A pink-haired man landed on the mast of another warship, his coat soaked with seawater. He glanced at the mountains that had been flattened in an instant, and then at the pirate ship whizzing past him. Frowning slightly before focusing on the man suspended in mid-air, a faint bitter smile appearing on his face. So, they sent you to stay behind to prevent me from chasing them too closely? By the way, I don't think I've seen you before. Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm just bored and looking for some fun. Floating above the clouds, the so-called flying pirate Shiki spat disdainfully, holding a long knife in each hand, droplets of water continuously falling from the blade tips as he grimaced. It's really infuriating. If it weren't for ensuring those idiots reach safely, I wouldn't resort to such pathetic tactics using seawater to target weaknesses. He looked down at the rows of cannons aimed at him and suddenly couldn't help but laugh, showing a refreshing smile at the pink-haired man on the mast. Is this grand setup just for welcoming me? I feel like it's a bit of a waste. Haha, if I let my guard down against monsters like you, I'd end up in the naval hospital for a while. Rubail, looking helpless, scratched the back of his head, his left hand clenched into a fist. surrounded by countless crimson storms formed from crystal. I heard that Zephyr was taken down by you in quite a mess, the man said, slowly raising his left hand towards the sky, a look of excitement involuntarily spreading across his face. So, I can't wait to see the look on his face when I bring back your head, and he can't lift his head in front of me. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to have such a nasty habit, but if you can do it, then come and try. Amidst the laughter, Shiki's dual blades radiated a golden wave, and he suddenly slashed down towards the sea. In the center of God Valley, the palace collapsed in a sudden explosion, turning the entire area into ruins. The scorching flames rapidly spread along the debris, filling the air with scalding smoke and a suffocating, acrid smell as flames shot into the sky, painting half the sky red. This disaster was just the beginning. When news of the Rocks Pirates emerged, the celestial dragons and slaves involved were caught off guard, scrambling around like headless flies. Even the god Knight suppression proved futile, only adding to the chaos that had already lost all semblance of calm. In an instant, wails, screams, curses, and terrified cries filled the entire God Valley. All the negative emotions humanity possessed seemed to be unleashed at that moment. Amidst the ruins engulfed in flames, broken beams and bricks lay scattered around, charred black like charcoal, with a few remnants of embers occasionally spitting out hot sparks. From a mound covered in debris, a burned and twisted arm slowly stretched out, trembling as it opened 5 fingers, casually resting on the surface of the rubble, emitting wisps of smoke accompanied by sizzling sounds. Suddenly, the hand pressed down forcefully, and the surrounding rubble was struck by an invisible shockwave, shooting out in all directions. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure slowly emerged. Really? It's my own territory, yet I've been thoroughly played. Satan muttered softly as he gradually revealed himself, slowly bending down to pick up his fallen cane. At that moment, he had lost half of his head, and his entire left arm had been blown away, with blood flowing continuously from a wound, dyeing the ground a shocking crimson. His skin was charred and stinking from the high temperature, exposing the stark, white bones beneath. His remaining left eye bulged out. But the sharpness in his gaze had not diminished in the slightest, as he stared intently at the burning beams blocking his way. Anyone caught in that gaze would likely find it a haunting memory for the rest of their life. Satan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then suddenly his eyes widened, and a fierce and strange light flickered in his pupils. Strangely enough, the beams blocking his path seemed to tremble violently, as if intimidated by some immense force, the flames clinging to them flickering and dancing, with countless fine cracks spreading across the surface of the wood. With a loud bang, the beams exploded into pieces, debris flying out like bullets, piercing through the surrounding broken walls. As the beams shattered, a tall figure appeared on the road ahead, his lower half wrapped in armor. Under the glow of the flames, he reflected a dark metallic sheen, and a blood-red cloak emblazoned with the emblem of the dragon of heaven billowed wildly in the wind. The man stood quietly on the ground, as immovable as a giant rock, not even a finger moving. The flying wood chips, when close enough, ignited like they had touched a massive furnace, burning in midair before gradually turning to ash and disappearing. From the back, the man's expression was obscured, but the enormous pressure radiating from him was enough to make anyone trying to approach him feel breathless, with not a single drop of blood on him, as if he had just walked out of a clean and tidy room. Even in the sweltering heat, it was impossible to avoid the bone-chilling cold that felt like falling into an ice cellar. Satan walked towards the man unhurriedly, saying, "I assume you think the same as I do about what I just said?" If it were another celestial dragon facing the question from the 5 elders, they would have to show great respect. However, Hell Edmund, the commander of the Knights of God, did not turn his head and only spoke coldly, like a chilling breeze. "I have no interest in meeting someone with a damaged body." Satan seemed somewhat helpless towards his attitude and let out a long sigh. Being excessively arrogant is not a good habit, but my appearance does make it inconvenient to meet people. Before he finished speaking, every wound on his body suddenly burst into black flames. Then his shattered body began to visibly recover, with lost flesh and clothing rapidly growing back. In no time, he returned to his original state. Hell Edmund slowly turned around mechanically, a hint of disgust appearing on his usually expressionless face. Your so-called devilish technology. No, perhaps I should say, your devil fruit ability? No matter how many times I see it, it always leaves a bad taste. In this regard, we are alike. Satan snorted heavily through his nose, his spirit visibly improved, completely unrecognizable from the heavily injured person just moments ago. He looked around at the smoke-filled surroundings and coldly remarked, "By the way, the explosion that just happened seems a bit suspicious. The internal conflicts among the celestial dragons are fierce, but they wouldn't go so far as to assassinate high-ranking figures. Furthermore, I don't believe those slaves would have the guts to do such a thing." Hell Edmund took a few steps forward, the heavy sound of his armored boots echoing with each step, and slowly said, "If that person wanted to assassinate one of us, they would likely use more efficient means, such as poisoning or a surprise attack. Once it is confirmed that the bomb did not resolve our intelligence, it equates to completely losing the opportunity to approach the target again. In other words, blowing up the palace is just a ruse, and the real target is someone else." Satan stroked his thick beard, falling into brief contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head, his wrinkled eyes becoming serious. "Inform all members of your night order to be vigilant for anyone trying to make contact. If any suspicious individuals are discovered, they are authorized to shoot on sight. That troublesome old man, don't say what others need to do ahead of time." Hell Edmund complained softly while taking out a transponder snail from his pocket. Just about to press the button when a soldier clad in armor rushed over with a spear, urgency in his tone that exceeded even his running speed. "This is bad. Lord Hell Edmund, just now, the Rocks Pirates broke through the Navy's defense net and have landed on the eastern shore of God Valley. Our station forces there can't hold them back. We request your lordship to send reinforcements." Upon hearing this urgent news, Satan's eyes widened slightly, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his cane, speaking in a deep voice, "Is that guy Rubail's much-touted shield really only this effective? The Navy is indeed unreliable." Hell Edmund was not surprised. On the contrary, a rare smile of pleasure appeared on his face. "It seems things are getting interesting. It's just the right opportunity to resolve that unfinished regret from that day." With his high position gained through military merit, he typically did not need to personally intervene in disputes, as they were usually handled by government agents or direct subordinates. Over time, Hell Edmund grew weary of this monotonous life, and his emotions gradually became indifferent. Therefore, regardless of the situation, even if Mariewa were to be suddenly swallowed by rising seawater one day, Hell Edmund would feel it had little to do with him. It was as if he did not belong to this world, merely observing silently as a bystander from beginning to end. Only someone powerful enough to fight him could gradually remind him of the excitement he once pursued in the past, allowing him to enjoy that long-lost thrill. The only person who could evoke such thoughts in him today would likely be that guy he had yet to meet. TCH, everyone is so troublesome. Wouldn't it be better to leave this matter to the Navy? On the west side of the venue, where shouting filled the air, a young man with an octopus head complained impatiently while swinging a massive scythe, cutting down slaves who had been fleeing just moments ago. Blood splattered onto his face, making him appear like a terrifying demon amidst the flames. Yet he still wore an unconcerned expression, licking the bloodstains from his lips, with a more intense bloodthirst gleaming in his eyes. He had initially expected to enjoy the thrill of killing at the conference, but the sudden interruption of the event left Yazler extremely displeased, and the restlessness within him became harder to suppress, wanting only to vent his dissatisfaction through slaughter. The powerless weaklings naturally became his first targets. As for the Rocks Pirates, he could deal with them once they reached the island. Yazler pressed down with his right hand, causing a long column of blood to erupt from a corpse's wound, continuously shooting towards his palm. At the same time, Yazler's hair began to whip up and down like vines, the vivid red color deepening and flashing with an eerie red light. After all, once I've drained the blood of these insects, there probably won't be many pirates left who can match me. With this thought of perceived double benefit in his mind, Yazler greedily scanned his surroundings, resembling a beast searching for prey. Who should be the next target? Just as his gaze swept back and forth over the fleeing slaves, he suddenly heard a low voice behind him. "If you wish to kill freely, I just found a good place for you." esteemed Yazzler. The voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from the throat, making Yazzler feel a wave of discomfort. Frowning, he turned around to see a figure wrapped in bandages standing behind him, the head particularly exaggeratedly wrapped, leading one to suspect he had suffered a severe blow. His pale face showed no sign of color, and his frail body seemed ready to topple over, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Although Yazzler had almost traversed the entire God Valley, he had never seen this person before, so he instinctively raised his scythe to the man's neck, questioning him warily. Whether you become a corpse depends on your next answer. Quickly state your identity. I have no habit of waiting for others. The scythe was less than a centimeter from the man's neck. As long as Yazzler pushed forward, he could take his life. Yet the bandaged man remained still, showing no hint of fear on his face, slightly parting his cracked lips to speak slowly. I am CP-8 Nova, sent by the commander to infiltrate among the slaves. Not long ago, I discovered a group of people gathering in a canyon on the northwest side, and, after cross-referencing the list, I found they are the missing batch of slaves. That brat from the Bacani tribe is also with them. It seemed that there was some distrust, as he displayed the badge symbolizing the honor of the world government worn on his wrist. Hearing the man casually explain his background, Yazzler raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Instantly intrigued by the information he provided, he moved the scythe resting on the man's neck aside and gently patted his shoulder with his left hand, his eyes bursting with fervent light. If the information is true, I will do everything in my power to ensure you join CP0. Any ordinary agent would be overjoyed at the chance to become a shield for the celestial dragons. However, the bandaged man showed no signs of joy on his face, merely saying, "Thank you for your kindness. I shall repay it with my life." Fortunately, Yazzler was immersed in the pleasure of the impending slaughter and did not notice anything odd in his tone. He casually slung the massive scythe behind him, a twisted smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Take me there now. If they sense something is wrong, it will take a lot of effort to find someone." "Yes," the man replied, and quickly turned back in the direction they had come from without saying another word. His words were partly true, partly false, and I couldn't easily judge, but taking a chance is certainly better than worrying about the safety of other celestial dragons here. Watching that hunched figure, Yazzler rested his chin on his hand and muttered to himself, then shifted his gaze to the distant throng of people, a hint of mockery in his smile. If Sally knew about this, that guy would surely insist on going too, right? I want T let her take the credit for this. Before he finished speaking, he took bold strides, closely following the man. Even though Yazzler had everything planned to his advantage, he still failed to notice the strange glimmer in the eyes of the bandaged man ahead. On the turbulent sea, a grand pirate ship was racing towards the southern shore of God Valley. Countless cannonballs were raining down from the warships stationed near the island, cutting through the air with unparalleled power and speed. Whether it was due to the poor aim of the cannonballs or the helmsman's exceptional skills, the pirate ship maneuvered effortlessly through the barrage of cannon fire, showing no signs of veering off course or being sunk, like a swift and agile shark piercing through a rain of cannonballs, causing those shells to splash into the sea behind it. Even if they failed to hit their target, the enemy's assault showed no signs of letting up, unleashing a frenzied bombardment with even denser firepower on the rapidly approaching pirate ship, blanketing the sea in darkness. As the ship was about to be blown to pieces by the overwhelming cannon fire, a rugged-looking man at the bow grinned, casually drawing his long knife and swinging it with force. A violent wave of sword energy surged forth instantly, roaring like a giant dragon, reducing the majority of the incoming cannonballs to dust with its overwhelming might. The momentum of the sword wave showed no signs of weakening, continuing to surge forward, raising monstrous waves and mercilessly shattering several warships on the sea, sweeping forth to engulf the entire coastline. It really is as exaggerated as ever. On the deck of the pirate ship, a bespectacled blond man stared blankly at the massive chasm on the island that seemed to stretch into infinity, unable to suppress an exclamation of awe. What else is there to say? After all, he is our captain. Beside him, a burly man with a ponytail wore a proud smile, clashing two axes together a few times, producing a crisp sound, and raised his head to ask the man at the bow, "I heard the Rocks Pirates are coming too. Should we go over and greet them?" "No need for that. In this land that will soon become a battlefield, an encounter is only a matter of time. The man with the long knife gazed at the smoke-filled island. As the ship moved forward, the scene on the island became clearer. The red robe fluttered in the sea breeze, and he sighed. If they really come at us without any hesitation, we can only accompany them to the end. But the way you're speaking makes it sound like you really want to eliminate misunderstandings and team up with them. The blond man adjusted his glasses teasingly. Hey, Rayleigh, don't blur out my true thoughts. The man in the red robe turned around, immediately transforming into a shark face, complaining childishly to his deputy. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor of sinking warships. Oh dear, facing the world's most dangerous enemies. Yet there's not a hint of tension. The ponytail man shrugged helplessly, as if accustomed to such phenomena. Anyway, let's discuss everything after we meet. The man in the red robe spoke, watching the warships closing in on their pirate ship, his stance still unwavering. Yet he unconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, revealing an unprecedented excitement on his face. What we need to do now is fire the first shot in this battle that will determine the fate of the world. With a thunderous roar, the massive ship crashed into and sank two warships attempting to block its path, charging at breakneck speed into the eastern shore of God Valley, sending the Navy flying in all directions and plowing a long trench into the ground, accompanied by muffled rumblings. As the ship, propelled by immense inertia, continued to charge forward, it was about to collide with a mountain directly in its path. At the critical moment, an invisible aura roared out, rapidly expanding in all directions with intertwining dark red lightning. It penetrated the massive ship, causing the entire ground to tremble, with cracks spreading like a spider web. Meanwhile, the giant pirate ship seemed to be struck by lightning, abruptly stopping just inches from the looming mountain. Countless fragments of stone tumbled from the shaky rock face, landing squarely on the ship's figurehead skull, causing a large, swollen bump to form on its forehead. The reason for the bump is that the entire ship, including the skull, had been endowed with a vibrant soul. And the reason the skull's head was hurt yet remained silent was that its rolling eyes and foaming mouth were strong evidence of its unconsciousness. From start to finish, Rocks stood at the bow of the ship, his body steady as a rock, showing no signs of shaking, even after successfully arriving at the destination. His expressionless face showed no change. It seemed that standing still for a long time had made Rocks somewhat drowsy, so he slowly closed his eyes, resembling an old monk in meditation. It's so dizzying with all this swaying. Can't they steer any steadier? Lingling, who had fallen to the ground due to the violent shaking, slowly got up, rubbing the back of her head that ached slightly, looking at the pirates on the deck who were sprawled all over the place, unable to help but grumble about the ship's sudden acceleration. But compared to that, Lingling wiped the sweat from her cheeks and abruptly turned her gaze to a man in front of her, frowning in complaint. You could at least give us a heads up before releasing your haki. What if you wrecked the entire ship? And when did your haki become so astonishing? The target of her remarks was Newgate. Rock's unparalleled and powerful haki was already well known among the pirates of Hive Island. Just the most basic release can bring substantial destruction to the surrounding environment. In this sea full of strong warriors, it can be said that there is no one better. Therefore, to describe his dominance, there is no need to use the word become. As his capable subordinate, in recent years, Newgate, known as Whitebeard at sea, can now simply enhance his aura to cause the ground to crack. He even felt a bit short of breath himself, let alone the temporary home he's created. For a brief moment, Lin even thought that the overwhelming aura just now was emanating from Rocks. If it weren't for the need to guard against enemies that could attack at any time, she might have been unable to suppress her desire to gauge Newgate's true strength and draw her sword to fight him. Perhaps it has been enhanced in actual combat. After much hesitation, Newgate slowly responded to her question, still wearing a somewhat reluctant expression, saying that he didn't want to spend all his effort on rallying his spirits, and he asked for understanding for using such a rough method. His voice sounded very calm, but it concealed sharpness, making Lin feel a bit self-defeated. However, she did not become discouraged and instead revealed a thought-provoking smile. Well, if you were to crash into the mountain at that speed, the outcome would be predictable. If something unexpected happens, it will be difficult to do what we want afterward. That's right. If Rocks is the bright moon shining through the long night, then Newgate is the most brilliant star surrounding it. I won't die until I've pulled both of you down and firmly secured that unique position. Thinking about the future scene of herself sitting in the hall of Hive Island, dining at the same table with pirates from various races, Lin couldn't help but get a little excited, her corners of her mouth almost reaching her ears. Fortunately, it seemed Newgate didn't notice her expression, as he took big strides through the crowd to the stern of the ship, gazing in the direction they came from, murmuring, "That said, once we really crash, some friends don't seem willing to give us a chance to wait." The pirates who had just regained their senses followed his gaze and saw numerous armed Navy soldiers pouring out from the valleys on both sides. As the sound of guns being loaded continued to ring out, the Navy formed a tight encirclement, surrounding the pirate ship docked in front of the mountain. It seemed they were wary of the pirate group that had recently destroyed countless warships, always keeping a safe distance and not daring to get too close, with fingers resting on triggers but not pressing down. Even though it's a non-member nation, the Navy is unexpectedly numerous. Captain John, holding a bottle of wine, staggered to the edge of the ship, let out a loud burp, and his blurry drunken eyes seemed to sparkle, proving even more that there's no silver here. You better not have any thoughts of keeping it all for yourself. Those all belong to Hive Island. A robust man clad in heavy armor raised his giant axe and retorted loudly, the silver blade reflecting bright light in the sun, dazzling the pirates nearby. Gulp, gulp. Didn't Rocks make it very clear? Captain John raised the wine bottle and took a big swig, wiping the wine stains from his lips, and paid no heed to that person's indignant protest, saying in a strange tone, "Whoever grabs it first owns it. That's the rule of Pirate Island." In other words, it's a fair competition where everyone has a chance. The strong naturally receive the people's expectations, and the defeated won't have any complaints. However, for Silver Axe, who can't hold on to anything, hope seems very slim. Silver Axe, already troubled by the enemy stealing his devil fruit in front of him, could no longer endure after hearing his mocking words, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, "I advise you to take that back. If you think you're living too long, I can fulfill that wish right now. If you can do it, go ahead and try. After all, this operation is just to help someone clean up their mess." "What did you say?" Seeing the two, who usually didn't see eye to eye, were about to come to blows, Wang Ji, who usually acted as the peacemaker, immediately stepped in between them and waved his hands, saying, all right, now is not the time for infighting. Let's deal with that group of Navy first. Just let him say whatever he wants. Anyway, I don't intend to fight this kid. For Wang Ji's sake, this axe will be counted after this war ends." Seeing them temporarily set aside their past grievances and turn their attention to the encircled Navy, Wang Ji secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if those two started internal strife, it would inevitably pull other pirates into conflict, thereby shifting the priority of eliminating the Navy and Celestial Dragons to internal slaughter. After all, many pirates from the Rocks Pirate Group were competing for their own interests against each other, and such events during critical times would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. Although he wanted to witness his competitors falling one by one before him, it was obviously more advantageous for him to leave God Valley safely if everyone stood on the same front fighting against the enemy to a mutual destruction. Merchants always weigh the pros and cons before taking action, and Wang Ji, who manages commercial trade on Pirate Island, has taken this characteristic to the extreme. As long as there are things that can be utilized, he will grasp them firmly, even if it means resorting to unscrupulous means. Speaking of which, this is quite remarkable. They are all officers above the rank of colonel. Stussy looked around at the casually dressed Navy, all wearing justice cloaks with wide eyes, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "Did the Navy anticipate our arrival and spare no expense? What's so surprising about that? We've encountered countless of them on Grassland Island." Old Gloriosa gave a sidelong glance at this feigned astonishment and turned her gaze to the rows of dark gun barrels ahead, curling her lips in a dismissive cold smile. "With these scoundrels, how could they possibly stop us? At least a few more admirals should be sent over." Kaido, who had been silent, suddenly looked up, his face seeming to be wrapped in frost, and the voice filled with resentment squeezed out from his mouth word by word. "Finally here? I will never let you go." Before his voice faded, his body shot up from the deck like a cannonball, even shattering the deck. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, he transformed into a pitch-black streak of light rushing towards the distance, seemingly ignoring the gasps and curses coming from behind. That fool. He didn't say a word in advance and acted on his own, watching his figure disappear in an instant. Lin gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, jumping onto Prometheus beside her, ready to chase after him, but was stopped by an authoritative voice. "Let that kid go." Lin was stunned, and when she turned around, she saw Rocks had jumped down from the bow at some point, maintaining a posture with his arms crossed, stepping through the crowd toward the back of the deck, speaking word by word. "Since we've encountered so many reckless fools along the way, doesn't that mean that bastard will definitely come?" Not long ago, a powerful figure appeared from the south side, a master capable of annihilating the entire fleet in one breath. There seems to be no one else but him, right? The nearby Newgate nodded in agreement with Rock's statement, activating his observation haki to foresee this fact a few minutes ago. Regardless of whether he was the mastermind behind it all, it was only a matter of time before he clashed with those competitors. With that kid's strength, he wouldn't be taken down quickly. Moreover, isn't this a perfect opportunity to test his abilities? Rock's voice suddenly rose in pitch, stepping heavily with his right foot at the stern of the ship. A long-lost wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thin black lightning shot out from his fists, making it clear that keeping the government waiting too long wasn't a good thing. Let their blood open the curtain of war. A Navy officer who looked like the leader suppressed his fear and nearly shouted hoarsely, "What kind of joke is this? Justice will never back down. Everyone, open fire immediately." "Ha ha ha. Justice can go to hell." Amidst the maniacal laughter, Rocks swung his arm from right to left, unleashing a magnificent black pillar of light that surged forth, sweeping away the unprepared Navy with overwhelming momentum. Although it was expected, being welcomed with such a luxurious lineup is truly surprising. On the south side of God's Valley, the man in the red robe and his companions seemed to have reached a consensus, all looking astonished at the densely packed enemies before them, outnumbering them tenfold, especially those cloaked figures, each one looking like a fierce character. Is the entire Roger Pirates crew present? The young man at the forefront of the enemy forces crossed his arms over his chest, his cold gaze scanning the unexpected guests opposite him, ultimately resting on the man in the red robe in the center of the crowd. A smile that was neither here nor there appearing on his face. "It's impressive that none of you have lost a single member to get here, but unfortunately, your good luck ends here in front of the Knights of God, who have never tasted defeat." Knights of God? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. The man named Roger supported his chin with his finger, pondering for a moment, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. "I remember now. It is said to be a private army, composed of some elites among the celestial dragons, responsible for maintaining order for the world nobles, and usually flexing their muscles in non-member countries, sometimes even getting the Navy to clean up after them. In other words, they're the cream of the crop among the garbage that's as numerous as the stars. Seems like you're quite skilled at provoking others." The young man's lips twitched involuntarily, a few veins subtly bulging on his forehead as he instinctively pressed the hilt of his sword at his waist. Taking a deep breath and commanding in a concise and powerful tone, Fegaland Greenku of the Knights of God, in the name of the world government, "I will execute divine punishment on you wicked villains immediately." All right. Suddenly speaking in such a literary manner is quite annoying. Before Greenku could finish his sentence, Roger waved his hand to interrupt him, showing visible disdain on his face. "Young people these days are really too excited. I haven't even expressed my intention to fight you." Roger's nonchalant reply took Greenku by surprise, and after a moment, he reacted with a tone of arrogance mixed with mockery, noticing the significant difference in forces and now thinking of begging for mercy. "You're really a failed captain. However, it's unfortunate that anyone who steps on a God's Valley cannot be allowed to leave alive." Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of Greenku, attacking him from both sides with lightning speed. Greenku's eyes narrowed, and a silvery blade was swiftly drawn from his waist, generating strong gusts of wind that blew away the surrounding dust as he lunged forward like a storm. with the sounds of metal clashing echoing. A massive wave formed around both parties, causing them to stagger back a few steps and stand in confrontation. At that moment, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, Roger's carefree laughter echoed from a distance. Ha! I never said I wouldn't let anyone else join the fight. Really, Jabba, I leave the rest to you. Hey, sunglasses man, how many times has that guy left us to clean up his mess? The handsome, glasses-wearing man, Rayleigh, reluctantly drew his long sword, unable to suppress his complaints to his old partner. At least 240 times, right? I wouldn't mind one more time. Jabba, with his ponytail hairstyle, tightly gripped 2 axes in front of him. Coincidentally, I think the same way. Rayleigh raised his right hand, pointing the blade at Greenku's head, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If we defeat this kid, Roger will have to treat us to a good meal. Rarely do we agree. Seeing the two play off each other like a rehearsed dialogue and inadvertently allowing Roger to slip away in front of everyone, Greenku's frustration mounted. Looking around at the chaotic soldiers, he raised his long sword and declared loudly, "Take down a member of the Roger Pirates, and I'll reward you 500 million berries. The one who kills the most officers will receive all the prizes from the hunting tournament." Oh, hearing this news, the soldiers immediately stopped their noise and erupted into loud cheers, surging toward the pirates like wolves. Since they aren't playing by the rules, we don't need to play house with this group any longer. As he spoke, Rayleigh, the vice captain, raised his long sword above his head and shouted with great momentum, "Brothers, let's take them down in one go and reunite with the captain. Charge!" In an instant, both sides swung their weapons and engaged in fierce combat on the smoke-filled coast. The guy named Greenku seems to have some skills. The scenery of the island flew rapidly behind them as Roger raced through the air like a cannonball, kicking up a large cloud of dust. The gradually fading sounds of battle reached his ears, causing his expression to grow serious. When this seriousness appeared for just a moment, it vanished again, and a glimmer of confidence shone in Roger's eyes as he sighed to himself. How can one call themselves a companion if they cannot even trust their back? Just as Roger felt proud of his companion's reliability, he suddenly noticed a small black dot vaguely appearing in front of him. As the distance closed, the dot grew larger and eventually transformed into the figure of a burly young man, his face twisted in anger, resembling a lightning bolt shooting towards him. The deafening roar clearly heard in the air. "Roger, only you. I must personally put an end to you." As that thunderous roar echoed, the man traced a brilliant parabola in the air, landing heavily on a boulder, then using the force to propel himself forward, his entire figure shooting straight towards Roger like a released arrow. As the high-speed figure moved, it created sharp sounds of air braking, and wherever it passed, solid rocks crumbled like tofu dregs. Even a strong person like Roger dared not be the slightest bit careless. Without any extraneous thoughts, his eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, an invisible aura erupted from him like a raging wind, with countless thick dark red lightning bolts crisscrossing within it, crackling as they surged towards the flying figure. Coincidentally, at the same moment, a large amount of dark purple lightning rushed in from the distance like wildly dancing vines, seemingly ready to devour everything ahead. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the two powerful auras violently collided, causing the surrounding air to distort and contort. Red and purple lightning intertwined to form an irregularly shaped massive light net, dazzling flashes of lightning continuously leaping within it, covering half the sky. Centered on the point of impact, enormous shockwaves rapidly spread out in concentric circles, causing even the nearby mountains to tremble violently, with cracks appearing on their surfaces, and countless stones crashing down to the ground with a thunderous sound. A group of fully armed soldiers, under the command of the Dragon Clan, were hastily heading to the east coast for support when they suddenly came to a halt, their spirits seemingly hit by a strong shock, and they all fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Boom! The sky once again erupted with a deafening explosion, forming an astonishing blast at the center of the collision of the two lightning strikes, the powerful shockwave sending both individuals flying away like two meteors streaking across the sky, falling toward the ground. Who would have thought that right from the start, he encountered the owner of Conqueror's Hockey? Is this good luck or bad luck? In just a moment, Roger stabilized himself in midair, rolling back a few times before landing steadily on a rugged highland. His breathing was very even, and there was no sign of strain on his face. Just a hint of surprise as he raised an eyebrow and asked the figure that had crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Shrouded in dust. Let us put aside everything else for now. You just said you came to settle things with me, right? The only response was a gust of howling wind. The swirling dust was blown away in an instant, revealing the imposing figure he had just faced. Only then did Roger realize that the person was actually dozens of times more ferocious than he appeared from a distance. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, as if they were about to spew fire, his chest heaving as if filled with rage, his long black hair dancing in the wind, and a pair of twisted horns on his head slightly trembling, making him look like a fierce deity that had just crawled out of hell, ready to unleash all his pent-up resentment. In his right hand, he held a massive wolf-tooth club, purple lightning continuously bursting forth from it, causing the surrounding air to crackle, enhancing the overwhelming aura he exuded, with intricate cracks spreading out from his feet, extending to the foot of the mountain 50 meters away. Anyone who saw his fierce appearance would surely be scared into fleeing, not daring to look back a second time, and he might become an unforgettable shadow in their hearts. But Roger did not run. In fact, he didn't even move his feet, meticulously examining him from head to toe, his face showing a hint of surprise as if he had seen a rare beast. Suddenly, a photo from a bounty notice flashed in his mind, and he quickly realized something, exclaiming, "I remember now. No wonder you look so familiar. You are Kaido, the monster rookie who has made waves at sea in recent years, right? That explains your powerful haki." Seeing the other party remain silent, Roger couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment, scratching his head awkwardly. Yet his voice retained its boldness. "At least say something. Even if we are enemies, I would really like to know your reason for hating me so much." To the young man, Roger's words sounded like a harsh mockery, and after a twitch of his facial muscles, he squeezed out a few words from his throat. "It's been a month since the incident on Hive Island. You shouldn't have forgotten it so quickly, right?" Although his voice was very low and his tone somewhat vague, Roger heard him clearly. As if confirming a fact, he shrugged slightly, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "If I said the real culprit was someone else, it wouldn't convince you, would it? Locke and Newgate happen to think the same way. Clearly, the thing you took has inexplicably appeared on this island, which doesn't make sense at all. However, it is an undeniable fact that someone witnessed you and your subordinates destroying the town that day. There are very few experts who could injure that guy so severely." Kaido swung the wolf-tooth club, creating immense wind pressure with each swing, his eyes filled with fierce light as he shouted word by word. "So, until you can definitively prove your innocence, I will fight you to the ground." Roger, who had been prepared for a fight to the end with the Rocks Pirates, was quite surprised by his response. After a brief moment of shock, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, a bright smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "In that case, I have nothing more to say. Let the truth be decided by whoever has the stronger power, just as I wish." With a roar, Kaido's feet crushed the ground, and he transformed into a purple streak of light shooting towards Roger. "Come on, kid." Roger grinned, drawing his long knife as he suddenly charged forward, his speed so fast it was like a flash of lightning, leaving countless afterimages on the ground. And in an instant, he appeared in front of Kaido. So fast, Kaido's heart suddenly tightened. At the moment their eyes met, he felt an immense pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him, nearly taking his breath away. In an instant, Kaido sensed that he had been at a disadvantage in momentum, with Roger seemingly taking the initiative in the battle. How could I allow this? Thunderbawa, relying on his persistent spirit of not giving up, Kaido suddenly roared, the dark wolf-tooth club dragging long purple lightning as it swept from right to left. "Come on," as if stirred by the sudden surge of battle intent from his opponent. The smile on Roger's face became even more unrestrained, an invisible wave swirling around the blade, transforming into an unstoppable sword light that tore through the air with piercing shrieks, striking towards the nearby enemy with unparalleled might. Divine avoidance. In an instant, a magnificent light illuminated the southeastern valley and reflected half the sky, As the purple and red figures crossed after a brief clash, like two beams of light skimming the ground and shooting far away, scattering rocks in their wake. And the sound of air exploding filled the air, with several nearby mountains unable to withstand the impact of the two immense forces, instantly erupting. TSK. It seems that over there is even more chaotic than here. The deafening roar echoed in Green's ears, making him unable to help but look back at the valley shrouded in light, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. So, Roger has already engaged with someone? Is it Rocks or that guy? Not quite. It seems that the domineering aura is much weaker. I said, looking around is not good. While I was pondering, a sudden gust of fierce wind rushed from behind. Green Gook quickly spun around, his right hand swinging the long knife, deftly deflecting the axe that Jabba was swinging towards him, forcing him back a few steps. Without giving Green Gook any chance to catch his breath, another blade, wrapped in a domineering aura, pierced through the air from the left side, making a hissing sound as it cut through. Just as that blade was about to reach Green Gook's waist, in a flash, Green Gook leaped into the air, allowing the long knife to almost brush past him, simultaneously performing a lateral flip in midair, his legs kicking out in rapid succession like a series of heavy phantoms, landing multiple kicks on the wrist of the incoming attacker without hitting any other part. Strictly speaking, every attack from Green Gook was completely blocked by that person. Green Gook flipped backward and landed steadily on the ground, watching the person he had just fought with, a pleasant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. Huh. I didn't expect there to be such capable individuals under Roger, worthy of admiration. Huh. I don't think I can handle your compliments. The second in command of the Roger Pirates, Silbaz Rayleigh, was panting heavily, his face showing signs of extreme exertion. He felt as if every kick from the opponent carried immense strength. Even with his arms coated in armament hockey, they were still shaking, nearly unable to withstand the force. If the enemy increased his strength a bit more, his entire left arm would most likely break into several pieces on the spot. Figurant Green Gook, a world noble who should be enjoying a life of luxury, had strength that was not inferior to those top-tier powerhouses at sea. Even teaming up with Jabba, who was only slightly weaker, they could barely fight him to a standstill, gaining little advantage. What was more troubling was that there were no visible injuries on his clothes or skin, and his expression was one of ease, clearly indicating that he had not yet gone all out. Perhaps this battle was merely a game to pass the time in his eyes. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, they further ignited Rayleigh's fighting spirit, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and his grip on the long knife instinctively tightened. Those who desperately desire to grow stronger will think of every possible way to surpass an opponent they currently cannot defeat. What motivated him, Jabba, and most of the crew, was the determination to protect all their companions, including Roger, with all their might, and this could not be separated from the word trust. It was precisely because of the captain's unwavering, unconditional trust that they could confidently leave their backs to these two. Conversely, he too had to respond well to that expectation. Hey, Jabba, do you remember how we used that move that day? Rayleigh stood upright, trying to maintain his balance, his gaze shifting to his equally panting partner beside him. How could I forget? The sight of that giant sea king being turned into minced meat is still vivid in my mind. Jabba wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, his smile undiminished, pointing the axe at Green Gook's head and asking, "But isn't it a bit overkill to deal with this guy? I don't think that kind of creature can compare to him." Rayleigh shrugged his shoulders, displaying a helpless attitude. That's true. Jabba swung his double axes in a semicircle, crossing them into an X shape in front of his chest. Behind the dull lenses, his sharp gaze was vaguely visible. "Let us deal with this kid quickly, then go meet Captain Roger. It's been a while since we've been on the same wavelength, especially since we're about to face an even more troublesome guy." The two stood side by side, each raising their weapons towards the front, wearing confident smiles. Seeing that their opponent, who had originally been at a disadvantage, seemed to have yet to reveal his trump card, the usually arrogant Green Gook couldn't help but become more interested. He lightly shook his wrist, holding the long knife, sending out a flurry of sword flowers. An enchanting smile that didn't quite match his usual demeanor gradually appeared on his handsome face. Interesting. There has never been a time when my desire to destroy is stronger than now. I will ensure that you all feel the most pain before taking you down one by one. Just then, the transponder snail on Green Gook's body rang out as if it had deliberately waited for this moment. Reluctantly, he took out the transponder snail and answered it. A voice that was both old and authoritative came through clearly. Is this Green Gook? No matter who you are currently fighting, immediately bring your subordinates back to the center of the plaza. Green Gook was slightly surprised to hear that it was not his rigid superior's voice, then frowned, leaning closer to the transponder snail and lowering his voice as much as possible to ask, "Can you tell me the reason I must do this, esteemed Saint Satan?" He deliberately elongated the last few words, clearly unhappy about Satan personally interfering with his battle. Fortunately, Satan seemed to be in a bit of a hurry and didn't notice the sarcasm in his tone, commanding urgently, "There's no time to explain." In short, the Rocks Pirates have annihilated the defense forces on the East Coast and are heading towards the plaza. Their intentions are already obvious. Before Satan could finish, Green Gook hung up the transponder snail on his own, his expression immediately turning dark. If a girl were to see him like this now, she would surely have plenty of doubts about her taste. What's wrong? Did your girlfriend dump you? Seeing the scene, Rayleigh guessed that something had happened on Green Gook's side and slowly lowered his weapon, but still couldn't help teasing him. Come on, not everyone is like you. Flirting with one young girl after another every day. Jabba sighed beside him, already used to his old partner's charm. The two exchanged banter, and Green Gook didn't take it to heart, silently retracting his long knife. He walked over to a female knight responsible for supervising the battle, dressed revealingly and with her hair styled in a bun, and whispered a few words to her. The knight immediately understood, raising her right hand to address her subordinates, who were entangled in combat with those kids. All warriors of the Divine Knight's Corps, listen up. Immediately return to the central plaza to guard the adults and those treasures. Without any delays, her melodious voice seemed to carry an irresistible power, causing all the soldiers present to stop fighting and march in unison. Following the female knight towards the entrance of the valley, the pirates seemed to be quite sensible, choosing not to pursue, but gathering behind Rayleigh and Jabba, quietly waiting for their instructions. Acting according to one's nature in the enemy's base could lead to very serious consequences. Is it really okay to just give up on our fight? Rayleigh watched Green Gook's departing figure and asked with a hint of regret in his tone. Captain Roger is 10 times harder to deal with than the two of us combined. Jabba cheerfully chimed in, only to be retorted by Rayleigh, saying it's not that exaggerated. Green Gook suddenly stopped in front of the path leading to the inner part of the island, turning his head and asking without looking back, between Rocks and Roger, who is stronger? It seemed that they were momentarily at a loss for words, as Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged glances. Before either of them could speak, a chorus of voices erupted from behind them. Of course, it had to be Captain Roger. We came to God's Valley to defeat that little brat Rocks. How could we engage in a battle with zero chance of victory? Anyway, both of them are better than you. The noisy shouts continued to echo around Jabba, making him shake his head helplessly. He raised his right hand with the axe and called out in a commanding tone, "Quiet down." Didn't you hear him asking us to? As the surroundings gradually calmed down, Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his thoughts that he had just been formulating. In the past, we had several encounters over resource disputes. In the face of Rock's extraordinary strength, let alone someone like us, even Roger himself had once been on the brink of death. He probably couldn't even fight back. At this point, he looked up at the drifting clouds in the sky, due to the glare of his glasses. His expression was hard to discern, but one could still hear the peril of the situation from his tone. Nevertheless, we miraculously survived and made it this far. In other words, it was thanks to everyone's collective efforts that the Roger Pirates achieved what they have today. Hearing him reminisce about the past, Greenwood frowned, and a look of impatience appeared on his face. So what are you trying to express? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his eyes revealing a confidence that victory was inevitable, and he said word by word, "It's simple to defeat someone who can't be trusted by anyone. We need the strength of our comrades. Throughout history, no victory has ever been achieved by one person alone. Surely you can relate to that?" Greenwood seemed taken aback, turning to stare at Rayleigh for a while, then suddenly let out a snicker, followed by a loud laugh that echoed throughout the valley, startling a flock of birds. After a while, Greenwood's laughter gradually subsided. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over all the pirates present, finally resting on the golden-haired man who piqued his interest. The corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc. Rayleigh, Jabba, I will remember your names. This is something to be proud of, feel honored for it. What is there to mention? No matter how special the celestial dragons are, they are ultimately human, and moreover, they are among the more common scum. Jabba looked at Greenwood with disdain, then grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. If it were as a warrior, I might consider it. Perhaps his words sounded extremely rebellious to other celestial dragons, but Greenwood showed no signs of anger. He just chuckled casually and slowly turned his body to face the war-torn valley ahead. Before we meet again, enjoy the preciousness of life. With that, Greenwood's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a breeze in its wake. Suddenly, it felt much quieter. Jabba gazed at the spot where Greenwood had left, expressing a sense of melancholy in his tone, unsure whether it was due to missing a rare opportunity to use his trump card or feeling regretful about facing such a powerful opponent who happened to be a celestial dragon. Perhaps this is the calm before the storm. It really feels a bit unusual. Rayleigh, who was standing nearby, picked up the conversation and said calmly, surveying the densely packed companions behind him. He saw that aside from a few who had sustained minor injuries, there were no casualties, which made him breathe a long sigh of relief. However, thinking of the deadly struggles they might encounter at any moment, his previously relaxed nerves tightened again. As long as they were still on enemy territory, it wouldn't be surprising if a group suddenly attacked them. If they encountered more opponents of Greenwood's caliber, or even stronger, then the current situation might still be the most ideal for them. Moreover, the stance of the Rocks Pirates was also what Rayleigh cared about the most. Would they unify to fight against the government forces, or would they start attacking without hesitation? Everything remained uncertain. Considering these uncontrollable factors, Rayleigh slowly raised his head, fixating his gaze on the thick smoke rising beyond the heavy mountains, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. As long as enemies appeared in sight, they could guarantee a preemptive strike, catching their opponents off guard. Let us go. Don't keep that idiot waiting too long. Rayleigh calmly dropped this statement to his old partner, who also seemed to be deep in thought. He walked at a steady pace into the depths of the valley. I know that without you reminding me. Jabba, whose mind was filled with thoughts of how to make a stunning entrance in front of the captain, was pulled back to reality by Rayleigh's words and immediately complained to him irritably. He then cleared his throat a couple of times to maintain his authority as the third in command, pointing his axe forward and shouting in a powerful voice, "The real battle is just beginning. Eliminate all enemies that come to obstruct us, seize those ill-gotten treasures, and let us all retreat safely without losing a single person." Before his voice could fade, a chorus of replies erupted from behind him. "Oh, leave it to us." The light in the valley gradually faded, revealing deep, intersecting cracks in the ground. The nearby towering peaks had also vanished, turning into countless massive boulders that fell to the ground. At this moment, two figures stood back to back on the same horizontal line, like two stone statues, utterly motionless. Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly in front of his chest, his face not only retaining its original anger and hatred, but also displaying a gravity. If one were to get closer, they would notice that his entire body was trembling slightly. In contrast, Roger appeared more composed. His calm face showed no signs of turmoil, and his body stood straight like a rifle. It seemed that as long as he stood there, he could give others a sense of security, making them feel completely at ease and trusting their backs to him. A gust of wind blew through, stirring up the dust on the ground. "You lost, boy." Roger's understated words were not yet finished when a muffled grunt was heard, and Kaido violently shook, then staggered to one knee, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. "But, damn it, what the hell is going on?" Kaido managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat, his face a mixture of shock and anger, cold sweat the size of soybeans continuously oozing from his forehead. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart, and his vision gradually blurred, relying on the kanabo to prop himself up to avoid collapsing. He gritted his teeth, biting his tongue to force himself to stay awake through the pain, slowly standing up from the ground. He looked down at his abdomen. only to see his once muscular abs covered in dark dominance now deeply sunken in, with tiny red lightning erupting from the surface, causing his insides to suffer intense shocks. As if his organs were turned upside down, and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of bile. Damn it, I clearly prepared defensive measures in advance, and still couldn't block it. I've never encountered a situation where the residual haki erodes the body like this before. That bastard. I never expected him to be so powerful. In terms of haki alone, he might not be much weaker than Rocks. No wonder he has reached his current position. Even so, I still want to advise you to hold off for now, kid. To be my opponent. You are still far from it at your current level. You at least need to call your captain or Whitebeard here. As Roger's nonchalant words fell, Kaido was interrupted in his thoughts by this sudden statement, his pupils suddenly constricting. He slowly turned his gaze, staring blankly at the man who still appeared calm and composed, clearly hearing the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. What is he saying? He thinks I'm not qualified? He never took me seriously from the start. A series of thoughts flashed through Kaido's mind, making his emotions grow more turbulent. His clenched left fist cracked ominously, his eyes became blood red, and veins bulged from his forehead, his anger reaching its peak. What the hell? With a roar, Kaido's figure flashed again, like an arrow released from a bow, rushing out with his kanabo, transforming into a purple arc of light, merging with his being, charging toward Roger with an unstoppable momentum, as if the air itself was about to be ripped apart, emitting mournful wails. Roger still wore a confident smile, his hands behind his back, calmly saying, "Compared to just now, you hardly seem like the same person. It seems you usually store quite a bit of haki. Not many on the sea can use this kind of technique. Stop giving me that kind of sarcastic talk." Military Dragon's Saint Army. The kanabo sliced through the air, leaving heavy afterimages, creating sharp, piercing friction sounds wherever it passed, continuously bombarding Roger like cannonballs, each strike faster and more powerful than the last. The rising wind becoming increasingly fierce. Web-like cracks spread across the cracked ground, extending hundreds of meters away, causing many soldiers who were knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki to tumble into the ravines. What's going on? I didn't hear anything about an earthquake. On a winding path to the northeast, Azrael murmured quietly, using his hands to brace against the trembling mountain wall to maintain his balance. The damp moss covering the surface made him uncomfortable. If it weren't for the concern of alarming the soon-to-be-caught prey, he would have flattened the surrounding peaks with his usual style. It's probably some noise made by the enemy. After all, the opponent is the world's strongest Rocks Pirates. Destroying an island is nothing difficult for them. If it weren't for wanting to reclaim those treasures, whether we could survive until now would also be in question. In front of him, Nova carefully bent down and crawled forward, not looking back as he lowered his voice, his tone still calm, as usual. According to my investigation, there is a pirate among that group named Whitebeard, who can easily trigger earthquakes and tsunamis, his strength only second to Admiral Rocks. At this point, his voice paused, as if he sensed something unusual, muttering, "However, this scale is less like an earthquake and more like man-made destruction." In other words, it's likely that two individuals are engaged in battle somewhere, and each of their strengths can be considered monstrous. It's just that there seems to be a difference in strength among these monsters. Usually known for his impulsive actions, Azrael surprisingly listened patiently to what he said, then, as if intrigued by the topic, raised his right eyebrow with interest. "I didn't expect you to know so much. Should I say it's the unique sharpness of CP members?" Or, he took a step forward, pinning Nova against the mountain wall, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Is the development of events something you anticipated?" Nova seemed startled by the sudden action and took a while to react, hoarsely saying, "If we can't even thoroughly investigate enemy intelligence, we, as agents, won't just be unable to hold our heads up in front of the Navy for a lifetime. Preserving a small life would also be considered a stroke of luck." Hearing the bitterness in Nova's tone made Azrael think he was complaining about his fate, and his last bit of doubt dissipated. He then looked over at the trembling Nova for a moment before suddenly laughing. "I've seen at least 1,000 agents before, but it's the first time encountering someone as honest and simple as you." He slowly moved his left hand, which was pressed against the mountain wall, to rest on Nova's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Don't be nervous. Relax. As long as you don't go against me, I, Azrael of the Divine Knight Brigade, guarantee you won't suffer any harm from the outside. Nova seemed touched by his enthusiasm, slowly lowering his head, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of excitement. Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations. Azrael casually swung the scythe he had on his back, turning his gaze to the unknown path ahead, a pleased smile curling at the corners of his dark red lips. Hurry up and lead the way. If we delay any longer, the prey we're about to catch will fall into someone else's hands, especially that strange woman. Yes, Nova replied respectfully, and while the other was facing away from him, his eyes inadvertently glanced toward the direction of the fighting sounds, revealing a hint of contemplative color in his gaze. That overwhelming and terrifying hockey, only he possesses it, right? Still causing chaos as usual. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me now. As long as I take down this man in front of me, everything will end, even my insignificant life. Damn it, Kaido cursed through gritted teeth, swinging the iron rod even harder, as if the air itself was being torn apart. But every time he pulled back the iron rod, his impatience grew even more. Seeing that a direct confrontation had no chance of winning, he decided to use a swift and fierce strategy to force Roger to have no time to accumulate haki, and could only keep striking to block and sink with his own speed. Then at the moment the enemy showed a flaw, he would deliver a fatal blow. Even if the success rate was extremely slim, this was the only way to defeat the man in front of him alone. Little did he know that Roger had no intention of attacking at all. He just stood still, and for some unknown reason, every strike Kaido swung ended up missing. Having such strength at such a young age, he could definitely be considered outstanding among the many strong people at sea. Given time, surpassing me would not be a problem. But according to your current fighting style, your use of haki is too crude. Clearly enveloped in a sky full of rod shadows, Roger still spoke calmly, his tone sounding almost like a lecture, causing Kaido to become both anxious and angry. Yet the Kanabo couldn't even graze his clothes. Since the battle began, Kaido's observation haki had been activated the entire time. 3 years ago, he had already reached the realm of foreseeing the near future. After this period of arduous training, he had perfected his skills, extending his vision from 7 seconds to 15 seconds. The images before him were no longer blurred. He could clearly perceive every movement and detail of his opponent. However, when the spike club swung down violently toward Roger's chest, he saw a future where Roger slashed upward with a knife. Instinctively, the spike club withdrew to protect his front, only to find that Roger's long knife hadn't moved at all, making it appear as though he was the one on the defensive. Similarly, if he had seen the image of Roger suddenly pivoting to the right, the trajectory of the spike club would have reflexively changed course to the right. But Roger had not moved, causing Kaido's murderous attack to turn into a feint. With every swing of Kaido's club failing to touch his opponent, his heart filled with doubt, and the force behind the spike club seemed to wane. Why? The future was undeniably real. Why was it completely different from reality? Such an unprecedented situation should not exist. What went wrong? Just then, Kaido's pupils contracted, and a thought flashed through his mind. If he is unable to foresee the future due to some influence, then there's only one possibility. Before Kaido could finish his thought, Roger preemptively voiced his own. I advise you not to use observation haki. In the face of observation kill, the brief future becomes meaningless. Kaido's breath caught for a moment, cold sweat pouring from his forehead like raindrops. Is that really true? A technique that nullifies future foresight. This means that any moves corresponding to observation haki are useless against him. The sea really does throw unexpected surprises. But even if the power difference is vast, if I back down now, I will have no face to see anyone in hell, even if my opponent is 10 or 100 times stronger. They are ultimately just stepping stones toward that throne known as the strongest. Moreover, I cannot fall here before I vent my anger on that troublesome idiot. At this moment, a surge of fighting spirit rose from Kaido's body, his blood boiling, and a purple light flickered in his eyes. Damn it, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Lower 3 realms, summon the abyss. With a roar like thunder, Kaido leaped into the air, swinging the spiked club with the force of storm, pulling the long black lightning, transforming himself into a pillar of light descending from the sky, crashing down on Roger. Suddenly, a scene appeared in his vision. He saw Roger's feet move slightly, his whole body bouncing back. This time, Kaido had made up his mind to ignore whatever images appeared before him. This strike would not change midway. It would crash toward Roger's forehead like a gust of wind. Unexpectedly, Roger truly retreated sharply this time, and Kaido's downward strike landed heavily on his original position, causing spiderweb-like cracks to erupt on the ground, with countless square fragments flying into the air, soon turning into rubble. Just as Kaido was about to express his thoughts on missing the target, Roger pushed off the ground with his right foot, his figure dashing forward like a laser, the pitch-black blade surrounded by red electricity, transforming into a giant red tiger that shimmered with light, roaring as it pounced toward the still-reacting Kaido. The claw of a tiger. Just as the tiger's sharp fangs were about to touch Kaido's throat, a lightning-fast slash streaked like a meteor across the sky. Kaido's eyes widened as he watched a flash of white light zip past him, colliding violently with the giant red tiger. In the next moment, a series of deafening explosions echoed through the sky. Countless bolts of lightning danced like silver snakes, shooting out from the center of the collision, illuminating the entire battlefield. The immense force of the impact tore the surrounding air into several pieces, creating severe distortions. This shockwave sent Kaido's massive body flying, crashing heavily to the ground before bouncing back up like a cannonball hurtling into a pile of rubble in the distance, kicking up clouds of dust. A dazzling light shot up from the valley, dyeing the entire island in intertwined shades of red and white, making the previous purple light seem insignificant by comparison. The originally clear sky was like a wall torn apart by immense force, with a massive crack splitting open in the center, expanding outward and forming a chasm that seemed endless. Is that kid's helper? Their strength seems to be on par with mine. Roger flipped backward lightly, creating some distance from the opponent. Though he was injured by the previous attack, he was still surprised that someone could negate his attack. There were only a handful of people on the sea who could do that. However, when he recognized the newcomer, he smiled as if seeing an old friend after many years. Ha ha ha, so it's you. Still as lively as ever. I don't even know how long it's been since we last met. How has Rocks been lately? Before he could finish his sentence, the man across from him laughed heartily. Gurara, I don't remember having such a deep relationship with you. As for Rocks, I advise you not to ask. That guy has been tirelessly researching ways to take your head. With a loud crash from the rubble, countless stones flew everywhere, and a dark figure shot out from the debris, drawing a sharp arc in the air before heavily landing on the ground, with cracks spreading from beneath his feet, indicating his current fury. Hey, this is already the second time, right? Kaido picked up the spike club that had fallen to the ground, gritting his teeth as he glared at the familiar back he had seen countless times on Hive Island, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "Who told you to interfere with my battle, Whitebeard?" A powerful aura surged from him, stirring up a whirlwind that sent surrounding debris flying, and the ground trembled violently, with cracks spreading increasingly densely, extending to a point where they seemed endless. Whitebeard's golden hair flew wildly in the wind, yet his body remained completely still, his sharply defined features betraying no emotion, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. As the tremors gradually subsided, Whitebeard took his time to explain, "I just think that the place you seek to meet your end should not be here." Upon hearing this, Kaido immediately exploded with rage, his roar turning into a bellow. "Are you looking down on me?" Before he could finish his sentence, he leaped toward Whitebeard, his speed like a flash of lightning across the sky. However, the other party was even faster. Just as the iron rod, imbued with the power to shatter mountains, was about to touch Whitebeard's cape, a flash of white light flickered before his eyes. Before he could see what it was, he suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from the iron rod, sending his entire body flying backward like a baseball hit hard by a bat, crashing into the stone wall along with the weapon in his hand. That was quite ruthless. Witnessing the whole process of Kaido being knocked away, Roger, who hadn't moved from his spot, couldn't help but exclaim, asking YoungKaido, who had just retracted his naginata, "Isn't that kid one of yours? Or do you two have some personal grudge from the past? If so, please do tell me. When did you become so gossipy?" Looking at his old rival's glowing eyes, YoungKaido sighed, shrugged helplessly, and turned his gaze to the mountain that was shaking violently from the sudden impact, slowly saying, "Don't worry. That stubborn little brat won't go down from this level of attack. Damn it." With a palm the size of a fan resting on the stone wall, Kaido slowly crawled out of the human-shaped pit he had created, his body showing no obvious injuries except for several rips in his clothes. Yet his eyes were filled with unmistakable anger and humiliation. Newgate had turned around at some point, watching him approach step by step, his expression still calm, as usual. That hit was incredibly painful, that damn thing. Kaido wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the cracking sounds coming from his bones, and couldn't help but laugh in anger, pointing his kanabo at Newgate's head, shouting, "Hee hee, just right. If you insist on getting in my way, let's continue that fight from 6 years ago that ended without a clear winner. Do you still not understand?" A powerful voice directly drowned out Kaido's words, causing the young man to instinctively halt, his face of rage gradually replaced by shock. Since becoming a pirate in the East China Sea, it was the first time he saw that expressionless man speak to him in such a serious tone. Newgate coldly gazed at Kaido, who stood like a wooden man, showing no mercy to his subordinate even with Roger present. "I didn't even use my haki in that last hit, yet I nearly took away your ability to fight back. With your current body and will, what can you still do?" Due to his eagerness, he had already exhausted a large amount of haki during his earlier fierce attack on Roger. Now, both his strength and speed were far below half of his usual level. Even standing firmly was a huge struggle. Moreover, in a state clouded by rage, he naturally couldn't effectively activate his observation haki to foresee the future. If that blow had been aimed at Roger, whom he was meeting for the first time instead of Newgate, the consequences would be unimaginable. For a warrior, the most terrifying thing in the world is to be completely unaware of one's own weakness. Thinking of this, Kaido felt a chill in his heart, biting his lower lip tightly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Sensing the turmoil in Kaido's heart, Newgate's tone softened, and he spoke slowly. "Think carefully about everything you've done so far. Was it reckless bravado to challenge an enemy far beyond you, or will you wash away your previous humiliation after becoming stronger?" These are the words you said to motivate that guy. A buzzing sound rang in Kaido's head as if he were shaken by Newgate's words. Standing dazed in place, a complex expression appearing on his face, filled with both shame and ambition. Like a lost traveler, he vaguely saw the direction to move forward. Well. Newgate actually said something I can agree with. Who told him to be my beloved Newgate, by the way? Could you slow down a bit? Idiot, don't suddenly shout so loudly. A hearty and familiar laugh echoed from afar, mixed with the sound of rushing air and the screams of 2 women, drawing the attention of the 3 men. Looking up, they saw Lin racing from a distance on Zeus, drawing a brilliant arc in the air as she dove down toward them. Behind her were 2 tall women, barely distinguishable as Stussy and Galette from their attire, struggling against the raging wind that made them sway like paper dolls, desperately holding on to Zeus's body to avoid being blown away. That woman is still so reckless. Newgate hadn't finished his complaint when Lin, accelerating rapidly, zoomed past the 3 of them, only stopping after traveling a long distance on the ground. "You little brat, you want to fight and didn't even invite me." With a heavy thud, Lin leaped off Zeus, who was panting from the long journey, and swaggered over to Kaido, saying, "You don't plan to hog all the glory for yourself, do you? That is quite dismissive of us." Although her tone sounded like a scolding, her beautiful face wore a trademark cheerful smile, like a warm-hearted neighborly sister, if not for the large blood-stained sword she was carrying. Kaido felt no surprise at her arrival and recalled their conversation in the graveyard, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Sorry, my recklessness has brought you trouble." "Oh." Newgate looked as if he had seen the most bizarre thing in the world, his eyes widening involuntarily. "The kid I remember didn't he have such a polite side? It hurts." Galette groaned as she crawled up from the ground, glancing at the collapsed Shiryu. Seeing that aside from his spinning eyes, he seemed fine, she let out a long sigh of relief, coiling him back to her waist and then punching the stone wall heavily, angrily saying, "Damn Lin. I'll make her pay once this war is over." "Agreed." Stussy rubbed her sore back, seemingly still recovering from her dizziness, weakly agreeing. Well. According to traditional rules, king against king, general against general. Since Roger is the captain of a ship, we should send out a pirate of equal rank from our side. Lin Lin stopped beside Kaido, turned her head toward the gap between the two rugged mountains, and smiled ominously. You shouldn't have any objections, right, Rocks? Ha ha ha. How dare you make decisions for me? Your guts are getting bigger. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the two towering mountains exploded into pieces. And amidst the rain of falling debris, a figure stood firm on the ground, unmoving. Several boulders, when still some distance away from him, seemed to hit an invisible barrier and instantly turned to dust. Roger shifted his gaze to that person, his expression suddenly becoming grave, distinctly different from how he looked at Kaido and Newgate. As an ordinary person, he was a bit too tall. As a giant, he seemed slightly short. After a fierce battle, his clothes remained pristine, and his hair stood upright, dancing wildly in the fierce wind. A carefree and slightly wicked smile always lingered on his face. And just standing there exuded an inexplicable immense pressure that made even breathing feel somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, this pressure was only felt by those relatively weaker. Roger's heart did not race, nor did he pant. His body stood tall like a spear, quietly watching as his figure flashed like a ghost in front of Kaido, while a group of heavily armed pirates surged toward him from behind, even though they had met no less than hundreds of times. Kaido was still taken aback when he suddenly encountered this person. His mouth slightly opened as if to say something, but his throat felt choked, and he couldn't utter a word. The man scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter like a child, almost to the point of tears. Haha, you look really pathetic. I thought you could at least last a few rounds, but you couldn't even take a single move. His laughter sounded particularly grating, igniting Kaido's fury, and he was about to explode. But then he thought about how he had often boasted that he would personally defeat Roger. So being mocked for not achieving, it was only natural. Thus, he slowly lowered the spike club he had raised halfway. As the laughter gradually subsided, the man's expression finally returned to calm, and he slowly said, "The stage at the pinnacle of the world is still too early for you. However, fighting against a powerful user of haki ahead of time, regardless of the outcome, at least allows you to gain a lot of practical experience, which will greatly benefit your future growth. The premise is that you must find a way to survive." Kaido stood dazed, seemingly not fully grasping the meaning of the other S words for a moment. The man didn't care whether he understood or not. Slowly turning around and shifting his gaze toward a certain man, a man he had never looked at directly since arriving. Almost simultaneously, Roger's gaze also met that man's eyes. The moment their eyes locked, it was as if a spark was ignited. No one could see what that spark was like, but everyone could clearly feel an inexplicable stirring in their hearts. Roger's eyes were like an endless ocean, capable of holding thousands of islands. The man's eyes, however, were like an unfathomable darkness, as if they could swallow everything on the sea without leaving a trace. The two began to walk toward each other step by step, their gazes never wavering. No one spoke, and the air around them seemed to freeze at that moment. Even Stussy, who usually liked to liven up the atmosphere, was staring blankly at the two who were getting closer, as if even their breathing had paused. When the distance between them was just 10 feet, they suddenly stopped in unison. Then they stood there like mountains, unmoving. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Roger slowly parted his lips, breaking the silence. "We've fought hundreds of times in various skirmishes, but this is our first formal meeting." It seemed he recalled something inside. "I've always wanted to meet you, Rocks." His tone was filled with genuine emotion, enough to bring tears to even the most hardened of villains. The man named Rocks remained unmoved, not a single muscle on his face twitching, as if he were a cold, unfeeling statue. After a while, he finally broke his silence, his voice colder than his expression. "The geographical environment of Hive Island should suit your taste, right?" As soon as those words were spoken, thousands of eyes turned to Roger, and except for a very few, every gaze revealed a complex emotion, as if they wished they could devour him alive. "I've basically been to all kinds of islands, but I've never been to Hive Island." Roger's voice remained natural, not even glancing at those glaring at him. "After we leave this island alive, I'll definitely come visit Hive Island one day. Having a banquet with someone like you seems quite nice." At the end, Roger smiled like a big child. his smile radiant. Even though many pirates present hated him to the core, seeing that sun-like smile moved some of them, and some even slowly lowered their weapons. Rocks stared at him for a long time before suddenly laughing, his laughter even louder, echoing through the valley for a long time. The crowd seemed confused by Rock's reaction, looking at their leader in bewilderment. Kaido, Lingling, and others thought he was furious to the extreme, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons, ready for battle. Only Newgate guessed Rock's true thoughts, smiling without speaking. Ha ha ha. You're much more interesting than I imagined. You actually want to hold a banquet with me. You're the first to speak to me like this on these seas. Before his laughter ceased, Rocks casually snapped his fingers, his smile almost manic. But seeing the scene, can you still confidently say such words? At the moment he snapped his fingers, a horde of pirates began to emerge from the valley, densely occupying every corner of the mountain, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. A flag slowly rose from the highest peak, emblazoned with a flaming skull pattern, glinting prominently in the sunlight, and in the moment it fluttered in the wind, one could almost feel death permeating the air. These guys are my battle-hardened subordinates, yet their relationships are quite poor. They often fight over trivial matters, making them the most troublesome existence in any pirate crew. Rock spoke while raising his right hand high, but as long as I give the order, they will not hesitate to fight for me. No, for the rewards I offer. By then, they will unleash battle prowess that is no less than 1,000,000 troops. So how about it? Do you have the guts to fight against so many of us at once? There is no fairness in a pirate duel. Facing Rock's provocation, Roger merely smiled calmly, raising his gaze to those pirates covering the mountains, and said word by word, "If you talk about people willing to fight and die for me, I have quite a few here too." As soon as he finished speaking, figures began to emerge from the corners of the stone walls, rushing out one after another at lightning speed, landing one by one in the space around Roger. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 people stood behind Roger, their movements perfectly synchronized. Among them were tall and short, fat and thin, handsome and ugly, and even fishmen with unusual skin colors were among their ranks, making one curious how Roger could gather such a group of people. Although there were a few familiar faces often seen in the newspapers, in terms of numbers, the disparity between the two sides was truly too great, and the outcome of a normal battle was entirely predictable. Undoubtedly, every person's gaze was sharp and resolute, all staring at the enemy in front of them, as if they had long been prepared for something, ready to fight to the end for their beliefs. Rocks narrowed his eyes, scanning those sudden pirates one by one, before finally landing back on Roger, slowly saying, "Are you sure you're serious? With just this few people, you really don't need me to get involved. Or do you think this is enough to defeat the Rocks Pirates? Do not underestimate them. If your group of subordinates is 1,000,000-strong army," Roger pointed to his companions, "then each of them is an elite that can swallow even 1,000,000-strong army. You want to fight? Then let us fight." The crowd echoed in unison, clearly only a few dozen people. Yet at that moment, their momentum completely overshadowed the thousands of pirates on the opposing side. Rocks let out a cold laugh, a rare cooperative pirate crew. "Let me see if your strength matches this momentum." "Wait a minute." Just as Rock's raised right hand was about to come down, Roger suddenly spoke to stop him, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Don't you want to know what happened to us a month ago?" When Roger said this, the pirates of the Rocks pirate crew were all taken aback. They thought the opposing members were already prepared for battle, but unexpectedly, under such a tense situation, that man proactively suggested a halt. At the same time, his companions seemed to share a silent understanding, each retracting their weapons and quietly standing behind their captain. The hand that Rocks had raised stopped once again. The smile on his face had vanished, leaving only a cold and indifferent expression. No one could guess what he was thinking, nor could anyone predict what he would do next. Regardless of what Rocks was thinking, some people present couldn't help but feel restless. After being stuck on Hive Island for more than a month, finally waiting for the largest expedition in history, many pirates were naturally ecstatic, their minds only focused on how to make a name for themselves. If not for Rocks not having officially given the order, they would have rushed in already. Even though each of the enemies was difficult to deal with, in terms of numbers, the Rocks pirate crew undoubtedly held an absolute advantage. To not take the initiative to attack when they had the upper hand could only be described as hopelessly foolish. Therefore, it seemed quite difficult for such people to honestly obey the others' arrangements. A burly pirate stepped forward and loudly said, "What nonsense are you talking? Pirates from different factions have no friendship other than mutual slaughter, let alone you guys with a criminal record. I'll make an exception this time." Before that person could finish speaking, Rocks coldly stared at the pair of eyes filled with expectation and uttered those icy words. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was heard clearly by the pirates ambushed on the mountaintop, all of them staring blankly at their admiral, their faces filled with astonishment, hardly believing that the usually hard-to-communicate Rocks would directly agree to the other's proposal. The previously interrupted pirate was even more dumbfounded, taking a while to regain his senses, his thick beard almost flaring out with his excitement. "Admiral, are you serious? That guy just played us hard. Anything he says is. How can you know the result without trying?" That person seemed to have a streak of bad luck, always getting interrupted mid-sentence. This time, he was interrupted by a man reeking of alcohol. Let us trust Rock's judgment. Hick. That guy's intuition is always particularly accurate. Hick. The drunkard, as usual, took a big swig of alcohol, his drunken eyes seeming to shine. "I don't like that guy named Roger, but how things develop afterwards often piques people's interest. Doesn't he it?" Hick. The person was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head, dejectedly saying, "Anyway, Hive Island values strength above all. Everything will go at your pace." One of the officers of the Rocks pirate crew, Captain John, no longer paid attention to his subordinate, focusing his gaze on the two men facing off. His hand holding the bottle of alcohol froze in place. For someone who was addicted to alcohol, to restrain the urge to drink was an extremely rare occurrence. There was only one reason for this situation. In his mind, no fine wine could compare to the content of the conversation between those two. Since Roger dared to proactively approach, knowing the vast disparity in numbers, it indicated he must have complete confidence in ensuring victory in this life-or-death gamble for his crew. Captain John didn't have much interest in the truth of the matter. Betrayal among pirates was common, and he didn't intend to resent Roger for it. He was just very curious about what kind of words that completely inscrutable man would use to make the temperamental Rocks change his mind. Regardless of whether the negotiation went smoothly, the final outcome would shake the fate of the entire world. Similar thoughts were shared by Kaido, who had remained silent, now intently watching Roger's expression, observing every move he made. He couldn't figure out what kind of psychological reasoning led Rocks to agree to the other's request. During the more than half a month of rest on Hive Island, Kaido had inquired about the situation from the survivors in the town. Everyone said they had seen the Roger pirates looting all over the island. Even non-combatants would be ruthlessly killed. Although he had secretly checked several types of Zoan devil fruits in Rock's collection that had transformation abilities, no matter which one, it was impossible to transform hundreds or thousands of people into other forms at the same time. Not to mention the pirate ship, the All Jackson, docked at the harbor, was an unquestionable fact. Thus, Kaido quickly dismissed the speculation of the enemy using transformation methods. Even if the betrayal of the Roger pirates had hidden circumstances, there was currently not enough evidence to prove they were framed, and it couldn't be ruled out that they were colluding with the government. The key point was that the huge commotion caused by his earlier battle with Roger had long since alarmed the entire island. Unless the government and navy were deaf, they could not remain indifferent. It was only a matter of time before the enemy's main force would attack. If they lingered too long, everyone would fall into the encirclement of the enemy forces. Thinking of all these unstable factors, Kaido shifted his gaze to Rocks. Seeing him still nailed to the ground without taking any action, he secretly grew anxious, beads of fine sweat unconsciously appearing on his palms. As if already anticipating Rocks would respond this way, the smile in Roger's eyes deepened a bit, and he cupped his hands towards that man, saying, "Thank you very much." He cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and the previously nonchalant expression instantly became much more serious as he spoke the words he had been brewing in his heart for a long time. "Now, I will tell you everything that happened in this past month." At the hunting square in the center of the island, at the top of a towering stone tower, two figures stood there like sculptures, their gazes piercing through layers of clouds. Looking toward the southeast where smoke billowed in the valley, their faces both cold and grave. The situation seems quite grim. Satan, supporting himself with a cane to maintain his balance, frowned and said in a deep voice, "I never expected those two rival pirates, after meeting, not only to avoid conflict, but instead to chat leisurely." Indeed, beside him, Edmund agreed with his statement in his usual cold tone, his gaze still fixed on the valley, not even glancing at Satan, and one could clearly sense a strong, killing intent that had suddenly vanished. As Satan spoke, he slowly turned the old cane in his hand, deepening his gaze with each rotation. I wonder how the information leaked. Otherwise, those two groups would still be in the dark. What are those useless fools doing? At the end of his sentence, he struck the ground forcefully with his cane, causing long cracks to appear where it hit. He had searched the entire island without finding the mastermind, which had made his anger reach its peak. Edmund narrowed his remaining eye slightly and said calmly, "At this point, dwelling on the past is meaningless. Only what happens now is the established reality." Reality? Huh. Satan's expression softened a bit as he mulled over this word, a thoughtful look appearing on his wrinkled face. Whether it was Rocks, who continuously summoned non-member country residents to expand his power, or Roger, who traveled the world collecting historical texts, their actions undoubtedly posed a huge threat to the world government's rule. Especially Rocks, who claimed the title of king of the world, had already displayed terrifying strength that overwhelmed others in the battle on Grassland Island, leaving even Rubail without the strength to fight back. If it weren't for the special medicine he had developed in time, he might still be lying in bed now. Moreover, Rock's most proud subordinate, Edward Newgate, had once suppressed the widely recognized Admiral Air Fujitora and had not lost ground even against Roger. Not to mention other headache-inducing officers like Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and Wang Ji. Just the monstrous newcomer Kaido would at least require an admiral-level expert to have a chance of taking him down. It is no exaggeration to say that this pirate crew, composed of such monsters, already possesses the strength to stand toe-to-toe with the world government. If they formed an alliance with Roger's crew, it might become the greatest crisis since the major event of 800 years ago. To say if suggests that such possibilities may never become reality. Speaking of which, that could be used at any time, right? Satan turned his gaze to Edmund's face, his eyes gleaming with a dark and cunning light, a stark contrast to his previously mature and composed demeanor. "Do you think I hid Green and his group for no reason?" Edmund snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with such arrangements. "That's even better. The only one who can change the current situation is none other than you." Satan bowed respectfully to him, his tone filled with deep respect. If someone saw a member of the Five Elders who stood at the pinnacle of world power, showing such a humble attitude to another, they would surely question their eyesight. As a world aristocrat, one must occasionally consider the interests of the world government. Otherwise, the celestial dragon system would lose its original meaning. Meaning, only foolish people would engage in maintaining vanity and rely solely on the protection of the strong while enjoying a decadent life. The doors of a new world will not open for such people. Edmund unabashedly rebutted his statement, slowly reaching for the eye patch over his left eye, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a smile that seemed to come from the depths of hell, instilling fear. However, selecting qualified individuals through mutual slaughter is also an interesting choice. I will personally judge which of you will be chosen by the new world. Before his words fell, he pinched the edge of the eye patch and slowly pulled it down. Is what you just said the truth you wish to express? In the valley, Rocks remained standing still, a hint of surprise visible in his features, seemingly unable to accept the facts he had just heard. Noticing that Rocks was shaken by his words, Roger quickly added, "In any case, I have recorded everything that happened on Whirlpool Island through the Den Mushi, including communications between the agent and the government high-ups. If you still don't believe it, let Spencer bring it to you. No need for explanations." A cold voice abruptly interrupted Roger's words, causing him to momentarily freeze and look up at Rocks, who had just spoken. Rocks stared at him for a long moment, and suddenly, a smile broke out on his previously lifeless face. You have a point. Think about it. If we fight to the death and give the world government the opportunity to wipe us all out, they would be the biggest beneficiaries. As soon as those words were spoken, the pirates belonging to the Rocks Pirates erupted in an uproar. "Mr. Rocks, don't believe that guy's nonsense. He must be stalling for time to give the government's army enough preparation to come to support. It's strange that we've been here on world government territory for so long without seeing the Navy. Perhaps they've made a deal with them. But what if Roger's words are true? He has no reason to take such a huge risk to betray us. What if the Roger we saw that day was a fake? Maybe we've been caught in the government's trap without realizing it. In an instant, the surrounding noise erupted, with voices of agreement and disagreement rising and falling. Seeing the situation, Newgate, fearing it might lead to chaos, scratched his ear, picked up his naginata, and struck the ground heavily a few times, then shouted loudly at everyone. Everyone calm down. Rocks will have his considerations and will surely give everyone a satisfactory result. His voice was like a thunderclap, ringing in everyone's ears, and the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. As the surroundings gradually quieted down, Roger cast a grateful glance at Newgate, then turned his gaze back to Rocks, stating solemnly, "We don't have much time left. The urgent task is to retrieve those treasures from the celestial dragons and find out the mastermind impersonating me. Even if I have a good temper, I can't tolerate this." Looking at his old partner, suddenly putting on a face of indignation, Rayleigh couldn't help but glance at him sideways. Who was it last time that almost wiped out a military force because of bad words about Sandbell? Rocks, who had originally worn a smile, suddenly darkened his expression and said coldly, "Considering that you are being somewhat sincere this time, I will trust you for now. But any thoughts of monopolizing the treasures that should belong to Hive Island will not be tolerated. If anyone dares to play any tricks, I will be the first to eliminate them." The words had not yet finished, and an invisible aura surged from him, sending a gust of sand and stones flying across the ground. Rayleigh and the others instantly felt a tremendous pressure wash over them like a tidal wave, instinctively protecting their bodies. Even so, they still found themselves stepping back a bit, with some unable to withstand the force and being knocked to the ground by the sudden wind. Is this a show of strength? It's very much in line with your style. Roger remained unfazed, his heart steady, his body firmly planted like a wooden post, and his smile widened as he patted his chest and assured, "Since this is something from Hive Island, I naturally have no reason to take it without your consent." He stepped forward to the man who seemed surprised that he was unaffected, and without hesitation, extended his right hand, smiling as he said, "Let us form a temporary alliance right here. No one can stand against us when we join forces." Rocks silently looked at Roger. Being able to sense emotions through observation hockey, he understood that Roger had no malicious intent. However, for some reason, he felt a certain discomfort in his heart. The reason he decided to trust Roger was not only due to the perfect alibi he provided and the mysterious phone call he received half a month ago that led to Hive Island. More importantly, through their long standoff, he noticed that since their last encounter, Roger's Conqueror-esque hockey had improved significantly. The momentum he displayed was not inferior to his own. Without using abilities, the chances of taking him down without injury were probably less than 30%. Therefore, if he chose to engage in battle with Roger's crew here, even if he could ultimately win, it would come at a huge cost. Moreover, the strength of the government forces stationed at the center of the square was still an unknown factor. Before eliminating the world government, which had always been the #1 enemy, having as many allies as possible was always better, even if this was not what he truly desired. Even if he had suffered countless betrayals leading to mistrust of everyone. In an instant, memories of his painful and humiliating childhood surged back into his mind. Rocks gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain in his head and trembled as he extended his right hand. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Rock's hand, their hearts nearly reaching their throats, watching intently as his hand slowly moved toward Roger's right hand, each person unconsciously holding their breath. As for pirates, regardless of their individual motives, as long as their interests aligned, yesterday's enemies could quickly become today's partners. Therefore, even the cadres like Lingling did not interfere with Rock's decision, as long as they could reap the most benefits from it. The two vastly different hands were now less than 2 centimeters apart. This is what cooperation is about. Much more mundane than I imagined. Just as this thought crossed Rock's mind, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his gaze sharply focused on a figure in the crowd behind Roger. A figure he would never forget in this lifetime. Dressed in a clean white coat, wearing a bubble helmet, with black hair standing tall, his face grotesquely hideous, holding a whip covered in spikes and drenched in blood. At the same time, as the fat muscles on his cheeks trembled, a low, muddy laugh spilled from his throat. Ahaha, while this guy still has breath left, hurry up and take care of him, and you'll be free again. The man before him, even if turned to ashes, Rocks would never forget. Montague Saint, one of the many celestial dragons residing in Mariewa, and also the former master of Rocks during his time as a slave. That was a past filled with pain and humiliation, a dark page torn from the grand book of his turbulent life. Rocks was born in a non-member country that had suffered from war for years, and while still in swaddling clothes, he was forcibly captured by the Navy along with his family and taken to Mariewa. During the journey, his father attempted to argue with them and was shot dead on the spot by the Navy commander leading the team. The charges given by the Navy were merely that they were descendants of special race that had once brought endless disaster to the world and was now waiting for a chance to revive. Of course, Rocks was just a crying infant then and had no knowledge of the specifics of the situation. From the moment he could remember, he was forced to do various hard labor for the man who raised him. Any moment of rest would inevitably lead to a beating. He could only survive on the meager scraps of excrement, and even when the feed was replaced with pieces of his mother's dismembered flesh, he had to swallow it all without complaint. Rocks did not utter a word of complaint, nor did he cry out loud. He even wore a nauseating smile in front of that smug fat man. Having witnessed countless slaves being killed in Mariewa, he knew all too well what methods could maximize survival rates. Only by living could he wait for the chance to escape and one day exact brutal revenge on the world government and its lackeys. To this end, he was willing to abandon every shred of dignity and emotion as a human and would do whatever it took to survive until the last moment. Perhaps on a whim, the entertainment-loving Montague Saint gathered all his slaves into a specially designed room, declaring that the one who could walk out of the room would be freed from slavery and regain their freedom. This enticing condition was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope for those who had long been oppressed, rekindling their hope for life after a long time. Only Rocks, who had been deeply acquainted with human nature since childhood, understood that the other party was merely seeking some excitement from the slaves' mutual slaughter, wanting to give them a glimmer of hope so they would fight harder, ultimately ensuring that no one would survive. This was a cruel method commonly used by the upper echelons who toyed with human lives for their own satisfaction. Because of this, Rocks resolutely decided to win this game at all costs. Any hesitation in his heart would lead to a deadly end. Many years later, he could hardly remember the details of the process. He only knew that the companions who had once shared the same iron cage lay dead all over that blood-stained room, and he had subdued the expected fickle fat man on the spot, taking him as a hostage to escape from the cage that had bound him for many years. Afterward, the celestial dragon hostage incident made headlines in the newspapers and stirred up a storm at sea. Along with it, a 7-year-old boy who had been offered a bounty of 90 million berries also drew attention. The guy who should have been dismembered and thrown into the sea suddenly appeared alive before everyone. Anyone would be shocked beyond measure, not to mention Rocks himself. Ah! What's wrong? Surprised to see me alive? Montague Saint wore a sinister smile as he slowly approached Rocks, dragging his long whip across the ground, leaving a long streak of blood behind. The roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell once again squeezed out of his throat. Thanks to your care back then, I was left with nothing but bones after being devoured by those ferocious sea beasts. As he spoke the last few words, the muscles in his face twitched violently, and he looked as if he were submerged in some corrosive liquid, his flesh gradually melting away to expose the stark white bones inside, with only 2 large eyeballs firmly embedded in their sockets, bulging out like goldfish, releasing a bloodthirsty hatred that would shock anyone who dared to meet his gaze. You, what on earth? Ugh. Even though Rocks had seen plenty of storms, he felt his stomach churn violently upon seeing this hideous sight. Just as he was about to say something, an intense pain suddenly shot through his mind, making him furrow his brows and instinctively cover his forehead, gasping for breath, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Rocks, are you okay? Seeing the usually unflappable Rocks show such a painful expression for the first time, Whitebeard hurried over to comfort him. If you're feeling unwell, I'll go ask Stussy for. No need. Rocks interrupted him harshly, forcing himself to endure the tearing pain in his head. Gritting his teeth, quickly gather the brothers and head to the square immediately. I have a bad feeling about what's coming. What are you talking about? I can't leave you alone. As a highly respected officer, if you don't make a decision quickly, you might put our beloved crew in irreversible danger. A slightly lazy voice drifted into Whitebeard's ears, causing his heart to shudder. He suddenly looked up at the source of the voice and saw a man in a naval uniform standing with his hands behind his back among the crowd behind Roger. On his open chest was a prominent spiral tattoo, and a thick mustache above his lip added a bit of charm to his well-defined face. Have you forgotten your old rival so quickly after just a few years? The wound you left on my chest that day still aches faintly. As he said this, the man extended his right hand and gently poked his chest, a smile appearing on his face, looking very approachable. However, at that moment, Whitebeard felt an indescribable strangeness, even doubting whether what he was seeing was real. The man was none other than Silvers Rayleigh, the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, known for his integrity, who had fought in the Sandwich Straits 6 years ago. Suddenly seeing someone he thought was dead reappear before him shocked Whitebeard immensely. Without giving him any time to hesitate, he raised his naginata and pointed it at the man, sternly saying, I don't think this is something that can be brushed aside when someone who clearly died right in front of my eyes suddenly comes to talk to me. Silvers Rayleigh deliberately sighed deeply, adjusting his hat, and slowly said, As for whether I'm alive or dead now, the term undead fits quite well. Although I would love to give you a good beating, the one I truly want to tear apart is that hateful woman who stripped my soul away. At the end of his sentence, his gaze fell on Lingling in the crowd, his eyes flashing with fierce light, as if he wished to tear the woman before him into pieces. Seeing him glare at her so fiercely, Lingling couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. But she still forced a smile. Oh, come on. You're just a defeated foe from history, and you're making such a sour face for whom? Right, little ghost? The last question was directed at Kaido beside her, but to her surprise, the young man didn't respond as he usually did. Instead, he stared wide-eyed at someone diagonally across from him, his face showing disbelief, his heart racing. After a long moment, he finally squeezed out a few dry words. Kubota, little ghost, it's been a while, and it seems you've grown quite a bit taller. The man wore a calm smile, his long black hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a light blue long coat, the edges fluttering gently in the wind, exuding a vigorous aura. It was none other than Vitalru, who once taught Kaido martial arts and secretly held the CP0 identity. The pirates, seeing Rocks and several officers acting out of character, were bewildered, unsure of what had happened. A bolder pirate stepped forward to ask them what was going on, but just then, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking the man in the head unexpectedly, and he fell to the ground, blood spurting out. In that moment, everyone clearly saw what happened, their gazes instinctively converging on someone in the Roger Pirates. The shooter was actually a government agent wearing a black uniform. Seeing that person blow the smoke from the gun, a sinister and triumphant smile appeared on his gaunt face. Stop wasting time talking with them. Quickly to deal with these fools who dare to oppose the government. The pirates stood frozen for a moment, and after a brief period of shock and disbelief, it was replaced by uncontrollable anger. Damn, Roger, look at what you've done. You're clearly colluding with the world government. Kill them all, along with those detestable lackeys. Amidst the roar, the pirates rushed forward, brandishing their weapons towards the Roger Pirates. Hey, are you crazy? Who told you to fire? Jabba, who had just regained his senses after witnessing the sudden change, abruptly turned his head and grabbed the subordinate who fired, demanding angrily. His bloodshot eyes behind his sunglasses clearly showed he was extremely furious. The person was a newcomer who joined after the Roger Pirates escaped from Whirlpool Island. Seeing the usually easygoing Jabba's expression turn so terrifying, he turned pale with fear and trembled as he said, Jabba, I don't know what happened. Just now, a government agent suddenly rushed over with a bunch of bombs, claiming he wanted to die with us. I was worried about any accidents, so I decided to strike first. Government agent, I don't have time to joke with you. Your reckless actions will ruin everything Captain Roger has worked for. All right, Jabba, there's no point in blaming him now. The water that Espen spilled can't be gathered back. Trying to awaken Rocks and the others, who had fallen into a strange state, was futile. With no other choice, Roger waved his hand to interrupt Jabba, as those ferocious pirates, just a step away from them, seemed to hit an invisible wall and were all thrown back, unable to get any closer. What we need to do now is to minimize the deterioration of the situation. Roger's gaze shifted to Rocks, who was still in a daze, his expression heavy. His nerves were taut as he realized that things might be heading in the worst direction. Damn it, at this critical moment, unable to bear the repeated, painful memories assaulting his brain any longer, Rocks began to vomit on the ground, only feeling somewhat better after expelling a mixture of blood and stomach acid. He wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and watched as the melted body, reduced to nothing but a skeleton, approached him step by step. Instead of showing any fear, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Hive. It should be like this. After all, how can a slave not keep a smile on their face? The skeleton, once known as Saint Montague in life, also displayed a grin. The sound of its teeth clattering together was particularly jarring. How dare something that left no ashes behind lecture me? Roxas said, clenching his right fist tightly, a layer of pitch-black, domineering aura with a metallic sheen enveloping it. Countless tiny bolts of lightning shot out, crackling incessantly, as a fierce glint flashed in his bloodshot eyes, ready to be shattered once more. The skeleton merely let out a cold laugh, not responding to his provocation. Suddenly, new flesh and blood began to sprout from the pile of bones, followed by skin, hair, and facial features, ultimately forming a complete human figure. But this time, it was no longer the grotesque, indescribably fat face, but a handsome, slightly youthful visage. Seeing this scene, Roxas felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. His limbs went numb, as if he had turned into a piece of wood, stuck in the ground and unable to move. The domineering aura that had coalesced on his fist gradually faded like the sea calming after a storm. Despite the sounds of battle around him, he felt as if he had gone deaf, staring blankly at that familiar face, his lips trembling as he barely managed to utter a name. Ryan. Good. You haven't forgotten your best friend. The seemingly 6 or 7-year-old beautiful boy appeared quite pleased at Roxas calling his name, beaming with a radiant smile. I still remember those days when we shared the same meals and slept in the same cage. Even the day you cruelly killed me, I still remember it vividly. At this point, Ryan's smile grew more intense, but a chilling light flickered deep in his eyes, as if lowering the temperature around them by several degrees. Shut up, Roxas said expressionlessly, the sound of his clenched fist crackling like frying beans, clearly indicating the anger boiling within him. Ryan, as if he hadn't heard him, raised his index finger to his lips, feigning innocence as he continued speaking to himself. As I recall, besides the two of us, there were also 98 others who would do anything to survive, all crammed together in a labyrinth-like room. I, who was utterly powerless, was so scared I could barely walk. If it weren't for Big Brother Roxas protecting me, I probably would have been the first to be eliminated. So, without Big Brother Roxas, I would never have made it to the finals. Shut up. Roxas repeated the two words, instinctively raising his tone, like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest touch. But Big Brother Roxas abandoned this brother who shared hardships with him right at the crucial moment. Until that knife plunged into my chest, I still believed in you, Big Brother. Ryan grew increasingly agitated, his handsome face becoming extremely distorted. Why? Why did I, who trusted you so much, suffer such a cruel betrayal? Is it really easy for you to exchange the blood of 99 people for your own survival? Answer me, Big Brother. Have you had enough? With a thunderous roar that felt like a bolt from the blue, thick, dark lightning surged from Roxas, accompanied by an unparalleled momentum that suddenly spread outward. The mountains within several dozen miles were directly shattered into fragments, and the incessantly chattering boy was blasted into nothingness. In an instant, the entire island trembled violently, and the distant sea, affected by this overwhelming aura, rose into hundreds of meters high waves. Many ships engaged in battle were caught off guard and swept away by the oncoming tsunami. At that moment, a warship floating in midair, unaffected by the chaos, erupted with a loud, hearty laughter that resonated throughout the clouds. Ha ha! So many young people on the ship have passed out. Was it that kid Roger's doing? No matter what personal grudges you have with Roxas, let's fight first. Before the laughter faded, a shadow shot from the bow of the ship, diving towards the Valley of the Gods like a cannonball. Ouch. My head feels like it's going to explode. What the hell is Roxas doing? Can't he even tell friend from foe? The island's tremors gradually subsided, and Lingling rubbed her aching temples, frowning as she complained. The sudden, overwhelming aura made her shiver, causing a momentary daze. If she hadn't decisively unleashed her conqueror's haki to offset some of the aura's impact, even with her indestructible body, she would have fainted. Not to mention the ordinary crew members who hadn't had time to react. After the earlier shockwave that affected the entire island, nearly half of their own people were now foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground, while the subordinates responsible for the ambush were buried under the collapsed rubble, likely unable to participate in the ongoing battle for the time being. As the overwhelming aura that covered the entire island gradually faded, Roxas stood stiffly like a piece of wood, his once fierce eyes dimming and losing their spirit, as if he had lost his soul. No matter how the other pirates called his name, he showed no response. The only thing known was that he retained a faint consciousness, and the sight of the pirates trying to approach him being knocked to the ground was the strongest evidence. It seemed that he had recalled some unpleasant memories, as he had been muttering the name Ryan since earlier. Newgate, who had taken the same approach, casually wiped away the beads of sweat on his forehead. Watching as the Navy that had been mocking him moments ago suddenly vanished, he couldn't help but sigh. When it comes to memories, seeing someone who was supposed to be dead suddenly chatting with you like a chatterbox feels like a dream, and even now, I still can't fully accept it. After all these years fighting in the new world, isn't it a bit ridiculous to be surprised by such things? Lingling snorted coldly, scoffing at his words. Normally, phenomena that cannot be explained by normal reasoning can simply be attributed to the powers of devil fruits, right? But, at this point, she seemed to have noticed a puzzling aspect, her expression becoming significantly more serious. Her memory wasn't great, and she couldn't immediately recall which fruit had the ability to make someone unknowingly fall into an illusion. Gulalala, looks like I'll have to thoroughly consult the encyclopedia later. Newgate, who couldn't come up with an answer despite racking his brain, simply laughed heartily, but after a while, he suddenly stopped, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually turning into a bitter one, as some people apparently didn't intend to give them this opportunity. His observation skills were much sharper than he had imagined, but unfortunately, it was still too late. The remaining pirates who were barely conscious were suddenly startled by the unfamiliar and magnetic voice, turning their heads to look in the direction of the sound. They saw deep blue flames shooting up into the sky, scattered around the valley, and the blue light in the air seemed to form a winding path, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura that made most of the pirates present feel an immense pressure. Amidst the cold, eerie firelight, fully armed soldiers surged out like a tide, their red armor glistening with a metallic sheen, showing no signs of burns, resembling demonic soldiers from the depths of hell. Even the boldest among them would feel fear upon witnessing such a scene. Accompanied by the echoing footsteps in the valley, they quickly occupied various key positions, forming a siege against the bewildered pirates in no time. Each soldier held a heavy crossbow, with blackened arrowheads aimed at the gathered pirates in the valley. The bowstrings pulled taut, waiting for a command to shoot them down like a swarm of hornets. Captain Roger, it's the same group we fought at the coast. There are 10 times more of them now. What else with those suddenly appearing flames? Why are there so many of them coming out? Damn it, we've been set up. That bastard Roger is definitely in cahoots with the government. No way. We can't counterattack in this passive situation. Amid the panicked shouts of the pirates, several soldiers respectfully parted to the sides, and a young man in a cloak strolled forward with his hands behind his back. He stood tall and straight, with an exceptionally handsome face that had almost no flaws, and his forward-curving spiky hairstyle only added a unique charm to his overall image. If it weren't for the long sword tightly gripped in his hand and his flamboyant armor, one might mistake him for a well-traveled young nobleman. Just then, Roger, who had released his Conqueror-S haki to form a semicircular barrier to protect his companions, suddenly spotted this person and was secretly taken aback. Though he maintained a calm facade and asked loudly, "So, everything is you're doing, huh? Fegaland Green Goose of the Knights of God. You've certainly taken advantage of the situation, but don't think you can pin all the blame on us. Green Goose feigned a troubled expression, shrugging his shoulders. The reason we could set up our ambush in advance is thanks to you delaying so much time here, though you're of no use anymore now. As he spoke the last word, a sinister smile crept across his lips, making it hard to imagine such a handsome face could display such a terrifying expression. Upon hearing this, the Rocks Pirates felt no doubt in their hearts, glaring at Roger and the others with gritted teeth, eager to rush forward and fight them. But they refrained from acting directly due to the government troops watching closely nearby. I was wondering why people suddenly disappeared. It seems you're also a devil fruit user, aren't you? Rayleigh, with his right hand resting on the sword hilt, quietly observed the surrounding soldiers, ultimately focusing his gaze on Green Goose, maintaining a calm tone. You don't need to know that. Green Goose neither agreed nor denied, his slightly raised eyes flashing with a cold glint. Just know that this place will soon be your burial ground. Things won't go as you wish. Accompanied by a roar that could shatter eardrums, Newgate's right fist, enveloped in a circle of transparent ripples, slammed forward like a dragon bursting from its lair. In an instant, slender cracks appeared in the air, resembling shattered glass, as a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Before the soldiers could pull their bowstrings, the ground beneath them instantly cracked apart. Most soldiers were either blown away by the shockwave or fell into the deep fissures torn by the earth, followed by countless heart-wrenching screams echoing from within. At that moment, a figure suddenly shot into the air, darting toward Newgate like an arrow. Accompanied by the sharp whistling of a blade slicing through the air, the surrounding atmosphere seemingly distorted by this invisible force. Newgate's gaze sharpened, showing no hesitation or doubt as he swung his naginata, creating a white arc of light that collided with the incoming dark long sword. Dark red lightning, writhing like octopus tentacles, burst forth from the point of impact, shooting complex scratches across the already scarred mountain walls, making the already battered cliffs look even more shattered. In that instant of collision between two different weapons, both faces broke into wildly arrogant smiles, reminiscent of a predator suddenly spotting its prey. A knight wearing a gas mask struggled to maintain his balance on the cracked ground, witnessing his side lose a large portion of soldiers in just a few seconds. An unprecedented sense of defeat welled up from his heart, and he immediately shouted in anger, "Damn it! The remaining scum that can still fight, shoot immediately. Prioritize taking down the weak ones." Yes, the remaining soldiers seemed a bit afraid of the knight, daring not to disobey his orders. Ignoring the pain coursing through their bodies, they quickly knocked arrows on their bowstrings and shot them out. Amid the sounds of earth shattering, countless sharp arrows, accompanied by the buzzing of 1,000 wings, rushed toward the pirates who had been temporarily incapacitated by a series of impacts, raining down upon them like raindrops. No way. We can't dodge. It's over. The pirates attempting to struggle to their feet were horrified at the sight of the impending arrow rain ready to engulf them. In this critical moment, thousands of dark water droplets shot in from the distance, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, knocking down all the densely packed arrows, turning them into fragments that gradually disappeared in the air. In an instant, it seemed as if a black storm had poured over the entire valley, countless droplets splattering down, drenching everyone completely. The air was suddenly filled with a mixed scent of alcohol and stomach acid, and if anyone attempted to inhale these odors through their nostrils, even the most devoted drinker would feel nauseated to the point of refusing to touch a drop of liquor again. However, at this moment, many people seemed to have forgotten to breathe, with no one having the mind to notice what the smell was like, only staring blankly at a man staggering at the valley's entrance, as if he might fall at any moment, their eyes filled with utter astonishment. Drinking more alcohol isn't a bad habit. If a person can't do what they love, it's 1,000 times more painful than death. Captain John, taking a swig from a bottle, licked the remnants of alcohol off his beard. When his gaze swept over the day's soldiers, his drunken eyes emitted a sharp, intimidating gleam, causing an involuntary shiver. You guys must love drinking when you prey on the common people, right? Why not take this great opportunity to enjoy yourselves more? A soldier who seemed to be a squad leader forcibly suppressed his fear, raising his spear high and shouting, "If long-range attacks don't work, Let's fight them up close. Everyone, follow me. Anyone who shows weakness will be shot on the spot. It's truly unbearable to have such a terrible commander. I can't help but feel pity for those under him. Suddenly hearing that devilish laughter, the captain's heart skipped a beat. Before he could sidestep to avoid it, an unimaginable force surged down from above, slamming him to the ground, and cracks like a spider web immediately spread out. How could I not? The squad captain, accustomed to being arrogant and domineering under the influence of the celestial dragons, looked down on everyone. So even when his spine felt like it was about to break, his arrogance did not diminish in the slightest. But before he could finish his sentence, his head was firmly stomped down, and he heard that voice continue. Relying on fear as a means of control, how could anyone truly be loyal to you? But that's a different story when it comes to me. A chill rose from the bottom of the squad captain's heart. He disregarded the pain of his bones cracking and struggled to lift his head, barely meeting that beautiful yet terrifying face, trembling as he said, "Please don't do this. Just give me a quick end." How could that be? Ling Ling casually flung away several soldiers attempting to rescue their captain while grinning, exposing her rows of white teeth. Who would waste an opportunity to unleash their abilities in the most suitable situation? I refuse to become the laughingstock they speak of. No. Please don't. The man's voice shifted from a shout to a wail. At that moment, Ling Ling's demeanor underwent a dramatic change. Her face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of ice, and a voice like that from hell emerged from her mouth, word by word, life or treasure. Bastard, with that woman around, bringing so many people is simply a burden. The knight wearing a gas mask thrust his sword into the pirate lying on the ground, barely alive, and looked around. Seeing his comrades falling one by one after having their souls ripped out, he was instantly filled with rage. But when he inadvertently glanced at Ling Ling, a great sense of fear surged within him, and for a moment, he felt as if his soul and body were about to separate. This is bad. If this continues, I'll end up like that cloud. I need to think of a countermeasure immediately. The man instinctively bit his tongue to keep his mind clear, scanning the battlefield from behind his mask. His gaze finally landed on Kaido, who stood motionless like a statue, his expression dull, and a sly look involuntarily crossed his eyes. It's decided then. The reason I've been able to reach this position is entirely due to taking out the weak who have lost the ability to resist first. With that thought, the knight's frustration from being outscored by Green in the hunting competition was instantly swept away. He eagerly tightened his grip on the longsword, and with a flash, he vanished from his original position, reappearing like a ghost behind Kaido, swinging his sword to unleash a dark, cold gleam aimed straight at Kaido's nape. This was his prideful quick sword technique. Each strike moved like lightning, accurately hitting the target, often killing the enemy before they even felt pain. Except for a defeat 3 years ago at Green's hands, no one had been able to see through the flaws of this quick sword technique until now. With a clang, the knight's movement paused, and his expression gradually turned to shock. He clearly saw that when his sword struck the opponent's flesh, it felt like hitting iron or stone, and the sword shattered into several pieces. Yet there was not a single drop of blood on the young man's nape. This is impossible. Before the masked knight could figure out what was happening, a dark object carrying a violent gust of wind came crashing towards him, striking him hard on the face. Accompanied by a dazzling purple explosion, he let out a muffled groan, and his whole body flew backward like a cannonball, knocking over countless unsuspecting soldiers along the way. Finally crashing into a massive mountain on one side of the island, creating a deafening sound. Everyone present was stunned by this scene, their gazes unconsciously turning to Kaido, who had somehow shouldered his spiked club again, causing the entire valley to fall into silence for a moment. I feel like I've been asleep for a long time. Suddenly, so many unfamiliar faces. Kaido rubbed the back of his head, raising his somewhat hazy eyes to scan the shocked soldiers one by one, finally landing on Rocks, who was rooted to the ground like a nail. Looking at his dazed expression, Kaido couldn't help but twitch his mouth, murmuring, in the end, "You're the one causing the most trouble. Even without that blow from you earlier, we wouldn't have escaped the illusion so quickly." After a while, the soldiers under the world government seemed to explode like a boiling pot, a cacophony erupting. Impossible. That was the divine knight, more noble than ordinary celestial dragons. Selected through layers of screening. He was defeated by that kid. How dare you harm that esteemed person's body? Your crimes have now escalated. Over there toward the plaza. Could it be that those two lords were also affected? What nonsense are you spouting? Those two are not the kind of minor skills that could affect them at all. Newgate, having just forced Green back a few steps, turned his head and looked at the soldiers around him, who were shouting and arguing. A look of disdain appeared on his face as he muttered, "If you feel dissatisfied, why not go up and fight him? What can be accomplished by just raging here?" The pirates, already demoralized by continuous surprise attacks, suddenly found their spirits lifted as many of the cadres revealed their strength, cheering loudly. Oh, no wonder we regarded him as a monstrous newcomer. He took down an enemy cadre with just one strike. Not bad at all. Even without Mr. Rocks, it would be more than enough to deal with you. Garbage from the government. Your doomsday is approaching. Confident laughter rang out continuously as the fierce pirates brandished their weapons, preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, a white stream of light, surrounded by invisible waves of energy, rushed down from the sky, like a meteor falling from the heavens, crashing heavily into the valley and sending those pirates who hadn't reacted flying. The tremendous impact created a large crater in the ground. In the center of the crater stood the silhouette of a tall man, surrounded by thick smoke that obscured his appearance. But his hearty laughter could be clearly heard from within. "Roger, I finally found you. Do you know how I've been living these days? Now come and compete with me." Upon hearing that familiar voice, a helpless smile appeared on Roger's face. The trouble I wanted to avoid the most. After all, I couldn't escape. He muttered to himself, keeping his attention fixed on Rocks without shifting it even a bit. Watching that man, who had clearly lost consciousness but still emanated a powerful aura that kept people at bay, Roger felt a twinge of unease in his heart, sensing that something extremely unfavorable would happen soon. The two sides engaged in battle suddenly heard a loud bang, and as if by reflex, they stopped their movements and turned their gazes toward the thick smoke shrouding the large pit. Confusion and uncertainty were evident on their faces, unsure whether this unexpected guest, who had caused quite a stir upon landing, was friend or foe. With a fierce gust of wind, the swirling smoke was instantly blown away, revealing the true form of the man. He had a clean-cut head of black short hair, a rugged face adorned with a wild smile that seemed like it would never fade, and a curved scar beside his left eye. His tall and robust figure was like a mountain, with clearly defined muscles filling out his white suit, and a cloak of justice billowed behind him. Standing in the center of the large pit with his arms crossed over his chest, he exuded an imposing presence akin to a deity descending to the mortal realm, releasing an aura that seemed capable of crushing all demons and monsters into dust. As the crowd recognized the man's appearance, they all shouted in unison. The armored soldiers cheered with wild joy, while the pirates wailed in despair. "Oh no, it's Vice Admiral Carp. We are finally saved. Let's take down these scoundrels, the rebellious offspring of the Creator, without leaving a single one behind." Hey, am I dreaming? How could that monster appear in a place like this? It said he is famously vengeful against evil. Any pirate with a bad record will not be spared. We're doomed. Don't be afraid. He's just one man. We can take him on together. We shouldn't be afraid of this guy. You go first. I don't want to die for nothing. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, a middle-aged man named Carp, seemed to hear nothing. His dark eyes scanned the crowd, and whenever his gaze swept over a pirate, that person felt as if they were being targeted by a fierce beast, shivering with dread. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his gaze snapped to a group that seemed out of place, gathering in an open area, focusing on a man at the forefront with eyes shining brightly. Like a child seeing a beloved toy in a shop window, his face breaking into an almost crazed smile. "You're easy to find. This time, you won't escape. Wait, Carp, this isn't the time." Roger's words were cut short as he saw Carp's feet crush the ground into fragments, and the man shot forward like a cannonball, appearing right in front of him in the blink of an eye. His massive right fist turned black as ink, accompanied by a sound that seemed to tear through the air, and it came crashing down without any reservation. Roger heard the sounds of several comrades being knocked down by the oncoming wind and immediately cast aside all thoughts raising his long knife high to the left. Dark waves swirling around the blade, dragging a long, serpent-like scarlet lightning as he slashed horizontally from right to left to meet the incoming iron fist. Boom! The sharp blade collided with the hard fist, creating a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth. The powerful shockwave generated by the 2 sent debris flying from the shattered ground, causing the earth to suddenly sink several meters deep. Long, dark red lightning danced wildly like a dragon, rampaging in all directions. The pirates and soldiers who were still shouting and causing a ruckus suddenly twitched violently, then fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling back. In an instant, the once bustling valley was left with only the crackling sounds of lightning. The 2 forces were at a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand, as the intense pressure felt like a tidal wave crashing against their chests, making it difficult to breathe. In the next moment, both figures retreated over 10 feet, stabilizing themselves. They exchanged a glance, seeing the seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. Feeling the strength in the opponent's fist was no less than his own, Roger dared not let his guard down. Gripping his beloved sword ace tighter until he heard his old partner's voice reassuring the others that they were mostly fine, allowing the tension in his heart to ease slightly. Hiss! This is really intense. Carp shook his slightly numb right fist, his smile growing even more wild and unrestrained as he cracked his knuckles. Your hockey is on a completely different level from the last time we met. Looks like you Haven T been slacking off, so I can rest easy. Likewise, but now. Since even my punch aimed at knocking you out cold has no effect, it's only fair that I listen to your rambling for a bit. As if he had anticipated what Roger wanted to say, Carp quickly interrupted him with rapid speech, suddenly sitting cross-legged on the uneven ground, unfazed by the rough texture beneath him, staring intently at his old rival, who looked quite surprised by his actions, and said slowly, "Since you lost contact a month ago, tell me everything that has happened during that time. You have 3 minutes." A soldier, struggling to regain his footing, suddenly heard Carp's words and was filled with shock. Desperately raising his voice to shout, "Mr. Carp, what are you saying? That guy is a major criminal posing a threat to world peace. Don't listen to his sweet words. Hurry up and capture him now. I don't want to." Carp pinched his nose, adopting an indifferent expression. Even the most wicked of guys have the right to an explanation from the Navy, and besides, I'm quite interested in what has happened to him. As for the incapacitated wounded, I happen to have some medics among my subordinates. Please bear with it a little longer. Due to his countless past military achievements, Carp held a very high prestige within the government's private army, and with the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from a distance, the soldiers had no doubt about his assurance. Thinking of the incoming reinforcements, their spirits lifted, and they wielded their spears against the pirates with renewed vigor. However, only a few individuals with unique identities were exceptions, especially one man who couldn't shake off the grudge against the Navy's encirclement being breached. Wielding a long-handled weapon, he struck down several pirates attempting to intercept him. The knight wearing a ram-headed devil mask could no longer tolerate Carp's seemingly passive attitude and roared loudly, "A mere subordinate should not be giving us orders here. If you still value this hard-earned military uniform, go protect the other celestial dragons in the square immediately. That is the only purpose the Navy has existed for since ancient times. Who gave you the right to voice your opinion here?" Suddenly hearing a sound like muffled thunder explode by his ear, the goat head knight's entire body trembled violently, involuntarily taking half a step back, as if he were a machine running slowly due to aging. His gaze gradually shifted to Carp, whose face was covered with a thick layer of frost, staring at him with intense focus, completely different from his previous easygoing demeanor. "How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Do you believe I can immediately contact the Gorosei to sentence you to death?" The goat head knight, who wanted to say this, found his throat blocked like something was choking him after meeting Carp's cold, knife-like gaze, and couldn't utter a single word. Beads of sweat as big as beans flowed down the edge of his mask, pooling on the ground and gradually forming a small puddle, while the weapon in his hand fell into a crack in the earth, making not a sound. In the face of that overwhelming aura, his mind was completely taken over by fear, and he seemed to have stopped thinking entirely, unresponsive even as his subordinates shouted his name. "Sorry, An untimely piece of trash delayed me a bit. 3 minutes for you to recalculate. Seeing that the man stood still like a wooden statue, Karp no longer glanced at him, his gaze fixed intensely on Roger, seemingly eager for his next response. Since the establishment of the world government, there have been few who dared to directly insult the celestial dragons with the term trash within the system. Even those who secretly curse them wouldn't do it too openly. A navy like Karp, who spoke so freely, might not be found again for 800 years. Yet the soldiers present not only did not angrily curse at him, but no one reminded him to correct his wording. Everyone simply lowered their heads in silence, standing still. It seemed that their own lives were more important than defending the celestial dragon's honor. Even Roger, who had dealt with Karp countless times, was surprised by the latter series of audacious actions, taking a while to react, his distinctly outlined face breaking into a hearty smile. Haha, it's a bit unusual to hear sorry come from your mouth. As if triggered by a sensitive keyword, a hint of redness flashed across Karp's face, disappearing in the next moment, his black hair standing on end as he gestured angrily with his fists in front of his chest, seemingly exasperated as he shouted at the laughing man. Don't bring up what shouldn't be brought up. I don't have the time to mess around with you. Roger wiped away the tears that had spilled from the corners of his eyes and smiled meaningfully at Karp. Well, it can't be helped. It's too late to say anything now. Once everything is over, I will tell you everything without missing a single detail. Karp, suddenly noticing something, paused for a moment before his armed fists clashed together, producing a metallic sound as tiny red lightning burst forth, echoing the man's hearty laughter. Just right. I was thinking the same thing. With troublesome guys around, I can't do anything comfortably. The two exchanged smiles as if they had reached a certain consensus, then turned to look in the same direction. In an instant, a massive black light pillar shot into the sky, as if trying to blast a hole in the vast firmament that could never be repaired, dyeing the entire sky pitch black in an instant. Everyone on the battlefield seemed to forget the fighting at that moment, their gazes drawn to the dazzling light pillar, all eyes wide with disbelief, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before them was real. At the same time, a laugh filled with arrogance and dominance echoed over the entire island, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Ha ha ha! Whether it's the Navy or the pirates, any ants that hinder my rise to power, I will send you down to hell in the most painful way possible. From a moment Karp made his grand entrance, Kaido's gaze was fixed on him without a hint of relaxation, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light that only appeared when facing a strong opponent, his hands gripping the burrow breath tighter unconsciously, though they had never met before. Kaido had heard of Karp's reputation on the seas, even when he was still a lone wolf. Back when Karp was just a rear admiral, he had already sent thousands of notorious pirates to their graves with just his fists, many of whom had bounties exceeding 100 million, before his unparalleled strength. They were as insignificant as grains of sand on the beach. For the vast majority of criminals, Karp's name had undoubtedly become synonymous with the devil. Even on the island of the world's strongest pirate crew, just mentioning his name made countless ruthless pirates turn pale with fear, having faced death countless times. Kaido felt neither fear nor hatred towards Karp. Similarly, he did not harbor any contempt. The overwhelming aura constantly emanating from the Navy led Kaido to quickly conclude that his strength was on par with Roger's. The fierce clash between the two further solidified this belief. The mere act of maintaining his stance was incredibly challenging for him, and the chasm between him and either of these two monsters was insurmountable. If that guy had been at God's Island that day, the outcome of the battle would surely have changed dramatically. With this thought in mind, Kaido's desire to defeat his formidable foes grew stronger. Regardless of the gap in strength between them, regardless of how the arrival of enemy reinforcements would gradually disadvantage the Rocks Pirates, if he missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to engage with a strong opponent, it would become a lifelong regret. With his mind made up, just as Kaido took a deep breath, preparing to unleash a powerful roar to declare war on Karp, a dazzling black light suddenly appeared in his line of sight, causing the young man to instinctively raise his thick hand to shield his eyes. He then tried to peer through the gap between his fingers to see what was happening, but the light coming through was still blinding, making it impossible to open his eyes. All he could hear were the sounds of people being blown away and sharp screams. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaido gritted his teeth tightly, desperately gripping his kanabo and driving it into the crack in the ground, refusing to be swept away by the raging wave of energy. When the light gradually faded and tranquility returned to the valley, Kaido pulled out his kanabo, wiped the sweat off his brow, and slowly lifted his sore eyelids, suddenly noticing Carp and Roger standing shoulder to shoulder, both staring intently in the same direction. Their faces serious. What is wrong with them? Watching their unusually grave expressions, Kaido scratched the back of his head and muttered, following their gaze. In the next moment, Kaido's eyes widened involuntarily, his pupils rapidly constricting, his face filled with shock and disbelief, momentarily forgetting that he was in the midst of a battlefield. He saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing on the ground. Without a doubt, it was Rocks, who had awakened from his unconscious state at some unknown time. The earlier wildly unrestrained laughter perfectly confirmed this. The reason for using the term unfamiliar was due to his appearance and aura. The originally upright quills of the hedgehog-like figure danced wildly like vines, and the long hair, as dark as ink, showed no hint of shine. The muscles on his body suddenly bulged, the skin gradually transitioning to a bronze color, with dark lines flowing across the surface. His rugged face became even more ferocious and terrifying, and the crimson pupils slowly split to form two smaller pupils within the same eye, appearing particularly eerie. The scattered stones on the ground seemed to be attracted by some force, floating into the air and swirling around him with a rotating power. The whole person emanated a lifeless black aura, causing the surrounding temperature to drop at an indescribable speed, as if he were a demon wandering amidst mountains of blades and seas of blood, or a Jura king released from the depths of hell. At this moment, he looked down at his long and powerful fingers and curiously observed the strange patterns emerging on his body. A hint of surprise flashed across his expressionless face, as he was taken aback by this sudden new appearance. Rocks, perhaps still not accustomed to the astonishing changes that had occurred to him in just a few minutes, Kaido involuntarily swallowed hard and stammered a few words, his voice trembling as he spoke. Hearing someone call his name, Rocks slowly raised his head, his eyes, seemingly not belonging to a human, met Kaido's gaze at the same level. The fearless Kaido felt an invisible pressure rush at him the moment their eyes met, making it hard for him to breathe. His mind blank, and his body swaying as if about to collapse at any moment. Perhaps losing interest in the nearly defeated youth, Rocks turned his gaze away, sweeping over the corpses scattered on the ground, looking at his subordinates, who had been full of life just moments ago, but were now devoid of any signs of life. His expression remained unchanged, not even blinking, as if he was indifferent to everything in the world. Only a few senior members, like Newgate, could sense that the man's inner turmoil was beginning to stir. A roaring sound akin to tearing was echoing within him. Finally, Rock's gaze suddenly fell on two figures standing straight like gun barrels on the ground, and he did not look elsewhere. After sizing up one of the robust, new faces for a moment, Rocks abruptly shifted his gaze to the man in the red cloak beside him, a cruel and vicious light blossoming in his eyes as he said word by word, "Now that things have come to this, do you have anything to argue about?" Despite sensing an endless killing intent from Rocks, Roger's expression remained calm, and he chuckled bitterly. Without being able to uncover the true mastermind behind this, the situation is irreversible. From here on, we can only speak with strength. As if his response was unexpected, Rocks stared at him for a long time, then suddenly said, "Since this is what you wanted to see, then I'll grant you that," accompanied by a deafening roar, without any visible movement. The small stones swirling around him suddenly shot out as if receiving a command. Due to the high speed of these stones, they generated intense friction with the air, creating blazing flames and leaving long tails, resembling a meteoric shower sweeping down, accompanied by sharp sounds of breaking air aimed at Roger and Garp, determined to smash them to pieces. In an instant, red and white light intertwined, and those unstoppable meteor showers lost their original momentum under the impact of two powerful auras, turning to ashes and dissipating in midair. "Hey, you bastard Roger, I was 2 seconds faster than you, so this round is mine?" Garp, who had flipped back to the ground, pointed his thumb at himself, and excitedly shouted at his old rival, his face full of pride, like a child boasting about winning a game. Did you not learn to count? You were a full 3 seconds slower. So I won. Roger shot back, pointing at Garp's forehead, his stubborn demeanor making people like Rayleigh beside them unable to suppress their laughter. But the severe situation with strong enemies surrounding them prevented them from laughing out loud. Seeing his deadly attack easily neutralized by the two's teamwork, Rock's face instantly darkened, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists, his inner rage reaching a critical point. Even so, he did not lose the little rationality he had left, and instead of taking advantage of the arguing duo, he turned his gaze to the dazed Kaido and suddenly said, "Kid, do you still remember the bold words you spoke in front of me that day?" The words spoken in the same tone as before pulled Kaido's thoughts back to reality. Perhaps the question was too abrupt, causing Kaido to not react immediately, standing there with a blank expression, and after a while, he stammered out 2 words. "What? What is your purpose in becoming a pirate? And what is your reason for choosing to rely on others?" Regardless of whether the other's response met his expectations, Rocks showed no signs of emotion, staring intently at the young man before him, his murky and dark eyes seemingly penetrating into Kaido's inner confusion, stating word by word, "Everything you have done so far, isn't it all for the ambition that you have never given up on, even when on the brink of death?" His voice was neither loud nor low, but it struck deeply into Kaido's heart like a wake-up call. And the image of their first meeting years ago resurfaced in his mind, along with the words he had said that day. "So, until I defeat you and take your place, I will remain here depending on you, but that doesn't mean I will give up my ambition halfway. Even until the very end of death, I will prove to the world that I am the existence that surpasses all living beings." Unable to contain his excitement, Kaido involuntarily blurted out the latter part of his words, his voice rising from barely audible to high and passionate, drawing everyone's attention to him at that moment. Gulp. "What? Is that kid serious?" Captain John suddenly spat out a drink, shooting through 3 soldiers lined up in a row, a hint of confusion flashing in his dazed eyes. If it weren't for his concerns about Kaido's strength, he would have mocked him a few times. Is that kid out of his mind? What kind of unrealistic fantasy is he holding onto at a time like this? Wang Ji, wielding his 3-section staff, swung it in an impenetrable manner, making it so that enemies dared not approach, while he angrily shouted. Naturally, he wouldn't show any good face towards Kaido, with whom he had a past. Not even considering your own weight, you say such laughable nonsense. Lin, while commanding the rock-shaped homies to attack the swarming soldiers, looked through the crowd at the young man who confidently patted his chest, a smile of intrigue curling at the corners of her rosy lips. It was only at such moments that she wished she could be a fool. "Hey, Roger, do you know what that kid is about? He really has that rebellious spirit reminiscent of your youth." Karp rested his chin on one hand, curiously observing the young man who was significantly larger than himself, furrowing his brow and muttering, "But I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. What was his name again?" "Forget it." Roger couldn't help but glance at him sideways, genuinely curious how such a clueless guy became a high-ranking officer in the Navy. He had no choice but to patiently explain. "His name is Kaido, a newcomer who has made a name for himself in the New World in recent years. He has had quite a few dealings with your Navy." "Oh, I remember now. He's the kid who defeated Shiryu." Karp slapped his forehead, showing a look of sudden realization. "Thanks to him, the headquarters has to provide maintenance fees for the prison ships from time to time. Luckily, it all comes from Sengoku's pocket." Wahaha. Roger looked at Karp, who was almost laughing to tears, and sighed helplessly. "Although he is still far from being your match, don't underestimate that kid." At this point, a confident glint appeared in Roger's eyes, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. "I have a strong premonition that in the not-so-distant future, he will undoubtedly become one of the most dazzling new stars on the sea." For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with uproar, and the name Kaido had clearly become the focus of attention among the big shots. Only Newgate remained silent, not even turning his head. As the sole witness to the conversation, he understood very well the purpose of Rocks suddenly bringing up the past with Kaido, and an unprecedented heaviness rose from his heart. "Are you really planning to just walk away like this, Rocks?" With his arms crossed, Rocks ignored the discussions around him. After getting Kaido's response, He grinned widely, ha ha, just like you said back in the day. If we both survive this war, you'll be my right-hand man. Like a droplet of water falling into a pond, creating ripples, Kaido no longer had any hesitation in his heart. He suddenly raised his right hand, gripping the kanabo tightly, pointing the head at Rock's head, his eyes regaining their previous ferocity and sharpness, saying word by word, "If you can't even deal with that kind of trash, I won't let you off." Ha ha ha. It's settled then. As soon as he finished speaking, Rock spread his arms enveloped in dark energy, his smile reaching a nearly insane degree, shouting in a voice loud enough for the entire island to hear, "Advance. Fight. Go to where you should go. Crush those enemies blocking your way without leaving a single one behind." Kaido, who quickly understood the meaning behind his words, nodded heavily, then turned to face the square. Stomping his feet heavily on the ground, he shot out like a purple lightning bolt, knocking away all the soldiers trying to block his path, leaving only a series of afterimages behind. That bastard Kaido, trying to hog all the treasure for himself. I won't let you succeed. Amidst a deafening roar, Ling angrily jumped onto Zeus, racing towards the direction Kaido had left, and faintly, two sharp screams could be heard, quickly disappearing. Watching Kaido and Ling's figures vanish from sight, Rock's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. However, this feeling was fleeting, and his gaze quickly returned to its previous ruthlessness as he slowly turned around and looked up. In the distance, a dense cluster of white dots suddenly appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching his direction. Finally caught up, as he was still speaking, a man wearing a top hat and a brown suit landed smoothly beside Carp like a gust of wind. Frowning, he reproached the superior who always made him uneasy. "You went off on your own without letting everyone know in advance. Don't forget the purpose of our long trip here." "Wahaha. Sorry to worry you again, Bogart." Carp laughed heartily, scratching the back of his head, his nonchalant attitude unchanged despite the other's merciless criticism. "By the way, you guys took so long to arrive. Just now, two troublesome guys ran inside. How can you still say such irresponsible things?" The man named Bogart's forehead twitched in frustration, suppressing the impulse to punch him. He coughed lightly twice to keep his tone calm, for some unknown reason. The Navy stationed on the shore desperately tried to prevent us from advancing to the center of the island, as if they were afraid we would see something. Luckily, everyone can use moonwalk, or we would have a hard time shaking them off. Carp crossed his arms and looked towards the square with a smirk. Hee, maybe those guys have some secrets they don't want us to know. Watching the two men, who were clearly in a superior-subordinate relationship, yet spoke without any barriers. The pirates present felt somewhat puzzled, but the Navy troops landing from the sky made them tense once again. The Rocks Pirates, who had gradually regained their disadvantage in numbers, fell into a passive state once more. Speaking of which, clearly their target was right in front of them, yet they now felt like comrades fighting side by side. With his pent-up frustration dissipating somewhat, Bogart noticed Carp's uniform was completely intact. He glanced at Roger beside him, seeing he was also unharmed, instantly feeling an urge to retort. Looking at Bogart's face filled with determination to get to the bottom of things, Carp's expression became somewhat awkward, like a child caught making a mistake. He poked his fingers together, glancing sideways, pouting as he stammered. "Well, it's hard to explain to you right now. In short, for certain reasons, we've temporarily joined forces." By the end, he seemed to gather his courage, his voice becoming much louder. Bogart listened silently to Carp's not very convincing explanation, pulling the brim of his hat down a bit to nearly cover his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his cold face. "What's there to be nervous about? There is probably no other reason in the world that could make you collaborate with the person you hate the most, right?" As he spoke, he slowly turned around, his gaze gradually shifting towards the man enveloped in thick black energy. The ominous aura emanating from him made him instinctively tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword, his expression becoming unusually serious. The Navy troops who had come with Bogart acted without hesitation upon hearing their commander's words, immediately drawing their firearms and swiftly loading bullets, all aiming at the Rocks Pirates, their movements precise and efficient. No one questioned why the commander would choose to collaborate with pirates, nor did anyone show the slightest fear towards Rocks, who could kill them without a trace at any moment. They only understood one thing. to unconditionally trust their commander and annihilate his enemies without leaving a single one behind. Of course, the Navy did not intend to oppose Karp's actions, but that did not mean others were without opinions. You, with your not insignificant position in the Navy, have actually fallen to the level of colluding with filthy pirates. How shameless! A female knight, dressed provocatively and with a beautiful face, raised her sword blade towards Karp without hesitation, gritting her teeth as she spoke, her tone revealing her disgust and contempt. Your reckless actions will undoubtedly cast an indelible stain on the world government. Lord Satan and Lord Hell Edmund will not let this go easily. To the woman's harsh insults, Karp seemed to have not heard them, turning his gaze towards his rival, who appeared indifferent to the events around them, and revealed a smile that was intriguing. You better remember, kid, the cooperation lasts until we deal with that black mist bastard. Then it will be your turn. This time, I will make sure to send all of you to impel down. Seeing Karp's deliberately provocative demeanor, Roger felt secretly amused, but his expression remained calm as he casually shrugged his shoulders towards him. Then you might find yourself on the receiving end of a scolding from Steelbone Kong again. Ignoring the almost furious Karp, who seemed to have been hit where it hurt, Roger slightly turned to the side, his gaze falling on the children who had reacted to the current situation and were closing in from all directions. Looking at the unmasked killing intent and hatred on their faces, an unprecedented sense of regret appeared in his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. Those who could have become friends ultimately turned into enemies, a fact that anyone would find hard to accept. For this reason, he had even more reason to minimize the severity of the situation and do his utmost to face a battle he had little confidence in winning. Even the slightest wavering in his heart could become a fatal factor, leading to the destruction of the entire pirate crew. As the captain, his priority was to ensure that none of his companions were lost while successfully stopping that madman who would do anything. Then, he would root out the bastard who had repeatedly framed him, making sure that the truth would be revealed to the world, even if it required extreme measures. With a series of thoughts racing through his mind, Roger had made up his mind, raising the long knife in his hand, its tip pointing directly at the approaching enemy crowd, and spoke loudly to the crew who had lined up behind him without him noticing. Partners, for reasons beyond our control, this old friend who has been pursuing me has decided to temporarily set aside our past grievances and join forces to completely defeat that guy, Rocks. The rest of the enemies will be up to you. Riley and the others, who had long been eagerly waiting for the captain's orders, immediately perked up upon hearing this, each raising their weapons and shouting in unison, "Oh, leave it to us." Having gone through countless hardships together, they had long since become accustomed to the taste of being on the brink of death. Those who care not for death could hardly be afraid of a monster so powerful it defied all common sense. The silent Rocks glanced at the spirited Roger pirates, and then at Karp, who was glaring at Roger in indignation, a cold smile slowly appearing on his lips as if accepting their challenge. He immediately unsheathed the double-headed long knife strapped to his back. The two sheaths were drawn out with a sharp screech, revealing the long, cold blades glinting menacingly, with two vividly detailed dragon patterns coiling on the backs of the blades, their fierce heads glaring at each other. Under the sunlight, they reflected a chilling, murderous intent, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify, forming an immense, invisible pressure. Even the most fearless men, who would face the most tumultuous waves without fear, felt an unusual difficulty in breathing at this moment, as if a strange tremor was rising from deep within their souls. One of the 12 supreme great swords of the world, Dark Royal Wing God. Roger murmured to himself as he gazed at the double-headed knife in Rock's hand, which was enveloped in a strong, killing aura. His subconscious desire to break through himself grew restless, as the dark hockey like flowing water covered the blade, and red lightning burst forth around it with a crackling sound, accompanied by a complex mix of excitement and tension reflected in his eyes. Interesting, Ace mentioned it hadn't experienced a thrilling battle in a long time. Sensing the strong fighting spirit emanating from the opponent, Rocks gave the slightest nod, remaining silent as he raised his double-headed knife high. There was no need for any elaborate speeches, nor was there a need to try to listen to the other's explanations. Such nauseating behaviors would only hinder them in a real fight. Since they were pirates, they would settle it according to the most common and straightforward rules of the pirate world: killing, destruction, plunder. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust and sand, filling the air with a sudden sense of desolation and murderous intent. The blazing sun rose higher, and the weather grew increasingly hot. But the assembled forces in the valley felt no heat, standing their ground without retreat, intensifying the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. Rocks fixed his gaze on the two men who each stepped forward, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile as an unprecedented wild grin spread across his face. His right hand, gripping the hilt of his knife, fell like lightning. Under the blazing sun, the brilliance was blinding. Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar of laughter echoed across the sky, like a series of thunderclaps. "Boys, it's time to have a great fight." Thus began a massive war that would determine the future direction of the world. It seemed the show had already started. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Satan found a relatively smooth rock to sit on, his deep gaze looking towards the southeast where the valley was engulfed in flames of war, letting the howling wind toss his hair and beard. Yet he remained completely unmoved, not even blinking. The sounds of killing cries, loud enough to drown out any other noise, rang in Satan's ears, but to him, they sounded like heavenly music, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his wrinkled face as he rhythmically tapped his cane against the ground. With each tap, a shallow dent was left on the hard stone surface. Although he couldn't stop Carp and his group from heading into the island's interior, everything was developing as he had anticipated. At this point, he turned his gaze to the tall figure still standing like a rock at the edge of the stone tower, his eyes seemingly carrying a hint of a smile. "If it weren't for your unwavering assistance, it would have been much harder to make those two pirate groups kill each other. Is this the extent to which one can manifest their deepest memories into a tangible form?" Hell Edmund, who had put his eye patch back on at some point, covered his left eye with his hand, showing no joy of a victor, but rather a chilling aura, as if he were an eternal block of millennial-old ice. As if he hadn't heard Satan's words, his voice was low and hoarse as he muttered to himself, "That guy's hockey is much stronger than I anticipated." Or should I say, the stimulation he received far exceeded the norm, allowing him to unleash an aura different from usual. Hearing the unadorned seriousness in his tone, Satan squinted and asked with great interest, "Don't you think it's a pity to miss such a great opportunity to confront that man? When did I say I would forfeit?" Heller Edmund abruptly turned around, his remaining right eye shooting out a sharpness sharper than an eagle's, and spoke word by word. "Whoever survives this competition where life and death are at stake can qualify to fight me." If this had been said by someone else, Satan would have dismissed it with disdain and even scolded them for being too arrogant. However, he merely smiled, and there was not a trace of displeasure on his face for being provoked. He responded in the same gentle tone as before, still clinging to old habits. "I wouldn't object if it were you." It was precisely because he understood that man well enough, and because he had witnessed that undeniable strength, that any dissatisfaction in his heart would vanish in an instant. Stronger individuals often possess more capital for arrogance than others. Regardless of their character, they receive admiration and support from the world. Therefore, the course of history is usually determined by the stronger side. This is an unchangeable and indisputable reality. Unsure if he was satisfied with Satan's reaction, Heller Edmund snorted and ignored him, his cold expression softening slightly as his gaze shifted down to the left, finally settling on a spot that was the loudest. Speaking of which, there was a guy causing quite a ruckus just now, and, thanks to him, many celestial dragons were seriously injured. Soon realizing who he was referring to, Satan immediately retracted his smile, following his gaze to see a massive mountain behind the hunting square had collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble that nearly filled the entire square. Many celestial dragons and agents were buried under the debris before they even had a chance to think about escaping, with only faint, barely audible groans coming from the cracks, indicating there might still be signs of life. Those who narrowly escaped were screaming madly around the collapsed area, their voices filled with terror and anger. In the middle of the crowd, a slender man lay in a starfish position on a chaotic pile of rubble, his clothes tattered and blood from his wounds staining the stones behind him red. The mask covering his head had become fragmented, revealing a bruised and disfigured face, twisted to the point of being unrecognizable, with only exhalation left in his nose. Someone stared at him for a long time before recognizing him as a member of the Knights of God, causing an uproar in the square. No one expected that this knight, whose status surpassed that of ordinary celestial dragons, and whose strength was comparable to that of a vice admiral in the Navy, would now be sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his body nearly reduced to a bloody mess. Was it just a single blow? Witnessing the scene below, Satan frowned slightly and raised his withered finger to touch his nose tip. He would subconsciously make this gesture whenever he couldn't make sense of something. Although that kid wasn't particularly strong in the Knights of God, I know that there are probably no more than 20 people capable of incapacitating him in an instant. Just a little tiger still wet behind the ears, showing off before the lion makes its kill. Heller Edmund mercilessly interrupted his murmuring, brushing aside his wind-blown long hair with a hand. His indifferent tone made it hard to tell whether he was mocking or praising. In terms of momentum alone, he could be considered a figure of importance, and there were only a few like him in the Knights. Your subordinate is about to run out of breath. Is it really okay to just leave him like this? Satan asked the still indifferent man in a probing tone, seemingly very interested in his next response. No problem. Heller Edmund waved his hand dismissively without turning back, his voice colder than his expression. Being defeated only shows he is too weak. My knights do not need such weak trash. Is that so? After hearing his irrefutable tone, Satan no longer pressed the issue. The internal replacement within the Knights of God was a common occurrence. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is an unchanging truth in any world. Therefore, in such situations, it is usually sufficient to strip that knight of his celestial dragon status and give his vacant position to someone more capable from the same family. This not only serves to deter other knights with ulterior motives, but also strengthens the armed forces of the world government, killing two birds with one stone. Compared to this, that kid is more likely to pique my interest. While speaking, Heller Edmund's gaze had already shifted to a valley that was intermittently flashing with purple light, accompanied by soldiers flying around and screams rising and falling, and that light was rapidly approaching this way without obstruction, with the island's experts mostly deployed to the front lines. Reaching here was merely a matter of time. Let's do some warm-up exercises before enjoying the main course. Before he finished speaking, the man clasped his fingers together, straightened his arms, and stretched, the armor on his body making dull sounds with his movements. A peculiar color seemed to flicker in his emotionless eyes, a look usually only seen in ferocious beasts after locking onto their prey. Hopefully, when I appear before you, I can maintain that unparalleled momentum. Satan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he hurriedly said, "In that case, why not let me send you off with this blazing fire domain I brought along? It can reach any location on the island in an instant." The old man's words abruptly stopped halfway, as he saw a shadow flicker in front of him like a ghost. Immediately, Heller Edmund was gone from where he had stood, leaving not even a trace behind, as if he had never been here at all. Really, everyone is so impatient. Satan looked up at the gradually cloud-covered sky, a hint of complaint in his gaze, which then disappeared. He murmured as if lost in thought, "I really want to see what that kid looks like. Unfortunately, I will never have that chance again." The moment the judgment angel decides to impose sanctions on someone, no matter how they struggle, they cannot escape the fate known as death. As he spoke, Satan slowly stood up from the rock. Although he leaned on a long cane with both hands, he showed no signs of aging, striding towards the edge of the stone tower with a steady pace no less than that of a young man. He looked down at the west entrance leading to the hunting square. His eyes, filled with wrinkles, appeared focused and contemplative. Even when a sharp, piercing, and greedy laugh echoed in his ears, there was no change in his expression. The corners of his mouth, obscured by a thick beard, curled into a sinister smile. Unexpectedly, that little brat came right to me. Whether out of ignorance or naivety, let me put an end to your sinful race. After saying this, without any visible gesture from Satan, a massive circular magic circle suddenly emerged beneath his feet. Countless thick bolts of lightning surged forth, and a jet-black flame erupted from the pentagram pattern at the center of the magic circle. As it completely engulfed Satan, The flame slowly receded like a flowing liquid, ultimately vanishing without a trace, leaving only the magic circle filled with an eerie aura. Hiss! It hurts! With a strange sound from the pile of rubble on the mountain path, Stussy crawled out, rubbing her waist, feeling a fiery pain throughout her body, her consciousness somewhat hazy. She steadied herself, forcing her mind to remain alert, and quickly scanned her surroundings. The ground was littered with ruins, apart from a few dilapidated columns barely standing. There was no sign of any buildings or living beings, as if she had fallen into a dead silence. Anyone arriving in such a place would undoubtedly have the thought of not wanting to stay for even a second longer, and Stussy was no exception. The moment she thought of the culprit that led to her dire situation, her anger surged, and she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she cursed, "Damn Lingling! How dare she leave me behind on the way? I must give her a piece of my mind later. With your meager skills, it would take at least 10 years to settle the score with her." The voice that came from behind, filled with sarcasm as always, made Stussy immediately recognize it. She turned around abruptly and saw a glamorous woman sitting on a high ground, casually teasing her pet python while making a face at her. The anger that had been building inside her intensified, as if it was about to explode at any moment. Nevertheless, she ultimately restrained herself and forced a malicious smile on her delicate face. "I thought who it was. Hurry to the square, or your treasures might be snatched away. Where are you?" She paused deliberately, raising her slender finger to her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes nearly squinting into slits, teasingly saying, "Could it be that, like me, you were left here and can't find your way out, so you have to obediently wait for a kind soul to rescue you?" Seemingly hitting a nerve, Gloriosa's face flushed, and she coughed a few times, unable to hold back as she shouted, "Who said that? I just wanted to enjoy this embarrassing sight. I can leave this damn place any time I want." "Oh, is that so?" Stussy tilted her head, looking at her with disbelief, taking a step forward in a provocative tone. "Since that's the case, let's have a contest. Whoever finds the treasure first can order the other around for a year." "All right, that suits me." Gloriosa jumped down from the high ground, striding towards Stussy and pointed at her nose, defiantly retorting, "I'll let you experience what true despair feels like." Starting infighting without even knowing the basic situation. Should I say you're lacking in brains, or that your brain has been scrambled? A voice as sweet as a silver bell, but filled with a strange tone, suddenly rang out in the air, causing Stussy and Gloriosa to stop their heated argument as if drawn by some invisible force. They turned in unison toward the source of the voice, where a vast open space on the left featured a huge stone platform. A petite girl with long, deep purple hair cascading down like a waterfall sat on it, her hair swaying gently with the wind. At that moment, she was leisurely swinging her long legs, beaming a radiant smile as she waved at the two women. If it weren't for her black tight-fitting armor, stained with a hint of blood, and the peculiar puppet head she held in her other hand, no one would expect that such an angelic face concealed a demonic heart. If those words had come from someone else, Gloriosa would have undoubtedly gone up to beat that person without a second thought. However, spoken by a sweet-looking girl, it was a different story. Thus, when she saw the girl's true appearance, the anger in her heart dissipated significantly, and she revealed a rare smile, asking, "Little sister, who are you? This battlefield isn't a place for little girls like you to play, you know?" Before she could finish her sentence, Stussy beside her reached out to stop her from continuing, then scrutinized the girl for a moment before coldly sneering and pointing at her outfit, asking word by word, "If I'm not mistaken, that cloak of yours is the same style as that sharp-headed handsome guy, right? What's the matter? Not moving with your companions?" As if triggering a keyword, the moment the words "sharp-headed handsome guy" reached her ears, the girl's innocent smile immediately faded. The tuft of hair on her head transformed into the shape of a sharp knife, and she said angrily, "Who would bother to be associated with that silver gun candle head? How dare you invoke that lord's name, forcing me to stand here all alone? I might as well be taken out by the enemy sooner." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. With a sudden burst of strength, she crushed the puppet head that was mumbling for mercy, turning it into a flurry of fragments that flew everywhere, blood spraying out and staining the surface of the stone platform with splashes of red. even though the two women had seen their fair share of chaos. They couldn't help but feel a wave of unease at this scene. They never expected that this girl, who looked no older than 18, could be so ruthless. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I haven't introduced myself yet. In just a second, the girl, who had been angry moments ago, transformed from a viper to a neighborhood girl. She gracefully flipped over and landed steadily in front of the two women, slightly bowing with her hands elegantly resting behind her back, a childlike, innocent smile reappearing on her face. Nice to meet you. My name is Cornelia Salinal, a descendant of the original 20. Just call me Little Sally. It seems telling you these things is pointless, since you'll eventually know as my collection. Anyway, hearing her aggressive words, Goroliosa remained unfazed, merely placing her hands on her hips and coldly laughing. Blind confidence is not a good thing for young people, Miss Sally. Otherwise, you'll be in for a lot of trouble. Crawling on her shoulder, the creature Hiloti poked its head out and spat out a message, its pupils transforming into the vertical slits typical of ferocious beasts, glaring menacingly at the girl, unwaveringly standing alongside its master. I advise you not to resist futilely, little girl. Saying this, Stussy pulled out a pistol decorated with a grinning face from her waist, pointing the muzzle at Sally's forehead, her sensual lips curling into a victorious smile. It's a bit presumptuous to think one person can deal with us. You might as well surrender early and tell us what you know. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't resort to extreme measures. One person? Sally was momentarily taken aback, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Unable to help but laugh out loud, she quickly composed herself, helplessly shrugging her shoulders, her beautiful eyes revealing blatant sarcasm. Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Could you tell me who this one person you mentioned is? Before she finished speaking, accompanied by the continuous sounds of rolling around them, figures began to crawl out from the ruins. Upon closer inspection, they were not humans, but mechanical puppets created through some skilled technique, their bodies covered in irregular wooden textures. Despite having facial features similar to humans, they exuded no vitality, as if they lacked self-awareness. At the sound of Sally's snap, the group of puppets seemed to receive some special command, brandishing the weapons affixed to them and surging towards the two women from all directions, surrounding them like a tightly sealed iron barrel in the blink of an eye. Receiving such a warm welcome for the first time was quite overwhelming. As she watched the puppets slowly closing in on her, Goroliosa felt the immense pressure emanating from them. Each one was far beyond the armored soldiers she had encountered earlier. A slight carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. Moreover, the ever-sensitive Hiloti was anxiously nudging her shoulder with its snake tail, hissing repeatedly. Only someone who had dealt with snakes since childhood like her could understand the message Hiloti was trying to convey, and her expression inevitably grew complex. The puppets are lamenting, hoping I can give them a quick end? TCH, pirates have no habit of doing good deeds. Though she thought this in her heart, her movements were not sluggish at all. She quickly walked over to the stunned woman beside her, who was rendered speechless by the scene before them, and flicked her slender fingers against her forehead with just the right amount of force, reminding her in an unrelenting tone. Instead of dawdling here, you should think about how to solve the current problem. You haven't forgotten about that thing, have you? The sudden pain jolted Stussy back to reality, causing her to reflexively rub her forehead, forcing back the tears that were swirling in her eyes, grumbling, I've always carried it with me. There's really no need to hit me, right? Who knows if you'll falter at a critical moment. Sally propped her chin on her hands, squatting on the ground, observing the argument between the two women with a well-behaved demeanor. The tuft of hair on her head swayed back and forth, as if feeling a bit bored. And she on casually, no matter how you discuss countermeasures, it's futile, right? Or are you two actually very close and planning to get cozy before your end? Clearly born into a noble family, it seemed Miss Sally needed to start her basic education from scratch. Shifting her attention abruptly to Goroliosa, a gentle smile appeared on her face, her voice unusually calm. Even Stussy, who knew her well, was somewhat surprised until she glanced down and saw the trembling right fist tightly clenched, realizing that Goroliosa was extremely angry, as if genuinely oblivious to Goroliosa's unusual behavior. Sally reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, her agile eyes darting around, and a harmless smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Aha! Why would a commoner who will never reach the top need to talk about etiquette? Not to mention you old ladies who are boring, even as pets. She deliberately emphasized the words old lady, her expression revealing unmasked mockery. Not only did this infuriate the already angry Garoliosa, but even Stussy, who rarely got angry at outsiders, turned as dark as coal, both of them simultaneously thinking the same thing. I'll definitely beat you, so hard you won't even know how to smile. You foul-mouthed girl. The two women, who were always at odds, had never reached such a consensus as they did now. If someone familiar with them suddenly witnessed this scene, they would have a stronger doubt than if the sun rose in the west. Is this real? Azrael stood in an open, barren area, the huge scythe he had been carrying on his shoulder unconsciously drooping down, his eyes filled with disbelief, hardly able to believe what he was seeing, and without turning around, he shouted loudly, "Are you sure this is the right place?" Behind him, the bandaged agent Nova knelt on the ground, respectfully replying, "My subordinates have thoroughly investigated. Not a single slave on the missing list is absent. Please, Lord Azrael, take a look." Although Azrael had no prior interaction with the agent named Nova, he had heard that he had a habit of scouting the terrain as soon as he arrived at an island. Thus, he had no doubts as they progressed along even the most remote paths. Under Nova's lead, they traversed the winding mountain road and arrived at a tranquil valley. The valley was carpeted with white flowers, swaying and dancing in the gentle breeze, resembling freshly fallen snow in the morning. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would hardly believe that this island, filled with slaughter and blood, had such a paradise-like place. And a few dozen meters ahead of them, several people of varying heights were gathered at the foot of the mountain, each wearing handcuffs on their wrists, curled up and shivering, occasionally glancing up at the two unexpected guests with eyes full of fear, appearing extremely frightened. "It seems you didn't lie to me. A few of them do look particularly familiar." As he spoke, Azrael's gaze swept over each of the slaves present, finally landing on the largest boy among them, who had a bow and arrow stuck in his back. His previously listless eyes suddenly brightened, and he nodded in satisfaction as he stroked his chin. "Unexpectedly, that little brat from the Bacchania tribe is here too. Since that day, my luck has never been this good." When this thought reached his ears, Nova's eyes seemed to shine, his body involuntarily shivering for a moment. But in the next instant, his gaze returned to calm, and he said in a tone devoid of any emotion, "It is by relying on the supreme bloodline of the adults that these lowly people have nowhere to hide." Fortunately, Azrael did not notice his unusual behavior. He simply turned around and walked towards him, looking down from a height at this subordinate he had known for only half an hour, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You see, I'm a bit different from ordinary celestial dragons. As long as my subordinates complete their tasks, I reward them. Since you successfully led me to find this batch of slaves, I will naturally keep my promise. After this war is over, I will personally apply to the 5 elders to ensure you become a member of CP0. Seeing him speak so confidently, Novart suddenly showed a grateful expression, hurriedly prostrating on the ground and knocking his head several times, his voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I will repay you with my life. If you do not find it distasteful, please allow me to serve as your personal shield." Yazriel slowly crouched down, as if warmly patting his shoulder, laughing heartily. "I've seen at least a few hundred agents, and none are as loyal as you. Since that's the case, I won't refuse your request." Amidst the laughter, a sudden sound of snap was heard, and Novart let out a terrible scream, his body spasming and collapsing to the ground. As wisps of heat rose from his shoulder, the bandages tied around his body began to tear apart, revealing skin that was gradually rotting and swelling. He started to melt like a puddle of mud. The only thing he could do was to stare at Yazriel with eyes wider than copper bells, seemingly unable to understand why the other party would suddenly turn against him. As if guessing his thoughts, Yazriel gently stroked his glowing red right hand, looking at the pool of blood on the ground that was constantly bubbling, a vicious smile appearing on his pale face. "Since you were so eager to go through fire and water for me, isn't it only natural for you to die for me without a word of complaint?" Seeing Novart's blood steaming and his body gradually melting into a pool of blood, as if waiting for this moment, Yazriel raised his right hand, spreading his fingers. as a mouth filled with sharp teeth slowly appeared in his palm. The pool of blood seemed to be irresistibly attracted, transforming into a long stream rushing towards that mouth, until there was no trace of red left on the lawn. Yazril propped himself up on his knees and suddenly stood up straight. A scarlet tongue shot out from the mouth in his palm, greedily licking the remaining blood around him clean, as if it were a living creature with consciousness. And after a joyful and excited screech, it slowly closed back up, the eerie bloodlight that had enveloped his entire right arm gradually dissipating. At the same time, a hint of color returned to Yazril's originally paper-white face, visibly becoming a bit more flushed. His long, blood-red hair twisted and squirmed like veins, appearing exceptionally strange even under the daylight. Phew, it's a bit uncomfortable to take in such an excessive amount of blood. He really does look like a delicate guy. Yazril stretched out his arms, easing his slightly fatigued muscles, and slightly closed his eyes, revealing an intoxicated expression. In any case, it had been a long time since he felt this refreshed. His mind was clearer than ever, and the upcoming battles would surely be even more thrilling, right? Speaking of battles, his gaze slowly turned to the slaves huddled in the corner, a dangerous and cruel light flickering in his predominantly white pupils. Like a cheetah in the dark fixating on its prey, sending chills down their spines, causing those already trembling figures to shake even more violently. If prey were targeted by such a gaze, they would surely panic and flee everywhere. However, not a single person on the scene showed any signs of running away or resisting, still crouching like wooden sculptures, their faces returning to the original hollow numbness after a twitch, as if they had accepted their fate of being slaughtered. Not sensing any unfamiliar aura nearby. It shouldn't be a trap set up by someone to lure me in, but just in case, it's better to end this quickly. Yazril spoke slowly while hastening his pace toward them. Each time he spotted the prey he had been longing for, he became unconsciously anxious. The desire to take lives within him grew stronger. Attempting to converse with him at such a moment would undoubtedly be a grave mistake. Therefore, during the hunting competition, even the celestial dragons, known for their arrogance, would not want to be such fools. They naturally valued their own safety more than prizes that were unlikely to fall into their hands. A gust of wind blew by, stirring the white flower sea with low, sorrowful sobs mingling in the air. The sound was heart-wrenching, making one unable to hold back tears, but to Yazril, it was particularly enjoyable, further igniting the beastly instincts deep within him. He licked his dark red lips. Only by using the order that you find most unbearable will I feel particularly pleased. Let's start with you. Before he finished speaking, Yazril quickened his pace and arrived in front of the most prominent child, who was covered in wounds. Looking down at the tear-streaked, bruised, innocent face, Yazril not only felt no pity, but a vicious smile appeared on his face. I don't know what methods you used to evade my detection before, but your luck ends here. The child seemed to understand his words, tremblingly lifting his head, his tear-blurred eyes filled only with fear, his dry lips trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Very good, very good. This is the unique expression of despair right before death. No matter how many times you see it, it stirs one's passion. With a gradually twisted and sinister expression, Yazril raised the giant scythe high above his head. A beam of sunlight broke through the clouds and fell directly on the tip of the blood-red scythe, reflecting a bloody cold light that was as piercing as a blood pillar, making one's heart tremble. What does the blood of the Bacchania tribe taste like? I can't wait to taste it myself. Amidst the uncontrollable laughter, Yazril swung the giant scythe fiercely, the blade slicing through the air and tearing out a sharp red light, aiming directly for the child's neck. Just as the child was about to be decapitated in an instant, the red glow suddenly halted just before touching his flesh. The entire scythe fell to the ground as if it had lost its point of support, making a crisp sound. Accompanying this was Yazril's intermittent voice, filled with fear and confusion. Hey, what's going on? I can't exert any strength. The young man barely managed to say a few words before his tongue went numb, unable to produce any more sounds. He desperately tried to lift his right hand, but his entire right arm seemed to have lost sensation, completely severed from his body, hanging limply down his fingers unable to move even a bit. He staggered back a few steps, the strength in his knees suddenly vanishing without a trace, and he fell straight to the ground, crushing a large patch of green grass and white flowers, feeling no sensation throughout his body. The slaves at the foot of the mountain were emitting a faint blue light at some point, their bodies visibly beginning to turn transparent, and in Yazral's stunned expression, they transformed into tiny sparkling particles and vanished into thin air. A counterfeit? Are they all projections created by foam bugs? No, ordinary projections can't produce such realistic expressions. Most likely some fruit ability I don't know about. Yazlar, who was barely keeping awake, wanted to express a series of questions and guesses, but in the end, only a barely audible gasp escaped his throat. His muscles gradually stiffened like stone, rendering him completely immobile, with only his eyes wide open, fixed intently on the empty ground that bore no trace of what had just happened, clearly unable to accept the reality before him. However, no matter how bizarre the phenomenon, he could not help but believe, as what happened next exceeded his understanding. The capture was successful. Everything was within budget. Suddenly, a cold and hoarse voice echoed in the air, reverberating between the surrounding cliffs, adding an extra layer of mystery to the already deep valley. Upon hearing this voice, Yazlar was even more shocked. Had his body not completely lost sensation, he might have jumped up at that moment. He could not fathom that the prey he had just disposed of with his own hands was still very much alive. You must find it unbelievable that there could be such a thing as resurrection, right? As this statement slowly fell, a figure gradually emerged from the air, wrapped in bandages, with a head that appeared to be twice the size of an average person. None other than the CP-8 Nova, who had been completely melted away before. Any strange occurrence, when explained, often turns out to be simple. Just like Yazlar's previous style, Nova spoke slowly, and in the blink of an eye, approached the youth, looking down at the man who lay on the ground unable to move. His originally hollow eyes were now filled with a piercing brightness that made it hard to believe they belonged to such an odd face. For instance, if I hadn't prepared enough equipment and replaced myself with a nearly identical dummy, I wouldn't have let you recklessly touch my shoulder at that time. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia seemed to flicker in his gaze, as if he remembered someone, but that feeling quickly vanished, and he coldly continued. In other words, what you absorbed just now was merely a liquid similar in nature to blood, which I used to make the dummy look more realistic. Before he could finish, Yazlar felt as if his head had been struck by lightning. His pupils involuntarily trembled, and cold sweat poured down his forehead, soaking into the soil beneath him. Sensing his restless heart, Nova maintained his speaking pace, continuing, I infused the fake blood with a specially designed nerve-paralyzing toxin, so for the next 5 hours, you will be in a state of muscle paralysis, helplessly allowing others to slaughter you. More than that, I care about something else. As he spoke, he began to unwrap the bandages around his arms and tore off the black gloves, revealing a smooth right hand without a single flaw. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have thought that such a gaunt body could possess such a beautiful hand. You just said no matter how many times, which means you genuinely enjoy killing from the bottom of your heart and feel no guilt whatsoever. Nova stepped forward, roughly lifting Yazlar's forehead with that bare right hand, staring intently at him, and said word by word, just on a whim, so many innocents have died because of you. What do you think human life is? Amidst his roar, his right hand transformed from an open palm to a fist, smashing hard into Yazlar's face. In an instant, blood splattered, and Yazlar's face, which could barely be considered handsome, was instantly caved in. The sound of his nose shattering was clearly audible. Anyone who saw him like this would feel a pang of sympathy. But Nova not only did not stop, but instead increased the force, landing one punch after another on his cheek. Each punch was filled with deep-seated rage, as if he wanted to vent all the anger and resentment he had endured. Yazlar seemed to display remarkable toughness. Aside from a muffled groan from the initial punch, he made no further sound, just allowing the relentless rain of fists to fall upon his face, as if he were a puppet with no reaction. Ha! Ha! Nova seemed to tire from the beating, his breath slightly quickening, his fist stained with blood that did not belong to him, dripping onto the grass to form shocking crimson stains. His eyes, filled with hatred, remained fixed on the man he had just beaten down, feeling no sense of relief. Instead, the raging fire within him burned even more fiercely, as if it aimed to consume everything, including himself. Yasler's face had swollen to a liver-like color, making it impossible to discern his original appearance, with blood trickling down from his shattered nose, making him look no different from a corpse. Yet for some reason, he still maintained a twisted, confident smile, his eyes filled with mockery as he gazed at the man before him, as if to say, "Since you hate me so deeply, and since I have completely lost my ability to resist, why do you hesitate to deliver the final blow?" Nova seemed to see through his thoughts, picking up a piece of bandage to wipe the blood off his hands, slowly saying, "How could I let you die so easily? I want you to thoroughly experience the various pains endured by those you have killed, and then, when you feel that you cannot survive nor die, I will tear your body to pieces." As he reached the end of his sentence, his voice became deliberate, with a tone of gritted teeth and a hint of indescribable sorrow, as if recalling a painful memory that had left a deep imprint on his mind. Yasler appeared unaffected by his words, lying half dead on the grass, completely motionless, looking no different from a dead dog found by the roadside. "My time is also running short." Nova turned his head, gazing at the sky turned red by the rising pillar of light, squinting with a thoughtful expression. Then he stopped pondering, quickly circled around to Yasler's back, his right hand covered in a faint green glow, darting towards his right leg, coldly saying, "Don't worry until the drug wears off. You won't feel any pain from whatever injury you sustain. I should thank you properly for this." A voice as cold and piercing as a snake's hiss suddenly sounded from below, causing Nova to shudder violently, and without time for further thought, he flew backward. Almost at the same time, a red light shot up from below, swift and fierce like a meteor chasing the moon, moving so quickly that it was invisible to the naked eye. Even with all his might, Nova could not completely evade it. Swish, accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing. Nova barely maintained his balance amidst the sea of flowers, clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath, blood seeping through his fingers and slowly soaking the entire bandage, the pain from the scratches intermittently stimulating his nerves. However, he had no time to consider this. He could only raise his eyes filled with uncertainty to see Yasler, seemingly unscathed, standing upright from the grass, wielding a giant scythe that he didn't know when he had retrieved, walking towards him step by step, a stark contrast to his previous half-dead appearance, leaving him utterly shocked. "Your plan is almost perfect. Even I was almost deceived, but unfortunately, there are two fatal flaws." Yasler extended his right index finger, and the bruised face covered with a faint red glow surprisingly healed at a visible speed, showing no signs of past injuries. With an air of confidence, he said leisurely, "Firstly, using blood to poison is quite clever, but it seems you do not fully understand my abilities. As long as I am willing to spend a little more time, I can replace my blood with a brand new supply." "Damn, I didn't even know when you recovered." Nova's eyes revealed a hint of bitter amusement, perhaps due to excessive blood loss. His voice was already somewhat breathless. Secondly, Yasler seemed to ignore what he was saying, raising his right middle finger, a malicious smile creeping at the corner of his mouth as he stated word by word, "All the thoughts of revenge and the foolish things one would never normally consider will be done without hesitation." "That's exactly what I was thinking." The unusually calm voice of the opponent greatly surprised Yasler. He saw Nova tear off the bandages on his body, which turned into fragments scattered on the ground, revealing a tall figure. "Thank you for your care last time on Hive Island, disguised as Jabba. No, the Knight of God, Miles Yasler." As the bandages gradually fell away from the man, Yasler finally saw his true appearance. He wore a dark green bodysuit adorned with lightning patterns that perfectly outlined his tall and well-proportioned figure. A silver oval helmet on his head explained why he had been wrapped in bandages, although there were small cracks on the surface. They did not affect the normal operation of the mechanical arms fixed on both sides. At that moment, the man stood coldly and motionlessly like an ancient, unchanging statue. His originally handsome face became extremely twisted and hideous, with endless resentment and killing intent shooting from his deep black eyes, glaring fiercely at Yasler. Anyone caught in such a gaze would probably have trouble sleeping soundly at night. Yasler did not know how many lives he had taken in his life. so he was psychologically prepared for enemies to seek revenge. However, seeing this person, he still showed a ghostly expression, a unique horror only seen when one encounters someone they thought was dead suddenly appearing before them. The boy before him was none other than the pirate known as the disassembler Uno, who had been severely injured by him during the attack on Hive Island and was now fully healed, with a bounty of 510 million on the government's wanted list. "So it's you, kid. I thought I had killed you." Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. But Yazler was completely oblivious, only continuously sizing up the person before him, murmuring with a trembling voice that could not hide his disbelief. "I want to die before I personally exact justice on you." As if seeing through Yazler's doubts, Uno slowly raised his slender right arm, opening his 5 fingers toward Yazler's astonished pale face, stating word by word, "Even if I have to pay with my life, I will send you to hell. Everything is for those you have killed until now." As he spoke the last few words, familiar scenes flashed before his eyes as if they had happened just yesterday, when a seemingly innocent little girl with a purple mushroom haircut and a girl with chestnut braids, whose face resembled a ripe apple, flashed before him. The boy's eyes contained unprecedented pain, which instantly transformed into an anger capable of burning everything in the world, fiercely raging and consuming the last remnants of tenderness in his heart. Soon coming back to his senses, Yazler looked at him for a while, then suddenly revealed a hint of a contemptuous smile. "I've heard this old cliché so many times I'm about to develop calluses in my ears. The so-called hell is merely a self-comforting statement of the weak. Without it, they cannot find solace for their fragile hearts." At this point, he raised a slender finger, slowly sliding it down the cold, sharp blade of the giant's scythe, his eyes slightly squinting as if feeling the slick and viscous texture of the blood on the surface. And he said slowly, "Moreover, you've missed the perfect opportunity to defeat me without your poison as a trump card." How ironic. Uno quietly listened to his sarcastic words, his expression calm, without a ripple, casually tossing away the glove from his other hand, and said lightly, "Same here. You didn't bring your sea stone as a trump card either, so it's fair for both of us." Yazler's expression changed slightly. Then he sneered coldly a few times. "You're absolutely right. No matter who kills whom, the eliminated side has no right to complain." The moment his fingertip left the blade, streams of fresh blood began to ooze from the tip of the scythe, gradually spreading down the blade, quickly enveloping the entire giant scythe. The blood on the blade wriggled like worms, as if it had been given life, evoking an indescribable sense of nausea and strangeness. Facing this powerful enemy, who had almost killed him and whose full abilities he still could not comprehend, Uno's expression became unusually serious, not daring to show any sign of slackness, fully focused on observing every move of his opponent, with a layer of light green membrane covering his palm, ready to strike at any moment. He understood all too well that if he let emotions like hatred and anger influence him in a life-and-death battle, he would inadvertently expose a fatal flaw. Therefore, he had to keep his mind calm at all times. Even in situations where the strength of enemies and allies was vastly different, there might still be a glimmer of hope for victory, even if that hope was almost negligible at present. Wonderful. I don't know how long it's been since I've encountered prey that won't tremble when I make a move. Watching the changes in his opponent's facial expression, Yazler licked his lips, his eyes shining with excitement and cruelty, looking even more insane than a beast that devours its prey. "When you see my true level, I sincerely hope you can maintain this expression." Amidst his maniacal laughter, Yazler suddenly swung the scythe in his hand, and arcs of blood-red light shot out, accompanied by a piercing sound that could almost shatter eardrums, sweeping down towards the frail figure. Seizing the initiative was always what Yazler excelled at and enjoyed the most. Regardless of how strong or weak the enemy was, the momentum was already 7 parts of the battle. Only he did not realize that the opponent was also waiting for the moment he would strike. With a swoosh, Uno's figure vanished like a ghost, instantly disappearing from the spot. The blood moon, having lost its target, fell like a torrential rain, leaving countless deep grooves crisscrossed on the grass. And the originally beautiful sea of flowers became a scene of devastation, with hardly a single intact place. At the same time, Yazler felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. As if he had already predicted the enemy's next move, the young man merely smiled coldly, suddenly twisting his wrist. The giant scythe abruptly turned 180 degrees, and without a moment's thought, he swung it backwards horizontally, the speed as quick as lightning, with enough force to sever the opponent's head in one blow. As soon as the scythe was swung, there was no sensation of cutting into anything. It completely missed. Yazril felt something was wrong in his heart and hurriedly leaped sideways, but he was still a step too slow. With a loud bang, Yazril felt an unbearable pain in his waist. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Before he could land, a dazzling green light streaked across a series of winding trajectories, like a python swiftly weaving through the jungle. And in an instant, it caught up to Yazril, who had been sent flying several dozen meters away. Seeing the green light approaching closer behind him, as if it would touch his back in the next second, Yazril's body reacted more quickly than his brain. He turned midair, the sharp scythe transforming into a blood-red arc as it thundered down towards the boy who was only inches away from him. However, Uno's body, straight as a stick, suddenly seemed to float like thin paper, skillfully dodging this lethal strike. The blade barely grazed his tight-fitting clothes, sliding unexpectedly to his left side, where a curved short knife had appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Yazril's carotid artery. Catching a glimpse of the knife's surface shimmering with a sinister green glow, clearly coated with potent poison, Yazril didn't think much further. He quickly raised the scythe to block in front of him, but unexpectedly, this was still a feint. Uno's short knife suddenly curved in midair, striking towards his ribs like a slithering snake. Yazril was startled. There was no time to block again. He heard a soft thud, accompanied by bursts of blood blossoming in the air as a long cut was made across his abdomen. Guh! Yazril grunted in pain, and as he bent over to clutch his abdomen, Uno's left hand shot out like lightning, perfectly landing on the blade of the scythe. With a continuous sound of cracking, the nearly 3-meter-long giant scythe instantly shattered into countless fragments that scattered down. Without giving his opponent any chance to breathe, Uno's right hand swung forcefully, and the entire short knife instantly split apart, turning into star-like points of dark energy that struck Yazril's body. Taking advantage of this moment, Uno suddenly stomped the air, darting around to Yazril's back, his poised left hand reaching for his head with lightning speed. Just as it was about to touch Yazril's occipital bone, blood was about to splatter everywhere. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged from deep within Uno, causing him to reflexively retreat over 10 feet, putting some distance between himself and his opponent. He stood on the uneven ground, still upright, but his breathing was much more rapid, and his eyes were filled with undeniable fear and a sense of impending doom. In that brief moment, a vision flashed through his mind of himself lying in a pool of blood, his body riddled with wounds. Haha, very good. It's this kind of momentum that makes me feel a little pleased, he said slowly, turning his head back, his body filled with countless iron shards, poison seeping into his flesh and gradually spreading throughout. Yet he remained unfazed, casually tearing off a blood-soaked iron shard from his chest, biting into it with delight, his expression as if savoring the most sumptuous delicacies in the world. After a long while, he spat out the shapeless iron residue with a thud, and a pit the size of a bowl appeared on the lawn at his feet, seemingly bottomless. Throughout the process, he never glanced at the ground, his sharp eyes always fixed on Uno, a smirk creeping up the corner of his mouth, a malicious grin unique to the world's most vicious and cunning snakes. I didn't expect you to go so far as to learn 6 styles just to infiltrate the government and seek revenge on me. Although I don't know how many of them you've mastered, it's already commendable for an ordinary person to reach this level. As he spoke, the iron shards embedded all over his body seemed to sink into him like they were trapped in a swamp, countless blood holes visibly healing at a rapid pace, restoring to their original state in the blink of an eye, leaving no scars. His face, which had already turned slightly blue, gradually became pale. Witnessing this scene, Uno showed no signs of surprise, as if he had long anticipated such a situation, and coldly responded, "If you can't make it indistinguishable from reality, how can you ensure that you're not doubted about your identity?" Hearing the sarcasm in his words, Yazril wasn't angry. He raised his right hand, suddenly squeezing, as blood flowing on the ground swirled around him with an eerie aura, gradually coalescing into a massive blood-red scythe that he grasped in his hand. Watching the giant scythe glimmering with dazzling bloodlight, Uno's expression slowly became serious, his nerves instantly tensing. A weapon created using abilities? Could it be that the previous one was the same? Before he could finish his thoughts, Yazril casually swung the enormous scythe, which seemed lighter than holding a stone, his face displaying symbolic arrogance and disdain as he slowly said, "Facing an opponent like you is indeed far more interesting than killing those defenseless trash." Just take the most common example. When a hunter captures its prey, the more the prey struggles, the more it ignites the primal instincts within the hunter, leading to it being devoured down to the bones. You've been living with pirates for so long. You must understand this principle. Uno stared expressionlessly at the man who was going on, his eyes growing colder, yet he remained silent, clearly accepting his words. "Before I completely crush you to pieces, there is something I've always been curious about." He continued speaking, his gaze gradually shifting from Uno's terrifying face to the uniquely shaped helmet, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his crimson lips. "Do you have some hidden secrets? Let me find out." With a maniacal laugh, the blood-red scythe swung out. In that moment, it felt as if everything in the world was cleaved in two by that strike. Uno only felt a blood-red shadow flash before his eyes, unable to even see the trajectory of the opponent's strike, as if his head had received a piercing blow. He spun and rolled to the side. Blood splattered wantonly, mixing with the white sea of flowers to create a tragic painting. Faint sounds of metal shattering still audible. The mountains surrounding the valley seemed to be affected by some immense force, breaking in half and collapsing with a deafening roar that threatened to tear the heavens apart. The entire valley instantly transformed into a landslide, raising a massive cloud of dust. "Looks like I overdid it. I shouldn't have stored so much blood." Yazril surveyed the valley that had been flattened in an instant, amazed at the power of his technique exceeding his own imagination. Suddenly sensing something, he snapped his gaze to the left front, where a man shrouded in thick fog stood, his dead gray eyes seeming to shine as he raised the giant scythe in his hand and shouted loudly, unable to contain his excitement. "I remember now. That absolutely rare characteristic. No wonder you're wearing such strange things. You're the only survivor among that bunch of scum." As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, a figure half kneeling in a sea of flowers emerged. Without a doubt, it was Uno, who had narrowly escaped disaster. However, Uno's appearance was somewhat different from before. His short, curly purple hair hung down, just covering his bloodied forehead. Despite being tightly encased in an impenetrable helmet for years, his hair remained smooth and free of any stains. Most striking were the pair of curved horns on his head, glimmering with a silvery sheen under the light. At that moment, he was tightly clutching his injured forehead, gritting his teeth and glaring at the young man, striding towards him with an air of smugness, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable rage. Yazril. In the conflagration of hatred and affection, vivid images of happiness intertwined with horror once again flashed before his eyes. "Brother, it's time to get up for breakfast. If you don't hurry, we won't make it in time." "Brother, get up." As a tender child's voice rang in his ears, deliberately stretching the last syllable. The still sleeping boy subconsciously covered his ears. The next second, he felt himself being pushed hard twice, his head banging against the bedboard with a thud. "Ouch, I know." Suddenly hit, the boy rubbed the large bump forming on his head, reluctantly crawling up from the soft sheets, and lifted his sleepy eyes to look at the culprit who had forcibly awakened him, a girl pouting at the edge of the bed. Her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish as she retorted, "Brother, I've heard that excuse from you at least 100 times. Sometimes when you sleep for 12 hours, you still doze off while walking." "Ah, really?" The boy, caught in a lie, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and forced a playful grin. "Anyway, thanks for waking me up, Rachel. I'll take you fishing at the seaside another day." "Wow, really?" The girl named Rachel's face lit up with anticipation as she clenched her little fists. For a child with a strong curiosity, nothing was more exciting than fishing. So her earlier dissatisfaction quickly faded away. "Thank you, Brother Uno. You must keep your promise." Amidst the laughter, Rachel opened her arms and pounced. But in a moment of forgetting to control her strength, when Uno saw her short, yet sharp horns about to jab into his chest, He hurriedly waved his hands to stop her, but it was still a moment too late. Moments later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the room, followed by an apologetic voice filled with guilt and worry. Uno, you look? Did you get taught a lesson by your sister again for trying to sleep in? It shouldn't be serious, right? A large rectangular dining table was filled with a sumptuous feast, and a thin but somewhat flamboyant middle-aged man sat at the head, forcibly suppressing the smile creeping up in the corner of his eyes as he curiously looked at the bandaged boy sitting to his right, who looked like a mummy. Like the boy and girl, he too had a pair of horns on his head, which were longer and more serpentine, resembling an iron tower. It's nothing, Dad. We've always played like this. Uno shoved a piece of fried chicken into his mouth, forcing a smile on his sullen face. Besides, this little injury is nothing for someone as strong as me. Ow, that hurts. He inadvertently aggravated his wound while speaking, causing him to grimace. Hee brother, you shouldn't try to act tough. It's well known that you're the smallest in the family. Rachel, sitting directly opposite him, grinned at her brother's sorry state, her big eyes nearly squinting into 2 straight lines. So you really need to work hard to exercise and become strong like Dad. Please don't be so blunt. Uno couldn't help but show a helpless expression, but he couldn't get angry looking at his sister's innocent smile. All right, Rachel, Uno is still young. In a few years, he'll be taller than Mom. A young woman dressed like a housewife walked out of the kitchen and sat down next to Rachel, her voice as gentle as her appearance. So you need to eat and drink more to grow taller. Exactly. The middle-aged man, rubbing his stubbly chin with interest, smiled slightly. It's impressive how cute you've been since you were little. You'll definitely grow into a beautiful girl. He was halfway through when he caught the disdainful glance from his son and immediately covered his mouth, stopping himself from continuing. With her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster from a mouthful of bread, Rachel glanced at her mother and then at Uno, as if making a decision, confidently declared, "When Rachel gets bigger, I will protect Dad, Mom, and brother, and I won't let bad guys hurt you." Although her words were a bit muffled due to the food in her mouth, everyone present heard her clearly. After a brief moment of surprise, the middle-aged man was instantly moved to tears. "My precious daughter, at such a young age to have such admirable awareness. I'm proud to be your dad." Before he could finish, he couldn't help but pull Rachel tightly into his embrace, making it hard to imagine that this seemingly stern man had such a childlike side. Uno, who was already used to his father's actions, sighed gently, his face unconsciously radiating happiness. After a small piece of chicken had settled in his stomach, he suddenly remembered something and turned his gaze to his mother, who had no protrusions on her forehead, and asked with curiosity, "Speaking of bad people, I heard Mom came from overseas. Is it because there are bad people there that you came to this island to seek refuge?" The sudden question from the boy caused his mother to pause slightly, her hand holding the fork frozen in midair. After a moment, she revealed a gentle smile, like a spring breeze. "It's not like that, Uno. The reason I stayed here is simply because I fell in love with your dad at first sight. Although there are many bad people in the outside world, there are also many kind-hearted ones. It was with their help that your mother became who she is today." Noticing the conversation between mother and son, the middle-aged man suddenly released his somewhat breathless daughter and proudly gave a thumbs up, his words filled with a bragging tone. "Don't look at your mom as just an ordinary housewife now. Before you two were born, she was a world-renowned adventurer. Marrying her is the most commendable thing in my life as a dad." "Really? Mom used to be that amazing?" Rachel showed a look of realization and cast a longing glance at her mother, wishing to go on adventures overseas and become someone like her mom when she grows up. That said, the ocean is vast but filled with dangers everywhere. Her mother gently stroked Rachel's smooth hair, looking at her somewhat confused expression with unreserved love and concern, saying, "It's not too late to have that thought once you have the strength to protect yourself. One day you will understand. The outside world, the vast sea, the isolated village." Uno, who kept murmuring these words, suddenly raised his head and voiced his doubts without hesitation. "If the outside world isn't that scary, why did our ancestors choose to hide on this remote island and even strictly prohibit future generations from going to sea? Were they afraid the island's residents would become interested in the outside world, or were they worried that some secret they desperately hid would be revealed?" As soon as he said this, the parents, who had been chatting and laughing, stopped as if electrocuted, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief, unable to fathom that this seemingly 10-year-old child would speak such words. The previously harmonious breakfast atmosphere suddenly froze, and even the usually mischievous Rachel glanced anxiously at her parents' expressions, worried that her brother might have offended them with his words, and she couldn't help but feel nervous for him. The whole room fell into a dead silence. Only the gradually audible sounds of breathing and heartbeat could be heard. After a long while, the mother seemed to have made up her mind, her eyes filled with determination. She raised her gaze towards her son, who was quietly sitting and seemingly waiting for an answer, and opened her lips to say something. However, the father gestured for her to hold her tongue, then turned his attention to their son, replacing his usual nonchalant demeanor with a seriousness that had never appeared on his face before, slowly saying, "It seems you've reached the age where nothing can be hidden from you, you know. Since that's the case, I can only tell you the truth. The reason I decided to convene the entire clan today is precisely this matter. On the vast and boundless sea, the waves surged violently, crashing against the shore like a roaring beast, creating a deafening rumble, as if a line of war drums was passionately playing the prelude to the impending storm. Each impact of the giant waves came with rolling white foam, like a snow-colored curtain spreading across the sky, disappearing the moment it hit the shore, impossible to capture. At this moment, a ship, battered and unrecognizable by the storm, lay quietly tilted on the beach. The hull was entirely golden, sparkling with points of light under the sun. But the originally magnificent ship was now riddled with holes. Even the deck was covered in cracks, as if it would completely fall apart with a gentle touch. Surrounding it were several men with bare upper bodies and strange face paint, each looking alert and serious, even somewhat disgusted, cautiously approaching the wreckage, their horns towering above them like sharp daggers, sending chills even in broad daylight. Suddenly, a dull sound startled everyone, causing them to reflexively become alert, pointing their spears at the source of the noise, a hole connecting the cabin and the bottom of the ship. Their eyes gleamed with fierce intent, ready to turn any signs of trouble inside into a beehive. After an unknown amount of time, a strong smell of blood wafted from the hole, causing those present to instinctively cover their noses. Following that, a bloodied man slowly crawled out, accompanied by his hoarse and dry voice. "Please, anyone, can someone help me? I will pay them a large amount of gold." Meanwhile, atop the Holy Land Mariehua, the city of Panga stood, symbolizing the pinnacle of world power. "Are you sure the news is true? It's not good for someone of his status to come down here so casually." "Yes, my subordinate has confirmed it. He is currently in a non-member country somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, without even a single attendant." A black-clad agent knelt on the ground, his expression almost trembling with fear as he reported to the white-haired old man who was questioning him. He kept his eyes glued to the floor, never daring to look up. CP0 has already sent experts to investigate, and when they arrived at the scene, they found. For some reason, his voice began to stutter, his tone filled with immense fear, as if he had received some terrifying news that was too dreadful to describe. In front of him stood one of the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world, who had his hands clasped behind his back and a long mustache, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he understood what the agent was trying to convey. And he spoke in a calm tone. "All right, we have a general idea of what is going on. You may leave now, and we will notify you if there is any situation." "Yes, I will do my best to complete the task." The moment the words left his mouth, he darted out of the room like a gust of wind, not wanting to spend another second with the person he feared most. Fortunately, none of the 5 elders noticed his demeanor. Instead, they resumed their discussion on the previous topic. With 3 months until the hunting competition, has that kid lost his patience? It's really a headache. The elderly man with the mustache sighed, looking quite helpless. The non-member country he regarded as a target must also no longer exist. With his hands in his pockets, a man with short golden hair frowned and muttered a few words. "Can't he have some restraint? I was counting on using those people as this year's rabbit." Other celestial dragons kill, for some reason. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, a bald old man in a white robe kept tapping the hilt of a knife he held tightly, and with each tap, his expression grew heavier. But that kid treats killing as the ultimate enjoyment, even going so far as to consume devil fruits, all just to seek a more perfect environment for slaughter, where only blood and screams can satisfy him. However, I can't entirely disagree with that. Sitting in the center, a big bearded bald man snorted disdainfully. Not only that, but the slaves he keeps also have the highest death rates, which are on the rise every year, and various complaint letters keep pouring in. What on earth is that God Knight's doing? Shouldn't they be handling this sort of thing? He seemed to get angrier as he spoke, and in the end, he slammed his fist down on the round table in front of him, breaking it into several pieces. The other 5 elders appeared to be used to his temper, their expressions unchanged, quietly waiting for him to finish venting his emotions before continuing the discussion. The old man with curly hair, who had been silent for a long time, leaned on his cane and looked up at the ceiling with a hint of emotion, saying, in any case when it comes to bloodline, he truly embodies the characteristics of a descendant of the Creator. Among those living in the realm of the gods, no one resembles the celestial dragon more than he does. Indeed, it makes things quite difficult for us if the ruling class retains the boring emotions of humanity. The bearded old man nodded in agreement with this thought, recalling how Don Quixote Hammond suddenly expressed his desire not to own any slaves a few days ago. He simply could not understand how such an anomaly could exist among the celestial dragons. In any case, we should send CP to secretly monitor that kid's actions. Once we find out he's found suitable prey, we must implement strict supervision on him to prevent any disorderly conduct. The bearded old man looked down at the scattered fragments on the ground, seemingly touched by his thoughts, murmuring, however, if he gets a head start, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, he is the heir of the Myers family, who views war as the supreme honor, second only to the Figaland family in military achievements over the past decade. The Calm Belt is a band of sea located on both sides of the Grand Line, where there are neither winds nor currents, and the entire sea is so calm that there are no ripples at all, making it impossible for sailboats powered by wind to navigate the surface. Within it live thousands of giant sea kings, which is a decisive factor that prevents countless pirates from daring to set foot here. And on this lifeless sea surface stands a massive island, seemingly forgotten by the world. Long ago, a group of people drifted from distant oceans, after enduring long hardships, finally stepped onto this land that had never been visited by anyone, and they have lived in seclusion here for generations. It is said that they suffered some severe persecution in the past, but the specific reasons are no longer known. The only impression left for the world is the conspicuous pair of horns on their heads. Looking around, the island is lush with vegetation, and the dense forests weave into a green ocean, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The air is filled with the fresh scent of grass and wood, and one can occasionally see squirrels darting and leaping among the branches. A gentle breeze blows by, and the melodious songs of birds combined with the rustling of the leaves create a beautiful symphony of nature. In the center of the island stands a towering ancient tree surrounded by greenery. Its massive roots intertwine in the soil, sprawling across the ground like a giant snake. The trunk, as thick as several mountains combined, reaches into the clouds, standing like a pillar supporting the heavens. The top is sharp and slightly curved, resembling a winding horn pointing towards the sky, shrouded in mist, giving it a solemn and mysterious appearance. The mottled bark is covered in irregularly arranged spiral patterns, rough on the surface, and a faint green glow seems to flow from it, as if telling the traces left by time. Throughout the long river of years, this island feels like a serene and peaceful painting, untouched by war and disease for centuries, nor ravaged by natural disasters, resembling a paradise free from worldly disputes. Enjoying this rare tranquility alone in the tumultuous sea, the abundant resources surrounding the ancient tree allow the inhabitants to easily achieve self-sufficiency. Therefore, those living here firmly believe that this ancient tree, which carries a long history, is the gift and blessing from the deity they have always worshipped. To express their gratitude for this deity's selfless protection, they named the mysterious island Sununo Island. The sudden shift from years of fleeing to a life of comfort and stability gradually made these people, who originally harbored a sense of mission, forget their initial intentions. And they all inevitably developed a notion that they believed to be correct. As long as they did not leave this paradise-like island and maintain their closure and isolation from the outside world, they would welcome eternal peace, never needing to worry about outside enemies approaching here. All the troubles that plagued the world would drift away under the deity's protection. At this moment, beneath the revered ancient tree on the island, various opposing voices continuously arose, and the trend was gradually intensifying. Are you serious, Chief? We are living comfortably here. Why do we have to deal with those guys overseas? Is there any place better than Sununo Island? Exactly. I heard the outside world is filled with constant wars. It's no different from hell. Only our place is the safest. It can be said that it has nothing to do with war at all. Honestly, we are very grateful for how well you have governed the village. But no matter what, we cannot allow you to act recklessly here. In any case, you must give everyone an explanation today. In a relatively spacious clearing among the trees, a bustling crowd had gathered, except for a few exceptions. Most people wore expressions of uncertainty or extreme indignation, murmuring loudly as they protested towards the stout man at the front, whose presence alone exuded authority. If it weren't for a group of soldiers holding sharp knives and spears maintaining order on both sides, some of the hot-headed individuals might have rushed forward to grab the man's collar for clarification. The man referred to as the chief stood before the ancient tree with his hands behind his back, wearing an old coat that had slightly yellowed but showed no signs of stains. Facing these indignant compatriots, his expression remained calm and undisturbed, and his demeanor made it impossible to guess his true thoughts, as if he had complete confidence in stabilizing the situation no matter what happened. Not far from the man, in the open area, a well-maintained beauty stood quietly, holding the hands of a boy and a girl. The three of them looked nervously at the man who had just given a lengthy speech and was now being questioned by the crowd, unable to help but sweat for him. As the noise gradually subsided, the chief lightly coughed twice, his gaze sweeping through the crowd, and then spoke in an exceptionally calm tone. I can understand your feelings, but I still think it is necessary to explain to everyone that the overseas world is not as barren as we once imagined. On the contrary, there are countless islands on the sea, as numerous as the stars in the sky, many of which are rich in resources like Sununo Island. If we try to establish stable trade relationships with those islands, wouldn't the children who occasionally gaze longingly at the vast ocean have a chance to learn about the outside world? Wouldn't they have a chance to change the long-held misconception that the outside world is very scary? You are still as naive as you were when you were a child. You haven't changed at all, Pan. As an old, steady voice emerged, a white-haired elder, leaning on a cane, stepped out from the crowd. Each of his movements was exceptionally slow, and the horns on his head were covered with tiny cracks, looking as if they could break at any moment. Only his eyes retained the clarity and sharpness of youth. He staggered toward the chief and asked word by word, "Why did our ancestors choose to seek refuge on this island? Why did they prohibit our people from going to sea? As the leader of the tribe, you must have a deep understanding of this, right?" A man named Pan recognized him as the former patriarch, and now the most influential elder, Kalong, who was also the most stubborn conservative of their clan. He deeply bowed to him with the etiquette of a junior and respectfully replied, "I understand what you mean, elder, but there are not only humans overseas who harbor malice towards us. On the contrary, there are those who have gone through great hardships to come here and are willing to understand us, ultimately gaining everyone's unanimous recognition. Doesn't this clearly demonstrate that people from outside the island are not the demons we once imagined?" Kalong quietly listened to his words, glanced at a nearby woman standing under the shade of a tree, and then shifted his gaze back to Pan, slightly squinting his eyes, and said slowly, "Are you referring to Mariana?" He had to admit that as one of the few humans to reach this place in hundreds of years, Madame Mariana indeed had an undeniable popularity on Sununo Island, which could be attributed to her approachable and hard-working nature. She was truly a unique exception. But what evidence do you have to prove that all humans overseas are like her? At this point, he muttered softly, "One cannot determine conclusions based on wishful thinking. After all, he is just a young brat." Every word he said was clearly heard by Pan, but Pan was not angry at all. Instead, he showed a gentle smile, and his voice was as warm as his smile. If we don't try to communicate with people from overseas, how can we know what they are like? If we merely believe in the answers we want, we will only allow misunderstandings and suspicions to continue. The gap between the Wika clan and the outside world should be ended by our generation. We must not leave conflicts and disputes for the next generation. His voice was not particularly loud, but the sincerity and earnestness in his words moved those present, and even those who initially held opposing views gradually dispelled their stubbornness. Mariana, who had once chosen to go to sea in pursuit of freedom and the unknown, was now moved to tears. If it weren't for the relatively serious atmosphere, she might have burst into tears without caring for her image. Kalong had hoped to embarrass him greatly in front of the entire clan, so that no one would ever propose going to sea again. Yet, he found that Pan was not shaken by his provocation. Instead, he held an absolute advantage in logic and morality, and Kalong's previously arrogant demeanor diminished significantly. But he couldn't swallow his pride and could only stubbornly argue. This is truly absurd. We have the unique living environment granted to us by the sacred tree. Going to an unknown place is just asking for suffering, isn't it? If your wrong decision leads the entire Wika clan into crisis, have you thought about how you will bear that responsibility? Upon hearing this, those who had been somewhat swayed by Pan suddenly felt that what Kalong said made a lot of sense, and they turned their doubtful gazes back to their patriarch, seemingly waiting for his next response. Rachel, who had been closely following her mother, could no longer contain herself upon hearing this. She puffed up her cheeks and was about to erupt. Seeing this, Uno quickly gestured for his sister to shush, and Rachel managed to hold back the words on the verge of escaping her lips, her dark eyes wide open. Completely not understanding why her brother Wunti let her rebut. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Pan maintained his calm demeanor, straightened his slightly disheveled collar, and said unhurriedly, precisely because of this, we should seek more resources from the outside world, allowing the islanders to live better than they do now. No civilization can stagnate. Otherwise, it will surely be abandoned by the tide of time. Isn't this the very intention of the god Sununos in choosing us to continue Wika civilization? What a bunch of nonsense. Kalong still wanted to argue further, but a soldier holding a spear rushed over along the forest path, shouting eagerly and somewhat excitedly. I apologize for interrupting the meeting. I have something extremely important to report to the patriarch. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their gaze to the soldier who had reached the center of the meeting place in an instant. Pan recognized him as one of the patrol team members responsible for keeping watch at the coast today, and he quickly walked over to support his wobbling body, asking, "Even you, who usually remains calm and collected, are so anxious. Something unexpected must have happened at the shore, right?" The soldier steadied himself with Pan's help, nodded, and said, "Thank you, Patriarch." Then leaning on his sore knees, he panted and said, "An hour ago, we found a severely injured man on the southeast coast, with wreckage of ship nearby. Originally, everyone thought to push him into the sea, but the captain couldn't bear to harm someone who had completely lost the ability to resist, so we brought him back to the treatment center for emergency care. Now that person has awakened and claims to be a jeweler named Pecunia from the West Sea, saying he has urgent matters to discuss with the Patriarch. The Great Sea Route, Kingdom of Jack Danny. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, like the single eye of a beast, silently overlooking the shattered land. There was not a single intact building on the entire street, only rubble and ruins. The air was filled with a foul stench of blood and decay, as if it would never dissipate. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, some clad in heavy armor, others in splendid clothing, but more were thinly dressed commoners. Each person's eyes were wide and hollow, their mouths agape, their faces etched with a mix of despair and fear, as if they had suffered great pain before dying. Their skin had a lifeless grayish-white hue, shriveled like tree bark, looking terrifying and eerie under the red moonlight. Strangely, despite their numerous gruesome wounds, not a single drop of blood flowed from them, and there wasn't even a trace of blood on the ground. Anyone witnessing this chilling scene would likely not want to stay for even a second. However, at this moment, sitting cross-legged atop a small mountain made of countless corpses was a boy, his body illuminated by the crimson moonlight, casting a stark contrast against his pale, bloodless face. He appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, but his dead gray eyes revealed a cruelty and fierceness that did not belong to a child, as if anyone who met his gaze would be killed. Is this country so sparse in population? How boring. It doesn't even compare to the scale of a village. The boy muttered to himself in boredom, carrying a scythe much larger than his own body on his back, blood dripping from the blade tip, forming small crimson spots on his exposed back, but he didn't care at all. He merely surveyed the nearly empty street around him, disappointment evident in his eyes. If only they had put up more of a fight, it would have been more fulfilling. Perhaps next time he would find a country with stronger forces. At this point he paused, seemingly sensing something, and a malicious smile crept onto his lips as he abruptly shifted his tone. Oh, isn't there someone capable coming to find me? He hadn't finished speaking when he swung his scythe backward without looking. A flash of dark red light streaked across the night sky like a fleeting meteor. Immediately afterward, there were two swishing sounds, and the dark red light, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, sped away into the distance, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Oh, not bad at all. The young man glanced at the skyscraper that had been sliced in half in the distance, raising an eyebrow with interest, then turned his gaze to the masked man standing quietly below, who waved at him with a mischievous smile. This oddly dressed uncle is doing well. I almost thought another master had appeared in this country. The man in white, wearing a cat mask, bowed deeply to the young man and asked, "Please forgive me for not fulfilling my duties, Azrael. You weren't hurt, were you? The world is sometimes strange." Although his suit had been cut open by an unprovoked attack, risking a bloody disaster if he had been a moment slower, he showed no signs of regret. Instead, he exuded an air of respect, even shouldering the blame as if he owed the other party hundreds of thousands. The young man, called Azrael, accepted the apology without hesitation, leaping down from the mountain of corpses and swaggering up to the masked man with a frivolous expression. "You underestimate me too much. How could this group of trash possibly hurt me? Did those 5 old guys send you to keep an eye on me?" What seemed like a joke made the masked man break into a cold sweat, hurriedly waving his hands to explain. "You misunderstand. The 5 adults are just worried that we won't gather enough people for the hunting tournament in 3 months. So they sent me to ask you to temporarily leave some alive. Please understand." At this point, he fearfully prostrated himself on the ground, afraid that he might have offended Azrael with his words. This lord is the type among the celestial dragons who casually tortures others on a whim, and his strength is quite astonishing. Not to mention the most lowly slave. Countless CP members have died at his hands. Therefore, regardless of his attitude, he had to ensure that every move he made was without any oversight. Fortunately, Azrael didn't care about these things. He just chuckled and patted the masked man's neck. "Haha, I was just joking. I've been waiting for that tournament for who knows how long. It won't hurt to tone it down a bit. By the way, how's that thing I asked you to handle earlier?" The masked man paused slightly, but quickly remembered something, looking up at the young man and hurriedly saying, "Are you referring to the jewel smuggler Picuria that we've been tracking? A day ago, my subordinates witnessed his ship disappearing near Sinuno Island, but since it's a windless zone, we didn't dare to search thoroughly." Azrael listened to his words in silence and suddenly said, "I heard that Sinuno Island has its own civilization but never interacts with the outside world. Doesn't that mean it hides many secrets?" The CP0 responded respectfully, "We have no way of knowing the specifics, but it is certain that a special race once wanted by the government has been living on that island for hundreds of years. If you wish, I can help you reach that island." He had only said half of it when Azrael already understood the implication, and an uncontrollable excitement appeared on his pale face as he nodded. "No time to waste. Let's set off quickly. Just thinking about the increased chances of winning the tournament keeps me awake all night." The success of this plan entirely depended on that guy named Picuria. The CP0 stood up from the ground. Although his actual expression couldn't be seen through the mask, his voice revealed a rare pleasure. If Picuria wouldn't cooperate, they would have to use force to make him comply. No matter how greedy a person is, they would surely make the wisest choice when faced with life and death. They conspired loudly, their voices echoing in the desolate land, as if afraid of being overheard. Unfortunately, no one could hear what the two were discussing. The only response was the endless darkness and silence. "Are you the leader of this island?" Quite different from what I imagined. In the largest clinic of Wika village, a faint ray of sunlight poured through the window, casting bright shadows on the immaculate white walls, creating a stark contrast between the floor and the bed. A tall man, wrapped in bandages, lay languidly on the sickbed, squinting at Pan, who had rushed to the scene after receiving news. His fingers, tightly bandaged, rhythmically tapped on the wooden table beside him, producing a series of chaotic and muffled sounds. Each tap seemed to disrupt the long-standing tranquility of the room, echoing his inner dissatisfaction. The man's cheekbones were high, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. Even the tightly wrapped bandages couldn't hide his gaunt frame, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Despite wearing a jeweled top hat and having pairs of expensive gold bracelets on his wrists, resembling a prosperous businessman, his demeanor and expression could only be described as that of a malevolent spirit just escaped from the depths of hell. I apologize for not discovering your misfortune in time. Mr. Pecuria, facing the man who still displayed an arrogant demeanor despite receiving timely treatment, Pan maintained the courtesy of treating an important guest, slightly bowing as he approached and extending his right hand, calmly saying, "As you can see, I am Kelp Pan, the 46th village chief of Wika village. For hundreds of years, you are the second visitor to reach here. If you don't mind, perhaps you could recuperate here." "Enough. I don't have time to joke around with you." The man named Pecuria rudely slapped away Pan's outstretched hand, interrupting him impatiently. The innate contempt and arrogance in his eyes were unmistakable at that moment, as if it were a matter of course for others to save his life. "Just being around you horned monsters makes me uncomfortable. If it weren't for dodging those damn Navy surveillance, I wouldn't have run to this godforsaken place. Ouch! It hurts." His rapid speech pulled at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain, his face contorting in an exaggerated manner that made him look like a comedic performer on stage. "Hey, you all, don't laugh. What kind of manners are these in front of a guest?" The bursts of laughter from behind made Pan turn around abruptly, shouting at the attendants who had followed him. But his voice lacked any authority. One of the plump attendants covered his mouth with his hands, struggling to suppress his urge to laugh. Sneaking a glance at the chief's face. But chief, aren't you laughing quite a bit too? Is that so?" Hearing this, Pan Weiwei was taken aback. She pulled out a small mirror from her coat pocket and looked at her own face, which was full of barely contained laughter and had somewhat disheveled features. She immediately cleared her throat, straightened her back, and tried to put on a serious expression, but to her surprise, the more she tried, the more her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile, which caused another round of laughter from the crowd. What on earth is wrong with these guys? For a moment, Paikunia felt greatly insulted, the veins on his forehead bulging suddenly, his whole body trembling visibly, as if he might erupt at any moment. However, not long after, his expression gradually softened, and he forced a smile onto his face. "Given your politeness, I suppose I can stay on this island for a few days. But you must promise to help me leave this no-win zone smoothly. I have several big deals to attend to." "Damn it, what is wrong with your brains? This is the territory of the Wika tribe. I've heard that these people kill without blinking and even dare to devour sea kings alive. If I offend them carelessly, I won't even know how I died." Returning his gaze to Paikunia, Pan saw that he looked restless and anxious, and thought he was worried about his injuries not healing in a short time. So he patted Paikunia's shoulder and comforted him earnestly. Fortunately, it didn't hit any vital points. "Given your current condition, you can move around freely within 3 days and will be completely healed in 2 weeks. This time is enough for us to build a ship that can evade Sea King detection. So don't worry." Maybe Pan, in his enthusiasm, forgot to control his strength. The moment his huge hand, like a fan, pressed down on Paikunia's shoulder, it felt like an electric current shot through his spine, causing him to twitch all over. Beads of cold sweat forming on his body, and the smile on his face changed from forced to awkward. Is that so? Then I'll trouble you to take care of me. As a thank you, I will share half of the gold with you." Mr. Paikunia, a member of the patrol team who had gone to report to the meeting, fiddled with his fingers nervously, opened his mouth, and, after a brief hesitation, stammered. "During the time you were unconscious, we conducted a thorough inspection of your merchant ship wreckage. Unfortunately, All the jewels that were originally on the ship were swept away by the waves, and none were left. Upon hearing this news, Paikunia felt a huge buzzing in his head, sitting there like a wooden man, not moving at all. After a while, a smile reappeared on his face. But this time it was much uglier than one that would be seen from someone crying, making anyone who saw it feel sorry for him. Forget it. Money is just external possessions. As long as I can keep my life, I can earn as much as I want in the future. Although he spoke so casually, he felt particularly distressed in his heart about the jewels he had painstakingly acquired on the black market ultimately going to waste, secretly vowing never to hide in such a risky no-win zone to avoid the Navy and CP again. Back to the main point, Mr. Paikunia. We came here not only to inquire about your injuries, but also for a more important matter that requires your assistance. A deep and serious voice quickly pulled Paikunia back from his thoughts. He slowly raised his head and saw Pan's face had unexpectedly turned serious, making him alert. He quickly sat up straight and asked, "What do you want?" "If you want to know the locations of my buried treasures, that's off the table. Even if you use torture on me, it won't work." As soon as he said this, he immediately began to regret it, wishing he could slap himself twice. How could he reveal almost all his secrets before the other party even spoke? Wasn't that an act of a fool? What I want to say is, since you're a merchant, I will also engage with you as a merchant for a deal. Fortunately, Pan seemed not to have paid close attention to what he had said, but instead focused intently on Paikunia's wary eyes, stating word by word. Sell the crops unique to Sununo Island through the channels you know to the overseas market, and once the deal is done, you can take 40 of the profits as your commission. It should be a pretty good deal for you, right? On a shaded path in the woods, two children are walking along the winding road. The tall and majestic trees on both sides stood like guardians, quietly watching this warm scene. Occasionally, the sound of birds chirping could be heard, seemingly accompanying their steps with a beautiful melody. I say, Brother Uno, not knowing how long they had walked. One sweet-looking little girl pouted her lips and shot a protesting glance at her brother, saying, "Why did you stop me from saying those words at the meeting just now? Shouldn't the truth about the divine tree be made public in that situation?" "Sure. Rachel, you're being too loud." When the girl mentioned the divine tree, Uno immediately raised his index finger and made a shushing gesture, looking around to confirm that there was no one nearby before he let out a long breath. He then explained softly to her puzzled face, "Think about it. If everyone knows that the divine tree, which we rely on for survival, will wither and die within a year, then everyone will inevitably fall into unprecedented chaos. Mom and Dad have been keeping this a secret since they discovered it 2 years ago in order to curb this situation." After listening to him, Rachel's big, watery eyes widened, and she scratched her head in realization. "Oh? No wonder they reminded us not to talk about it this morning. So Dad's call for everyone to go to sea was for this reason?" "Correct. Our little Rachel is as smart as ever." Just like when she was little, Uno reached out his right hand and rubbed Rachel's little head, looking up at the lush green canopy above, as if feeling inspired. He murmured, "Perhaps the ocean is far more vast than we can imagine, and the resources available to us will surely be even richer. The most reliable way to solve the survival crisis on the island for now is to establish cooperative ties with the outside world. I think with Mom's help, things should go much smoother." At this point, a wave of uncontrollable excitement and emotion surged from deep within Uno, and he slowly closed his eyes, letting out the thoughts he had been holding back for a long time. "I've heard that there are many inhabited islands in the sky and beneath the sea. I really want to see the outside world one day. Rachel, too. Rachel wants to make more friends outside." The purple-haired girl nodded with a smile, her eyes nearly squinting into slits, and the two short horns on her head swayed with her movements, looking incredibly cute and lively. In the hearts of every child lies an endless yearning and longing for beautiful things, especially for children like Uno and Rachel, who have never left their hometown, harboring an uncontrollable hope for the dream journey full of the unknown. Unknowingly, the two had passed through the lush forest and arrived at a vast and boundless grassland. As far as the eye can see, the lush green landscape is devoid of any blemishes, as if painted with the most vibrant materials by a master artist named Nature. A gentle breeze sweeps through, causing the dense grass to sway like waves, producing an endless rustling sound. Groups of white sheep leisurely stroll across the grassy slopes, occasionally bending down to nibble on the tender grass beneath their feet, and at times lifting their heads to bleat, as if savoring this rare moment of leisure outside of grazing. The sky, as blue as a mirror, is clear and cloudless, and a majestic eagle soars high, like the king of nature, gracefully gliding above the endless prairie, leaving behind a smooth yet aesthetically pleasing arc. While no matter how many times I come here, it always feels beautiful. At the moment the boundless prairie came into view, Rachel couldn't help but exclaim in awe, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and a faint blush appearing on her cheeks, evoking an irresistible impulse to pinch her cheeks. Fortunately, Uno was also engrossed in this stunning scene and did not notice his sister's expression at that moment. He couldn't help but open his arms to welcome the wind, taking deep breaths of fresh air, instantly feeling much more refreshed. It won't be long before we have to say goodbye to this land that nurtured our growth. While speaking, Uno unconsciously lowered his head, seemingly not wanting others to notice his expression, his tone revealing a sense of reluctance. After a while, he lifted his head again, raising his right fist towards the hillside that stretched to the horizon, his gaze filled with undeniable determination as he declared word by word, "Next time, when we stand in this position again, it will be as proof that we have traveled the entire world." His rare voice, filled with ambition, echoed across the vast prairie, and the eagle seemed to respond to his mood, letting out a high-pitched cry and circling above him, lingering for a long time. Just then, a sudden and muffled sound emerged from Uno's pocket. He took out a buzzing phone and held it to his ear. As soon as he answered, a familiar and disjointed voice shouted from the other end, "Hello, is this Uno? Dad has some good news to tell you. Not long ago, we reached an agreement with the jeweler Pecunia from overseas, and the island's specialties can be resold abroad through his private channels. In other words, we've taken the first step towards communicating with the world." Time quietly passed without notice, and in the blink of an eye, the day quickly came to an end. It was an exceptionally quiet, deep night, with no moon or stars. The entire village seemed like a sleeping baby in the twilight. Everything was so beautiful. Everything was so peaceful. Yet beneath this tranquility, there was an indescribable sense of unease. In a makeshift wooden house on the edge of the village, a frighteningly thin man lay on the white sheets, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The night was deep, and even the soldiers on duty at the village entrance had changed shifts many times. Yet this man still stared wide-eyed at the flickering lantern hanging from the ceiling, his dazed face showing no signs of weariness. Pecunia felt he had made a rather unwise decision. Indeed, he could make a considerable profit from the deal with Sununo Island, enough to last him for decades. Conversely, he, already regarded as a thorn in the government's side, would be subjected to even more intense pursuit, and Sununo Island, as a non-affiliated area, would inevitably be under the government's oppressive rule. By then, he might end up buried alongside those annoying fellows, as their forces could not withstand artillery of the demon-slaying level. "It doesn't seem good to think about it, and I can't fight those guys," Pecunia muttered to himself as he stroked his chin, contemplating how to get through the predicament when suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, a malicious smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Got it. Wait 2 weeks to poison them at my celebration banquet, and while they are powerless to resist, contact the Navy to arrest them and conveniently sell that seemingly priceless giant tree to them. Then I can redeem myself and do business openly." Before he could finish his thoughts, his smile suddenly froze on his face, his pupils constricting sharply, mechanically shifting his gaze to a man who had been watching him from the corner without him noticing. In the darkness, one could vaguely see the man dressed in the most conspicuous white clothing, wearing a cat-faced mask, exuding an indescribable eerie feeling. Yet his voice had an undeniable charm that made one want to hear more from him. "This is our first meeting. You must be Mr. Pecunia. I happen to have a very important matter that I need your help with." For Pecunia, who had roamed various seas and was deeply immersed in the jewel smuggling business, money, power, and status had long become the entirety of his life's meaning. The three intertwined to build a magnificent palace, luxurious and sturdy, seemingly transcending the weight of his own life, intoxicating him to the point of no return. However, If even a corner of that palace showed signs of damage due to some unforeseen factor, it would trigger a tidal wave of unease and anxiety deep within him. The already scarce sense of security could vanish overnight, leading to uncontrollable panic and madness at any moment. Therefore, when a stranger he had never met suddenly appeared in the room and called out his name, without a moment's hesitation, Pecunia sprang up from the bed like a spring, instinctively drawing a dagger for self-defense and pointing at the man, sharply saying, "You don't look like a resident of this island, so what do you want from me? You wouldn't be after my jewels, would you?" His attitude seemed incredibly tough, yet his tone carried an unmistakable hint of panic. His voice so low that he could hardly hear it himself, and his hands, tightly gripping the dagger, trembled slightly, unable to move forward even an inch. Clearly terrified to the extreme, surprisingly sharp-witted, I see now why you've managed to evade the government's gaze multiple times. The man in white leisurely stretched, casually adjusting the round hat on his head, as if all of Pecunia's actions had long been anticipated. "Do you know? If your voice were to be just a few decibels louder and reach the next room, the moment you uttered a single word, I would instantly pierce your throat." His tone was extremely slow, each syllable elongated, yet his movements were anything but vague. In an instant, he seemed to vanish from where he stood. Just as Pecunia's brain was still trying to process what had happened, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the dagger in his hand slipped away involuntarily, spinning in the air before landing perfectly in a gloved hand. Meanwhile, the man in white had somehow returned to his original position, not a single change in posture, as if he had never left. The previous statement had not even been completed. With a thud, Pecunia collapsed onto the bed, his entire body suddenly devoid of strength. His gaunt face instantly turned ashen, and for a moment he seemed to forget the bone-deep pain radiating from his wrist. He stared intently at the inscrutable figure in white before him, his lips trembling as he tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. "Wow, what a magnificent sheath," the man in white remarked, stroking the gems embedded in the hilt of the dagger. Then he stuffed the dagger into his pocket, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled toward the bewildered thin man. "Now you must understand that what I said was not just empty words, right? Don't come any closer." Seeing the man slowly approach, Pecunia turned pale with fear, tumbling off the bed and scrambling backward on the floor. Who are you? Are you from the government?" He trailed off, as a vague answer began to surface in his mind. Sure enough, the man scratched his scalp and sighed helplessly. "I told you I'm here to ask for your help. No need to look like you're about to be slaughtered. But you're not far off. At this point, there's no need to hide it from you. I'm Peter Gillis, a member of CP0, and I've come to this island to carry out a confidential mission. As long as you cooperate obediently, I won't harm you in the slightest." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Oh, by the way, I lied to you earlier. Even if you shout for help, it won't matter. I've already installed soundproofing on the roof. Our conversation and any sounds here cannot be heard outside." When the word CP0 reached Pecunia's ears, he trembled all over. He had heard that CP0 was the highest-level organization in the world government's intelligence agency, and their involvement often signaled impending disaster. Thus, Pecunia's anxious and fearful heart was like tumultuous waves on the sea, gradually calming after the storm. "No, it doesn't make sense to send CP0 for just me. Since he is here, it must be related to Sununo Island, right?" Before he could finish his thought, the man answered his unvoiced question leisurely. "The reason I was sent here is to gather intelligence about the Wika tribe. By the way, Pecunia, do you know why many countries are eager to join the world government, even to the point of being annihilated?" Pecunia was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why he brought up this seemingly unrelated topic. He replied in astonishment, "Maybe it's to gain protection from pirates? That's half right. The main reason is still to fear the risks that come with not joining," Peter Gillis said, stopping in front of him, shaking his right index finger, and speaking softly. "Countries that fail to join are destined to become lawless zones, where pirates and human traffickers run rampant. People live in fear, not knowing when they might be killed or sold into slavery. A country with no future can truly be described as a living hell." As he spoke, his eyes, hidden behind a mask, seemed to gleam with cunning light, making him appear particularly terrifying under the dim light. Depending on the situation, It's not uncommon for such countries to suddenly disappear from the map without a trace. Every word from the man sent chills down Pecunia's spine, and a wave of coldness shot up his back. He instinctively curled up in a corner, looking like a child waiting for punishment after making a mistake. Peter Gillis seemed oblivious to his unusual behavior and didn't even glance at him, focusing instead on his own flawless white gloves, saying to himself, therefore, the old men above believe that to get more countries to join the world government, a suitable example must be chosen to deter others. The Weka tribe, which has had many grievances with the government in the distant past, is naturally the prime candidate for this sacrifice. Hearing this, Pecunia couldn't help but swallow hard, trembling as he asked, so you want to wipe out everyone on this island as a warning to those non-member countries? Naturally, he replied. That said, the Weka tribe. No, that race which once had another name possesses an innate talent for battle. It would take quite a bit of effort to take them down directly. Even an elite naval force could face total annihilation. As he spoke, he crouched down, staring unblinkingly at the man whose face had turned pale with fear, deliberately lowering his voice to emphasize each word. So after we learned of your whereabouts, we chose to contact you directly. It is said that you gained the trust of the Weka tribe's leader yesterday. If you follow our instructions completely, we are confident we can take the lives of 3,000 Weka tribe members without bloodshed. Afterward, the government will not only overlook your past mistakes, but will also ensure you become the new king of the Adal Kingdom. New king. The phrase struck Pecunia like a potent drug, injecting life into his already shaky heart, causing him to leap up from the ground reflexively. Really? You want me to be king? Pecunia's expression became uncontrollably excited, his wide eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, and his mouth grinned from ear to ear due to overwhelming joy. He completely disregarded his own demeanor, rushing forward to grip the man's sleeve tightly, speaking in a disjointed manner. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? I was just an ordinary noble before the country expelled me. In the face of absolute power and wealth, anything deemed impossible would inevitably become a reality. Peter Gillis slowly stood up, gently removing Pecunia's hand from his arm, smiling as he said, as long as you have these two indispensable things, your status as king will gradually be accepted by the people over time. Yes, I'll do everything you say, Pecunia exclaimed joyfully, nodding vigorously. At that moment, he resembled a foolish person blinded by sudden enormous gains, completely abandoning any semblance of caution he previously had. Seeing Pecunia completely submissive to him, Peter Gillis nodded in satisfaction, reached into his pocket, and fished out a glass vial filled with red liquid. He gazed at the bubbles rising to the surface of the liquid, a mysterious smile creeping onto his lips. To ensure everything goes perfectly, before I detail the specifics of the plan, it's necessary to introduce you to the real person in charge of this plan. In front of that gentleman, you must be mindful of how you speak. The words had not yet finished when he forcefully threw the test tube in his hand to the ground. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the test tube shattered into pieces upon hitting the floor, scattering small glass shards everywhere. A thick, bright red liquid flowed out, slowly spreading across the surrounding wooden floor. Huh, what is this? Pecunia furrowed her brows, feeling a nauseating smell of blood wafting towards her. She instinctively pinched her nose and looked at Peter Gillis with uncertainty, not understanding why he would do such a thing. After a moment, the pool of blood on the ground began to roll and surge as if it had a consciousness of its own, dark red waves rising like a tide. With a series of gurgling sounds reminiscent of a soft-bodied creature writhing, countless waves of blood converged towards the same direction, gradually coalescing into a thin human figure. Due to the dim lighting in the room, Pecunia could not clearly see what the person looked like. The only thing she could recognize was the ball-shaped hairpin made of blood-red long hair, and that pair of sharp and sinister eyes that she would never forget in her life, like those of a hawk. At that moment, those eyes were fixed on her, appearing particularly eerie and terrifying in the flickering light. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness surged within Pecunia's heart, and she had a fleeting thought that she would be killed if she made eye contact with that person. Besides that, the peculiar and bizarre hairstyle also contributed to her expression of having seen a ghost, making it difficult for her to maintain her composure. Oh, celestial dragon. Time rolled forward like a wheel, and in the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had passed. This day was the most special and crucial moment in the lives of the Wika tribe. It was not only a farewell to Pecunia, the jeweler who agreed to assist in opening the overseas market for Sununo Island, but also the annual day of prayer to the sacred tree standing in the center of the island. People firmly believed that the sacred tree was the embodiment of the Sununo deity, who had once brought their ancestors from the depths of suffering to this land to bless their descendants with peace, tranquility, and happiness. Therefore, on this day, the chief of the Wika tribe would call upon the entire tribe to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony in front of the sacred tree, hoping to receive more blessings and protection in the coming year. Thus, every resident born and raised on Sununo Island was eagerly anticipating this moment. Huh, Dad, does that mean Brother Uno can't participate in today's ceremony? In the spacious and bright living room, Pan, sitting cross-legged on the sofa and flipping through a history book, suddenly heard his daughter's voice full of near disappointment. His actions paused for a moment as he raised his head to look at Rachel, who was beside him with a worried expression. And he couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. It's unfortunate, little Rachel. The doctor said Uno has a moderate fracture in his thigh. Although he will recover in a week, he still can't move around freely during this time to prevent the injury from worsening. So today, he has to stay home like a good child. Is that so? Upon hearing the details from Pan, Rachel lowered her head in disappointment, her tender voice almost becoming inaudible. Sorry, Dad. Brother got hurt trying to save Rabbit from the cliff behind the island for me. If it weren't for me, as she spoke, her tone grew a bit choked, and tears welled up in her eyes, slowly streaming down her cheeks to her neck. Oh no, don't cry so sadly, my lovely little darling. Seeing his beloved daughter go from a choked sob to wailing, the ever-protective Pan quickly grabbed a pack of tissues from the table and wiped away her tears and snot, gently patting her little head to comfort her. If you hadn't called us adults over in time, the situation might have been much worse. Luckily, everyone is fine in the end. Dad, your choice of words seems a bit inappropriate. Since there's nothing serious, I shouldn't be unable to move around outside. With a rolling sound, Uno, sitting in a wheelchair, slowly moved out from the corner of the wall, strongly protesting against his father's statement. He held a fluffy rabbit toy in his right hand, which was completely white and spotless, looking so adorable that one couldn't help but want to squeeze it. Hey, this won't do. My precious son, seeing that his son, who had been napping, had somehow woken up and joined their discussion. A cold sweat broke out on Pan, and he quickly shouted, "You haven't forgotten the doctor's advice, have you? Until you can walk again, you should stay in bed and not move." No need to worry, Dad. Uno immediately raised his hand to stop Pan, who was about to jump off the sofa and push himself back to his room, his smile still as gentle as usual, showing no signs of being affected by his injury. I just have something to give Rachel. Before Pan could recover from his momentary shock, Uno slowly pushed his wheelchair in front of his sister, extending his right hand that held the rabbit toy and smiling. Rabbit got too dirty playing yesterday, so I gave him a bath. I also patched up some damaged areas, so you can play with him again now. Really? Rachel was momentarily stunned, immediately stopping her crying. She rubbed her swollen big eyes and looked at her brother's friendly face, hesitating for a while before nodding vigorously and smiling through her tears. Thank you, Brother Uno. You must recover soon and come fishing with me. Okay, it's a promise. Just as Rachel's little hand was about to touch the rabbit toy, a faint green light suddenly emanated from Uno's right hand, buzzing continuously. Then, an incredible scene occurred. The exquisitely flawless rabbit toy trembled violently and instantly shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground like a torn-up rag doll. In an instant, the scene fell into dead silence, and even the surrounding air was filled with an awkward smell. Everyone's expressions seemed to freeze at that moment, silently staring at the pile of toy remains that could only be described as pitiful. After a moment, Uno, Rachel, and Pan seemed to be pulled back to reality, their eyes popping out in shock, mouths agape as if about to touch the floor, their faces filled with surprise and disbelief. Thick clouds piled up together like massive black mountains, heavily pressing down on the sky, brewing a storm that was about to come. Under this gloomy and oppressive sky, the tall, majestic ancient tree still stood between heaven and earth, its intricate branches extending like a dome, shading the sun and covering the island of Sununo completely, resembling a wide bridge spanning the entire island, exuding a magnificent and powerful vitality even in the howling winds. At this moment, under this giant tree that could not be embraced by 100 people, a dense crowd had gathered. Each person wore a pristine white robe, quietly standing on the soft and damp grass, as if welcoming some of the most solemn and revered special rituals. The weather today doesn't seem very good, especially on such an important day. Wiping away a few drops of water from his forehead, Pan looked up at the gray sky and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then he turned his gaze to the short, white-haired elder beside him and asked somewhat uneasily, regarding the arrangements after the ceremony, "I just want to confirm one last time. You have no objections, right, Elder Kalen?" "Humph. Does the old man need to make a decision about such things?" "Do as you please." Kalen, with smoke occasionally rising from his head, crossed his arms and turned his head away in anger, clearly upset. "I apologize, but everything is for the future of Sununo Island." After bowing solemnly to him, Pan seemed to remember something and waved to the fully armed warrior, standing like a statue on the giant rock not far away. "Brother Kate, how is the investigation you were tasked with last night progressing?" The warrior responsible for the island's security, who was scanning the surrounding forest with a vigilant expression, was slightly taken aback when he heard the chieftain's loud voice. He quickly jumped down from the rock, knelt before Pan, and replied in a low voice tinged with guilt. "Report, Chieftain, we have almost searched the entire island, but we still haven't found the figure that appeared near the sacred tree yesterday without permission. We don't even know what that person looks like. The only clue is a bit of evidence left at the scene." As he spoke, he pointed to an area around the sacred tree, where a patch of dark red bloodstain was visible on the ground covered with lush green grass. Due to the passage of a day, it had already dried and congealed into a lump, but it still could not hide its alarming appearance. "Blood? It doesn't look like it was left by an injured animal. I have observed the tribesmen present, and none of them have obvious injuries." Pan stared at the strange bloodstain for a while, then bent down to gently help Kate up. "You've worked hard during this time, brother. For now, focus on the sacrifice. I'll take care of the rest." "Yes." Watching Kate respectfully bow to him and walk steadily and firmly toward the edge of the forest, Pan's expression gradually became serious, revealing a look of deep concern. At that moment, a gentle yet calm voice sounded from behind him. "You must have noticed too, right? That jeweler named Pecunia has been acting suspiciously lately." Upon hearing this intentionally lowered, yet all too familiar female voice, Pan turned around without hesitation and saw his wife, Mariana, had inexplicably approached him, looking at him with a hint of seriousness, concern, and trust. A warm feeling surged in his heart as he nodded and expressed his thoughts in the same barely audible tone. 3 days ago, someone cleaning the house witnessed him seemingly talking to someone inside his residence, but when they entered, they found no one else was there. Although Mr. Pecunia later claimed he had a habit of talking to himself, the person involved reported that they smelled a faint scent of blood on him that day. In recent days, I have also learned that Pecunia is a cowardly bully. Although he may not be capable of murder or arson himself, it does not rule out the possibility of others colluding with him. Mariana, with her right thumb and index finger forming an 8 shape supporting her chin, said softly with a slight frown, "I personally checked, and not a single person from the entire village is missing. The person sent to monitor Pecunia has also contacted me, saying he is currently at home without any abnormalities. But in any case, we must never let our guard down. We must strengthen the defenses around the sacred tree during the sacrificial period." As she said this, she bit her lip, stood on her tiptoes, and leaned close to his ear, speaking each word clearly. "Actually, I know very well that this is likely the only way for you, no? For the entire Weka tribe to connect with the outside world. That's why you insist on completing the transaction with Pecunia despite the tribesman's opposition, even though he is certainly not a trustworthy figure." "Yes, I was just thinking the same." After hearing his wife's advice, Pan nodded in agreement, took out a cigarette from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. Whenever his emotions became chaotic to the extreme, smoking became the best way to relieve stress. Only at the moment when the strong smell of tobacco filled his nostrils could his tense nerves gradually relax, allowing his mind to regain its usual calmness. However, right now, no matter how hard he inhaled the nearly burnt-out cigarette, the restlessness inside him did not ease in the slightest. Instead, it became more chaotic than ever. If Pecunia were merely a profit-driven merchant, then opening Sununo Island to the outside world and solving the resource crisis for the entire tribe would all depend on him. But if Pecunia had ulterior motives and wanted to harm the tribesmen, as the chieftain, he would undoubtedly become the great sinner pushing the Weka tribe toward extinction. Dad, is Uno okay over there? A tender child's voice interrupted Pan's thoughts, drawing his attention to Rachel, who was being held by her mother and looking at him with a worried expression. A loving smile immediately appeared on his face as he reached out to gently stroke her soft hair. Don't worry, that kid will be fine. Trust your mother's ability to handle special situations. When the day comes for us to set sail, I will explain all the strange occurrences that happened to him in detail. Rachel stared blankly for a while, and then her originally adorable little face broke into a bright, angelic smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she cheerfully said, Okay, Dad, you have to keep your promise. Absolutely. After gently bumping fists with his daughter, Pan raised his head, and the smile on his face instantly faded. He gazed toward the direction of the village, his brows furrowing with anxiousness. Uno, I'm sorry for leaving you home alone. Please don't let anything happen before the end of the ceremony. In the chaotic room, household items were scattered everywhere. Glass bottles lay broken, and even a spacious wooden bed had cracked into a spider web pattern, making it hard to describe how tragic it looked. At this moment, Uno sat with his legs wide open in the center of the crack, completely still like an old monk in meditation, just quietly staring at his right hand, which was wearing dark green gloves. His innocent face was covered with a seriousness that did not match his age, as if he was deep in thought. You mean the toy you fixed for your sister suddenly fell apart? After your arm started glowing? Hee, it seems things are getting interesting. Yeah, the more I try to fix it, the worse it gets. And now, anything I touch falls apart in the same way. Ever since I ate that horrible fruit last night, it's been like this. No matter how careful I am, I've still made a mess of the house. By the way, Mom, you've been laughing nonstop since just now. What's so funny? While Uno was talking animatedly about his experiences, he caught a glimpse of his mother's smiling face and immediately transformed into a pouty expression, unable to help but protest loudly to her. Although he knew that his joking mother meant no harm, the thought of half the house being wrecked by his strange right hand was still unbearable for him. Who would have thought our little Uno also had such an excited side? Marianne sat on a wooden chair, resting her chin on her hand, playfully winking and smiling at the seemingly furious Uno, her eyes sparkling with mischief and cunning. It wasn't until her son's face was nearly contorted with anger that she finally reined in her smile and said slowly, if I'm not mistaken, it was probably your dad who, in a moment of panic, accidentally mixed a devil fruit into your fruit platter. Devil fruit. Uno's eyes widened in surprise, unable to follow his mother's logical reasoning, completely clueless about what the devil fruit she mentioned was. As if she could see through Uno's confused expression, Marianne smiled gently and began to explain patiently. That was a treasure I obtained during a valuable adventure in the past. Consuming it grants you a magical ability, but in exchange, you will lose the ability to swim for life. Your dad and I have no intention of becoming landlubbers, so we've kept this fruit all this time, but I didn't expect you to accidentally eat it. From the state of the wreckage around the house, it seems that what you acquired, Uno, is the ability to decompose any material. Decompose? Uno looked down at his hands, which were faintly glowing green, and couldn't help but be stunned, unable to believe that the strange phenomenon happening to him was actually a miraculous power beyond common sense. Since you've just eaten it not long ago, and you're still too young to control the ability freely, you might unconsciously activate it from time to time. Marianne continued as she stood up from the chair, pulling out a pair of dark green gloves from a bag on the table. She walked over to the still bewildered Uno and carefully put the gloves on his hands, saying softly, for now, wear these special rubber gloves until you master your ability. Don't take them off unless absolutely necessary. Her admonition echoed in Uno's mind, prompting him to leap up from the pile of uneven wood chips, stretching his arms to relieve his slightly numb limbs, murmuring to himself, "First, I should tidy up the house. Otherwise, I won't leave a good impression on my parents." Just as he was about to step out the door to grab a broom, a sudden, urgent knocking sounded from outside the front door, causing him to stop in his tracks at the threshold, a flurry of thoughts flashing through his mind. Is it Dad or Mom? No, that's not right. The ritual won't end until deep into the night, and they both have spare keys, so they wouldn't need me to open the door. Aside from the clan members at the ritual, others are responsible for guarding the village's various access points. Even if someone had an urgent matter, they would contact us first using a phone bug, so it definitely wouldn't be anyone from the village knocking now. The only remaining possibility is that outsider named Pecunia. But he should have been under strict surveillance by Dad's subordinates since yesterday, and there haven't been any reports of irregularities before Dad left. Could it be? With a loud bang, the violent sound of the door being broken interrupted Uno's thoughts, causing him to reflexively dart back into the room and lean against the wall. Peeking cautiously outside, there on the ground where the door had fallen, stood a gaunt figure holding a long flintlock gun, smoke still wafting from the barrel. Dressed in a tight black outfit that obscured his features, even his eyes were hidden behind oversized sunglasses, clearly not wanting his true identity to be revealed. So, the visitor is not friendly after all? That exaggerated physique can only belong to that guy. I must find a way to subdue him first. Sorry, Mom, but I have to go against our agreement. With his mind made up, Uno grasped the edge of the left glove and slowly pulled it off, ensuring not to make a sound. From the brief glance he had taken earlier, Uno had determined that although the intruder's build was no better than a stick, he was significantly taller than himself and armed with a gun powerful enough to knock down the door. In a direct confrontation, his chances of defeating the intruder were nearly zero. The only chance he had left was to rely on the combat techniques his father had taught him, along with the troublesome ability that had caused him so many problems. Time ticked by, and the air around seemed to freeze. Outside, the intruder was searching for signs of life, and as time passed, he slowly approached, and at this rate, within 20 seconds, the uninvited guest would find the only bedroom with a half-open door and discover Uno's hiding place. At that moment, Uno was like a statue, pressed tightly against the wall, holding his breath as best as he could, his heart racing to its limit. He understood that even the slightest noise could alert the intruder and lead to disaster. 8 seconds left. I have to go for broke. Thinking this, a faint green light began to swirl around his left arm, illuminating the dim bedroom slightly. The person in the hall was looking around for signs of life when he suddenly noticed the faint green glow coming from a room on the left side of the hallway. Instantly feeling delighted and quickening his pace towards what he believed was an easy catch. Perfect. Now's my chance. Just as the intruder rushed into the bedroom, Uno shot out from the side like a bolt of lightning, his glowing green left hand swiftly striking the intruder's weapon. With a clattering sound, the steel flintlock gun shattered into countless small pieces, scattering like tofu crumbs in midair. What? Before the intruder could recover from the shock of his weapon being destroyed, Uno leaped from the ground and kicked the intruder hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. Without giving the intruder any chance to breathe, Uno pounced on him, straddling him, and picked up a wooden stake nearby, pressing it to his neck and coldly commanding, "Don't move." Ugh! The intruder let out a muffled groan, attempting to struggle, but as soon as he moved his fingers, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Looking down, he saw the sharp wooden stake had pierced his throat slightly, with beads of blood seeping from the wound, gradually soaking his clothes. Let's see if your true identity matches my guess. Before he finished speaking, Uno raised his glowing green right hand, lightning fast, to grab at the intruder's masked face. No need to get so complicated. I can tell you, he is indeed the genuine Pecunia, kid. A chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind, sending a wave of cold dread through Uno, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Before he could react, he felt a sudden, crushing blow to his back, as if he had been struck by a 100-pound hammer, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body, flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing through layer after layer of walls, ultimately plunging in a silent darkness. Cough, cough. The man in black, clutching his wounded throat, stood up unsteadily. He then turned his gaze to the man in white who stood quietly beside him and questioned with an annoyed tone. "You came a bit late, didn't you? I almost fell to that little brat." Despite the black-clad man's almost unreasonable outburst, the man in white remained perfectly composed and unruffled, replying calmly, "Wasn't it you who volunteered to eradicate that little brat for our Lord? I let you come because I thought you could handle it. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to deal with those weak guards. I didn't expect there would be a fruit user on this remote island. Fortunately, he is just a little punk. Fruit? Is it that devil fruit worth at least 100 million on the market?" The black-clad man pushed his cracked sunglasses up in a daze, feeling as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. He held his head and complained loudly. "What have you done? 100 million just like that gone? Couldn't you at least leave that little brat a breath? The fruit will reincarnate somewhere after the user dies, and there are countless devil fruits scattered across the Grand Line." The man in white lightly responded to the black-clad man's furious lament about the lost opportunity and ceased to pay him any further attention, standing with his hands behind his back, facing the large hole he had created. The eyes hidden beneath the cat-faced mask glimmered with cunning and malicious light. The annoying little bugs had all been cleared away. The remaining part was for him to personally compose a symphony of fear. So it was time to begin. In an instant, Pan's expression transformed into an unusually serious one, stepping out of the crowd with steady steps. With each step he took, the sense of tension in the air seemed to intensify. At this moment, everyone's expression was solemn and respectful as they watched their chieftain ascend the high platform that had been prepared in front of the giant tree. Even their breathing became cautious, fearing to disturb the solemn atmosphere of the entire ceremony. Inside the platform, livestock such as cattle and sheep, needed for the sacrificial offerings, had already been neatly arranged, with a giant brass cauldron standing majestically in the center, flames roaring within it. The dazzling light flickered in the dancing flames, as if containing prayers and blessings passed down through generations. Pan stopped about a meter away from the giant cauldron, folded his hands in prayer, and bowed 3 times earnestly. After a while, he took a deep breath, suddenly shouted, his eyes wide open, and reached out to grab the base of the brass cauldron. Using his innate monstrous strength, he lifted it high above his head, holding this position without moving. Before the formal start of the Weka tribe's ritual ceremony, the chieftain must personally lift the blazing cauldron until the entire ceremony concludes. The purpose is to wash away all the sins committed in the past year and symbolize a fresh start for the entire tribe in the new year, thereby seeking the forgiveness and love of the deity Sununo. Hence, each chieftain must be the strongest person in the Weka tribe, regardless of age or gender. Pan, who could crush boulders at just 5 years old, possessed an unprecedented talent, making him the obvious choice for chieftain, even though she had seen it several times. Rachel couldn't bear it and rushed up to stop her father's actions. She was ultimately held tightly by her quick-handed mother, who prevented her from intervening, and she had no choice but to obediently trust her mother and believe that her father could hold on until the end. Pan, completely unconcerned about the almost unbearable heat from his hands, shouted at the top of his lungs, "May the deity bless us, keep disasters away, and bring lasting fortune." In the next moment, the crowd below erupted like a lit barrel of explosives, lighting the prepared torches one after another, and collectively shouted with a roar like a mountain torrent, "May the deity bless us, keep disasters away, and bring lasting fortune." In a wide square, a bright flame suddenly lit up, rapidly spreading outward like a brilliant galaxy, gradually filling the open space surrounding the divine tree. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming flames illuminated the woods, which had been dimmed by the thick clouds, as if it were daylight. The shouting gradually subsided, and a group of people holding wooden sticks surrounded the sacrificial platform. They wore strange garments woven from animal skins and feathers, adorned with various bizarre masks, humming unknown songs while dancing in odd rhythms, adding a vibrant color to this sacred ceremony. Pan, standing like a mountain on the high platform, held the giant cauldron ablaze with flames straight above his head without changing his expression or breathing heavily. His gaze fixed on the ancient tree marked by the passage of time, revealing complex and resolute emotions. "Respected and great Sununo, thank you for the protection you have brought to the Weka tribe thus far. But for now on, we will rely on our own strength to forge a future full of infinite possibilities. Drops of water slid down his cheeks to his neck, unsure if they were sweat or tears. Meanwhile, the thick clouds piled up and the sky suddenly parted, revealing a round moon. A blood-red moon. The dark red moonlight spilled through the clouds onto the mountaintop, illuminating a boy with a spherical hairpin, casting a layer of dark crimson over his pale face, appearing terrifyingly sinister. The deafening shouts on the island echoed in his ears, but he seemed oblivious, as if he had not heard them at all. His ashen eyes remained fixed on the most prominent giant tree in the distance, as if he had lost all basic attachment to this world. Is this the special bloodline of the Weka tribe? To be able to lift that thing, even I cannot do it, although it is limited to sheer strength. The boy stretched out in a big yawn, a hint of malicious smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. But more than that, I want to see when the divine tree that sustains your existence suddenly becomes the culprit of your tribe's extinction, the fear and despair on your faces. Before he finished speaking, he let out a cold chuckle, rubbing his thumb and index finger together, and snapped his fingers sharply. Almost at the same time the boy snapped his fingers, a strange scene unfolded before the complacent people like a storm sweeping across a calm sea. Hey, look, the divine tree, something seems off about it. Is it because Lord Sununo has answered our prayers that it has turned so red? It feels. Something is not right. Amidst the rising cries of surprise, the originally lush ancient tree, exuding an aura of mystery and majesty, began to tremble violently as if pulled by some force. Its surface shimmered with an eerie, blood-red glow, resembling the wails of countless vengeful spirits, or the whispers of demons from the depths of hell. With each tremor of the giant tree, the glow rapidly spread outward from the trunk, growing increasingly dense. In just a few seconds, the entire towering tree was enveloped in this thick, enchanting blood-red hue, as if soaked in blood, appearing terrifyingly chilling. Standing at the center of the high platform, Pan witnessed this sudden transformation of the ancient tree, looking incredulously at the countless red-tinted leaves fluttering down in the wind. Although his arms holding the giant cauldron remained motionless, his heart had already been stirred by a storm of shock. What's going on? Has the ancient tree started to wither early? According to my investigation, this phenomenon shouldn't occur for at least another 11 months, and it has never happened before. Wait, is that a shadow near the ancient tree? It can't be. In an instant, the emotion called fear swiftly occupied his mind. There was no time to think further. He shouted hoarsely to the people who had not yet come to their senses. Everyone run. Don't look back. Quickly get far away from the sacred tree. The ceremony is over. This is the chief's order. Before he could finish his sentence, the rich red light enveloping the giant tree seemed to have gained self-awareness, transforming into waves of dark red mist that spread out in all directions. The participants in the ceremony were caught off guard and, in the blink of an eye, were engulfed by the overwhelming mist. Cough, cough. What is this? So foul-smelling. Like blood. Damn it. My body. Can't move. My head is spinning. I can't think. Is the sacred tree angry at our acceptance of outsiders, and thus has unleashed divine punishment on us? What nonsense is that? Sununo would never do such a thing. Oh no. Fire. The fire is spreading. The chaotic, panicked cries echoed throughout the square as everyone tried to cover their noses to fend off the invasion of the red mist. But it was futile. One by one, they fell to the ground, their faces contorted in pain. The torches tightly held in their hands fell to the ground as they lost their grip, and fierce flames quickly spread across the grass, engulfing those who had lost their strength to resist in a raging sea of fire. Thick smoke billowed upward, and the firelight illuminated the quiet night sky, turning it a deep red, contrasting with the glow of the blood moon, creating a chilling and terrifying scene. The mingling of the smell of blood and smoke choked Mariana, causing her to cough violently, her chest feeling tight and unable to breathe. She struggled to lift her right hand, but found her arms had already lost all sensation, and her body felt as heavy as lead, collapsing forward with a thud. The thick mist invading her nostrils quickly spread throughout her body, sending an overwhelming wave of dizziness to her brain, making it increasingly difficult to think clearly. She had experienced countless storms in her life, narrowly escaping the jaws of a sea monster or facing monstrous waves more times than she could count. But never had she felt such heart-pounding fear as at this moment. In her gradually fading consciousness, only one thought remained. Rachel Pan, how are you? Please be safe. We must have fallen into someone's trap. This red mist, no, this blood mist, though it doesn't have lethal power, can paralyze a person's entire body, making them completely lose their ability to resist. The enemy is waiting for this opportunity. We must find a way to notify Uno. He might be in trouble too. She desperately wanted to shout these words, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make sound. It seemed her tongue was also numb. She could only endure the oncoming waves of heat, using the last bit of her strength to turn her head to the right, finding her daughter sprawled on the ground, looking at her in terror, with no visible injuries, which brought her a slight sense of relief. However, how to resolve the current predicament remained a complete mystery. Damn it, my body won't listen to me at all. Fortunately, I managed to place the divine cauldron back on the high platform at the critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pan lay flat on the high platform. Despite his physique being sturdier than average, he couldn't muster much strength and could only inch toward the edge of the platform. With each movement, his anxiety grew. Calm down, even if you usually act carelessly. You are the leader of the entire tribe. Think carefully about the current situation. The enemy must be hiding nearby. Any moment of carelessness could lead to disaster. The priority is to ensure everyone's safety. Before he could finish his thought, a loud bang was heard, followed by a sudden heavy blow to his back. Intense pain surged throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that the giant cauldron, engulfed in flames, had crashed heavily onto his back. Rachel and Mariana suddenly witnessed this brutal scene, feeling as if the world was spinning, their minds going blank, as if the world had completely collapsed at that moment. In the next instant, their pupils constricted to pinpoints, beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads, and their lips trembled uncontrollably, as if they had seen the most terrifying and dangerous creature in the world standing on that high platform. Ugh! There's nothing worse than this moment. Pan was pinned beneath the giant cauldron, which weighed over 1,000 pounds. In addition to his spine being shattered into dozens of pieces, his flesh was being burned and torn by the flames pouring out from inside the cauldron, his organs squashed into an unrecognizable shape, making it unbearable to describe his current state. Normally, even a robust man like Pan would faint from such pain, but he had no time to pay attention to the agony coursing through his body. He could only raise his bloodshot eyes and glare at the youth standing in front of him, grinning at him with a twisted smile. Hee, you're already a meat patty, and you still want to glare at me with that unsatisfactory look? The young man swaggered up to the immobilized Pan, drew a weapon from his back, a giant scythe glimmering with an eerie bloodlight, and pressed the sharp, cold tip against Pan's forehead, grinning smugly. I heard you were the renowned leader of the Weka tribe known for your immense strength. I was somewhat looking forward to it. But it turns out you're just this pathetic, making me travel all this way to this desolate place. As he spoke, the youth unintentionally applied a bit of pressure, the sharp tip piercing Pan's temple, causing a trickle of blood to seep out and run down his cheek onto his eye, blurring his vision with a wash of red. Even so, Pan's expression remained unchanged, not even a wrinkle on his brow. If he could muster even a little strength, he would risk his life to punch down this man who threatened the safety of his entire tribe. However, life was surprisingly resilient. Just one kick from me could easily kill a sea monster. Killing you outright is a bit pointless. The youth seemed to be talking to himself, squatting down slowly with his hands on his knees, his dead gray eyes rolling around, and a cruel smile emerged on his pale, lifeless face. This will be better. I'll deal with all the guys below you in the order you find hardest to bear. By the time you're the only one left, I bet your expression will be different from now, right? Pan was completely stunned, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. If the other party was only targeting him, he would fearlessly face death. But if they were to harm his people or his loved ones, it would be a torment far worse than 1,000 interrogations. Watching Pan's face gradually turn panic-stricken and angry, the youth seemed oblivious, leisurely saying, "So what do you think? Aren't the game rules I've set up quite interesting? For you sentimental humans, it should become an unforgettable memory until death, right?" But please, don't be too impatient. I will at least leave some survivors, after all. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes, and the smug look at the corner of his mouth deepened. If I broke all the toys in one go, it would be too boring. I need to take my time to enjoy it, to truly experience the thrill, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Pan could no longer hold back. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he reached out his right hand and firmly grasped the boy's left leg, his nails digging deep into the flesh. And he hysterically shouted at the detestable face, "If you dare to harm even a hair on them, I will make you experience a pain worse than death." But halfway through his words, it suddenly turned into a heart-wrenching scream as the boy's giant scythe severed Pan's entire right hand. TSK, even at death's door, he still had this kind of strength. The boy grabbed the severed hand, which resembled an iron claw, and pulled several times before tearing it off, looking down at the 5 gushing wounds on his calf. Instead of showing any anger, a strange expression mixed with joy and disdain appeared on his face. Just lie here and enjoy the wonderful sight of your loved ones dying one by one before your eyes. As he spoke, the 5 bloody wounds on his calf visibly healed at a rapid pace, restoring themselves in an instant without a trace. In Pan's astonished expression, the boy vanished like a ghost from a spot. In the next moment, the boy reappeared in the blazing square, squinting as he scanned the pairs of terrified eyes, ultimately landing on a corner where a mother desperately shielded her daughter from the flames. His eyes revealed a ferocity akin to a beast locking onto its prey. I think I heard that skinny guy say it was the wife and daughter of the stupid bullhorn, right? They actually look quite pretty. He couldn't help but lick his lips, striding forward with his giant scythe towards the two. The mother suddenly saw the culprit of it all approaching her and instinctively pressed close to her daughter, who was trembling in fear. Unable to move even slightly due to her limbs, she could only glare fiercely at the boy, her hair styled into a ball on her head, and the giant glass dome encasing it. Almost the moment she saw his true face, Mariana understood who he was. The acts of slaughter she witnessed that day on the island, amidst the flying bubbles, still haunted her mind. At this moment, she had no time to consider why a world noble with all privileges would appear on this remote island. She only knew she had to fulfill her duty as a mother, to protect Rachel. However, Rachel's eyes widened in terror as she watched her mother fall after being struck in the neck by a scarlet flash of the blade. Blood gushed from her wound, splattering onto Rachel's face, turning her pale and making her tremble uncontrollably. She wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound, wanted to move her fingers, but couldn't, only able to helplessly watch as the man who harmed her mother approached her with a sinister smile, not even considering her own situation to protect others. Humanity truly is an extremely foolish creature. The boy licked the blood from the tip of his knife, completely ignoring the faint groans coming from beneath his feet, and looked up at the flames rapidly climbing up from the roots of the giant tree. He held his forehead as if muttering to himself, "Ah, it seems I've committed a grievous sin, destroying something that has been protected for generations and ruining the most important sacrificial ceremony for others. As for those helpless victims, the old, the women, and the children." As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curled into an exaggerated arc, his eyes flashing with a blend of bloodlust and madness. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed loudly at the sky. "Killing them all is the best. Let humanity die a miserable death after experiencing pain and despair. This incredible game I could play hundreds or thousands of times without getting bored." The boy's almost mad laughter echoed in the blood-misted night sky, making Rachel tremble even more. The once cute and lively expression on her face had completely vanished, replaced by uncontrollable fear and helplessness. At this moment, in her fading consciousness, there was only one thought left. "Help me, Brother Uno." Uno didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by an environment so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of him. The surroundings were silent, only the sound of water dripping, tick-tocking like a pendulum. He shakily reached out to grip the muddy ground, trying to struggle to his feet, but any slight movement sent sharp pains throughout his body, especially at the back of his neck. If it weren't for the special blood of his race flowing through him, the previous blow might have already split him in two. Uno took a deep breath, which slightly eased the pain, and struggled to crawl up from the ground. He looked at his right hand, which glowed faintly green, managing to force a smile of survival. Fortunately, thanks to destroying the floor with my ability, I narrowly avoided being discovered by those two. He calmed himself slightly, recalling the last words of the masked man. A wave of inexplicable unease and palpitations surged in his heart. Since Pecunia dared to come knocking so brazenly, it means something must have happened at the sacrificial ceremony. The only reason he could act against the villagers without worry is one. Uno didn't dare to think further. A tangled mess in his heart made it impossible for his already chaotic thoughts to clear up. He decided to go see for himself. Dad, Mom, and Rachel, I'm coming to find you. You mustn't be in any danger. We promised to travel the seas together. Uno murmured weakly, his walk becoming unsteady. Only the concern for his family's safety keeping him from collapsing. He took heavy, leaden steps towards the boundless darkness ahead. No matter how many times one sees this scene, it sends chills down one's spine. On the towering hillside, a man in white stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the forest shrouded in thick blood mist, and then turned his gaze to the giant tree engulfed in flames, now reduced to a half-charred stump. He let out a low sigh. Even the giant tree revered by the Waika tribe was not spared. Azrael, your style is still as mad and straightforward as ever. As a result, that lord just kills without hesitation, and the few left are almost at death's door. Sitting cross-legged on a giant rock, Pecunia, with his head bandaged, was munching on chocolate shaped like coins, his face filled with displeasure. He muttered softly, it was agreed that half of the commoners would be given to me. But in the end, all the benefits were snatched away by that kid. Even celestial dragons must adhere to the rules of trade. When the white-clothed man heard the words that kid, he seemed to be strongly stimulated. He suddenly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Pecunia, and slowly said with a half-smile, I advise you to pay attention to your words. If you are not satisfied with the position you acquired through cowardice, then I also have a need to deeply imprint the impression of world nobles cannot be defied on your. Don't scare him, Peter Gillis. The frivolous voice, like an irresistible command, made the man in white immediately stop speaking, his gaze shifting to the boy who had somehow sat down at the edge of the cliff, now grinning at him. Mr. Pecunia is truly a great contributor to our success. As a reward, let him say whatever he wants. Well, my subordinate just. Peter Gillis suddenly stuttered, unsure how to respond. This shy look of yours is not like your usual self. Just relax a bit. Before he could finish his sentence, the boy flipped over from the edge of the cliff and walked up to the bewildered man in white, tapping his mask excitedly. If it weren't for you learning the invisible step from that guy named Varui, we wouldn't have made it here safely. You got the name wrong again. It's Vitarui. Also, my level is far from my master's remarkable skills. Peter Gillis hurriedly waved his hands to deny the boy's words, his tone as cautious as ever. Afraid of offending this person he felt he could never reach. What you call me doesn't matter. I won't bother to remember names anyway. The boy pretended to ponder with his finger on his head for a moment, then seemed to enthusiastically pat the other's shoulder, a cryptic smile appearing on his face. In any case, I'm very satisfied with the genocide plan you devised. When I return, I will report your achievements to the old folks and promote you to CP0 Commander. Peter Gillis was momentarily taken aback, then knelt on the ground and knocked his head several times, looking more filial than he ever did towards his parents. Oh, I can't thank you enough. Most honorable Azrael Saint, your great kindness will be remembered for my next life. Before he could finish, he suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, curling up on the ground and rolling around, heat radiating from his body. With a clang, a cat-faced mask fell from his face, revealing a visage marred by rotting skin, with swollen flesh squeezing his eyes into slits that exuded sheer terror, making his face far more horrifying than any demon in hell. Why do you treat your favored subordinate this way? Peter Gillis screamed, desperately clutching his burning right shoulder. He never expected that by discarding his dignity and nature to please a celestial dragon, he would ultimately fall victim to their treachery. Don't say that. I won't forget the position I gave you. The boy, as if ignoring him, curled his lips into a mocking smile. In this world called hell, you dare. Azrael, I will never let you go. The man's voice gradually weakened until it was barely audible, and he could no longer utter a word. Looking at the pool of rotting blood on the ground, the young man, named Adal, smiled disdainfully, swinging a giant scythe as he walked past the trembling Pecunia, who had witnessed everything, gazing at the blood moon radiating an eerie red light. I really look forward to the hunting festival in 2 months. Surely, I can kill more worthless wretches then, right? The next day, relevant information about Sununo Island was quickly presented to the world's highest authority, the Gorosei, in the form of documents through CP. It stated, on the land burned to desolation, there are a total of 683 corpses of the Weka tribe. From their shriveled, wood-like skin, it is evident that all their blood was completely drained while they were alive. Many bodies are missing limbs, and, judging by the wounds, they were severed by sharp instruments before being drained of blood, seemingly subjected to torture for pleasure by Saint Adal. The most severe case is that of a little girl with purple hair. As for her specific appearance, we regret that we cannot describe it directly. The remaining 87 foolish people spared by the great mercy of Saint Adal have been escorted by warships to the Holy Land, Mariewa, awaiting your judgments. We have searched the entire Sununo Island and found no trace of any remaining Weka tribe members. The military has decided to cancel the wanted status of the jeweler Pecunia, granting him the title and rights of the 35th king of the Adal Kingdom in exchange for a high annual tribute of sky gold to the celestial dragons. As for CP0 Peter Gillis, due to incompetence and repeated offenses against Saint Adal, he has been executed on the spot. This is the complete report on the Sununo Island poaching incident. The island is scheduled to be flattened in 3 days, and all information and records regarding the Weka tribe will be erased. This incident must never be made public. On the vast ocean, the waters were calm, without a ripple, save for a solitary wooden boat aimlessly drifting on the surface. Incredibly, the boat was not being operated by a person, but rather 2 wooden arms grew from a small hole in the side of the boat, paddling it on their own. Each stroke was accompanied by the creaking of the boat, sounding as if it might fall apart at any moment, yet it glimmered with a green sheen, as if almost merging with the surrounding clear green waters. Large sea kings swam back and forth in the waters, resembling giant moving castles. They occasionally poked their heads out, curiously observing the small boat that could be overturned by a mere gust of wind. But whenever the sea kings attempted to approach, they would feel a sudden spasm throughout their bodies, their vertical pupils trembling uncontrollably, as if the boat concealed something they feared most. And they swiftly swam back to the dark depths of the ocean. On the deck of the small boat lay a boy wrapped in coarse bandages, resembling a mummy, his body completely still as he stared up at the overcast sky, his dark eyes shining with a gloomier light than the clouds. The cold sensation from the rough wooden planks sent shivers down the boy's spine, evoking unforgettable memories. Did you make this boat, Uno? Although it's a bit small, it feels like I've seen this shape somewhere before. Yes, I secretly built it in your bedroom, based on your design. It took me a week to complete. It's still in the experimental stage, but I operated it remotely for half an hour without any issues. And there was no attack from sea kings. The design notes said they seemed to fear the smell of trees. On the empty, calm beach, Uno nervously tapped his fingers, looking up at his astonished father, whose jaw had nearly dropped to the ground, stuttering, You won't blame me, will you, Dad? Pan's gaze lingered on the intact small wooden boat for a moment. After a brief pause of astonishment, his serious expression instantly transformed 180 degrees as he suddenly rushed over, tears streaming down his face, and embraced his son tightly, rubbing his face against the boy's, his voice excited and incoherent. Just like my son, you've made such an amazing thing. I can't even begin to imagine how long it took. Help! Uno, who was already prepared to be scolded by his father, was momentarily at a loss, almost unable to breathe from being held too tightly, and could only plead with a nearby, beautiful young woman for help. After a helpless sigh, the woman stepped forward and used the most extreme means in her life to separate the two. Ouch! Mariana, you really are merciless. Who told you to become a completely different person when your emotions get stirred up? Facing his wife's habitual complaints, Pan could only rub the large bump on his head with a wronged expression, and then looked at his daughter, whose eyes were shining, shaking Uno like a piece of paper, and his face returned to its usual seriousness. You hid from us and worked hard to build this little boat. It shouldn't just be for you to go out to sea alone, right? Hearing this, Uno was slightly taken aback, then lowered his head and bit his lip, answering in a barely audible voice, "Yes. I wanted to take Rachel with me to travel overseas. I hope to let her step into every corner of the world and witness all the beautiful scenery on the sea. This has always been a wish shared by both of us." As he spoke halfway, his voice suddenly became much louder, lifting his head to look directly at his father. His eyes filled with a maturity and determination that did not match his young age. Rachel really wants to see what the outside world is like. The purple-haired little girl nodded with longing, reaching out her small hand to pat her brother's shoulder, revealing 2 rows of smooth white teeth. By then, Rachel must make many more friends. Pan expressionlessly glanced at his children's small faces, as if he had never seen them before, then rubbed his hair and sighed slightly. "Is that so? Dad, understand your thoughts. In that case." Suddenly, like a long-dormant volcano erupting, Pan joyfully pulled his son and daughter back into his embrace, nearly suffocating them, accompanied by the buzzing cheers in his ears. "Let dear Daddy accompany you to the magnificent sea for a grand adventure. All the way, Daddy will take good care of you too." Rachel's world has turned completely dark. "I can't see anything." "I know, but first let go of me. You keep saying whatever comes to your mind. Don't forget you are still the head of the family. But if you add me, that could be another story, hey?" "Mom, why are you saying that too?" A sudden barrage of cannon fire abruptly pulled Uno's thoughts back to reality. He supported himself on the deck and slowly stood up, turning to look towards the stern of the ship. There he saw the distant sea surface erupting with overwhelming flames, dyeing the originally dark sky a blood red like the sunset. Thick smoke rose from the center of the explosion, exuding an indescribable desolation against the blood-colored sky. Near the destination that was targeted for shelling, one could vaguely see warships docked side by side on the sea, countless shells pouring out of their cannons like raindrops, relentlessly bombarding the already ravaged island. One forest after another was flattened, witnessing the land that had given him countless beautiful memories now suffering from the relentless bombardment of war. Uno couldn't help but gently wipe away the bitterness on his nose. A wave of unspeakable sorrow surged within him, and tears unknowingly flowed from the corners of his eyes, forming spots of water on the deck. After a moment, his gaze suddenly locked onto the gradually shrinking black dots on the sea. His right fist clenched so tightly it creaked, and the resentment, anger, and hatred surged forth like a river bursting its banks, gradually consuming his kind and gentle heart. "No matter what means I have to use, betting my life, one day I will tear you despicable scum into pieces." 3 months later, on a small island gathering pirates and outlaws, in a bustling tavern. "Hey, have you heard? The Rocks Pirates have started moving again. 2 days ago, they sank several large warships in the North Sea. Many vice admirals died at their hands." As expected of the legendary strongest pirate crew. Only they can be so bold as to oppose the world government. They've done us a great favor. Let's take this opportunity to wipe out the Navy completely. Speaking of the Rocks Pirates, this morning I saw a group of pirates flying that flag in a neighboring town, led by a young woman wielding a large sword. Although she was quite beautiful, her size was frightening, claiming that after staying on the island for 3 days, they would return to the New World. Could she be one of Rock's subordinates? Sure. Don't say that. If we get overheard, we'll be in trouble. Even though we're all in the same business, I don't want to get involved with those dangerous people. "Hey, you over there, why are you laughing?" I suddenly thought of something really funny. Sorry for interrupting your conversation." A figure sitting in the corner, shrouded in a hooded cloak, stretched lazily and casually untied a bundle on the table, revealing stacks of shiny gold bars. He then shifted his gaze to the astonished patrons and smiled. "By the way, can you take me to that female pirate's residence? After the job is done, all of this will be yours." 3 days later, in a certain sea area of the Grand Line, on a pirate ship with a smiling face at the bow. Well. Although you're just a snot-nosed kid, you turn out to be quite capable. Thanks to you, I now have plenty of strange and wonderful additions to my collection. If you like them, that will be even better. In the future, I will provide you with more finely crafted mechanical products." The boy respectfully knelt on the ground, looking up at the stunning woman in front of him, who was praising the small robot she held in her hands. In a tentative tone, he asked, "As a welcome gift for joining, is this enough to express my sincerity? Does it need to be said? Although I don't know what kind of scheme you're plotting, as pirates, as long as our interests align, even I have no right to interfere with your freedom." The woman curiously sized up the boy for a while, then suddenly pulled down her hat's brim and smiled broadly. "From now on, you are my subordinate. In other words, a member of the Rocks Pirates. Of course, you'll have to start by doing some chores, haha." Several years later, on Hive Island. You want to learn the 6 styles? That's a technique that surpasses human limits. Not to mention the hardships you might face along the way. It could take decades to fully master it. Are you sure you want to do this, Lord Uno? Yes, I'm serious. I heard that most CP members of the government have mastered this technique. So I was wondering if I could find an opportunity with you. That said, I'd be satisfied if I could just learn a few moves, like the one that allows me to walk freely in the air and disappear from the spot in an instant. You mean Surinjepa, right? Mastering these 2 moves isn't that easy. The middle-aged man in plain clothes hesitated for a long time, but after noticing the serious look in the boy's eyes, he finally nodded as if making a decision. Although our CP5 isn't like those superhumans from CP9 and CP0, we at least have mastered a move or 2. We will do our utmost to teach you everything we know as your first achievement in joining the Rocks Pirates. Having spent years in the pirate world, the boy had long become accustomed to wearing a mask in front of others, never taking it off. Therefore, in the eyes of most profit-driven pirates, Uno was just a polite boy who never got angry, and they wouldn't be wary of him at all, nor would they care about the plans he was secretly plotting. Of course, everything must come with relative changes. The longer one wears a mask, the more one forgets what they originally looked like and the sincere intentions they once had. Deeply imprinted in his heart were only the hollow eyes of his clansmen and the deep-rooted hatred that bound him. Yazril. As the roar of hatred squeezed out of his throat, the purple-haired boy pressed his left arm, which was cut by helmet fragments, and stepped forward, his sharp horns stained red with thick blood, as if carrying endless hatred. Only you, I will never forgive. Although he was curious about how you survived that incident, it no longer mattered. Yazril spread his hands, a frivolous smile appearing on his face, and with a tone as if teasing a pet, he asked, "By the way, don't you want to know how your kidnapped compatriots are doing now? The reason you deliberately spare my life just now was to ask this, right?" Those casually spoken words struck Uno's most vulnerable spot like a heavy hammer, causing his pupils to suddenly constrict and his steps to come to an abrupt halt, his breathing quickening to the point that his whole body trembled. "Shut up. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore." It seemed that Uno's intense reaction was within Yazril's expectations, as a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Yazril's lips, and in a mocking tone, he said word by word, "The answer is that they all participated in the hunting conference 9 years ago, and it was me who personally delivered their holy judgment." Just thinking about how those hopeful faces turned to despair in an instant made me feel incredibly. Before he could finish speaking, a green light flashed before him, and Uno's figure appeared like a ghost in front of Yazril, executing a whip-like kick aimed at his forehead. The speed was so fast and the force so strong that it could shatter a thick iron plate into pieces. "Nice move," Yazril exclaimed dramatically, but did not slack off at all. He simply tilted his neck and easily dodged the kick. His left hand curled into a claw, nails growing several inches long like 5 sharp daggers, lightning fast as they reached for Uno's calf, aiming to pierce right through. Unexpectedly, Uno's straight body, like an arrow, suddenly became as soft as mud, twisting into a strange arc in midair, skillfully avoiding the deadly claw. And at an even quicker speed, he circled behind the still unreacting Yazril, his right palm glowing with a dazzling green light, heavily slapping down on Yazril's spine. "Guh!" Yazril grunted, and with a splatter of blood and the sound of shattering bones, he flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a pile of rubble. Huff, huff. Uno rolled back to the ground, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, gasping towards the rising smoke, his eyes revealing the pleasure of vengeance fulfilled. It seemed like he had dealt with that guy. Before he could finish his thought, his expression suddenly changed, and without time to think, his body instinctively lunged to the side. At the same time, a red light appeared, and a crescent-shaped blood blade rushed past him with a sharp whistle. Even though Uno dodged quickly, his left cheek was still slashed, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone. "Did I just hear you say something about dealing with someone?" With a mocking voice ringing out, Yazril casually walked out of the smoke, holding the giant sickle with both hands, not showing a single sign of injury. Looking at Uno, who stood frozen as if under a spell, the smile on his face became even more rampant and savage, and he slowly changed the topic. "By the way, I should thank you for taking out that Pecunia guy, saving me the trouble of going personally to silence him someday. Just like I did to that informant, whose name I can't even remember anymore." Uno stared silently at Yazril's twitching arms, completely ignoring his words. The matter of the CP0 named Peter Gillis being killed had long been learned from Pecunia 6 years ago. "All right, I've pretty much had my fun. Let us end this boring farce early. After all, continuing to fight won't change the outcome." Yazril yawned intentionally, his long hair dancing wildly with his rising emotions. "Considering you almost hurt me before that, let you witness another unique killing technique of the blood fruit, blood surge." After saying that without any apparent movement, Uno's body suddenly convulsed violently, and an expression of extreme pain appeared on his face, blood flowing endlessly from the wound on his cheek as if it would never stop. Even desperately trying to cover the wound with his hand couldn't prevent the loss of blood. "You, what have you done?" Uno gritted his teeth, wanting to say something, but halfway through, he found his throat blocked, unable to utter a word, and even basic thought was hard to maintain. After staggering a few steps forward, he collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up again. "Does it feel familiar? All your muscles stiff and unable to move? And feeling your consciousness gradually dissipate as more and more blood fills your brain?" Yazril twirled the giant sickle in his hand, the blade pointing directly at Uno, who lay flat on the ground glaring at him, revealing a twisted and fierce smile. "It's because that tree you worship like a treasure underwent a mutation, causing those foolish idiots to lose their power to resist one after another." Amidst the mad laughter, the blood-red giant sickle seemed to come alive, suddenly slipping from Yazril's hand and transforming into thick, murky dark red liquid, firmly wrapping Uno, who was already unable to move, creating a giant coffin made of blood. As you said earlier, directly killing you isn't interesting at all. So, experience the double suffocation of pain in this specially crafted blood coffin and die a miserable death." Gazing at the blood-red coffin that was completely sealed off and revealed nothing of its interior, Yazril licked the high-arched corner of his lips, his dead gray eyes filled with unmistakable disdain, exuding the posture of a triumphant victor. "From a moment you were targeted by the world government. It was destined that your sinful, inferior, and incompetent race would have no future. Farewell." The only fish that slipped through the net in the Sinuno Island incident. New character card name, Miles Yazril. Gender, male. Birthday, June 14th, World Blood Donor Day. Age, 22. Height, 207 centimeters. Blood type, S-type RH. Favorite food, blood wine. Medium rare, steak. Disliked food, withered spinach. Interests, killing. Appreciating the expressions of despair on humans' faces just before death. Birthplace, Holy Land. Married. Geos. Devil fruit. Paramecia, blood fruit. Allows free manipulation of blood within the human body, including evaporation and absorption. Additionally, absorbing others' blood enhances strength and can create identical clones. Haki, observation Haki, armament Haki. Introduction, a member of the world government's Knights of God. Despite his frivolous tone, he is extremely vicious and cruel. His indiscriminate killing has made many celestial dragons wary, and he takes great pleasure in the thrill of taking lives, often taunting his opponents during battles. He conspired with the smuggler Pecunia, later king of the Eater Kingdom, and former CP0 member Peter Gillis, to murder the clansmen of Uno, being the mastermind behind the Sinuno Island tragedy. Name origin, derived from the Islamic angel of death Azrael, with the surname taken from Mars, the Roman god of war. Inside the airtight, blood-red coffin, Uno felt as if he were submerged in deep sea, utterly unable to exert any force. The numbness spreading throughout his body made even blinking extraordinarily difficult. The nauseating smell of blood churned his stomach, making him feel quite unwell. Yet the deep-seated hatred within him kept him striving to break free from this place. The surrounding walls were composed of thick blood plasma, completely obscuring the outside world. However, it was clear that the soundproofing was not very effective, as sharp, extremely uncomfortable laughter, reminiscent of metal grinding, occasionally echoed from outside. How does it feel? Unpleasant, isn't it? Once trapped in my blood coffin, it's like being submerged in water, unable to breathe. And the high concentration of blood will slowly erode your skin. Whether you die from asphyxiation or are melted into a puddle of blood is merely a matter of time. So far, no one has managed to escape from here. Ha ha ha. Watching your flesh slowly turn into a skeleton while being powerless, your expression gradually morphing into fear and distortion. Your mindset shifting from impotent rage to despair, then embrace death along with pain. The only pity is that I can't witness the expression on your face at the moment of your death. By the way, that purple-haired girl is your sister, right? Even as a little girl, she looks like a beauty, but she really trusts you unconditionally, crying out your name until her last breath. What a shame that her useless brother can't even keep his own life. Shut up. The relentless insults and curses from his enemy stimulated Uno's brain, making it increasingly difficult to contain his rage. He could no longer hold back and was about to roar in anger, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a torrent of blood flooded in, choking him and preventing him from continuing to speak. He attempted to muster the little strength he had left for a final resistance, tremblingly extending his right hand, barely managing to press it against the outer wall of the coffin. His 5 fingers glowed faintly with green light, and the dark red viscous blood plasma splattered outward as if under some pressure, but in the next moment, it quickly coalesced back together, restoring itself in an instant. As the green light slowly faded, the last trace of strength within him vanished without a trace, and his limbs went limp. The increasingly thin oxygen inside the coffin made it harder for him to breathe, and his consciousness began to gradually drift away. His instinctive gasps only resulted in more of the acrid liquid choking him. The corrosion-resistant bodysuit could not withstand the prolonged erosion of the blood plasma, and it dissolved, creating hole after hole, exposing his skin to an intense burning sensation as if it were splashed with acid, slowly rotting piece by piece. Is this the end? A faint thought flickered in Uno's mind as his eyelids slowly closed, and the continuous mocking sounds in his ears gradually turned into a buzzing, until he felt nothing at all. Witnessing the impenetrable blood coffin fall silent, an indescribable pleasure surged within Yazril, akin to the sense of accomplishment a child feels after destroying a toy out of curiosity. He tossed his long, writhing hair and said proudly, after spending so much time, "The result is just this little bit of effort. It seems that Rocks, that old guy, doesn't have great judgment either. He actually lets such trash hold a position of authority, showing that the so-called Hive Island pirates aren't that impressive after all. Speaking of pirates." As he spoke, countless streams of blood coalesced in the air, reforming into a sharp blood-red scythe that he grasped tightly in his palm. He scanned the surrounding shattered mountains, ultimately locking his gaze on an empty mine entrance to the right front that had not been affected by the battle. Licking his moist lips with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, he said, "Let's hold the most spectacular feast in history, inviting those foolish pirates who come to treasure hunt for their own gain, and the idiotic slaves who are scattering due to the chaos." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a straight blood arrow and dashed forward, arriving in the dim cave in the blink of an eye. Without pausing for a moment, the young man headed straight for a raised stone platform deep within, casually tossing the giant scythe onto the high point of the platform. He leaped onto the flat blade and sat cross-legged, feeling the sticky and cold sensation of blood travel from his soles to his limbs, gradually enveloping his entire body in a thick layer of blood-red light, causing the smiley face tattoo on his chest to radiate an even more sinister aura, as if thousands of evil spirits were howling within, ready to break free at any moment. Should I thank that kid for choosing such a remote location? The absence of any human presence nearby is just perfect for me. It's crucial that no one interrupts during the activation of this technique. Yazril murmured to himself, a dangerous and malicious smile appearing at the corners of his crescent-shaped eyes. If the commander-in-chief sees, my splendid performance. It would surely be no problem for me to replace that little green guy as his right-hand man. And that girl Sally would never be able to hold her head high in front of me again. What a threefold gain. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. He brought his hands together, right arm on the outside, left arm on the inside, crossing them to form an X. As blood sprayed out, his fingers pierced through the skin marked with eyes, and thick blood flowed continuously down his fingers. However, there was no trace of pain on Yazril's face. He seemed to be in a state of self-indulgence as he slowly closed his eyelids, entering a state of profound calm. Blood manipulation's secret technique, legion of millions of spirits taking form. God's Valley, northern direction. Wahaha! Is this what they call an army that upholds justice? Pathetic. A burly man wearing a pirate hat and having a long, trumpet-shaped nose stands triumphantly with a large sword, stepping on the bloodied body of a Navy officer and laughing heartily. For him, nothing is more celebratory than trampling on the Navy that usually chases him around. He turns to his subordinates and raises his sword, shouting, "You all follow me. Don't let that group of rocks get ahead of us. All the treasures belong to the Black Rhino pirate crew." Hey, why are you all making those annoying expressions? Looking at the astonished faces of his crew, the captain of the Black Rhino pirate crew, Linos Ruiz, felt his excitement dampened. Suddenly, he heard a hoarse, mocking voice coming from below him. When faced with something beyond your comprehension, you would wear that expression too. Dying pirate, huh? Before Linos Ruiz could understand what was happening, a line of blood slowly appeared above his head, and then his body was split in half, blood spraying everywhere as he fell to the sides. Huh? Captain Linos is dead. The pirates widened their eyes in shock, frozen in place and speechless. Each of them knew that their captain, Linos Ruiz, had a bounty of 130 million from the government. Even ordinary cannons and swords couldn't harm his thick skin, and he was known as the steel-armored Black Rhino in the seas, one of the most notorious pirates in the South Sea. Yet, this figure had just been killed in one blow, his flesh and blood severed on the spot, leaving them in disbelief and unable to accept the reality. Relying on the captain's reputation, they had grown arrogant, and now that he was dead, they were thrown into disarray. The phrase "fox pretending to be a tiger" truly applied to this group that only knew how to band together, under everyone's gaze. As the blood from the Navy officer's back wound bubbled up, a sticky liquid gushed out, gradually forming a filthy figure with an octopus head, looking pale as if it had just crawled out of a coffin. Speaking of which, there are actually more pirates here than I sensed. It seems my observation hockey still needs some work. The young man surveyed the pirates, who finally realized their captain had been killed but were still trembling in place. He swung the giant scythe off his back in a wide arc, revealing a terrifying grin. Want to know why I'm here? Such a simple question. Even your brains couldn't figure out in hell. Ha. Those who were easily defeated shouldn't embarrass themselves here. Amidst the boisterous laughter, Kaido suddenly swung his club, sweeping it across the waist of an agent wearing a scorpion mask, causing him to vanish like a shadow. The next moment, a nearby mountain suddenly collapsed, followed by a heavy thud as something fell into the rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it, even Lord Scorpion isn't a match for that kid. At this rate, the defense forces in the west of the square will likely be completely annihilated. A black-clad agent trapped under the rubble struggled to speak. Tried to raise his trembling right hand to reach in his pocket for a den mushy, but suddenly gasped, his head tilting as he fainted. Ha. Who else wants to fight? I can accommodate any time. Kaido kept pounding the ground with his spike club, his gaze sweeping over the fallen armored soldiers and government agents around him, seeing that apart from a few trembling individuals feigning calmness with their weapons, the rest of the enemies guarding the valley entrance had been dealt with. He couldn't help but smirk. He then gestured toward the terrified individuals. You there? Tell me where you hid the treasures you took, and bring me to the location, and I'll spare your lives. The already terrified agents and soldiers froze, whispering among themselves. Hey, did you hear? He seems to not know the treasures are in the central square. It's already common knowledge. So, the previous report from CP6 said this kid came from the southeast, but now he has taken a detour to appear here, and he is asking us to lead him. Which means, does that mean he is directionally challenged? Seeing the enemies struggling to suppress their laughter, veins bulged on Kaido's forehead, and he transformed into a furious shark face, roaring, "Hey, no one is allowed to laugh. Quickly tell me the exact location of the square. I'm on my way." His voice suddenly cut off, his expression frozen on his face. As he witnessed the people who had been talking a moment ago instantly turn into a blizzard of blood and dismembered limbs, like a crimson snowstorm had fallen. Oh no! It seems I acted too quickly. I should have drained their blood slowly to replenish my strength. As a voice with a complaining tone suddenly rang out, a thin figure carrying a giant scythe slowly emerged from the blizzard, the pale face wearing a frivolous smile that made Kaido feel an impulse to smash him flat. He casually kicked a severed hand away from the ground, finally focusing his gaze on Kaido, seemingly oblivious to the growing rage on Kaido's face, and calmly said, "I remember you're the monster rookie who has gained fame at sea in recent years. You look much more impressive than on the wanted poster. But no matter how powerful you are, I dare to bet that you can't hurt a single hair on me, not even touch my body. Then try it." Mixed with the sarcastic words was a thunderous roar, as Kaido charged like a cannonball, purple lightning swirling around his club, seemingly carrying the power to destroy the world. Before the other could finish speaking, his body was smashed into several pieces by the sweeping iron club. "Next time you spout such arrogant words, you'd better calculate your weight first, although you 1T have another chance." Kaido gave a middle finger to the gruesome body of the young man, shouldering his spiked club and turning to leave, when he suddenly heard a sinister laugh from behind. "Thank you for your advice, but it seems that 1T be needed." "What?" Kaido was genuinely shocked, turning back to see the pile of fragmented corpses on the ground seemingly gaining consciousness, writhing and transforming into thick blocks of blood, gradually twisting into human forms, ultimately presenting 8 figures identical to the young man in front of Kaido. How about that? Seeing the target you just killed instantly restored and even multiplied before your eyes. Doesn't that surprise you? I advise you not to act recklessly like earlier. The harder you attack, the more we can infinitely split and multiply. Hundreds or thousands are nothing. Moreover, no matter what kind of attack we suffer, we 1T be injured. You could say we are absolutely immortal. Now you should understand what can T hurt a single hair on me means, right? The idle talk stops here. Obediently accept your death. I'm very curious about the taste of the blood flowing in someone as unique as you." The incessant noise didn't annoy Kaido. Instead, he raised an eyebrow with interest. "Oh, it seems you know quite a bit. If it weren't for that disgusting stench coming from you that makes me want to puke, maybe I'd be willing to sit down and have a drink with you." He slightly shook his wrist, removing the bloodstains from his spiked club, and looked at the approaching clones with a wild smile in his eyes as he gripped the club tightly against his left shoulder. "Though I don't know what your specific abilities are, I'm a bit curious. If I smash you to the molecular level, can you still quickly regenerate?" "Ah, stop. My hand is shriveling. Brother Newgate, save." The piercing scream suddenly cut off as the robust pirate became emaciated due to the rapid loss of blood. As the blood-red scythe was forcefully pulled from his back, he staggered a few times before collapsing to the ground, trembling as he raised his withered right hand toward the tall figure, but ultimately it fell back down, unable to be lifted again. "Brother." Newgate turned around and gasped in surprise. At that moment, a pitch-black long knife shot toward him like lightning, forcing Newgate to concentrate and swing his weapon down with great force. With a clang, the two weapons clashed, sending a shower of sparks flying, and the attacker used the moment to retreat a few steps. "TSK." Greenku rubbed his slightly numb right arm and frowned as he glanced at the figures jumping out from the bloodstains around him. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. That kid Yasler always likes to do boring things. It's a pity that once he gets interested, even I find it hard to persuade him. On the contrary, this unexpected war will likely accelerate the end, right? Little ya, I told you this is someone else's battlefield, so don't interfere. How would I know you came here to play? But if the prey is snatched away by me, it just proves you're outmatched, right? Just wait. I will definitely report you to the commander-in-chief. Feeling insulted, Sally stomped her foot in strong protest toward the blood-colored figures scattered all around. Then, as if she had become a different person, she turned to the two women nearby, who were somewhat at a loss about the situation, and smiled. "Sorry, the game might end early." With Little Ye's help, you have no hope of survival now, but if you obediently become Sally's puppet, you might still keep your whole corpse likewise. Giroliosa, with veins bulging on her forehead, tried to suppress her inner anger, her hands tightly clenched into fists, the knuckles cracking. She coldly laughed. If you could change that strange tone of yours, I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse, you sheltered little blonde girl. Don't think that just because you have helpers, we can't do anything to you. Stussy, hiding behind her, secretly glanced at the densely packed figures on the mountain and swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Though her voice trembled, if you naively think that relying on numbers will lead to victory, you're sorely mistaken. Of the two guys who still don't understand the situation, you idiot old lady Sally covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the furious expressions of the two women, and continued leisurely, unlike those pampered celestial dragons. Little Ye has witnessed countless battles on the battlefield since childhood and has long regarded killing as instinct. Just like humans need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. For him, blood is the only thing worth pursuing. Only blood can perfectly stimulate the violent desires deep within him. No matter the target, he can kill without hesitation, and even those around him must always be wary of whether he will suddenly feel like slaughtering them. Thus, he is given such a title among us, the blood angel who calls for death. Wherever he goes, he often brings inevitable disaster and death, and to date, countless islands have turned into mountains of corpses and seas of blood because of him. This island will surely be the same. Sally flicked her hair that hung by her ear, watching the two women's expressions gradually turn incredulous with a half-smile that slowly darkened. Since he has used this move, it means Little Ye is serious now, and you half-baked pirates who rely on others' names will soon die as tragically as wild dogs by the roadside. Although it feels awkward to say this, the various expressions of humans when their lives are taken away are also quite worth savoring, aren't they? It seems like the fighting outside is quite intense. Just as you said, those pirates attracted by the treasure have already engaged in large-scale conflict with the celestial dragons. Truly worthy of our little Ginny, we owe our safe survival entirely to you. In response to her companion's heartfelt praise, Ginny showed no signs of joy, simply placing a din-din mushy to her ear and quietly waiting for a response from the other side. After a moment, she raised her head and calmly said, "It seems the bomb that fell nearby has damaged the presence-erasing device left by Brother Nova. It's only a matter of time before the Navy finds us. For now, we can only rely on Kuma and the boss to search for the fruit. But we haven't received any contact from them yet. Could it be that they've run into trouble? Should we go look for them?" The more robust shark fishman among the slaves suggested worriedly. Ever since he had been praised for the first time in his life, he had secretly vowed to ensure the safety of his benefactors at all costs. "No, there are still many pirates lurking nearby. With our abilities, we can't go to the square to assist." Ginny frowned and turned the din mushy-esque dial, murmuring, "Right now, we can only spread false information again to temporarily draw the Navy elsewhere." "That sounds like a good idea, Mississippi." The sudden, unfamiliar voice startled all the slaves present, and they instinctively focused their attention on a pool of blood on the stone platform that gradually transformed into a humanoid figure, ultimately forming a young man carrying a giant scythe and exuding a dangerous aura. "Looks like that kid played a good trick. So, the missing slaves were hiding here all along." The man rested his chin on his hand, curiously observing the shocked faces, and revealed a malicious, cruel smile. "So, what kind of method should I use to make you experience a fate worse than death?" Inside the blood coffin, so dim that no light could penetrate, the boy's consciousness gradually scattered, and he vaguely heard a barely audible call in his ear. Well, Una no longer remembered how long he had been asleep. When he awakened again, he unexpectedly found himself in an environment where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, with no traces of blood around him. And the suffocating feeling of his throat filled with blood had long since disappeared. The entire person seemed to be dragged down by an invisible force, unable to control his body as he fell into the boundless darkness. Is this the world after death? It seems a bit different from what I imagined. He tried to raise his right hand to feel something, but it felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and no matter how hard he tried to lift it, he couldn't move it even a bit. A bone-chilling cold spread from the soles of his feet up his legs, causing every muscle and nerve in his body to gradually lose sensation, even showing signs of cracks, like torn scraps of paper slowly fracturing and crumbling. Death doesn't seem to be as terrifying as described. Neither pain nor confusion will exist anymore. Watching his body gradually fall apart, Uno's weak face didn't show the despair and fear that one would typically exhibit before death. Instead, he managed to force out a bitter smile of helplessness, thinking of how his painstaking revenge plan had ultimately turned into a bubble under the ruthless reality of overwhelming power. An indescribable sense of loss surged in his heart, and his heavy eyelids unknowingly began to close. Numbness washed over him like a tide, pushing his consciousness toward the edge of dispersion, as his soul slowly separated from his body, like a shadow drifting in the morning mist, gradually merging with the lifeless darkness around him. To sink into eternal sleep like this doesn't seem so bad. Just as he completely gave up struggling and allowed his soul to be swallowed by the current known as nothingness, a deep and resonant voice echoed in his ears. Uno, don't lose. The voice, filled with care and encouragement, was all too familiar, awakening Uno's drowsy consciousness with a surge of vibrant life, piercing through his lifeless heart. Dad? Could it be that I heard wrong? Struggling to awaken from his state of unconsciousness, Uno slowly opened his recently closed eyes, looking around in confusion, but seeing no one, just as he thought it might be an illusion. That voice seemed to possess infinite magic, resonating throughout the dark space once more. Hey, you little brat. How long are you going to slack off here? Hurry up and get up. The angry words struck his mind like thunder, exploding into sparks that gradually clarified his previously muddled thoughts. Why is Dad voice here? Could he still? Remembering his father's quirky yet passionate face, Uno, who had lost the will to live, suddenly felt a surge of emotions, finding an unexpected strength to lift his head and eagerly look around, wanting to find the source of that voice. But the surrounding area was empty, and he saw no signs of anyone. The entire dark space seemed to reject his expectations, falling into silence once again. What the hell, I really thought too much. People often experience illusions before death. Uno self-deprecatingly chuckled as his mood plummeted, and just as he tried to convince himself with some rationalizations, another voice, gentle like a pool of autumn water, reached his ears. It's not good for a growing child to give up easily when facing setbacks on the path ahead. Hearing this, Uno couldn't help but freeze, his lips trembling slightly as an indistinct voice squeezed out from deep within his throat. Mom. Before he could process what was happening, he heard a childish yet slightly annoyed shout. If you keep sleeping in like before, big brother, you'll have to experience my new ultimate move, Rachel's flying tackle. Why is Rachel? Why? Uno blinked in confusion, his eyes already a bit misty, and the crack that had reached his chest no longer spread. He steadied himself slightly, and the emotions that had been suppressed within him for so long finally broke free, pouring out like a flood that had burst its dam. Why do you have such high hopes for someone like me? Clearly, I had long since thrown away so-called dreams. I'm just a hopeless pirate, surviving through lies and unscrupulous means, not even knowing how many lives I've stained my hands with. What right do I, a scum like me, have to shamelessly seek your redemption? The more he spoke, the more hysterical he became, and by the end, tears streamed down his face, his body trembling slightly from self-blame and sorrow. As if only by releasing nearly a decade's worth of accumulated negative emotions could he slightly alleviate the pain buried deep within that had become almost numb. If only I hadn't been injured that day, at least I could have saved you. You fool, don't think too highly of yourself. The sudden roar abruptly interrupted Uno's murmuring. Before he could continue, his father's voice, rapid like a barrage of bullets, followed closely. Do you think you're the only one who feels this way? All of us, including the three of us who died because of that incident, have felt the same. Watching our fellow beings cruelly killed one after another while being powerless to resist, then leaving this world, which still held things worth cherishing, with lifelong regrets. But even so what? If you simply immerse yourself in the regrets born from failure, even in that world, you won't be able to sleep at night. We have seen everything you've done since leaving Sununo Island. So far you, just a child, have survived among a group of ruthless pirates, overcoming countless difficulties, and have finally made it here. Nothing can trip you up on your path forward. If there is, it's your heart that has begun to give up before fully falling into despair. His father's irrefutable words struck Uno like a wake-up call, causing his heart to tremble. The flying debris around him seemed to receive some kind of command, quickly piecing together and merging back into his incomplete body, and in an instant, it restored to its original form. At the same time, his mother's soft and velvety voice echoed again in his mind. As a man, no matter how many storms you encounter while sailing, you must never easily discard the burden of courage. If your mother had harbored even a slight thought of giving up under extreme weather conditions, perhaps she would never have had the chance to meet your father. Even if you cleverly disguise your true self in front of others, even if you have to force yourself to do things you've never considered before, that inherently gentle and kind nature cannot be hidden at all. Wasn't that big, bullied child saved with your help? The self-pitying expression on Uno's face froze. Although his limbs gradually regained mobility with the passage of time, he stood still like a statue, while an unprecedented excitement surged within him, soon ringing in his mind like a great bell. To you, that long pirate life was not without meaning. There must have been treasures that you hold most dear. Think back carefully, and then hold them tightly in your hands without letting go for even a moment. I believe you've already found them, right? Treasures. Uno lowered his gaze and softly repeated this seemingly simple word. The greedy, yet morally principled female pirate. The chef who may seem eccentric, but is reliable at critical moments. The carefree, yet somewhat reckless female swordsman, and the impulsive, yet always surprising new pirate. The most familiar faces appeared one after another in the boy's mind like images. Well. Among the peers I know, none are better than you. So this time I'll make an exception and share half of the chocolate cake that was meant to be a dessert after the meal. You need to work hard in the future, too. You want to ask me the secret to my culinary skills? Chew first. You need to eat a devil. Oh no. First, let's start with chopping vegetables. With your talent, I estimate you'll be on par with me in less than a month. Just a bit behind. Congratulations on becoming a crew member, Uno. Without further ado, let's go outside and spar. Ow. Chloe, you're too strict. Just let him set aside his duties for a moment and have a match with me. It won't take up too much of his time. Sorry. Please allow me to take back what I just said. Kid, what are you doing sitting all alone over there? Come drink with me. Stop pretending to be so polite. In a lively environment like this banquet, you should indulge your true nature. That's the spirit. I didn't expect you to hold your liquor so well. But that doesn't mean I'll lose to you. Different voices echoed endlessly in Uno's mind, gradually softening his gaze. His lips gently uttered a few words. What a bunch of guys I can never forget. But those days spent with you were not bad. If I easily concede to that scumbag. No, if I give it a fate, I wouldn't leave them with a good impression after my death, right? Thinking of this, Uno's eyes were no longer confused or hesitant. Instead, they were filled with an unwavering determination that no obstacle could shake. At the same time, his right hand suddenly emitted a soft, silky green light that gradually spread in all directions. Follow your heart and head towards a sea called freedom. Don't deceive yourself like before. Open your heart to your most cherished companions. I understand now. Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you again. Uno murmured softly, his right hand clenched into a fist, and the light became even more brilliant, quickly enveloping his form, illuminating the previously dark space. In an instant, the blood coffin that had been quietly standing in the sea of flowers began to shake violently, the surface appearing with countless cracks. And beams of light burst forth from the fissures, accompanied by a buzzing sound that was especially jarring in the quiet valley. Following that, the seemingly indestructible blood coffin instantly shattered with a crisp cracking sound into countless square-shaped blood chunks that splattered everywhere, raining down blood that fell onto the boy who had barely escaped, dyeing his already tattered bodysuit a deep crimson. Cough. Ugh. Cough. Uno collapsed to the ground, violently coughing, unable to suppress the blood that poured from his throat, as if trying to expel his very organs. After a while, he gradually stopped coughing, painfully and slowly struggling to rise from the ground, wiping away the bloodstains on his cheeks. After taking a few deep breaths, he looked down at his arms surrounded by a green halo, with an expression of disbelief, murmuring, Huh, what is happening? My ability suddenly worked on the blood coffin. It clearly had no effect before. It feels like I could do even more. That's the spirit. You have your father's youthful style. Go do what you want to do. A passionate voice came from beside him, causing Uno to look towards the source of the sound. He saw 3 figures emerging from the splendid flower sea, smiling at him as if conveying unspoken care and expectations. Dad, Mom, Rachel. Suddenly seeing those 3 figures he missed day and night, Uno's sensitive emotions could no longer be suppressed, and he trembled as he called out their names in a stuttering voice, his vision blurred by tears. He staggered forward, reaching out to touch their bodies. But before he could take a few steps, the 3 figures vanished like passing clouds, leaving only Uno's barely audible breaths in the deathly silence. Uno stood frozen like a wooden puppet, staring blankly at the now empty spot, realizing that those irreplaceable family members would never return. And a wave of indescribable melancholy surged within him. Just when he felt lost, a tender, silver bell-like child's voice echoed in his mind. Hee, brother, why are you suddenly dazed here? That is not like you at all. No matter what happens, Rachel, and Mom and Dad will always watch over you silently in that world, forever by your side. So, don't feel down just because we're not there. You must live bravely and strongly, and then fulfill the dreams you've always wanted to achieve. By the way, Rachel really envies you for finding such good friends. After a long moment of sighing, the voice quietly ceased. Uno was momentarily dazed, and then a faint smile appeared on his lips. You all watch over me well. I won't let you down from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze abruptly turned to the only intact mountain peak, quickly extending his right hand towards the dark cave entrance. Ugh! Accompanied by a splash of blood, a strong man holding an iron rod instantly received 2 intersecting wounds on his abdomen and fell to the ground. As he struggled to rise, he was brutally stomped on the face and could only squeeze out his last bit of voice from his throat. Jenny, run away. Don't worry about me. Uncle Richard. Witnessing her companion being ruthlessly abused by the young man, wielding a giant sickle and the bodies scattered everywhere, Jenny could no longer care about anything else. She rushed forward to fight back, but was tightly held from behind by the previous shark fisherman. Let me go. If not, Onkel Richard will die. Even if the strength is unequal, I have my reasons to fight. Jenny was on the verge of tears, struggling desperately to break free from his grip, but his strong arms held her tightly, leaving her unable to move at all. Calm down, Jenny. The fisherman held her tightly while loudly comforting her, saying, I understand how you feel, but relying solely on passion cannot save anyone. Instead, it might cost you your own life, leading to a fruitless sacrifice. Think carefully. Is your effort up to now just to lose your life here? Jenny was stunned, unable to speak for a long time, tears already glistening in her eyes. Seeing her seemingly wavering, the fisherman continued, That guy is a member of the Knights of God. Even if we all combined are not his match. Right now, we can only escape from here first, and then find a way to meet up with Bear and Ivan. That's the only way to ensure we have a chance at survival. Before he finished speaking, he was hit hard in the waist and flew out like a cannonball, rolling on the ground for a while before crashing into the stone wall and falling to the ground. Are you okay, Ugg? Seeing this, Jenny couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But as soon as she spoke, she was tightly grabbed by the neck by a suddenly appearing man, lifted up. A few little bugs, chirping and chattering, are really annoying me. Tell me, how can you make up for wasting my precious time? Yazriel brushed aside the long hair, covering his forehead, revealing a sinister smile. Is it necessary to hand over the culprit who facilitated your escape? Although I might not be so easily appeased. Ding. The fishman, with blood all over his head from the previous blow, managed to squeeze out 2 words upon seeing this shocking scene. Then his whole body collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, unconscious. Jenny felt the grip on her neck tightening, her small face turning pale, but despite this, she gritted her teeth and insisted on her viewpoint. I want to tell you, they're the strongest among us. Someone of your lowly status isn't even qualified to lick their shoes. After saying this, she even made a face at him. Lowly status? Ha! What a coincidence. There are others among my kind living in Mariewa who refer to me that way as well. Seemingly enjoying this title, Yazril licked the corner of his lips, showing no sign of anger on his face. Holding on to Ginny with his left hand while raising the huge scythe dripping with thick blood in his right hand, which still sparkled with an eerie red light, even though the originally clear sky had turned dark. Humans should have some self-awareness, knowing their own limitations and playing their corresponding roles. Try to do things beyond their capabilities will only lead to unnecessary suffering. Little girl, he stared intently at the face in front of him, which had gradually shifted from stubbornness to terror, the curve of his lips rising higher. His tone filled with mockery, as if he were a cat tormenting a mouse to the point of boredom before swallowing it whole. Do you feel fear? Do you feel powerless? Before death, humans should honestly show such expressions, waiting for an unchangeable fate to approach bit by bit. This is the only value you trash, or even inferior to livestock, can provide. Come on, just like that stinky girl 9 years ago, who was crying out her brother's name on the brink of death. Take advantage of the breath you still have left to call for help from those who matter most to you. This will only intensify my desire to ravage you. Of course, perhaps those useless fools have already abandoned you and slipped away. His expression twisted and became more sinister, as if he couldn't wait to see the girl before him fall into despair and collapse. Bear! Bear, bear! Ginny bit her lip tightly, slowly squeezing out this word, and after a moment of hesitation, finally mustered her courage to raise her voice. Bear and Brother Ivan will definitely come to rescue us safely. Use this hard-won time to be arrogant to the end. There won't be another chance. That octopus bastard with a head covered in red oil. Huh? Suddenly being scolded head-on, Yazril widened his eyes. Throughout his life, he had taken countless lives, and at the moment of being killed, they either begged for mercy or screamed in panic. But he had never encountered such unrestrained cursing. After a moment, his facial muscles twitched slightly. Gazing at the pair of eyes that had filled with determination at some point, his voice low and almost dripping with malice. Remember what you said now. When I chop off your hands and feet later, make sure to maintain this courage. The barely audible voice instantly turned into a sharp roar. The scythe in his hand dragging a crimson arc, aimed at Ginny's right hand. Stop it! Before the words fell, Yazril felt a gust of wind behind him, followed by a loud bang. Something slammed into his back, sending his entire body flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the nearby stone wall and breaking into 2 pieces. Ginny, are you okay? A boy with an unusual physique hurriedly ran to Ginny, who was coughing on the ground, and helped her up. Ginny steadied herself, seeing the worried and caring gentle face. Tears couldn't help but well up in her eyes, and she finally threw herself in his arms, crying, Bear, I was so scared just now. I thought I was really going to die. Boo-hoo! The boy called Bear, looked at her pitiful appearance, and gently patted her little head, showing a silly smile, and softly said, Don't worry, Ginny. It's all okay now. Huh. Sorry, we ran into some trouble on the way, so we're late. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ginny immediately stopped crying, turned her head, and saw a boy with an explosion-style haircut covered in blood, leaning on a large rock, panting heavily, looking quite disheveled, and couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, what happened to your injury? Let me bandage it for you. Not for now, it's just a scrape. Ivankov forcibly supported his injured body and gave a thumbs up to his companions, forcing a smile on his face, saying that compared to this minor issue, there are more urgent things we need to do. Oh, more urgent? I'd like to hear what that is. Hearing this ominous voice, the 3 of them paused in their breathing and turned their heads in unison to look in the direction where Yazril had been knocked away. They saw the 2 halves of his body that had somehow stuck to the wall gradually transforming into blood plasma, twisting and writhing, eventually morphing into 2 figures that looked exactly like the previous youth, swaggering toward them. Is it the ability of the blood fruit? What a troublesome guy. Ivankov frowned, instinctively gripping the long knife he had snatched from somewhere at his waist, and shouted at his astonished companions, Big Bear, you take Ginny and leave first. I'll hold him off here. What are you talking about, Ivan? Didn't we agree to leave this island together? Bear's right. We can't leave you here. There's no choice. In an emergency, we have to make the best judgment, right? Ivankov held the knife S-handle with both hands, the tip aimed at the two approaching figures, a bitter smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Risking his life to fight them might just lead to an unexpected miracle like before. What miracles? What miracles? It's just so boring. I've seen many guys like you who always have miracle, hope, and other such words hanging on their lips, but in the end, what awaits them is just the most tragic death. Amidst the wild laughter, two Yaslers stood to the left and right, their sides crossed over their chests, poised for attack, ready to strike at any moment. Before shattering your illusions, it's necessary to give you a piece of advice. Miracles are things imagined by the weak as a form of psychological comfort, and they do not exist anywhere. Just as they were halfway through speaking, their voices seemed to be abruptly cut off, the giant sighs clattering to the ground. Their faces morphing into expressions of shock and distortion. After a convulsion, their bodies turned into a sticky pool of blood, leaving behind a dark stain on the ground. And they became silent, leaving only 3 children standing in place, at a loss, witnessing this sudden change. At the same time, in a valley to the northwest, a towering rocky mountain was visibly covered in spiderweb-like cracks at a rapid pace. Without a moment's pause, it shattered into countless indistinguishable grid-like stone fragments, shooting out in all directions. In the instant the massive mountain crumbled, a scarlet figure was propelled from the clouds of debris, tracing a narrow trajectory in the air before accurately landing 5 meters in front of a young boy, who stood still, staring intently at him, his face turning unusually grim and serious, as if he had seen something that posed a significant threat and was hard to believe. "Let's end this quickly, Yasler." This is really troublesome. Breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, Kaido gripped the blood-stained wolf Fong club tightly, glancing around at the crowd that was densely approaching him like a tide, as if they were all cast from the same mold. Frowning, he muttered softly, although the combat power of those duplicates would decrease with their increasing numbers, continuing like this was not a solution. I can't let that thing fall into someone else's hands. Are you referring to the fruit that can transform into a blue dragon? It seems I was not mistaken. You really came for this. The leading Yasler raised an eyebrow, a malicious smile appearing on his pale, bloodless face. That thing was originally yours. Thanks to your lack of discernment in handing such an important treasure to a worthless thing for safekeeping, I was able to take it effortlessly. Kaido's face suddenly darkened. Listening silently to the opponent's endless mockery, a vein on his forehead twitching involuntarily, his entire body creaking like popping beans, as if he might explode at any moment. Yaslav, as if oblivious to his change in expression, continued to laugh in his own world, saying, "Do you know what that girl looked like when I killed her right in front of him, even until her last breath? She could only lie on the ground like a worm, wearing an utterly desperate expression while wailing loudly at me. But the weak can only accept an unresistible fate in the face of absolute strength, obediently allowing themselves to be slaughtered. I suppose you, who have crawled and fought on the battlefield, can relate to that, right?" Hearing you say that makes me feel at ease. Yaslav, who initially thought the other party would charge forward recklessly after being provoked, suddenly noticed Kaido inexplicably chuckling to himself with his head down, and couldn't help but be taken aback. "What are you laughing at? If someone else told me that kid was killed, I might have been shaken before obtaining solid evidence." Kaido raised his head halfway through, grinning widely with a confident smile, and said word by word, "But if it comes from your mouth, that's another story. That kid is not someone of your caliber who could be dealt with." All the Yasler present were stunned by his resolute words, standing frozen for a moment. Then the doppelganger, standing at the front of the crowd, let out a few cold laughs, spread his hands, and replied nonchalantly, "You not only possess extraordinary strength, but your instincts are quite sharp too. But even if that kid still has a breath left, it's just a matter of time before he stops breathing. And at this moment, the one rampaging on the island, regarded by you as trash, is me." Although his tone sounded casual, there was an uncontrollable rage hidden between the lines, as if he was deliberately emphasizing an irrefutable fact in front of others. "From your attitude, I can't sense even a bit of confidence." Kaido, who was relentless with his words, did not forget to place the Wolf Fong club behind his head, several purple lightning bolts flickering on its surface. while a wild grin appeared on his rugged face. I don't have time to play house with you here. Turn into dust in the air for me, Diamond, eh. Before he could finish the move, he saw the doppelgangers that had surrounded him tightly suddenly melt like mud in his sticky blood, leaving Kaido in shock, his jaw dropping wide enough to fit two of his fists. How did it shrink before the fight even started? On the other side, in a corner of the island still unknown to others. What just happened? Witnessing the two enemies' bodies dissolve without warning, ultimately turning into two pools of blood. Ivankov stood there like a wooden man, stunned for a moment. However, his inherent optimism quickly helped him adapt to this shocking fact, and he couldn't help but open his arms and cheer loudly. After all, in terms of results, we have successfully been saved. Only by gritting our teeth and holding on until the end can we receive the blessing of miracles. That really scared me just now. Still shaken, Ginny carefully observed her surroundings and found that the villain was no longer present, letting out a long sigh of relief while covering her chest, her youthful face changing to a puzzled expression. From what I understand, since these doppelgangers are disappearing one by one, it indicates that something must have gone wrong with the main body. But who exactly saved us? I wonder if that person has escaped danger. The exhausted bear, slumped on the ground, looked up at the smoke-filled sky, his eyes revealing gratitude mixed with worry. I must rescue him and then thank him in person. Sorry, Bear, but this is something we can't help with. Ginny glanced at Bear's face, which had gone from full of hope to confusion, and sighed slightly. Mister, Nova's anti-detection device was destroyed, which means we could be discovered by other enemies at any time. So we must prioritize ensuring our plan proceeds smoothly. But that savior, little Ginny was right. With just the three of us, it's still too early to interfere in this war. For now, all we can do is to rescue those compatriots who still have a glimmer of hope. Ivankov decisively interrupted Bear's rebuttal, sweeping his gaze over the nearby slaves who were groaning on the ground, unable to get up, before finally settling on the meatball-shaped soft pad on Bear's right hand. With his right hand pressed against his chest and a serious expression, he said, "There's no time to lose. While no one has noticed the situation here, please use your miracle hand that you earned at the cost of life and death to send everyone here out of this hell called Valley of the Gods." Next to him, Ginny raised her small hand in excitement and echoed, "Let's follow the original plan and use Bear's meatball fruit ability to escape." Wait, she finally reacted as if her reflex arc was too long, jumping up from her spot with her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "What? So you guys have successfully obtained the devil fruit? You persistent little brat. How did you manage that?" Watching the boy who should have melted into a puddle of goo appear before him almost intact, Azrael's expression shifted from shock to astonishment and then to anger. His inner emotions shocked to an unprecedented degree. His voice was so low it was almost dripping with water. By the timeline, you should have been completely corroded by now. How did you survive until now? Who knows? Uno replied nonchalantly, casually swinging his right arm as if deliberately try to provoke his enemy. His tone filled with indifference and disdain. Maybe your lousy coffin needs someone to repair it properly? Hee, it's only been a few minutes. And not only are you much more stable emotionally, but you've also started to learn how to talk trash. Azrael tugged at the corner of his mouth, his long hair dancing in the wind, emanating an unparalleled aura of danger. Not long ago, I deployed thousands of clones on the island. Do you know why? Of course, it's because I wanted to slowly savor the taste of slaughtering all your oblivious companions who came to die and those pesky guys one by one. However, conversely, during the execution of this move, the main body must be in a state of forgetfulness. Once disturbed by external forces, all clones will disappear one by one, which is the only downside. So, what are you trying to express by telling me all this? Feeling the overwhelming murderous intent approaching, Uno remained unmoved, not even retracting his sharp tongue, but rather intensifying it. Were you simply complaining about the flaws in your ability development? In an instant, the smile remaining on Azrael's face vanished, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and his once handsome face twisted into a fierce and menacing visage. Blood spurted from the bulging veins on his forehead. When others are excited, the fool who interrupts without knowing better deserves to die 1,000,000,000 times. Blood's secret technique, blood hair frenzy. With a roar, Azrael violently shook his head, and countless strands of blood-red hair twisted like a giant python, accompanied by a sharp shriek that seemed to tear through the air, sweeping towards Uno in an overwhelming tide. Facing the torrent of blood-red hair, Uno remained unfazed, green light gathering in his hands rapidly, condensing into a light green short axe. With a swing of his right hand, the short axe spun quickly, creating sonic booms, swiftly cutting through the dense mass of blood hair in winding and bizarre arcs. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red hair that had seemed to cover the sky split into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. At the same time, Uno's expression slightly tightened, and he forcefully jumped upwards, as if stepping on a staircase. Just as he left the ground, accompanied by an exceptionally sharp wailing sound, a gigantic sickle gleaming with blood-colored cold light flew out from the swirling blood mist, its end connected to a flexible iron chain, slicing through the spot where Uno had just been with a dark red poisonous glow. Wherever it passed, the ground was melted into a deep trench, with large amounts of red smoke rising and a foul stench filling the air. Seeing that his strike had missed, the blood-colored giant sickle seemed to have eyes, quickly changing direction and chasing after Uno, who was rushing into the air, its speed as fast as lightning, almost reaching him in the blink of an eye. Don't waste your energy. The soul-snatching blood sickle will not stop tracking until it accurately hits its target, and as long as your skin is even slightly grazed, your body will instantly rot and melt. It's useless no matter where you run. The chilling laughter from below reached Uno's ears, but instead of feeling disturbed, a meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The word escape has never crossed my lips. Before his words faded, he grasped his right arm, glowing with green light, with his left hand, aiming his palm at the enormous sickle that was almost within reach. Spiral separation, accompanied by a powerful shout. A spiral-shaped turquoise light ring flew out from his palm, like a lively swimming snake, directly meeting the murderous giant sickle. Amidst the continuous cracking sounds, the massive blood sickle shattered into pieces like tofu dregs, scattering chaotically to the ground. A large amount of blood foam splattered onto the grass, instantly wilting it, while a few drops landed on Azrael's stunned face, sizzling with the sound. Just like the previous 2 times, I can decompose the target without contact. Has that kid's ability awakened? Damn it, how could such trash achieve that? Quickly dismissing this guess, Azrael glared at the boy hovering high in the air, his hands transforming into flowing blood plasma, roaring, "Don't get too cocky." Blood secret technique, bad blood arrow, as he crossed his hands and swung them. A large amount of blood gathered into 2 slender dark red arrows, whistling through the air towards Uno. Using the same trick again? That's not really your style. As the 2 blood arrows got closer, Uno dared not slack off for a moment. Just as he was about to raise his index fingers to shoot them down, the 2 arrows, emitting an eerie red light, suddenly exploded mid-flight, forming dense blood mist that quickly spread around. Not good. Uno's heart sank, and he quickly retreated to escape the rapidly expanding blood mist. Suddenly feeling a strong wind behind him, he turned sharply, only to have 4 blood-red spears pierce through his throat and heart, blood gushing out like a fountain. You're not the only one who can fly, kid. In midair, Azrael flapped his blood-red wings, resembling a massive vampire bat, watching as Uno fell toward the ground with a dazed look. He smugly wiped the corner of his mouth, thinking blindly relying on one S ability would lead to such a disgraceful outcome. Unfortunately, you will never understand this. His smile suddenly froze on his face, and the finger pressed against his lips trembled slightly, a unique reaction humans have when faced with sudden circumstances. What entered his sight was Uno's figure, gradually dissipating like ripples on the water. Paper drawing, afterimage. The words spoken by the youth without any emotional fluctuations echoed behind Yazler, prompting him to spread his wings in an attempt to create distance without a second thought. However, the opponent clearly did not give him that opportunity. With a flick of his fingers, several faint green orbs struck Yazler's back in quick succession, causing the young man to grunt and fall, blood splattering from his wings. Taking advantage of Yazler's unsteady form, Uno flipped upside down in the air, diving down like a bullet, tracing an irregular lightning-shaped trajectory, and in the blink of an eye, he circled around to Yazler's front, kicking towards his enemy's abdomen, his legs surrounded by dazzling green light, aiming to inflict a fatal blow. At that moment, Yasler's form suddenly vanished into thin air like a ghost, causing Uno to kick nothing but air. Adjusting his stance, he began to scan his surroundings, keenly sensing the wind around him growing chaotic, and faintly catching a glimpse of a red afterimage in the air, accompanied by maniacal laughter echoing throughout the valley. I'll acknowledge your strength for now. Let me show you the true power of the blood fruit. Blood manipulation technique, blood shadow blitz. In an instant, countless blood-red afterimages sprang forth from all directions around Uno, enveloping him tightly. Each flicker was accompanied by a piercing explosion as air was sliced through, leaving Uno feeling dizzy. Even with his observation haki barely sensing the opponent's location, they would instantly jump to another position, making it impossible to capture their true form. Moreover, looking at the surrounding crumbling rocks, he could clearly feel the opponent's speed gradually increasing. Therefore, he dare not be careless. His right hand spreading 5 fingers aglow with a rich green light. He suddenly spun and flung it outwards, the light coalescing into a spiral beam radiating from his center. Dense, intertwining afterimages dissipating one by one upon contact with the light. Just at that moment, a sharp and swift blood-red streak came from an unexpected angle. Uno hurriedly sidestepped to evade, but was still a beat too slow. A loud hiss sounded as a massive gash was open on his right waist, blood spraying out profusely. Ugh! Uno instinctively covered the wound on his right waist, faintly feeling the exposed bone inside. But he had no time to feel the pain. As the blood-red streak bent in midair and charged at him with an indistinguishable speed, accompanied by mocking laughter. Ha! Can't keep up when I get serious? Bastard! Uno cursed under his breath. Without a moment's hesitation, his feet stomped hard against the air, his body shooting out like a bird of prey, enveloped in a dazzling green light, actively meeting the blood-red streak head-on. Interesting. Planning to have me crash into you and seek my own death? Too bad. It's just a trick to fool children. Blood manipulation technique, meteor shower. As the two brilliant lights were about to collide in midair, the blood-red streak suddenly splattered everywhere, replaced by countless massive red blood spheres, each trailing a long crimson tail, sweeping towards Uno in a grand wave. This sudden change did not throw Uno off balance. Instead, his speed increased as he weaved and dodged through the dense blood spheres, tracing a series of chaotic green arcs in the air, ultimately racing toward the brightest blood sphere floating directly above. You found a true form so quickly, but meteor shower isn't just a simple impact. Just as he finished speaking, the closest red blood sphere to Uno suddenly swelled and exploded violently, the resulting shockwave creating extreme turbulence in the air, causing Uno's body to lose balance, making it impossible to execute his moonwalk smoothly. Oh no! Before this thought fully formed in his mind, the remaining red blood spheres began to explode one after another like a chain reaction, engulfing Uno and the surrounding rocks in a sea of scorching flames. Ha 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 ha! I can easily do something like heating the blood to boiling and then detonating it. Amidst the deafening roar, the only blood sphere that did not explode writhed and morphed, gradually transforming into Yasler's slender form. Overlooking Uno's body, which was plummeting and emitting smoke, the young man licked his lips, his eyes glinting with excitement and cruelty. Even if your abilities awaken, so what? You'll only meet a dead end when you oppose the world's nobility, you little brat. As he spoke, his body melted into a puddle of liquid and vanished. Almost immediately, his upper body emerged from the blood seeping out of Uno's right waist wound, his left hand gripping the boy's neck while his right arm raised high, transforming into a sharp blood-red scythe, its tip gleaming coldly, aimed at Uno's heart. His face twisted in a malicious smile as if reveling in the thrill of killing. I'll drain your blood directly and watch you struggle in agony as you die. Goodbye, you mutt that narrowly escaped from my hands. Just as the descending scythe was less than 5 centimeters from Uno's chest, the already unconscious Uno, unbeknownst to him, shot out his left hand like lightning, firmly gripping Yasler's right wrist. With a weak face, he managed to squeeze out a smile of a victor. Cough. Cough. So what if your abilities have awakened? The moment of self-inflicted suffering has finally arrived for you, blind and arrogant. Stop struggling. Let go of me. Caught off guard by the opponent's unexpected action, Yasler was both shocked and furious, exerting all his strength but still unable to break free from the grasp on his right arm. He could only stretch out his free left hand and viciously stab it into Uno's chest, blood seeping out. Even if you prove you have strength, not weaker than mine. So what? I can still turn you into a corpse. Feeling the blood flowing out of his body, Uno's face showed no signs of pain. Instead, his smile grew even more pronounced, struggling to say, "It seems your previous move drained your blood reserves. I suppose maintaining the disguise is getting difficult now, right? Hey, what are you doing? Stop." Ignoring the fear in the other's tone, Uno's gaze sharpened, and the left hand gripping the enemy's right arm began to glow with dazzling green light. Pulse separation, accompanied by ripples rapidly spreading outward. Yasler's entire right arm instantly exploded into several segments without a sound. Since he was 10 years old, Yasler had never suffered a defeat in battle. This was not due to his extraordinary talent or innate strength. In those respects, there were many peers among the celestial dragons who were no less capable than him. The reason he was undefeated, besides his penchant for targeting the weak, was entirely due to the superhuman blood fruit he received as a special prize for his outstanding performance in the hunting competition. With the ability to create or manipulate blood at will, he only needed to cover his body with a layer of mimic blood that looked just like himself. Not only could he absorb a certain degree of artillery and physical attacks, but the blood constituting the mimicry also had rapid healing properties. While protecting his own body from harm, he can also create the illusion for enemies who are completely ignorant of his abilities that he possesses the power of physical regeneration. When humans face phenomena that cannot be explained by common sense, they often experience varying degrees of fear. Yasler, who has regarded killing as a personal habit since childhood, has taken this act of feigning mystery to the extreme, crafting an image of himself as an immortal being to awaken the deep-seated fears within people, causing them to lose without fighting. Therefore, after fully utilizing the power of the fruit, Yasler no longer experienced the sensation of pain. As long as he didn't actively engage in direct combat with opponents far stronger than himself, no means could harm his body. At this moment, this seemingly flawless impression was ruthlessly shattered by the human he despised the most. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Yasler's entire body, propelled by the spurting blood, was violently ejected from Uno's wound, and the two fell to the ground, producing two dull thuds in succession. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, raining down like a torrential bloodstorm, directly falling onto the chaotic flower sea created by their fierce battle, dyeing the originally white expanse a shocking crimson. "It hurts so much, I'm dying of pain. My right hand is broken." Yasler, heavily collapsed on the ground and unable to get up, clutched his bleeding, severed arm, his face gradually twisting in agony. Eventually, he rolled around on the ground, his low moans transforming into sharp screams, tears and snot covering his face. He desperately bit down on his cracked lower lip, trying to alleviate the excruciating pain, but the more he struggled, the more his body trembled uncontrollably. Predictably, he did not recover as before. Lying on a rough patch of ground, Uno slowly raised his head after a tremor. Although he had covered his entire body with a layer of armed color just before the blood explosion, the scorching shockwave still affected him significantly, leaving his tight-fitting clothes charred and causing large areas of burns on his face and body. Yet, he gazed at Yasler's unprecedentedly disheveled appearance with indifference, a surge of indescribable pleasure swelling in his heart, and a meaningful smile slowly crept onto his lips. "You've always been one to bluff, but this first-time intense pain must be quite unbearable for you, right?" This ironic remark precisely stimulated the most sensitive and fragile nerve in Yasler's mind, the intense pain quickly replaced by uncontrollable rage. With his remaining left hand grasping the soil, he shakily stood up, roaring at the culprit who had brought him such humiliation. Shut up. Someone like you. Someone only fit to hide in the shadows and lick dirt. How could you possibly defeat me? No, you don't even qualify to be my opponent." As he spoke, thick blood began to coagulate at the severed side of his right body, gradually taking the shape of an arm. He shook that completely insensate right arm, and after confirming it could move freely, a twisted smile emerged on his sweat-soaked face, as if to show off. Don't forget, as long as I want, creating 1 or 2 prosthetic limbs is a piece of cake. The one who truly doesn't understand the situation is you. Is that so? I can't see that meaning from your expression. Uno, struggling to stand with his right hand pressed against the ground, used his left hand to firmly press down on his waist wound to prevent more blood from seeping out. His blood-soaked right arm slowly lifted, aiming directly at Yasler's strained smile, his eyes radiating a cold, sharp light. I'm getting tired of your disgusting face, so just disappear already. Stop getting in my face. Blood secret technique? Crimson blood armor. With Yasler's furious shout, the mimicry armor enveloping his body suddenly began to boil, causing his figure to rapidly expand, instantly transforming into a suit of blood-red armor covered in spikes, thoroughly encasing his entire body. His limbs, now equipped with claws, became thicker and longer, and 3 menacing tails extended behind him, slamming heavily against the ground, creating countless spiderweb-like cracks in the already fractured earth. Bang, bang, bang. Dense green energy orbs fell upon him, exploding in succession and raising clouds of dust, yet the surface of the armor only showed slight indentations, leaving no gaps at all. In the blink of an eye, those numerous dents restored themselves to their original state, showing no signs of having endured a barrage. It's useless. The blood density used to create this armor is 10 times higher than before, and its hardness can even rival that of diamonds. With your pathetic abilities, you can't even cause a scratch. A triumphant, mocking voice came from the thick helmet adorned with blood-red patterns, as Yasler narrowed his eyes slightly, looking down haughtily at Uno, who seemed surprised by his transformation. A spear formed from coagulated blood appeared in his hand, glinting dangerously beneath the overcast sky. A strong wind blew from behind the enemy, carrying a foul and brutal aura that made Uno feel somewhat uncomfortable. Wordlessly, he tightly gripped a dagger formed from silken green energy in his palm. Although his attack had failed to harm his opponent, the boy's expression remained calm and confident, as if victory was assured. When you encounter an existence that feels beyond reach, just cry out for mercy and despairingly await your death. Blood secret technique? Bloodthorn overgrowth. With a roar, Yasler fiercely thrust the spear into the ground. Accompanied by earth-shaking sounds, thorny blood-red thorns erupted from the ground like dragons emerging from the sea, spreading wildly around him and rapidly spiraling upward. Observing this, Uno wasted no time and charged directly into the oncoming sea of thorns, continuously swinging his dagger to shred the thorns attempting to get close. However, due to the rapid reproduction of the thorns, they continued to swarm from all directions. To avoid wasting unnecessary stamina, Uno had no choice but to use the moon step to swiftly navigate through the thorny web, transforming into a streak of light that shot out of the thorn's reach. In an instant, this valley, spanning hundreds of miles, was completely occupied by dense thorns, forming a forest made of blood-red thorns. This move feels familiar, but it's far more dangerous than that one. Glancing around at the suffocatingly dense thicket of thorns, Uno frowned, pondering that guy's aura has suddenly vanished. But he must be nearby. Correct. You little brat. A sharp screech rang out abruptly from behind Uno, and before he could turn around, the upper half of Yasler's body burst out from the nearest thorn, the tip of the spear he gripped tightly glowing with a faint crimson light. Lunging toward Uno's unguarded back. I've decided you'll end up just like that slow-witted girl, completely turned into a corpse. I already guessed you would do this. Before the words left his mouth, Uno's figure vanished with a swoosh, causing Yasler's thrust to miss its target. Seizing the moment when his opponent was momentarily stunned from a miss, Uno reappeared behind Yasler like a ghost, his airborne feet lightning fast, ensnaring Yasler's hands. With his left hand gripping tightly onto the back of Yasler's neck and his right hand holding a dagger pointed at his cheek, he coldly stated, "With your overused abilities, you surely lack the strength to break free from my restraint now, right?" Damn it. Yasler, who had just realized the situation, muttered a curse under his breath. Every time he activated his abilities, he had to consume a portion of his blood, so he needed to regularly intake external blood to replenish his energy. However, due to the rapid blood loss from his severed arm and his frequent use of powerful techniques driven by anger towards Uno, his blood reserves were nearly depleted, and his stamina was gradually reaching its limit. No matter how he struggled, he remained unable to escape Uno's control, and his inner fear was evident. Even if your armor is indestructible, the most vulnerable part of the human body hasn't changed, has it? As he spoke, Uno moved the dagger down along the helmet until it pressed against Yazriel's wide-open right eye, his low voice revealing an uncontrollable anger. Let me advise you, be cautious with certain sensitive topics, or I might lose my cool and do something unpredictable like this. Before he finished speaking, the sharp dagger plunged violently into the massive eyeball, as if time had momentarily paused. An emerald green light spread outward in circles from the blade's surface, accompanied by a soft pop. Yazriel's right side of the head, along with his helmet, exploded like a smashed watermelon, blood gushing from the wound like a fountain, splattering onto his armor and leaving red spots. Looks like this armor can absorb quite a bit of damage. I was hoping to splatter your entire head, Uno said expressionlessly, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. My head. It split open. Yazriel's remaining eye and mouth widened to their limits, emitting an unprecedented sharp wail. He seemed to deflate, falling limp from the thorns, his armor covered in countless cracks, turning into numerous bloody fragments that floated down, revealing his slender, bloodied body. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, a slender yet powerful arm suddenly grasped his left wrist, leaving him suspended in midair as if under a binding spell. What met his eyes was only the pair of eyes reignited with a blazing vengeance. Hey, don't be so serious. The moment Yazriel's gaze met the boy's, he involuntarily shivered. The heart-wrenching pain from his wound and his full-blown rage were replaced by sheer terror. Trying to feign weakness, he forced a smile on his face. I was just saying it casually. That's stupid. That little girl was called Chloe, right? I had to drain her blood because I didn't have enough in reserve. And I regret that every day, perhaps due to excessive blood loss, his voice gradually weakened. But he still insisted on conveying his thoughts to the boy. It's my fault that your people suffered misfortune. I shouldn't have committed such heinous acts for my selfish desires. Please forgive me. I promise I won't show my face in front of you again once I heal. As he spoke, his tone grew choked, tears and snot uncontrollably streaming down his face. The once arrogant Yazriel now resembled a child, crying as if he had suffered immense injustice. Do you think your injuries can still be healed? Looking at Yazriel's ugly demeanor, resembling a bereaved dog, Uno's face flashed with disdain. In a motionless tone, he said word by word, if you truly feel remorse, then die to atone for your sins. Hearing the unwavering firmness in Uno's voice, Yazriel's heart sank, and his attitude made a complete turnaround. A manic and cruel grin spread across his pale face. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. His laughter abruptly ceased. Yazriel widened his single eye, staring intently at the green membrane enveloping the side of Uno's head, questioning in a sharp voice, how is that possible? Why did you notice? The more complex the machinery, the more you'll find that it's not much when disassembled into parts, isn't it? Uno interrupted Yazriel's question without hesitation, his gaze coldly fixed on Yazriel's distorted face filled with fear. His indifferent and calm voice slowly emerged. You released a large amount of blood-red powder into the air. Since they are so fine that they can't be distinguished by the naked eye, they are often overlooked. Once inhaled, they can control the blood concentration within a person's body, which is the true nature of your proud killing technique, blood increase. Of course, as long as you activate your observation hockey in time, you'll be able to clearly observe the anomalies in the air. If you lose your composure, you'll fall for your own trick. At this point, he extended his right hand, pointing at the green membrane on his face, and said with a smirk, not to mention that after my ability awakened, those blood powders would disintegrate into finer particles and be directly repelled the moment they contact the separation barrier. In short, your trick no longer works on me. Give it up. Before he could finish, Yazriel suddenly let out a frenzied scream, inexplicably summoning strength to violently shake off Uno's right hand, swiftly turning around and shooting towards the nearest thorn like a cannonball. At this point, the young man's self-esteem had been severely wounded, and his mind was completely shattered, leaving only one thought. It's not over yet. As long as I use those blood-made thorns to restore my strength, the final victory will still belong to me. However, while his thoughts turned quickly, Uno's speed was even faster. In an instant, he appeared before Yazril like a ghost, giving him no chance to react. His right fist, enveloped in an invisible wave, heavily embedded into Yazril's chest, unleashing a violent shockwave. Guh! Yazril, with his bulging single eye, screamed in agony as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His sturdy chest caved in as if it had been stomped on, and the smiley face tattoo on the surface became grotesquely distorted due to the impact of that blow. This punch is for my father and mother. Blood splattered onto Uno's cheek, but he paid it no mind. His fists turned into a flurry of phantoms, raining down on Yazril like a torrential storm. These punches are for the people you killed. In an instant, Yazler's body trembled continuously, with one indentation after another appearing all over his body. His entire form had become severely twisted and deformed, and the crackling sound of his bones shattering echoed endlessly. His fierce gaze gradually faded, resembling a beast that had its fangs and claws pulled, completely losing its power to resist. The next punch was for Rachel. With all his might, Uno roared almost hoarsely, his body lowering as his tightly clenched right fist shot out a slender dark purple lightning bolt, delivering an uppercut that struck Yazler's already mangled abdomen. As a series of sonic booms erupted, Yazler's tattered body was sent soaring into the sky, like a meteor streaking against the current. The final blow that would send you into the depths of hell was for Chloe. Tornado? Disintegration. Uno's right hand opened with finger spread, and a massive emerald green tornado surged upward from his palm, engulfing him in an instant. Under the immense suction of the vortex, he began to spin rapidly along its edge, shooting toward the sky like a rocket. Soon after, the gigantic tornado exploded internally, unleashing a tempest that spread outward like a cataclysmic shockwave. The dazzling green light instantly illuminated the heavy clouds above the valley, and countless debris rained down like a torrential downpour upon the ravaged earth. Gazing at this scene, Uno trembled, trying to grasp something with his right hand. A pained smile, soaked in sweat, barely formed on his face, as if proclaiming his victory. The sky seemed to be tainted. New character life card name: Uno, adult version, gender, male, birthday, January 11th zodiac, Capricorn, age, 19, height, 179 centimeters, blood type, F hobbies, dismantling machinery. Music, favorite food, fried chicken cutlet, coffee, dislike food, duck blood, vermicelli, soup, hockey, observation, hockey, armament, hockey, devil fruit. Paramecia? Disintegration fruit can disintegrate any object it touches into its original structure upon awakening. It can disintegrate designated objects into an invisible powder without needing to touch them. Birthplace, Sinino Island. Grand Line Race, Wika, unilaterally referred to by the outside world. Introduction: the sole survivor of the horrific Sinino Island incident. He joined the Rocks Pirates to exact revenge on the murderers of his kin. Beneath his exquisitely delicate face lies a dark heart. After his helmet broke, a pair of prominent horns emerged, seemingly helping him gradually regain himself in the battle against Yazler. The dazzling green light gradually faded, and the blood-red thorns that filled the valley seemed to lose their support. After a series of violent tremors, they began to dissolve rapidly, turning into countless tiny red blood bubbles that disappeared into the wind, leaving only a faint metallic taste in the air. Huff, huff. Fine beads of sweat slid down Uno's chin, his face pale as paper as he gasped for breath. Trembling, he raised his right hand to gently brush against his left cheek, feeling the sharp pain from his skin while his peripheral vision slowly fell upon the purple bloodstains in his palm. A hint of helpless regret flashed in his half-closed eyes. He had ended up with a scrape after all. In the end, he was just too careless. As he uttered the words, "Be careful," Uno could no longer support himself. His limbs went limp, and he fell like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the battered sea of flowers below with a dull thud. Ugh! It felt as if his throat were pierced by countless needles, the fiery pain causing him to let out a hoarse groan as he lay on the ground. The boy clenched his bloodied teeth, trying to lift his head. But such a seemingly simple action felt particularly stiff at that moment, as if it drained the last bit of strength he had left. He managed to raise it halfway before thudding back down into the muddy ground, now pockmarked from the blood's erosion. The foul odor of soil filled Uno's nostrils, stimulating his stomach to churn and spasm, while a deeply ingrained memory resurfaced in his mind. The so-called awakening of the devil fruit occurs when the wavelengths of body and mind resonate with the ability, a phenomenon that inevitably happens to the user. Deep beneath Honeycomb Island, in a laboratory filled with an eerie atmosphere, Stussy, dressed in a white coat, leaned elegantly against a chair, crossing her legs. With her right hand resting on her chin, she curiously observed the boy in a black robe standing before her, saying leisurely, of course. Different types of devil fruits have varying effects upon awakening. Since you are a paramecia user, upon awakening, you can apply your abilities to surrounding objects and manipulate them at will. For example, your disintegration ability can activate directly without touching the target. Upon hearing her words, the boy held his breath, looking down at his outstretched palm, his face hidden beneath the cloak revealing an expression of disbelief. He never expected that his proud ability had even greater potential for advancement. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Stussy took a sip of steaming coffee from a cup on the table beside her. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of her rosy lips, and her nonchalant demeanor remained unchanged. That being said, typically, achieving Devil Fruit Awakening is no easy feat. Many users spend decades training diligently, only to end up with nothing. Even on this strongest of islands, only Admiral Rocks has completed his ability awakening, and no one has ever confirmed it. Never. Uno murmured softly, still staring at his hands. Then he raised his head, looking at the woman who seemed to be pouring cold water on him. His eyes filled with fearless determination as he spoke word by word. Even so, I can't give up. This is not about whether I can do it, but about the necessity of doing it. Is this still the little boy I knew? Stussy gazed at his serious expression, momentarily taken aback. After a while, she adjusted her glasses and smiled gently. Although I don't know why you secretly came to this almost unknown place, nor do I understand why you deliberately asked me how to awaken your fruit, I have indeed done research in this area. As the recognized, caring big sister of the pirate crew, I feel it's necessary to give you some advice. Before she could finish her sentence, she slowly rose from her chair and walked towards the boy, who was taken aback by her sudden movement. She gently placed her delicate hand on his shoulder and leaned in close to his ear, softly saying, as far as I know, the only way to awaken a devil fruit is to survive in a life-and-death situation. Besides mastering the ability, an extraordinary willpower is also an essential condition. However, I have also heard of cases where individuals forcibly awaken due to the constant stimulation of painful experiences, which can be considered an extremely rare situation. Out of curiosity, I secretly went to great lengths to look up information about those people and eventually discovered they all shared a common trait. At this point, she deliberately paused, a hint of intriguing amusement flickering in her charming gaze, a slight malicious grin akin to a little devil mocking foolish humans, all because they had overused their abilities, leading to their immediate exhaustion and death. What a joke! How could I possibly die here? Struggling to push out these dry words from his congested throat, Uno gritted his teeth and crawled forward little by little, dragging along. Trembling trail of blood across the uneven ground, which gradually became sparse and blurred with each movement. His body felt as if it had been drained of all moisture, utterly powerless, with bones aching as if they were falling apart. And the numbness from the muscles in his face and the excruciating pain from the wound at his side made it impossible for him to lift his head, with only the dying desire for survival urging him onward. Yet, no matter how strong the desire to survive, it could not change the fact that this broken body had reached its limit. His hands and feet began to feel cold and numb from the tips. His vision blurred from excessive blood loss, and his consciousness gradually sank. Even the deafening sounds of nearby artillery fire began to fade away. In a daze, familiar and unforgettable images floated before his eyes, like yesterday's flowers, slowly becoming distorted and unclear as his strength drained away. Is this the end? After finally reigniting a flicker of hope for life, only to end up sharing the same fate as that guy. How ironic. As if accepting his fate, a tragic smile gradually appeared on Uno's face, and he slowly closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink deeper, ultimately falling into an unfathomable darkness. Just as Uno's head touched the ground, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, holding something unknown, slowly approaching the boy who had lost all reaction. Huh? Feeling some change, Stussy suddenly looked up, gazing at a clearly visible blue tornado in the distant sky, which quickly vanished from her sight, her expression revealing disbelief. Even her speech becoming somewhat stuttered. Is this real? I absolutely want to mistake that ability. Could it be? Before she finished speaking, a sharp energy surged from behind, and Stussy quickly leaped to the side, instantly raising her gun to fire a series of bullets, riddling the doll that pounced at her original position with holes, sending it crashing to the ground. Clearly a world noble, but lacking any refinement. Adjusting her crooked top hat, Stussy couldn't suppress her desire to vent, and couldn't help but loudly criticize the girl surrounded by a dozen dolls not far away. Hadn't anyone taught you not to disturb others when they're thinking, puppet girl? Or is it that the little brat you had high hopes for didn't meet your expectations, leaving you somewhat unbalanced? Before Stussy could finish, Giroliosa, having kicked the head off a nearby doll, interjected first, her tone mocking, completely disregarding Stussy's anger over being interrupted as she complained incessantly to herself. Sally, whose face showed no trace of joy, ignored their sarcastic remarks, standing silently like a statue on the stone platform with her eyes tightly closed, her antenna-like hair standing upright, seemingly sensing some signal. After a long while, that antenna slightly trembled before drooping down. At the same time, Sally slowly opened her eyes, her expression dark as if frost had settled on her face, and she murmured, almost to herself, I can't feel his presence at all, little ya. It seems he really has been taken out. As she spoke, her tone seemed to choke up, and by the end, she was outright sobbing, tears streaming down her cheeks like a waterfall, as if she truly felt heartbroken, wailing, wah. Just a moment ago, I confidently promised to make an impression in this battle. How could I be defeated so easily? Even if he is gone, he could at least leave behind some remains as a keepsake. Watching her in such a near-despairing state, neither Stussy nor Giroliosa felt any sympathy. Instead, they felt an inexplicable chill. After a while, the typically impatient Giroliosa could no longer tolerate the seemingly endless crying, transforming into a fierce shark as she shouted at her, Are you done yet? You're not a child. How long are you going to cry? Once you're on the battlefield, you need to be prepared. Upon hearing this, Sally abruptly stopped crying, her attitude flipping 180 degrees, resembling a fox trying to comfort itself with excuses for not being able to reach the grapes on the tree. She waved her right hand, showing a disgusted expression. Fine, he is dead. Nothing can change that. I could just find someone to replace him after all. There are plenty of people of that caliber, but you too. As she spoke, she jumped up like a furiously agitated animal, her antenna folding into a sideways W shape, furiously pointing at her two opponents who were locked in a standoff, questioning how come getting hit by their moves doesn't do anything at all. Even giants would quickly turn into dolls after being hit. Seemingly getting angrier, Sally spread her right hand, 5 fingertips gathering small purple light balls the size of beans, flickering with a dim and eerie glow. With a sudden thrust of her right hand, the 5 light balls shot towards the nearest Stussy like bullets. Perhaps caught off guard, Stussy stood still, seemingly forgetting to dodge, watching as the light orb struck her one after another. Oddly enough, the moment those light balls made contact with her body, they vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Stussy remained calm and composed. Not a single injury appeared on her, and her clothes showed no signs of damage. What's wrong? Do you find this unbelievable? As if anticipating everything, Stussy made a silly face at the furious Sally, then poked her glass-like shiny skin, a confident smile forming at the corner of her lips. Just at the moment you were distracted by those blood clones that melted into a puddle of mud, I and that idiot took a medication called concentrated crystal ball, which allows the body to gain properties like those of the sea for a specific time. No matter what kind of devil fruit ability it is, it won't have any effect. Of course, If someone with abilities takes it, they will immediately become weak and collapse. As she spoke, she slowly raised her left hand with the gun, aiming it at Sally's astonished face. A fierce and serious expression flashed in her eyes, a tone she had never shown before, as she said, "This is the only means to deal with your puppet fruit that can turn anything it touches into a puppet." Suddenly exposed, Sally momentarily froze, then casually flicked her long hair as if nothing had happened, maintaining a bright smile that seemed forced compared to before. Identifying the name of someone's fruit and quickly finding a countermeasure is quite impressive, but it seems no one ever told you that the only ability I have is puppetization. After saying this, without any visible movement from her, the puppets that had been shot to pieces by Stussy began to tremble violently before getting back up, their mouths filled with sharp blades lunging towards Stussy's unguarded back, only to be smashed into pieces by a sudden kick that came from the side. Now, that favor is repaid. Hey, Garolios, you bastard. I clearly discovered it. Watching the two once again caught in an argument, Sally chose not to control the puppets for a sneak attack, but instead displayed a rare serious expression on her face. It's quite strange. That person always mentions Rocks, yet he hasn't taken action until now. But he shouldn't need to act personally. This farce should end soon, right? With that subordinate and his archenemy pirate present, Rocks, no matter how powerful, can't possibly break through the encirclement unharmed. After all, he's just a product of the last era. Fistbone, hammer. With a roar like thunder, Carp's massive body transformed into a white flash, reaching Rocks in the blink of an eye. His dark iron fist, resembling a giant hammer, slammed down, creating a series of sonic booms that shatter the air. Facing this fist that struck fear into countless pirates, Rocks merely smirked, gripping his double-edged sword and swinging it down fiercely. Clang! A massive explosion echoed across the sky as the iron fist collided with the giant's sword, sending shockwaves that rippled outward, causing the nearby mountains to collapse and many combatants to fall, foaming at the mouth. Interesting. You have that too. Rocks laughed maniacally, increasing the pressure in his hand as he swung the double-edged sword with tremendous force, pushing Carp back as he leaned back in a moment of rigidity. The sword, surrounded by a layer of dark waves, slashed diagonally toward Carp's abdomen. In a split second, Carp's figure vanished like a ghost in midair, causing Rock's sword to strike nothing but air. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Rocks, seemingly unresponsive, wielding a long knife wrapped in crimson lightning, slashing horizontally from right to left toward his waist, as if the heavens and earth would split apart with this strike. Yet, Rocks turned around with a sudden movement, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, and met the incoming knife with his double-edged sword. With a thunderous crash, the two weapons collided, and a multitude of deep, gaping chasms rapidly spread out in all directions from the center of the two fighters, causing the buildings and mountains in their path to collapse into several pieces until the shockwaves reached the coastline at the edge of the island. The black clouds in the sky rolled back, revealing a massive gorge, with the air currents resembling seawater flowing into the depths of the sky. "You got some skill," both shouted in unison, their forms becoming two fleeting shadows that crossed each other, standing firm on the ground in a standoff. "Huff, huff." Roger, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, silently observed Rocks, who remained calm after hundreds of exchanges, his breath slightly labored. Still, his beloved sword, Ace, remained tightly gripped in his hand, demonstrating the extraordinary willpower of its master and his relentless tenacity against any obstacles. He's even more exaggerated than I imagined. Compared to our last encounter, his strength has improved significantly, or perhaps it's not an exaggeration to say it's like night and day. Still, defeating him isn't impossible. As long as I coordinate well with that guy, finding Rock's flaws shouldn't be too. Before he could finish his thought, a heavy blow struck the back of his head, causing him to cry out in pain as he rubbed the lump on his head and turned to see Carp, with a smoky fist raised and a face black as a pot's bottom, loudly complaining, "Why are you hitting me? Can't you see I'm analyzing the situation?" Ignoring Carp's complaints, Carp stepped forward, grabbing Roger's cheek and stretching his mouth, scolding him furiously. "Hitting you? I'd rather smash you like a tiger raised on a battleship. I wanted to lure him closer and then punch him from behind, but you stole all the glory. I want to be satisfied until I beat you up." With that, He swung his left fist as if about to strike. Wait. If you beat me up until I look like that pizza-like tiger, I'll be done for. I was just trying to prevent that guy from using any trump cards, so I couldn't hold back. Just please calm down first. I can apologize to you. Shut up. There's no way I can stay calm with Conqueror's Haki that advanced. First, I'll beat you up. Wait, don't you remember our agreement? Right. I almost forgot. Carp suddenly realized, slapping his forehead and quickly releasing Roger's face. If I don't beat that bastard here, our victory or defeat will never be determined. Roger, who had fallen to the ground due to inertia, immediately flipped over upon hearing Carp's grand voice, grinning as he rubbed the back of his head, addressing his rival and dear friend in the Navy. Yeah, so the priority is to defeat that guy first. Who are you guys saying we should defeat? A murky and deep voice interrupted their conversation, pulling their attention back to the menacing figure not far away. Rocks, with his double-edged sword sheathed on his back, grinned wickedly, revealing an excited smile. How many years has it been since I felt this thrill? I'll admit you guys are my opponents. As a reward, I'll let all of you experience an unprecedented, marvelous world called hell. Saying this, he raised his arms wide open to the sky, which had cleared up from the scattered dark clouds, shouting, "Devour everything." Dark World. New character life card name. Cornelia Saliel gender. Female birthday. May 9th. Derived from the UK Puppet Festival. Age. 16 height. 159 centimeters blood type. S-type favorite food. All sweets disliked food. Fatty meat with bones interests. Making puppets place of birth. St. Mary Joa favorite person. Hell Edmund most detested person. Figolando green goo devil fruit. Paramecia type? Puppet fruit. The user can release a light ball that can transform all living beings into puppets as long as it touches them, and can freely assemble and manipulate the puppets they create. Once the transformed object loses its original physiological functions, it will be completely controlled by the user and will stop breathing completely after 5 minutes. Haki. Observation Haki. Armament Haki introduction. A member of the Knights of God under the world government, she always presents an optimistic and cheerful demeanor to others, but hides a devilish heart beneath her doll-like, exquisite appearance. Her sarcastic tone seems to be unpopular among her peers. The tuft of hair on her head appears to change in response to her emotional fluctuations. She has an extraordinary fanaticism for the Supreme Commander Hell Edmund and vehemently rejects anyone who might threaten his status and interests, such as Green Goo, who has long coveted the position of Supreme Commander. She has a peculiar obsession with turning living people into puppets, with the ultimate goal of creating puppets that are indistinguishable from real humans. Name Origin, derived from the angel Serial, who imparted knowledge to Moses in the Book of Enoch. The surname is taken from Cervantes' short story, Miss Cornelia. Charlotte Lingling rides Zeus along the winding and rugged mountain path, with dark red lightning bursting from her body, leaving intricate scratches on the stone walls on either side. The fierce wind generated by her sprint kicks up stone dust and debris. Along the way, many oblivious Navy and government soldiers attempted to intercept her, but they either fainted from her conqueror's haki or had their lifespans entirely taken away by her soul curse. Though she possesses a body of steel and suffered no bleeding or injuries, she bears several scratches and her cape has minor damage, suggesting she recently experienced a fierce battle. Her left hand tightly grips a scaly, oddly shaped fruit that glimmers with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. One of the treasures that countless pirates covet, the fish fruit. Mythical Zoan type, azure dragon form. Despite having acquired such a precious treasure, there is no trace of joy on her face. Instead, she displays an unprecedented seriousness and gloom, even ignoring Zeus, who called her name several times due to dizziness from the speed. She still cannot forget the series of events that just transpired in the square. After finally snatching the fish fruit from a bombastic little brat who attempted to take advantage of the chaos, another companion of his managed to snatch the meatball fruit, another treasure from Egghead Island. First, leaving Lingling, who was intent on seizing all treasures and escaping amidst the chaos, feeling extremely unbalanced. To make matters worse, an old man in a suit with a cane suddenly appeared from nowhere. It was unclear what method he used, but just by glaring, he sent the big brat who had eaten the meatball fruit flying and it didn't seem to be the effect of Conqueror's Haki. The old man then took his time, engaging in a lengthy conversation with the child. The deafening sound of cannon fire made it impossible for Lingling to hear what they were saying. She could only vaguely catch phrases like historical decision and Nika, but could not comprehend what they meant. The only thing she could confirm was that the old man was one of the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world. Although she did not know why such a high-ranking figure would appear on this remote island, Lingling, who had been exposed to the dark side of the government in the underground world, understood that what seemed to be a hunting event for the celestial dragons likely hid some unknown dark agenda. Perhaps something the child said triggered a keyword that stimulated the old man. His body suddenly swelled several times, his face twisted in a grotesque manner, and a fiery black ribbon emerged from under his armpits and wrapped around him. 8 long, sharp legs like spears crashed to the ground, deeply embedding themselves into the solid earth. In less than a moment, the dignified old man transformed into a giant monster with a spider's lower body and a bull's head, resembling the notorious demon known as the bull ghost from legends, looking down on the entire land as if everything was mere ants before him. The next second, the bull ghost monster unexpectedly extended one of its long legs, emitting wisps of blue smoke, and stabbed towards the boy, who stood frozen in fear. As it seemed the child, who could not be more than 10 years old, was about to be pierced through the chest. A strong maternal instinct surged within Lingling, leading her to an overwhelming desire to protect. Unable to suppress her emotions, she swiftly drew her large sword from behind and leaped to save the boy at the last moment, engaging in a fierce conflict with a monstrous old man. Even though Lingling momentarily suppressed the bull ghost old man with her immense strength and swordsmanship, no matter how much damage he sustained, he could instantly recover. Severed limbs quickly grew back to replace the lost ones, and the blood and scratches on his body gradually faded under the black flames, as if nothing had ever happened. Even Lingling's proud soul curse had no effect on him, making her doubt whether her opponent felt any fear of her or had already transcended the realm of humanity. Just as Lingling felt at a loss for how to deal with the seemingly immortal foe, the bull ghost old man, who had maintained an unperturbed expression, suddenly changed his demeanor. He froze like a puppet sculpture, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his lips moving as if mumbling something, trembling uncontrollably as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. His once respectful demeanor resembled that of a humble servant meeting a noble master, devoid of any semblance of superiority. As this thought crossed Lingling's mind, the inexplicable bull ghost old man quickly reverted to human form, turning slowly in Lingling's astonished gaze. A circular magic circle began to appear beneath him, and black flames burst forth from the center of the magic circle, wrapping him tightly like a curtain. In an instant, he turned to ashes, gradually merging with the ground, ultimately dissipating into nothingness, leaving only a chilling and eerie voice echoing in the air. The descendant of the Bacchania clan, who committed heinous crimes, was let go by a woman banished by the government. How ironic. For now, let this battle come to a temporary conclusion. However, don't think you can leave this island safely, because he is here. Upon hearing the word Bacchania, Lingling was momentarily stunned, then immediately reacted. Her indescribable excitement could no longer be contained. She quickly turned to look back, but all she saw were the broken streets and the raging firewalls. The big-headed little brat and his Afro companion had vanished without trace. TSK. How infuriating. Just thinking about the rare race that she longed to capture slipping away from her made Lingling feel as if a huge piece of her heart had been ripped out. The sense of achievement from retrieving the fish fruit was instantly cast aside, and she couldn't help but curse through gritted teeth. Next time I see that spider bastard, I'll chop him into minced meat. And who exactly was that he the bastard mentioned? Mom, look, the sky seems off. The slightly panicked shouts from the white clouds below quickly pulled Lingling back to reality from her fury, making her impatiently look up at the sky. And she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. She saw thick black mist rising from the southeastern direction of the island, sweeping everything around it like a tidal wave and spreading outwards at an astonishing speed, instantly turning the previously somewhat blue sky into a dull, deep black. Who did this? Even if it's the awakening of a fruit, ISNT that a bit exaggerated. Witnessing this earth-shattering change, Lingling's anger vanished, replaced by uncertainty and confusion about the unknown. Even her tone trembled a bit, and without realizing it, her speed slowed significantly, eventually stopping at a large mountain pass. Her heart gradually sinking into the boundless darkness she could see. Help me. I'm being dragged in. It's so dark. I can't see anything. Hey, what the hell happened to the good fight we were having? And what else with this pitch-black ass? Watching the armored soldiers and government officials in front of her being slowly engulfed by the rolling black mist, followed by a chorus of heart-wrenching screams before everything fell silent. Even Kaido, who had seen countless battles, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. However, there was no time to ponder the nature of the black mist. He immediately leaped onto a higher slope, looking down at the ground where he had just been, now tainted with a thick, inky blackness. The surrounding trees and grass withered the moment they touched the black mist, as if they had lost all vitality. This is terrifying if I get sucked in. It probably won't just be a simple injury or bleeding, right? Through his observation haki, he sensed that there were no living beings nearby, and Kaido couldn't help but gasp, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He inadvertently looked up, and then he noticed the abnormality in the distant sky. His pupils suddenly constricting like needles. The shock and astonishment in his heart were overwhelming. What is that? Even phenomena like earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, which could be considered natural disasters, seem pale in comparison to this darkness that seemed capable of swallowing heaven and earth. This was the only thought left in Kaido's mind at that moment. Shiki, Captain, something bad is happening. What are you shouting about? Can't you see I'm busy? Floating in midair, Shiki slashed 2 sharp attacks to deflect the incoming crystal bullets, while angrily yelled at the ship's doctor, who was anxiously calling his name. If I make a mistake, you'll be the first to get sliced. At least let me finish what I was saying before jumping to conclusions. Indigo, feeling wronged after being abruptly scolded, drove his special airship over to his idiot captain's side, pointing at him and lecturing. Take a good look below. Deciding the outcome of the battle is more important than losing the ship, right? Ship? Noticing a key word in Indigo's statement, Shiki was taken aback, instinctively stepping back to create distance from his opponent, looking down at the situation below. The waters surrounding God's Valley had turned murky black without him noticing, and the Navy and pirates who had been fighting didn't even have time to scream before being dragged down along with their ships by the lifeless, muddy water, leaving no trace of movement. That is really exaggerated. Besides that guy, who else could do this? Even Shiki, who had seen a lot of storms, was taken aback by such a bizarre scene, stroking his chin and murmuring to himself, if I had used this ability back then, it would been a miracle if I survived for an hour. Watching his captain's unusually serious expression, Indigo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why are you getting all sentimental? The point is, without a ship, we can't go back. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Shiki, who had just realized, slapped his forehead, hurriedly turning around to shout at his furious first mate. Fortunately, I prepared plenty of floating ships in advance. You take those guys and stay on standby nearby. Wait for my orders before acting. Getting distracted in the middle of a battle seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Shiki? The familiar flippant voice entering Shiki's ears made him reflexively turn around, quickly crossing his twin swords in front of him, only to notice that his opponent was lazily lounging on a crystal flying carpet, casually picking his nose and flicking away the booger, grinning oddly at him. Don't be so tense. I never said I'd ambush you, did I? Can you take me a bit more seriously? In an instant, Shiki looked down upon, his arms holding the swords trembled uncontrollably, veins popping up on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. Indigo swore that the expression his captain was showing at that moment was only seen when destroying a nation. By the way, you noticed the change in the weather, right? Continuing to fight won't do either of us any good. Purposefully changing the subject, Rubail yawned nonchalantly, as if he really didn't take Shiki seriously. I have to hurry over to investigate the source of this anomaly. If something happens to the celestial dragons, I'll get scolded by Brother Kong. Don't worry, I'll throw your corpse on the island for them to admire. With a roar, Shiki shot forward like a lightning bolt, creating sonic booms that ripped through the air, suddenly closing in on Rubail, who seemed to have no time to react, the dazzling golden light intertwined with moisture in the air. forming a spiral of gold and blue around his twin blades, striking down towards this man who he could no longer tolerate with overwhelming force. It seemed that Rubeal forgot to deploy his crystal shield for defense, and both his shoulders along with his arms were directly severed at the roots. The terror on his face frozen, as if he could never have imagined being taken down without resistance. Unexpectedly, not a drop of blood spurted from his body, and the cross-section of the severed arm showed no blood vessels or bones. The whole person resembled a lifelike crystal statue, shattered into countless fragments that fell from the air, landing silently into the pitch-black sea. Just as Shiryu was still in shock from the scene before him, he heard Rubeal's nonsensical voice coming from afar, saying, "So, I don't have much time to play with you here. If I can't get that coveted ticket to the stage, I'll regret it for a lifetime. That bastard." Following the voice, Shiryu suddenly turned around and saw Rubeal's figure had appeared on a mountain peak to the east of the Valley of Gods, waving at him continuously. "Then I'll be on my way. Bye-bye, you can chop as many of my clones as you want, as long as your stamina can keep up." Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Rubeal's figure vanished with a whoosh, leaving only his boisterous laughter echoing over the sea. "Dare to toy with me? Don't even think about escaping." Enraged, Shiryu drew two sharp blades and chased after him. However, he barely covered any distance before he was forced to stop mid-air. Watching helplessly as a large number of crystals gathered in the air, forming one crystal doll after another that looked exactly like Rubeal, solidly blocking his path like an impenetrable wall. "Don't block my way!" Shouting angrily, Shiryu swung his twin swords, sending countless golden slashes like a storm towards the many clones. In a battle of this scale, it was nearly impossible to intervene. Indigo, who had long moved the airship to a safe spot on the sea, couldn't help but be entranced by the golden light that seemed to tear the sky in half, to the point where he barely heard one of his anxious subordinates reporting, "Lord Indigo, a pirate ship of an unknown force just took off from the western coast and flew away. Should we intercept them? A flying ship? Oof. Even a joke should have some basis, you fool. Aside from the boss Shiryu's ability, how could there be a ship that flies?" Indigo, somewhat distracted, disdainfully curled his lips and told the subordinate without looking back, "Just load the extra salt erosion star into the cannons. Don't waste a moment. That's the fruit of my genius collaboration with that woman." Yes, in the southeastern canyon, Newgate and Greenku were still engaged in a fierce counterattack. The weapons in their hands constantly clashed, and every contact between the naginata and the longsword erupted with sharp metallic friction sounds, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Strong shockwaves spread outward from the two as the surrounding space trembled slightly. Violent sword energy surged out, occasionally carving narrow ravines into the ground and mountain walls. And the surrounding mountains quickly collapsed into ruins amidst their fierce battle. What happened? Where did that momentum go? Greenku swung his long sword with a dense defense, tauntingly questioning, "Are you afraid of hurting your subordinates, and dare not fight seriously? They're my brothers. You little brat who can't even read a dictionary." Newgate smiled broadly as he delivered a powerful downward slash, crackling with black lightning. Seeing this, Greenku quickly tried to block it with his longsword, but unexpectedly, before the naginata even reached the sword, he felt a terrifying force hit him head-on. The air seemed to be pierced through, and he involuntarily staggered back a considerable distance, the ground beneath him shattering into uneven stones. Cough! Is this the Conqueror's Haki the Navy mentioned? Quite impressive. Hulve bent over. Greenku covered his chest with his left hand, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed Newgate in front of him looking grave as he gazed at the rolling black smoke that obscured the sky, murmuring as if to himself, "Are you planning to choose this island as your final destination, Rocks?" Standing in the center of the Valley of Gods, on the vertically towering left peak that split into the clouds, a man stood with his arms crossed, quietly overlooking the black mist that gradually spread to every corner of the island. His angular face was forever expressionless, with his only remaining right eye slightly squinted, seemingly lost in thought. "Are you finally going all in? The king who reigns over the pirate world, what fate awaits you? Let the era decide for itself." Devil fruits are generally divided into three main categories: paramecia, zoan, and logia. The reason logia is the strongest among these types is that it can produce corresponding natural elements through the body as an incredibly powerful means of attack. Rocks, surrounded by a thick black mist, extended his right hand covered in wisps of black energy, leisurely explaining the types of devil fruits to Roger and Garp not far away. However, there was one type of logia fruit that, although it couldn't avoid attacks by elementalization, could attract all things to itself. In the past, no one had been able to master such an ability effortlessly. What are you rambling about? Instead of that, hurry up and restore the sky you've made into a mess. Garp raised his fist, ready to charge forward, but was pulled back by a hand gripping the back of his shirt. With nowhere to vent his frustration, he turned his head to see his temporary ally's face had taken on a serious expression at some point, clearly knowing something. So he swallowed the curse that was about to escape his lips. Ignoring the two, Rocks continued to talk to himself as a pool of restless black sludge surged beneath him. As the black sludge rose, it slowly lifted his body into the sky, stopping at an altitude of 600 meters. His head hung down mechanically, looking down at the opponents who had almost become two black dots from a commanding position. His pupils moving irregularly within his eye sockets, and his mouth curled into a nearly sinister arc. Then, an evil and wild laugh suddenly echoed, reverberating through the dark sky like the cries of night creatures, causing many soldiers heading towards the southeastern canyon to tremble at the sound, before collapsing one after another after a series of convulsions. That is the dark fruit that only I can wield for hundreds of years, crawling before this power that will end the world, become nothingness that can never be reincarnated. 1991, 1992, 1993. In the northeast direction of Hive Island, in a clearing surrounded by lush trees, Shizatsu, who was carrying a heavy iron block weighing 5 tons on her back, was doing push-ups with one hand while supporting herself on the ground, perhaps due to the rigorous training requirements. She had tied her white hair into a neat and tidy high ponytail. Aside from the blue skirt covering her lower body, she was only wrapped in thick and tight bandages around her chest, although the bandages acted like a sturdy armor, protecting the wounds on her body. They also restricted her breathing depth and frequency, making every inhalation exceptionally difficult. Not only that, but her wrists and ankles were each fitted with a huge iron ring, the heavy texture making it easy to feel their substantial weight at a glance. Every time she completed a set of movements, the short chain connected to the iron rings would emit a crisp and resonant sound, as if cheering for her every effort, encouraging her to continuously push her limits in this extreme training. Fine beads of sweat continuously slid down her cheeks, each drop falling to the ground and gradually forming a small puddle, her breathing becoming increasingly labored, yet her eyes remained clear and determined without a moment's fatigue. 1999. 2000. As the words fell, Shizajin suddenly sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping over a dragon gate, completely unconcerned that the ground behind her had been smashed into a large hole by the heavy iron weight. She raised her hands high above her head, excitedly shouting, "Yay! I finally completed the first set. It doesn't seem as difficult as I imagined." She slightly moved her stiff arms, her bright and charming face revealing a look of eagerness. "All right, next. I aim for 10 sets today." Before she could finish her sentence, her smile instantly froze, her face betraying a hint of awkwardness as her gaze shifted to several figures of varying heights slowly emerging from the woods nearby. Her mouth twitched slightly, and her expression management began to slip out of control. As expected of her older brother, "You really came to this abandoned training ground. Oh no, I've been found out." Upon seeing the faces of those few people, a strong sense of foreboding surged within Shizajin. Her light red eyes blinked a few times, scanning over those who looked to be no older than 12, each of them staring intently at her with serious faces. Finally, her gaze locked onto the child in the lead, sporting a fiery red 3-part fan-shaped hairstyle, and she awkwardly scratched the back of her head, stammering, I just felt a bit stuffy and came out for a walk. After all, this place holds unforgettable memories for me. You all, probably one team mind, right? Mind? That would be strange." At this moment, Charlotte Owen, with eyes blazing like a raging fire, clenched her fists and roared at Caesargen without holding back, scaring her into a quivering little lamb. How many times have I told you? Stay in your room and rest until you're fully recovered. Not even a hint of the thought of secretly training outside is allowed. What if it causes your injuries to worsen? But I want to become stronger than before, Caesargen said, feeling wronged by Owen's rapid-fire reprimands, looking down with a pouting mouth, her fingertips constantly tapping against each other. She muttered softly, "If enemies come to ambush Hive Island while Kaido and the others are away, at least I can protect you all. You don't need to worry about that, Miss Caesargen." The third daughter of the Charlotte family, Amanda, who is younger than Owen but appears far more mature and composed, placed a hand on her hip and spoke in her usual calm tone. Miss Stussy had made comprehensive preparations before leaving. If any unauthorized vessels appear within 5 kilometers of the island's defense system will automatically activate, deploying a semicircular transparent shield around the entire island. Anyone attempting to intrude will be instantly crushed to pieces. It is said that this is a result developed based on Mr. Uno's abilities. Really? Uno's abilities? Caesargen slowly mulled over those words, her expression darkening slightly as she thought of the companions who had been by her side for the past 3 years but are now no longer in this world. A wave of indescribable sadness and guilt surged in her heart. Although Owen is known for his fiery temper among his siblings, he wasn't completely oblivious to the emotions of others. Seeing Caesargen's downcast expression, he quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject. It's been 2 weeks since Mom and the others set off for their expedition, and we haven't heard anything from them. Although she cut off contact with us in advance to prevent any leaks, as her children, we still can't help but feel a bit uneasy. It's not that I don't trust Mom, but who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents when acting alongside those treacherous pirates? Dafu, who has always been inseparable from Owen, naturally agreed with his brother's thoughts, crossing his arms and frowning as he let out a huff. Just then, trouble arose on Katakuri's side. Even though Brother Peros was there to mediate, those guys wouldn't just let it go, especially since even before he could finish his sentence, he was quickly silenced by the siblings Cracker and Katakuri, who covered his mouth to stop him from continuing. Regardless, since this is the choice made by Lingling and the others, what we need to do is respect our companions' decisions. Fortunately, Caesargen's attention had already shifted to the situation with Lingling and the others and did not pay close attention to what Dafu was saying. Her right fist was tightly clenched against her chest, her eyes filled with unwavering determination and clarity. "Don't worry. They've overcome so many crises. I believe they will be fine." Huh? What's happening to everyone? Looking at the suddenly silent Charlotte siblings, each of them gazing up at the sky with uncertainty, Caesargen felt perplexed, but she followed their gaze. It was only then that she was instantly shocked, her mouth agape, her pupils contracting sharply as if her heartbeat had stopped, because she saw a thick black mist gradually spreading across the distant sky, the mist swirling among the clouds like countless grotesque faces creeping towards their direction. In the blink of an eye, it had already obscured half of the sky, the overwhelming sense of pressure causing everyone to feel as if they were suffocating. This. Caesargen's eyes widened in disbelief, even her speech becoming slightly disjointed. What on earth is happening? At the same time, the pirates in the town, witnessing this scene that defied reason, all stopped their activities and inevitably fell into chaos. Hey, did you all see that? The skies suddenly darkened without any warning. Could it be the most violent storm in history? No, even a natural disaster wouldn't be this exaggerated, right? What are you all standing around for? Hurry and gather all the treasure and prepare to escape. After all, we have no obligation to keep an eye on this island for rocks. We want to, but the problem is that Culpa has suddenly disappeared. We've looked everywhere, but can't find him. That bastard still owes us a huge debt. It's because that guy's usually so honest that when he claimed he would pay back the money in half a month, everyone believed him without a second thought. Who knew he would sneak away and took the ship called Flying Shark with him? What are you all doing, you useless bunch? That ship can reach speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, and it can sail freely without touching the surface of the sea. If Lord Wangji finds out about this, none of US will get away. There's something even more troublesome. If he finds out that several of our brothers were taken out by that little eel from the Charlotte family, things will be completely out of control. After all, that person has been displeased with the Charlotte family for a long time. On this day, the residents of the islands witnessed a haze enveloping the sky, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse deeply etched in everyone's minds, leaving them unable to forget this picture called fear for the rest of their lives. Many people rushed to escape the towns, intending to flee by boat, but when they finally squeezed into the port, they unexpectedly found that all the ships moored at the shore had vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind wreckage, as if they had disappeared into thin air. Even more bizarre was that the originally blue seawater was covered by a layer of murky, viscous black sludge, without a ripple, appearing from afar like a swamp tainted by death, the beauty and clarity of the past no longer visible. The black mud clinging to the sea seemed to possess self-awareness, surging everywhere, seemingly forever unsatisfied with an insatiable hunger, wanting to devour everything around it. In an instant, the rolling black mist spread out toward the distant sky, the once bright and warm sunlight appearing exceptionally weak and helpless before this thick darkness, gradually being completely obscured. As the black mist continued to spread, the entire sky and even the whole world fell into boundless darkness. The earth lost its light, mountains and rivers hidden in the shadows of darkness. Flowers and trees lost their vitality and life. People looked around in terror and despair, their hearts filled with fear and unease towards the unknown darkness. The world they once knew becoming so strange and frightening, as if angered deities were punishing humanity with divine retribution, forced to wait in this eternal dark world for the arrival of death. The dark fruit. Carp seemed to recall something, lowering his head and repeatedly chewing on the term, then suddenly slapped his head, revealing an expression of sudden realization. I remember now. I saw it in the encyclopedia before. It is said that this ability can suck anything into darkness and crush it, and it can even limit the abilities of the user. But on the flip side, you have to bear the risk of pain being doubled. At this point, he proudly gave himself a thumbs up, saying it's just like me. I still remember the lessons from my student days clearly. Since why didn't you say it earlier? Roger, whose face turned into a shark's, couldn't help but punch Carp on the head. Otherwise, I might have thought of a countermeasure already. No need to worry. I've already figured out how to deal with that guy. Carp, who was not affected at all by Roger's punch, rubbed the bump on his head, but wore a smile that was inconsistent with his disheveled appearance. As far as I know, that guy should be able to directly suck the user over and nullify their abilities, which means if the landlubbers encounter that kind of guy, it would be very difficult to handle. Roger turned his head and stared at Carp's confident face, unexpectedly thinking that this seemingly oblivious old rival would say something well considered, curiously scratching the back of his head and asking, "So what are you planning to? Since abilities 1T work on him, why not just use hockey to deal with him?" Before Roger could finish his sentence, Carp suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the ground around him to crack inch by inch, and with a whirlwind of dust, he shot into the air like an arrow, transforming into a dazzling streak of light rushing into the sky, with Roger's voice of complaint faintly coming from behind. "Isn't this just like going up to hit him directly?" The fierce wind sweeping in from below made Rox's cloak rustle. Yet he seemed oblivious, standing still with his arms crossed in front of his chest, like a rock at the top of the black mist, his face always showing an unhurried demeanor, with no intention of dodging, letting that pitch-black fist, dragging a long black-red lightning, gradually appear in his field of vision. The next second, the entire sky did not erupt with the expected deafening sound, but rather fell into a dead silence. At the same time, Carp's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils trembling, his expression shifting from confidence to shock, then from shock to surprise. When his fist touched the black mist swirling around Rocks, it felt as if he had struck a ball of cotton, the normally powerful and domineering punch losing all response, like a cow sinking into the sea. It's been a long time since I recall how many guys came to challenge me, thinking that mastering hockey would let them win, but before they were crushed into pieces, they all experienced extreme despair. Do you know why? As if having guessed Carp's thoughts from his face, Rocks swiftly reached out and grabbed Carp's right wrist, a sinister smile appearing, and without waiting for an answer, he revealed the truth. All the results of their lifelong practice of hockey turned to bubbles in an instant. For example, just like now, as soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind suddenly came from behind, and without turning his head, Rocks grabbed Carp in his hand and threw him back just as the incoming long blade was about to strike his neck. With a muffled groan, the person seemed to have no time to react before colliding heavily with the incoming Carp. The two shot back faster than they came, crashing into the rocky mountain behind them like shooting stars, causing the entire mountain to collapse with a loud rumble, countless fragments raining down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ouch. By the way, how come you can't even dodge this kind of attack? It's not like I was reckless. I had to make a feint to ensure I could save you. If your hockey gets drained, who else can fight that guy? Just as Roger and Carp struggled to rise from the rubble, once again falling into a fierce argument, Rocks had already descended from the air, hovering a meter above the ground, looking down at the two who had sensed his movements and stood united once more, a barely noticeable cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If you have any trump cards, use them quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. Feeling an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, Roger and Carp involuntarily swallowed their saliva, as if they were in a bottomless vortex, unable to find direction or a foothold. Nevertheless, they did not choose to retreat. Instead, after exchanging glances and nodding, they both turned to look at Rocks, who seemed to be waiting for their answer and was not in a hurry to make a move, and shouted in unison, "Just don't regret it when you get knocked down, you black mist bastard." On the west side of the central square of God Valley stood a giant building shaped like a ring, surrounded by rolling mountains. The walls were all made of finely crafted alloy, exceptionally sturdy, clearly designed to prevent outsiders from discovering or intruding into this place. At this moment, however, a tall young man stood before the collapsed entrance, as if petrified, standing still and staring blankly at the unbelievable scene inside. His rugged features appearing particularly stiff at this moment, his pupils almost shrinking to the size of pinpoints. The mace in his hand seemed unable to withstand the turmoil within and fell to the ground with a clang. "Here, what exactly is this?" "Ugh, don't kill me. I'm just a lowly guard assigned to watch over this place." "Assigned? By whom? And what is that building behind you?" "Hurry up and tell me everything you know." Yes. This is an abandoned waste disposal station for the celestial dragons. Anything they deem useless gets thrown here, but we have no idea what it actually is." "No idea? You must have seen something when it was thrown in, right? Or are you hiding something from me?" No. Even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't dare deceive you. All goods are directly transferred inside through a special device invented by Lord Saturn of the Five Elders. And it is strictly forbidden for anyone to enter and take a look, not even a Marine Admiral. Forbidden? That makes me even more interested. You just stay here and take a good nap. As an invisible aura swept out from Kaido, the guard, who had been trembling with raised hands, immediately rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Seriously, why didn't he just honestly tell me everything earlier? What a waste of my time. Glancing back at the unconscious crowd sprawled on the ground, Kaido muttered in displeasure and swaggered over with his kanabo in hand. After jumping over higher rocks and finally shaking off the clump of black mist, Kaido arrived near a fully enclosed building he had never reached before. The moment he landed from a height, the surrounding government soldiers and officials, after a brief moment of shock, immediately raised their weapons to greet him. Despite the large number of enemies, including some experts from CP0, they were still insignificant to Kaido at that moment. In just a minute, he knocked them all down and extracted the information he wanted from the only soldier who had collapsed in fear the moment he saw him. Having lost patience in searching for treasure after wandering around an unfamiliar island, Kaido was almost certain that the so-called waste disposal station was merely a cover for the celestial dragons, and that one of the true objectives of the Rocks Pirates expedition, the rare devil fruits, was sealed here. As long as he could seize those devil fruits before anyone else and cause a ruckus on the island, perhaps he could draw out the mastermind behind the attack on Hive Island that severely injured Saito. Then, even if it meant losing limbs, he would personally kill them. Having made up his mind, Kaido unknowingly stopped in front of the door, looking at the tightly sealed door that seemed to be forged from steel. Without any hesitation, he casually swung his kanabo, and the solid, heavy door was smashed in, creating a deep dent and crashing down. At the moment the door crashed to the ground with a dull thud. A thick smell of blood rushed out from inside, making Kaido frown and pinch his nose as he curiously stepped closer to the doorframe. For some unknown reason, the room was already equipped with lighting, and the dim, incandescent light struggled to shine through the dust-covered tubes, barely illuminating everything inside. Thus, the shocking and horrifying scene was clearly presented before Kaido. It was as if he had stepped into hell, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Blood was splattered everywhere, staining the entire room. Wherever he looked, there were countless corpses and severed limbs. Some had been shot through the head by multiple bullets, others were nothing but a pile of skin and bones, and even more had their chests and abdomens brutally torn open, with intestines and organs spilling all over the ground. These people did not die in battle. They were mercilessly tortured and killed while utterly defenseless. The iron shackles on their hands and the faint target patterns discernible on their bloody backs were the strongest evidence. Under some rusted metal beams, several bloody female corpses hung, their clothes all torn off, exposing their naked bodies. Their eyes were wide open, and the vacant pupils still held traces of fear and despair, clearly having suffered unbearable humiliation in life. The heavy smell of blood mixed with a stench of decay slightly jolted Kaido's numbed nerves awake. He had experienced countless battles on the battlefield and was already used to dead bodies and blood, but the scenes of corpses strewn everywhere nearly made him vomit. He suppressed the nausea rising from his gut, trembling as he bent down to pick up the kanabo that had fallen to the ground, slowly moving forward with his left hand covering his mouth and nose. Could it be that the useless waste refers to them? Am I in the world of humans? The mechanical and broken words squeezed out from Kaido's dry throat, making him hardly believe he was producing such a hoarse voice, his almost colorless gaze scanning the surroundings. The corpses of people of all ages, even mixed with a few newborn infants, had eyes that seemed to tell their grievances, like a web that tightly ensnared Kaido, making it impossible for him to dispel it from his mind. Ah! A faint groan sounded in his ears, snapping Kaido back to reality. With a restless heart, he followed the source of the sound to a half-open iron door in the corner. As the door creaked open, a figure gradually emerged from the deep darkness of the corridor, coming into Kaido's view. To be precise, there was more than one figure. A guy dressed in a white robe, wearing a bubble-shaped glass dome on his head, rode on the back of a completely naked man as he slowly walked out. The man with the glass dome had long, sky-high braids, and his already unattractive features were squished together by the fat on his face. He held a long iron chain in one hand, the other end connected to a collar around the neck of the man beneath him. Undoubtedly, that person was one of the few who could freely enjoy privileges within the jurisdiction of a world government, without worrying about legal sanctions or any form of restrictions. Their actions were recognized as reasonable, and even the justice slogans often touted by the government and Marines seemed powerless before them, as if the rules of the world were tailor-made for them. Kaido did not think about why such a high-status person would appear here, nor was he at all interested in the purpose of that guy's visit. He didn't even spare a glance at him. His gaze was fixed on the man beneath him, who was already breathless but still maintaining a crawling posture. Because the moment that man noticed a third party in the room and couldn't help but look up to see the newcomer, their eyes almost immediately met Kaido's. At the moment he recognized the visitor's face, Kaido's heart felt as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, his pupils trembling violently, and he stood frozen like a statue, shaken to an unimaginable degree. He had seen this man more than once in the past. The man's name was Albert, who had once served as the deputy commander of the Wakata Kingdom's army. Due to his decisive style and his ability to remain calm in any situation, he was deeply loved by his colleagues and the people. His remarkable achievements on the battlefield made him a role model and a figure that countless young warriors admired and wished to follow. Although Kaido had little contact with his stern commander in daily life, their private sparring sessions at the training ground had allowed him to acknowledge the other's strength, even willing to set aside the psychological burden of their skill gap to seek his advice on military tactics multiple times. In this country, besides the unfathomable Kubota, this commander was one of the few people he respected and someone he could trust to have his back. Since the moment Kaido was captured by the Navy and brought to the warship, the last impression this outwardly cold but warm-hearted man left on him was a fierce argument with his superiors over conscription, after which he had not seen him again. And even after returning to the Adal Kingdom, he could not find any trace of him. Yet at this moment, the man whom Kaido once thought had vanished from the world reappeared before him. He saw that only a few sparse strands of hair remained on his head. His eyes were vacant, his eye sockets sunken, and his entire face had deeply caved in, leaving only a wrinkled skin covering his bones, resembling a lifeless corpse, lacking any trace of the imposing demeanor he once had. "Ah, who are you?" Seemingly recognizing Kaido, Albert's body trembled slightly. His mouth opened as if to say something, but due to a small portion of his tongue being cut off, what came out was a hoarse and dry voice. His limbs had been brutally shattered using tools like hammers and violently altered in structure, forcing him to maintain a vertical position with his forelimbs and hind limbs as he crawled on the ground, his knees long since bloodied and mangled by the rough terrain. Not a single part of his body was unscathed. It was covered in large and small bloodstains. Even an iron-hearted person would be moved at the sight of his nearly disfigured body. However, the only response he received was merciless shouts. "Hey, how many times have I told you not to move around like that, Pochi?" The celestial dragon sitting on his back was jostled, causing his body to sway uncontrollably. And in a fit of anger, he kicked Albert's face repeatedly, making it impossible for him to sit still. Goa, Albert, already battered and bruised, coughed up blood from the brutal kicks, losing several teeth, but he cried out in an almost pleading tone, I am truly very sorry, Saint Piggybart. If I have made you uncomfortable, please feel free to beat me up. I am willing to accept any form of punishment." The celestial dragon seemed quite satisfied with his reaction, slowly climbing down from his back and circling to the front, his already small eyes squinting into slits as he smiled and said, "Dulu, every time I see you like this, I find it amusing. If you perform again, I might consider forgiving your rudeness, just like before." Hearing this, Albert felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, bowing his head repeatedly, like a garlic clove, forcing a flattering smile onto his bruised face. Yes, thank you for your great kindness." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his head to the celestial dragon's feet, extending his tongue to lick the other's long boots, all the while shouting, "Woof, woof, truly a fine pet dog I raised. Much more obedient than those idiots who cry at the drop of a hat. After things are settled, I'll reward you with some marine beast bones to chew on." The celestial dragon, known as Saint Piggybart, proudly stepped on Albert's head with one foot, squinting his eyes to survey the room, only to then notice the presence of a third party, his previously good mood instantly evaporating, furrowing his brows in disgust. He drew a handgun and aimed it at Kaido's head, demanding, "Who the hell are you? How dare you trespass into forbidden territory?" Kaido stood there in a daze, quietly watching the man who had lost all dignity, seemingly deaf to the incessant noise around him, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. "How dare you ignore me?" Saint Piggybart, now furious, roared and pulled the trigger, 3 bullets pouring out of the gun directly towards the target. Faced with this situation, Kaido appeared to forget to dodge, remaining where he was without moving. With a series of bangs, all the bullets accurately struck his forehead, throat, and chest. "Dulu, this is the consequence of defying me." Regardless of whether Kaido's body fell after being shot, Saint Piggybart blew on the still smoking barrel of his gun, a sense of accomplishment from ravaging the weak swelling on his pudgy face, involuntarily licking his lips and muttering to himself. Although the lowborn will all be disposed of once they have served their purpose, perhaps there are still a few vigorous little bugs struggling to survive. Just like 3 years ago, thanks to me being cautious, no one tried to muddy the waters. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, his tiny eyes bulging larger than eggs, staring in disbelief as bullets fell off Kaido's body without even a drop of blood flowing. The fat on Saint Piggybart's face instantly glistened with tiny beads of sweat. His voice trembling involuntarily. Why don't you fear bullets? Sorry, I was a bit distracted just now, so I didn't catch that." Kaido shrugged expressionlessly, raised his left hand to dig at his ear, his ash-gray eyes lightly resting on the celestial dragon slumped on the ground. As if looking at a pile of scrap, and spoke word by word. Could you please repeat that? What significant matter did you handle smoothly 3 years ago? Finally recovering from his panic, St. Piggybart scrambled to his feet, turning to kick Albert, who was still licking his tongue in an attempt to please him, and shouted, "You idiot! Don't you see what time it is? Hurry up and take care of that guy." In an instant, it felt as if the air around them had exploded. St. Piggybart sensed a flash before his eyes, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, followed by his entire being sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall with a loud bang, causing the sturdy wall to dent in, with large cracks rapidly spreading outwards. Ouch! That hurts like hell. St. Piggybart, with the glass dome on his head shattered, covered his swollen cheek and rolled around on the ground, letting out a wailing scream like a slaughtered pig. I am a descendant of the Creator, the greatest person in this world. How dare you treat me like this? I will never let you go. That bastard Boki actually just stood there in a daze instead of protecting me. When I get back, I will definitely lock you up in a stinky dog kennel for a year. So you can't understand what I'm saying? In the next moment, the previously roaring pig bat Saint suddenly shut his mouth as if his throat had been grabbed, staring blankly at Kaido, who appeared before him in a single stride, raising a spike bat high and bringing it down directly toward his head. Boom! Like a nerve had been triggered, Albert suddenly looked up, his pupils uncontrollably constricting, his mouth opening wide, but unable to make a sound. What came into his view was the scene of his former master, who had once raised him, having his head smashed to bits, with eyeballs and brain matter flying everywhere. Forget it. Anyway, I can't ask for a reassuring answer, can I? Kaido, seemingly unfazed, shook off the bloodstains from the tip of the spiked bat and turned his gaze back to Albert, whose face was in a state of shock beyond measure, calmly asking, "What about you? What are your plans after regaining your freedom?" Pigbat Saint. Albert trembled, his cracked lips finally managing to utter that name. Drawing strength from somewhere, he suddenly lunged forward with a roar, swinging his battered fists and relentlessly pounding Kaido's body. "Do you know what you're doing? That is a celestial dragon of immeasurable status, an existence that we commoners can only look up to for a lifetime. Do you understand? I know you are Kaido, who is highly valued by Kubota, and I know your strength is extraordinary, but can all of this serve as your arrogant capital? In the end, you have completely destroyed the comfortable life I worked so hard to achieve. Even if you want to die, don't drag others down with you." Kaido remained silent, allowing him to vent his frustrations. He looked down at the deep brand on his chest that represented slavery, thinking about the senior who had tirelessly guided his tactics on the battlefield, but had now become a walking corpse. An inexplicable sense of heavy sorrow arose in his heart, and his right hand, gripping the spiked bat, trembled as it rose high. In the tumult of emotions within Kaido's mind, a series of questions surged forth. Why? It's he who is being beaten and humiliated, yet he keeps speaking well of the perpetrator? Does he really think this so-called comfortable life can last a lifetime? If one has fallen into slavery, does it mean that in addition to freedom, human rights and dignity will also be completely stripped away? Even the most upright person is no exception? Or is it that so-called slaves are simply a group of people who have completely lost hope for the future and have willingly degraded themselves? Kaido thought to himself, gazing at Albert's twisted and grotesque face due to despair, gritting his teeth as if he had made a decision, and brought the spiked bat down toward his head with force. If the motivation to live has already been lost, then at least let me personally relieve you of this pain that you should not have to endure. In an instant, a scene flashed through Kaido's mind. It was during a war when he had accidentally fallen into an enemy trap and was desperately saved by Albert, who had arrived just in time. At that time, Kaido had been hit by several tranquilizer arrows all over his body, and the back of his head had suffered a severe impact from a meteor hammer, leaving him in a semi-conscious state, so he couldn't recall several details clearly. The only thing that remained vividly in his memory was Albert's voice, which sounded like a command but was tinged with urgency, ringing in his ears before he lost consciousness. "Hey, kid, I want to allow you to be easily captured by the enemy. As a soldier, you must fight honorably until the last moment, die with dignity like a warrior. There is no other reason that can cause you to fall. Die with dignity." Kaido repeated this phrase softly in his mind, and the spiked bat stopped just 5 centimeters from Albert's head. He gently pushed the bewildered man away, turned, and quickly walked to the nearly crushed headless corpse, bending down to pick up the still warm handgun. After checking the magazine and chamber, he sighed with relief, turned back, and tossed the handgun over, casually saying, "This gun still has 6 bullets left, 2 of which are armor-piercing rounds that can easily penetrate metal. You can use it to fight me, but in the end, only one of us can walk out of this room. I don't know how many years you have been a slave, but using a gun shouldn't be too unfamiliar for you, the kingdom's strongest marksman." Hearing the last sentence, Albert trembled all over, looking incredulously at the handgun thrown in front of him. He raised his head shakily to examine the young man, whose face showed not an ounce of compassion. And suddenly tears flowed from his once lifeless eyes. After a long moment, he trembled his lips and hoarsely said, "Thank you." Just as that last word slipped from his lips, Albert suddenly let out a muffled groan, blood seeping continuously from his mouth, and he immediately lost balance and fell forward. Behind him was empty, with no one in sight. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Kaido was stunned as if struck by lightning, unable to react in time, staring blankly at the bloody hole in Albert's back, the shock and horror in his heart indescribable by any words. After a brief moment of daze, he threw his head back and let out an angry roar. Who did this? That roar echoed like thunder in the quiet environment, resonating throughout the empty room, causing the walls to tremble slightly, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded in the room without warning. "This is the last mercy I grant to those who face their end. It is the joy you should feel at this moment." The cold voice carried no emotional fluctuation, as if it came from the depths of hell, directly suppressing what could have been a deafening roar, as if the flames of that anger had been extinguished by an invisible force, leaving no trace of warmth behind. Kaido's heart jolted in surprise, and he instinctively looked up to see a tall figure suddenly appearing on a previously empty beam, arms crossed over his chest, looking down at him. Due to the person's back being towards the light, his face was almost entirely shrouded in shadow, making it difficult for Kaido to see his true appearance. However, the powerful aura emanating from him was like that of a demon from hell, overwhelming Kaido with an unprecedented sense of immense pressure, causing his already chaotic breathing to quicken and the hand gripping the spiked bat to tremble involuntarily. When did this guy appear here? Why didn't I notice him at all? Is he some kind of fruit user? Or is he just incredibly fast? A series of questions surged through Kaido's mind as he gently licked away the sweat that had dripped from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. Quickly scanning the surroundings and finding no other presence besides that person, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. But his inner vigilance and fear did not lessen in the slightest, fearing that a moment of carelessness would lead to a trap set by the enemy. "You seem a bit nervous?" The voice did not come from the beam of the ceiling, but abruptly rang out from a position close to his ear, as if an invisible hand had brushed against the back of his neck, sending a chilling cold straight from his spine to the top of his head. Kaido felt every hair on his body stand on end, his mind unable to think of anything else. In a reflexive stumble, he took several steps back and then suddenly saw that the man had somehow appeared 5 meters away from him, still maintaining the same posture as before. Without the slightest change, like a ghost, he silently materialized behind him. In the dim light, the blurred outline gradually revealed the man's figure, allowing Kaido to barely make out his appearance. Wrapped entirely in pitch-black armor, he looked like a shadow of a human cut from the night. The expressionless face was as lifeless as stagnant water. Only the dark gray right eye flickered with a deep, shadowy light, making Kaido momentarily doubt whether he was a living person. With twisted curly hair and a rugged face, he exuded an irresistible aura of authority and coldness. The eye patch covering his left eye almost concealed half of his face, instilling an impulse to uncover it and see what lay beneath. "If your intention is to take my life, then hurry up and use all your strength." Suppressing the fear within him, Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly against his chest, staring intently at the man before him, who showed no signs of action. As if to bolster his courage, he shouted angrily, "Just don't let a moment of carelessness lead to 100 flaws, and then cry in front of me." "Cry?" The one-eyed man, who seemed to patiently listen to Kaido's words, raised his hand and rubbed his temple with his index finger, as if he didn't understand the meaning. After a few unusually long seconds, his arms slowly dropped to his sides like aging machinery. On his expressionless face, a rare, almost imperceptible smile appeared, as if mocking the other's ignorance. It was said that this was an expression humans often showed when faced with fear or despair, a chance I had never experienced. So I will allow you to demonstrate here, so I can observe what crying truly is. As the cold, deep voice fell, the man's slightly narrowed, right eye suddenly widened, and an invisible aura transformed into a black chilling wave that swept out, permeating every corner of the room in an instant, making the air feel as if its temperature had dropped below zero. Amid the continuous shattering of lights, the entire room was plunged into seemingly endless darkness. Kaido, whose hair was already standing on end, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar at that moment, his soul wrapped in the biting cold wind, nearly solidifying into an ice block that would never melt. Crash! Accompanied by the loud sound of the kanabo dropping to the ground, Kaido involuntarily knelt down, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat dripping like rain from his forehead, his body shaking uncontrollably. Just the simple release of his aura made Kaido fully realize that the opponent's true strength far exceeded his comprehension. He had sailed the seas for many years, experiencing no less than 10,000 battles of various sizes, facing numerous powerful opponents, but none had ever brought him such overwhelming pressure that could completely destroy his beliefs. And the desire to resist within him dissipated like retreating tides. Unlike Roger and Whitebeard, who had dealt with him and never concealed their personalities, this man was like an unfathomable lake, hiding turbulent undercurrents beneath its calm surface. Once a vessel attempted to navigate through, it would be instantly dragged into a void whirlpool, never to return. The feeling of being engulfed in infinite fear and the unknown was as if he were facing this man. I cannot possibly win against him, or even have the qualification to engage him. A thought that Kaido had always taken for granted surged uncontrollably in his mind, his vision gradually blurring. Tears unexpectedly welling up in his eyes, rolling down his cheeks in large droplets. This was the first time Kaido had truly experienced fear due to an overwhelming gap in strength. The first time he had shed tears under the dual blows of fear and despair. Are you afraid? That's right. Fear is not a sin, but a measure of one's value of existence. Seemingly inspired, the armored man slowly opened his arms and stepped towards the frozen Kaido, the metal boots making a dull sound on the ground, composing a symphony of hell for the extremely tense atmosphere of the moment. Deep within the hearts of beings like humans, there often lies a mountain that one can climb with all their might, yet still cannot even gaze upon its foothills. Only those who realize this can be said to have truly grown. Yet this is merely a small starting point on the way to the peak. While speaking, he had walked right in front of the nearly defeated body, extending his right hand, covered beneath the armor, and loudly declared as if without any deep thought, Come here. You possess the potential to become one of us. Violence and destruction are your innermost instincts. Abandon those sinners who have no future, and together with me, build a new world of ideals. The man's words seemed to carry an irresistible magic, compelling anyone to follow his steps without doubting their authenticity. Kaido, like a walking corpse, slowly and stiffly raised his fear-filled face, staring blankly at the man before him for a long time, until finally he seemed to respond to his words, laboriously extending his somewhat numb right hand, inching towards the other's hand. His mind was a muddled mess, like a piece of driftwood floating on the sea, with no choice but to continue drifting along with the waves. This complete inability to think not only did not spark any thoughts of struggle, but instead felt warm and indescribably comforting, as if by simply doing as the others said, he could find relief. Just a short while ago, your predecessor, Miles Azrael, unfortunately perished in the line of duty. His excessive weakness and arrogance made him unfit for this heavy responsibility far beyond his capabilities, and thus he regrettably lost his qualification for the new world. Looking down at the already somewhat shaken youth, who was no different from a puppet at the mercy of others, the one-eyed man's expression remained as calm as ever. as if no anticipated development could move him in the slightest. He continued in that high, yet emotionless voice. I have already thoroughly investigated your past in the kingdom of Wokai, including your reasons for joining the Rocks Pirates. As a reward for joining the Knights, I will always be waiting at the peak for your challenge. Once you possess the qualification to fight me to the death, I'm sure others will recognize your worth as well. This sentence, which sounded like a spring breeze to others, made Kaido shudder all over, and his right hand, which was no more than 3 centimeters away from the other, suddenly froze in midair. The peak. The Knights? Is this guy the leader of that so-called Goddess Knights? Assuming he is the strongest among the enemies, there is still a possibility that, with this thought, Kaido no longer hesitated for a moment, quickly pressing his outstretched right hand on the man's shoulder. The fear and confusion on his face transformed into anger and resentment without any warning, and a voice filled with gritted teeth squeezed out through his teeth. Was it you who messed up Hive Island while we were away, seriously injured Siritsa, and killed Capona and the others? Oh, are you talking about that girl who ate the mythical Zoan fruit? So she hasn't died yet. Faced with Kaido's sudden change in attitude, the one-eyed man raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise showing on his face. Despite his shoulder being squeezed until it creaked, he still murmured to himself, her ability is indeed rare. The government spent a lot of money several times and couldn't obtain that fruit. It's a pity that it fell into the hands of a worthless person. Before he could finish his words, he received a heavy blow to the abdomen. The pitch-black fist had deeply embedded itself in his stomach, and fragments of armor mixed with blood splattered everywhere. Ugh! The one-eyed man painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, his right eye suddenly bulging out. What was reflected in his blood-stained vision was the fierce expression of the young man, who looked as if he wanted to devour him whole. With wide eyes filled with bloodshot veins, he angrily roared in a threatening tone, "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll beat you until there's nothing left." What a difference from that ugly posture just now. It's like 2 different people. Despite the cold sweat pouring down his forehead, the one-eyed man's face, twisted in pain, still managed to show a hint of a smile, as if proclaiming his victory. It seems that girl is particularly important to you, which is why you broke free from the bounds of fear in that brief moment. Huh? Humans truly are a wonderful creature. The fluctuations of emotions seem to make one temporarily forget the vast gap in strength. As he spoke halfway, he suddenly melted into a puddle of thick black liquid that dissipated on the ground. At the same time, another figure identical to the previous one stood in the same spot, completely unharmed, showing no signs of having taken a heavy punch just seconds ago. Consider it some processing of fresh ingredients. I will personally crush this boring and excessive emotion, so that you will never have a shred of rebellious thought. The emotionless man said calmly, as invisible waves spiraled up his right arm, gradually converging into a gray-black sphere in his palm. The overwhelming sense of oppression spread throughout the room, making the surrounding air tremble slightly, causing Kaido to dare not let his guard down. Instinctively, he picked up the spiked bat from the ground and placed it behind his head, channeling all his haki into the bat, causing its surface to erupt with countless tiny purple-black sparks, crackling in the dead silence of the room, as if putting on an unpredictable prelude to the deadly struggle about to unfold. To find a breakthrough, I must defeat that man before he can exert his full strength, relying everything on this one strike. I hope my consistently terrible luck will be reliable this time. Silently muttering a few words he rarely spoke, Kaido took a deep breath, forcibly swallowing the fear rising in his heart, gripping the bat's handle tighter. Just as he used his observation haki to predict the other party's actions a few seconds ahead, his legs tensed, ready to unleash his power, he suddenly seemed to notice something, his expression slightly stunned, and he immediately stopped his movements, looking up at the ceiling in unison with the one-eyed man across from him. The next second, the previously frozen atmosphere was shattered by a sudden voice. "Maha, maha, maha." I felt a chilling aura nearby, so I came to check it out. I didn't expect that the super rookie favored by our admiral would come here to join the fun. Amidst a heart-stopping yet cheerful laughter, a huge hole was suddenly smashed into the seemingly indestructible ceiling, and faint light poured down from the opening, illuminating Kaido's astonished face. Then, A massive shadow surged down at an astonishing speed. To be precise, it was 3 shadows. A stunning woman wearing a somewhat fashionable top hat and a spotted dress performed a graceful flip in the air and landed steadily beside Kaido, followed by a bright red, sun-shaped creature that seemed to be her companion. The white cloud serving as her mount was sprawled on the ground as if deflated, its human-like face showing eyes spinning in circles, sticking out its tongue, clearly having fainted from exhaustion. "You, what are you doing here?" The treasure is not in this place at all. Staring blankly at the familiar figure descending before him, Kaido felt an indescribable shock rising in his heart, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. After a brief moment of daze, he couldn't help but raise his voice and shout at her. "Since you can sense that aura, you should know he is not an opponent we can defeat. Why are you coming here? You should run as far away as you can before he turns his attention to you." Immediately, who are you talking to? The smiling Lingling instantly changed to a fierce face, kicking Kaido down before he could finish a sentence, then repeatedly kicking him in anger while shouting, "Run away? I want to embarrass myself like you, looking worse than a third-rate pirate. You could be a lifelong joke for me during my tea breaks." After saying this, she scanned the surroundings and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose and mutter, "By the way, it really stinks here. Even rocks wouldn't do such a thing." It seems the celestial dragons are even more unrestrained than imagined. "So you saw everything, huh?" Kaido, with a bruised face, reached up to touch his cheek, feeling a fiery pain, but this pain instead calmed his mind. Thinking of how he almost yielded to the enemy not long ago, he felt an immense sense of guilt, lowering his head even further, and quietly muttered, "I'm sorry for worrying you. This is the first time I've been so scared. I'm not worthy of being a warrior. This negative appearance is not like you at all. Where in the pirate world is there talk of shame?" Hearing Lingling's voice, Kaido was as if struck by a heavy blow, momentarily stunned, and raised his head to see Lingling's face, which seemed covered in frost. Colder than her face, her words continued to flow from her red lips. "As outlaws, we must always be prepared to face various emergencies. Living a life on the edge of a knife is more common than ordinary meals for us. Besides, how could I possibly abandon my subordinate and brother? Think carefully about what you fear and who you are fighting for." Kaido didn't expect her to say such things. He lowered his head in silence, recalling the first time he met Lingling, feeling a mix of emotions and not knowing what to say. The idle talk stops here. It's a bit unreasonable to leave the master alone for so long. Just as the words fell, Lin turned her head back, her gaze landing on the one-eyed man who had been standing like a wooden statue since her arrival. She scrutinized him for a while, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "I heard you're the mastermind behind the plan to attack Hive Island. You seem to be quite to my taste." Although she didn't know what means they had used to impersonate the Roger pirates, thinking they could rampage on a pirate's territory and still come out unscathed would surely tarnish Rock's reputation. "I know you, Charlotte. Lin, a bounty criminal with 527 billion, who killed the former captain of the giant soldier pirates, Yorkie, at just 5 years old, and later destroyed several countries under the name Big Mom. She's a downright dangerous person." The one-eyed man calmly played with the long hair beside his ear, casually telling Lin, who seemed a bit self-satisfied with the list of her merits, while his eyes remained fixated on his arm, not shifting away. Nevertheless, in the end, she was merely a monster in the eyes of insects. "Given your abilities, I specially permit you to qualify for the New World, so you have a chance to realize your long-desired wish." If you said that to that woman who has always holed up in the lab, it might have some effect, but I've always scoffed at such illusory things as realizing wishes. The man's words, seemingly well thought out, were ruthlessly interrupted by Lin, who coldly sneered without leaving any face for him. "But you have a fool on your side who got taken out, so you urgently need someone to fill that vacancy. No need to make it sound so nice. That said, I'm not entirely uninterested." At this point, she paused slightly, an immensely greedy smile suddenly appearing on her beautiful face, making even Kaido beside her feel a chill. "Why don't you voluntarily step down from this commander position and let me sit for a while? I might consider going to that damn New World. Is that so? What a pity." The one-eyed man sighed lightly, as if he had anticipated her answer, slowly closed his right eye, and then abruptly opened it again. His sharp eyes gleamed with a crimson cold light. "Let it all turn to nothing here. My New World does not need ungrateful people. In an instant, countless thick, black-red lightning bolts shot out from his pupils, sweeping everything around like unstoppable octopus tentacles. Where they passed, walls were torn apart with crisscrossing cracks, rushing towards the two with overwhelming force. Ugh, even more domineering than Whitebeard. Lin raised her hand to shield herself, struggling to fend off the overwhelming haki while shouting loudly, without looking back, "Prometheus, use all your power and create a ruckus." "Yes, Mama." Before the sentence was fully spoken, the sun behind her had already soared high towards the ceiling, rapidly expanding into an enormous fireball, illuminating the room as bright as day. The originally harmless face transformed into a terrifying grin. Then, like in a state of weightlessness, it fell with a long tail of flame trailing behind. Boom! The moment the gigantic fireball made contact with the ground, a violent explosion erupted, engulfing everything in the room in the flames produced by the blast. Spreading outwards at a visible speed, the explosive flames were like a colossal beast tearing through the sky, transforming into a massive fiery pillar that shot upwards, dyeing half the sky shrouded in black mist red. The vast metal structure instantly turned to ashes in the face of this unstoppable force, leaving not even a trace behind. A wave of scorching heat rapidly spread outwards like a tide, turning everything it touched into scorched earth. Amid the flames, 3 black shadows darted out like arrows, landing on a piece of untouched ground hundreds of meters away. Looking back to see their original position had turned into a blazing sea of fire, causing the surrounding air to warp like rippling water. If it weren't for using observation haki to see the scene a few seconds later, I might have really come to settle the score with you for attacking without notice. Kaido, brushing off the dust from his body, stared at the rising thick smoke in the distance and muttered, a fleeting hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes for a moment. After a few seconds, he added in a low voice, "Thanks. That sounds disgusting. I just think it's too pitiful to leave those people alone over there. It's rare for me to see that pain on your face." After Zeus, who inadvertently revealed his true feelings, punched her a bit out of turn, Lin swallowed the remaining half of the cream puff in one bite, wiped the cream stains off the corner of her lips, and suddenly stood up, looking up at the sky with a tense and excited expression, one that only appeared when facing a formidable enemy. "From now on, keep your nerves tight. If anything goes wrong due to a moment of carelessness, I won't let you off." Kaido, who immediately understood the meaning of Lin's words, instinctively followed her gaze. He saw that the one-eyed man had somehow stood above the heavens, his dark armor blending him into the surrounding darkness, resembling a deity birthed from the void, exuding an air of dominion. His eyes, looking down at everything below with disdain, were filled with cold arrogance and indifference, as if nothing in this world was worth his attention or pity. "Are you kidding me? That guy Shiki shouldn't be so easily taken out, right?" Witnessing this scene, Kaido widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how that person was hovering in midair. He instinctively ruffled his hair, which had been tousled by the blast, recalling that aside from the float fruit, there shouldn't be any devil fruit capable of free flight. Or did Rocks make a mistake? While I really want to see that bastard Shiki have bad luck, this situation is mostly the third possibility. Unintentionally sensing the airflow surrounding that person gradually spreading outward, Lingling's face showed a meaningful smile as if she understood something. Suddenly, she leaped down from Zeus, startling Kaido, who was taken aback by her unexpected action. She leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words that made Kaido's expression turn to one of disbelief. He jumped up as if electrocuted and shouted at Lingling nonsensically, "What kind of joke is this? Since the thing is in your hands, it's yours. I'm not weak enough to need your pity. Unless you don't mind him hearing and causing the plan to be hindered, go ahead and shout louder." As if she had anticipated his reaction, Lingling casually waved her hand to interrupt him mid-sentence, poking 2 fingers on Kaido's forehead, who had calmed down slightly after realizing his loss of composure. Then, in a serious tone, she said word by word, "Just because it's my possession, I have the legal right to handle it, whether it's crushed to bits or casually fed to a stray dog by the roadside. Everything is up to me." "Got it. But doesn't that mean I owe you a huge favor?" Kaido, slightly losing his edge, still wanted to voice this thought. However, seeing the cold face in front of him that showed no hint of joking made him pause. After much contemplation and struggle, he ultimately chose to swallow his words helplessly, sighed, and said softly, "I concede to you. In any case, this enemy is different from the past. Even if the plan is executed smoothly, it would only raise the original 10 chance of victory to 15. Don't say I didn't warn you." Seemingly wanting to end this topic quickly, Ling jumped back onto the nearly dozing Zeus's back and slightly turned her face to the always worrying guy, coldly saying, "You don't need me to say more, right? Hey, who are you talking to? How could I possibly forget such important information?" Feeling underestimated, Kaido was ignited with fighting spirit, swinging his spiked club towards the unmoving black shadow in the sky, a confident smile appearing on his lips. As long as he could knock him down from the sky, wouldn't everything be settled? But it seemed he still wasn't paying attention. Anticipating his reaction, Ling gently sighed while holding her forehead. Then, as if to ease the awkward atmosphere, she quickly drew the large knife from her back, licking the corner of her lips to form a trace of an elusive smile. However, this wasn't a bad thing. Every time she saw those seabirds soaring in the sky while on the ship, she couldn't help but feel an impulse to shoot them down. The long break ended here. No amount of strategizing would be of any use. As if losing patience with the wait, cold words flowed from the one-eyed man's mouth, each word deliberate. Yet, his wooden posture showed no sign of impending action. It would be better to settle this early. In some sense, it would also be a relief for you. Just what I want. Curly-haired bastard. Amidst a roaring voice filled with momentum, a black figure wrapped in a gust of wind surged from below, moving so quickly that it left a series of blurred afterimages behind. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before the one-eyed man, whose eyes flashed with surprise, not giving him any chance to react as the spiked club enveloped in purple lightning slammed towards him. Thunderous 8 trigrams, accompanied by a deafening sound like thunder and lightning. Countless purple lightning bolts erupted from the pitch-black sky, twisting like electric snakes, wildly weaving through the clouds, stirring the surrounding thick black mist into a tumult. In terms of sheer momentum, this move was enough to make a name for itself worldwide. The one-eyed man, whose long hair was blown upward by the incoming wind pressure, let out a light sigh as if touched by emotion, his tone filled with unhidden admiration, though his thin lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile. Unfortunately, it still lacked a bit of fire. Just as the lightning-charged spike club was about to strike his face, the one-eyed man's figure suddenly shot back several feet like a ghost, perfectly dodging the lightning-fast attack, his arms still crossed over his chest without any change. He raised his right leg sharply, an invisible wave swirling around it, kicking towards Kaido's waist like an iron whip. At the moment his right leg made contact with Kaido's body, however, there was unexpectedly no sensation of hitting the target, as if he had merely kicked into thin air. Before the one-eyed man could recover from his confusion, Kaido's figure began to ripple slightly, gradually becoming transparent and distorted, ultimately dissipating into thin air. An afterimage? Even in the face of an unexpected situation, the one-eyed man's expression showed no signs of change as he murmured to himself. At the same time, a triumphant laugh that couldn't be suppressed came from beside him. "Correct. Here's an extra reward for you." Just as the voice rang out, a dazzling sword energy shockwave tore through the darkness of the sky, rushing towards the one-eyed man, who suddenly turned around, with incredible speed, about to engulf him. However, at this critical moment, the one-eyed man seemed to have anticipated the opponent's move. His entire figure shot out like an arrow, directly charging into the overwhelming sword light. The fierce winds swirling around him turned into sharp blades, forcefully shredding the incoming sword energy into countless flying specks of light. In an instant, he was before Ling, who still held her blade in a swinging motion, and his fist, covered by a powerful storm, ruthlessly struck towards Zeus, who was floating in midair. "TSK, that was fast." Ling, slightly unsteady from the howling winds, couldn't help but twitch her mouth, revealing a smile that suggested everything was as expected. "Although I already guessed you would do this." Before she could finish her words, a fierce gust of wind swept down from above. and the continuous sound of explosions made the one-eyed man's eardrums ache. A fist, just 5 centimeters away from the tear-streaked face caused by excessive fear, suddenly turned and collided directly with the spiked club falling from the sky, trailing long bolts of lightning. Ouch, that hurts! Having finally seized the opportunity to attack, Kaido felt as if his hand bones were about to shatter. The violent wind pressure created resistance that nearly sent him tumbling in midair, yet he still gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the hands gripping the spiked club, creating a massive spark as it scraped against the near-physical edge of the storm. His clothes were torn by the powerful winds, occasionally splattering blood. Despite this, the expression on his face was not one of pain or anger, but an extremely ferocious smile, like a beast ready to devour, exuding a murderous intent that could instantly drop the surrounding temperature to freezing point. More capable than I anticipated. Witnessing the whirlwind surrounding his right hand visibly slowed down, the one-eyed man's lips curled slightly, his tone devoid of any fluctuations that could indicate whether he was praising or mocking. Killing you this way would be too much of a waste, but the injuries within a controllable range are still acceptable. Just at the moment when his left arm, gathering powerful energy in concentric circles, was raised high and about to strike Kaido's abdomen, a giant blade wrapped in dazzling lightning swooped in from the side with a whistling sound. Clanging against the rapidly repositioning fist, the sharp metallic collision ringing in the air. Pirates do value teamwork. This is truly unprecedented. With both hands, he adeptly blocked 2 weapons carrying immense force, and the one-eyed man still maintained a composed expression, as if this was a trivial matter for him. If your cooperation is only at this level, then I will regard this battle as the greatest humiliation of my life. Is that so? Then I guarantee you will experience this unforgettable sensation. With the aid of her monstrous strength and the thundercloud, Linlin wore an unnatural smile, suddenly shouting loudly now. As soon as the words fell, both withdrew simultaneously. Almost in the same instant, the raging inferno over the ruins seemed to receive some irresistible command, transforming into a massive fire pillar that shot up into the sky, enveloping the one-eyed man who was caught off guard by the unexpected change, painting the dark sky in fiery red. Using such petty tricks, the one-eyed man, trapped in the flames, couldn't help but curse, his armor seemingly unable to withstand the scorching heat, emitting wisps of black smoke. The continuous cracking sounds in his ears made him even more agitated as he strained to extend his arms, releasing a fierce tornado from his palms in an attempt to disperse the fire wall blocking his path. However, the flames, after being blown open, quickly converged back together as if they were alive, restoring themselves in the blink of an eye. The intact firewall now displayed a bizarre, smiling face, as if mocking the futility of his efforts. Even if you are dozens of times stronger than us, being trapped by my Prometheus means you will obediently stay inside for 3 minutes. Riding on a thundercloud in midair, Linlin caught the falling Kaido, her excited gaze fixated on the towering inferno, where a shadow could be seen writhing and struggling within. Unable to contain her schadenfreude, she raised her middle finger at it from a distance and then kicked off powerfully with her right foot. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get that thing out. I've been waiting for this moment, Mom. Zeus, who had been scolded for no reason, pouted in grievance, and his vaporous back rolled over, revealing the spoils captured from a square. The intact appearance made her breathe a sigh of relief, and the tension that had been taut since the battle began relaxed a bit. Very good. So far there have been no mistakes. Since that guy can instantly appear in another position without us noticing, then when I directly take out the fruit, it will surely be easier for him to snatch it away than eating a meal. The only way to safely hand the fruit to the little brat is to use Prometheus's ability to restrict his movements, although it feels like this might be too smooth. This uneasy thought flashed through her mind and was quickly discarded. Linlin did not think much, immediately bending down to take out the scaly fruit, then turning to hand it to the figure who had been silent since earlier, urgently saying, "There's not much time left. Hurry and eat it now." An instant. Linlin's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpoints, her right hand holding the fruit recoiling as if electrocuted, but she was still a moment too late. With a loud bang, the woman's massive body was sent flying, blood raining down in the air, crashing into a distant mountain. With a deafening roar and a cloud of dust, the entire mountain crumbled and collapsed, countless fragments scattering in all directions. Mom, even Zeus, who was usually slow to react, sensed something was wrong and screamed, wanting to fly over to check on his master's safety. However, before he could take any action, the descending storm instantly tore his body apart, dispersing him into wisps of cloud. How long has it been since the last injury? Linlin pushed aside the boulders pinning her down, struggling to rise, feeling a fiery pain throughout her body, as if her bones were about to fall apart. But at this moment, she had no time to care about her injuries. With her eyes half open, she quickly scanned her surroundings, soon noticing the young man lying motionless among the debris and the fireball beside him, barely recognizable, spinning in circles. As if understanding something, she stiffly raised her head, a bitter smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of her bloodied mouth. After all, this was absurd beyond belief, right? In her line of sight, the one-eyed man's figure had once again stood tall against the dark sky, his pitch-black and shiny armor showing not a single sign of wear, completely devoid of any marks from the flames. The most unbelievable thing was that the fruit which Linlin was supposed to hand over to Kaido was now prominently in his hand. An utterly bizarre phenomenon that defied all logic. Predicting a wrong conclusion and formulating strategies based on it is the primary reason for your efforts being in vain. As a deep voice echoed slowly and powerfully, countless streams of air suddenly gathered in the one-eyed man's palm, ultimately intertwining into an indestructible cage of wind that firmly imprisoned the fruit, leaving not a single gap. This is a huge problem. Kaido, struggling to open his eyes, happened to witness this scene. The pain spreading throughout his body made his mind slightly clearer, but it deepened the profound despair within him, which felt almost tangible. It was a despair born from the inability to grasp the enemy's abilities, named the unknown. 10, 15, utterly foolish. As if responding to the previous conversation between the two, the one-eyed man flipped his palm, and a pitch-black battle spear, for meters long, suddenly appeared in his hand. The spear's tip was armed with a sharp metal point, connected by small branches to crescent-shaped blades on either side, glinting with a cold light even under the obscuring black curtain, as if it could pierce the heavens. At the same time, that deep and authoritative voice once again emerged from his mouth, word by word, like a surging tide rushing towards the two who were barely managing to adjust themselves, as if declaring an unchangeable fact. The odds of you defeating me have always been 0. On the other side, in the southeastern battlefield, both sides are really getting into it. Countless crystal-clear crystals rapidly gathered in the middle of the opposing forces, then pieced together to form the figure of a seemingly carefree man. He pushed the red sunglasses, which were askew on his nose, up to his forehead, glanced around at the golden-haired, bespectacled man and others who were focusing their attention on him, and grinned, exposing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Before we fight to the death, why don't we chat a bit? It's over, it's over. Why did it have to appear at a time like this? Seeing the man he had barely managed to shake off on the eastern coast appear before him almost unscathed, Wang Ji, who was already struggling with the current stalemate, collapsed to the ground with a thud, holding his head in his hands and lamenting repeatedly. He had thought that the alliance between the two pirate crews was a done deal after some negotiations, but to his surprise, Roger's crew had actually colluded with the government in secret, leading to their ultimate betrayal. To make matters worse, Rocks had suddenly lost consciousness for unknown reasons. And when he awakened, he looked completely different. Wang Ji, who usually spent time with Rocks, second only to Newgate, could swear this was the first time he had seen the Admiral in such a bizarre and horrifying manner, as if he had turned into a completely different person. Although he felt something was off, the situation at hand left no time for Wang Ji to ponder, aside from the soldiers emerging like locusts from those strange fire pillars. The most troublesome Navy unit led by the Iron Fist Corps had also coincidentally arrived on this increasingly chaotic battlefield. Remembering the several near-death experiences at the hands of that monster, Wang Ji felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, and for a moment, he even considered making a quick escape while he wasn't being noticed. However, before he could act on that thought, a gray figure rushed in like the wind, forcing him to brace himself and respond with all his might to the relentless attacks of this man, recognized in the Navy as one of the best swordsmen. At such a critical moment, the other officers had either already encountered their respective opponents or rushed to the central square in an attempt to seize the treasure for themselves. Each one of them a formidable foe, not to mention that Ling Ling's abilities could exert tremendous influence in large-scale wars. Even that newcomer Kaido, whom Wang Ji disliked the most, made him admit that the guy might have the power to sway the battle. Unexpectedly, not only did those few reliable guys go missing, but even the long bread responsible for supplies had vanished without a trace, and no one knew where he had gone. As a result, the Rocks Pirates could never gain an advantage in numbers, and the only two on the same battlefield as him, John and Silver Axe, were being forced back by Roger's second and third in command, and it was only a matter of time before those two were defeated, at which point he would inevitably face a grim fate of 1 against 3. No matter what, everything had to be blamed on the erratic ways of the Hive Island pirates, which resulted in a weak team spirit among them. When it came to interests, most people only cared about immediate gains, neglecting the bigger picture, leading them to devolve into a group fighting amongst themselves and even killing each other in extreme circumstances, hastening the downfall of the entire pirate crew. I really don't want to see the kind of frustrating ending again. First, I need to deal with those annoying guys, and maybe it will even enhance my status on Pirate Island. Just as Wang Ji was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed his opponent stopping his assault, looking up at the sky in shock, and he too felt compelled to turn his head. He then saw a figure suddenly descending onto an open space, formed by countless crystals. Our numbers are already at a disadvantage. Regardless of this guy's stance, the pirates belonging to Rocks must be prioritized for elimination. Fear continuously grew within Wang Ji, and after reaching a certain level, it quickly transformed into a wrathful anger, to the point that he barely heard the conversation between that man and others. What the hell is that idiot Shiki doing? How can he not even manage his own opponents? It's clear we can't rely on this bunch of schemers to go all out. Forget it. I can't think too much about it. My true strength isn't much inferior to that little brat Kaido, since he can retreat unscathed from fighting this monster. Then I can definitely do it too. With his mind made up, just as he straightened his nunchaku, took a deep breath, and prepared to muster his courage to declare war on the man who had yet to make any hostile move, a cautious voice suddenly came from the front side. Unconditional assistance? Is there really such a good deal in this world? Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback by the surprise of the statement, then turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, seeing a blond man standing diagonally opposite, raising his long knife toward the object of his greatest concern. His expression reflecting the vigilance and calm befitting his status as the first mate of the Roger Pirates. At least give us some guarantee. We won't blindly trust what the Navy says. A simpleton like Carp might be worth trusting, but you are a different story. The man standing beside him, wearing sunglasses, crossed 2 sharp axes over his chest, biting a toothpick, and bluntly added, "Besides, I don't think those 2 guys would need more manpower. There must be a limit to underestimating others, right? Oh, I'm really here to cooperate with you. There is no need to be so heartless." The Admiral Rubail, with his hands raised over his head in a surrender pose, shrugged his shoulders, displaying an extremely innocent expression, yet there was no hint of weakness in his tone. Or is it that you don't care whether this island is blown to smithereens or sinks to the bottom of the sea? Rayleigh-chan, Jabba-chan, don't use such disgusting tones. After the two protested in unison, Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, looking up at the sky, which seemed covered in black gauze, and after a moment of silence, as if making a decision, he turned his cold gaze toward the man whose face was filled with a need for a beating and said, "Allowing that black mist to continue spreading is indeed detrimental to everyone. So hurry up and tell me your world-shaking plan before I change my mind." Hee. I didn't expect you to be quite reasonable. Rubail, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Rayleigh's words, proudly gave him a thumbs up, then coughed a couple of times with his fist against his mouth, his expression suddenly turning serious, giving off a rather solemn vibe. That said, ensuring the smooth execution of the operational plan also relies on the cooperation of those few gentlemen. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around, staring intently at the man in a suit who exuded the strongest hostility toward him, and said leisurely, "So it's your turn to make a decision. If you insist on standing with Rocks, it would be quite a headache for us." Wang Ji felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. But in order to maintain his composure, he forced a polite smile, intentionally or unintentionally slowly hiding his nunchaku behind him. "Decision? I'm not quite sure what you're saying." Before he could finish his sentence, a giant man beside him, clad in tattered silver armor and covered in wounds, swung a giant axe with several notches in it and roared almost madly. "I won't allow you to lay a hand on Boss Rocks as long as I, Silver Axe, still draw breath." Despite his injuries being so severe that every word caused him to cough up blood, and his steps being unsteady, his momentum remained undiminished, his voice booming and vibrating in everyone's ears, as if no obstruction could shake his determination. Since that day when he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the man who was undoubtedly more handsome than Rayleigh and begged for mercy to save his life, Silver Axe had been constantly thinking about how to wash away this greatest humiliation of his life, lest it become an indelible stain. Therefore, regardless of whether the Rayleigh he saw in front of him was genuine, his mind was solely focused on chopping the golden-haired bastard who had made him unable to lift his head in front of his subordinates into minced meat. This thought never faded until he was cut to the point where there was not a single unscathed spot on his body, and until someone intervened in this battle without permission. However, just after he had expressed his unchangeable attitude, crystal fragments flew towards him, covering his vision. Before he could react, he was instantly trapped in a large, irregular crystal sculpture, forced to maintain a clawing posture frozen in place, unable to move at all. "Well, let this untimely fellow cool down for a moment. Let's get back to business." Rubail casually lowered his raised right hand, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over the pirates who were watching their superior being dealt with in silence, finally landing on the two men at the forefront, and asked word by word in a tone that sounded like a proposal, but also like a threat. "I believe you know somewhat about the current situation on the island. Is it to destroy the entire God Valley along with it? Or shall we work together to take down Rocks? Only these two options are available, you know?" He seemed to remember something, casually picked his nose, and added, "Oh, right, if I explain this to Brother Shiki, he won't be able to take it in without going through a fierce battle. So I had to exclude him. You should be having a great time fighting my clones right now. I was wondering why that fool Shiki hasn't made a move until now." Captain John, who had been a bit embarrassed in the fight with Jabba, raised a bottle and took a big swig, his flushed face still wearing the same expression as usual, making it hard to tell that he was actually quite interesting. "Hick, clearly, he was just worried that we would stab you in the back while you were busy, and there was no need to put it so nicely. Hick." It seemed to resonate with him. He finished the last bit of alcohol in the bottle, casually wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and for a moment, a fervent color flickered in his hazy eyes. The feeling of ambition he had when he first set foot on Hive Island surged back after a long time. "But I've also been unhappy with that bastard Rocks for a long time. If this is a great opportunity to get rid of the Queen Bee, then it wouldn't be bad to collude with you trashy maggots. Hick." For a moment, Wang Ji thought he misheard and stared blankly at this usually reliable partner, who casually threw the bottle he had been tightly gripping for a long time to the ground, shattering it into pieces, his mouth agape, unable to say a complete sentence. Wait. Even if you usually don't like that guy, there's no need to do it now." Just like he hadn't heard what he said, Captain John swaggered forward. Although he was still hiccuping, his steps were unexpectedly steady. He stopped about a meter away from Rubail, a vague smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "The premise is that you have to pay a corresponding reward. How about the money comes from the instigator of this suggestion?" Hick. If someone else encountered such an aggressive attitude, they would at least argue a few words, even if they didn't engage in physical conflict. But Rubail just smiled broadly. "Rest easy. I've made a fortune recently from a certain non-member country. It's no problem to give you 8 out of 10 of it. What the hell are these people talking about?" They're seriously negotiating. Watching the two seemingly rehearsed in advance, Wang Ji couldn't help but complain inwardly and secretly worry about his future. Although he didn't want to follow in Silver Axe's footsteps, he also didn't want to become the first sacrifice in the confrontation with Boss Rocks. That man could tolerate internal strife, but his treatment of traitors had always been extremely cruel. The gruesome scene of a certain guy who had secretly sold weapons to the world government being torn apart by 5 horses was still vividly etched in Wang Ji's mind. Just thinking of Rock's ghastly appearance at that time sent a chill down Wang Ji's spine, making it hard for him to breathe. As long as there was even the slightest flaw in the battle plan, his and the old drunkard's fate would undoubtedly be 1,000 times worse than that unfortunate fellow's. It seems I can only gamble after a long time. After all, I do have a trump card in hand. You guys can't defeat Rocks just by yourselves. After repeated consideration, Wang Ji, who ultimately made a judgment prioritizing self-interest, placed his right hand on his chest and spoke without hesitation to the crowd whose eyes were all fixed on him. Count me in for the expedition. Besides Whitebeard, I'm the only one who knows his fatal weakness. You really saved us a big trouble there. Brother Wang Ji Rubale raised an eyebrow in surprise at his response, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although Wang Ji's strength was not too strong on Hive Island, he was at least an opponent that would take some time to deal with. It would be great if he was willing to cooperate. So he clasped his hands behind his back and assumed a pretentious pose, smiling ambiguously. Then hurry up and tell me everything you know. Not just for the pirates or the Navy, but for the whole world. Cut the nauseating talk. I'm only interested in money and fame. Wang Ji couldn't help but curl his lips, seemingly to change his mood as he pulled down the brim of his hat, hiding his eyes in the shadows that were out of character for his usual style of avoiding trouble. Listen carefully, we only have one chance. A slight oversight could lead to everything going to waste. Leaving aside what Wang Ji and Rubale were discussing in the northwest direction of God Valley, the sky that had been engulfed by thick black fog was now illuminated as bright as day by dazzling flames. Clearly realizing that the gap in strength between the two sides was like an insurmountable chasm, yet still unwilling to give up easily, the one-eyed man clad in heavy armor stood proudly within, holding a long spear and looking up at the giant fireball floating high above, which had a human face. His attitude condescending. It seemed that the despair granted to you was still far from enough. Oh dear, if this level can be called despair. I don't know how many times I've experienced it already. The pink-haired woman standing atop the fireball laughed triumphantly with her hands on her hips, seemingly enjoying the feeling of looking down on everything from above. Although she had just regained something that had been taken back, she was fortunate to have figured out a bit of his abilities. Figured out his abilities? Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed inadvertently in the man's remaining right eye, as if mocking the other's ignorance and naivety, and a barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You think you're so lucky to have survived an attack that doesn't even count as a warm-up? Humans really are adorably foolish. It sounds like you're not human. Lingling casually flicked her slightly disheveled bangs and retorted without showing any weakness. Since you don't want to believe it, why not verify it for yourself? I don't want to repeat what I've already said. That Lingling, it's not that I want to pour cold water on you. Compared to the composed Lingling, Kaido, sitting cross-legged beside her, looked much more disheveled. He was sweating profusely from the unbearable heat of Prometheus, hesitantly raising his trembling right hand to point at the half-sword hilt in Lingling's hand, and asked you, "You aren't really going to fight him with that, are you? That's just a way to catch the enemy off guard. You can't really think I would use a broken sword that could be easily snapped?" Lingling shot a glance at this guy who always asked nonsensical questions, casually tossing the item in her hand outward. The hilt traced a long parabolic arc in the air before finally landing in the distant sea, creating ripples. Many people have the strange habit of never showing their full strength unless absolutely necessary, and I am no exception. As she spoke, Lingling reached up to remove the two-horned hat adorned with a skull pattern, a sly smile appearing on her beautiful face. Let him enjoy our duet performance. I always cherish my audience. Then, she reached into the hat and pulled upward with force. Awakened Napoleon. Kaido had heard Uno mention that the homies created by Lingling's ability are classified into different levels from the moment they are born, with corresponding quality of souls based on their respective roles. The sun Prometheus and the thundercloud Zeus, who had always been by her side, are the highest-ranked homies. Unlike ordinary homies that are vessels for souls taken from others, Prometheus and Zeus, which split from Lingling's own soul, are special existences akin to clones. Even the combined power of other homies cannot match either of them. Therefore, as natural elements, they easily manipulate the weather and can unconditionally eliminate any hostile factors that may pose a threat to their master, making them Lingling's proudest masterpieces. One day, Kaido accidentally learned from a slip of the tongue by Longbread that Lingling had created a third soul clone, despite his strong curiosity leading him to repeatedly pester Lingling to show it to him. Each time ended with him being electrocuted to a crisp or getting several lumps on his head. So, when not assigned to a mission, imagining what that mysterious homie looked like unknowingly became Kaido's way to pass the time. After all, what could be more worth looking forward to than the unknown? Now, this question that had troubled Kaido for months finally revealed its answer in his starry eyes. "I'm here, Mama," with an unusually excited voice. The originally lifeless two-horned hat seemed to sense its master's irresistible call and abruptly opened its eyes, sparkling with eager enthusiasm. The entire hat spun rapidly for a dozen turns before unexpectedly transforming into an enormous long sword in Lingling's hand. "Anything that stands in your way, I shall slay. That's your secret weapon." Kaido, who witnessed the entire transformation process, finally managed to utter a complete sentence, his surprise momentarily making him forget the scorching heat enveloping him. He then clenched his massive fists in front of his chest and complained, "How come you didn't tell me about such a good thing right away? You old hag. Maha maha. Your loyalty hasn't changed at all." Lingling, seemingly ignoring Kaido's words, smiled cheerfully as she stroked the sword's blade. The hard, cold touch made her feel exceptionally good, and her eyes, filled with murderous intent, inadvertently glanced toward the man who had previously made her stumble. Her voice remained sweet and gentle, as if soaked in honey, but the guy you're about to face isn't someone you can handle just with loyalty, you know? Is it a product separated from your own soul? I can sense the same aura as the sun and thundercloud from that sword. As if drawn in by Lingling's performance, the one-eyed man lifted his head and slightly widened his slender right eye. His expression remained inscrutable, like a calm mirror. But what difference did that make? Or have you forgotten that the thundercloud has already vanished? Is there a difference? You'll find out if you try it yourself. Old man Lingling spoke slowly, but her actions were swift as she raised the giant sword high above her head. Invisible ripples seemed to swirl around the blade, causing it to shimmer with a cold glint, and even from a distance, one could feel the nearly tangible killing intent. "Elbaf spear? Wayno." As she swung the sword with both hands, a dazzling purple-white beam shot down from the sky like a meteor, heading straight for Hell Edmund with such speed that the air it passed through trembled, as if it would tear apart at any moment. Gazing at the approaching bright light, even a seasoned expert like the one-eyed man couldn't help but furrow his brow. He quickly swung his halberd, launching a pitch-black spear of light toward the oncoming beam with a sharp whistle. Boom! The clash of black and white light erupted in midair, and the shockwave from the violent explosion swept across the entire battlefield, causing the towering mountains around to collapse under the immense force. Did it cancel out? Using the strong airflow generated by the explosion, the one-eyed man flipped onto a high cliff barely big enough for one person to stand on. He looked up at the sky, his face visibly darkening, as if a storm was brewing, making it hard to predict what action he would take next. "Maha maha. Your face seems to be written with the word surprise." However, before he could make any decision, amidst the rolling smoke and dust, Lingling, laughing triumphantly, burst out riding on the back of a giant fireball, charging straight toward the one-eyed man in an instant. Faster than her was the giant's sword surrounded by invisible ripples, falling toward him like a meteor. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed in the empty canyon. The high cliff, which barely served as a foothold, couldn't withstand such a collision and collapsed. The one-eyed man quickly steadied himself in the air, deftly wielding his halberd to fend off Lingling's powerful downward strikes time and again, each clash sending sparks flying. Having used regular swords and blades for so long, besides constantly being on guard against breaking them from Lingling's excessive force, they also needed regular maintenance. What a hassle! And at that moment, I couldn't find the rumored 12 supreme great swords. Lingling waved her sword continuously, complaining to herself for a while before switching to a confident grin. So I kept thinking, if I could imbue a soul into a sword of decent quality, wouldn't all sorts of problems be easily solved? Saying this, she raised the giant sword above her head and slashed down diagonally from the upper right, striking heavily against the pole of the halberd, the immense force actually sending the one-eyed man flying a considerable distance. Damage could be directly restored, and even if it missed, she could freely change direction to hit the target. In close combat, Napoleon was undoubtedly the strongest among the three Hormeyes. Without giving the enemy any chance to catch their breath, Lingling kicked off and leaped high from the fireball, the scorching flames quickly spreading over the giant sword. Amidst a resounding, unrestrained laugh, she transformed into a streak of lightning, diving towards the one-eyed man, who had yet to stabilize his stance. A strange weapon. The one-eyed man murmured in a low voice while in midair, though surprised by the seemingly autonomous and bizarre offensive of the giant's sword. He did not lose his composure. Gripping the Fong Tianji tightly in his right hand, he dragged a long, dark lightning bolt behind him, drawing a black arc through the air from above, as if the space itself was being torn apart by the force of the strike. The only thing that couldn't be torn apart was the overwhelming offensive ahead. Bang! The halberd and sword collided once more, countless slender bolts of lightning mixed with the turbulent winds spreading in all directions. Even the massive Prometheus was blown about, flames swirling chaotically, making it difficult to maintain its original form, and Kaido, who was tightly clinging to its back, was nearly thrown off. At the same time, the one-eyed man's gaze suddenly darkened, focusing on the sword that had almost numbed his arm from the impact. To be precise, the giant sword was no longer the long and narrow form it had been before. Calling it a sword seemed somewhat inappropriate. What appeared before his eyes was a giant curved blade of unmatched sharpness. A fierce and terrifying face emerged on the surface of the blade, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, making it appear particularly chilling amidst the blazing flames. By the way, why did you suddenly change to receiving attacks? Lingling, who was gradually gaining the upper hand in sheer strength, continued to exert more force with her hands covered in dark, tyrannical energy, not forgetting to mock. Are you going to take my attacks head on, like before? Or are you afraid of being hit by Napoleon? The one-eyed man said nothing, tightly gripping the Fong Tianji as he blocked the enormous blade coming down, while his left leg was enveloped in rapidly spinning winds, kicking towards Lingling's seemingly unguarded lower body. Oh, you notice that my body can't move freely in the air? As if having anticipated this move, Lingling swiftly twisted her body at the moment the enemy's kick descended, cleverly redirecting the enormous force of the strike. However, the howling winds made the air currents extremely unstable, causing Lingling, who had initially been flying backward, to uncontrollably plummet downward. Hey, Lingling, what are you doing? Kaido, witnessing this shocking scene, couldn't help but exclaim. Just as he was about to jump down with his kanabo, he heard a sharp, scolding voice coming from below. Idiot! Stay right there and watch. Despite her rapidly descending body, Lingling showed no signs of panic on her face. Instead, she wore a smile that seemed to be plotting. Is it all going to vanish? Though I really want to deal with that little brat who keeps messing things up, it's obviously not the right time yet. Heavenly great freedom god. The moment the words fell, dark clouds suddenly surged in the previously pitch-black sky, flashing with rolling thunder, each flash accompanied by explosive sounds. In the one-eyed man's widened pupils filled with surprise, the thunderous light poured down like a torrential storm, swallowing him whole in an instant. At the same time, a pillar of lightning that illuminated half the sky descended from the dark clouds, catching Lingling, who was about to fall in almost no time, abruptly changing direction and drawing a brilliant arc in the air, racing swiftly towards the sky. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Whether my Hormeyes, which I personally imbued with souls, get smashed to pieces or turned to dust, it doesn't matter. Lingling, quickly flipping upright, lightly brushed her hair that had been somewhat disheveled by the wind, as she gathered into a massive dark cloud with the swirling lightning beneath her feet. The smile that had been on her lips couldn't help but rise even higher. As long as she hadn't completely fallen, they were an existence that could never be killed. Mom, please correct your previous wording. Zeus, his face no longer having a trace of his usual innocent and cute demeanor, couldn't help but puff out his cheeks in protest. I'm usually very obedient. How can you say you want to kill me? Oh, that's not true. I've always loved you the most. Lingling softly comforted her pet, who was easily trusting of others, with a completely insincere smile. Unbeknownst to them, They had already soared next to Prometheus, standing side by side. Lingling looked up at the pillar of lightning hovering in midair, watching it disintegrate into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Her lips twitched a couple of times, and the smile on her face became slightly forced, but that guy somehow gave off a similar feeling. A boring trick. So what if it can't be killed? The one-eyed man, whose armor showed no signs of damage, brushed off the dust on his body. Shaking the Fong Tianji in his hand, the gleaming tip of the halberd seemed to harbor an extreme, killing intent, his voice as still as dead water. As long as your attacks have no effect from beginning to end, everything will be meaningless. Is that so? I happen to feel the same way. Lingling, carrying the transformed giant knife Napoleon on her shoulder, shot him a half-smiling glance. Then suddenly turned her face dark and shouted without courtesy at the figure standing on the blazing fireball. You better remember this. If you make even the slightest mistake next, I'll be the first to beat you half to death and then throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Ha ha ha. Old lady, when did you also learn to foresee the future? Kaido, maintaining a standing posture suitable for Prometheus's high temperatures, imitated his temperamental senior while holding his kanabo, his rugged face carrying a somewhat provocative smile. I was just about to say the same thing. Well, in any case, before that guy breathes his last, don't you dare release that thing. With a wave of Lingling's right hand, Zeus and Prometheus seemed to understand each other, their massive bodies rapidly descending towards the ground, coming to a sudden stop less than a meter away amidst Kaido's near-collapse wails. Have you determined that the mobility in the air is inferior to mine, and decided to choose the ground as the battlefield? The one-eyed man's figure slowly descended from the sky to the ground, his dark gray eyes flashing with a hint of arrogance that only a superior could possess, as if he could see through his opponent's intentions. He said leisurely, "Use all your strength to launch an attack, and after I dissipate all your moves, you will kneel on the ground and die powerless." You really dare to say that? I'll certainly fulfill your request, but I wonder if you will. Leaping down from the fireball, Lingling raised her right hand. The blade aimed at the enemy, standing directly opposite her, without any preemptive signs. She extended her bright red tongue to lick her lips, her eagerness becoming harder to contain as the smile on her face grew more pronounced. Will you collapse before we unleash our full power? Before she could finish her sentence, Prometheus and Zeus exchanged glances and simultaneously transformed into two streams of red and white light, intertwining like a spiral and merging into the Napoleon blade held in Lingling's hand. The surface of the giant blade was instantly filled with dazzling white light, as if it were about to illuminate the darkened earth entirely. Really? Not even a heads up before using a new move. Suddenly knocked to the ground by Prometheus, Kaido struggled to stand up, holding his head and swaying slightly. He barely recovered from his dizziness, muttering a complaint, then took out a thumb-sized micro-reagent bottle from his waist. He carefully opened the cap, ensuring he didn't crush it, then tilted his head back to pour the liquid inside into his mouth. He frowned occasionally. Although the taste was quite good, wasn't the amount too little for alcohol? But, as he spoke, he threw the empty bottle to the ground, shattering it. Kaido wiped the remnants of the liquor from the corner of his mouth, feeling a surge of power flowing into his limbs. His originally bronze-colored cheeks flushed deeply due to the alcohol's stimulation. He raised his spiked club and slammed it heavily into the ground, instantly shattering the already uneven terrain into pieces. Laughing heartily, he decided not to hold Stussy accountable this time, considering the effect of the drink was decent. So you guys are really prepared to fight to the death, huh? Sensing the intense heat emanating from the two, the one-eyed man raised his finger to flick his long bangs and slightly curled the corners of his mouth, which had always been a straight line. All right, your long-awaited wish, I will make an exception to fulfill it. We never thought about dying, let alone planning to die. With her long hair dancing in the wind, Lingling gripped the dazzling giant blade tightly, assuming a stance ready to strike, laughing recklessly. After all, whether that bastard Rocks falls this time or not, it's us who will reign supreme over this sea in the future. Light sword. As her voice fell, Lingling suddenly exerted force with her legs, launching herself with astonishing speed that was completely inconsistent with her massive body. In just a breath, she appeared before the one-eyed man, gripping the radiating thunder-fire giant blade to slash diagonally. The scorching blade cut through the air with an exceptionally sharp sound, as if the surrounding space was slightly distorted by the intense heat. Annoying insects. Seeing her approach with such urgency, the one-eyed man's expression grew serious. He quickly swung the black thunder spear, sweeping horizontally towards the incoming sword light. Boom! In a thunderous crash, the two weapons collided violently, creating a howling wind that rippled outward in waves, echoing through the valley. Centered around the two, the ground suddenly exploded, cracking like shattered ice and forming a massive circular pit. Clang! 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 The debris suspended in midair had yet to fall, as the two quickly separated, then collided again at an even faster speed. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the air, and the already fragmented ground couldn't withstand the extraordinary force, becoming riddled with cracks like a spider web, uneven and broken. The one-eyed man's expression gradually became frosted with cold as each exchange occurred, and the right hand gripping the spear felt intense, burning, and numbness. The giant blade, wielded by the woman before him, was no longer a conventional metal sword, but rather a thunder-fire giant blade formed by the fusion of the natural elements of thunder and flames, existing in a way that almost transcended the concept of a physical entity. In other words, the current nature of that sword was almost identical to that of a user of a natural-type fruit. But perhaps at no other time did the one-eyed man hope more that the sword was indeed a user of a natural-type ability. No matter how many dents he inflicted on the blade with his conqueror's haki, it always seemed to restore itself back to perfect condition in the next moment. Conversely, his usual weapon, despite having an invisible haki shield, had already developed tiny cracks after numerous disaster-like impacts, and they were slowly spreading outward. However, the one-eyed man had no time to worry about whether his weapon would be destroyed, as a purple-white light, like a solitary star flickering in the dark night sky, rushed towards him from afar, and in an instant, it reached behind him, accompanied by a wild and unruly laughter that didn't sound particularly natural. How does it feel to taste the diamond art? Is that little brat? The haki feels completely different from before. As this thought crossed his mind, the one-eyed man showed no signs of hesitation. He thrust the spear, enveloped in a rapidly spinning storm, forward, the roaring wind blowing the light emitted by the light sword aside, causing Ling Ling's giant sword to miss its target and graze past the spear's tip. Taking advantage of the momentary opening, he leaped into the air, and the lost purple-white light shot straight towards Ling Ling, who had lost her balance and staggered back 2 steps due to the powerful recoil. But recklessly attacking like before will only accelerate the emergence of gaps in your cooperation. Just as this thought emerged, it was abruptly cut off by a sudden burst of light. Ling Ling, who had swiftly plunged her sword into the ground to maintain her balance, calmly raised her hand and waved. The purple-white beam, mixed with countless lightning bolts, suddenly halted about 10 centimeters from her chest. Then, as if it possessed a will of its own, it turned and shot straight towards the target still rising in midair. TSK. Without a moment's hesitation, the one-eyed man swiftly swung the spear. The dark spear light mixed with a wind that seemed capable of tearing everything apart, roaring towards the incoming dazzling light. The shockwave generated by the explosion rapidly spread outward from the point of impact, violently shaking the air and creating visible ripples, smashing rocks and plants into debris wherever it passed. Are you surprised, eye patch bastard? The smoke generated by the explosion was instantly blown away, revealing Kaido, whose body shot upward like a cannonball with his hands gripping the lightning-sparking spiked club, an exaggerated and oddly twisted smile plastered across his rugged face. I'll give you an even bigger surprise. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Arrogance requires capital. Little brat. The surging wind whipped the one-eyed man's curly hair upwards, while the Fong Tianji in his hand completely ignored the wind pressure and smashed down with explosive sounds. The surrounding space was also compressed into an unrecognizable shape under the force of this strike, just as it seemed the two would collide in the next moment. Kaido's attack trajectory suddenly shifted, unexpectedly circling around the one-eyed man from the side at an even faster speed. Taking advantage of the moment when the Fong Tianji was still extended, with a flick of his wrist. The spike club swiftly changed from a horizontal sweep to a downward chop, crashing down fiercely. Sensing the fierce wind coming from behind, the one-eyed man did not even turn his head. He leaned slightly to the right, perfectly avoiding the spike club's edge. At the same time, he reversed his grip on the Fong Tianji and swept it from right to left, accurately striking Kaido's arm that held the spike club. As the sound of impact rang out, he rolled over and delivered a powerful kick to Kaido's back, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of debris and dust. Was he really unscathed after such a strong impact? The one-eyed man gazed thoughtfully at the dust-covered area, the Fong Tianji in his hand swirling with a layer of silver-black vortex. His figure transformed into a streak of darkness, diving down with a whistling sound. It seemed those strange liquids had drastically changed your physique. But surely there must be a time limit, right? Hey, this is really intense. Burp as a large hand like a fan grabbed the cracked edge of the ground. Kaido shook his head to shake off the dust and stumbled out of the pit created by the fierce confrontation with the one-eyed man. His exposed upper body was covered in scratches and bloodstains, yet he wore an ecstatic expression as if nothing had happened. His eyes, filled with a bloodthirsty glint, belonged only to someone who had spent years on the battlefield, instilling a sense of dread in others, as though just making eye contact from afar could lead to death. A time limit. So what? He casually picked up the spike club that had fallen to the side, muttering as if uninterested. The raging wind slashed at his skin like blades, yet he seemed oblivious, sticking out his tongue to lick the blood that trickled down from the scratch at the corner of his eye. Even the faintest hint of blood made his already stimulated brain even more excited. As long as he could smash you into a pulp before that, it would all be over. With a near-manic laugh, Kaido stomped the ground and soared into the sky, countless purple lightning bolts firmly attached to the spike club. With his bulging arm, he swung it upwards, colliding with the rapidly approaching Fong Tianji, producing a thunderous explosion of sound. With brilliant sparks and swirling winds intertwining and scattering in midair. Keep it up. Let's kill each other till we're satisfied. Kaido, landing back on the ground with the force of the recoil, showed no sign of stopping his attack. He rapidly swung the spiked club in a torrential assault towards the front, engaging in dozens of exchanges with his opponent in the blink of an eye. The sounds of metal clashing filled the air, while the dust on the ground was kicked up by the winds generated by their immense strength. Facing Kaido's unreasonable and violent onslaught, the one-eyed man, struggling to wield the Fong Tianji, gradually began to feel overwhelmed. His labored breaths were clearly audible even amidst the continuous explosions, as he found himself ensnared in a web of club shadows, unable to evade at all, as if he had been completely cornered. Despite completely dominating the exchanges, Kaido's face showed no signs of a victor's satisfaction. Instead, he furrowed his brow and pulled back the spike club that was about to smash into the one-eyed man's chest, retreating several meters while shouting, "Old lady, get ready." Yeah, I know without you saying." Amidst the laughter, taking advantage of Kaido's entanglement with the enemy, Lingling raised the dazzling giant blade that was gathering energy and immediately sensed the presence of a certain creature spinning around his slash. Ming Gong Ba. As Lingling's blade swung down, a beam of light, as swift as thunder, erupted from the blade, rushing directly towards the one-eyed man who had appeared behind him, wielding the spear. Lucky, there won't be a second chance. Even though his position had been exposed, the one-eyed man's eyes showed no signs of panic. He moved with a ghostly agility, dodging to the side as the terrifying beam of energy rushed past him. However, if an attack loses its accuracy, it becomes meaningless. He suddenly stopped speaking, immediately turning and launching himself to the left, while the originally straight beam of light abruptly made a sharp turn mid-flight, slicing through the air like lightning, unobstructed as it pierced through the endless mountains ahead, racing back towards the one-eyed man. Ha ha ha! Where do you think you're running? The one-eyed man, who was constantly on the move, clearly heard that arrogant yet somewhat childish laughter coming from the relentless beam of light trailing behind him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a face at the front of the beam, its sinister smile seemingly eagerly anticipating the moment of his enemy's destruction. Just like before, giving consciousness to your attack. You really have mastered the soul fruit. Impressive. But it cannot change. The one-eyed man, genuinely complimenting him from the heart, suddenly flashed a cold smile. He abruptly halted, spinning around and swinging the Fong Tianji, ultimately reducing the pursuit to ashes due to misjudging the power difference between them. Boom! The pitch-black spear light tore the pursuing beam apart with overwhelming force, and then violently exploded in mid-air, scattering white light spots to the ground amid a heart-wrenching scream. At the same time, two lightning-fast figures, one after the other, rushed towards him with piercing sonic booms, seemingly blocking the one-eyed man's escape. Thunder 8 trigrams. Emperor's sword breakblade. Seeing that there was no way to evade any of the attacks, the one-eyed man chose to confront them head-on, skillfully flipping backward and swiftly positioning the Fong Tianji across his chest, successfully blocking the giant flaming blade from the left and the howling spike club from the right, producing sharp metallic clashing sounds and sparks. Now's the time, smash him. In that moment of stalemate, Lingling, her eyes sparkling, suddenly let out a strange cry and forcefully swung her blade upward, alleviating most of the force from the Fong Tianji, using the momentum to perform a backflip and land heavily on the ground. Yes, Mom. At the same time, the specks of light in the air seemed to be stimulated and instantly surged into blue and white beams of light, overwhelming the area as they rushed towards the man who had just sent Kaido flying with his club. Endless. Seemingly losing patience, the one-eyed man's eyes darkened, and he moved with the agility of a predator, swiftly weaving through the multitude of beams, continuously swinging the Fong Tianji to deflect the beams approaching him. However, as the beams became increasingly dense, appearing endless, he gradually began to feel the strain, his movements growing more chaotic. With a soft sound, a beam of light rushed in from the side and carved a deep wound visible to the bone on the thigh of the one-eyed man. Taking advantage of his momentary stiffness, countless beams transformed into a storm that blotted out the sky and continuously bombarded him, instantly forming a mushroom cloud. At that moment, one of the beams shot out from the thick smoke, rapidly expanding several times in size during its flight, opening a huge mouth that seemed capable of swallowing everything and unerringly devoured a rock mountain along with the one-eyed man who used it as cover. The Fong Tianji, which was inseparable from him, shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground under the sudden impact. What? At this moment, the one-eyed man's eyes finally revealed a rare look of astonishment. Although his formidable strength and physique meant that the dual assaults of fire and thunder did not harm him, his entire body felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, unable to move. More surprising than the inability to move was the realization that his usual methods had been seen through. Well, before you get taken down, listen carefully to your reasons for defeat. In the instant the one-eyed man was trapped within the energy sphere, Ling stomped the ground, shattering it as she shot up into the sky like a meteor, her body rising against the flow. Although she didn't know what kind of trick had created such a realistic illusion, there were still two flaws. As she spoke, a faint swirling vortex appeared around her eyes, and she grinned with an air of triumph. The first flaw is that as long as you maintain your domineering aura concentrated in your eyes during the battle, you can sense the most distorted areas in space, which must be your true location. Knowing a bit of superficial knowledge, what can it decide? The one-eyed man's gaze darkened, showing no signs of panic upon having his abilities exposed. His body, which had been firmly restrained and unable even to raise his head, suddenly erupted with extraordinary power. He struggled with his hands to both sides and effortlessly broke free from the energy sphere's constraints. It was at this moment that his pupils suddenly constricted, and he saw a purple figure rapidly approaching him in a straight line. Faster than lightning, fiercer than a gale, he and the pink-haired woman charged forward in the air, transforming into two streaks of light that cut through the night-like sky, reaching the one-eyed man in a blink of an eye. The second flaw, most importantly, within 30 seconds. Your troublesome ability can't be used anymore, right? Ling laughed loudly as she raised the sharp giant blade that shimmered with white light. Old hack, stop talking. Hurry up and finish it off already. without showing any signs of distress from the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Kaido raised his purple glowing wolf fawn club high with a displeased expression. "TCH, I want to let you succeed," sensing a strong sense of crisis. The one-eyed man's mouth curved downward slightly, and his right hand, wrapped in a fierce whirlwind, punched out. His fist was fast, but Kaido and Ling Ling were even faster. In the moment before the one-eyed man swung his fist, his opponents had already swung their weapons. In the West Sea, in a polluted area of black mud, a large speedboat shaped like a shark sped across the lifeless sea surface. Thanks to the huge jet propeller installed at the stern and 4 auxiliary anti-gravity devices under the hull, the boat maintained a low altitude above the sea surface, allowing it to travel for nearly 15 minutes through the chaotic sea that devoured everything it touched and still remain unscathed. As the boat's speed rapidly increased, the driver, gripping the steering wheel tightly to prevent being thrown off by a sudden jolt, displayed an increasingly evident state of anxiety. Karpa's mood had never been as complicated as it was today. He had abandoned the debt-ridden old tavern without any psychological burden, quietly sneaking into a warehouse that was particularly lax in security due to insufficient personnel on the island, and successfully stole the new type of floating vessel, the Flying Shark, which had been secretly acquired by Wang Ji using unscrupulous means after Uno's disappearance. He escaped from Hive Island, risking being chased by countless ruthless pirates. And after more than 10 days of long-distance travel, he successfully arrived at this remote area of the West Sea. The reason for this audacious act was simply to witness the top monsters engage in battle. He still couldn't understand why he, who usually avoided trouble, had a moment of impulsiveness to make a decision he had never dared to think of in the past. There was no better way to describe it than with the word mysterious. Thinking of this, Karpa couldn't help but smile bitterly, as if mocking his own ridiculous and unremarkable pirate life. Not everyone had the same good fortune as Senior Capona. Perhaps he was lucky to have drawn the safe route, or for some other reason, he encountered any naval ships or pirate vessels along the way, making him suspect he might have taken a wrong turn. His doubts were answered in less than a minute. As the speedboat continued forward, the silhouette of a mountainous island gradually emerged on the horizon, although surrounded by dense black fog, making it impossible to see what was inside. The distant flecks of pink light and the golden streaks weaving through them quickly informed Karpa that the current battle situation had already reached a fever pitch. Was it a natural disaster? No, a battle among the strong. Up close, it truly felt like his understanding had been completely overturned 360 degrees. Karpa looked up, dazed at the sky, involuntarily swallowing hard, his clothes soaked in cold sweat, his hands trembling slightly, and a chill running from his fingertips that seemed to seep into his bones, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. If he got any closer, his fate would likely be to be swallowed by that damn black fog or to be caught up in the battle, leaving not even a scrap behind, right? Although he was terrified, and although he began to regret not staying home to continue being a rich young master waiting for death, his hands, which had held the steering wheel for so long that they had developed calluses, showed no signs of letting go. And the speed of the speedboat continued to increase under the pressure of his foot on the gas pedal. No matter the outcome, if a long-desired dream was given up simply out of fear, he would inevitably regret it later. Even if he could only barely stand on the edge of a stage built on countless battles and blood. Even if he could catch a glimpse of the man he admired most in his lifetime, he probably wouldn't feel any regret, even if he were killed on the spot. If he hadn't met that guy that day, it seemed that he was angry at the remaining hesitation in his heart. Karpa gritted his teeth, stamped his foot hard, and expelled all the distracting thoughts from his mind. There's nothing to be afraid of. The one who makes the final decision is none other than me. Since I chose to be a pirate, I must be prepared to die at any moment. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll even welcome that moment of leaving a mark in history. Boom. The suddenly surging sea interrupted Kulpa's bold shout, forcing him to desperately turn the steering wheel, managing to drift the speedboat in a 180-degree turn to a position where he wouldn't be splashed by the black water. He lifted his dizzy head from the violent shaking, ready to curse a few words, but the astonishing scene before his eyes instantly dispelled that thought. A dazzling pillar of light, over 1,000 meters in diameter, shot up from somewhere on the island, piercing through the thick black mist and clouds in succession, creating an enormous hole and illuminating the entire sky as bright as day. This, Culpa, witnessing this scene, gaped for a long time without uttering a complete sentence. After a brief moment, his eyes popped out like marbles, and his expression management completely fell apart. What the hell is that? I should just go back early. Southwest to the Valley of the Gods, Canyon. How terrifying. Those seemingly indestructible puppets turned to fragments just by grazing that black mist. Even Uno's ability to decompose all matter might not reach such high efficiency. This embarrassing expression is really not like you. It's precisely because of this that we managed to shake off that annoyingly difficult girl, right? Continuing to fight wouldn't yield any results, would it? Although it's a bit frustrating to say so, that little girl seems to have quite a few tricks up her sleeve. However, in terms of the process, it has given me new inspiration, like creating living humans. It's precisely because you always have this inexplicable persistence in such places that I particularly dislike this about you. Forget about that. Let's not forget we have more important things to do right now. It's rare for us to be of one mind. So let's run away. In the chorus of screams, Stussy and Gloriosa dashed rapidly along the rugged, winding mountain path, their expressions reflecting their chaotic state of mind like exaggerated abstract art. Even the snake Hiloti followed swiftly, its speed rivaling that of a cheetah, its eyes filled with terror. Behind them, a rolling black mist surged like a tidal wave, madly sweeping everything in its path, seemingly intent on devouring all obstacles in its way. Hey, didn't you prepare a lot of new inventions? Hurry up and pull them out at a time like this. I'm looking for them too, without your urging. Who knows that bastard Lux wants to take us out too? Once I escape, I won't let him off. Huh? A sudden strong light caught Stussy's attention, and before she could stop her right hand, which was desperately searching for a suitcase, she was swept away by the oncoming shockwave. Why are we always so unlucky, Accompanied by a wailing voice thick with tears. The two women and one snake spun like a ball in the air and then flew off to an unknown place outside the canyon. Although it somewhat lost its freshness, seeing such scenery again was still quite spectacular. Looking at the clouds that were instantly evaporated by the incredible heat emitted from the light pillar, Rubail, who was continuously producing crystals of unknown purpose while pushing up his windbreaker, couldn't help but exclaim. Moreover, it seems the power is even stronger than last time. If it hits the island, our Navy's aftermath work will probably be exhausting, right? If it weren't for the more important task at hand, I would really want to have another round with those two. This sudden thought only lingered in his mind for a few seconds before fading away. He glanced back at the somewhat impatient crowd waiting behind him and said in an unapologetic tone, sorry for keeping you all waiting. So let us use the upcoming beautiful level performance as compensation. The dazzling light gradually faded, and the sky returned to a pitch-black color without a hint of vitality. Accompanied by heavy, audible breaths, two figures landed one after the other on a relatively intact piece of ground. No matter how powerful that guy is, the moment he showed a flaw, he took a solid hit. Even if he doesn't die, he should feel pretty bad, right? What are you talking about? This is our strongest move so far. If even this can't hurt him, then we'll be powerless. Ling Ling slumped down like a deflated ball onto the white cloud separated by the lightsaber, staring blankly at the rolling, thick smoke ahead, unable to see anything inside, and forced a smile on her tired face. We can only gamble on this, our lives as the stakes. Oh ho ho, I didn't expect you to have a gambling side. Lying on the ground in a starfish position, Kaido was panting heavily, but couldn't resist making a teasing remark. Soon after, he wiped a smile off his face, looking expressionless at the shattered Fong Tianji lying in the rubble, sighing in relief. No matter what, that last strike almost exhausted all our hockey. Dealing with that kind of monster requires all-out effort. Just pray that no other strong guy shows up at this time. Don't jinx it. I still want to rest a bit longer. Ling Ling, putting her military knife Napoleon back on her head in the shape of a double-horned hat, muttered unhappily. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she turned around sharply and saw a strangely shaped fruit plummeting from high above. She immediately pulled on the cloud beneath her and screamed, "Are you waiting for the fruit to smash?" "Yes, Mama." Zeus pitifully responded and rushed toward the direction where the fruit was falling. Kaido, barely propping himself up, frowned and asked, "You don't need to be so harsh on Zeus every time. After all, he is part of you." "Humph, just because he is part of me, I can treat him however I want. It's only natural for a servant to obey their master's orders." Ling Ling, landing steadily on the back of the fireball, crossed her arms and huffed in dissatisfaction, wearing a face of indifference. "Besides, all this fuss has been for you. You should be grateful to me. You really are something. If you ever get the chance to stand on your own, you'll definitely be a terrifying character. But just thinking about standing opposite you one day is still something to look forward to. Likewise, if there's no place for you among the contenders for the title of Sea Overlord, I'd rather go to Impel Down to kill time. I can't stand the idea of my judgment being off more than strength differences." The two fell into silence for a while, then suddenly burst into laughter, as if their mutual understanding and recognition reached a deeper level with those heartfelt laughs. As the laughter subsided, Kaido, regaining a bit of strength, slowly stood up with his hands on the ground, bent down to pick up the wolf fawn club that had fallen by his feet, carefully checking it for any signs of wear from the previous battle, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, he remembered something extremely important, slapped his forehead, and exclaimed, "Oh no, I almost forgot to tell you, Uno is still alive, right here on this island." The sudden news left Ling Ling stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted. Without saying a word, she leaped off the fireball and punched Kaido hard on the head, shouting, "Why are you only telling me such an important thing now? I thought that armor bastard had come back to life. It really hurts. I feel like you didn't even use that much strength during the fight just now." Kaido, holding his head where a lump had formed, couldn't help but continue his usual habit of complaining. He inadvertently noticed that the usually greedy and selfish woman had tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and immediately changed his expression to a serious one, saying, "That kid seems to have taken down a very troublesome guy, but he also seems to be badly injured. I couldn't feel his presence when I first arrived in this hellhole. If he passed out, it would make sense. We don't have time to waste. Even in that state, he could be killed by the enemy at any moment. We must find him. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will." As she spoke, Ling Ling's pupils revealed an unprecedented fear, and even Napoleon, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes wide in panic, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. "Hey, are you two okay? Why does your face look so bad all of a sudden?" Kaido looked at Ling Ling, whose attitude had changed completely in just a few seconds, confused. "Even if the government sent reinforcements, it shouldn't scare you both like this, right?" "I said, kid." At this moment, Ling Ling didn't care about Kaido's blunt tone. Her voice trembled as she murmured that weapon the armor bastard was using just now. "It was the Fong Tianji, right? What's wrong with that? You didn't suddenly realize the value of that piece of junk and start regretting breaking it, did you?" Kaido replied, "If there's no problem." Ling Ling suddenly raised her voice, pointing at Kaido's back and shouting, "Then what the hell happened to that broken sword?" This unexpected action startled Kaido, causing him to reflexively turn his head. His gaze quickly focused on the weapon buried in the pile of rubble right in front of him. It was a long sword broken into several pieces, and although each blade was covered in cracks and dirt, the craftsmanship of the sword hilt still indicated that it was a decent sword. The more eye-catching Fong Tianji was nowhere to be found. What happened? It's not like we're performing magic. Even Kaido, who was usually slow on the uptake, realized the seriousness of the situation at this moment. The shock in his heart was no less than that of Ling Ling beside him, to the extent that the cold sweat dripping from his forehead went unnoticed. Though he didn't want to think this way, there was only one explanation for this phenomenon. "Idiot, come back." Recovering from her brief shock, Ling Ling shouted angrily towards the distant sky. No matter how powerful the homies were, they couldn't resist Ling Ling's soul. Even if her body and brain were commanded to act against her own thoughts, they would still execute the orders uncontrollably. Emotions like hesitation and fear were temporarily erased at this moment, leaving only the purest obedience and fighting instinct. However, her actions were still a beat too slow. A slender black beam, accompanied by a sharp whistle, streaked across the sky, its speed so fast that Zeus didn't even have time to scream. In an instant, the demon fruit he had barely caught was pierced through, and the next second, it exploded into pieces in the surprised gazes of Ling and Kaido, raining down like fragments from the sky. It seems I really have no talent for acting. I can only agree with that old man Satan on this point. A deep, familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind, sending chills down the spines of both individuals present. Like aging machinery, they turned their heads in unison, and through the swirling dust, a tall black shadow gradually emerged, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light, like the gaze of a demon dwelling deep in hell. This is 20 of my power in our battle. The black shadow raised its left hand, extending 2 fingers while keeping its right arm parallel and straight towards its shoulder. The Fang Tianji, which should have been destroyed, appeared intact in its hand, crackling with dark lightning. I thought you guys could at least serve as an appetizer before the main event, but you turn out to be a disappointment. I've lost interest in playing anymore. It's time for you to die. Although he couldn't see clearly, Kaido noticed that the shadow had undergone a drastic transformation compared to before. It now sported a pair of enormous wings, its size doubled from its previous form, and its sharp limbs and protruding beak indicated that its shape was entirely unrecognizable from that of a human. Its eerie and ominous stance resembled a monster only found in mythological tales, instilling an involuntary fear. To explain this in more professional terms, after guessing for so long, it turns out to be a Zoan type. Kaido instinctively voiced his first impression in an attempt to force his brain to calm down. But his hand, gripping the kanabo, still trembled slightly, and his voice became tight, particularly rare for him. But wasn't this a bit too outrageous? This feeling of incredulity was quickly replaced by vigilance, as the Fang Tianji was swung to the side, whipping up a fierce wind that instantly blew away the swirling dust. The face that Kaido and Ling didn't want to see again appeared before their eyes once more. Just before the dust cleared, the body had already returned to human form. The black armor covering it torn to shreds, revealing well-defined muscles that seemed to embody endless strength, as if forged from steel. More importantly, aside from a bit of soot from the blast, there wasn't a single trace of injury on its body. Even the tight leather pants showed no signs of damage. The previous attack had been completely ineffective. It couldn't possibly be this absurd, could it? The series of unexpected developments forced Ling to let out a bitter laugh, her hands tightly gripping Prometheus's fiery body, desperately hiding the panic in her heart. It was simply a monster. It seems that this strike was your full power. In terms of sheer force, it's indeed hard to ignore. The one-eyed man casually shook off the dust from his body. As he took slow steps forward, the fragments of armor that barely clung to his body began to fall off one by one, each landing with a heavy thud that gave an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a mountain were collapsing. Conversely, the consumption of haki must have been significant. Was it because they placed all their hopes on this move that they ended up in such a sorry state? Or was it that their training level just wasn't up to par? Stop talking nonsense. Kaido, who had been cursing non-stop, ripped off his tattered outer garment. The overwhelming strength of his opponent brought him fear and despair, but it also awakened an excitement within him to fight strong opponents and break through his limits. If you only used 20% of your strength, then what just happened was nothing more than a mere warm-up for me. But you clearly struggled just standing there. The one-eyed man shrugged helplessly, seemingly puzzled by Kaido's bravado despite witnessing the gap in their strengths. He tousled his slightly messy curls blown by the wind and remarked, "I've always been curious. It is said that the Rocks Pirates are notorious for their terrible relationships among crew members, and that irresponsible captain even crazily wants to drag you all down with him. Given the circumstances, are you really willing to fight for him until the very last moment? Running away or surrendering will be the most advantageous options for you, wouldn't it?" After saying that, he stopped in his tracks, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the two who showed no signs of retreat, as if awaiting their response. Fight for him? Sound disgusting. With a face that had transformed from a serious expression to a wicked smile in an instant, Ling removed her horned hat and transformed it into a giant blade aimed at the one-eyed man. Even though her body was drenched in cold sweat from near exhaustion, it couldn't hide the confidence and pride in her demeanor. From the moment she joined, she had been thinking of taking down that guy and seizing everything he had, and that thought had never wavered. It was just that a more infuriating organization stood in the way of their interests. As for me, I have no such complicated thoughts. As if to echo her words, Kaido licked the sweat trickling to the corner of his mouth with his tongue. The salty, pungent taste stimulated his nerves, making his already excited brain even more exhilarated. He laughed heartily, gripping the kanabo tightly across his chest. With a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "If I just took you out right here, wouldn't that mean I'd be closer to the throne of the world's strongest? Too bad you won't see the scene where I take down that prick-ass head as you're about to move to the underworld." Is this your response? It has a certain presence to it. The one-eyed man squinted as he scanned them from left to right. The killing intent radiating from him was so intense that it almost became tangible. The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment, and even the ground beneath them trembled slightly, as if it might collapse under the terrifying pressure. But that was all just in terms of presence. "By the way, you don't need to be in such a hurry," he continued. Before he could finish his sentence, Kaido had already shot forward like lightning, arriving in front of the one-eyed man in the blink of an eye. The kanabo dragged a long black lightning bolt as it swept toward his chest. At the same time, Ling Ling leaped into the air, raising her flame blade high, rolling several times before descending to slash at the one-eyed man's head. The scorching wave of heat causing the air to stir. Both of them shared the same sentiment. Rather than sit and wait for death, it was better to muster their remaining strength for a final resistance. Even if the gap in strength was insurmountable, their dignity as pirates would never allow them to flee or submit to their enemy. Only by preparing for a fight to the death could they find a glimmer of hope in what seemed like an impossible situation. If they retreated here, it would contradict the belief they held since becoming pirates, which had allowed them to survive countless brushes with death. As long as they kept employing a strategy of relentless fighting to wear down their opponent, even in defeat, they would have no regrets. However, things often do not unfold according to human will. Suddenly, a flash of darkness appeared before them, and Ling Ling couldn't even see the one-eyed man's movement before she watched Kaido's body fly backward like a cannonball, faster than when he charged in. Before she could comprehend what had happened, she found her powerful strike abruptly halted, unable to descend even a fraction. What? Ling Ling widened her eyes in disbelief, never imagining that the flame blade capable of melting steel would be effortlessly pinched between the one-eyed man's fingers, dissipating her fierce momentum in an instant. Even though your physique is as invulnerable as rumored, it seems you have no means of countering the internal destruction of Busashoku, the one-eyed man said. As if his reaction was anticipated, he leisurely raised his right hand, gripping the polearm and the dark electric light at the spearhead aimed at Ling Ling's chest. Not to mention the conqueror's haki entwined around it. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly. Despite the distance between the polearm and Ling Ling's body, she felt as if her chest had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. A tremendous force surged through her body, squeezing the air out of her lungs. The shockwave from her back propelled Ling Ling into the sky, and after flying a long distance, she crashed heavily into a nearby rock formation, which couldn't withstand the violent impact and collapsed, burying her beneath the falling debris. Damn it! Kaido, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head and witnessed the entire process of Ling Ling's attack failing and her being sent flying. The pain of his nearly shattered bones did not affect his muttered curses, just like the moves from Rocks. As the first humans to battle me for so long, you should feel honored. The one-eyed man casually snapped the panicking giant blade in half and kicked the roaring Prometheus away, sending it flying into the sky like a star. While he remained rooted in place, as if he had done nothing, blood dripped from the spear tip, pooling into a shocking crimson mess at his feet. But he remained oblivious, his cold gaze sweeping over the struggling youth trying to rise. No need to panic. I will soon end the suffering that envelopes you with this flying general that surpasses all weapons. No need for your kindness. Cough, cough. Gathering the last bit of strength to grip the kanabo against the ground, Kaido managed to half-kneel and said nonchalantly, though his injuries made his speech slurred, and he coughed up blood as his body swayed, looking like it could collapse at any moment. Especially with each word he uttered, the deep, bone-exposing wound on his chest would flare up with excruciating pain, making it a miracle that he could maintain consciousness. Yet even in this weak state, his eyes still sparkled with unyielding fighting spirit as he glared at the man who had reduced him to this state. even raising his left hand to give him the middle finger. You, enjoying bullying the weak, are nothing but second-rate. Just stay on that broken throne and struggle to survive. Occasionally look down at the people beneath you. Maybe one day they'll drag you down. Is that so? It's really a pity. The one-eyed man, who showed no change in expression in the face of Kaido's provocation, let out a gentle sigh, unsure whether he was mocking the other's overconfidence or lamenting that such a rare talent could not be utilized. Rather than wasting energy on futile efforts, it would be better to resist stubbornly. Perhaps it could extend your life by a few seconds. Well. I'm not interested in whether the brat is dead or alive, but before that, I want to ask a question. Amid a weak yet forceful laugh, Ling pushed aside the stone pressing down on her and slowly stood up. Her entire body was covered in blood, with her right hand tightly clutching her heavily bleeding chest, and she couldn't even stand straight, forced to maintain a bent posture. Speaking with some breathlessness, she continued, "You devised such a meticulous plan to seize the devil fruit you coveted, and now you are personally destroying it. Don't you think that is a bit wasteful?" Wasteful? The one-eyed man turned his gaze back to her, staring as if he had never seen her before. After a long time, a barely perceptible cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he calmly replied, "No matter what devil fruit it is, as long as the first bite is taken, the corresponding ability will be obtained. Even if it is blown to pieces, the principle remains the same. How can it be considered waste? It sounds as if your subordinates will get their hands on it." While speaking, Ling's left hand produced a faint white light that she stuffed into her wound. In no time, the gory wound was visibly healing at a rapid pace, and her previously hurried breaths gradually relaxed. Soon, a smile that seemed to assure victory appeared on her blood-soaked face. "But hearing you say that puts me at ease. You should quickly regret the major mistake you made, you idiot." As her words fell, a dazzling light suddenly broke through the darkness from the horizon, enveloping the entire valley in an instant. The intensity of the light was so strong that the people present could hardly open their eyes, their vision completely occupied by a white expanse. That thundercloud is even more resilient than I imagined. The one-eyed man instinctively closed his eyes, maintaining his calm demeanor in the face of this sudden light. If this was merely a delay tactic, it would be truly disappointing. "I see." Slowly adapting to the surrounding light, Ling opened her eyes and smiled meaningfully. "There are 3 ability users here. Does that apply to you as well?" 3? Could it be? Realizing something was amiss, the one-eyed man suddenly turned his head, just as Kaido's unreserved complaint came from the other side. Cough, cough. Bleh. Although I was mentally prepared, I didn't expect this cursed thing to taste so bad. It seems it succeeded. After much effort to achieve her goal, Ling collapsed onto the ground in relief, although she had urgently treated her wound by endowing it with blood and flesh. The stamina consumed during the battle wound tea recover in a short time. However, this did not hinder her unprecedentedly pleasant mood at this moment. Perhaps her abilities still have many aspects we don't understand. With a wave of her right hand, Zeus, which had reformed into a cloud, flew over and steadied her on top. The soft and comfortable sensation brought back a familiar sense of security, and her strength unconsciously began to surge again. But just by manipulating the thundercloud to release a strong flash that could reach a radius of 5 miles, no matter where your true body is, you won't be able to stop it in a short time. Saying this, she slapped her hands down on Zeus, who was filled with fighting spirit from absorbing souls. And a thick bolt of lightning instantly tore through the sky, piercing straight towards the seemingly unguarded back of the one-eyed man, accompanied by her unrestrained laughter. "Get your spirits up. The 3rd round begins now." When a thin current shot up from the ground through a crack and brought the object in Kaido's mouth closer, he was startled awake, especially when he barely saw that the lump, which was indistinguishable from thick paste, was actually a fragment of the previously scaly fruit. He instinctively took several steps back, a chill running through him. Who would eat such disgusting stuff? But then he thought, this was the only opportunity the old hag created for herself through all sorts of means, and if he missed it again due to impulsiveness, it would just be a simple scolding from her. Moreover, it was the rarest Zoan-type mythical beast fruit in the world. Although he wasn't clear about the specific abilities of the Azure Dragon, at least one thing was certain. That is, It would grant the user a resilient body and vigorous life force. With these two traits, he could at least ensure a certain degree of reversal in the battle. Even if the survival rate only increased from 1 to 3, that would still be a stroke of luck for them. I don't know if it will still have an effect in this state, but I can only take the gamble. With no other thoughts in his mind, Kaido quickly grabbed the indescribable object, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth wide, swallowing it whole. The sticky fruit flesh flowed down his throat into his stomach. And at the same time, Kaido's face turned pale as paper, a strong urge to vomit overwhelming him, forcing him to turn his head aside and retch violently. It was beyond terrible. Kaido suddenly began to reminisce about the dark cuisine that Paul made to celebrate his birthday during his time as a soldier. Although the few wriggling worms and the colorful rice balls stuck together had made him not want to eat anything for 5 days. At least that was still within the realm of food. But what he had just eaten was something he couldn't even begin to describe with any vocabulary. Never before had he admired Lingling, Uno, and Suzutsumore. At least they swallowed the entire fruit whole. And that white-haired glutton even participated in banquets afterward as if nothing had happened. But now was not the time to lament these things. At least becoming an ability user would bring about a dramatic transformation, even if it meant losing the ability to swim. Kaido took a deep breath, his inner anxiety calming down, and pointed his kanabo forward, laughing loudly. "Let me show you my brand new power." But before the last word could escape his lips, it abruptly stopped. Kaido's smile froze on his face, his eyes revealing a mixture of confusion and daze, his head slowly drooping like a rusty machine. He stared blankly at the spear tip that had pierced through his back and emerged from his chest, rich blood flowing down the blade, staining half of his body and the surrounding air. The small current that had a face suddenly twitched violently, and in the panic-filled expression, it shattered into fragments that dispersed into the air. Clang! As the kanabo fell from his hand and hit the ground with a dull thud, a low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Brand new." What was it again? The brilliance gradually faded, and Lingling, realizing that her attack had not hit any target, hurriedly rode Zeus down in a dive. In midair, she suddenly came to a hard stop, staring dumbfounded at the incredible scene before her. In that instant, delivering a fatal blow upon consuming the fruit, the target was unable to gain any ability and died on the spot. Afterward, all that was left was to wait for the opportunity to collect. Standing behind Kaido, the one-eyed man, firmly gripping the halberd's handle, spoke leisurely as if narrating an obvious fact, as he forcefully pulled out the Fong Tianji. A large amount of blood mixed with shattered bones spurted out from Kaido's wound, and a thick mist of blood spread in the air. From the very beginning, I have stood here without moving. Seeing you expose your back to the enemy while remaining completely unaware is indeed quite laughable. Suddenly losing the support of the object, Kaido staggered forward 2 or 3 steps, trembling as he reached out with both hands as if trying to grasp something. But ultimately, it was just a futile struggle, only able to open and close his mouth in vain, feeling strength gradually drain from his body, his consciousness slowly fading away, and even his vision blurring from excessive blood loss. After a brief sway, his body finally fell forward. However, someone would not allow him to complete his final fall. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the one-eyed man flashed to his front and swiftly raised a foot to kick him in the abdomen. Amidst the splattering blood, Kaido's broken body uncontrollably soared high into the sky. "Didn't you just say that I would one day be pulled down?" The one-eyed man showed no sign of stopping, his right hand, gripping the Fong Tianji, slowly raised, aiming at the figure in midair that was rapidly losing balance and falling. In his eyes flickered unabashed disdain and contempt. "Sorry, my position has never been shaken in the slightest. And you do not even have the qualifications to be beneath my feet." With the conclusion of his words, a dark red beam shot out from the tip of the halberd with a piercing howl, as if tearing through the veil of darkness, precisely piercing Kaido's wound. Watch closely. The juvenile calf attempting to provoke the fierce tiger meets its demise beneath its sharp fangs. The one-eyed man did not look back. He merely swung his left hand, and a storm of wind gathered, roaring in to sweep away Zeus, who had rushed to rescue Kaido, tearing him to shreds. There could not be a more fitting end for him to serve as a lesson. Oh, damn it. Lingling, who fell heavily from the sky to the ground, gasped for breath, feeling an intense burning pain all over her body, but she could not care less about it. Covering her head with one hand, she struggled to stand up, just as she was about to summon the remaining stored souls to repair Zeus and continue the pursuit. Her pupils suddenly contracted into a tiny point, and her body involuntarily froze in place. Her brain seemingly stopped thinking at that moment. The surrounding valley, having been nearly flattened by the fierce battle, allowed her to see the outside of the island unobstructed. Then she saw Kaido being propelled away by the strong wind pressure caused by the beam, tracing a long arc in the air before plunging straight into the distant sea. Not a single splash was made, nor was there any sound. He simply sank little by little into the murky, viscous sea covered in black mist, descending into a darkness that seemed to have no end. In the moment before the young man's consciousness faded, a near heart-wrenching scream faintly reached his ears. Kaido. However, this voice was quickly drowned out by the continuous roar that followed, leaving only a faint, indistinct buzzing echoing in his ears, followed by silence. Meanwhile, near the eastern canyon of God Valley, the voice of the little ghost has disappeared. The sounds of slaughter on the island rose and fell, signaling that the war had entered a heated phase. Under the joint assault of the Navy forces led by Carp and the Roger Pirates, even the fierce and warlike Hive Island pirates began to show signs of decline as the front lines stretched, with frictions and conflicts arising from their daily disagreements being magnified in this tense situation, especially since the initially highly anticipated Captain Rocks suddenly went mad, unleashing a large-scale killing black mist, causing irreparable significant losses to both enemies and allies. The surrounding sea of the whole island was completely sealed off, making it impossible to find any chance of escape. This result further exacerbated the discontent of the treacherous cadres, leading them to cooperate with their originally fierce enemies to take down the now massive threat, even resorting to violence against comrades who held opposing views. Now, only a very few pirates who admired Rock's power remained on his side, clinging to a glimmer of hope. But this hope dwindled as more and more comrades were consumed by the black mist, turning into a mirage in the desert. The once renowned Rocks Pirates, hailed as the strongest in the world, gradually began to show signs of collapse under various unfavorable conditions. Of course, for the Navy and the Knights of God, who were tasked with protecting the safety of the celestial dragons, the situation had not improved much. With CP0's tremendous efforts, most of the celestial dragons were reluctantly sent to a secretly built refuge underground in the central square. But a few could not contain their impatience and ran outside in an attempt to recover their slaves that were supposed to belong to them, such as St. Figurland Garling, who had been unreachable for half an hour. More troublesome was that many pirate crews coveting gold and silver treasures were also recklessly approaching the center of God Valley. Perhaps their strength was nothing compared to the Rocks Pirates, but their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. The result was that the Navy had to divide its forces to fend off the unending attacks from these villains while also having to consider the safety of the celestial dragons, leaving them constrained. Although many soldiers who had come with Carp began to question why they could not find the so-called civilian isolation zone mentioned by the government anywhere in God Valley, and did not understand why. Even in such a dire situation, they were still not allowed to approach the central square and the western area of the island. When they asked the local station troops, the latter could only stammer without giving a coherent explanation. After all, the actions of the celestial dragons slaughtering civilians, once made public, would become the greatest scandal in history for the Navy headquarters and even the world government. Of course, regardless of the nature of the war, it is ultimately cruel. Aside from the struggles of high-end combatants, lives are constantly extinguishing on this battlefield every moment. People who cannot bear too much blood and flesh flee in panic. Those who, spurred by the fall of their comrades, become increasingly fierce with vengeful fury, and those who wait in despair for their fates to be slaughtered. The familiar voices that once echoed in the mind disappeared one after another. Even for Newgate, who had long since come to terms with life and death, his mood had never been as heavy as it was now. Those guys are merely a group of greedy scoundrels. who without any psychological burden betray their comrades for a bit of immediate gain. It can be said that they're the kind of people he detests the most in his life. Even so, they are ultimately comrades who have shared hardships together within a group, and are also compatriots born from the vast and boundless sea. No matter how much of a scum they are, Newgate does not wish to part with them in such a cruel manner. However, not long after, this indescribably complex emotion was quickly replaced by a shock that felt almost tangible. Kaido's voice disappeared. It is known that although that guy is a reckless fool who relies on brute force and doesn't like to think much, it must be admitted that at just over 20 years old, he already possesses strength comparable to the top-tier powers of the sea, and there is even more room for improvement. If there exists someone who can defeat him or easily take his life, it would mean that the enemy's strength is on par with or even surpasses his own. At least Newgate believes that even if he has mastered the skill of Conqueror's Haki, it wouldn't be something he could easily accomplish to completely stop Kaido's breathing. In fact, from the moment he stepped onto God Valley, Newgate had vaguely sensed an extraordinary presence lurking somewhere on the island. Although it was just a brief moment, judging by the strength of the aura, it was not much weaker than Rocks. The only one who could meet these conditions is probably that one person. So who exactly is he? Clearly possessing such powerful strength, yet not showing himself for so long. If it was just to wait for the opportunity to battle a master, why did he focus solely on Kaido among so many strong individuals? The sudden turn of events left Newgate in utter shock, to the extent that he didn't even notice the sharp wind generated by the blade slicing through the air behind him, followed closely by a cold laughter filled with determination. Do you still have time to look around? TSK. The sharp pain from the energy striking his back suddenly pulled Newgate's consciousness back to reality, and he quickly turned his body like a beast ready to pounce, advancing rather than retreating, with his Naginata dragging a long streak of black lightning. He slashed horizontally with a thunderous force towards the long sword that was breaking through the air. Clash! In the next moment, before the two weapons even touched, a fierce collision erupted, with countless thick black lightning bolts dancing like bizarre tree branches in the dim sky. The turbulent wind swept outwards from the two of them, causing many armored soldiers attempting to assist to be blown away by the immense impact, with some unfortunate ones even crashing directly into the dense black fog. You little brat actually had a hidden move. If you had shown it from the start, how could it be called a trump card? The two exchanged knowing smiles, each seeing in the other's eyes the joy that only emerges when encountering a worthy opponent, and their fighting spirits surged like never before. Figureland Garling, the man who had once made Newgate rethink his impression of the celestial dragons as useless, indeed had his strengths. Although he was not a devil fruit user and was somewhat inferior in pure strength, his peak swordsmanship and superb mastery of Conqueror's Haki were enough to make up for the gap in power. The battle had continued for over 2 hours with no signs of a victor emerging. If they weren't on opposing sides, he could have been considered a worthy rival. But unfortunately, he was a celestial dragon, and deeply ingrained with the ideology of racial superiority, the type of scum that Newgate despises the most. After a brief separation, the two engaged in an intense exchange once again, dazzling sparks flying at the moment their swords clashed, the sharp sounds of metal striking each other echoing continuously, and the ground beneath them caving in as their rapid movements caused cracks to spread like a spiderweb. It seems that going head-to-head isn't a wise choice. Garling muttered quietly as he gradually began to feel the strain from the continuous slashing. He feigned a strike to create a 5-step distance, and while Newgate had not pursued, he suddenly pushed off the ground with his right foot, leaping into the air and soaring hundreds of meters high in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he held the sword with his right hand, while his left fingertips gently slid over the blade, the Haki swirling around it glowing faintly red. Hunting moon, sudden rain. As he swung the long sword in his hand, layers of extremely subtle ripples appeared in the sky, slowly dissipating into nothingness, and the surroundings fell silent, as if nothing had happened. However, Newgate, looking up at the sky, felt a chill run down his spine. His observation Haki, sharper than that of ordinary people, clearly detected the subtle changes in the air. Thus, he saw thousands of crescent-shaped slashes that were almost invisible to the naked eye tearing through the air, descending upon him like a violent storm. Not only him, But many of the nearby Hive Island pirates, oblivious to the changes in the sky, were also caught within the attack range, facing the grim fate of being torn apart by the overwhelming onslaught of slashes in just a few moments. Either save yourself or save a few. What will you choose, Newgate? Just as a cruel smile crept upon Garling's lips. Newgate below had already raised his naginata high without hesitation. In the next instant, invisible waves of energy surged around Newgate, his arm muscles bulging, and the shockwaves surrounding the blade expanded like never before, black and red, lightning jumping on the surface. Accompanied by a roar that echoed like thunder across the sky. Newgate swung his naginata from right to left with tremendous force. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out, and the dark, gloomy sky became filled with intersecting cracks, nearly obstructing visibility. The massive energy fluctuations rapidly spread through the air, causing violent tremors in the entire space. Even the dense black fog slightly distorted. In an instant, where the naginata passed, a magnificent shockwave surged like a tsunami, seemingly intent on crushing everything ahead. Those nearly blindingly sharp slashes seemed to hit an invisible wall during their descent, turning to dust and dissipating into the air. The entire island trembled at that moment. The once ravaged mountains from their battle were completely leveled, and the surrounding waters, once stagnant, began to surge chaotically with the violent shaking of the island. Amidst such intense vibrations, many pirates lost their balance and fell to the ground, some even knocked unconscious by falling debris from above. Fortunately, no one was caught in the wave of slashes, resulting in casualties. It was at this moment that Newgate abruptly turned around, his gaze fixed sharply on a pockmarked area of ground ahead. He suddenly frowned, expressing his displeasure as he muttered, "This is never-ending. That strike was meant to turn you to dust." As he spoke, Garling's figure darted through the air like a red lightning bolt, landing steadily on that patch of ground. His armor showed multiple signs of damage and dents, his once grand cloak now tattered, and blood trickling from his forehead, looking quite disheveled. Yet the defiant expression on his face remained unchanged. If you were to use that power again, perhaps the result would be like this, but inevitably, this island would also sink to the seabed. Even in the midst of battle, Green Goo, who particularly values his own image, gently tidied his messy long hair and casually brushed off the dust on his armor. Although the ground beneath him was uneven, he stood as if it were level ground, especially with me not holding anything back as a premise. Newgate stared at him for a long time, suddenly lifted his head, and laughed loudly without any warning. "Gulalala, it's been a long time since I've encountered such an arrogant little brat. Although he's just an incorrigible scum, it's rare to find someone who can remain unfazed when insulted to their face. Among 1,000 people, you might only find one or two, and Green Goo was naturally one of them." Not only did his expression not change, but he even began to laugh along. Before the laughter faded, Newgate's expression suddenly darkened. He tightened his grip on his naginata, pointing it forward, his tone resolute and devoid of any emotion. "Don't use this as an excuse to flee. Hurry up and use your full strength to decide victory or defeat with me." Have you discovered my intentions?" Green Goo sighed as if caught in a lie by a parent, slowly sheathing his long knife at his waist. After all, continuing to fight wouldn't benefit either side. It would be better to do something more meaningful. You care a lot about those weaklings who can hardly even save their own lives, right? TSK. Newgate snorted and fell silent, his naginata lightly resting on the ground. He had to admit that, rather than recklessly taking down a man who had little fighting spirit left, it was more important to prioritize rescuing those who had been waiting for support for a long time and could only desperately flee on a battlefield filled with fangs. As the highest officer of the pirate crew, shouldn't it be a matter of course to prioritize the lives of those who usually rely on their subordinates? Speaking of which, you noticed it just now, didn't you? Green Goo called out to Newgate, who was turning to leave the battlefield, that exceptionally brave newcomer of your pirate crew. I believe his name is Kaido. He has taken down quite a few of our people before, but the moment he encountered Commander Hellred Edmund, his life was destined to end there. Upon hearing that name, Newgate immediately halted his steps, turned around, and glared at Green Goo, asking each word, "Is that guy the one who took down Kaido?" Hey, please don't make that expression as if you want to take revenge for him. Green Goo pretended to be helpless while secretly observing Newgate's expression changes through the gaps between his fingers. The commander's strength was unfathomable. Even someone like me would definitely not last 10 rounds against him. Moreover, his way of doing things was always elusive. It was incomprehensible to start with a level matching the opponent's strength before using genuine power. At this point, he sighed and complained. Including the day we pretended to be a notorious pirate crew to plunder resources, it was the same logic. I accidentally said too much. Although Newgate had suspected that the true mastermind behind the attack on Hive Island was someone from the government, hearing this from Green Goo still sent a shock through him. However, this shock turned into high vigilance against the other party's ulterior motives within seconds. The reason you told me this is simply to use us to direct our spearhead toward that commander and create a chance for conflict with him, right? Not only is your strength formidable, but your thinking is also much more meticulous than the average person. Green Goo, whose inner calculations were exposed, clapped his hands without changing his expression or skipping a beat, then shook his head and sighed. More accurately, my long-standing target is not entirely that position. As he spoke halfway, he slowly turned around, extending his right index finger toward the dim sky, and turned half his face to reveal a sinister smile. But something higher up. His voice was exceptionally calm, as if it had never been stirred by a single ripple. But Newgate could clearly hear the surging ambition within the man. It was an ambition that seemed to want to encompass the entire world and expand outward with an unstoppable momentum, endlessly growing. Watching Green Goo's retreating figure, Newgate pressed his lips together, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. His right hand, gripping the naginata, slowly raised but ultimately retracted. What kind of immense upheaval would a man in a high position, yet far from satisfied with the status quo, bring to the world if he were to gain even greater power? Rocks, if you truly became the world's king in every sense, would your desires endlessly swell and gradually become indistinguishable from the kind of people you hate the most? In the canyon on the southeast side of God Valley, crack! Black lightning surged through the air like a giant python, seemingly tearing the earth apart, and the piercing screech that accompanied the cutting of the air could be distinctly heard even on distant islands. Ha ha ha! The momentum has increased a bit compared to before, but the entire figure of Rocks was completely shrouded in black mist as he continuously waved his hands, casually fending off the fierce attacks of a punch and a blade coming from two different directions. The wild grin that emerged on the surface of the thick fog remained as effortless as ever, simply not enough to see. With a sudden burst of strength in his arms, in an instant, the two attackers felt their bodies shake, the hockey attached to their fists and blades disappearing without a trace, while a sudden repulsive force sent them flying far away. Damn it! The two cursed in unison, flipping through the air more than 10 times before barely managing to land on the edge of the southern coast. That was close. Roger, who had unknowingly removed his long robe, sighed in relief as he touched his chest. Turning back, he glanced at the eerily silent black sea behind him and couldn't help but click his tongue. If he accidentally plunged into it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Waha! I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Standing beside him, Garp laughed heartily with his hands on his hips, seemingly oblivious to Roger, who had almost transformed into a demonic figure, raising his long knife as if to strike his own head. As the laughter gradually faded, Garp casually wiped away the large stains of blood at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of helpless bitterness appeared on his rugged face. Compared to that guy who's as strong as a monster, that dark liquid is practically like an open-air swimming pool. Isn't that a good thing? Roger slowly raised the long knife in his hand, aiming at the shadow rapidly approaching through the fog. Countless red lightning bolts surged from the edge of the blade, and a dark hockey wrapped around the blade, dyeing the hilt and handle black, radiating a chilling cold light in the dark sky. Accompanying this was that unwavering smile of determination, a resolve that would never back down no matter the peril faced. Since the enemy is a monster, then we should also unleash power that can match a monster, right? After hours of intense battle, Roger came to understand firsthand why the world government considered Rocks to be the most dangerous pirate in history. It wasn't just the extreme actions of openly opposing the government. More importantly, it was his mastery of the three types of haki and devil fruit abilities that had clearly surpassed the peak level. The black smoke that continuously surged from his body, assimilating everything it touched into a cloud of darkness, was undoubtedly a manifestation of a devil fruit awakening. Even knowing that the enemy's flesh was more sensitive to pain than that of ordinary people, Roger felt helpless against the black mist that enveloped rocks like armor, capable of absorbing all external damage. Coupled with his obsession to destroy the government at any cost, which grew stronger over time, his already astonishing power reached unprecedented levels. Even facing the combined assault of himself and Garp, he still seemed to handle it effortlessly, showing no signs of injury at all. For a moment, Roger felt that Rocks could easily kill them at any time if he wanted to. However, the more insurmountable the peak, the more it could draw out the hidden potential within climbers unafraid of hardship, allowing them to reach heights they had never stepped foot on before. Especially when pushed into what seemed like a hopeless situation, the mental strength and willpower that determined the intensity of Conqueror's haki would undergo unexpected transformations. Like a frail seedling that can only grow into a towering tree after enduring countless storms. Wasn't this top-level battle the best opportunity for practice? Driven by this thought, Roger turned without hesitation and shouted to the man beside him, who was unusually alert. Next, I will hold that guy off by myself until he shows a flaw. When that happens, it's up to you to seize the opportunity, buddy. What? Of course, the sudden statement caught Garp off guard for 2 seconds before he reacted, his lips moving as he instinctively wanted to agree. But then he caught a glimpse of the face that seemed to have the words bad intentions written all over it, instantly raising his vigilance. Shaking his fist, he said irritably, "You brat, you don't mean to challenge him one-on-one under this pretext, do you? Don't think about hogging all the glory. Don't get me wrong, I'm not that confident." Roger, who knew this old rival from countless battles, merely smiled slightly, turning his gaze back to the sky. "I was just thinking that if we were on a relatively open battlefield, your skills wouldn't be restricted at all." Upon hearing this, Garp froze in place, unsure of what to say for a moment. After a while, as if he had made a decision, he leaped onto a relatively flat boulder, crossed his arms, and sat down, feigning indifference as he asked, "I'll state in advance, the thing I hate most is waiting. Don't worry, a minute is enough." As Roger's voice fell, he suddenly stomped his feet on the ground, his entire figure shooting up like a long rainbow, instantly covering a distance of over 10 zhang in the air, appearing right in front of Rocks in just a second. The long sword resting on his left shoulder released a thick black lightning bolt, cutting through the air with a piercing sound. "How many times have you been knocked away without learning your lesson?" Rocks sneered, completely disregarding the incoming strike. He did not evade, but instead extended his claw-like fingers forward, attempting to drag Roger and his sword into the darkness in one go. However, the moment his fingertips touched the blade, he felt an extremely strong rebound force transmitted from the sword, causing his entire left arm to ache. And his body involuntarily retreated a short distance, the arrogant smile on his face disappearing without a trace. This kid's haki. Could it be? Before Rocks could think further, Roger had already swung his sword again in a flash. This time, Rocks did not take it head-on as before. He immediately activated his haki, covering the surface of his double-edged sword with a thick and ominous black liquid, striking down mercilessly and without hesitation. The sword's aura alone was enough to tear the surrounding air, creating a sharp sound that resembled tearing silk, whipping up a violent gale. Screech, a series of piercing metallic friction sounds suddenly erupted in the sky, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The black sword and sharp blade crossed paths, and after a brief moment of collision, they quickly separated, appearing like two streaks of red and black lightning crossing the sky. Even someone like Garp, who had deep mastery in the observation haki, could only barely catch their movements and positions. "You little brat, did he grasp it before you?" As Garp's competitive spirit surged within, the two fighters had already transitioned from the air to the ground, then into the valley, causing rocks to explode into powder along their path, with the earth cracking open. The sounds of their collisions echoed like war drums throughout the sky. Feeling the force from the sword was completely different from the previous exchanges. even showing signs of enhancement. A shadow gradually enveloped Rox's face, and his right hand, gripping the sword, trembled uncontrollably. He realized that the black smoke adhering to his weapon could no longer absorb Roger's haki as it had before. The only explanation for this unprecedented situation was that the haki released by Roger had slowly reached the limit he could absorb. Only by pouring all the haki he had accumulated could he achieve this. But making such a choice was not easy. Not only would he have to completely abandon defense, putting himself in an extremely dangerous position, but it would also inevitably accelerate the depletion of his physical strength and lifespan. It was like a candle that burned very quickly. Once lit, it would burn out in just 2 or 3 seconds, leaving only a pile of ashes. In other words, just to take me down, you're willing to risk your life, even willing to abandon your dreams. Abandon dreams? Anyone who could do that was not qualified to be a pirate. As if seeing through the turmoil in Rox's heart, Roger swung his long sword while laughing, his face drenched in sweat and blood, showing no signs of fatigue. It was precisely because he had no intention of giving up that he decided to risk his life to break through the obstacles in front of him. Nonsense! With a hysterical roar, as if provoked and nearly losing control of his emotions, Rocks infused his dual-color haki into the sword and swung it with all his might. Countless dense, tiny black lightning bolts leaped like living creatures on the surface of the blade, and the surrounding air emitted an indescribable shrill scream under this overwhelming force, as if the atmosphere itself was lamenting. Bring it on. Without showing the slightest fear or retreat, Roger grinned, gripping the pitch-black long sword in a horizontal slash, its edges shimmering with brilliant red electric arcs, as if intending to cut through everything ahead. Boom! The brilliant thunder suddenly exploded in the sky, and the violent shock waves shook continuously, turning the originally pitch-black sky into a dark red. Roger was involuntarily sent flying, his clothes tattered and blood seeping from his mouth, splattering in midair, ultimately falling short in the fierce confrontation. However, that was enough. Overlooking from the sky, with a violent winds stirred up the black mist surrounding him, Rocks stood revealed, while a figure rapidly approached him from below like a meteor streaking across the sky. Roger, despite the pain that felt like his internal organs were flipping over, managed to force a proud smile at the corner of his mouth. I always keep my word, brother. Wahaha! Timing is just perfect. Amidst a wild and unrestrained laughter, Carp surged upwards, his body enveloped in a powerful aura, the sonic booms following him incessantly. The Conqueror's haki flowing over his right fist emitted a red glow, making it exceptionally eye-catching in the dark space. However, even a brief minute was enough to make one feel restless. Useless struggle. The fierce wind pressure coming from behind made Rocks suddenly turn around, quickly straightening his arms to cross his dual blades in front of his chest, still wearing an incredibly arrogant smile, even when cornered. Watch me block this. Bone-crushing impact. As Carp's right fist swung out violently, the air along its path churned violently like tidal waves in a storm, seemingly stirred by Carp's powerful strike. A grand wave of force was suddenly unleashed from 5 centimeters away from the tip of his fist, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds that nearly shattered eardrums, completely engulfing Rox's figure in an instant. In an instant, the heat wave from the explosion swept through the arena, as if the black mist blending into the background was blown into chaos, with the sky also filled with crisscrossing cracks, as if the heavens were about to shatter. Due to the explosion occurring in midair, the already unstable Valley of God swayed violently again, raising a cloud of dust that obscured everything below. Fortunately, apart from the peak standing in the center of the island cracking and dropping small stones, no one or building was affected. That guy's haki has grown stronger. Roger, who had tumbled through the air countless times in difficult maneuvers before landing on a patch of ground, couldn't help but exclaim. However, before he could steady himself, his eyes, which flickered with red light, seemed to foresee an extremely bad future, and his expression became serious. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his long knife and sprang up from the ground. This monster! At the same moment, Carp's eyes widened in realization, gritting his teeth. Disregarding the turbulent air below that was preventing him from executing his moonwalk properly, He hurriedly raised his retracted right fist to strike again. However, before he could carry out his action, a figure shot out from the rolling smoke ahead, moving like an arrow, crashing directly into Karp's chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was clear, and Karp didn't even have time to feel pain. As if he were struck by a meteor, he was involuntarily sent flying, creating a series of sonic boom clouds, crashing through several mountains before heavily landing on the ground at the edge of the island, sending plumes of dust soaring into the sky, as stones mixed with building debris flew everywhere in the raging wind, shaking the ground for hundreds of miles. The coastline in this area was blasted into a massive pit hundreds of meters wide, with dense cracks spreading wantonly around the pit, and dark, muddy seawater continuously seeping in. Young master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Ahem. Karp lay sprawled in the center of the pit, violently coughing up blood, his black shirt showing varying degrees of damage, and a deep dent had formed in his chest. Thick blood flowing out along the edges of the dent, staining the ground beneath him a shocking crimson. But there was no time for him to catch his breath, as the instigator of this terrible situation was now standing a few meters away in midair, looking down at him with a condescending posture, as if observing a lamb ready for slaughter. Looks like it still has some effect on you. A smile resembling hope appeared on Karp's weak face, as he clearly saw that his opponent was no longer in the pristine condition he was before, with bloodstains all over from shockwaves. Any last words? Unconcerned about his not-so-serious injuries, Rocks slowly raised his right hand, gripping the dual blades tightly, his deep and cold voice devoid of any emotional tone. Before you're drowned by this sea of death, or pierced through the heart by this sword, I have no leisure to think about such things. Ignoring the pain from his ribs, which he didn't know how many were broken, Karp propped himself up on the pit's edge, swaying as he stood, taking one shaky step after another toward Rocks. With each step, the ground beneath him cracked, and the flowing black mud around him seemed to collide with an invisible shield and was blocked by the dark hockey bursting from his body. Unable to move forward an inch, all I know is that if I don't knock you flying here, there will be 100 times worse troubles afterward. I was overthinking it. Getting someone like you to willingly accept fate is harder than overthrowing the government's rule. Whether it was surprise or satisfaction at Karp's response, Rocks raised his left hand to cover his forehead and let out a few cold laughs, his lifeless eyes revealing a compelling malevolence beneath this eerie smile. Otherwise, it would be too boring. As soon as the words fell, Rocks suddenly threw the dual blades in his hand without warning. The sword surrounded by black mist spun at an astonishing speed, turning into a dark shadow heading straight for Karp, tearing the air apart along its path, producing a piercing wail. Seeing the imminent danger, even with sufficient confidence in his armament hockey, Karp did not dare to take the hit head-on, rapidly ascending to avoid this potentially fatal strike. However, that dual-bladed sword, like a flying disc, traced an eerie arc over the sea before suddenly turning, once again flying toward the previous target it had missed. What divine avoidance! At the critical moment, a grand sword wave dashed across the sky like a red snake, rushing from the distant horizon, and in the blink of an eye, it directly shredded the blade that was spiraling in the air just 3 meters away from Karp into fragments. Remember the favor you owe me. Karp, landing steadily on the air, looked back at the proud laughter and saw his old rival Roger, who was not much better off than him, rushing over with a long knife. And before he could retort, Roger spoke first to shift the topic. We should first figure out how to deal with the following situation. That was just a shadow. Shadow? Kapu had not yet understood the meaning behind Roger's words when his attention was diverted by a sinister voice from the sky. He twitched his mouth as if he had seen something particularly bothersome. Was he really planning to destroy us along with this island? Ha ha ha. Run around in this execution ground I created for you. But at one team matter, where you escaped to, Rock stood once again high in the sky, black smoke swirling from all over his body, with countless spinning double-edged swords circling around him like a tornado that obscured the sun. The man raised his right arm high, his spiky hair dancing wildly in the wind, grinning as his mouth curled at the sides, his long tongue flicking out, his voice laced with unabashed madness. You foolishly stupid choice to die. Damn government lapdogs and the detestable Roger pirates. As he brought his right arm down, Thousands of black sword shadows intertwined in the air, forming an impenetrable web of swords, accompanied by the sound of tearing air as they descended towards the two below. Not just them, the surrounding mountains were crushed by this powerful shockwave, the terrifying wind pressure causing the entire island to roll and churn. Many people who hadn't reacted in time were flung away, and a few unlucky ones even fell into the cracks spread across the island surface. Here it comes. Feeling the overwhelming aura of slaughter rushing towards them, both Roger and Kapu exchanged a glance filled with unprecedented seriousness, and almost in unison, they leaped into the air, charging directly into the tidal wave of dark light that was sweeping towards them. Planning to forcefully break through? I'll give you credit for your courage in the face of death. Witnessing their action, which was no different from suicide, Rocks couldn't help but burst into wild laughter, his face resembling a terrifying demon from the depths of hell. His fingers snapped, and beams of black light shot out from his fingertips. But unfortunately, those who laugh last on the battlefield are often the strong. Is that so? Then the ultimate victory will definitely be ours. Without the slightest pause, a confident smile appeared on Kapu's face, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Dozens of black lightning bolts suddenly erupted from his clenched right fist, crackling incessantly, and his whole body radiated a rich red glow, like a brilliant star shining in the galaxy. Shockwave punch. At the moment Kapu swung his right fist, a massive shockwave spread out in a semicircle from his fist, engulfing everything in its path like a comet crashing into Earth, sweeping away all sights before them. Boom! A mushroom cloud, nearly obscuring the sky, rose up from above the Valley of the Gods, a dazzling white light almost illuminating the dark sky as if it were daytime. Both the overwhelming sword shadows crashing down and the lights moving too fast for the eye to capture turned to ashes in this earth-shattering explosion, leaving only wisps of afterimages and falling sparks. I'm not in the habit of owing anyone favors. Kapu managed to squeeze out a few words, a relieved smile forming at the corners of his mouth, before slowly closing his eyelids, his limbs weakly spreading out as he uncontrollably began to fall from the sky. Quite impressive. This is the first time someone has been able to break such an attack. Rocks, who was not surprised by the interruption of his attack, casually extended his right hand to form an invisible barrier that dissipated the explosive shockwave rushing towards him. Looking down at Kapu, who seemed to have lost consciousness and was falling, a smirk of glee crept onto his face. Not only was his haki completely exhausted, but his hard-won ally was also caught up in it. Was he planning to take advantage of this opportunity to settle personal grievances? Don't judge someone's death sentence too early. As a voice filled with strong protest rang out, Rocks suddenly turned around and saw Roger soaring high into the sky, gripping his long knife tightly as he dove towards him. The joy on his face visibly transformed into shock as he muttered, "Impossible. I should have felt your presence just now. Who knows? There might still be techniques that can interrupt observation haki." Roger smiled meaningfully, his figure turning into a rainbow light as he rapidly advanced, arriving in front of Rocks in the blink of an eye. Before Rocks could react, the unmatched sharp blade pierced through his chest, the immense force propelling both their bodies straight out of the island. "Fool! So what if I hit you?" Rocks, continually being propelled backward, coughed up a large mouthful of blood while laughing maniacally, his right hand lightning fast as it gripped Roger's wrist holding the sword. A swirling black smoke surged from his fingertips, rapidly climbing up Roger's arm. "No matter what means you use to contact me, I can drain your haki in an instant. But first, you need to lose consciousness completely." Roger swiftly reached out with his left hand, tightly wrapping around Rox's waist, unreservedly pouring all his remaining haki into the long knife in his hand. The blade, which had originally dulled, suddenly burst forth with a blazing light, and even the surrounding air seemed to grow hot and thick, as if one were standing in a volcano about to erupt. "Let go." Rocks, whose messy hair and beard had burned away half, kept punching Roger's back, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis welling up inside him. Even if you used a mutually destructive move, it wouldn't be possible to kill me. Why not give it a try? How would you know? Roger gritted his teeth against the pain that felt like his spine was about to snap, increasing the force in his hand. The blazing flames covered his entire body like a fire-red armor. The flames rolling emitted low growls, like a demon awakening from millennia of slumber, roaring in the endless abyss, heralding the world's impending doom. Branch of destruction. In an instant, centered around Roger, the red-hot flames coalesced into a giant blade several thousand meters wide, reminiscent of the apocalypse, descending from the sky to pierce the seabed. The overwhelming heat wave formed by the high temperature swept around in circles like an icebreaker, even blasting a massive hole in the dark sky that briefly shone with light. All sounds vanished, and the world seemed to stop at that moment. I love pirates. The Beast's prequel. Shut up, you little brat. You've been crying nonstop since earlier. If that group finds you, you'll definitely be done for. Ooh, but I'm really scared. Daddy and Mommy were all killed by the bad Master, and my brother too. I'm definitely next. I don't know what to do when I think about it. That sounds uncomfortable. Since they've done such terrible things to you, you must engrave that hatred deep in your heart, until you witness those high and mighty fools fall into the pit. Even if it costs you your life, you must endure. Endure. In an environment where one could be killed at any moment, how can one endure? Moreover, if you speak out against them, aren't you risking being overheard? The fact is, saying it out loud is what truly feels liberating. In any case, remember this. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, then they're going against me. And I won't stop until I've beaten them into giving up any thoughts of revenge. But don't forget to regularly pay your protection fee. Just a bit of food will do. Thank you. Regardless of whether it's comforting or not, I will never forget what you said, Brother Rocks. Hey, who told you to use such a cheesy title? Don't ever call me that again. Do you hear me? But I think you're as gentle as an older brother. Are you itching for a fight? I'll be the first to knock you flat once I get these handcuffs off. This was a brief exchange between two children of similar age who had unfortunately fallen into slavery decades ago for various reasons, taking place in a pitch-black room. At that time, no one knew what exactly they talked about, nor could anyone predict the drastically different fates that awaited the two of them shortly thereafter. The long sword, wrapped in invisible waves, stirred the air, and the strong recoil propelled Roger out of the raging flames, streaking across the sea like a meteor, landing on the edge of a crumbling cliff on the island in the blink of an eye. At this moment, there were no words more suitable than extremely disheveled to describe his appearance. His black hair stood on end, his already tattered coat had become mere rags. His body was covered in charred marks from the flames, and blood continuously seeped from the cracks in his skin, making him look as if he had just been pulled out of a boiling blood pool. However, Roger had no time to focus on his current appearance. He simply gazed quietly at the sky in the distance, stained red by golden flames, allowing the fierce wind to batter his scarred body, unable to dispel the gravity in his eyes. Phew, finally, it's over. Watching as Rocks, his body emitting smoke, plummeted straight down from the sky into the lifeless sea, slowly sinking, Roger let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if all his strength had drained away. With the sword slipping from his hand, he collapsed straight down. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still didn't expect it to be so difficult. Oof. Your tone sounds like you're regretting not being able to have a one-on-one duel with him. At some point, Carp, whose consciousness had returned to clarity, stumbled over from a distance, stopping in front of his old rival. The tired expression on his face revealed a smile that didn't quite match, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Instead of thinking about these unrealistic things, it would be better to worry about the future that is already set. At least I still have enough strength to get you into Impel Down. With your poor lying skills, you can't even fool a child. It's precisely because of this that I find you unpleasant. Carp, who had his thoughts exposed, pouted in a sulky manner, lying down next to him with his limbs spread out, staring intently at the thick black mist rapidly churning in the sky, his face showing a thoughtful expression as he slowly said, "Regardless, you did help take care of a bigger problem, and besides, a half-dead enemy really doesn't excite me at all." Huh, are you looking down on me? Why don't we settle this here and now and see who has half-dead? Fine, that suits me. My fist will make you regret proposing this decision. The two began to bicker back and forth like children, but neither of them would lift a finger. If someone were to see them at that moment, They would most likely think that the two were longtime, close friends. After a while, Karp suddenly sighed and murmured, putting everything aside, as a naval officer, I will definitely face consequences for standing on the same side as you pirates without permission. But I still can't understand. Is the justice I've always upheld for the countless civilians suffering under pirates, or merely to maintain the interests of those in power? That indecisive tone doesn't sound like you, buddy. Roger suddenly interrupted him, turning his head to look at Karp, who had a dazed expression as if he didn't understand what he wanted to express. He smiled and said, rather than worrying about these issues that won't have a clear solution for hundreds of years, it's better to see your justice through to the end. You little. Karp took a moment to process this, and, after a while, he suddenly didn't know where he found the strength to shake Roger's shoulders hard while shouting, you didn't use that special ability to eavesdrop on my thoughts. Did you? How dare you pull such tricks? Quickly tell me what else you heard. Cough, hey, take it easy. I'm an injured person. Roger, who was being shaken like a piece of paper, still didn't let up, or you could switch careers and become a pirate. Then you'd have more time to fight me. Nonsense. It seems like Rocks has been taken care of by you, Admiral Karp. Just then, a figure in white appeared like a ghost, and upon seeing Karp stop fighting because of his arrival, he slowly started to clap, saying, no matter what method was used, let us give you some credit for your achievements in the name of justice. If things ended this smoothly, it would be a miracle. Roger grimaced and shrugged, instantly recognizing the identity of the newcomer by his iconic white top hat and white suit. What are you doing here, you brat? Compared to Roger, Karp was much more straightforward, standing up abruptly and glaring at the person with displeasure. I don't remember asking your intelligence agents for assistance. Don't be so formal. We're colleagues after all. Despite Karp's completely unrelenting attitude, the voice of the man in white revealed no trace of anger or dissatisfaction. Instead, carrying a hint of mockery, of course, on the premise that you're willing to take the head of that brother beside you right here. At this point, he deliberately paused, pretending to suddenly remember something, slapping his forehead and saying, almost forgot. Considering some unforeseen circumstances, the government has unanimously decided to terminate this hunting tournament. They plan to send the most important secret obtained from Honeycomb Island back to Mariehua for processing, and this arduous escort task will be entrusted to you. Admiral Karp, as long as you can successfully complete these two tasks, the government will pardon you for collaborating with pirates without permission. Honestly, I really envy you for being the only one to receive such treatment so far. Clearly needing something from me, but speaking as if it were a kind offering. If it were someone who didn't understand the ways of those old men in power, they would be grateful to the point of tears right now, right? Karp casually raised a finger to scratch his nose, as if he hadn't seen the other person's body tremble violently after hearing his words. Then flicked the booger aside and grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth, but unfortunately, I refuse. Are you serious? Vice Admiral Garp? The man in white stepped forward, and although his mask hid his expression, his voice betrayed an uncontrollable panic and anger. Think carefully about what consequences will arise if you refuse the orders of those adults. Do you want to ruin the reputation you've built over so many years in the military? So what? Are you going to make a decision you'll regret for the rest of your life, just because you're afraid of punishment? Without giving the other party any verbal courtesy, Garp clenched his fist, the bones cracking together and making a sound like frying beans, and louder than that was his roar, powerful enough to shatter the eardrums of ordinary people. While delivering a report back, make sure to tell those guys to stop pointing fingers at me. Ha! That doesn't sound like something you'd say. Roger, who appeared to be on the verge of death, suddenly sprang up as if nothing had happened, quickly picking up the long knife beside him and standing shoulder to shoulder with Garp, his eyes already revealing a restless eagerness. Just as I was feeling an itch to cause some chaos. You too. The CP0 agent seemed to be intimidated by their momentum, involuntarily stepping back a few paces, stuttering and unable to finish a complete sentence. But upon realizing that the two had likely exhausted most of their strength after a fierce battle, he forced himself to regain composure and shouted loudly, Don't be too arrogant. The only fate for defying the world government is death. Before he could finish his sentence, a giant hand like a pillar of heaven descended from above, and the man in white didn't have time to react before he was slapped to the ground, turning into a puddle of meat paste. As the giant hand slammed down, the entire island began to shake violently for the first time, with cracks spreading across the ground like a dense spider web. Countless rocks exploded into large fragments, and powerful gusts of wind surged in all directions, distorting the space in the surrounding sea area for dozens of miles, as if it would collapse and shatter at any moment. A massive crack suddenly appeared across the God Valley, resembling a gaping maw from hell. As the fissure continued to spread, the entire God Valley was forcefully split in two. Whoa! The powerful wind pressure hit Garp, nearly knocking him off his feet, and he could barely catch his breath. But the uncertainty in his heart was far stronger than any physical discomfort. What on earth is happening? Isn't it obvious? Roger, in the same situation as Garp, was much calmer at this moment, as if he sensed something and turned to look back. The next moment, a bitter smile of helplessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. From the very beginning, we have never left the greatest crisis in the world. At the end of his line of sight, the originally dark and lifeless black mud sea began to surge with waves, and a giant beast, formed from black mist, slowly rose from the surface of the sea, its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun and casting a shadow of death. Its robust limbs hung over the sea like pillars connecting heaven and earth, and its back was covered with sharp bone spines extending from the back of its head to the tail, with a massive head that occupied a third of its body, topped with a pair of curved horns extending forward, surrounded by circles of eerie blue flames. Long black hair twisted in the air like some living creature, giving off an indescribably eerie and frightening vibe. Most striking was its grotesque and twisted face, which was beyond description, but the symbolically arrogant expression still faintly resembled Rocks. Is this the form of the man who proclaimed himself the king of the world after awakening? No, rather than awakening. It is more like an excessive obsession with something that has caused a disconnection between his abilities and body. In the Western Canyon, the one-eyed man gazed at the towering figure in the distance, a flicker of subtle delight passing through his cold, lofty eyes, as if the monstrous figure before him rekindled his long-lost interest. The strength gained from it was genuinely formidable, and it was still growing. So far, everything was progressing towards an ideal state. However, at this point, he paused slightly, glancing around at the mountains coated with a layer of milky cream, completely unrecognizable from their original forms, and murmured to himself with a hint of sentimentality. One careless moment, and two little mice slipped away. Oh well, they can't change reality anyway, right? At this moment, the transformed monster Rocks looked down at the scene below with an unmatched posture. To him, the two who had fought fiercely against him were no different from insects, yet his pitch-black eyes, filled with countless pupils, were still brimming with a bloodthirsty hatred. Get ready to die, you pests. A deep voice slowly spilled from his tooth-filled giant mouth, echoing like thunder throughout every corner of God Valley. Whether they were pirates, navy, government agents, or members of the Holy Knights, at this moment, everyone felt an overwhelming fear. But as they could do nothing, they could only stare blankly at the scene that resembled a natural disaster. And for a moment, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Based on the instinct to seek profit and avoid harm, the fear of giant creatures has been deeply rooted in the human soul since ancient times. And now this fear was thoroughly awakened, intertwining helplessness and despair into an impenetrable net, making people realize that the monster was not the enemy they needed to eliminate, but rather, they were merely bait for the monster to fill its hunger. Is that really a creature that exists in the world? It feels as if the heavens and the earth are about to be devoured. Is this world going to be destroyed? Just as this desperate thought emerged in many people's minds, two brilliant meteors streaked across the sky, coming into view, causing everyone to be momentarily stunned and unable to help but focus their attention on them. Upon closer inspection, they realized that these were two genuine humans. Although they were almost entirely injured, their speed was still rapidly increasing, showing no signs of slowing down despite their battered bodies as they raced towards the monster's head, trailing long black lightning behind them. Just get bigger. But no matter how much the gap in strength between us expands, that is not a reason for me to flee. Thankfully, your size has inflated several times compared to before. That way, it'll be easier for me to fight, with a knife and a punch, without the slightest hesitation. Like thunder and lightning, they shot through the air. "Ha ha! You can never defeat me. It's time to end this farce," accompanied by a series of mocking laughs. The dark monster opened its mouth, and black mist continuously gathered in front of it, gradually forming a massive energy ball. "I will become the king and turn this filthy world into hell." Just at this critical moment, a somewhat lazy and frivolous voice suddenly sounded from beside. "Ah, could you consider the feelings of others a little? The disappearance of the world is quite inconvenient for everyone, you know?" As the voice fell, countless crystal-clear crystals surged from midair, converging from all directions towards the center point. Time slightly rewound to 1 minute ago. "Hey, do you have any more trump cards up your sleeve?" The enormous beast, over 1,000 meters long, completely overturned Karp's usual perception, causing him to involuntarily swallow and elbow the guy next to him, who was equally shocked and whispered a question. "Trump cards." The reminder from his comrade brought Roger back from his brief daze, instinctively lowering his head to look at the beloved blade in his hand. The blade, as clear as autumn water, reflected his deep eyes, making it impossible to grasp his current thoughts. The issue wasn't whether he had any, but rather ensuring he could deliver a decisive blow at the most opportune moment. "If you have expectations of someone like me, maybe I can be of some help?" At that moment, a voice completely devoid of confidence and somewhat bothersome for Karp entered his ears, prompting him to reflexively shout the owner's name. "Rubail? How could you, please?" Shouting so loudly is giving me a headache. "I'm in another place, just using some special means to talk directly to you." The voice paused for a moment before continuing. "I need both of you to cooperate with me. Hey, don't interrupt me while I'm discussing serious matters. It's not appropriate to choose this critical moment for condolences. Okay." The two familiar voices mixed together provided Roger with a slight sense of reassurance. But considering the extremely severe situation, he temporarily suppressed his concern for his comrades and turned to Rubail, saying, "No time to waste. Tell me your plan so we can end this quickly." The captain is quite reassuring. "So listen carefully, I'm not going to repeat myself. This ability, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Presented in the murky and dim eyes of the giant beast was a wall of crystals formed rapidly from a group of crystals that resembled countless stars, almost encompassing everything in sight, even shimmering with a dazzling crimson light against the ink-colored sky. At the moment, that thick crystal wall spanned half the horizon. A flash of memory surged through Rock's mind, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. However, this emotion quickly faded, replaced by the arrogance and pride that emanated from the strong towards the defeated. "Ridiculous. Trash is still trash, no matter how much comes. What can that thing, which I easily crushed before, do?" Amidst the maniacal laughter, a massive black energy sphere shot out from his mouth, crashing toward the crystal wall with overwhelming force. The terrifying energy fluctuations even tore the space it passed through, creating several long cracks, as if everything in front would vanish in an instant. However, just as the energy sphere was about to touch the crystal wall, its trajectory suddenly shifted in a bizarre manner, speeding toward the side at twice the speed it came, drawing a long parabola in the air before landing accurately in the sea 10 kilometers away. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The next second, with a deafening roar, a brilliant black light burst forth on the surface of the sea, spreading wildly like a giant beast opening its bloody maw. The sea churned, the air trembled, and everything in the world seemed to be shrouded in shadow, losing its original color and sinking into a black and white world. The explosion's shockwave was so vast that even several small islands hundreds of miles away were inevitably affected, being instantly engulfed in the towering flames and ultimately disappearing without a trace of their former existence. It looked terrifying. Just imagining it landing on an island sent chills down the spine. Just as the sea surface erupted in a violent explosion, dense crystals swirled and gathered at the top of the crystal wall, gradually forming Rubail's shape. Even he, usually unflappable in the face of most crises, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, his body swaying in the fierce wind, but he still maintained a confident smile, thankful that the overall situation hadn't exceeded expectations. Just as he finished speaking, the originally immovable surface of the crystal wall rippled like a lake, and before the giant dragon could react, A suffocating wave of energy erupted from the wall, forming a nearly 100-meter-wide white beam in the air, which, like a laser, struck unimpeded at Rock's abdomen, instantly piercing through his massive body. I forgot to tell you, the crystal shield I created has more functions than just rebounding external attacks. Without being overwhelmed by the advantage before him, Rubail thrust his palms downward into the ground, and the crystals embedded in the crystal wall began to flow rapidly, as if drawn by some force, adjusting the internal structure of the crystals to change the prism's refractive index, even transferring the reflected damage multiple times to another location. This little thing was still manageable. Well, there would be a side effect of increased energy consumption, though. His speech was unusually slow, but his actions were decisive. In less than 3 seconds, a nearly 600-meter-tall crystal giant stood on the surface of the sea, raising its enormous fist and smashing it toward the injured abdomen of the giant dragon, creating waves over 10 layers high along the way. But if it meant solving a troublesome issue, even if it was an unwilling action, it still held value. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Meanwhile, 2 figures darted out from behind the giant, one on the left and one on the right, racing along the giant's arm. When they reached the back of its hand, they both leaped into the air, transforming into 2 brilliant streaks of light heading straight for the dragon's head. As they flew, the crystal fragments covering their bodies fell away, gradually revealing their true appearances. Ha ha ha. It feels unbalanced to impersonate the captain, but that guy never expected us to pull this off. Less talk if you get caught due to carelessness. That is not my problem. In mid-air, Rayleigh continuously infused his haki into the blades he gripped tightly, while reminding his longtime partner, who always seemed a bit unserious, that considering the opponent was the strongest pirate in the world, besides successfully executing this move, they had no other options. Their conversation sounded like buzzing to rocks at that moment, yet it still clearly reached his ears, making him react almost instantly to the current situation. Why don't you all just stay on the island and wait to die? The vast hollow filled with black mist was visibly being filled, and the rolling black gas spewing from the dragon's eyes and mouth resembled countless ghostly figures with bared fangs and claws. Images that are hard to recall keep flooding in, repeatedly impacting the most vulnerable part of the man's soul, making his already restless emotions even more chaotic. How tragic to choose such a gruesome death. To be crushed into meat paste. Amidst the roars, countless pitch-black arrows erupted from the dragon's wings, instantly obscuring the sky, as if a calamity was descending upon this land, pouring down towards the 3 people ahead, seemingly about to completely engulf them. Naturally, some would not sit idly by, as the giant dragon roared in fury. They sprang into action. You won't succeed. Meteor Fist. With a powerful voice echoing in the air, the crystal giant, originally in an attacking stance, suddenly launched its fists like missiles from its arms, bursting apart from the overwhelming force within, transforming into countless pink starlight rushing forward, colliding mid-air with the incoming rain of arrows, triggering a series of violent explosions. The strong wind pressure generated by the explosions swiftly turned into chaotic air currents, rapidly swirling through the space. Did you think hiding there would catch me off guard? It seems I had my expectations too high for you. Looking down at the robust figure falling from the shattered crystal, a hint of boredom flickered across Rox's face, feeling not even a moment of pain, just disintegrate into powder in the darkness. Just as he opened his mouth, ready to launch an energy ball several times larger than before, his entire body suddenly felt as if bound by something, unable to move at all, and the energy mass about to form in his mouth instantly vanished without a trace. At that moment, Rayleigh and Jabba, who were originally heading straight for the dragon's head, unexpectedly changed direction at an angle, diving closely along the dragon's surface, swinging their weapons towards the target below. Wind, forest, fire, mountain. The emerald sword wave and the azure/wave intertwined like a spiral, transforming into an unprecedented brilliant beam of light that struck the previously pierced area of the dragon's abdomen. As expected, judging by appearances often leads to a slap in the face. Seeing their successful strike, Rubail exhibited an unusually sentimental expression, as if recalling some fond memories. However, there was no time for him to reminisce. As the man's right hand rose high, the crystal giant under his command suddenly transformed into a vast sea of crystals, sweeping towards the giant beast like a rolling river. Although I'm not one to resort to petty tricks, this will temporarily limit your actions, right? Even someone as powerful as Rocks let out a muffled grunt under such a violent impact, clearly feeling the black mist within him expand into a large hole upon being struck by that beam of light, gradually dissipating around his body. This indescribable discomfort surged within him, making him feel intensely uneasy. What have you done? Hey, am I seeing this wrong? It seems that the so-called meaningless tricks have quite a significant impact on you. Jabba quickly caught Rayleigh, who was losing balance and about to fall, and they both landed on the crystal disc that had been floating in mid-air without them realizing it, witnessing the giant beast's movements becoming noticeably stiff, a somewhat smug smile spreading across his pale face. He released 2 streams of flowing haki simultaneously, concentrating them at a point. Although it couldn't match the effect of Sea Prism Stone, it could still somewhat weaken the fruit's abilities, even penetrating the human body to cause great damage. In other words, this is a secret weapon specifically targeting ability users. All right, I've lost count of how many times I've heard you emphasize this before coming to God Valley. Rayleigh interrupted him with a resentful gesture. In the end, you just want to show off your past with those female giants, right? Please don't rain on their parade when they're in high spirits. Besides, weren't you just in Daughter's Country a few months ago? Come on. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. It seems this move consumes haki much more than expected. Watching his old friend finally unable to hold on and collapse on the platform, Rayleigh felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his entire being feeling limp and exhausted as he slumped beside Jabba, even unable to perform the simple action of holding his sword. He turned his head with great effort, looking out to see a figure rushing down towards the giant dragon in the distance, forcing a faint smile onto Rayleigh's tired face. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say this, if we lose, I'll 1T let you off the hook, even if I have to beat you half dead in that world first. So, make sure to win for me, you little brat who got me into this mess. No? Roger, Captain. As thick black mist rapidly evaporated like air, Rocks' form struggled to maintain the shape of the black dragon, slowly shrinking. Additionally, the shockwave that passed through his body left behind fine crystalline substances that remained inside him, unable to be absorbed by the surrounding black mist no matter how it spread. Although these crystal fragments did not touch the main body, the presence of a material similar to that of Sea Prism Stone significantly reduced his ability to operate his powers with precision, causing the black mist to dissipate shortly after it had just gathered. Yet, even in such a restricted state, his fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. Instead, it surged even more fiercely as the situation became increasingly unfavorable to him. Interesting. Clearly just a bunch of makeshift rabble. Yet you've managed to push me to this extent. Facing the crystal tsunami rushing towards him, Rocks' eyes burned with a fierce light, as if he wanted to tear apart the darkness shrouding the heavens. It's precisely because of fools like you who will never give up that it stirs up a desire to destroy everything. In an instant, he forcibly broke free from the various restraints set within him, suddenly raising his claws, which were still the size of a town even after shrinking several times, and sweeping forward, stopping just 10 centimeters from the crystal sea. The violent wind pressure created fierce ripples in the space. The next second, water ripple-like waves spread outward from the surface of the crystal, countless slender cracks rapidly branching out like tree branches to every corner. Just like someone forcefully tearing away the outer packaging, those originally solid and immovable crystals began to shatter and fall apart, revealing a figure covered in wounds, plummeting straight toward the sea like a broken kite. Really, I was hit hard by the same trick last time, and yet I still haven't learned my lesson. Rubail, whose chest had been caved in, couldn't help but self-deprecate a little, though a trace of an inscrutable smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Even though he wanted to say this, just as the words left his mouth, cracks suddenly appeared on his body without warning, and during the descent, he shattered abruptly, turning into countless crystal fragments that vanished in midair. A clone? Suddenly realizing that something was off, Rocks immediately summoned a large mass of black mist to gather around him. But it was still a step too late. Amidst the sounds of tearing fabric, hundreds of intersecting crystal pillars burst forth from various parts of his body, instantly trapping him within. At the same time, a voice from within Rocks that was completely at odds with Rubeal's usual lazy demeanor rang out. "Sorry, I played a little trick on you again. I'm not the type who gets caught up in the heat of the moment and likes to confront people head-on." As the connecting parts of countless crystal pillars writhed, the upper body of the man with the slicked-back hair gradually emerged from within. "So just to be safe, I secretly hid my main body in one of the fragments and transmitted it to your body, ready to give you a surprise at the right moment." As he spoke, the man lifted his head, and the crimson glow emanating from his surface added a hint of brightness to the pitch-black environment, allowing him to barely catch a glimpse of every corner of the space. He then saw, in the thickest part of the black mist, a face twisted to the extreme by anger and resentment, with crimson pupils embedded in the eye sockets, exuding a chilling aura like a blood moon hanging in the sky. "I really struck gold by finding you. As long as I destroy the main body that is you, everything will come to an end, right?" Suddenly confronted by such eyes, even Rubeal, who had already prepared himself mentally, felt a pang of anxiety. However, he quickly suppressed this emotion, placing his left fingers on his right wrist, raising his arms straight to aim at that face that seemed ready to devour him, and said slowly, "I wonder if this counts as responding to your expectations back then?" At the moment his words rang out, countless crystals gathered in front of his palm, forming dense crystal spheres that shot upwards like a storm. "Undeniably, you've mastered the awakening of the fruit in just a month. You really have some skills." The chain reaction of explosions triggered by the countless crystal spheres instantly engulfed Rock's face. Amidst the rolling, thick smoke filling the space, a shadow shot out like a cannonball, flashing right in front of Rubeal just as he raised his hand to prepare for the next round of attacks. However, it seemed the opponent came too suddenly. Rubeal didn't have time to deploy a crystal shield before a heavy punch struck his abdomen directly, causing the crystal pillars distributed throughout the dark space to tremble incessantly. "What a pathetic government lackey. Do you think you have any value worth anticipating?" A chilling voice, like a wailing spirit, echoed in his ears. "Ugh." Rubeal couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his internal organs were about to spew forth his blood from his mouth. And the unbearable pain in his abdomen made his consciousness momentarily blur. Yet in the next moment, he suddenly lunged forward with his right hand, swiftly grabbing Rock's fist that was about to retract, and a frenzied smile gradually blossomed on his once pale face. That expression could only emerge when one truly enjoyed the thrill of battling a strong enemy, as if every bone and every inch of flesh was boiling with joy from this pleasure. "Huff, huff. Looks like your mind is still as abnormal as before. I'm completely at ease now. What are you laughing about when death is upon you?" Just as Rock's fist made contact with Rubeal's palm, a wave of intense fatigue spread through his skin, accompanied by a sudden alertness that made him sense something. "Damn it, this guy is still alive. You finally noticed? I never wanted to play this kind of guy anyway." As the crystals that covered Rubeal's exterior gradually fell away, Cap miraculously appeared in front of Rocks, who should have fallen into the sea. As a reward for guessing correctly, how about a free experience of an underwater tour? In the blink of an eye, countless raging black and red lightning bolts gathered on Cap's right hand like living beings, and the overwhelming energy dispersed much of the surrounding darkness into the depths of the sea without giving the opponent a chance to react. Cap gripped Rock's wrist and forcefully swung him, hurling his body straight towards the endless abyss below like tossing a cannonball. "Huff, huff. Giving that guy everything I painstakingly got from old Satan last time just to create a decoy seems a bit wasteful." Not far away, Rubeal, supported by a crystal pillar to maintain a precarious standing posture, watched the dark figure plummeting down and began to murmur to himself. Fortunately, his mental strength had declined significantly compared to before, and his domineering aura was far from its peak. Otherwise, this nonsensical plan would have been impossible to execute no matter how many times it was attempted. Mid-sentence, he looked down at the cracks extending outward from various parts of his body, his eyes revealing unreserved fatigue and helplessness. "Oh dear, It seems I've overused my abilities this time. No one will blame me for taking a little break, right? Please don't let the final outcome disappoint me. As Rubail's body slowly fell, the central crystal connected to all the pillars suddenly emitted a slight tremor, and a dazzling red light burst forth from his sphere, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, diving towards rocks below. Let's settle this once and for all, Rocks. At that moment, Roger seemed to transform into a Shura demon in hell, emanating an unprecedented powerful aura from head to toe, gripping the long knife tightly against his chest, unleashing all the power hidden within him without hesitation, continuously infusing it into the blade. Streams of crimson air gathered and compressed around the long knife, quickly transforming into substantial, raging flames. Under the high temperature, the surface of the blade gradually took on a scorching sheen that was a mix of black and red, and the incredible heat emitted evaporated all the moisture in the dark space. I will crush your twisted power and ambition. Then give a try. In this world where fairness is non-existent, only strength can determine everything. Even as his body uncontrollably fell, Rock's rebellious demeanor remained undiminished. Facing the oncoming waves of scorching heat, he neither dodged nor evaded, but instead charged straight ahead. All the spirits dwelling in the dark world, exchange your long-held grievances and fury to become my source of power. As he raised his arm to shoulder level, countless black gases intertwined, swirling around him like living beings with self-awareness, constantly rolling and churning, as if even a slight touch would bring about irreversible disaster. Various eerie wails, roars, and curses echoed in succession, sounding like a symphony of death and fear. Replaying again and again in Roger's mind, the endless grievances contained within causing a hint of sadness to inadvertently surface in his gaze. Is this your true face? I've never heard such a sorrowful voice before. If only I were a bit stronger, perhaps things wouldn't have developed in the worst possible direction. No matter what kind of past you have, it is not a reason for me to retreat. Rest here, my compatriot of... He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was filled with unshakable determination as he swung his long knife down with all his might. Everything in the future will be wagered on this strike. Everything turns to ashes. Burning heaven, flame demon sword. In an instant, a scorching flame strike roared out from the blade, carrying an overwhelming force as it descended, causing everything in its path to vanish under the searing flames, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. Little Master, there is more after this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Crush your flesh, erase your soul, and make you regret your foolish challenge to me. With Rock's roar filled with hatred and resentment, tens of thousands of souls surged forth from the dark space like a tsunami, overwhelming Roger from all sides. Each soul released an extremely dense aura of death, as if it aimed to completely drown him, turning him into nothingness in the boundless darkness. Boom! Two vastly different colossal forces repelled each other, causing an extraordinarily powerful energy fluctuation, which suddenly exploded in space after a brief pause, sending invisible ripples rapidly expanding outward in a circular motion, annihilating everything in its path under this terrifying shock. At this moment, whether it was the pirates searching for treasures on the streets amid the chaotic situation, or the Navy who, due to some irresistible factors, had to drive the slaves to safety, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts and unconsciously turned their gazes to the source of the explosive energy. They then saw a blazing light enveloping the surface of the sea, spreading to the surrounding area at an incredible speed, instantly illuminating the dark sky. Before people could adapt to the fear of the looming crisis, they were swept up by the incoming bright light, followed by a complete loss of sensation. The dazzling light lasted for nearly 30 breaths before gradually dissipating, plunging the entire sky back into absolute darkness. After multiple violent shocks, the Valley of the Gods finally reached its breaking point, shattering into pieces, rising and falling on the still murky but somewhat revitalized surface of the sea. At that moment, a figure appeared out of thin air without warning, like a ghost, quietly hovering just 5 centimeters above the surface of the sea. If it weren't for the blood on his skin emitting a bloody smell, it would be almost impossible to detect his presence. So far, the development of events has not exceeded the controllable range, and the relevant information about the dark fruit has been successfully transmitted to the government as higher-ups through CP. However, the man, with his arms crossed, expressionless, scanned the scattered figures lying unconscious on the floating stones. A flicker of unexpected surprise briefly flashing in his usually cold single eye. These guys unexpectedly managed to create a mutually destructive situation, and the remnants of Hive Island did not come to stir up trouble. It seems that Rubail has completed the task I entrusted to him excellently, although it won't be of much use for at least half a year. As he spoke, his gaze slowly fell on a dark shadow floating on the sea. Although its outline appeared oddly distorted, it could vaguely be discerned as a human shape. If it weren't for the need to ensure the safety of those useless fools to solidify the knight's absolute position in the government, I would mind having a good match with you. In other words, it means you still failed to become Joy Boy. The man let out a faint sigh as if touched by sorrow, a hint of regret showing on his face. The broken world will return to the right track, and your existence will be completely erased like past clouds of smoke. As for the legacy you left behind, let the world government extract its maximum value. Amidst a cold laugh, he steadily landed on the sea as if it were solid ground, a pitch-black halberd appearing in his hand at some point. Driven by that restless ambition and desire, he took steps toward the dark shadow one step at a time. Enjoying the Pirates, Prequel to the Beast. Synopsis about Pirates, Prequel to the Beast. 44 years ago, a group of pirates gathered on Hive Island in the New World, forming the Rocks Pirates to make big money, causing chaos at sea and instilling fear in the world. Even the Navy dared not easily capture them. At this time, a young man named Kaido set foot on the land of Hive Island, ready to cause a riot.